Chapter 1. Becoming a Master of a Generation. In the city of Pingjiang, the bustling streets were filled with an array of vendors and small stalls. Yet, in a corner stood a modest martial arts dojo, standing out like a crane among chickens. Within the dojo's courtyard, under the shade of an ancient locust tree, Yifeng moved his limbs gracefully, executing a set of Tai Chi that flowed like water. Excellent. Upon concluding his practice, Yifeng revealed a satisfied smile. Yet, unbeknownst to many, he was not a native of this world, but rather a transmigrant. He had inadvertently traversed into a fantastical realm dominated by monstrous beasts and revered cultivators. After his arrival, he awakened a peculiar system, initially believing it would elevate him to great heights, allowing him to traverse continents and command mountains and rivers. However, to his dismay, this flawed system merely taught him an assortment of skills such as blacksmithing, painting, and healing, alongside traditional martial arts techniques like swordplay, staff techniques, fist forms, and palm method from his previous life. Over the years, he had accumulated a plethora of weapons in the adjacent blacksmith shop, crafted through relentless practice, while the paper from his painting endeavors piled high to the point where it could scarcely serve its purpose. Ultimately, he honed these skills to a level where they rivaled the gods. Yet what was the use? The Tai Chi he had just practiced was indeed exquisite, but this was a fantastical world. He had long resigned himself to his fate. After a brief respite, Yifeng gathered a collection of martial arts techniques he had sketched in his book and made his way toward the dojo's entrance. After all, he relied on selling these techniques to make a living. However, just as Yifeng departed, the back courtyard erupted into activity. Various gleaming weapons surged forth like a swarm of locusts. Master's recent set of punches was utterly breathtaking. A long sword hovered in midair, its voice resonating with a ringing tone. Indeed, each punch exuded profound intricacies, as if merging with the heavens and earth. Another long knife shimmered, echoing with admiration. Alas, but we are neglected. Once Master forged us, he cast us aside in the corner. Exactly. We can only gather dust, never receiving a glance. We truly envy the spatula that was crafted recently, immediately favored by Master upon its creation. A chorus of sighs emanated from the multitude of weapons. As the last word faded, dozens of sheets of rice paper flew out from a nearby latrine. From the rice paper emerged magnificent beings, true dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, and other mythical creatures. Enough. You may at least gather dust, but what of us? We are merely left piled in the latrine, subjected to Master's whims. You should be grateful. Upon their emergence, the mythical creatures began to voice their grievances. Enough, enough, cease the clamor. At that moment, the ancient locust tree awakened with a thunderous rustle, shaking its branches and admonishing in a deep voice. If you continue to bicker, the day Master grows displeased, you shall all be cast into the refuse heap. Upon hearing this, the courtyard fell silent once more. As Yifeng arrived at the entrance of the martial arts hall, he lifted his gaze to the streaks of light traversing the sky, murmuring with a hint of nostalgia. There seemed to be quite a few cultivators around lately. Though he could not practice cultivation himself, he was not far removed from the realm of practitioners. In close proximity to Pingjiang City lay two prominent sects, drawing numerous disciples into the city to procure essential supplies. I've heard that the two venerable ancestors of the Qingtian sect and the Xuanwu sect have established a life-and-death wager, set to unfold in half a month. Thus, countless cultivators from Nansha are coming to witness the battle, remarked a familiar vendor beside Yifeng. Oh, Yifeng nodded, choosing not to delve further, as the matter bore no significance to him. Hey sister, look at these books. They are quite peculiar. I have never seen such books before. At that moment, two enchanting figures appeared at the entrance, one tall and the other small. The younger one, with braided hair, though still in the bloom of youth, possessed features that promised unparalleled beauty and maturity. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at the martial books on Yifeng's stall. In stark contrast stood the other woman. Clad in white, she exuded an ethereal aura, her stunning visage imbued with a frosty demeanor, as if she were a celestial being, keeping the world at bay. She appears to be a cultivator. Yifeng assessed the two women, taken aback. Not only were they stunningly beautiful, but to his surprise, they were also practitioners of first for him. The white-clad woman, Luo Lanchue turned her gaze towards Yifeng. Sitting leisurely, clad in a pristine gray robe, her delicate features were adorned with a gentle smile, offering an air of otherworldliness that was undeniably comforting. Alas, she was but a mortal. "Sister, may I buy one?" The little girl, Lolly, implored, her eyes sparkling with innocence as she looked up at Luo Lanchue. Luo Lanchue's brows furrowed slightly. With the duel between her master and the ancestor of the Xuanwu sect looming in half a month, rumors suggested a balanced contest. Yet, as a direct disciple of the Qingtian sect's venerable ancestor, she knew the odds were barely 2 in 10. Amidst the turmoil surrounding the Qingtian sect, her young junior sister's whimsical desire was infuriatingly out of place. "Luoli, we must go," Luo Lanchue admonished sharply. "But sister, I want it." Luoli pouted, her voice tinged with a pitiful plea. "Luoli, we have matters to attend to. Let us not waste time," Luo Lanchue reiterated sternly. Luoli lowered her head, her lips protruding in a sulk, her enchanting eyes brimming with unshed tears, yet she remained steadfast before Yifeng's stall. With a face as cold as frost, Luo Lanchue found herself at a loss for words to address her little sister. Very well, she conceded at last, dropping a gold coin before swiftly departing with Luoli. Only then did Yifeng regain his composure, calling out, "Hey, 1 gold coin is insufficient." Yet his protest was met with the indifference of Luo Lanchue. Although she heard Yifeng's call, she feigned ignorance, as she possessed but a solitary gold coin and was in urgent need to depart, thinking she might have the opportunity to offer it later. Luo Lanchue's disregard compelled Yifeng to swallow his subsequent words, and he could only helplessly remark, "Very well, this little girl is quite endearing, let us consider it a gift to her." Upon acquiring the martial arts book, Luoli was filled with immense joy, casting aside all other concerns as she eagerly perused its pages. "Wow, sister, this book is truly fascinating," Luoli exclaimed in delight. Luo Lanchue paid her no mind. Sister, just take a glance," Luoli implored, tugging at Luo Lanchue's delicate hand and pouting. "It's genuinely captivating." Luo Lanchue's expression darkened with irritation. The uncertain path beyond the azure sky gate left her with little inclination for such trivial matters. However, just as she was about to turn and admonish her, a fragment of the illustration on the martial arts book caught her eye. In an instant, her delicate frame trembled. She was engulfed by a wave of dread, her complexion paling as she involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 2. The extraordinary master disguised as a mortal. After retreating several steps, Lauren Shui finally steadied her delicate form, disregarding her injuries, and gazed in astonishment at the martial book in Luoli's hands. "This is martial intent." A tumultuous wave surged within Lauren Shui's heart at this realization. What on earth is happening? She had unexpectedly encountered martial intent within a book sold by mortals. If it were not for the persistent reminder of her internal wounds, she might have thought herself to be dreaming. Martial intent, a legendary concept. Not to mention him, even his master, a martial spirit expert, could scarcely comprehend martial intent, which, according to legend, could only be initially grasped by those of the martial emperor level. Although she recognized this as martial intent, it paled in comparison to the mere traces she had sensed during her sect's inheritance under her master, the esteemed Elder Qing Shan. "Sister, what has happened to you?" Luoli asked, her eyes wide with concern as she observed Lauren Shui spitting blood. "I am fine. May I see the book you are holding?" Lauren Shui inquired eagerly, her gaze solely fixed upon the tome. "Of course. This book is truly fascinating," Luoli replied, extending her small arm. Lauren Shui solemnly took the martial book into her hands, only to discover something that instantly turned her gaze of shock upon Luoli. "Luoli, you." At that moment, Lauren Shui's pupils dilated, her heart raced, and she trembled slightly, as though she had witnessed something almost beyond belief. "What is it, sister?" Luoli blinked her large eyes, puzzled. "Your realm?" Lauren Shui exclaimed in astonishment. "How have you elevated it so significantly?" When she had departed the mountain, she had clearly assessed Luoli's realm to be at the first level of martial apprentice, yet now, martial apprentice, 5th level. Upon hearing this, Luoli hurriedly sensed her own realm. "It's true, I am indeed a prodigious talent, haha." As she realized her elevation, she began to boast joyfully. However, Lauren Shui took a deep breath. While Luoli's talent was indeed remarkable, it was utterly impossible for her to have reached such heights, especially not to have broken through 5 levels in such a brief span of time. The only explanation could be, her gaze turned once more to the martial book in her hands. At that moment, she felt her heart unsettled, steadying her trembling jade hands. She inhaled deeply and eagerly flipped the martial book open once more. Taijiquan. The 3 bold characters met her eyes. The strokes appeared hasty and twisted, yet upon closer inspection, they exuded a powerful vigor. Just those 3 characters captivated Lauren Shui deeply, and in her eyes, a different world seemed to unfold. A peculiar Bagua diagram emerged before her. She found herself at its center, gazing upwards at the vast starry sky, where countless stars formed an enigmatic pattern. Unbeknownst to her, she had turned to the next page. In the image, the figure appears vividly alive, her pupils rapidly dilating as a vast palm imprint gently approaches her. Her breath quickens, and beads of fragrant sweat cascade down her forehead. At that moment, she feels akin to a small boat in a tempest, on the verge of capsizing in this boundless expanse. Hastily, she closes the martial tome in her hands and stands still, gasping for air. "Sister, what is wrong?" Yin Luoli anxiously grasps Luo Lanxue's arm, her concern palpable. Luo Lanxue remains momentarily dazed, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. Just as she is about to speak, she is astonished to discover that her cultivation has surged from the 9th level of Martial Master to that of Grand Martial Master. Luo Lanxue stands frozen in disbelief. The divide between Martial Master and Grand Martial Master is a significant chasm for cultivators. Many remain stuck at the 9th level their entire lives. Although she prides herself on her innate talent, she had anticipated a breakthrough at least a year later. Yet now, in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, she has achieved this leap. It must be said that if the news of this breakthrough by the 2 sisters were to spread, it would surely cause a sensation throughout the Qing Shan sect. Wiping the fragrant sweat from her brow, she clutches the martial tome tightly, as if it were a precious treasure. "Sister, what on earth is happening?" Yin Luoli, observing Luo Lanxue's unusual demeanor, grows increasingly worried. "My sister is always so stringent with herself, perpetually in a state of cultivation. Could it be that she has become too anxious, allowing her emotions to lead her astray?" Luoli. At last, Luo Lanxue regains her senses, gripping Yin Luoli's arm with great seriousness. "Promise me, you must not disclose a single word about this book." "Why?" Yin Luoli blinks her large eyes, puzzled. "You need not ask so many questions. All you must understand is that this book—" Luo Lanxue takes a deep breath, her expression grave. "This book could be the greatest opportunity of your life, and it may also determine the fate of our Qing Shan sect." Yin Luoli is momentarily taken aback by this revelation. "Moreover, I must take this book back to show it to our master at the earliest opportunity," Luo Lanxue continues. "All right." Yin Luoli scratches her head, still eager to read more. Though reluctant, she senses her sister's earnestness. Furthermore, she cannot fathom how this book could represent her greatest fortune or impact the survival of the Qing Shan sect. Luo Lanxue pulls Yin Luoli towards their sect. Reflecting on it, that young man, lounging with an extraordinary aura, was no ordinary mortal. He must be an unimaginable master, whose cultivation has already reached a state of returning to simplicity, coming to this small town to engage with the world. Chapter 3. Grateful for the master's gift. As autumn arrived and leaves began to fall, I found myself in this modest martial arts school, unaware of how many springs and autumns had passed. The bustling activity outside my door became a familiar rhythm, and I had long since acclimated to the customs of this foreign realm. Alas, it was time to eat. Perhaps I should order takeout. I rose and waved to the beef noodle stall across the street. The young lad there snapped his fingers and called out, "Mastery, just a moment." I smiled and nodded, reclining back onto my chair. Sigh, takeout every day? I could really use a wife. The sun was glaring, and I squinted my eyes, observing a few young ladies from the rouge shop nearby. I couldn't help but lament. Recently, Inger hasn't visited me. She's always preoccupied with joining a sect to cultivate, yet she lacks the talent. It would be so much better if she stayed by my side as a mistress of the house. Who knows, perhaps one day luck will be on my side, and I might take on a couple of disciples, and then she could rightfully be called Madam Master. Before long, the lad from across the street arrived with my beef noodles, the portion as generous as ever. "Here, take your money." I tossed some coins towards him. "Mastery." It's just a bowl of beef noodles. Why bother with money? He returned the coins with a grin, adding, last time, my old lady got injured and had to rely on your skills. Well then, this bowl is on the house, I replied, not one to stand on ceremony. The locals knew me well. Having lived 2 lives, I understood the ways of humanity. I often helped those in need, including the beggars wandering nearby, earning a bit of respect in the neighborhood. Though I had never truly taught a disciple, I had earned the title of Master E. Just then, a commotion caught our attention. A ragged young boy was thrown out of the Qingshan sect's hall. No, I want to cultivate. Please, let me join the Qingshan sect. The boy, no more than 14 or 15, exhibited remarkable determination. Disregarding the scrapes on his face as he knelt before the elder of the hall, pleading fervently, look at your talent. You think you can join the Qingshan sect? Get lost. The elder kicked the boy in the chest and barked, this is your last warning, brat. If you dare return, I'll feed you to the dogs. What's this? I frowned. Ah, that poor child, the lad sighed. I don't know where he came from, but for days, he's been pestering the Qingshan sect. It seems he truly lacks the talent. A pang of sympathy stirred within me. Cultivation was indeed merciless. Without talent, one was nothing. I considered myself fortunate to be a master, albeit without grand ambitions, for it was a rather pleasant way of life. The boy, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clutched his chest and coughed violently, his steadfast gaze fixed upon the tightly shut gate, filled with resentment. After a long moment, he finally mustered the strength to leave, his steps heavy with despair. As he passed by us, perhaps sensing our attention, he glanced up, caught sight of the beef noodles in my hand, swallowed hard, and averted his gaze as he continued on his way. However, after taking just a few steps, he paused, bending down to pick something up from the ground. He glanced around, lingering momentarily at the beef stall across the street, gritted his teeth, and ultimately turned his gaze back to Yifeng. Shopkeeper, I found a gold coin at your doorstep. Could it be yours? The boy approached, and indeed, his grimy little hand clutched a gold coin. Yifeng exchanged a glance with the young attendant, both reflecting disbelief in each other's eyes. This stirred a pang of shame within Yifeng. Though he sympathized with the boy's plight, he felt powerless to assist. Yet, the boy's character left him feeling self-reproachful. It was evident that he was ravenously hungry, yet he maintained such spirit. Yes, this gold coin is indeed mine, Yifeng affirmed with a nod, suspecting it was the very coin given to him by the emotionless woman. The boy extended his small hand forward, but Yifeng did not take it. Instead, he smiled gently and said, it is yours now. The boy, astonished, bowed deeply in gratitude and hurried towards the beef stall across the street. A customer has arrived, Yifeng remarked with a smile to the young attendant beside him. Master Yi's benevolence knows no bounds, the attendant praised, giving Yifeng a thumbs up before dashing off to the stall. Remember, make sure it's substantial. If the money falls short, charge it to my account. The boy devoured the meal voraciously, finishing one bowl but still feeling unsatisfied. He licked his lips, longing for more, yet, gazing at the solitary gold coin, he had to suppress his desire. The prices here were not low. 1 gold coin was merely enough for a bowl of beef noodles. Just as he was about to rise, the attendant brought him another overflowing bowl. Shopkeeper, what is this? The boy asked in astonishment. The attendant smiled and glanced in Yifeng's direction, and the boy's gaze followed, sparkling with excitement. After a moment of silence, he continued to eat ravenously. Observing this scene, Yifeng smiled, shielding his face from the glaring sunlight with a fan, reclining back in his chair. O benefactor, I bow to you. Please accept me as your disciple. Suddenly, the voice of the boy interrupted, and Yifeng turned to see him kneeling on the ground, looking at him with unwavering determination. You wish for me to accept you as a disciple? Yifeng asked in surprise. Yes. I have come to realize that I lack the aptitude to enter the Qingshan sect, but not only have you shown me kindness, you also run a martial arts school. I humbly ask for your endorsement. As he spoke, the boy bowed his head repeatedly against the ground, declaring, if you grant me this, I am willing to serve you diligently. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the first person to seek him as a master would be under such circumstances. Nevertheless, the boy's character was undeniable, and his fervor was difficult to refuse. Very well, I accept your request, Yifeng nodded. Thank you, master, for your graciousness. The boy quickly knelt to express his gratitude. Without hesitation, he took the bowl Yifeng had used back to the stall. This child truly understands. On Yifeng's face appeared a smile reminiscent of an affectionate aunt. As this was his first disciple, he could not afford to neglect him. Once Zhongqing returned, Yifeng led him into the inner chamber. You wield a blade, do you not? Yifeng inquired, gazing at him. Indeed. Zhongqing lowered his head, the rusted sword at his waist having long since betrayed him. I possess little to offer you, but I gift you this blade, Yifeng declared, presenting a long sword towards Zhongqing. As the weapon emerged, a radiant light shimmered around it, exuding a compelling aura. This sword was among the finest crafted by Yifeng, and as he had no need for it himself, it seemed fitting to bestow such a treasure upon his disciple. Thank you for your generous gift, Master, Zhongqing exclaimed, unable to part with the weapon, and bowed fervently in gratitude. Legend has it that a millennium ago, behind Pingjiang City stood a towering green mountain, reaching high into the clouds, as if to support the heavens. Eventually, an unparalleled master cleaved through the mountain with a single stroke, laying it low and establishing a sect there. Hence it was named the Qingshan sect, passed down through generations, although each successive generation seemed less formidable than the last. The Qingshan sect remained a revered sanctuary for many aspirants over the years. In a grand hall, Luo Lanshui rushed in, her expression fraught with urgency. Disciple seeks an audience with the master, she called respectfully from the entrance, kneeling. Shui, how dare you disturb my seclusion? An authoritative voice resonated from within, laced with irritation and a hint of fatigue. Hearing this, Luo Lanshui felt a twinge of discomfort. Soon, her master would engage in a duel with the venerable ancestor of the Xuanwu sect. Given the disparity in their strengths, and considering the Xuanwu ancestors' cunning and ruthlessness, it was no wonder her master remained in seclusion at this critical juncture. Yet, this thought only heightened her sense of urgency. Master, I have a matter of great importance to discuss, one that may serve as an opportunity for you to triumph over the Xuanwu ancestor. An opportunity to defeat the Xuanwu ancestor? The Qingshan elder was momentarily taken aback, but his tone soon shifted to one of indignation. What have I taught you? How dare you speak so boldly? The battle between me and Xuanwu is beyond the influence of you juniors. Depart at once and cease to disturb me. Master, I do not dare to speak boastfully. Luo Lanshui quickly lowered her head, speaking with urgency. I implore you to grant me an audience. The hall fell into a brief silence before the authoritative voice emerged once more. Your disturbance during my seclusion is unwelcome. Should your claims not hold true, do not blame me for showing no mercy. With those words, the grand doors swung open with a resounding crash. Luo Lanshui breathed a sigh of relief, reverently bearing her martial manuscript as she stepped inside. At last, she beheld the Qingshan elder. The elder sat cross-legged on a mat, his anger somewhat abated as he listened to Luo Lanshui's account, a look of skepticism crossing his face. You mean to say, a mere mortal? The Qingshan elder queried. Indeed, master. To be precise, he is an extraordinary master disguised as an ordinary man, Luo Lanshui elaborated. Humph, a pack of nonsense. The venerable master Qingshan expressed his ire, exclaiming, if such a master truly exists in Pingjiang City, how could I, the esteemed Qingshan, remain oblivious? The notion of martial intent is utterly laughable. Please, master, trust me. This tome is indeed the work of that esteemed elder. You will discern its authenticity upon inspection, interjected Luo Lanshui hastily. Humph. Master Qingshan snorted, waving his hand to summon the martial manuscript into his grasp. Upon a cursory examination, disdain flickered across his visage. The entire book appeared unremarkable, lacking any extraordinary qualities, and it harbored not a trace of energy. Were it not for Luo Lanshui being one of his most cherished disciples, his fury would have led him to cast it aside with a mere gesture, sparing no time on such a trivial volume. Pray, master, do take a moment to peruse it, Luo Lanshui urged, seemingly recalling something important, and she cautioned, I implore you, master, to steady your mind and be wary of any potential backlash. At her words, an expression of impatience crossed Master Qingshan's face, yet he casually opened the martial manuscript. In an instant, his previously indifferent demeanor transformed dramatically. Chapter 4. This book emerged from the hands of a predecessor. He suddenly sat upright, his body trembling involuntarily. Shock, astonishment, disbelief, and a myriad of expressions flitted across his face. Yet, even then, he found himself unable to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within him. It was as if a tempest had erupted, leaving him in a state of unrest. He had never anticipated that what Lauren Xue had said was indeed true. This seemingly mundane book, which he had regarded with disdain, contained an unfathomable depth of martial intent upon being opened. The moment he turned the pages, he felt as though he had been transported to another realm. As a master of martial spirits, the venerable Qingshan ancestor found himself insignificantly small in the presence of the power encapsulated within this book. What manner of individual could possibly have crafted such an extraordinary tome? More astonishing was the realization that the brushstrokes and ink upon its pages, casual and unrefined as they appeared, harbored an incredible martial essence. What level of mastery must the creator possess? Lauren Xue, observing the Qingshan ancestor's expression, could not suppress a bitter smile. When she first laid eyes on this book, she had felt an identical sense of wonder. This only solidified her conviction that the youth reclining with a fan was undoubtedly a peerless master beyond the mundane world. Yet, the more she pondered, the more her heart was troubled. While she was exhilarated by the prospect of Qingshan's sect acquiring such an opportunity, she was equally anxious, her eyes betraying a mix of worry and fear. Then, suddenly, a hearty laughter erupted from the Qingshan ancestor, his hair billowing as an overwhelming aura radiated from him. In an instant, he leaped from his mat like a rocket, crashing through the ceiling and soaring into the sky. At that moment, clouds swirled above Qingshan's sect, heralding an impending storm. Moments later, torrential rain began to pour, and countless strands of spiritual energy converged toward the Qingshan ancestor, who appeared in midair like a blazing sun, shimmering brilliantly amidst the downpour. What? Master has actually broken through? Lauren Xue gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as she watched in awe. The entire Qingshan sect was engulfed in a wave of excitement. For an entire day, the Qingshan ancestor transitioned from the realm of martial spirits to the realm of martial kings. This leap was akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, a significant achievement in the southern cultivation world. Haraha, Xuanwu, you have compelled me to accept your challenge. But I wonder what your expression will be now that I have attained the martial king realm. The Qingshan ancestor's face radiated glory, dispelling the despondency that had previously clouded him. Congratulations, Master, on breaking through to the martial king realm, Lauren Xue said respectfully as she knelt before him. With a swift motion, the Qingshan ancestor approached and gently lifted Lauren Xue, a smile gracing his face as he said, "Xuer, please rise. I misjudged you before. You are a great benefactor of the Qingshan sect and shall be recorded in our annals. Master, you are being overly serious. This is a matter that Snow should undertake without hesitation," Lauren Xue remarked. "By the way, I have been preoccupied with breakthroughs. Please, enlighten me about that mortal. No, that senior. What is his true nature?" The venerable Qingshan gently caressed the martial tome in his hands, eagerly questioning Lauren Xue. Lauren Xue inhaled deeply, the figure in her mind gradually magnifying, her gaze involuntarily becoming reverent. He appears quite youthful, strikingly handsome, and possesses an extraordinary aura. At the time, I thought little of it, but now, in retrospect, his demeanor exuded the essence of a grandmaster. Qingshan narrowed his eyes, meticulously contemplating Lauren Xue's words. "Please, continue." He operates a modest martial arts academy, offering a plethora of martial tomes. Lauren Xue added, "A plethora of martial tomes?" Qingshan gasped, his mouth agape. Lauren Xue nodded solemnly. "Indeed, Master, do not be deceived by his youth. Based on your description, I suspect he might be an exceptionally ancient being." Qingshan spoke gravely, moreover. "I initially surmise his cultivation level to be that of a martial emperor." Martial emperor. Upon hearing this, Lauren Xue was taken aback. In this world, the majority pursue martial cultivation, categorized into martial artist, martial master, great martial master, martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor, martial sect, martial venerable, martial saint, and martial sovereign. While the martial emperor realm seems to be a central pillar within the entire hierarchy, those who attain such a level are exceedingly rare, as the subsequent realms are largely considered legends. After all, the Qingshan ancestor, who once cleaved open the mountain gate with a single sword, only possessed the cultivation of a martial emperor. However, this remains merely my preliminary conjecture. The specifics can only be discerned upon meeting this senior, Qingshan mused thoughtfully. "Thus, Snow, you shall accompany me down the mountain to pay our respects to this esteemed elder." Upon hearing this, Lauren Xue's delicate form trembled, and she hesitated, stammering, "Master, I. What troubles you?" Qing Shan inquired, furrowing his brow. "I fear I may have already offended this esteemed elder." Chapter 5. I suspect he is an extraordinarily ancient being. Upon uttering these words, the worry that lingered in the corners of Lorangsu's eyes was finally released. Her face adorned with an overwhelming expression of regret, as if her insides were twisted in remorse. The past couple of days had left her in a turmoil of emotions, nearly suffocating her with their weight. Although the crisis facing the sect was resolved with the breakthrough of the venerable Qing Shan, the memory of her disrespect that day at the stall left her heart shrouded in desolation. "What? You actually offended him?" The venerable Qing Shan suddenly rose, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Lorangsu and inquiring gravely, "How could you have offended him? Why would you do such a thing?" I. Under the intense questioning of the venerable Qing Shan, Lorangsu uneasily recounted the scene at the stall. Upon hearing her account, the venerable Qing Shan's expression darkened. "Master, I was wrong." Observing his reaction, Lorangsu prostrated herself on the ground, tears welling in her eyes. At that moment, I truly believed he was merely a mortal. I had no inkling he was an extraordinary sage. Humph. The venerable Qing Shan's face turned ashen, filled with disappointment as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lorangsu. "You. Even if he were a mere mortal, you should not have offered him just a single gold coin." "But I only had 1 gold coin on me at that time," Lorangsu pleaded anxiously, "and I thought that 1 coin would suffice for merely a book. Besides, I was preoccupied with thoughts of your duel with Master Xuanwu, which led to my grave mistake." The venerable Qing Shan fell silent. What he initially regarded as a blessing for the Qing Shan sect now posed a potential threat to its very existence. "That you returned alive is truly a stroke of fortune," he remarked with a heavy heart. Lorangsu's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart laden with bitterness. Who could argue otherwise? In retrospect, she had indeed wandered perilously close to the gates of death, possibly endangering the entire Qing Shan sect in the process. "Fortunately, my junior sister is here," Lorangsu said with a sigh of relief, though I offered that venerable one just a single gold coin. He did not pursue the matter further and even mentioned the book was a gift from my junior sister. Perhaps it was due to her charm that he spared my life. "Thus, I believe it is best if Master visits that venerable one personally," Lorangsu said, her voice tinged with despondence. The venerable Qing Shan pondered briefly before shaking his head with solemnity. "Not only must you go, but you absolutely must." Lorangsu parted her lips in protest. "But Master, if my presence incites that venerable one's wrath, it could spell disaster for the Qing Shan sect. The consequences?" She raised her head to question. What do you know?" The venerable Qing Shan admonished, with the discernment of that venerable one. "Do you think he would be unaware of your identity as my disciple and a member of the Qing Shan sect, simply because you chose not to show up?" Upon hearing this, Lorangsu's delicate figure trembled. The fact that the venerable one did not take action against her at that moment indicated that he did not regard such trivial matters with seriousness. The venerable Master Qing Shan stroked his beard and remarked, "Given his esteemed identity, if you sincerely seek to atone for your misdeeds with me, he would scarcely deign to hold a grudge against someone of your youth. Conversely, should we engage in any clandestine antics or behave like mere buffoons behind the scenes, it is such actions that might truly provoke that elder." The Master's admonition was indeed justified. Thus, the disciple willingly accepted the blame and prepared to face the elder's judgment. Lauren Shui, gritting her teeth, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the venerable Master Qing Shan seized Lauren Shui and transformed into 2 streaks of light, soaring towards Pingjiang City. Chapter 6. The Celestial Wolf Mistaken for a Stray Dog Disciple. "Focus on your training. I shall procure some wine," said Yi Feng, as he held a gourd of liquor and instructed Zhong Qing before stepping out of the hall. Master Yi. Many passers-by greeted him as he walked by. It has been too long," Yi Feng replied, his face alight with joy as he clasped his fists in acknowledgement. "Master Yi, come join us." The alluring scent of powder wafted through the air, as several elegantly poised women on the upper floor waved handkerchiefs in his direction. "Ahem, perhaps another time," Yi Feng replied, slightly embarrassed. "Come on, Master Yi. You are so handsome. Let us share a few drinks on the house." The ladies chimed cheerfully. "I cannot allow myself to be entangled in your frivolities," Yi Feng chuckled, casting them a playful glance. Though not intimately acquainted, he recognized them as familiar faces. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the street, as numerous servants and vendors rushed forward. "Master Yi, hurry. Word has it that a foolish dog has appeared from nowhere on this street, and its meat is delectable. Perfect for wine. A vendor shouted. A dog? A fine delicacy indeed. Be sure to reserve some for me. Yifeng called out. Although the dog was indeed a prized catch, he knew he would not be the one to claim it amidst the throng. Just as he was about to continue on his way, he noticed the chaos surging toward him, revealing a group of people wielding staffs, all in pursuit of a hapless dog. The poor creature yelped and dashed about in panic, seeking escape. I am utterly humiliated. How did I, a celestial wolf, come to be perceived as a mere stray dog among these mortals? It lamented, its spirit crushed. As it scurried in desperation, its eyes suddenly brightened. There, amidst the melee, was a delicate fellow leisurely strolling with a gourd of wine, seemingly unimpeded by the surrounding chaos. This is my chance, thought the wolf, and it charged toward the unsuspecting figure, convinced that this frail mortal could not possibly hinder its escape. Oh dear, a foolish dog indeed. How unfortunate for you. Yifeng mused as he saw the dog barreling toward him. If the creature was so insistent on delivering itself into his hands, he would graciously accept. With a swift motion, he prepared himself. How dare these mortals attempt to obstruct me? Do they truly believe they can contain my might? The wolf roared internally. Yet it remained cautious in this critical moment. To avoid any misstep, it summoned the last vestiges of its strength, reserved for such an opportunity. Once it broke through the final mortal barrier, its peril would be averted. The wolf brimmed with confidence. Even this final ounce of energy, infused with its celestial power, could hardly be thwarted by a mere human. Unbeknownst to all, the sun-shaped mark upon the wolf's forehead glimmered faintly, as a translucent energy formed ripples, propelling it toward Yifeng. Shaolan-leg. Yifeng, with a swift kick, propelled himself forward. Bang! A thunderous collision ensued. What? The dog's foolish expression instantly froze. As if it had collided with an immovable force, a wave of dizziness washed over it. Most astonishingly, the last vestige of its demonic power dissipated like smoke upon encountering Yifeng's foot. Why? The dog rolled on the ground, opened its mouth, and succumbed to unconsciousness. Ha! Master Yifeng is truly formidable. The others, witnessing Yifeng's swift defeat of the dog, erupted in congratulatory voices. Ha, merely luck. Yifeng replied with a smile and clasped his fists. And what of this dog? Naturally, it belongs to Master Yifeng. Many chimed in, acknowledging that had it been anyone else, there might have been contention, but they all understood Yifeng's character. It was merely a foolish dog, and none held objections. Thank you. I shall graciously accept, Yifeng said with a grateful smile as he seized one of the dog's hind legs and resumed his drinking. Moments later, Ancestor Qingshan and Luo Lanxue finally arrived at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Master, this is the place, Luo Lanxue said with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Ancestor Qingshan quickly lifted his gaze towards the martial arts hall. The establishment was unassuming, modest in appearance, with a sign prominently displaying the character for martial intricately carved. As Ancestor Qingshan's gaze fell upon this character, his body trembled. It transformed into a colossal fist that struck towards him. Stumbling back, he took several steps in retreat. When he looked up again, he found the character had reverted to its tranquil state, appearing as an ordinary word. Master, what troubles you? Luo Lanxue inquired anxiously. I am fine, Ancestor Qingshan replied, though his countenance betrayed lingering trepidation, and his back was already dampened with cold sweat. After a moment to steady himself, he turned to Luo Lanxue and said, Disciple, did you observe the character for martial on the plaque? Luo Lanxue nodded. This character harbors profound martial intent. Ancestor Qingshan exclaimed in astonishment. I had initially believed this senior to be a martial emperor, yet it appears I have grossly underestimated their prowess. What do you mean, master? Luo Lanxue's lips parted in surprise. Chapter 7. Not a whisper of breath escaped, such a level of mastery. I suspect he has reached the realm of martial sovereign, the successor of the martial emperor. The venerable ancestor of Qingshan took a deep breath and solemnly remarked, a simple word has left me in such a predicament. A martial emperor could never achieve this. After all, I am also a martial king. Luo Lanxue felt a turmoil within her heart. The ancestor of the Qingshan sect, the martial emperor, could cleave mountains with a single sword strike. What kind of existence must a martial sovereign, the successor of the martial emperor, embody? She dared not fathom it. If this esteemed elder were to pursue matters from the past, How could a mere disciple of the Qingshan sect withstand such a dimensional assault? Relax, my disciple. The venerable ancestor seemed to perceive Luo Lanyue's unease, gently patting her shoulder. Life and death are predestined. This esteemed elder is unlikely to concern themselves with someone of your standing. Even if we were to concede the worst-case scenario. Luo Lanyue looked up at the venerable ancestor. If he truly were to pursue it, worrying would be futile. We could only await our demise, the ancestor continued. Luo Lanyue's lips twitched involuntarily. Though the venerable ancestor's words were unpalatable, they were indeed grounded in truth. Taking a deep breath, she nervously accompanied the venerable ancestor toward the martial arts hall. The front hall of the martial arts hall was devoid of any presence. It seems there is no one inside, remarked the venerable ancestor. Indeed, Luo Lanyue nodded, inquiring, what shall we do? Patience. The venerable ancestor clapped his hands, seating himself on the steps. We must avoid recklessly barging in. It would be prudent to wait for that esteemed elder's return. But master, Luo Lanyue observed the venerable ancestor sitting casually on the steps, feeling it somewhat inappropriate. After all, he was the ancestor of the Qingshan sect. Such demeanor was unbecoming of his status, akin to that of the common folk. What if someone were to see? My dear, you are usually quite clever. How is it that you are so muddled at this moment? The venerable ancestor admonished. As you say, this esteemed elder has chosen to descend into the mortal realm for leisure. Thus, he surely does not wish for cultivators to disturb his peace. Therefore, as cultivators visiting, we must adopt the customs of the common folk. Though he could see through us in an instant, this formality must still be observed. Your words hold great merit, master. Luo Lanyue promptly agreed, disregarding her pristine white gown as she squatted beside the venerable ancestor on the steps of the martial arts hall. Before long, Yifeng returned leisurely, one hand carrying a wine jug and the other cradling a wild dog. Upon seeing him, Luo Lanyue's body trembled slightly, exclaiming, Master! The venerable ancestor also swiftly regained his composure, his gaze settling upon Yifeng. Indeed, he was a youth. Most importantly, the venerable ancestor discerned not a trace of cultivation aura emanating from Yifeng. Not a whisper of breath escaped, such mastery. TSK. The venerable ancestor marveled inwardly. Yifeng, naturally, noticed the two figures. The old man was disregarded, his attention shifting to Luo Lanyue, his expression darkening. What in the world was this detestable woman doing here? Before he could utter a word, Luo Lanyue approached, her fists clasped earnestly as she spoke. Senior, I must apologize for my previous transgressions. I beseech your forgiveness. Elder Qingshan hastily followed, a smile gracing his features as he added, Esteemed shopkeeper, I have heard that my niece inadvertently underpaid for the martial tome she purchased. I have brought her here to express our sincere contrition, and I hope you will show us leniency. Upon hearing this, Yifeng scrutinized the elderly man. Judging by his demeanor, it appeared that he was indeed the woman's relative, lacking the imposing presence of his niece, thus likely a mere mortal. Nevertheless, Yifeng found himself somewhat surprised. It was unexpected to discover that this female cultivator hailed from a family of such refinement. Since they had come to apologize, he chose not to make matters difficult. Responding with a smile, it's merely a trifling matter. However, that tome is priced at 10 gold coins, and you must compensate me with the remaining 9. Elder Qingshan was taken aback, exclaiming, Senior, do you truly require 9 gold coins? What other choice is there? Yifeng replied with a sidelong glance, contemplating that 9 gold coins were sufficient for 9 bowls of beef noodles, especially considering that they were dining as a duo. Upon receiving confirmation, Elder Qingshan and Luo Lanyue exchanged a glance filled with excitement and gratitude. It seemed that this esteemed elder had indeed dismissed Luo Lanyue as youthful indiscretion. However, it was apparent that this elder had fully embraced the mortal realm. Had he truly voiced his demands, they would have been compelled to offer the treasured artifact of Qingshan's sect, yet they were merely negotiating for 9 gold coins, allowing them a graceful exit. Nevertheless, it was likely that this mysterious elder would not even cast a glance at their sect's prized possession. Rest assured, we shall procure the 9 gold coins immediately, Elder Qingshan said with renewed enthusiasm, gesturing for Luo Lanyue to assist. Yet, Luo Lanyue's countenance fell as she stammered, Master, I do not possess any gold coins. A chill swept across Elder Qingshan's face, and he hastily rummaged through his own pockets, only to find 3 gold coins. left over from his previous cultivation exercises, which left him feeling quite embarrassed. Yifeng felt a wave of sympathy. It appeared that the two were not in affluent circumstances. Perhaps the girl's talents were lacking, and her family had exhausted their resources in support of her training. Let us postpone this for another time, Yifeng suggested, waving his hand dismissively. How could that be? Elder Qingshan's face was flushed with embarrassment, while Luo Lanxue fidgeted anxiously beside him. It was quite a spectacle that the venerable elder of Qingshan's sect and a favored daughter of heaven could not muster 9 gold coins. Fortunately, after an extensive search in their storage bags, they unearthed a few coins they had long forgotten, finally managing to gather the requisite 9 coins to present to Yifeng. Weighing the coins in his palm, Yifeng's regard for the pair increased significantly. Despite their apparent poverty, they had made the effort to gather their meager savings to atone for their actions, which spoke volumes of their character. Thus, he felt less inclined to chastise Luo Lanxue for her earlier behavior, and with a smile, he proposed, "The matter is behind us. Why not come in for a while and share a meal?" Yifeng also considered that the two had pooled all their belongings for him, and it was likely that they would have no means for lunch thereafter. Given the sincerity of the other party, he felt compelled to reciprocate. "Ah, splendid!" exclaimed the venerable Qingshan ancestor, who had not anticipated that this inscrutable elder would voluntarily invite them to dine. "Please come in. I have just hunted a wild dog, which would pair splendidly with our drinks," Yifeng remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, both Qingshan ancestor and Luo Lanxue turned their gazes toward the wild dog. Initially, they thought little of it, but in the next moment, Qingshan ancestor's body quivered with a sudden tremor. Chapter 8. This venerable elder has managed to procure a celestial devouring wolf as an accompaniment for his libations? A sharp intake of breath escaped my lips, leaving me momentarily speechless. While others may remain oblivious, how could I not recognize the legendary celestial devouring wolf? This formidable creature is a giant among the demon tribes, not only boasting immense strength, but also possessing remarkable innate talents, making it unwise for the average individual to provoke. Yet here stands this elder, audaciously bringing forth a celestial devouring wolf for his drinking pleasure. How utterly outrageous! Observing the bewildered Lauren Snow, the venerable Qingshan leaned in to enlighten her, and she too gasped in astonishment, covering her crimson lips. As we watched Yifeng casually trailing the celestial devouring wolf ahead, our eyes met, and we both struggled to regain our composure. Surely, only an elder of such stature could possess the audacity to summon a celestial devouring wolf for mere revelry. Finally, we followed Yifeng into the martial arts hall, our curiosity piqued about what secrets lay hidden within its confines. The towering threshold, crafted from azure stone, marked our passage. With each step, it felt as though we were crossing from one realm into another. On either side of the hall, 18 paintings adorned the walls, each depicting a distinct martial art, each weapon unique, swords, spears, and knives, among others. A single glance immersed us in an ocean of martial wisdom. As if the entire hall had transformed into an endless arena of combat, the clang of blades ringing in the air. It was as though 18 masters of martial arts were showcasing their techniques in turn. To our eyes, these moves appeared mundane, devoid of energy fluctuations, riddled with flaws. Yet upon closer inspection, they exuded profound essence, revealing subtle complexities within their stillness and movement. "What are you dawdling for? Come, sit," Yifeng's voice broke through our reverie, startling us awake and causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down our foreheads. Once we regained our senses, a palpable sense of dread washed over us. The paintings on the walls encapsulated boundless martial intent, containing layers of wisdom that eluded our comprehension. Though these revelations present opportunities for anyone, they also demand the capacity to absorb such knowledge. Otherwise, they may become insatiable demons that consume the unprepared. Indeed, we had just experienced this. Feeling like mere grains of sand within an immense ocean, the deeper we delved, the more perilous it became. Truly, an inch in this realm can equate to an entire world. Who could fathom that this small Pingjiang city, within this modest establishment, concealed such a vast universe? Thankfully, the elder roused me just in time. Otherwise, I might have been lost within its depths. With hearts still racing, Qingshan and I gazed at Yifeng, filled with gratitude. Had it not been for his timely intervention, the consequences for us would have been unimaginable. Reflecting on this, We felt a sense of relief that we had refrained from recklessly entering while Yifeng was absent. Otherwise, my humble abode rarely welcomes visitors, and there are hardly any decent stools, so please make yourselves comfortable. Yifeng chuckled as he poured 2 cups of tea from a nearby teapot and brought them over. The venerable Qing Shan and his companion were taken aback, quickly rising to accept the tea with both hands, their faces adorned with broad smiles. Yifeng's amiable demeanor immediately eased their tension. It seemed this extraordinary master was not only magnanimous, but also remarkably approachable. By the way, may I ask for your esteemed surname? Qing Shan inquired. I am but a humble Yifeng, he replied, waving his hand with a smile. Master Yi. Qing Shan quickly clasped his hands in greeting. I hardly deserve such a title. I merely run a modest martial arts school in this remote area to make a living. Yifeng replied, shaking his head. Beyond the basics of sustenance, I dare not aspire for more. In comparison to your mindset, Master Yi, I, Qing Shan, feel utterly ashamed. Qing Shan shook his head in humility. Yifeng possessed extraordinary strength, yet maintained such a profound, down-to-earth disposition, devoid of arrogance or vanity. Meanwhile, he had only just entered the ranks of martial kings, not to mention his elevated status within the Qing Shan sect. He also held himself in high regard throughout the entire Southern Sands region. It was laughable how insignificant his achievements appeared in the presence of Yifeng. The disparity between their mindsets was akin to that of clouds and mud. With a sigh, Yifeng thought to himself, if you were akin to me, you might possess a similar mindset. Having traversed realms and merged with a unique gift, I initially believed I would experience the joys of cultivation. Perhaps wielding my sword amidst the skies, filled with pride, and becoming a figure whose mere stomp could shake the continent. After all, aren't the protagonists in novels often depicted this way? Yet, who could have imagined that this system would be so mediocre? In the early years, Yifeng thought perhaps something had yet to be activated, that mastering those techniques would unlock the next realm. However, reality proved otherwise, revealing his misconceptions. In summary, over the years, he had come to see through it all. What other choice did he have but to resign himself to fate? Was there not only the option of toiling away in this small patch of land to earn a meager living? Please, make yourselves comfortable. I shall tend to that wild dog for our meal later, Yifeng said with a smile. His initial encounter with the old man was quite pleasant. Despite the old man's apparent poverty, having more friends could open more paths, perhaps even leading to future assistance. Oh no, please don't. Upon hearing this, Qing Shan quickly stood and exclaimed, Master Yi, there is no need for such formality. I am already quite satisfied to enjoy a simple meal at your place. The wild dog is unnecessary. Very well, then just a light meal it shall be. Yifeng nodded, noting the hour was getting late. If he delayed any longer, they might miss lunch and risk dinner. You all sit tight. I shall find a place to put this dog for now, he said, dragging the dog toward the back hall. The back hall was where Yifeng forged his iron. In the early days, he devoted considerable effort to honing his blacksmithing skills, laboring tirelessly at the forge. However, once he achieved a level of mastery comparable to the divine, he seldom engaged in such tasks thereafter. He would only assist his neighbors, be they butchers or farmers, by crafting a few slaughtering knives or hoes, thereby providing a modest contribution to his household. Upon noticing that Yifeng had refrained from insisting they share a meal of the celestial wolf, the venerable Qing Shan elder immediately broke into a cold sweat. While Yifeng might face no psychological burden in consuming the formidable celestial devouring wolf, the situation was markedly different for him. The celestial devouring wolf clan was not one to be trifled with. Not even 10 Qing Shan sects would dare provoke them. Should he partake in such a feast? The celestial devouring wolf clan, though hesitant to confront Yifeng, would undoubtedly not hesitate to target the Qing Shan sect. Master, I have perfected my training. Just as the Qing Shan elder and Luo Wanxue sat awaiting Yifeng, a young boy of about 13 or 14 approached from the side hall. Does this esteemed elder also have a disciple? Upon hearing this, both were taken aback. Surely, the disciple of such a distinguished figure must be exceptionally talented as well. They exchanged urgent glances, directing their attention toward Zhongqing. Chapter 9. The terrifying kitchen knife. The two gazes seemed intent on penetrating the depths of Zhongqing's being. Sensing such scrutiny, Zhongqing felt a tad uncomfortable, yet he maintained a simple smile, greeting the visitors warmly. Hello, esteemed guests. Although they could not discern anything remarkable about Zhongqing at first glance, he was undoubtedly the beloved disciple of their revered master, warranting their utmost respect. The two promptly rose, bowing in deference. "Please, take a seat. I shall attend to my master's tasks," Zhongqing said, nodding before making his way to the back hall. Once he departed, the two exchanged glances filled with curiosity. "Master, have you gleaned anything from this young man?" "I perceive nothing at all," Luo Lanxue whispered to the elder, Qing Shan. Furrowing his brow, Qing Shan shook his head. "Forgive my dullness, but I discern nothing extraordinary about this youth. In fact, I observe that his meridians are entirely blocked, devoid of any innate talent." "Then why?" Luo Lanxue questioned, perplexed. "Why would such a venerable elder accept him as a disciple?" "Hush!" Qing Shan shot her a stern look. "Such impudence is unbecoming. Your teachings are wise, master." Luo Lanxue replied hastily, realizing her misstep, and lowered her head. "I humbly seek your enlightenment. How can I provide clarity?" Qing Shan sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "Yet, I am certain this young man possesses qualities beyond our comprehension. After all, a disciple of such an esteemed elder cannot be ordinary. It is merely our limited perspective to blame." "Thank you for your patience," Yifeng said with a warm smile as he emerged, his expression apologetic. "I must trouble you to remain seated for a while longer as I prepare a meal for you." With that, Yifeng exited the martial arts hall and returned shortly after from a nearby vegetable stall, carrying an assortment of home-cooked ingredients, before stepping into the kitchen. "Disciple, sitting idly is not a viable option. We cannot allow our elder to toil alone. Let us assist," Qing Shan declared after a brief pause. Nodding in agreement, Luo Lanxue followed Qing Shan into the interior. Beyond the main hall lay a quaint courtyard, adorned with a variety of plants and flowers, and several wooden training dummies were positioned throughout. The atmosphere was serene, filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant scent of blossoms. "How delightful!" Qing Shan marveled as he stood in the courtyard. My Qing Shan's sect's back mountain, shrouded in mist and seemingly sacred, pales in comparison to the tranquility found here. After this reflection, the two made their way to the kitchen. It was neither too large nor too small, yet it was impeccably clean. Upon entering, they found Yifeng squatting on a small stool, diligently picking green beans. "Disciple, we must learn from the elder's admirable dedication," Qing Shan remarked with a sense of appreciation. "If we could embody even a fraction of this earnestness, perhaps we would not encounter so many obstacles in our cultivation." Lauren Shui pondered deeply, absorbing her master's words while observing Yifeng bent over, plucking green beans. In that moment, she seemed to grasp something profound, her state of mind elevating significantly. "Master Yi, allow us to assist you," Elder Qing Shan remarked with a smile. "Is that really appropriate?" Yifeng replied, lifting his head with a grin. "There is nothing inappropriate about it." Elder Qing Shan promptly gestured towards Lauren Shui. Upon seeing this, Lauren Shui hastily picked up the chili peppers from the stove, washing them in the flowing water nearby. Once she busied herself, Elder Qing Shan tugged at his own garment, pondering what he should do. As the esteemed Elder Qing Shan, he had never engaged in such kitchen tasks, yet remaining idle would seem rather arrogant. After much contemplation, he finally found a task and said, "Senior, allow me to assist you with the chopping." "That works," Yifeng responded, not one to be overly formal, and in fact relishing this camaraderie. With a smile, he replied, "The knife is by the cupboard. I would appreciate your help." "Of course," Elder Qing Shan said, his face lighting up as he approached the cupboard in search of the knife. Suddenly, he froze. Hiss! In an instant, Elder Qing Shan stood there, his entire body trembling. As he gasped in shock. Chapter 10. Do seniors have such high standards for kitchen knives? His gaze was fixated on the kitchen knife that hung beside the cupboard. At first glance, the knife appeared utterly unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, one could perceive a fleeting glimmer of light. Prolonged observation might even lead to a loss of sanity. Most alarming was the fact that within that ephemeral shimmer lay a fragment of celestial power. Had he not ascended to the rank of martial king, he would have been oblivious to its presence. It was only after his elevation that he could barely sense its existence. What kind of quality could possess such celestial power? Was it a treasured artifact? A sacred item? Or perhaps that legendary imperial grade? The venerable Master Qing Shan could scarcely fathom it, teetering on the brink of madness. What astonished him further was that such an exquisite item resided in the kitchen of Yifeng. "Yes, it is indeed the knife before you. I kindly remind you," Yifeng said, noticing the dazed expression of Master Qingshan, who seemed uncertain about using it. "Ah, very well." Master Qingshan nodded vigorously, his hands trembling as he finally lifted the knife. In his grip, it felt deceptively ordinary, yet he sensed its weight as if it bore the gravity of 1,000 burdens. He even felt that, wielding this knife, he could contend for 2 rounds with an expert who had 1 foot in the realm of martial emperor, despite just having entered the martial king stage himself. As he grasped the freshly picked and washed green beans, Master Qingshan's hands trembled with anticipation as he prepared to slice them, yet his grip betrayed him, quaking uncontrollably. After all, this was his inaugural encounter with such a remarkable tool, and in his nervousness, he failed to cut the beans even after a brief moment. "This knife truly seems a bit unwieldy. Perhaps it is time to retire it," Yifeng remarked apologetically. He had indeed contemplated replacing it, for this knife was forged not long after he began his foray into blacksmithing. While its sharpness was adequate, he found it rather cumbersome to handle. Upon hearing this, Master Qingshan shuddered. A senior is indeed a senior. Do they hold such lofty expectations even for a kitchen knife? It was worth noting that the very knife Yifeng deemed inadequate was something Master Qingshan had long coveted yet could never attain. In the eyes of the senior, it did not even meet the standards for slicing vegetables. "You are truly too humble. How could such a knife be deemed unworthy?" Master Qingshan mused, wishing fervently that he could possess such a blade. Yifeng could only sigh in response. It appeared that the old man was indeed impoverished, to the extent that he lacked a decent kitchen knife in his household. Before long, a sumptuous feast of 3 dishes and a soup, crafted by Yifeng, was presented upon the table. As the first bite graced their lips, the eyes of Master Qingshan and Luo Lanxue sparkled with delight. Both vowed that they had never tasted such delectable cuisine in their lives. Observing their expressions, Yifeng nodded with a smile, harboring a modicum of confidence in his culinary skills. Though he was a man of leisure, he was compelled by circumstance, as the flavors of the food in this world were often lackluster. Aside from the occasional indulgence in beef noodles from a nearby shop, he had to rely on his own efforts to enhance his meals. Certainly, even the beef noodles from across the street were skills imparted to him by Yifeng. After a hearty meal, Yifeng and his companions were in the back hall. The wild dog, which had been knocked unconscious by Yifeng, gradually regained consciousness. "Ouch! How painful! Damn mortals, just wait until I recover. I will not spare you." The dog seethed with hatred towards Yifeng. For him, it was an immense humiliation to be bested by a mortal, especially since he was not only a member of the Celestial Devouring Wolf clan, but also the son of the Celestial Devouring Demon Emperor. How infuriating! If it weren't for my departure from the tribe and being gravely injured by scoundrels, I would never have found myself in this predicament. He raged internally, wishing to tear his adversary limb from limb. At that moment, the dog finally opened his eyes. Suddenly, countless beams of light shot towards him, blinding him as if he were caught in a storm of blades. When he forced his eyes open, he discovered an array of weapons scattered around him. These weapons, Ao Qing's mouth fell agape in astonishment. They were all of at least spiritual grade. Heavens! How could this be? The dog questioned his very existence. Even as the son of the Celestial Devouring Demon Emperor, he had never witnessed such an abundance of artifacts of higher caliber. Such a collection. One would think even his father had never encountered anything like it. What was even more astonishing was that these weapons lay strewn about as if they were mere scraps. Who could possess such extravagant resources? Wait, Ao Qing seemed to sense something. The weapons scattered across the ground were all defective. Oh my! Ao Qing was even more shocked, unable to calm his racing heart. If even the defective items held the rank of spiritual grade, what caliber could the complete products possibly possess? It is worth noting that the skill required to refine a complete product into a spiritual item differs vastly from that of crafting mere defective goods. Who could possibly be so formidable as to produce defective items of such caliber? It was utterly terrifying. Who was behind this? What sort of place was this? Ao Qing, having regained a modicum of strength from his earlier fainting spell, pushed himself up and cautiously ventured outside. However, in his carelessness, he inadvertently stepped into the front hall. The moment he entered the front hall, he felt as if the world had turned upside down, and overwhelming pressure descended upon him. The paintings lining the walls shimmered with dazzling light, and the 18 types of weapons within them seemed to take form and rush towards him. With a growl, Ao Qing felt his legs weaken, and without a second thought, he turned to flee. What terrifying entity lurked within that hall? It had nearly terrified him to the point of losing control. In a panic, he dashed in another direction, cautiously stepping inside. Phew! He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was nothing of that terrifying nature here. However, someone was present. Moreover, the mortal was also present. Upon encountering this detestable individual, Ao Qing's eyes were instantly filled with a blaze of hatred, and he braced himself, ready to charge forth and rend this wretched mortal apart. Chapter 11. The master of the game posing as a fool in a moment of utmost tension, Ao Qing halted his movements, realizing that the mortal dining with him was none other than Master Yi. Your culinary skills are truly exceptional, Master Yi, exclaimed the venerable Qing Shan Laozu, his complexion glowing with satisfaction. He had never anticipated that not only would he share the kitchen with someone of Yifeng's caliber, but that he would also partake in a meal prepared by him. At this moment, his sense of fulfillment was beyond measure. The mere thought of sharing such intimacy with a figure of this stature would be enough for his grandchildren to boast about for a lifetime. I raise my glass to you, declared Qing Shan Laozu, rising respectfully to pour wine for Yifeng, and he promptly downed it in one go. Master, it was Snow's fault earlier. I am profoundly grateful for your magnanimity. This glass is to you, added Luo Lan Shui, equally eager to pay her respects with a toast. Haha, no need for formality, Yifeng replied graciously, accepting their toasts with composure, acknowledging the misunderstandings that had transpired between them. The old man's aura. Ao Qing observed Qing Shan Laozu, the sun-like mark on his forehead flickering with light as he murmured, though this old man conceals himself well, he cannot escape the gaze of my heavenly devouring demon wolf. To think he has reached the Martial King realm. The Martial King realm is on par with our Demon King's status. Ao Qing's voice was laced with astonishment. A Demon King within the demon tribes is akin to a regional lord. Even in the ranks of the heavenly devouring demon wolves, he holds the position of an elder, wielding significant power. As for the young woman, while she only possesses a realm comparable to our great demon masters, her innate talent is remarkable, given time. She could ascend to a high level of existence. Ao Qing's gaze shifted towards Luo Lan Shui, his surprise evident. Why would a highly talented great martial master and a martial king, comparable to an elder of the demon tribe, show such deference to this mortal, addressing him as master? Are they out of their minds? Ao Qing's claws tapped against his head in confusion, pondering how to eliminate this mortal when a sudden realization struck him, causing his gaze to snap back to Yifeng. Gasp! His eyes widened in shock, and he inhaled sharply. Could it be that this mortal? It seemed as though to validate Ao Qing's thoughts, Yifeng, who was hosting Qing Shan Laozu and Luo Lan Shui in the hall, casually remarked as he saw them toasting, "There is no need for such politeness. It is I who should be honored by your presence in my humble abode, and I have little to offer in the way of hospitality." Crack! As these words reached Ao Qing's ears, his body trembled. It was as if a thunderclap reverberated in his mind. At that moment, he comprehended that this so-called mortal was far from ordinary. He was, in fact, the master of this house. The scattered spiritual weapons in the back hall and the 18 terrifying paintings in the front hall were all crafted by his hand. Otherwise, why would a master of a level comparable to an elder of his demon tribe and a remarkably talented young woman show him such reverence? No wonder, when I unleashed my demonic powers to strike this mortal, it seemed impossible for him to withstand my force, and yet he effortlessly countered my attack. It turns out he is a formidable master of profound abilities, concealed beneath a veneer of simplicity. I have heard my father, the heavenly devourer, speak of many human experts whose minds are flawed. Despite their celestial prowess, they choose to masquerade as mere mortals, playing the fool to ensnare the unsuspecting. This individual must surely be one of them. Ao Qing was increasingly convinced of his theory. However, as this realization dawned upon him, a wave of trepidation washed over his face. The treasures within his abode were beyond even that of his father, the heavenly devourer. It was evident that this master, disguised as a mortal, was at least of equal stature to his father. Such an esteemed figure was someone he could only revere from a distance. It was laughable that he once harbored thoughts of revenge. He was merely a fragile egg attempting to clash with a boulder. Yet, the question lingered. Why had this master chosen to capture him? Ao Qing found himself in a state of utter confusion. He bore no grievances against this individual, nor was there any connection between them. He had been seized without cause. After his capture, he had neither been harmed nor killed. It is often the inscrutable that evokes the greatest fear, and how could he presume to fathom the thoughts of someone of such caliber? As Ouching grappled with these perplexities, Yifeng, having consumed 2 more cups of wine, increasingly felt that this elder was worth cultivating a friendship with. Therefore, he cordially extended an invitation. Since both of you arrived in haste this time, should you find yourselves free in the future, I warmly welcome you to my humble abode once again. When you return, I shall prepare a feast of dog meat hot pot for you, having dealt with that cur myself. Chapter 12. You shall stay and guard for me, master. He was exceedingly gracious. Upon encountering Yifeng, who even extended an invitation for a future visit, the venerable Qingshan ancestor was overwhelmed with excitement. However, the thought of confronting the devouring sky demon wolf instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Yet, after some contemplation, he reasoned that since this esteemed elder had cordially invited him multiple times, he had little cause for concern. If the devouring sky demon wolf clan were to pursue the matter, they would surely reconsider the implications of dining with such a distinguished figure. After all, he had shared a kitchen and a meal with this esteemed elder. With this realization, Qingshan ancestor's confidence surged. He clasped his hands together and expressed, "It is an honor for Master Yi to extend an invitation to me. In light of this, I shall bring fine wine upon my next visit and pay my respects to the master." Well said, Yifeng replied with a gentle smile, deftly lifting his chopsticks to select some dishes. Their exchange was overheard entirely by Ao Qing, who stood at the doorway, trembling uncontrollably, his face a portrait of despair. "Is this master intending to turn me into a hot pot?" he lamented. The thought plunged him into a state of hopelessness, curling up on the ground in a shiver. "Oh heavens, what am I to do? In this predicament, I am neither able to fight nor flee. I cannot meet my demise here. My father has always looked down upon me, and I ventured forth to prove my worth. I cannot afford to be reduced to mere dog meat hot pot." With this resolve, a spark reignited in Ao Qing's eyes. He had formulated a plan to plead for mercy before this formidable figure and to conduct himself with utmost propriety, perhaps securing his life and freedom. Half an hour later, after a sumptuous feast, Yifeng and his companions expressed their gratitude for Master Yi's generous hospitality and took their leave. As the time drew near, Qingshan ancestor, displaying a sense of propriety, began his farewell. "Very well, disciple, please see our guests off," Yifeng said, stifling a belch and gesturing to the 2. "Yes, master," Zhongqing replied respectfully, escorting Qingshan ancestor and his companion to the entrance of the martial arts hall. "Thank you, young master, for your kind escort," Qingshan ancestor said, bowing politely as he stood outside. "You are too kind. Master has expressed that you are always welcome to visit," Zhongqing replied with a nod. "Indeed, indeed," Qingshan ancestor said gratefully, exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhongqing before the latter returned to the hall. After parting ways, Qingshan ancestor stood at the street corner, a broad smile illuminating his face. Upon leaving, he realized that his recently attained yet somewhat unstable martial king realm had solidified remarkably. The solidity he now experienced rivaled that of a martial king who had spent decades in breakthrough. "Today's journey has been truly worthwhile," Qingshan ancestor mused, marveling at the unexpected turn of events that had spared him from the brink of despair at the hands of the Xuanwu ancestor. Yet, in his perspective, the most significant benefit was not merely the breakthrough in his realm. Rather, it is an elevation of the mind. Such an elevation is serendipitous and cannot be sought. It must be comprehended through personal insight. It is precisely this return to simplicity, along with an extraordinary humility and tranquility in Yifeng's demeanor, that has allowed him to gain profound understandings. Beside him, Luo Lanxue wore a relaxed expression. After having offended Yifeng, the heavy burden on her heart had finally lifted. As a person of such caliber, he not only refrained from holding grudges against her, but even invited her to dine, which filled Luo Lanxue with admiration. Compared to the so-called favored ones of the sects, this esteemed elder seemed like a celestial being in contrast to mere mortals. However, there remained a mystery surrounding that youth. I have yet to see through the depths of his character. Observing the departing figure of Zhongqing, the old ancestor of Qingshan let out a soft sigh, still unable to discern what distinguished Zhongqing from others. Yet, if he were not exceptional, how could someone of Yifeng's stature take notice of him? Schwer, upon our return to Qingshan's sect, let us diligently research historical records. I am eager to uncover the talents that allowed this young man to study under such an esteemed elder, instructed the old ancestor. Yes, replied Luo Lanxue, clearly intrigued. Shortly thereafter, the two of them transformed into streaks of light, heading back to Qingshan's sect with great satisfaction. Upon his return, Zhongqing took it upon himself to tidy the dishes. Yifeng cast a satisfied glance at Zhongqing, although it meant accommodating one more person. Having such an obedient child was a worthwhile endeavor. As he entered the courtyard, prepared to recline on a lounge chair, he suddenly noticed a dog staring intently at him. Oh, Yifeng exclaimed in surprise. Was this not the very dog he had brought back? After enduring numerous blows on the street, and even receiving a kick from him, it was astonishing that this dog had survived. He had intended to prepare it for a hot pot feast. Truly, this dog was remarkably resilient. The dog gazed at him, seemingly pleading. What could this dog want? Yifeng pondered. Just then, the dog bent its legs and knelt before him, bowing its head. Although it was somewhat humiliating for Ao Qing, the son of the devouring sky demon emperor, to kneel before a human, the overwhelming strength of this individual compelled him to endure. Are you begging for mercy? Yifeng asked in astonishment, taken aback by the dog's human-like understanding. Hearing Yifeng's words, the dog nodded its head. Yifeng, taken by surprise, reflected on the dog's remarkable intelligence and recalled a Siberian husky he had once owned in his past life. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, Enough, enough. You have a life too, and I will not harm you. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing's heart filled with joy, relieved that he had chosen to plead for mercy. Though it was somewhat degrading to kneel, it seemed that this esteemed individual possessed a kind heart. Lowering his head, Ao Qing expressed his gratitude profusely. Quite impressive. Yifeng reclined on the lounge chair, lifting the dog's chin with his foot in admiration. Ao Qing furrowed his brow. What was his status? Although the demon emperor does not hold him in high regard, he is nonetheless the scion of the celestial devouring demon wolf clan, and he cannot simply allow himself to be treated with such disdain. An intense anger surged within him. Even if one possesses strength, such humiliation is intolerable. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and endured, for life and freedom are paramount. Once he escapes this place, the skies will be vast and the seas boundless, allowing him to surf freely. Since you are so understanding, I happen to need a gatekeeper. You may stay here, the man, Yifeng, remarked, his intentions clear. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing's fur bristled in alarm, and despair flooded his heart. He never anticipated that this individual would not relinquish his hold on him. What? Do you refuse? Yifeng did not concern himself with whether the creature could comprehend his words. He bent down and ruffled the wolf's head. Who would want to be around a perverse being like you? Ao Qing was on the verge of tears. I still have to prove myself. If I remain here, it would be akin to losing my freedom. Who knows when guests might arrive, and you might turn me into a hot pot. Yet he could not allow his true feelings to surface, especially in light of Yifeng's earlier threatening tone. He was unwilling to lose the hard-won chance to preserve his life, only to become a mere dish. Thus, he suppressed his indignation and resentment and nodded in acquiescence. Very well, I shall bestow a name upon you. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Now that there is an addition to our ranks, my finances are somewhat strained, so I shall call you Wealth, to bring prosperity to our martial arts school. Wealth? Ao Qing lamented internally. Could you not grant me a name that carries more prestige? Yet, he resigned himself to the situation. Surviving was a fortunate outcome. However, he had initially believed this wretched human to possess a good heart, only to discover otherwise. Indeed, humans are treacherous creatures. Unbeknownst to Yifeng, who viewed him merely as an ordinary mutt, he recalled that the wolf likely had an empty stomach and called out, Disciple, do not waste the leftover food. Bring it to me. Ao Qing was momentarily stunned as he watched Zhongqing carry over the remnants of their meal. Disciple, it is a miracle this dog has survived. So I intend to keep it. In the future, do not waste any leftovers. Yifeng instructed Zhongqing. Master is compassionate. Zhongqing nodded, affirming. I will save the leftovers for him from now on. Good disciple, Yifeng praised with a smile. Listening to their exchange, Ao Qing's expression darkened with fury. Was the plan truly to feed him leftovers? No. I am the illustrious celestial devouring demon wolf, the son of the demon emperor. How could I stoop to consuming scraps? Such disgrace, and utter humiliation. Humans. Damnable humans. Ao Qing rampaged through the courtyard, To save his own life, he knelt before this human. Yet he could not endure such humiliation. This was intolerable. No, he would not comply, absolutely not. He clenched his jaw, silently vowing that he would rather perish than consume these scraps and leftovers. Chapter 13. I must escape from the clutches of humanity, master. This dog refuses to eat. Zhongqing opened his mouth, casting a glance at Yifeng. Perhaps he is a bit shy, Yifeng remarked while stroking his chin. What shall we do? Zhongqing inquired. Just pour the food on that stone slab. He will eat when he is hungry. You continue with your tasks. Yifeng commanded. How utterly intolerable. This is simply too much. Qing turned his head aside, glaring at Yifeng with hatred. Initially, he had felt grateful that Yifeng spared his life. Now, all he harbored was a deep-seated resentment. That little gaze of his bears an uncanny resemblance to my former life as husky. Observing Qing's expression, Yifeng could not help but rub the dog's head affectionately. However, to Qing, this was merely a blatant insult. Yifeng paid him no further heed, having just enjoyed a hearty meal. It was the perfect time for a midday nap. He reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, occasionally waving a fan, and soon fell into a gentle slumber. As he watched the peacefully sleeping Yifeng, Qing's face was filled with fury. He contemplated whether to seize this opportunity to attack the wretched human. Yet, in the end, he succumbed to his own weakness. He was acutely aware that any act of defiance would lead to certain demise. No, I must escape from the clutches of this human. I yearn for freedom. Throughout the entire afternoon, Qing pondered how to flee from this hellish place. However, contrary to his desires, the front hall was an unavoidable passage. He ventured into the hall several times, only to be deterred by the intimidating 18 portraits that rendered him motionless. Ultimately, he conceded defeat, exhausted, and laid down on the ground. But I am so hungry. Lying there, his stomach growled incessantly. As for Yifeng, he had already endured a long escape and was ravenous as well. His gaze inappropriately fell upon the leftover food on the ground. No, as the noble son of the devouring sky demon wolf clan, how could I consume the leftover scraps of mere mortals? Absolutely not. Qing's resolve was firm. The sky gradually darkened. Yifeng prepared a couple more side dishes, then recalled Wang Kai's situation, asking, Disciple, has Wang Kai still not eaten? No, master, Zhongqing replied with concern. Will he starve? Do not worry. Yifeng softly reassured him. He is likely just shy. Let us bring him the remaining food shortly. Yes, master, Zhongqing nodded respectfully. Before long, a fresh round of dinner was served in the backyard. How long must this wretched human humiliate me? Qing seethed at the sight. How could the illustrious devouring sky demon wolf clan submit to the hands of humanity? Even if I were to starve today, I would never consume a morsel from these mortals. Gurgle. As soon as the words left his mouth, a peculiar growl emanated from his stomach. Casting a glance at his empty belly, his gaze unwittingly drifted towards the remnants of a meal still steaming with warmth. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood, he thought, granting himself an exception for just this once. With a determined bite, Qing resolved, just this once. With Yifeng and Zhongqing absent, he swiftly dashed over to the leftover food scattered on the ground and began to feast. How delightful! It must be said, this wretched human's cooking was surprisingly delectable. As the food graced his palate, Qing felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, unable to suppress a compliment. After devouring the meal ravenously, he found himself still yearning for more. At that moment, Yifeng sauntered into the courtyard. You wretched mutt, so full of airs before, refusing to eat, and now look at you, devouring every last morsel, Yifeng remarked, a smirk gracing his lips as he observed the clean stone slab. Hiss! Qing's lips curled in anger, causing his entire body to tremble. It dawned upon him that this human regarded him merely as a plaything, not only demeaning him with scraps, but also mocking him with such words. Yet he dared not retaliate against this person. That night, Qing's resentment festered. When the following day arrived and Yifeng entered the courtyard, Qing bared his sharp teeth in a snarl. Yifeng merely shot him an indifferent glance and proceeded into the back hall. With nothing else to occupy his time, he recalled that the kitchen's knife had grown dull and resolved to forge a new one. Blacksmithing was laborious. Every aspect, from heat to strength to shaping, was crucial. Hence, after achieving mastery in his skills, he had not engaged in the craft for some time. Suddenly, the thought of the labor he wished to avoid struck him. and he directed his gaze towards Ao Qing, a sly smile creeping across his face. To Ao Qing, this smile was nothing short of chilling. He could only wonder what new indignity this contemptible human would concoct to humiliate him. Well then, let's proceed, Yifeng exclaimed, taking hold of Ao Qing and leading him to the forge's bellows. As the bellows could be operated to stoke a great fire, Yifeng contemplated a clever modification, employing Ao Qing to operate the bellows in a manner akin to a donkey turning a millstone, which would save him considerable effort. Without hesitation, he set to work. The bellows were swiftly altered, and Ao Qing was secured to them. Yifeng, not knowing where he had procured it, suspended a dog bone before Ao Qing's mouth, akin to dangling a carrot before a donkey. Thus, an ingenious perpetual motion machine powered by a bone was born from Yifeng's handiwork. I am truly a genius, Yifeng chuckled to himself, delivering a swift kick to Ao Qing's rear. Let's go, human. I am your sworn enemy. Ao Qing seethed inwardly. Why must you humiliate me in such a manner? Rather than this, you might as well end my life. Yet, in the face of death, he lacked the courage to act, compelled by Yifeng's dominance. He could only sluggishly begin to operate the bellows. Yet the hatred within him grew ever stronger. Under the impetus of Ao Qing, the bellows stirred, and a great fire blazed forth. Yifeng, wielding a pair of tongs in one hand and a hefty hammer in the other, commenced the process of shaping the glowing iron block. With a resounding thud, he brought the hammer down, causing Ao Qing, who had previously worn an expression laden with resentment, to widen his eyes in astonishment. His face displayed an unmistakable sense of disbelief. This. Chapter 14. The elder was actually cultivating me. A look of profound disbelief flickered across Ao Qing's face. Just moments ago, when Yifeng delivered that powerful strike, it sparked a faint glimmer, which in his eyes transformed into twinkling stars, scattering in all directions. Was this merely a spark? It was nothing short of the essence of martial arts. Although he belonged to the demon race and practiced cultivation differently from humans, such extraordinary phenomena could nevertheless bestow upon him immense benefits. Particularly, the scattered sparks that danced upon him felt like a baptism of martial prowess. In that instant, the wounds that had plagued him for half a year inexplicably healed by 20%. Bang! Another strike landed. Flames erupted once more, cascading onto Ao Qing's body, further enhancing his sense of comfort. His injuries had nearly healed by half. He turned his gaze towards Yifeng, who appeared unremarkable yet, for reasons unknown. His figure seemed to magnify infinitely in Ao Qing's eyes, radiating a golden light akin to a dazzling little sun. I understand now, I understand. Ao Qing murmured excitedly to himself, his eyes, once filled with resentment, now glistening with tears of gratitude. This human elder's intention in capturing him was to nurture him, and the previous humiliation was undoubtedly a means to temper his resolve. After all, his father had often remarked upon his arrogance, deeming him a sheltered flower, untested by adversity, which was precisely why he had looked down upon him. Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, how could one explain the elder's simultaneous acts of humiliation and healing? With this realization, Ao Qing's heart brimmed with remorse and shame. After this elder had saved him, not only had he labored to refine his spirit, but he had also aided in his recovery. Yet, what had he done? He had harbored nothing but animosity towards this elder. He felt like a base ingrate, unworthy of such kindness. The weight of regret compelled him to wish he could strike himself repeatedly. I cannot disappoint the elder. Regret is futile. Diligence is the greatest tribute I can offer. Ao Qing's gaze filled with determination as his limbs quickened, conjuring a gust of wind in his wake. Well done, indeed. Yifeng praised as he observed the roaring flames in the furnace. As expected, not disappointing the elder is the finest repayment. Upon hearing Yifeng's commendation, Ao Qing was overwhelmed with excitement. The thought that the elder had exerted such effort solely for him made him no longer perceive assisting Yifeng as a humiliation. To receive cultivation from such an elder was indeed a privilege. Before long, the newly crafted kitchen knife had taken shape. Meanwhile, Ao Qing, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, paid no mind to his exhaustion, fixating instead on the knife that still shimmered with embers. The blade. As Ao Qing's words fell, Yifeng cast a satisfied glance, then waded through the water. When he emerged, Ao Qing gasped in astonishment. This knife is a royal, a supreme artifact? No, that cannot be right. Ultimately, Ao Qing realized that he could not discern the rank of this kitchen knife, for it had transcended the boundaries of his understanding. He only knew that this was the most exquisite divine weapon he had ever witnessed. How extraordinary! To think I have borne witness to the birth of such a divine weapon, and that my efforts contributed to its creation. Ha ha, father. One day you shall see that I am no less capable than your other sons. If you were to learn that I collaborated with this esteemed elder in forging such a divine blade, perhaps you would no longer look down upon me. With this thought, Ao Qing cast a grateful gaze towards Yifeng. Noble one, fortune has finally favored me, Ao Qing. If I spend a little more time with this elder, who knows what might transpire? TSK, TSK. Observing the dog in a fit of excitement, Yifeng shot at a glance. Though its breed eluded him, it bore a striking resemblance to a husky. Perhaps it is the husky of this world. Master, we have guests, announced Zhongqing respectfully as he approached. Oh, they have arrived. Yifeng replied with a casual nod, while examining the newly forged kitchen knife, and made his way to the outer hall. At the entrance stood a young maiden, around 17 or 18 years of age. She was graceful and poised, her features exquisite, though her attire was modest. She was undeniably a beauty of the highest caliber. Chapter 15. Joining the Qingshan sect is my dream Inger. Upon seeing her, Yifeng's eyes sparkled. The young lady before him was none other than his childhood companion, Peng Ying, whom he had not seen for several months. Well, Peng Ying nodded. Come, let us sit inside. Yifeng took her delicate hand, smiling as he spoke. Never mind. Peng Ying withdrew her arm from his grasp, hesitating momentarily before finally saying, I won't sit. I just came to take a look. By the way, I have good news. I've successfully joined the Qingshan sect as an outer disciple. Is that so? Congratulations. Yifeng replied, though his heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions. On one hand, he felt joy for Peng Ying, on the other. A selfish part of him wished she would not pursue cultivation, for it implied they might not see each other for an extended period. I know you don't want me to cultivate, Peng Ying sighed, but joining the Qingshan sect is my dream. You should be happy for me. Yifeng forced a bitter smile and sighed. Indeed, each has their own path. I should support your dream. Just be happy for me. After a moment's contemplation, Peng Ying added, I must take my leave now. I probably won't come to see you again. With that, she turned and walked towards the door. Yifeng opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond, yet he understood the implication of her words. Now that she had begun her cultivation journey, their paths had diverged. However, having experienced 2 lifetimes, Yifeng found solace in the thought that everyone has their own aspirations. With this in mind, he hurried to catch up with Peng Ying, calling out, I wish you well, but please take care of your parents. They will be fine, Peng Ying replied thoughtfully. Yifeng nodded. Since his own parents had vanished, Peng Ying's family had treated him with great kindness. Remembering this, he extended a kitchen knife towards her. I have nothing else to give you. I recall your mother asking me to help her with a knife the last time we spoke. Please take this to them. Peng Ying frowned slightly at the sight of the knife, her expression difficult to read. Inger, are you ready? We must return to the sect. A young man in white robes approached, cradling a long sword, and gently inquired. Wu Jia, wait for me a moment, I will be right there. By the way, this is my friend Yifeng, Peng Ying said softly. All right, but do hurry, the young man replied gently, casting not a single glance at Yifeng, for he deemed him merely a mortal unworthy of acknowledgement. Who is he? Yifeng furrowed his brow. Peng Ying's expression grew complicated as she sighed and said, I hope you won't hold it against me. You know my talent is merely average. It is only with his assistance that I was able to enter the Qingshan sect. I cannot betray him. As for the knife, keep it for yourself. With that, Peng Ying hurriedly followed the young man in white, vanishing from Yifeng's sight. Her words echoed in Yifeng's ears. I cannot betray him. But what about Yifeng himself? What was he worth? It was truly ironic. Yifeng uttered a terse remark, do not bother. He sheathed the kitchen knife and placed it in the kitchen. Disciple, tend to the shop. He instructed before reclining in the lounge chair. After consuming 2 cups of wine, he succumbed to a deep slumber. In the grand hall of the Qingshan sect, the venerable ancestor of Qingshan sat majestically in the high seat. Below him, aside from Luo Lanxue and others, were the esteemed elders of the Qingshan sect, with the personal disciples of each elder positioned behind them. Such a congregation of the sect's elite was indeed a rare occurrence. The atmosphere in the hall was thick with gravity. The duel between the Qingshan ancestor and the Xuanwu ancestor would not cease simply because the Qingshan ancestor had achieved a breakthrough. Initially, it was assumed that the Qingshan ancestor's ascension to the martial king realm would render the duel devoid of suspense. However, recent news confirmed that the Xuanwu ancestor had surpassed the martial king realm a decade prior. This revelation sent the emotions of the Qingshan sect's members spiraling like a roller coaster. One was a freshly inducted martial king, while the other had been in the realm for 10 years. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. "Let us pool our thoughts and devise a strategy," declared Zhu Yun, the sect leader, his voice resonating beneath the Qingshan ancestor. The hall fell into a profound silence. In the face of absolute power, all schemes appeared futile. Was it truly the fate of the Qingshan sect to face demise? At that moment, a young man clad in white, wielding a sword, stepped forward. He was a personal disciple of one of the elders, and had he been present, Yifeng would recognize him as the individual who previously appeared alongside Peng Ying. Chapter 16. To borrow the blade of the ancestor, the Xuanwu, so be it. "Yu Wujia, do you have anything to say?" inquired Zhu Yun, respectfully reporting to the ancestor and the sect leader. "If we cannot confront the Xuanwu ancestor directly, why should we not evade battle?" Yu Wujia questioned. At this, some senior members in the hall exchanged wry smiles. They understood that evasion was impossible. The two ancestors harbored deep-seated grudges and had long ago signed a contract for today's duel. This pact, sworn upon their very lives and witnessed by the heavenly principles, dictated that should either party retreat from battle, they would face divine retribution. If the Qingshan ancestor were to withdraw, it would mean a defeat for the Qingshan sect without a fight. "Enough, relying on you is futile," the Qingshan ancestor rebuked, his expression grave. Yet he felt a sense of relief compared to the others, for he had already devised a strategy. If he could borrow that formidable kitchen knife from the esteemed elder at the martial arts hall below, victory in this battle was not entirely out of reach. "Everyone, you may leave," the Qingshan ancestor gestured dismissively. "Ancestor, what do you mean by this?" The crowd was puzzled. The ancestor had not even revealed his plan, and his abrupt departure raised concerns about his resolve to fight. If he was indeed resigned to defeat, what would become of the Qingshan sect? The faces around him were etched with anxiety and despair. "I have a plan," the Qingshan ancestor said, sensing the need to reassure them. "I will procure a blade. If I can acquire it, the Xuanwu will be merely a trifling adversary." "A blade? What blade?" The crowd was filled with confusion. Though both the Xuanwu and Qingshan were of the same realm, the Xuanwu had a decade's worth of cultivation advantage. While a fine weapon could significantly enhance one's strength, a mere knife would hardly bridge a gap of 10 years, especially in the realm of martial kings. "Once I successfully acquire the blade, I shall return to show you," the Qingshan ancestor replied with a hint of impatience. Were it not for the necessity to maintain order among his followers at such a critical juncture, he would not openly discuss such a weapon. Despite lingering doubts and unease, the crowd obediently dispersed, intrigued by the blade the ancestor had mentioned. "Zhu Yun, wait. Accompany me on this journey," the Qingshan ancestor called out, recognizing Zhu Yun's unique position. It was essential that the sect leader be informed of the esteemed elder's existence. Should he inadvertently provoke trouble, the consequences would be dire. The two swiftly made their way to the streets of Pingjiang City, still a distance from the martial arts hall, and the Qingshan ancestor began to conceal his aura as they walked. "Master Uncle, what is the reason for this?" Zhu Yun, also a disciple of the Qingshan ancestor, inquired with perplexity. "Why not simply fly there?" What do you know?" The venerable Qingshan master admonished. "You too must immediately temper your aura and heed my signals." Although Zhu Yun was perplexed, he complied and restrained his presence, then inquired, "Master Uncle, does this humble Pingjiang city possess the blade you seek?" "A frog in a well," the Qingshan master reprimanded tersely, his mind solely focused on meeting Yifeng. Upon arriving at the martial arts academy, he spotted Yifeng reclining on a lounge chair at the entrance. "This is the place," Qingshan master declared with palpable excitement. "Master Uncle, is this not merely a decrepit martial arts academy?" Zhu Yun glanced around dismissively and asked in confusion, as the esteemed ancestor of Qingshan's sect, "Why must you demean yourself so?" "Silence," the master thundered with fury. "Moreover, under no circumstances shall our titles or interactions relate to cultivation." Zhu Yun dared not retort further. "Haha, mastery," Qingshan master called out with a changed demeanor. Yifeng, lounging at the entrance, lifted the fan that had covered his face, glanced over, and smiled. "Ah, it is you." "Indeed, it is I." Qing Shan Master nodded earnestly, his demeanor akin to a chick pecking for grain. Beside them, Zhu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? The normally commanding ancestor of Qing Shan's sect was behaving like a timid chick before a mere mortal? Why? This mortal could easily dispatch him with a casual swipe. Chapter 17. Who is being looked down upon? Although doubts lingered in his heart, he dared not voice them. "Master Yi, this is my..." Ancestor Qing Shan slightly turned, preparing to introduce Zhu Yun to Yi Feng. Yi Feng waved his hand, interrupting, "I can tell. You are uncle and nephew, aren't you? Truly impressive, esteemed elder." Ancestor Qing Shan wore an expression of admiration. However, it seemed he had acted unnecessarily. For with this elder's extraordinary perceptiveness, he likely discerned Zhu Yun's identity with a mere glance. Yi Feng chuckled lightly. It was hardly an issue. An elderly man like Qing Shan and a middle-aged man like Zhu Yun, their close relationship and Zhu Yun's profound respect suggested they were indeed related as uncle and nephew. "However, you have arrived at an opportune moment. I have run out of wine. Do you have any?" Yi Feng boldly requested. For it was impossible for him not to feel troubled by that woman, Panyang, and his home's remaining stock had already been depleted. Yes, Ancestor Qing Shan hastily replied, but upon remembering his hurried departure, he realized he had forgotten to bring any wine. Fortunately, Zhu Yun was nearby. He turned his gaze towards him. "Uncle Yu." A sense of foreboding surged within Zhu Yun. "Bring out that precious wine of yours." Ancestor Qing Shan commanded. Zhu Yun's face darkened, filled with reluctance. That wine was a rare treasure. He could only produce 3 bottles of each year, and he seldom shared it with anyone, let alone offering it to a mere mortal. "Hurry." Seeing Zhu Yun's ungratefulness, Ancestor Qing Shan grew impatient, delivering a sharp rap on Zhu Yun's forehead. "Master Uncle, at least show me some respect. I am the leader of Qing Shan's sect. If others see this, where will my dignity lie? What of a mere sect leader? Are you puffing yourself up?" Ancestor Qing Shan scolded. "I warn you, here, even if you were a dragon, you must behave." As he spoke, he aimed another strike at Zhu Yun. Zhu Yun quickly stepped back, looking at Ancestor Qing Shan with a face full of grievance. "Still not bringing out the wine?" Ancestor Qing Shan demanded. Under the pressure of Ancestor Qing Shan, Zhu Yun reluctantly produced the precious wine. "Look at your stingy demeanor, so whiny. It is your honor to present this wine today," Ancestor Qing Shan chastised, snatching the bottle. Then, shifting his expression, he smiled warmly, addressing Yi Feng. "Master Yi, this wine is rather ordinary. I wonder if it suits your taste. Please bear with it." Yi Feng smiled in return. He was never one to be overly polite. He took a small sip and remarked, "The wine is good, though it lacks a bit of flavor." Ancestor Qing Shan continued to eat eagerly. Meanwhile, Zhu Yun nearly exploded with frustration. How presumptuous for this mortal to speak so boldly. He knew that his precious wine was a rarity, and as the leader of Qing Shan's sect, he could only produce 3 bottles a year. Yet, this damned mortal had the audacity to claim the wine was lacking in flavor. He found it utterly perplexing why the venerable Qing Shan would extend such courtesy to this mortal. Were it not for the presence of Qing Shan himself, he would have dared to act impulsively. Given his stature, he would have long since reduced this man to mere pulp. Yet, with Qing Shan present, he could only stifle his indignation deep within. "Disciple, fetch 2 more stools," Yi Feng instructed. Zhongqing swiftly complied, bringing forth 2 stools. To gaze upon the sunset and relish the beauty of dusk, with a modest libation in hand, is indeed a form of living, Yi Feng remarked with a smile. Indeed. Qing Shan, taking a seat on the small stool beside Yi Feng, sighed in reflection. While the twilight appeared splendid to him, he felt a twinge of shame for failing to grasp the profound essence that the elder possessed. Humph! Zhu Yun scoffed inwardly. Were it not for Qing Shan's presence, this mortal would have perished countless times over. It was absurd that, with the esteemed Qing Shan and the master of Qing Shan's sect gracing him with their presence, this mortal neglected to invite them inside for proper hospitality, instead opting for 2 shabby stools at the entrance. Who did he think he was looking down upon? Yet, constrained by Qing Shan's authority, he stood there in silence. A fleeting glance caught his eye. He noticed Yi Feng's collection of martial texts laid out nearby and instinctively reached out to peruse them. Chapter 18. A minor reprimand from the senior stop. The venerable elder Qing Shan, upon witnessing the scene, swiftly advanced and grasped Zhu Yun's hand. while others may be oblivious to the significance of these martial tomes. Elder Qingshan was certainly not ignorant. They were divine artifacts imbued with profound martial intent. Although Yifeng appeared to handle them casually, it did not imply that they could be meddled with at will. Thus, even with such divine objects before him, Elder Qingshan dared not entertain the slightest desire for them. Was Zhu Yun truly so reckless as to tamper with what belonged to another? What if he incited the displeasure of that esteemed individual? The consequences would be unimaginable. Who permitted you to meddle with another's belongings? Elder Qingshan admonished sternly. Zhu Yun's expression was one of frustration. As the leader of the Qingshan sect, what was the big deal about flipping over an item belonging to a mere mortal? His senior uncle's reaction seemed excessively dramatic. Observing this, Yifeng could not help but express his thoughts. It is merely a trifle. If one wishes to see it, let them look. There is no harm in that. Upon hearing this, Elder Qingshan finally exhaled in relief and released his grip on Zhu Yun's hand. Zhu Yun casually opened a martial tome. The moment he did so, the words Vajra Fist suddenly magnified in his vision, accompanied by an overwhelming martial intent, which then transformed into a ferocious beast that lunged toward him. What? Zhu Yun's heart raced, his pupils nearly bursting with shock. He hastily summoned his cultivation to defend himself, yet he was unable to withstand even a fraction of the force. The mysterious fist charged toward him with an unstoppable momentum. Ugh! Zhu Yun stifled a groan, nearly spitting out blood, his face a mask of pallor. Gasping for breath, he stood there, drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding with dread as he turned his gaze toward Elder Qingshan. At that moment, Elder Qingshan also bore a grave expression. Feeling the weight of the situation, he had caught a glimpse of the tome when Zhu Yun opened it, but this viewing was far more intense than the last. The martial intent emanating from the words Vajra Fist surged toward him like a raging tide, yet fortunately, his profound cultivation spared him from the same level of turmoil as Zhu Yun. The reason for this phenomenon likely stemmed from the nature of their respective cultivation methods. The Qingshan sect followed a path of gentleness, and the previous Tai Chi perfectly aligned with their approach, yielding benefits. In contrast, the Vajra Fist represented a method of absolute rigidity, which directly countered their style. Naturally, Elder Qingshan pondered why Zhu Yun had fortuitously opened to such a formidable technique. It was undoubtedly a deliberate act by Yifeng. Perhaps it was a subtle reprimand for Zhu Yun's lack of discernment. However, the peculiar dynamics between the two relatives did not escape Yifeng's notice, as he felt a chill in the air. He rose and said, "It has grown a bit cold. You both should come inside." With that, Yifeng led the way into the house. "Uncle, what is this?" After Yifeng departed, Zhu Yun gazed at Elder Qingshan with disbelief, seeking answers. "You, oh you." The venerable Master Qingshan reprimanded Zhu Yun. "You usually possess a good sense of propriety. How is it that you have displayed such a lack of discernment this time? Do you not realize that just moments ago, you brushed perilously close to the gates of death, nearly bringing ruin upon me?" "Master, what exactly is happening?" Zhu Yun inquired. "Still questioning me about the situation? Can you truly not comprehend?" Master Qingshan scolded. "Do you genuinely believe that I would show courtesy to a mere mortal in a moment of folly? Do you truly think that this young man before you is an ordinary person?" "What?" Zhu Yun gasped in astonishment. "But he bears no trace of cultivation whatsoever." "Humph." Master Qingshan snorted in irritation. "Your inability to perceive his prowess does not indicate that the elder lacks strength. Rather, it reflects your own limited perspective. I, too, am incapable of discerning his true abilities. You need only understand that he is an extraordinary being of unparalleled wisdom and power. The presence of Wushu beside him serves as irrefutable evidence. Your previous disrespect and reckless behavior have resulted in your injuries, which are nothing less than a lesson imparted by the elder. You would do well to remember this." Master Qingshan admonished sternly, enunciating every word with gravity. Zhu Yun recalled the terror etched upon Wushu's face and involuntarily inhaled sharply. He dared not question Master Qingshan further, filled instead with a sense of dread as he reflected that he had indeed danced on the precipice of death. It was no wonder that his master had treated him with such deference. He could only curse his own foolishness for failing to recognize the gravity of the situation from the outset. But master, how could such a transcendent being possibly appear in this humble Pingjiang city? Zhu Yun queried, still engulfed in confusion. At this, Master Qingshan's expression grew solemn as he gazed into the distance, speaking in a contemplative tone, I suspect this elder may be indulging in the mortal realm, fortuitously crossing paths with us. However, it is more likely that Master Qingshan hesitated, leaving his thoughts unvoiced. What is it? Zhu Yun held his breath, his face tense with anticipation. Chapter 19. The elder is strategizing a grand scheme. Do you know, in ancient times, what lay within a radius of 10,000 miles around Pingjiang? The venerable Qingshan inquired. Zhu Yun shook his head in ignorance. Ancient texts state that in the primordial era, Pingjiang was a realm of immortals. Although its decline remains shrouded in mystery, it has always been a coveted land of conflict among military strategists. Underscoring that Pingjiang is no ordinary place, Qingshan explained. But what does this have to do with this elder? Zhu Yun questioned, puzzled. Qingshan sighed, seemingly lamenting either Zhu Yun's naivety or something else, and after a long pause, he articulated, Pingjiang undoubtedly conceals secrets unknown to the world, which suggests that this elder could be orchestrating a monumental game with Pingjiang as the foundation and the entire Nansha region as the expanse. Upon hearing Qingshan's words, Zhu Yun's body trembled. To use Pingjiang as a base and Nansha as the scope, the mere thought of such a grand design invoked a sense of terror. Yet, as the leader of Qingshan's sect, he dared not entertain such notions. However, if this were not the case, how could someone of Yifeng's extraordinary caliber possibly appear in a small place like Pingjiang City? But master, if that were true, then does it mean we are merely pawns in this game? It seemed he had grasped a realization, and his eyes widened in alarm. Indeed, Qingshan did not deny it. If it were true, then we would all be mere pieces on the board. What then shall we do? Zhu Yun asked anxiously. Foolishness. Qingshan shot Zhu Yun a glare, admonishing him. If you were to consider this from a different perspective, you would not harbor such fears. You mean to say? Correct. To be a pawn in the hands of an elder, in my view, is not a misfortune but rather the greatest opportunity for our Qingshan sect. With a sigh, Qingshan continued. For 500 years, our sect has been in decline, and pessimistically, we will eventually be submerged in the annals of history. Even if that does not occur, we would merely be surviving by a thread. Are you content with that? Qingshan's words resonated deeply within Zhu Yun, causing his heart to tremble. Content? Certainly not. Yet, can we truly achieve what Master Qingshan envisions? However, we cannot fathom the elder's intentions. We might seize this opportunity to inquire further. Let us proceed. Follow me into the hall. As the two entered the martial arts academy, Zhu Yun was instantly captivated by the 18 paintings adorning the walls, but fortunately, the experienced Qingshan pulled him back just in time. Despite this, Zhu Yun was left trembling, a cold sweat enveloping him. In that moment, he was utterly convinced of the owner's formidable prowess. With regards to becoming a pawn, he no longer felt conflicted. He even envisioned the moment when Qingshan's sect would reclaim its former glory. By the way, where's Master Yi? Upon traversing the front hall and arriving at the quaint courtyard, I found no trace of Yifeng. Instead, I was met with the sight of Zhu Yun, who was visibly shaken, trembling as he pointed towards the locust tree and exclaimed, Master Uncle, do look. It is the celestial devouring demon wolf. Old Master Qingshan cast a disdainful glance at the celestial devouring demon wolf tethered beneath the ancient locust tree and retorted, Is such a fuss truly necessary? But Master Uncle, that is indeed the celestial devouring demon wolf. Zhu Yun continued to exclaim in astonishment. Look at you, old Master Qingshan replied, rolling his eyes at Zhu Yun, who appeared as a simpleton. It is merely a celestial devouring demon wolf. The last time I visited, it nearly became a companion to my drink. What is so alarming about that? Of course, while he entertained such thoughts, he completely overlooked the fact that he had once been no better than Zhu Yun. My apologies. I was in the kitchen preparing a meal, Yifeng remarked as he emerged from the kitchen, a kitchen knife in his hand. Upon seeing the knife, the previously amiable old Master Qingshan immediately stiffened, his gaze fixed intently on the blade held by Yifeng. Meanwhile, Zhu Yun, still reeling from the shock of the celestial devouring demon wolf, felt as though he had been struck by lightning when he caught sight of it. Hiss. Chapter 20. A timely gift from Yifeng. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. At this moment, his emotions were beyond description, akin to tumultuous waves crashing one after another. In any case, the sight of this kitchen knife instilled a greater shock within him than the appearance of the ferocious sky-devouring demon wolf. For a brief moment, both individuals fixated intently on the knife in Yifeng's hand, while the venerable elder Qingshan pondered the true purpose behind Yifeng's sudden presentation of the blade. Could it be? The mere thought sent shivers of excitement through elder Qingshan's body, especially as he watched Yifeng approach, knife held aloft, with increasingly rapid breaths. With a faint smile, Yifeng extended the knife towards him, saying, "Here you go." The instant those words left his lips, elder Qingshan felt his blood surge, nearly choking on his breath. Indeed, the elder had seen through his intentions for coming here, and before he could utter a word, Yifeng had already offered the knife. Such a profound kindness brought tears to his eyes. "Master Yi, your generosity shall forever be etched in my heart," elder Qingshan declared, his hands trembling as he reverently accepted the knife from Yifeng, prompting him to kneel in gratitude. Beside them, Zhu Yun finally comprehended the significance of the knife the elder had mentioned. It was indeed the very kitchen knife now before them. No wonder. Amidst the entire sect's despair over the plight of the Xuanwu ancestor, elder Qingshan had remained composed, suggesting he would seek a blade. Initially, he had doubted whether any knife could rival a decade of cultivation at the martial king level, but now, all his apprehensions had been dispelled. Following suit, Zhu Yun also knelt before Yifeng. "What are you two doing? Please, rise," Yifeng urged, hastily attempting to assist them. Yet, they stubbornly continued to bow deeply, only rising after several fervent prostrations. "Oh, why must you go to such lengths? It is merely a kitchen knife," Yifeng remarked with a sigh. His reason for presenting the knife to elder Qingshan stemmed from a previous cooking session, during which he had overheard the elder lamenting the absence of such a knife. He had perceived the elder's longing for a simple kitchen tool. Coincidentally, having crafted a new one and finding no use for the old, he decided to bestow it upon elder Qingshan. In this world, the affluent revel in excess, while the impoverished genuinely suffer, particularly for someone like elder Qingshan, who likely lacked even a decent kitchen knife at home. Yifeng pondered how they managed to prepare their meals, perhaps resorting to using their bare hands. Reflecting on this, Yifeng developed a profound understanding of their relation. Perhaps, to them, this knife was indeed a timely gift amidst their struggles. "To you, Master Yi, it may be but a simple kitchen knife, but to me, it is as precious as a lifeline," elder Qingshan exclaimed with fervor. Indeed, Yifeng sighed softly, feeling a pang of sympathy for the elder. Elder Qingshan carefully stowed away the knife, his gratitude towards Yifeng soaring to celestial heights. "Initially, I anticipated that this journey of borrowing the sword would be fraught with challenges, particularly given the elevated status of such a divine artifact. My acquaintance with Yifeng was minimal, and I harbored uncertainties about whether he would be willing to lend it to me. However, to my astonishment, the venerable elder, possessing an uncanny foresight, proffered the sword before I could utter a word. Armed with this blade, I felt a renewed confidence to confront the venerable Xuanwu ancestor. This act not only salvaged my standing, but also safeguarded the entirety of the Qingshan sect. Thus, to express my gratitude towards Yifeng through a respectful kneel was entirely justified. After a prolonged moment, we gradually regained our composure, no longer as overtly astonished as before. "Master Yi, your kindness is beyond what our Qingshan can repay. Although I am aware that this item may seem trivial to you, I humbly beseech you to accept it." As he spoke, the Qingshan ancestor retrieved a fiery red orb from his storage pouch. The moment the orb was unveiled, the ambient temperature around us began to rise steadily. "Uncle, the flame orb!" exclaimed Zhu Yun, equally astonished, never expecting that the Qingshan ancestor would present the sect's treasured possession. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense, after all. To borrow a precious sword from such a revered elder, the offering of a flame orb seemed a minor exchange. "Master Yi, I implore you to accept this," the Qingshan ancestor urged, bowing deeply, hands outstretched with the orb. Examining the flame orb, Yifeng noted its vibrant red hue and the intense heat emanating from within, pondering its origins from some volcanic source. Nevertheless, in this otherworldly realm, such peculiarities were rather commonplace, and he found no reason for surprise. Retaining it as a memento seemed quite delightful. It is indeed a visually pleasing item, and I am quite fond of it. Therefore, I shall graciously accept it. Yifeng did not decline the offering, recognizing that the Qingshan ancestor was a person of great courtesy and character, one who would be reluctant to directly accept favors without reciprocation. To refuse would only convey a sense of disdain for what he offered. Upon seeing Yifeng accept the gift, The Qingshan ancestor exhaled a sigh of relief, though his expression bore a hint of resignation. Prior to presenting the gift, he had racked his brain for an appropriate token and ultimately decided that the flame orb, being the Qingshan sect's prized possession, would surely astonish the esteemed elder. However, hearing Yifeng regard it merely as a decorative piece left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Indeed, the disparity in status and perspective was profoundly evident. After expressing his gratitude multiple times, the Qingshan ancestor seemed to recall something important and, with a meaningful glance, inquired, "Master Yi, might I inquire about your future intentions? Would you be willing to share your plans with my nephew and me?" At this, Zhuyan leaned in with keen interest. Chapter 21. My venerable elder. It is contingent upon my own endurance. What plans could I possibly have? Yifeng sighed, his expression laced with helplessness as he remarked, "For the time being, I can merely tend to this modest plot of land to earn a living. Naturally, it would be splendid if I could take on a few more disciples." Oh, the venerable Qingshan nodded, a tinge of disappointment flickering within him. His inquiry stemmed from a hope to glean insights into the trajectory of the future, believing that if he could discern even a fragment, it would expedite the journey for both master and disciple. Yet, Yifeng's words, though seemingly responsive, revealed naught. Since Yifeng was reluctant to divulge further, he dared not press on. Nonetheless, the successful borrowing of the blade today was already a fulfillment in itself. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two hastily took their leave. Once they had distanced themselves from the martial arts hall, they regained their composure and transformed into two streaks of light soaring towards the Qingshan sect. Upon their return, the venerable Qingshan hurriedly made his way inside. "Uncle Master, wait for me, please." Zhu Yun scampered after the venerable Qingshan, his face alight with obsequiousness. "What is it?" The venerable Qingshan snapped back, somewhat irked by the interruption. "Hee, Uncle Master, could I have a glimpse of that blade?" Zhu Yun grinned, rubbing his palms together. "What is there to see?" The venerable Qingshan retorted sternly. "Just a glance, merely a glance." Zhu Yun bowed, his demeanor humble. "Humph." With an impatient huff, the venerable Qingshan revealed the blade. Upon its unveiling, a unique aura emanated from the blade, causing Zhu Yun's small eyes to narrow in fascination as he gingerly reached out his hand to touch it. In an instant, the venerable Qingshan sheathed the blade. "All right, I've seen enough. I shall retreat for a day of seclusion. Inform the higher-ups of the sect that there will be a meeting tomorrow." With that, the venerable Qingshan transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Zhu Yun, with his hands suspended in midair, twitched his face in disappointment and muttered under his breath as he watched the venerable Qingshan depart. Nevertheless, he knew better than to neglect his orders and swiftly notified the sect members of the meeting scheduled for the following day. "Dog, come here." Yifeng beckoned to Ao Qing, who lay in the courtyard. Ao Qing, tail wagging enthusiastically, approached Yifeng with narrowed eyes, eager for attention. Petting the dog was Yifeng's daily ritual. After indulging in this pastime, he stretched lazily and removed his shirt, revealing smooth and healthy skin. "Let us practice some punches. If I don't move about, my muscles and joints will surely stiffen." With that, Yifeng began to stretch and entered a meditative state. He then executed a sequence of Shaolin punches, flowing seamlessly as if in harmony with the cosmos. Despite lacking cultivation, his martial art had reached a level that rivaled the divine, and his movements stirred a powerful wind, each strike imbued with an aesthetic grace. Awu. Beside him, Ao Qing's eyes widened in excitement, unable to contain a joyful howl, nearly beside himself with exhilaration. From the moment Yifeng commenced his ascent, the surrounding atmosphere was imbued with martial intent. Although the techniques employed were not particularly complex, a mere straightforward punch conveyed an extraordinary depth. Unbeknownst to him, Ao Qing seemed to grasp something profound, resulting in an elevation of his realm. However, as time progressed, he found himself increasingly bewildered. Curiously, he intended to commit this set of punches to memory, yet could not recall any of the moves Yifeng had executed previously. At this juncture, the series of punches had reached a fevered intensity, and when Ao Qing eagerly attempted to observe once more, he was met with dizziness. The overwhelming martial intent nearly overwhelming him. Hastily, he shut his eyes, realizing that this was a realm far beyond his reach. Gradually, Yifeng concluded his display, feeling an immense sense of comfort wash over him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, He relished in the exhilaration that came from such infrequent exertion. Observing the canine companion beside him, he chuckled, ruffling the dog's head and remarking, "How about it? Is your master impressive?" The dog responded with a couple of barks, displaying an unexpected cleverness. Taking a sip of water, Yifeng declared, "In that case, I shall perform another set." Setting down his teacup, he entered a meditative state once more. Having finally attained this state, further practice would be immensely beneficial, and another set of internal martial arts began to unfold in his hands. Ao Qing's expression darkened. "Oh, esteemed senior, I comprehend your noble intentions to cultivate me diligently, but you must consider whether I can endure this." The previous set of Shaolin punches had already left him dizzy and on the verge of bursting. Yet Yifeng proceeded to introduce an even more profound sequence. This was a set he dared not gaze upon. Not that he lacked the desire. It was simply a matter of whether he had the fortitude to witness it. After completing the internal martial arts set, Yifeng was drenched in sweat, yet felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Following a refreshing shower, he reclined on a lounge chair. Retrieving the flame pearl bestowed upon him by the venerable Qingshan ancestor, contemplating its essence in his palm. Chapter 22. With a single strike of this kitchen knife, everything was utterly destroyed. Indeed, it is a remarkably beautiful piece of art. After a thorough examination, Yifeng did not perceive any substantial utility in this object. However, Yifeng cast his gaze downwards, observing the fallen leaves scattered on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, summer had quietly passed and autumn had arrived. The autumn in this world is far more frigid than that of his previous life. Winter here is particularly harsh, blanketing everything in a thick layer of snow. For cultivators, such weather poses little challenge, yet for a mere mortal like him, it is sufficient to render him frozen to the bone. As for this orb, in a few days, when the temperature drops, it shall serve as a delightful little furnace, clean, sanitary, and convenient. Most importantly, it saves on the cost of charcoal. Yifeng was amused by his own cleverness, stretching lazily before making his way to the front hall, where he found Zhongqing sitting on the threshold, lost in thought. Yifeng raised his head slightly, realizing that Zhongqing's attention was captivated by the distant figures of passing cultivators. It seems this child still harbors a heart for cultivation. Yifeng sighed softly. Hearing the sound, Zhongqing quickly stood up and respectfully greeted, "Greetings, master." Yifeng waved his hand dismissively, approaching Zhongqing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the vast sky, and remarked, "I know there is something weighing on your mind." Zhongqing was taken aback momentarily. Yifeng smiled gently, urging him to take a seat on the stool. Though autumn brings falling leaves, it is also a season of abundant harvest. The street in front remained bustling with life, and the master and disciple sat in silence at the entrance of the martial arts school, exchanging no words. "Perhaps you do not wish to confide in me." At last, Yifeng broke the silence. Zhongqing shifted his gaze. "Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, I shall not impede your path. The Qingshan sect welcomes new disciples every 10 days. If you desire, venture forth every 10 days to seek your fortune," Yifeng advised. Zhongqing clenched his teeth, remaining silent. Yifeng too fell silent, observing the dwindling flow of people on the street before rising. "It is time to prepare the meal," he announced. "Master," Zhongqing suddenly called out to him. Yifeng turned slowly, meeting the gaze of the small boy whose face was dried and weathered by the autumn wind. "I have enemies. I bear a deep-seated grudge." Zhongqing's eyes reddened, tears welling in his gaze as he spoke through gritted teeth to Yifeng, as if voicing such sentiments would unearth painful memories, requiring immense courage to articulate. Yifeng fell silent. "My enemies are formidable, strong enough to suffocate me." Zhongqing trembled as he clutched the knife Yifeng had gifted him, his voice quaking as he continued. "They possess the strength of the elders and the sect leader of the Qingshan sect, even that of our ancestors." Yifeng's palm instinctively tightened. "The only path left for me is to embark on the journey of cultivation. Perhaps therein lies a glimmer of hope," Zhongqing said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he regarded Yifeng. After a prolonged silence, Yifeng finally nodded. He turned away, his own eyes reddening, his heart heavy with a mix of bitterness, hatred, and fury. The world is fraught with challenges, and young Zhongqing bears an overwhelming burden at such a tender age. He feels a profound sense of helplessness, for he is but an ordinary mortal, and a deep-seated resentment brews within him towards the perceived injustice of fate. The path of cultivation seems a distant dream, far beyond his reach. The elders and the sect master of the Qingshan sect exist at heights unattainable by mere mortals, while the revered ancestor of the sect remains a figure only whispered about in legend, never seen by the eyes of the common folk. The following day, within the grand hall of the Qingshan sect, the esteemed ancestor sat at the head of the assembly, his countenance a mixture of excitement tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Since borrowing the legendary blade the previous day, he had sequestered himself in intense training for a full day. The extraordinary sword had indeed exceeded his expectations, elevating his combat prowess to an entirely new level. However, due to the profound intricacies of the martial intent within the blade, he struggled to wield it with complete dexterity. In the throes of his practice, he inadvertently destroyed the residence of the third elder, nearly costing the life of the third elder's most cherished disciple, Yu Wujia. Clearing his throat, the ancestor addressed the visibly agitated master and disciple with a gentle reassurance. The honor of wielding this magnificent blade is a privilege for our sect. Such minor mishaps are of little consequence. Yet, despite his words, the third elder's heart was besieged by a torrent of frustrations. The construction of his residence had required immense effort, and the wealth accumulated through his status as an elder was immeasurable. In an instant, all had been reduced to ruins, leaving him in profound distress. Yu Wujia was no better off. His once fair complexion now bore an ashen pallor, resembling a living specter, teetering on the brink of death. The humiliation was further compounded when he was extricated from the debris, for the overwhelming force of the blade's aura had even rendered his undergarments in tatters. Consequently, he became the subject of jest within the Qingshan sect, a topic of mirth and ridicule wherever he went. Chapter 23. The stingy ancestor of Qingshan today's meeting unfolded without any significant matters. The ancestor of Qingshan, seated at the head, regained his authoritative demeanor and declared, "I wish to inform you all that I have received the guidance of a great master and acquired a formidable sword, greatly enhancing my combat prowess. Engaging in battle with the Xuanwu is now a mere formality." His words emanated a sense of triumph, dispelling the despondency that had previously shrouded the Qingshan sect. "Heaven bless our Qingshan sect!" the crowd exclaimed in unison. "So rest assured," the ancestor's resonant voice echoed throughout the hall. "Are there any other matters for discussion? If not, we shall disperse." The assembly exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared yearning. Finally, the elder stepped forward respectfully and inquired, "Ancestor, might we have the honor of witnessing this sword?" At his request, a myriad of hopeful gazes converged upon him. "Very well." The ancestor nodded, albeit with reluctance, for the collective interest made it challenging to refuse. "Prepare your eyes for a spectacle." As his words fell, an immediate hush enveloped the room. Each individual held their breath, their eyes wide with anticipation. With a swift motion, a radiant light burst forth. In an instant, the ancestor sheathed the sword once more, a smug smile adorning his face as he languidly remarked, "What do you think? Have you seen it?" Ancestor, the crowd's faces reflected a sense of frustration. Given the ancestor's speed, all they had perceived was a fleeting flash of light, with nothing of substance to behold. "Enough. Elders 3 and you 2 remain. The rest may leave," the ancestor stated, his tone growing impatient. The assembly departed reluctantly, leaving only the 3 elders and Yu Wujia behind. "What business do you have with us, ancestor?" the third elder asked respectfully, his heart secretly hoping for some form of compensation. "I regret the destruction of your palace and the injury to your disciple. Though our sect lacks substantial reparation, I shall exceptionally permit you to gaze upon this sword once more," the ancestor proclaimed grandly. The third elder's expression darkened. Nevertheless, the chance to glimpse the treasured sword again was, in some measure, a consolation. The ancestor produced the sword anew, though only for a brief duration. Yet it was sufficient for the 2 men to witness its true form. To their astonishment, the object revered by the ancestor turned out to be a mere kitchen knife. Indeed, a kitchen knife. However, they could not deny the formidable essence it exuded. The sharp aura and rich martial intent unmistakably signified it as an extraordinary weapon. Yu Wujia, harboring a clever intent, recorded the image of the knife onto a jade slip. The ancestor merely cast a glance in his direction without uttering a word. Upon exiting the grand hall of Qingshan, Yu Wujia hastened towards the outer sect. Along the way, Many pointed and whispered about him, but due to his esteemed status, the ordinary disciples refrained from being overtly brazen. Nonetheless, this scrutiny cast a shadow over his countenance. "Brother Wu Jie, I have heard of your injury. How are you faring?" At last, a graceful figure draped in a long gown approached Wu Jie, her voice laden with concern. She was Peng Ying, who, since formally joining the Qingshan sect, had undergone a remarkable transformation in both attire and demeanor, blossoming into a more enchanting presence. My discernment was indeed astute. Her beauty could surely place her among the top 10 of the Qingshan sect. A fleeting pallor crossed Wu Jie's face. Were it not for Peng Ying's commendable foundation, he, as a direct disciple of an elder, would not have taken a fancy to a mere mortal unworthy of entering the sect. As Peng Ying drew near, the pallor vanished from his countenance, and he gently reassured her, "Do not worry, I am quite well." Yet, observing his ashen visage, Peng Ying's concern deepened, and she softly inquired, "Pray tell, how did this happen? How could you sustain an injury within the sect?" Her question seemed to awaken unsettling memories within Wu Jie, tinged with shame and fear. In that fateful moment when the blade descended, he truly believed his life was forfeit. However, he swiftly masked his trepidation and casually explained. The ancestor acquired a formidable sword, so powerful that even he could not wield it entirely. In a moment of miscalculation, it not only severed my master's palace, but also struck me. Upon hearing this, Peng Ying's expression shifted dramatically. Wu Jie glanced at her, sighing, and remarked, "To withstand that blow has indeed cost me a considerable amount of my strength. I nearly exhausted all my reserves, yet I still sustained injuries." With an expression of genuine remorse, he turned to Peng Ying, saying, "Inger, I am sorry. It is my inadequacy that has caused you worry." "How could that be?" Peng Ying grasped Wu Jie's hand tightly, hastily offering words of comfort. "The fact that you could endure the ancestor's blow is nothing short of miraculous. I doubt any other disciple could achieve such a feat. And yet, I am still injured," Wu Jie lamented, shaking his head sorrowfully. "You are truly strong and remarkable." Peng Ying replied earnestly. Wu Jie turned his gaze toward her, questioning, "Do you truly believe that?" "Indeed, in my eyes, you are the best," Peng Ying affirmed solemnly. "You are truly wonderful, Inger," Wu Jie said with warmth, his hand gently moving, which allowed Peng Ying to be drawn into his embrace. As she felt the softness surrounding her, a smile unconsciously crept upon Wu Jie's lips. After a moment of intimacy, Peng Ying curiously asked, "By the way, Brother Wu Jie, what kind of sword is it that the ancestor wields, such that even he cannot control it?" Wu Jie narrowed his eyes, this time devoid of pretense, and replied earnestly, "That sword is indeed terrifying." "Oh," Peng Ying raised an eyebrow in intrigue. "You shall see for yourself," Wu Jie declared, waving his hand. A jade slip materialized in his grasp, emanating a gentle glow, as a vivid scene unfolded before Peng Ying's eyes. Chapter 24. The otherworldly version of the Little Sun. The scene vividly depicted the venerable Qingshan revealing a blade before the third elder and Yu Wujie. Although it was merely a visual representation, the moment the knife emerged, its formidable presence astonished Peng Ying, causing her to part her lips in surprise. Under the intimidation, her complexion turned ashen. "Behold, it is indeed this knife." The image was fleeting, allowing only a brief glimpse of the unparalleled divine blade. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Wujie exclaimed urgently, "Is that a kitchen knife?" Upon discerning its entirety, Peng Ying inquired in disbelief. "Indeed, a kitchen knife," Yu Wujie remarked with a sense of wonder. "I cannot fathom the mindset of the artisan who forged this blade, but that matters little. What is crucial is its undeniable strength. With this weapon, the battle between our ancestor and the Xuanwu ancestor is surely a foregone conclusion." Peng Ying nodded absently, seemingly lost in thought. "What troubles you, Ying? Is something on your mind?" Yu Wujie gently prompted. "No, I just feel that this kitchen knife seems extraordinarily familiar. As if I have encountered it before," Peng Ying replied. "Oh, don't dwell on it too much. It must be a mere illusion," Yu Wujie chuckled. "Such a masterpiece would be revered by our ancestor. How could you possibly have seen it before?" "That is true." Peng Ying nodded, acknowledging the peculiarity of her thoughts. "Well then, I shall expedite your entry into the inner sect," Yu Wujie said, wrapping his arm around her slender waist with warmth. "However, we must wait a while longer, lest rumors arise." With a slight twist of her waist, Peng Ying expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. Brother Wujia, you are truly kind. The autumn air was thick and palpable. Leaves blanketed the ground in a dense layer. The chill had finally arrived, prompting Yifeng to don additional clothing and drape a blanket over his recliner. Yet the heavy garments could not stave off the dampness in the air. The biting cold rendered Yifeng shivering. Fortunately, as a denizen of Earth, though he was often indolent, he proved adept when necessity arose. Crafting a stove from reflective metal sheets, he placed a flame orb within, utilizing the metal's reflective properties to radiate warmth, instantly enveloping him in a comforting heat. An otherworldly little sun, singular in existence, and notably energy efficient. A smirk graced Yifeng's lips as his gaze wandered outside to the street. Not far away, a forlorn figure trudged back, head hung low. Alas, Yifeng sighed. It appears that Zhong Qing lacks the requisite aptitude to join the Qingshan sect. Greetings, master. Yifeng nodded, offering a smile. It's cold. Come sit by the fire. No worries, master. I shall practice a few more sets of punches, prepare the rice, and gather the vegetables, awaiting your culinary expertise. Zhong Qing replied softly as he made his way into the inner chamber. Yifeng sighed once more. The cold had also chilled his business considerably. It seemed that it was time for him to devise his next plan. Yifeng affectionately patted the dog beside him and approached the desk. With pen in hand, he began to write. The legend of Zhenzhen Bao and Zixia gracefully flowed onto the rice paper. This endeavor was a necessity for Yifeng, as relying solely on the martial arts school proved insufficient to sustain him. Each winter, he would take up the pen to weave tales, hoping to sell them. Last winter, he penned a version of Dream of the Red Chamber, but perhaps due to a limited audience, it regrettably floundered in obscurity. This year, after considerable contemplation, he resolved to write the legend of Zixia and Zhenzhen Bao. For a young man born in the 1990s, their love story resonated deeply, stirring a well of emotions within him. He did not seek a vast readership. He would be content if a few individuals purchased his work, providing a modest enhancement to his livelihood. Fortunately, a local merchant association in Pingjiang City, for whom he had once rendered assistance, offered to help with printing and distribution. The rice paper gradually filled with his meticulously crafted characters. A cough interrupted his concentration. Yifeng set aside his writing and stepped outside, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. There stood an elderly man clad in a raincoat, his sharp features marred by a prominent scar running down his cheek. This man, surnamed Wu, was, in fact, an old acquaintance of Yifeng. However, Yifeng found him rather peculiar. Each time he visited, he would stand outside, lost in thought while gazing at the sign of the martial arts school, seemingly in a trance. As expected, the old man was again in a daze. Long time no see, my friend, Yifeng greeted after a prolonged silence. The old man finally snapped back to reality and acknowledged him. Yifeng couldn't help but smirk. Given their age difference, it was amusing how the old man addressed him as if they were contemporaries. Nevertheless, since their first meeting, Wu had always referred to him in this manner, and Yifeng had grown accustomed to it. Brother Wu, it has indeed been a while, Yifeng responded. Haha, my friend, you continue to impress me, Wu remarked, his eyes glinting with shrewdness as he observed the well-fed Yifeng. We are of the same kind, but dear E, you have taken it to an even greater level. Chapter 25. The eccentric old man, Yifeng, was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the old man's words. However, the elderly man, accustomed to speaking in riddles, paid no heed and called out, It's chilly outside. Would you care to come in and sit for a while? Old Wu nodded and approached Yifeng. Yet, as was customary, he did not enter Yifeng's martial arts dojo, but instead settled on the steps at the entrance. Sensing the old man's intent, Yifeng hastily interjected, Yes, you are absolutely correct. Intruding upon another's domain is a grave taboo for us. Thus, there is no need for excessive formalities between us. With that, Yifeng's lips twitched slightly, revealing his indifference to the matter. Initially, he had entertained the notion that this peculiar fellow might be a reclusive master of martial arts. However, after prolonged interaction, Yifeng had long since dismissed that idea. What kind of sage would present themselves in such a manner? Surely, they would be soaring amidst the clouds, aloof and high above. He perceived the old man as a youth thwarted in his ambitions, clinging to a dream of martial prowess, and despite the passage of time, that youthful eccentricity had not waned. After all, who among us has not experienced such youthful folly? In his previous life, having watched countless martial arts films. He recalled fashioning bamboo into the semblance of a sword, slinging it across his back, and while brandishing it, he would expertly slice through the dogtail grass at his grandmother's doorstep, all the while providing his own sound effects. Yet, it was indeed a rarity to encounter someone still indulging in such whims at this age. Subsequently, Yifeng returned indoors to retrieve a small table, all the while holding a set of homemade chess pieces. As a native of Yanhuang, how could he not bring this exquisite pastime to another realm? It was, after all, a cherished means of passing the time. His acquaintance with Old Wu began when Yifeng was teaching a local elder to play chess, and the old man happened to pass by, harboring great interest in the game. Since then, he sought out Yifeng, not for any other purpose, but merely to engage in chess. Outside, the autumn wind howled, and gradually, a light rain began to fall, pattering down from the eaves. At the table on the steps, an old man and a young man sat side by side, one clad in a white robe, the other in a raincoat. As the wind and rain brushed against them, they remained as steadfast as mountains, their gazes fixated on the chessboard. To speak frankly, at first, I believed we were of equal skill, Old Wu remarked as he placed a piece on the board, lifting his gaze slightly. Heh, Yifeng chuckled softly, remaining silent. But upon closer observation, I find you somewhat inscrutable, Old Wu continued, furrowing his brow. Of course, you cannot see through me, Yifeng replied with a smile, a knowing glint in his eyes. Meanwhile, he silently positioned his cannon, feeling a swell of pride. How could Old Wu possibly decipher his stratagem? With just a few more moves, he would declare checkmate. Yifeng's words caused Old Wu to furrow his brow once more, for it did not seem like mere boasting, especially with the self-satisfied expression on Yifeng's face. It was as though he believed his superiority was self-evident. Could it be that he truly surpassed me? Old Wu felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Perhaps he held no attachments to other matters, but in such circumstances, it was inevitable that a hint of comparison would arise within him. No, he quickly dismissed the thought. The world is vast, brimming with countless techniques and secret arts. It is not unreasonable for Yifeng to cultivate a method that obscures his true abilities. His inability to see through it does not imply any inferiority. Brother Yi, your words exude a sense of complacency, Old Wu chuckled, as he captured one of Yifeng's knights with his piece. After removing Yifeng's piece from the board, he added thoughtfully, even though I cannot discern your true strength, I believe we are still on the same level. That may not be the case, Yifeng replied, his expression confident. Capturing a knight was but a trivial feat. How could it equate to standing on the same level as him? Little did he know that the knight had been intentionally sacrificed, for with just one more move, he could checkmate. Observing the confident demeanor on Yifeng's face, a tremor ran through Old Wu's heart. Could it be that he truly was superior to me? If not, what accounts for his unwavering confidence? Yet, if such a person existed, he would not be a nameless figure in the cultivation world. Why had I never heard of him? Lost in thought, Old Wu's gaze suddenly caught something at the door, and his eyes widened in shock, his body frozen in place. What is this? Chapter 26. The scheming of this individual surpasses my expectations. Old Wu's gaze was fixed on the small sun that Yifeng had previously placed there. The flame pearl? Huh. Old Wu couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He raised his head and cast a meaningful glance at Yifeng. Perceiving that Yifeng had placed the flame pearl there as if to respond to the doubts in his heart, it was as if he were saying, I can casually produce the flame pearl, but what about you? At that moment, Yifeng noticed Old Wu's gaze, smiled, and nodded in acknowledgement, displaying a demeanor of concession, for he had effortlessly won this chess match. Indeed, observing this, Old Wu was convinced that Yifeng was indeed as he had surmised. He glanced at the chessboard. Yes, he had lost the game, but his focus was no longer on that. The two had transcended the chessboard into a different realm of competition. It must be said, he had never anticipated that Yifeng would actually produce the flame pearl. The value of this flame pearl was far more precious than he had imagined. Alongside it were the water spirit pearl, earth domain pearl, diamond pearl, and wood breath pearl. If these 5 pearls were combined, they could transform into the supreme pearl, capable of elevating an ordinary person who had never practiced cultivation to a saint in an instant. It is said that there exists a formidable being in the North Sea who has gathered the other 4 spirit pearls, yet is still missing the flame pearl. Little did he expect that this flame pearl would be here. If one were to exchange this pearl with that powerful being, who just happened to lack a flame pearl. One could acquire treasures of countless times greater value than this pearl. Yet he did not do so. Why? Given his cultivation level, it was improbable that he was unaware of this matter. This implies that he was fully cognizant that he could trade the flame pearl for something of far greater worth, yet chose not to, suggesting that he does not have a pressing need for items of such superior value. Perhaps he even looks down upon them. This individual's cultivation is inscrutable, and his scheming capabilities exceed my imagination. Old Wu regarded Yifeng with this judgment in his heart. It appeared that the mere production of a flame pearl represented a value that transcended the pearl itself. In other words, if he wished to prevail in this competition, he must present treasures that far surpassed the flame pearl in worth. No wonder he could be so confident. However, it seems you have underestimated me as well. A glint of sharpness flashed in Old Wu's hawk-like eyes. Indeed, he possessed such an item. Brother, take a look at this, he said, waving his hand, and a rake with 7 prongs materialized in his grasp. Upon seeing the rake suddenly appear in Old Wu's hand, Yifeng paid it no mind, surmising that the old man had just returned from farming. This rake probably was not very useful anymore. Knowing that he also dabbled in blacksmithing, he asked him to take a look. Well, let us see, Yifeng thought, casually taking it and examining it closely. Seeing Yifeng's scrutinizing expression, Old Wu couldn't help but smile with self-satisfaction. The 7-toothed holy rake, despite its seemingly lackluster appearance and absence of brilliance, is a divine artifact handed down from ancient times, possessing the esteemed rank of a sacred object. Even though it bears some damage, when infused with vital energy, it can unleash a fraction of its original power, a tenth of its full might. This sacred item, a relic of legend, holds a value that far surpasses that of a mere flame pearl, even in its slightly imperfect state. I am confident that Yifeng, with his cultivation, will undoubtedly recognize this. In this moment, I can already envision the astonished expression on Yifeng's face as his jaw drops in disbelief. It is worth mentioning that acquiring this 7-toothed holy rake cost me my life savings and nearly half my life, so any surprise Yifeng displays will be entirely justified. Chapter 27. What in the world, a divine rake? Just as the old man Wu wore a smile, anticipating Yifeng's astonishment, Yifeng casually set down the rake in his hand. This rake indeed has its issues, he remarked, shaking his head softly. Moreover, it is not particularly useful. Although the rake's head was not significantly damaged, certain areas were already rusted, and its shape was utterly unappealing. One could only wonder who designed such a contraption. It was no surprise that old man Wu must have exerted considerable effort to till the soil with it. What? The shock Yifeng was expected to display failed to materialize, and he even belittled the sacred rake. This provoked old man Wu, who immediately became incensed, rising to his feet with a start. Had he not been uncertain of Yifeng's cultivation level, he might have rushed to confront him without hesitation. The very rake that he prided himself on, nearing the status of a divine artifact, was now being desecrated by Yifeng. Such an affront was intolerable. Observing Wu's furious demeanor, Yifeng initially felt puzzled but soon grasped the situation. Although this was a realm of cultivation, the majority of its inhabitants were still ordinary folk, much like those on Earth, primarily reliant on agriculture for sustenance. For old man Wu, that rake was his means of livelihood. Naturally, he would be distressed if it were to malfunction. Please, do not be so agitated. Yifeng raised his hand in a gesture of reassurance. Yet, Wu's face remained flushed with anger as he fixed a steely gaze upon Yifeng, his fury boiling beneath the surface. Wait here for a moment, Yifeng said, standing up and retreating into the inner room. Fine. If you hold my 7-toothed divine rake in such disdain, I shall see what you can produce that rivals it. Wu muttered under his breath as he watched Yifeng disappear into the room. After a brief interval, Yifeng emerged once more and declared, That rake you possess is far too worn. You should discard it. His words ignited a firestorm of rage within Wu. It was one thing to belittle his 7-toothed divine rake, but to suggest it be thrown away? That crossed the line into outright mockery, blatant derision. Unable to contain himself, Wu shot to his feet, demanding an explanation from Yifeng. But in the next moment, he was rendered speechless, as if struck by lightning. His gaze fixated on the brand-new rake in Yifeng's hand. Fearing he might be mistaken, he rubbed his eyes, and upon reassessing, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. This is... In an instant, he became tongue-tied, his body trembling uncontrollably. The shock he felt was beyond words, for the rake in Yifeng's grasp was indeed a true divine artifact, a pristine, flawless divine rake. After what felt like an eternity, Old Man Wu finally caught his breath, regarding Yifeng with newfound depth in his gaze. It is no wonder that this individual derides and mocks his seven-toothed sacred rake. It is evident that he possesses a genuine artifact of sanctity. While Old Wu feels a mix of frustration and discomfort, he can no longer summon any ire within him. Indeed, his seven-toothed rake is precious, yet it pales in comparison to the true divine item before him. Who exactly are you? Old Wu furrowed his brow and inquired of Yifeng, articulating each word with precision. What do you think I am? Yifeng replied, rolling his eyes, suspecting that the old man was merely indulging in his fanciful delusions once again. Old Wu nodded in agreement. Indeed, a person who casually produces a flame pearl and then effortlessly reveals a sacred object. What manner of individual could he possibly be? Is it not clear? He slumped despondently onto the stool. Despite never being able to perceive Yifeng's true cultivation level, he had always assumed they were of the same caliber, which ignited his competitive spirit. Thus, the obsession within him compelled him to seek a comparison with Yifeng. However, the outcome was not as he had hoped. He finally comprehended that his inability to fathom Yifeng's prowess was not due to the latter practicing some obscure technique, but rather because Yifeng was genuinely formidable, so much so that he remained inscrutable. His competitive fervor dissipated, replaced instead by a glimmer of fear and respect in his gaze towards Yifeng. After all, in this world, strength is revered above all. Seeing Old Wu lost in thought, Yifeng called out, "Hey, old man, why are you zoning out?" Upon hearing this, Old Wu's expression darkened, a flush of embarrassment washing over him as he could only manage an awkward smile in response. "All right then, take it, and be sure to use it wisely," Yifeng said, extending the rake towards him with a smile. Initially taken aback, Old Wu's mind felt as if struck by lightning. He sprang to his feet, staring intently at Yifeng. "What? You are giving this to me?" Chapter 28. The Oath of Pact. Old Man Wu's hand trembled uncontrollably as he solemnly inquired, "Are you truly giving this to me?" "Indeed, it is for you," Yifeng replied dismissively, waving his hand. Old Man Wu gasped in astonishment, feeling as though he were in a dream, struggling to believe his ears. He asked again, "Are you really giving it to me?" "It's merely a rake. Nothing of great significance," Yifeng stated nonchalantly. "Merely a rake?" Old Man Wu rolled his eyes in disbelief, nearly fainting from the shock. Yet, as he regained his composure, a sense of awe and incredulity washed over him. He realized he had previously underestimated Yifeng. The latter's stature in his mind had ascended to an entirely new level. He couldn't help but wonder who this seemingly youthful yet ancient being truly was. How could he be so dismissive of an object of such divine quality? "Of course, this rake is not a gift without strings attached," Yifeng added. Although he wished to bestow the rake upon the old man freely, he had not yet achieved that level of altruism. After all, economically speaking, he was also struggling to maintain his own stability. Old Man Wu nodded, having never anticipated that Yifeng would present him with a divine weapon of such caliber. Such treasures are rare and often unattainable. Many wealthy individuals may possess priceless artifacts yet still fail to acquire a divine weapon. Thus, he felt a wave of anxiety. What would Yifeng require of him in exchange? Would he even be capable of fulfilling such a request? In that moment, seated upon a small stool, he resembled a child eagerly awaiting Yifeng's next words. "We are old friends now, so I want to charge you the full market price. How about I give you a 50% discount?" Yifeng said with a smile. This discount reflected his minimum price. Although Old Man Wu was a farmer, he should be able to afford a rake at half price. At these words, Old Man Wu's body quivered slightly. A 50% discounted divine rake. If word of this spread, it could incite frenzy among countless ancient beings across the continent. Yet, despite this generous offer, he felt a pang of distress, even at half price. It was beyond his means. It was essential to remember that his previous broken seven-toothed divine rake had nearly drained his savings accumulated over many years, and the discounted price far exceeded that value. What should he do? Would he let this fortuitous opportunity slip away? Old Man Wu's face contorted in agony, sensing his discomfort. Yifeng furrowed his brow and asked, "What troubles you, Old Man Wu? Is it a lack of funds?" Old Man Wu, his face flushed with embarrassment, lowered his head and nodded sadly. Alas, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. It appeared that the old man was even poorer than he had imagined. What could be done now? Upon seeing Yi Feng sigh, old Wu felt an acute sense of anxiety. What if Yi Feng were to retract this fortuitous opportunity granted to him? He would be utterly distressed. Thus, he lifted his head and, with trepidation, inquired, "Brother Yi, no? Mr. Yi, might I?" Yi Feng cast a glance in his direction. "I still have an unfinished matter. Once I complete it, I am willing to honor you as my master and follow you. What do you think?" Upon finishing his statement, old Wu anxiously fixed his gaze on Yi Feng, uncertain whether Yi Feng would respond. "Follow me." Yi Feng momentarily froze, a smirk escaping his lips. Was this old man experiencing a bout of delusion? Setting aside the fact that a mere rake could hardly elevate to such a status, what practical utility would this old man provide if he were to accompany him? Aside from adding another mouth to feed, there was a possibility that one day he might unexpectedly pass away, leaving Yi Feng to cover his burial expenses. Very well. Old Wu, perceiving the evident disappointment on his face, quickly grasped that Yi Feng was unwilling to accept his terms. However, it was understandable. After all, Yi Feng was inherently superior to him, rendering the notion of him as a follower rather futile. Perhaps we could proceed differently. Yi Feng contemplated for a moment before proposing. "You may take the rake for now, and as for the payment, you can gather it at your own pace. Whenever you have it, then you may settle it with me, all right?" After speaking, he directed his gaze back at old Wu. This concession marked Yi Feng's utmost compromise. If he possessed the financial means, gifting a mere rake to this old man would not pose an issue. However, he was unwilling to engage in pretentious displays of wealth. Yi Feng's words instantly ignited a fervor within old Wu, filling him with gratitude and reverence for Yi Feng. He had initially thought he would be forever deprived of this miraculous rake, yet he had not anticipated Yi Feng's willingness to make such a substantial concession. "Mr. Yi, your kindness shall be etched in my heart. Perhaps you may never require my services, but I, Wu Yonghong, hereby swear that should you ever need my assistance, I shall not hesitate, even at the cost of my life." As he spoke, he rose and bowed deeply to Yi Feng with utmost seriousness. With old Wu's solemn vow, the skies above Pingjiang City dramatically transformed, and two bolts of lightning flashed through the heavens, embedding an enigmatic contract deep within Wu Yonghong's mind, a covenant of oath. Should he betray it, destruction would surely follow. Chapter 29. The Battle of the King of Wu. With an exasperated wave of his hand, Yi Feng dismissed the old man, unable to tolerate the eccentricity that permeated his presence. After sending the elderly Wu away, Yi Feng returned to his desk, immersing himself in the literary work The Immortal Zixia and the Supreme Treasure. He remained sequestered within his quarters, delving into the pages day after day. As autumn fully settled in, the chilling winds outside grew increasingly desolate, yet they failed to penetrate Yi Feng's focus. Even the biting cold air could not deter him, shielded as he was by the warmth of his small son. It seemed that this year, Yi Feng would enjoy a comfortable winter. Zhongqing maintained his usual taciturn demeanor, diligently practicing his martial arts while tending to various chores at the dojo. Meanwhile, Erguzi Ao Qing lounged at Yi Feng's feet, his injuries long healed. Occasionally, he observed Yi Feng's training or admired the murals in the dojo's front hall, his prowess advancing remarkably. One day, the venerable Qing Shan visited. He arrived with an apparent burden on his mind, and Yi Feng, sensing his unease, offered a few words of encouragement drawn from the wisdom of his past life. Whether or not they were effective remained uncertain, but it was clear that when Qing Shan departed, he was imbued with renewed confidence. The following day, after completing a set of Tai Chi, Yi Feng stretched and prepared to venture into town for some liquor, only to find the streets unusually desolate. Puzzled, he took a seat at the nearby beef stall and inquired, "It's strange. Normally, I would see several disciples shopping, yet today the streets are so quiet. Perhaps Master Yi is unaware?" The young server replied, noticing the liquor in Yi Feng's hand. He generously served him 2 liang of beef, then gazed toward the distant sky. "Today marks the duel between Qing Shan and Xian Wu. All the practitioners have gone to witness their battle. It is a clash of titans, after all, one that could determine the fate of both sects." Yi Feng nodded, though he held little interest in the affairs of the practitioners. He recalled having heard something about this event previously. After savoring the 2 liang of beef and a measure of strong liquor, he returned to the dojo, ready to resume his writing. Between Qing Shan's sect and Xian Wu's sect lay a natural canyon, within which resided a platform spanning 1,000 feet, known as the Wind and Rain Platform. Upon the platform, Qing Shan's gaze was fierce, his aura radiating power. Xian Wu, with his flowing white hair, wore a cold smirk upon his face. On either side of the canyon, a throng of disciples gathered, one side filled with the followers of Xian Wu, the other with those of Qing Shan, each face reflecting a grave seriousness. The outcome of this battle bore significant implications for their collective futures. Qing Shan, I never expected you would actually show up, Xian Wu taunted. Humph. Qing Shan responded with a scornful snort, offering little more than a terse retort. Prepare to meet your end. The two individuals appeared to engage in little foreplay. With a surge of formidable energy, Xuan Wu ascended into the air like a bolt of lightning, subsequently striking down towards the elder of Qing Shan with a sweeping palm. In that moment, the power of the martial king realm was unequivocally manifested within Xuan Wu's grasp. Even before the attack landed, the rocks beneath the elder of Qing Shan began to crack ominously, fissures spreading like a spider's web. Unwilling to be outdone, the elder of Qing Shan unleashed a comparable force, stomping the ground to create a deep pit, propelling his lightning-fast form toward the descending palm imprint. Boom! The sound of earth-shattering impact resonated across the Wind and Rain platform. A torrent of energy surged forth in all directions, causing distant onlookers to retreat uncontrollably in the face of such overwhelming might. Indeed, the prowess of these two martial king masters was nothing short of terrifying. Yet, the crowd could not divert their gaze from the sky, their eyes resembling pinholes, eager to discern which of the two elders would prevail in this initial clash. In the midst of the energy, a figure was seen stumbling backward through the air for several hundred zhang. It was the elder of Qing Shan. Upon witnessing this, the faces of the Qing Shan sect members collectively darkened. Among them, Peng Ying's face turned pale as she clenched her delicate hands. Having joined the Qing Shan sect for some time, she understood the significance of this battle all too well. Was it truly the case that after her arduous effort to join the Qing Shan sect, she would be confronted with its potential downfall? Conversely, the members of the Xuan Wu sect erupted in thunderous cheers. Ha ha ha, Qing Shan, you are indeed a waste. This time next year will mark your death anniversary. The elder of Xuan Wu laughed heartily, a mocking expression adorning his face. The elder of Qing Shan's countenance darkened. The disparity between the two was evidently vast. Perish. The elder of Xuan Wu, clearly aware of the principle of kicking a man when he is down, wasted no time and soared into the air like a specter, delivering a catastrophic palm strike once more towards the elder of Qing Shan. This strike, imbued with even greater power and ferocity than the last, posed a lethal threat. Should the elder of Qing Shan only exhibit the strength previously displayed, he would either perish or be grievously injured against this onslaught. As the palm imprint expanded in the sky, illuminating half of it while drawing ever closer to the elder of Qing Shan, the latter remained utterly still. Observers from afar began to shake their heads, with many speculating that the elder of Qing Shan had resigned himself to defeat, particularly the members of the Qing Shan sect, whose expressions turned ashen. With this impending blow, the destruction of the Qing Shan sect seemed imminent. Yet, when the palm imprint was less than 30 zhang away from the elder of Qing Shan, a cold smile suddenly graced his face. He then pulled a kitchen knife from his robe. At last, it is my turn. Chapter 30. It's a bully for you not to witness this scene. Countless onlookers were left utterly astounded. A kitchen knife? Subsequently, a mocking laughter erupted from the direction of the Xuanwu sect. A kitchen knife? How utterly amusing. Ha 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 indeed. The esteemed weapon of the venerable ancestor of Qing Shan is nothing more than a mere kitchen knife. Could it be that the Qing Shan sect has fallen to such depths? Surely, this kitchen knife wielded by the ancestor of Qing Shan does not belong to their kitchen. The members of the Qing Shan sect, upon hearing this piercing ridicule, wore expressions of dismay. Although they had witnessed this knife before, they harbored little confidence in its efficacy in actual combat. Qing Shan, you truly seem to be at your wit's end, resorting to a kitchen knife to battle me. Do you take me for a fool? The ancestor of Xuan Wu, from his lofty position, disdainfully remarked as he thrust his palm forward. Give it a try, and you shall see. The ancestor of Qing Shan replied with an impassive expression, and as his voice faded, his pupils constricted sharply, his hands sweeping outward. Then, the kitchen knife, devoid of any embellishment, sliced toward Xuan Wu. Everyone shook their heads. It was undoubtedly akin to an egg striking a stone. Yet, in the next moment, that seemingly unremarkable kitchen knife suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance, trailing a blade of light that stretched for 1,000 lengths. Under this radiant glow, all present found themselves unable to open their eyes. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura pervaded the entire stormy platform, compelling those of lesser cultivation to feel an irresistible urge to prostrate themselves. Naturally, the first to be affected was the ancestor of Xuanwu. Even he, formidable as he was, felt insignificantly small beneath this brilliance, his mocking smile abruptly freezing. With a single stroke, the kitchen knife effortlessly shattered Xuanwu's palm strike, sweeping through with unparalleled force and severing one of Xuanwu's arms. A tremendous pain surged through Xuanwu, who, alongside a cry of anguish, flitted about the stormy platform like a distressed fly. What? Witnessing this scene, everyone present was incredulous, collectively inhaling sharply, while the Qingshan sect erupted in unprecedented cheers. At the same time, fervent gazes converged upon the kitchen knife in Qingshan's ancestors' grasp. The power of this kitchen knife surpassed all expectations, proving to be terrifyingly formidable. Among the crowd, Peng Ying gaped in astonishment. Despite having seen this kitchen knife in her jade slip with Wu Jie, she had never anticipated such a shocking revelation. Even more astonishing was her growing familiarity with this kitchen knife. She felt as though she had encountered it on more than one occasion. Yet the overwhelming shock left her unable to recall where she had seen it. Certainly, she found it implausible that she, a mere newcomer to the Qingshan sect, could have witnessed such a top-tier artifact. The ancestor of Qingshan, too, was taken aback by his own strike, letting out a triumphant laugh in midair. Qingshan, you wretched scoundrel, how could you possess such a terrifying artifact? The venerable Xuanwu, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, if you dare, put down your cleaver and engage me in a fair battle. Otherwise, what sort of hero are you? Put down my cleaver for a fair fight? How naive you are. I shall take advantage of your weakness. What of it? With a haughty snort, the elder Qingshan laughed heartily, wielding his cleaver in a sweeping arc through the air as he charged toward Xuanwu. The elder Xuanwu, stricken with fear, dared not confront Qingshan directly. He transformed into a swift arc and fled. In the blink of an eye, the two ancient figures soared above the stormy platform, rapidly reaching the skies over Pingjiang City. Boom swoosh whoosh as Qingshan pursued Xuanwu. Each swing of his cleaver resounded with tremendous force, making the heavens tremble. Meanwhile, Xuanwu found himself in dire peril, desperately fleeing from the dread of the cleaver. Soon after, the two elders swept through Pingjiang, their whereabouts becoming uncertain. Damn it! Yifeng cursed aloud, disturbed by the commotion. He set aside his pen and paper, stepping outside to observe the lingering waves of energy in the sky, quickly realizing that yet another battle among practitioners was unfolding. Which fool dares to disturb the peace? They should take their fight far away, he spat, before sheepishly returning to the martial arts hall, awaiting the silence before resuming his writing. In the ensuing fortnight, Yifeng diligently completed his work, the Purple Mist Fairy and the Supreme Treasure, and subsequently made his way to the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. He was greeted by the president, Mao Lin. As the president of a merchant association, Mao's status far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Typically, such figures would not personally attend to visitors, yet Mao Lin, having been bitten by a venomous snake during an excursion into the mountains, had sought many doctors in vain until Yifeng's herbal remedies healed him. Thus, Yifeng was regarded as a benefactor by Mao Lin. Ah, Master Yi, please enjoy some tea, Mao Lin said, seated in a position of honor, attired in splendid garments, his visage glowing with health. After discreetly appraising Yifeng, he continued, might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to our chamber? Surely you are not here to request another printing of those trivial fairy tales? Upon hearing this, Yifeng's brow furrowed slightly, and his expression turned somewhat awkward. Master Yi, to be candid, your presence here is a delight, and I would be honored to host you, considering you are indeed my benefactor. Mao Lin raised his teacup, savoring a sip before adding, however, if you seek to print yet another of those inconsequential tales, I fear I cannot assist you. While it may not be a grave matter, it holds little profit for our chamber. After all, with so many mouths to feed within our association, we must prioritize our interests, do you not agree? Very well. Yifeng pressed his lips together, a sigh escaping his heart. With such sentiments, he felt no inclination to linger further. Just as he was about to rise and depart, The door swung open, revealing a graceful figure. She was tall, with delicate features and a striking silhouette clad in a flowing red satin gown that accentuated her exquisite curves. "Yunner, do you not see that I am receiving guests? How could you be so impolite as to barge in?" Mao Lin chided gently, though his gaze was filled with affection. "Father, I merely came to inquire whether you have indeed managed to locate the author of Dream of the Red Chamber." The young woman, known as Yunner, retorted playfully. It was evident from her address that she was the illustrious daughter of the Merchant Association, Mao Yunner. Chapter 31. A New Dawn Amidst the Shadows. Upon hearing the words, Yifeng, who was just about to rise and depart, felt a shift in his gaze. The author of Dream of the Red Chamber? Is that not himself? To his surprise, this Mao Yunner was indeed one of his readers. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope for the printing of his book. After all, his financial situation had become quite dire. Indeed, when Mao Yunner mentioned Dream of the Red Chamber in front of Yifeng, Mao Lin's expression transformed dramatically. He coughed twice and reproached, "Yunner, I have guests to attend to. You should step outside." Mao Yunner glanced at Yifeng, puffed up her cheeks, and retreated. Once she exited, Mao Lin forced a smile towards Yifeng and said, "Master Yi, to be frank, my daughter is indeed an ardent admirer of your work." She was utterly absorbed in Dream of the Red Chamber. However, he shifted his tone. As the jewel of our trading association, she carries significant responsibilities. It is rather inappropriate for her to squander her time on tales of romance and affection. I must be candid with you. I have no intention of assisting in the printing of your so-called supreme treasure, partly due to my daughter's infatuation with your book, which would lead her to become ensnared in it once more. I hope you can understand. In response, Yifeng nodded in silence, preparing to leave. "Wait," Mao Lin called out. Yifeng halted and turned back to him. Mao Lin approached and waved his hand. His subordinate promptly brought forth a jade platter adorned with 2 rows of gold coins, numbering perhaps over 100. Yifeng regarded him with curiosity. "You saw that my daughter is searching for you," the original author, Mao Lin stated, presenting the jade platter. "Do not reveal your identity in her presence. This is 100 gold coins. Take them." Yifeng furrowed his brow as he gazed at the platter. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out and took only 10 gold coins, remarking, "This sum covers the herbal expenses from last time. The rest is unnecessary." With that, Yifeng turned and departed. Paths diverged, and there was no need for further discourse. At the entrance, he encountered the waiting Mao Yunner. Yifeng politely nodded, a gesture of respect and gratitude towards the reader, the very source of his sustenance. That was all. After Yifeng left, Mao Yunner returned to her father. "Father, you promised to introduce me to the author of Dream of the Red Chamber. Why is there still no news?" She pouted, her lips forming a delicate frown. "Yunner, you ought to focus on learning the trade from the esteemed members of the association. Why waste time on frivolous literature?" Mao Lin gently admonished. Business. You only care about commerce, but I have no interest in it. Moreover, reading does not hinder my ability to engage in trade." Mao Yunner stamped her delicate foot in frustration. "Such arguments are futile. You will not see him again, and he likely will not publish any further works." Mao Lin asserted with a stern countenance. "Why not?" Mao Yunner inquired anxiously. "In a remote and impoverished village, a humble farmer, if not for my prior assistance, would have lacked the means to publish a book," Mao Lin disdainfully remarked. "Moreover, this venture will not yield substantial profits for the Merchant Association. Hence, we shall not collaborate with him in the future." However, Mao Yunner retorted, "But the sales of Dream of the Red Chamber are evidently robust, and the association has profited considerably from it. Why should we cease our collaboration?" Although there were indeed profits, they were not the focus of our Merchant Association. In comparison to our primary objectives, these gains are rather insignificant. With a serious expression, Mao Lin explained, "Furthermore, we are currently in a critical period competing with the Baofeng Merchant Association, and the association cannot afford to divert its attention." Noticing that Mao Yunner still wished to speak, he waved his hand with authority and commanded, "Enough, I have matters to attend to. Take the young lady back to her chamber to rest." Despite Mao Yunner's struggles, 2 servants escorted her away. As Yifeng emerged from the Merchant Association, a chilling autumn breeze swept past, rendering his demeanor somewhat disheveled. Life, it seems, is a challenge everywhere. It appears that if he wishes to publish a book and earn a living, he must devise alternative strategies. Upon arriving at the entrance of the martial arts hall, he spotted two familiar figures, Luo Lanxue and Yin Luoli, one tall and the other petite, seated on the steps with their chins resting in their hands, seemingly waiting for something. They were indeed the enchanting disciples of the Qingshan sect, exuding an extraordinary aura and possessing captivating figures that drew the attention of passers-by. Upon seeing Yifeng return, the two young women's faces lit up with joy as they approached him. "Greetings, esteemed sir," Luo Lanxue said with a respectful bow, though her gaze hesitated to meet his. In contrast, Yin Luoli, with the curiosity of a child, observed Yifeng intently, having heard her master and sister speak of him as an unparalleled sage, admonishing her to be courteous and respectful upon their meeting. "Ah, it is you too." Yifeng nodded with a smile and inquired, "Where is Elder Qingshan? Why hasn't he accompanied you?" My uncle is currently recuperating at home and has specifically sent us to check on you," Luo Lanxue replied, extending a beautifully wrapped basket and softly adding, "These are fruits gathered from the mountains, which my uncle asked us to present to you." "How kind of you," Yifeng said with a smile as he accepted the fruit basket, unhesitatingly opening it to reveal several pristine, doll-like fruits that appeared quite delectable. Seeing Yifeng's cheerful expression, Luo Lanxue felt less constrained. She could not help but acknowledge the comfort of conversing with this esteemed elder, and thus she casually engaged Yifeng in small talk, asking, "From where do you hail, sir?" Yifeng sighed with a hint of bitterness. "I have been idly passing time, writing a book to supplement my household expenses, but I find myself struggling to find a venue for publication." "Sir, writing a book to support your household, yet struggling to find a means of publication?" Luo Lanxue gasped in astonishment. Chapter 32. Who is Mr. Yi really? Yet, upon reflection, it occurred to her that Yifeng, in his utmost humility, had always shunned the exposure of his identity, which likely contributed to this perplexity. The intricacies of human relationships, the mundane aspects of life, the joys and sorrows, the confusions and dilemmas, these indeed constitute the essence of true life experience. For a moment, Luo Lanxue seemed to grasp something profound. Indeed, every encounter with Mr. Yi brought about unexpected insights. "Mr. Yi, might we assist you?" After a brief pause, Luo Lanxue ventured cautiously. "Oh," Yifeng's eyes sparkled slightly. "You see, Luo Li's father is the president of the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. Shall we go seek him out together?" Luo Lanxue elucidated, reasoning that since Mr. Yi was among the ordinary folk, her approach of leveraging human connections should not transgress any rules. "That would be splendid." Yifeng's previously somber mood lifted instantaneously, akin to dawn breaking after a long night. Hearing this, Luo Lanxue was overwhelmed with joy. She was also immensely curious about the book Mr. Yi had written, convinced it must be a bestseller. Meanwhile, Yin Luoli beamed with delight. Though young, she was astute, and should the work of this extraordinary master be sold in her family's chamber of commerce, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous opportunity for them. After a brief interlude, the trio proceeded directly to the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. They were welcomed by President Yin Xiong, a tall man with a radiant complexion, who was especially elated to see his beloved daughter return. Naturally, he was exceedingly courteous to Luo Lanxue, for she was, after all, Yin Luoli's senior sister and the most cherished disciple of the revered Elder Qingshan. "May I ask who this is?" Yin Xiong inquired softly, turning his gaze toward Yifeng. "This is Mr. Yi," Luo Lanxue promptly introduced, not waiting for Yin Xiong to speak before ushering Yifeng to the esteemed seat. "It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Yi." Yin Xiong slightly bowed to Yifeng, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he pulled Luo Lanxue aside. "Niece, who exactly is this Mr. Yi?" he asked in a hushed tone. As the president of the chamber, he had long been astute in discerning the nuances of human nature. He had observed Luo Lanxue's deference towards Yifeng with keen interest. Even more curious was the behavior of his typically lively and mischievous daughter, Yin Luoli, who appeared particularly obedient in Mr. Yi's presence. This piqued his interest in the identity of Mr. Yi. Luo Lanxue glanced at Yifeng, who was savoring his tea, as if seeking his permission. After a prolonged moment, seeing no signs of discontent from him, she lowered her head and spoke earnestly to Yin Xiong. "Uncle, I cannot reveal too much about Mr. Yi's identity, but you must remember that even my esteemed master addresses him with the utmost respect. Today may very well present a monumental opportunity for the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, so it is imperative that you seize it." At her words, Yin Xiong's body trembled slightly, and he instinctively inhaled sharply. He had never doubted that Lauren Shu was exaggerating. He could sense the gravity in her tone. He had not anticipated that she would bring him such a formidable figure, one whom even the venerable elder Qingshan respected. As a mere mortal engaged in commerce, he dared not ponder further. Yet, at the very least, he had already formulated a plan for his subsequent demeanor. Bring forth the finest delicacies from the guild, he commanded with a flourish of his robe. A procession of graceful and charming maidens promptly appeared, bearing exquisite platters of treats, eager not to slight Yifeng. After a brief exchange, Yifeng candidly articulated his intentions. To publish a book? Upon hearing this, Inxiong summoned the steward without a moment's hesitation. Master, your command? The steward replied with utmost respect. From this day forth, our guild shall dedicate itself entirely to assisting Mr. Yifeng in publishing his book. Every aspect, from layout to typography and printing, must be executed to perfection. Should there be even the slightest error, I shall hold you accountable, Inxiong instructed decisively. But master, our guild is currently focused on jewelry, precious metals, and supplies for cultivators. If we neglect these, we risk market encroachment by the Pingjiang Guild. Do you not think so? The steward raised his concerns, his expression one of worry. I am unaware of such matters. Why do you speak so much? Inxiong's temper flared suddenly, and he delivered a sharp slap to the steward's face, commanding, I instruct you to prioritize Mr. Yifeng's book. You shall comply without further discussion. Yes, the steward replied, his face paling in fear, and he retreated hastily, clutching his swollen cheek. Chairman Yin, this seems unnecessary. Surely the original business of our guild should take precedence. Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment. He had merely sought to publish a book for a modest income and had never imagined enlisting the guild's support for such an endeavor. What's the harm? To be frank, I have a personal fondness for reading, and our guild has long harbored intentions of expanding in this direction, Inxiong replied. His face alight with a smile, his words carefully chosen. At that moment, both Yin Luoli and Lauren Shu were taken aback. Yin Luoli could not suppress her inner thoughts. Why was I unaware that our guild intended to develop in this area? Chapter 33. An unprecedented response. Though Yifeng initially intended to decline, he found it difficult to reject Inxiong's earnest invitation, ultimately acquiescing. It seemed that the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce indeed planned to develop in this direction. After departing from the Baofeng Chamber, Yifeng returned to the martial arts hall, feeling significantly lighter. With the full support of the Baofeng Chamber, he could surely earn some income and no longer worry about such matters. Meanwhile, Luo Lanxue and Yin Luoli also returned to the Qingshan sect and promptly reported the developments to the venerable ancestor of Qingshan. Indeed, well done. The ancestor expressed with evident delight. It appears our relationship with the elder is improving. However, it is regrettable that although the elder lent me the divine blade, I failed to bring the Xuanwu to its knees. Indeed, Luo Lanxue sighed softly, still puzzled. Master, on that day, you wielded the divine blade in pursuit of the Xuanwu ancestor. Given the circumstances, he should have been within your grasp. How could it be, alas? The intelligence regarding the Xuanwu was flawed. The ancestor lamented. Only upon engaging in true combat did I realize he has been a martial king for over 30 years. Coupled with my insufficient strength to fully wield the divine blade, this allowed him to escape. No wonder Luo Lanxue nodded, her face reflecting a lingering fear. Had it not been for Mr. Yi's divine blade, she might have lost her master that day on the stormy platform. By the way, Schwer, you handed over the human crystal fruit to the elder, did you not? The ancestor suddenly recalled. All 8 have been delivered to the elder, Luo Lanxue replied respectfully. Very well, the ancestor nodded approvingly. Then, with a wave of his hand, he produced a jade box and continued, Schwer, there is yet another human crystal fruit here. You may share it with Luoli. Ah, master, this is too much. The human crystal fruit is so rare, with only 9 appearing in a millennium. Such a precious item should be enjoyed by you. Luo Lanxue hurriedly objected. Fear not. I had the fortune of tasting a petal during the 1,000 years I followed your master. Originally, I intended to gift all 9 fruits to Elder Yi. But thinking of you too, I specifically set one aside for you, the ancestor replied with a smile. Master, tears welled in Luo Lanxue's eyes. Go now. I must enter seclusion. When I emerge, we shall pay another visit to the elder. With that, the ancestor closed his eyes. Yes, disciple takes her leave. Luo Lanxue reverently cradled the jade box and withdrew. Time passed quietly, and autumn deepened. Under the auspices of the Baofeng Chamber, Yifeng's work had successfully been published. In the martial arts hall, Yifeng sat at the bedside, his palm resting upon Zhongqing's forehead. "Master, I am fine." Zhongqing opened his eyes and said, "You should rest. I will prepare a meal once I feel comfortable lying here for a while." "Fine." Yifeng's expression darkened as he reproached. "Look at how feverish you are, and your hands and feet are swollen. You must lie still and not move." Yifeng rarely exhibited anger, causing Zhongqing to fall silent. Noticing this, Yifeng let out a quiet sigh. It was perhaps his own fault for not dedicating enough thought to Zhongqing. The boy had been practicing martial arts daily, resulting in muscular strain and swollen limbs, compounded by a cold from the frigid weather, rendering him utterly haggard. After covering Zhongqing with a blanket, Yifeng, in a state of disarray, made his way to the front hall. Shouldering a bamboo basket with the intention of foraging for medicinal herbs on the back mountain of Pingjiang City. Although he had known Zhongqing for a brief period and the boy had inadvertently added to Yifeng's financial burdens since his arrival, he had relieved Yifeng of all trivial matters. In his heart, the boy had already become a part of his family. Before departing, Yifeng instructed a servant across the way to keep an eye on Zhongqing, as he did not know how many days he would be gone, and then entered the mountains with a sickle in hand. The saying "the mountain is far and the horse tires" proved true, for it took Yifeng 3 full days to reach the foot of the mountain. Fortunately, there were no significant wild beasts within, and he could subsist on wild fruits and rabbits, quenching his thirst with mountain spring water while gathering herbs. Though it was tiring, the unique beauty of the mountains provided a rare visual feast. Meanwhile, during Yifeng's days in the mountains, a fervor for reading had ignited in Pingjiang City. A book titled The Supreme Treasure and the Fairy of Xixia had emerged, capturing the hearts of countless readers with its tale of love and conflict between the protagonists, leading to the swift sell-out of its first edition. This phenomenon was not limited to commoners. Even a substantial number of female disciples from the Qingshan sect were seen clutching copies. Indeed, the teacher's writing was exceptional. Such a work could likely only be crafted by someone of his caliber. Luo Lanxue sat cross-legged atop the summit of Qingshan sect, enveloped in swirling clouds, her enchanting figure appearing ethereal from a distance, as beautiful as a celestial being. Within just 2 days, she had finished reading the book. Upon closing its pages, her lovely eyes brimmed with tears, whether from the story's melancholy or an unwillingness to part with it. Schwer. At that moment, a figure descended beside Luo Lanxue, exuding an aura of authority as he regarded her with his hands clasped behind his back. "I have met the sect leader's elder brother." The newcomer was none other than Zhu Yun of Qingshan sect, prompting Luo Lanxue to rise and pay her respects. "Schwer, why has our sect been so lax of late? The training grounds are devoid of disciples honing their skills." Zhu Yun had just emerged from seclusion to find the Qingshan sect unusually quiet, a stark contrast to its previous vibrancy, a sight unwelcome to the sect leader. Anger flickering across his visage as he spoke. In response, Luo Lanxue managed a wry smile before replying, reporting to the sect leader's elder brother. "This is likely connected to Mr. Yi's book." "Mr. Yi's book?" Zhu Yun was taken aback, extending his hand. "Do you possess a copy?" Luo Lanxue extended her delicate hand. Zhu Yun took the book, holding it reverently, and inquired, "Is this truly authored by Mr. Yi?" Luo Lanxue solemnly nodded. Zhu Yun inhaled sharply, and with a swift motion, he was already soaring into the skies. "Elder brother Yu," Luo Lanxue called out, "I have secluded myself for 2 days. Please assist in managing the affairs of the sect, and we shall discuss any matters further at a later time." A voice resonated from the crimson clouds above. Lauren Shui was taken aback. "Master, senior brother, did you not just emerge from seclusion?" Yet, there was no response from the heavens. Chapter 34. The Fair One's Melancholy. The Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. Aside from the upper echelons of the chamber, Mao Lin sat at the head of the table, his expression dark and foreboding. The president hastily sought a solution. At this moment, a senior member could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "It is well known that a city can only support one primary chamber of commerce, and we are at a crucial juncture regarding the chamber's classification." "Indeed, President," another senior member chimed in. "Our competition with the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce could have remained evenly matched. In fact, in the realms of gold, silver, and the market for cultivators' goods, we had even surpassed them. However, this month, with the advantage of a single book, Baofeng's revenue has outstripped that of the Pingjiang chamber by 20%. If this trend continues into next month, we shall be compelled to relinquish the title of primary chamber. Precisely. We will then be beholden to the whims of the Baofeng chamber, and even the pricing of goods and market selection will be dictated by them, another voice echoed. An air of anxiety enveloped the assembly within the grand hall. This only deepened Mao Lin's scowl as he gripped his chair, the sound of cracking would reverberating through the silence. He had initially believed that the sale of 2 copies of that wretched book was solely due to his assistance. Yet who could have foreseen its meteoric rise within the Baofeng chamber? Not only that, but it had also enabled Baofeng to eclipse Pingjiang's profits by 20%. President, I heard that the original author of that book sought you out previously? A senior member inquired of Mao Lin. Mao Lin's brow furrowed. The mention of this matter sent a jolt of anxiety through him. Indeed, it was Yifeng who had approached him first, and he had unwittingly relinquished a lucrative opportunity. This was far more distressing than losing a beloved spouse. With an awkward cough, he regained his composure and waved a hand dismissively. Ladies and gentlemen, let us remain calm. The Pingjiang chamber has weathered many storms. This is but another challenge. I will address this matter. May I ask how you intend to resolve it? Someone queried. Clearly, despite Mao Lin's position as president, the chamber was not solely his dominion, and the gravity of the situation had raised doubts among the members. The author and I share a slight acquaintance. I shall simply approach him once more and persuade him to return to the Pingjiang chamber for publication, Mao Lin replied. His countenance grim. President, he initially sought our collaboration, but we turned him away. Do you believe it will be so simple to entice him back? One member questioned. Concern etched on their face. Upon hearing this, a wave of apprehension swept across the others. Mao Lin's expression soured further, yet given the circumstances, he had no choice but to devise a strategy to win Yifeng back. Otherwise, he would face insurmountable skepticism from the chamber's leadership, and his position as president would be untenable. Resolutely, he waved his hand and declared, "You need not worry about that. I have assured you of my connection to him, and I will certainly bring him back. Rest easy. Let us hope for the best." Since Mao Lin has stated thus, the members of the guild can only choose to believe him for the time being, and thus the meeting dispersed. In the backdrop of Pingjiang City, at the pinnacle of the outermost Mount Fugu, there lies a courtyard. Beside it cascades a waterfall of 100 zhang. The force of the water converging into a crystal-clear pool where mist rises gently, accompanied by a garden. Upon a jade stone, a lady in white caresses a long guqin. The melodious notes attracting the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, creating an ethereal paradise. Miss, a joyous event. At that moment, a maid, her face alight with excitement, rushed over. Mao, did I not instruct you to refrain from haste in your duties? The lady in white cast a reproachful glance at the approaching maid, gently chiding her. Miss, he has published a new book, Mao exclaimed, waving her arms and brandishing a volume. The author of Dream of the Red Chamber? Upon hearing this, the lady in white hastily rose to greet Mao, urging, Quick, let me see it. Humph, miss, you chide me for being impatient, yet you appear even more eager. Mao pouted playfully. Dare you retort? Quickly, prepare a seat and tea for me, and do not disturb me unless necessary. The lady in white promptly instructed the maid. With a cup of tea and a seat prepared, the lady in white immersed herself in the book for an entire day, reading from morning until dusk. By this time, she had finished it, yet she held the book tightly, lost in thought, her gaze vacant, as if still ensnared in the love story of the protagonists, unable to escape. If I were granted a chance to start over, I would tell you, I love you. If a time limit must be added, I would wish for 10,000 years. Such sentences, what manner of person could compose them? The lady in white whispered softly. Noticing her daze, Mao chimed in with a small pout. Miss, look at you. You're at it again. Last time, Dream of the Red Chamber kept you up all night, and now it seems you've become utterly entranced. You little imp, daring to talk back. The lady in white lightly scolded, carefully cradling the book in her hands, her lips moving as she mused. One dream of the Red Chamber, one supreme treasure. Mao, do you think this gentleman must be a very gentle soul? What do you imagine he looks like? Upon saying this, her eyes sparkled with longing. I do not know either, Mao lamented, shaking her head in distress. Alas, a delicate sigh escaped her, filled with melancholy. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. The lady in white furrowed her brow. Mao, equally perplexed, noted that no one had ever visited this place. Chapter 35. The young master's poetry who is Mao Mao? Inquired the woman clad in white. Ah, he is a young man, merely a mortal, Mao Mao replied, opening the door a crack to glance outside before turning back. A mortal? The white-clad woman furrowed her delicate brows and continued, ask him what brings him here. He claims he seeks shelter. Miss, what do you think? Mao Mao's questioning gaze fell upon the woman. Allow him to enter and arrange for him a courtyard. But caution him against wandering about at night, the white-clad woman commanded before returning her focus to the book in her hands. Come in. Mao Mao opened the door wide, and a young man, weary and carrying a bamboo basket, stepped inside. It was Yifeng, who had ventured into the mountains to gather herbs. Although he had brought his own tent, misfortune struck as light rain began to fall, and the chill of the mountains proved unbearable. Fortunately, deep within these mountains, he discovered a household. Thank you. Yifeng expressed his gratitude as he crossed the threshold. Upon entering, Yifeng was captivated by the scene before him, especially by the ethereal beauty of a woman seated by the waterfall. After the new rain in the empty mountains, as dusk falls, the autumn returns home late. In the quiet courtyard, the silver screen stretches 3,000 feet, while a lovely lady leans against a rock, playing the zither. This enchanting sight inspired Yifeng to borrow from the ancient verses of his past life to express his admiration, with slight alterations to suit the moment, lest he seem out of place. Yet, as soon as his poetic words faded, the young woman, who had not lifted her gaze, suddenly cast an astonished look in his direction, surprised that a mere mountain dweller could compose such verses. After the new rain in the empty mountains, as dusk falls, the autumn returns home late. In the quiet courtyard, the silver screen stretches 3,000 feet, while a lovely lady leans against a rock, playing the zither. She could not help but softly recite the lines, and upon finishing, she nodded appreciatively, finally directing her earnest gaze toward Yifeng. Indeed, he bore no trace of cultivation. He was undoubtedly immortal. The light rain fell gently, and though his blue robe was slightly damp, he appeared anything but disheveled. Rather, he exuded a refreshing aura. It was undeniable that this mortal left her with a sense of comfort. For the first time, her traditional views on mortals began to shift. Perhaps not all common folk were so trivial, she mused, as she gracefully set aside her book and spoke. Young master, your poetry is delightful. I thank you. Your kindness is overwhelming. Yifeng replied with a respectful gesture, following Mao Mao to his quarters, where he finally found respite. Are you settled in? The white-clad woman inquired softly. I am settled, miss, Mao Mao responded, before exclaiming in surprise. Oh, miss, the poem you wrote is precisely the one he just composed. Indeed. The white-clad woman nodded gently, her delicate hand taking up the brush to inscribe Yifeng's recent poem. Excuse me, miss. Could it be that you have developed an affection for this mortal? You even took the time to transcribe his poetry, exclaimed Mao Mao, covering her mouth in astonishment. What nonsense you speak. The young woman shot Mao Mao a disapproving glance, her delicate hand gently placing the pen down. I merely believe that this line of poetry resonates profoundly with our surroundings. For some time, I felt that something was amiss here, but with this poem, everything feels complete. Once the ink dries, I intend for you to embellish it and hang it up. Hee hee, and yet you claim not to be enamored by that mortal. While planning to display his poem, Mao Mao teased, stifling her laughter. You cheeky girl, speak another word, and I'll have to discipline you. The woman in white threatened playfully, while asserting, no matter how remarkable a mortal may be, he remains just that, a mere mortal, utterly different from us. Moreover, how could I possibly be swayed by a single poem to develop feelings for someone? She hesitated, her words trailing off, only to tighten her grip on the dream of the Red Chamber and the King of Comedy in her hands. Chapter 36. Raising my head to gaze at the bright moon, lowering it to think of my homeland. Indeed, even if a lady were to have affections, it would be for the authors of Dream of the Red Chamber and the King of Comedy, not for mere mortals. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Mao Mao spoke meaningfully. Silence. The woman gently tapped Mao Mao's little head, her delicate face revealing a hint of concern. But tell me, could he also be an ordinary man? Mao Mao pondered, furrowing his brow. I believe he is not. Just look at the character in the King of Comedy. Although his cultivation methods differ from ours, he is undeniably formidable. Even if it is fictional, One must possess a certain understanding of cultivation to pen such a narrative, wouldn't you agree? Indeed. The woman admired Mao Mao with a glance, sharing his sentiment. A simple romance novel might very well be authored by an ordinary person. But the king of comedy is set in a realm of cultivation, with characters traversing vast distances and possessing supreme treasures like the Moonlight Treasure Box. How could such a world be depicted through the eyes of a mere mortal? Then, Mao Mao, from this day forth, you shall assist me in seeking out this gentleman with all your might. I wish to meet him as swiftly as possible, she instructed softly. Understood, miss. I grasp your intentions, Mao Mao replied with a giggle, covering his mouth, and then retreated. In the room, Yifeng changed into a fresh set of clothing, feeling considerably more comfortable after a brief tidying up. He then retrieved a wild rabbit from his bamboo basket and stepped outside to the open space in front of the house. After a long day of travel without sustenance, he was determined to reward himself. He quickly set up a barbecue rack. Before long, a fragrant rabbit emerged from the fire, succulent yet not greasy. Especially after Yifeng sprinkled it with spices, releasing an enticing aroma. Ah, delightful. He inhaled the aroma, not hurrying to indulge, for freshly roasted fare can easily lead to discomfort. Instead, he dug a small pit in the ground and buried a wild chicken, which had been wrapped in lotus leaves. He then skewered a fish to roast. In a short while, the fish was perfectly cooked, its skin crisp and enticing. The beggar's chicken also emerged, exuding a mouth-watering fragrance. Although he was but a humble mortal, Yifeng never compromised on his enjoyment of life. Even if he could not finish everything, he aimed to savor each bite. A jug of fine wine would complete the experience, bringing him immense joy. Yifeng produced his wine gourd, ensuring everything was prepared, and then clapped his hands in satisfaction. With a chicken leg and a sip of wine, he felt content. Though autumn had set in, the mountains still resonated with the calls of numerous small creatures, reminiscent of cicadas, and many moths fluttered toward the light. Yifeng looked up at the sky. The bright moon hung high, illuminating the night. After a few sips of wine, he was not intoxicated, yet a gentle warmth enveloped him, stirring memories of his hometown from a past life. The long-awaited towering skyscrapers, the bustling streets of the city, the relentless pursuit of glory in games like Honor of Kings and League of Legends, along with cherished family, and the brothers and friends of a past life. Raising his cup to the moon, Yifeng found his eyes unexpectedly brimming with tears. Not only was he adept at poetry, but it seemed he was also a man of profound stories. Outside the courtyard, two graceful figures appeared, their voices resonating. And as their words fell, the chill hidden within the eyes of the women quietly dissipated. In truth, the two had been observing for quite some time. The significance of this place, Mount Mofu, was paramount. On the surface, the two women sought tranquility, indulging in nature's beauty, yet covertly. They were stationed here to avert any unforeseen incidents. For the past 2 years, no outsiders had entered. Yifeng, an unfamiliar face, had caused quite a stir. Even as an ordinary mortal, he had drawn their attention. However, it now seemed that their concerns were unwarranted. The two young ladies, having made their entrance, were met with Yifeng's respectful bow as he invited them to join him by the fire. With an apologetic tone, he remarked that he had intended to prepare the food for them, and, since they were present, why not share a meal together? The woman clad in white glanced at Yifeng, and for reasons unknown, she felt a peculiar connection to this ordinary young man. Despite her previous disinterest in mundane affairs, she found herself inexplicably drawn to sit down beside him. Chapter 37. A graceful lady and a gentleman's favor. I am Yifeng. May I inquire about the esteemed surnames of the two young ladies? Yifeng asked politely. I am Bai Pia Piao, and this is my younger sister, Mao Mao. The woman in white replied softly. Greetings, Miss Bai and Miss Pia Piao, Yifeng acknowledged. Please, partake in this food. Nodding, Yifeng wrapped 2 pieces of meat in lotus leaves and offered them to Bai Pia Piao and Mao Mao. Hey, this dish is so greasy and looks rather unclean. My lady would never eat such a thing, Mao Mao remarked, frowning slightly. Mao Mao, do not be rude, Bai Pia Piao gently reprimanded, then turned to Yifeng with an apologetic expression. Since it is prepared by young Master Yi himself, I shall accept it with gratitude. With that, she delicately accepted the chicken Yifeng offered, but only tore off a small piece to place in her mouth. Clearly, she displayed little interest in Yifeng's offering, taking a mere morsel out of courtesy. Yet, as the delectable morsel touched her lips, By Pia Piao's serene countenance subtly shifted. This dish is truly exquisite, she could not help but exclaim. Although her cultivation level had long since distanced her from earthly pleasures, the tender, flavorful chicken awakened her appetite, prompting her to tear off another small piece. Is it really that delicious, miss? Mao Mao questioned, skepticism evident in her voice. She knew Bai Pia Piao all too well. Her sister had never been one to indulge her palate. The praise astonished her, leading her to hastily tear off a small piece as well. Wow, it really is delicious, Mao Mao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as the flavors danced on her tongue. You amuse me, Yifeng replied with a calm nod. The reactions of the two young women did not surprise him. Rather, they fell well within his expectations. Most individuals in this world were preoccupied with their cultivation and survival, their diets lacking even the simplest seasonings like salt or MSG. Thus, their response to the culinary delights from his homeland was entirely understandable. Yifeng's composed demeanor caused Bai Pia Piao to regard him with newfound interest. She seldom offered compliments. Even those exceptional disciples from her sect would have been graced with only a fleeting glance. Yet this ordinary man remained unfazed, prompting her to ponder his authenticity. Was he merely pretending? She scrutinized him, observing his genuine expression as he savored his own food and drink. Lost in his own thoughts, no pretense lingered in his demeanor. Furthermore, his gaze was pure, and his words were not frivolous. He did not even cast a lingering glance at her beauty. This ordinary man was indeed intriguing. Bai Pia Piao assessed Yifeng, her red lips instinctively curving into a smile as she suddenly inquired, "What do you think of me, young master?" With the grace of a fragrant orchid and a heart of warmth and kindness, Yifeng replied with a smile. Bai Pia Piao arched her delicate brows and remarked, "You know that is not what I am asking." Yifeng, in a state of helplessness, shook his head and replied, "As beautiful as a celestial being, captivating enough to topple nations." Bai Pia Piao covered her mouth and laughed. Does the young master fancy her? Upon uttering this question, Bai Pia Piao's pupils slightly constricted as she scrutinized Yifeng. Indeed, Yifeng nodded earnestly. His candid response took Bai Pia Piao by surprise. Such unguarded honesty was unexpected. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired further, "Why? A slender maiden is indeed the ideal companion for a gentleman," Yifeng stated bluntly as he took a sip of his wine. What a splendid observation about slender maidens and refined gentlemen. Bai Pia Piao could not help but exclaim. Her perception of this mortal man elevated. She continued, "Yet I find myself perplexed." About what? Since the young master is fond of me, why does he not cast a glance in my direction? Bai Pia Piao lifted the corners of her mouth and questioned, could it be that the young master was speaking falsely just now? Yifeng shook his head in resignation. That affection is merely mine. The lady is not bound to me. Moreover, there is another saying. What is it? One should not gaze upon that which is inappropriate. You truly have opened my eyes, young master. Your words are filled with wisdom. Bai Pia Piao could not help but rise, offering a slight bow to Yifeng. I must say, today I have learned much from you. Chapter 38. Unfortunately, he does not read the young lady was courteous, and Yifeng also rose and nodded slightly. As praises flowed like a river, he graciously accepted them. The profound cultural heritage of 5,000 years was merely the tip of the iceberg. Though these words were not his own, they could be considered a benefit bestowed upon him as a time traveler. It is truly pleasant to engage with the young master, Bai Pia Piao remarked. Yifeng merely smiled, and in the course of their conversation, Bai Pia Piao unknowingly finished her chicken leg. Yifeng, in return for her compliments, tore off a few pieces of fish for her. Meanwhile, Mao Mao, with greasy lips, listened intently, astonished by the exchange. It was her first time witnessing her young lady so openly commend another. From the poetry the young master recited, he must not be from around here, right? Bai Pia Piao inquired further. Indeed, yet not entirely, Yifeng replied, a sigh escaping him as he gazed at the bright moon, reminiscing about his hometown, and took a deep draught. Truly, the young master is a man of stories, Bai Pia Piao observed as she noted the slightly disheveled profile of Yifeng, a flicker of interest igniting within her heart for this mortal. Would you be willing to share your story with me? She softly asked. I would prefer not to, Yifeng replied succinctly. Ah, Bai Pia Piao pursed her lips in surprise. She had never been so straightforwardly refused before. The abruptness of his rejection was an unfamiliar discomfort. Yifeng merely cast an apologetic glance her way, offering no further explanation. His tail stretched far back into another world, another civilization. Moreover, it was a secret that loomed larger than the trivial system he bore. "Forgive my abruptness. Please, continue your repose," Bai Piao gently remarked, rising to leave with Mao Mao. However, just as they were about to depart, she paused and turned back. "By the way, do you read, young master? Books?" "I do not." Yifeng shook his head apologetically. "Oh, very well." Bai Piao nodded, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of disappointment for the first time. Though Yifeng was but a mortal, she rarely encountered someone like him and would not have opposed forming a profound friendship. She had hoped he had perused those two esteemed works, but alas. After a hearty meal and several rounds of wine, Yifeng leaned against the railing, lost in thought for an extended period. Midnight had come when he finally returned to his room. Retrieving the copy of Dream of the Red Chamber from the bamboo basket and placing it beneath the hard wooden plank of his bed, gradually sinking into slumber. The following day, Yifeng arose early, seeking out Bai Piao and Mao Mao, preparing to take his leave. Should the young master find himself without lodging on his next venture into the mountains, he is welcome to return here, Bai Piao said after careful consideration during their farewell. "Thank you, Miss Piao," Yifeng acknowledged with a nod to the two ladies, shouldering his bamboo basket and turning to descend the mountain path. "Miss, why do you still wish for him to return?" Mao Mao inquired, puzzled. Bai Piao merely smiled. "Yifeng is merely an ordinary mortal, posing no significant impact or threat to their plans. Yet, his poise and wisdom evoke genuine admiration from Bai Piao. Although it may seem rather fanciful to hold respect for a mere human, the reality appears to affirm this sentiment. Thus, she does not reject his presence. It is a pity, however, that he does not indulge in reading. Otherwise, they might share a wealth of common topics. Nevertheless, his arrival is quite welcome, for the fish last night was truly delectable." With a mischievous grin, Mao Mao found himself salivating once more at the thought of that delightful meal. "All right, you should hurry and tidy up the room he stayed in," Bai Piao remarked with a hint of annoyance. Mao Mao stuck out his tongue and obediently set about cleaning the room. Yet, before long, he returned, shouting, Miss, come quickly and see." Chapter 39. It turns out young Master E is also familiar with this work. What is going on? Bai Piao rose, her brow furrowed. "Miss, you must come quickly. That wretched mortal has stolen your book." Mao Mao shouted loudly. "What?" A chill swept over Bai Piao's face, an overwhelming aura emanating from her as she transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly arriving at the front of the room. The door swung open, and the two made their way toward the bedside. Indeed, there lay a copy of Dream of the Red Chamber on the headboard. Upon seeing this, the frost upon Bai Piao's delicate visage deepened, her aura tinged with a hint of murderous intent, as if her most cherished treasure had been sullied. However, in the next instant, she sensed something amiss. She leaped back to her chamber and, upon returning, astonishingly held another copy of Dream of the Red Chamber. "Ah, miss. 2 copies of Dream of the Red Chamber. What is this?" Mao Mao gaped at the book in Bai Piao's hand. "We misunderstood young Master E," Bai Piao remarked, her icy demeanor softening as she compared the 2 volumes. It became evident that the conditions of the 2 copies differed. It seemed this particular volume had been left behind by young Master E. Bai Piao's tone reflected a hint of delight. "So, young Master E is also acquainted with this work. But didn't he say last night that he doesn't read?" Mao Mao inquired, puzzled. Bai Piao nodded. Sharing the same confusion, she murmured softly, "Perhaps young Master E harbors some unspoken truths." Oh, Mao Mao nodded thoughtfully. "I never expected young Master E, as a mere mortal, to share so many commonalities with me." She gently caressed the 2 books, recalling the mortal man from the previous night who had invited her to drink under the moonlight. She then instructed, "Mao Mao, please keep young Master S copy safe and return it to him the next time he visits." "Understood." Mao Mao promptly took the volume, gazing at Bai Piao with concern. "Miss, from the looks of you, you wouldn't be harboring feelings for that mortal from last night, would you?" Bai Piao shook her head with a bitter smile. "How could that be? Though he possesses talent, he ultimately pales in comparison to those who have authored Dream of the Red Chamber. Yizun Bao. We merely share numerous common topics. Besides, he is but an ordinary mortal." "Oh, very well." Mao Mao nodded, perplexed by her mistress. She quickly added, "Then I shall send word at once to locate the eminent person you mentioned. The mountain path was treacherous." After 2 days of jostling through the mountains, Yifeng finally gathered the necessary herbs. In addition to those required by Zhongqing, he collected several others, deeming his harvest quite abundant. After several more days of travel, he finally returned to the martial arts school. Unfortunately, Zhongqing's condition had not improved. On the contrary, it had worsened. Yifeng, disregarding his exhaustion, hurriedly prepared medicine for Zhongqing. After taking the medicine, Zhongqing's fever subsided considerably, allowing Yifeng to breathe a sigh of relief. Is Mr. Yi here? As soon as he settled down, shouts echoed from outside the door. Yifeng stepped out to discover it was the steward of the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. Upon seeing Yifeng, the steward displayed utmost respect. Not only did President Yin Xiong and Luo Lanxue hold Yifeng in high regard, but the benefits derived from his book also warranted such deference. "Oh, it is you. What brings you here?" Yifeng inquired, a hint of fatigue coloring his expression. "Mr. Yi, I am here to present you with your share of the book sales," the steward replied respectfully, producing an exclusive card from the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce and handing it to Yifeng. "Sir, this contains 100,000 gold coins from last month's sales. Fearing it might be cumbersome for you to store, we have kept it in our chamber. You may use this VIP card to withdraw funds at any time. Of course, on the same day each month henceforth, we will compile your monthly earnings, ensuring every coin is accounted for in your card." Though aware that their meeting was primarily regarding the book, Yifeng was momentarily taken aback by the figure mentioned. "Did you say how much? 100,000? Nodding in affirmation, the steward felt a slight pang of concern. Could it be that Mr. Yi found the sum insufficient? However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and promptly took his leave to report back to the chamber. Once the steward departed, Yifeng regained his composure, gazing incredulously at the card in his hand. A laugh escaped him. He had merely intended to supplement his household income, never imagining that he could achieve such a claim through writing. Suddenly, a windfall of 100,000 gold coins had graced him. This would sustain him for many years to come. Moreover, astonishingly, this was merely for 1 month. Truly delightful. With a joyful heart, he returned to the martial arts school, but just as he turned, a voice called from behind, "Master Yi." Looking back, he saw Mao Lin from the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce approaching with 2 companions, a broad smile on his face. "President Mao," Yifeng acknowledged, his brow furrowing slightly, uncertain of the reason for Mao Lin's visit. "Ahem." Mao Lin cleared his throat awkwardly, then beamed at Yifeng, saying, "Master Yi, to be candid, I have come to apologize for the previous incident." With a wave of his hand, the 2 individuals behind him opened a box, revealing a gleaming pile of gold coins. "Here, 1,000 gold coins. Please accept them, young Master Yi," Mao Lin declared with a flourish. Casting a meaningful glance at Yifeng, he believed that this sum, equivalent to a common man's annual income, would surely sway Yifeng. Chapter 40. Is 10,000 gold coins a considerable sum? Yifeng furrowed his brow, casting a meaningful glance at Mao Lin. "Oh, Mr. Yi, there is no need for formality." Noticing that Yifeng seemed taken aback, Mao Lin straightened his posture and continued, "Although 1,000 gold coins is indeed a substantial amount, I implore you to cast aside any burdens of conscience. This is my gesture of apology. Simply accept it." Upon hearing this, the depth of Yifeng's expression intensified, and he directly stated, "Chairman Mao, let us dispense with pleasantries and address the matter at hand." "Ahem, I shall speak plainly then." Clearing his throat, Mao Lin smiled and said, "Since the day you departed, I have reflected deeply. We are currently in an era of cultural renaissance, which aligns perfectly with the development of my commerce association. Thus, I intend to continue collaborating with you, Master Yi, and mobilize the full strength of the association to assist you in publishing your work." Yifeng's gaze shifted slightly, and he immediately grasped Mao Lin's intentions. Suspecting he had recognized the potential profits that his work, Supreme Treasure, could bring to the Pingjiang Commerce Association. Indeed, the weasel had come bearing ill tidings. This old scoundrel, unable to suppress a smirk, Yifeng leisurely remarked, "Chairman Mao, your words are misguided. Did you not explicitly tell me that there would be no profit in publishing? Therefore, I believe it would be prudent for you to prioritize the interests of the association." Mao Lin's face flushed with embarrassment at Yifeng's retort, and he hurriedly explained, "You see, I misspoke that day. How could Master Yi take my foolish words to heart? I have faith that you are not a petty person." "No, I am indeed a rather petty individual," Yifeng interjected, his eyes narrowing as he candidly stated, and I have not forgotten the humiliation you inflicted upon me. You. Yifeng's words left Mao Lin infuriated, his countenance darkening as he exclaimed, "What do you mean by that? Do you truly believe our association cannot thrive without you? Let me make it clear. If you do not collaborate with us, do you think your book will fetch any significant profit? Since your association is not wholly dependent on me, that suits me just fine," Yifeng retorted with a cold smile, turning to leave. He waved dismissively, saying, "You may take your leave." Wait. Yifeng's remark struck Mao Lin like a dagger, as he had intended to provoke him, but was met with indifference instead. Regaining his composure, he plastered a smile back on his face and grasped Yifeng's arm. "What is it, Chairman Mao? Are you clinging to me now?" Yifeng inquired coldly, tilting his head. Mao Lin, his expression grim, released Yifeng and hesitated before saying, "How about this? You name your price, and let us discuss how we can resume our collaboration with the Pingjiang Commerce Association." "I am not interested," Yifeng replied flatly. 2,000 gold coins? Yifeng remained silent. 3,000 gold coins? Still, Yifeng did not respond. 10,000 gold coins? Finally, Mao Lin gritted his teeth and uttered a substantial figure. "Chairman Mao, there are no remedies for regret in this world," Yifeng stated dismissively, unwilling to prolong the exchange. "Moreover, I am indeed a petty person, and I have not forgotten the indignity you subjected me to. Therefore, I must insist that you take your leave. Indeed, on that day, I should not have acted in such a manner. I can comprehend your resentment." Mao Lin was taken aback by Yifeng's steadfastness, his complexion darkening as he remarked, "However, you cannot possibly be at odds with money, can you? This is a sum of 10,000 gold coins. An entire 10,000 gold coins, an amount you would take a decade to earn. If this is still insufficient, then your appetite is rather insatiable, wouldn't you say?" At this point, his eyes narrowed, and he continued, "Are you not afraid of overindulging?" Mao Lin's words elicited a smile from Yifeng. With a raised brow, he retorted, "Is 10,000 gold coins truly a substantial amount? Young lad, you possess quite the audacity." Mao Lin replied sternly, "Do not speak of 10,000 gold coins. Even 500 gold coins would likely be beyond your means." "Is that so?" Yifeng smirked. Chapter 41. Remember to dress beautifully. Upon concluding his words, Yifeng produced the card that the steward of the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce had just given him. "To be candid, I might have once bent my will for a mere handful of rice, but now, a sum of 10,000 gold coins holds little significance for me." As he spoke, Yifeng waved the card before Mao Lin's eyes. "Humph," Mao Lin scoffed, yet in the next moment, his gaze was drawn to the card that Yifeng was brandishing. The distinctive color and pattern? What? Mao Lin's complexion shifted dramatically. As the president of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, how could he fail to recognize the exclusive deposit card of their archrival, the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce? This type of card bore similarities to their own, categorized into various levels. The card in Yifeng's hand was evidently of a high tier, signifying that it contained at least 100,000 gold coins. This implied that Yifeng possessed no less than 100,000 gold coins. The realization lodged in Mao Lin's throat like a fishbone, rendering him speechless. "How does it feel, President Mao?" Observing the strained expression on Mao Lin's face, Yifeng narrowed his eyes and flashed a radiant smile. You've won." Humph. Mao Lin's face turned ashen, nearly choking on his own indignation. With an irate snort, he commanded, "Let us go." As he watched the dejected Mao Lin retreat, Yifeng disdainfully tucked away the deposit card. It felt exhilarating to slap someone with wealth. Yet, Yifeng had never intended to flaunt his affluence. In fact, even when Mao Lin had been reluctant to offer him a book, he bore no grudge, understanding that the latter prioritized the interests of the chamber. However, he could not abide the denigration of his efforts, nor the attempt to humiliate him with a mere 100 gold coins. A man may be poor, but he must never impoverish his ambition. Thus, when Mao Lin came to him, Yifeng had no intention of offering him any semblance of respect. Mao Lin returned to the chamber with a dark expression, only to be met by the upper echelons of the organization. As they learned of Mao Lin's fruitless endeavor, the pressure from his peers bore down upon him. "President, were you not adamant about bringing that author back?" One voice reproached. "Indeed, last month, the Baofeng Chamber's profits surpassed ours by 20%. If this trend continues, let alone the profits this book will generate for them, their influence and reputation will overshadow us completely. If the Baofeng Chamber secures the top rank in this assessment, you, Mao Lin, will be deemed a traitor to the Pingjiang Chamber." Unrelenting voices surged forth, and Mao Lin found himself overwhelmed. Even as president, he could not disregard their concerns and could only muster a semblance of confidence as he replied, "It was merely a single unsuccessful attempt. I have my ways." After the meeting adjourned, Mao Lin returned home, seated at the head of the table, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Finally, he called out, "Bring the young lady to me." Before long, the graceful and elegantly attired Mao Yuner, draped in a flowing red gown and barefoot, entered the room and softly inquired, "May I ask what brings my father to seek my presence?" "Ahem, Yuner," Mao Lin said, his previously somber expression brightening into a warm smile upon her arrival. "I have delightful news for you. The author of Dream of the Red Chamber has been found. Furthermore, I must also inform you that the author of Supreme Treasure is the same individual." "Really?" Mao Yuner exclaimed, her delicate face alight with surprise and joy. "Indeed," Mao Lin affirmed with a nod, then continued, "Yuner, tell me, do you hold any affection for this person?" At his words, Mao Yuner's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze and replied, "Father, although I have yet to meet him, his literary prowess is extraordinary, and he has produced remarkable works. I imagine he must be a kind, cultured, and gentle gentleman." Observing her admiration for Yifeng, Mao Lin's expression shifted, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face before he quickly composed himself, speaking gently, "Yuner, whatever you cherish, your father shall support you. Literature is indeed a captivating pursuit, so pursue it boldly, without hesitation." "Thank you, Father," Mao Yuner said, her heart racing at the thought of soon meeting the esteemed figure she had longed for, her cheeks blooming with a deeper shade of red. "Very well. You may leave now. Shortly, I shall have someone provide you with his identity and address. Take the time to pay him a visit," Mao Lin instructed. "Yes, Father," Mao Yuner replied softly as she prepared to depart. "Ah, before you go," Mao Lin called out once more. "Yes?" Mao Yuner turned back. "Do remember to adorn yourself beautifully, and your gown is rather lengthy. Typically, scholars do not favor such attire." Chapter 42. The movements of the Xuanwu sect in a dimly lit hall exuding an air of mystery. 2 rows of formidable and expressionless experts stood at attention. Moments later, a middle-aged man with flowing white hair approached, commanding a heavy presence. Without uttering a word, his mere appearance compelled the experts to bow their heads in reverence. "Greetings, Sect Master." "Greetings, Master." The white-haired man, maintaining an impassive demeanor, gradually took his seat upon the elevated throne, his piercing gaze surveying the assembly below. The gathered individuals dared not even breathe, their bodies bending lower in deference. After a prolonged silence, he waved his hand, and only then did they rise, visibly relieved, revealing his absolute authority in this place. Alas, his right sleeve hung eerily empty. He was none other than Ning Xuanwu, the patriarch of the Xuanwu sect, who had recently faced off against the venerable Qing Shan. Since Ning Xuanwu's defeat, the morale of the Xuanwu sect had plummeted, and now, the sight of him rendered the crowd mute. A profound silence enveloped the hall. "What have you discovered?" At last, Ning Xuanwu's authoritative gaze swept over them, his voice raspy yet commanding. The crowd remained silent, prompting him to erupt in fury. "I demand to know what you have uncovered. Who among you can enlighten me on the origins of that kitchen knife wielded by Lu Qingshan?" "Master, I have captured a direct disciple of the Qingshan sect. Perhaps he holds a clue." A strikingly voluptuous woman, clad in revealing attire and wielding twin blades, stepped forward respectfully. She was Yao Ling, Ning Xuanwu's favored disciple, renowned for her exceptional talent and formidable combat prowess. Yet, what made her truly dangerous was her alluring beauty that had ensnared countless foes, who, upon losing their focus, faced the swift demise delivered by her dual blades. "Bring him forth," Ning Xuanwu commanded with a wave of his hand. At once, Yao Ling swiftly darted from the hall, reappearing moments later with a young man clad in white robes. "Release me. Let go of me." The young man, Yu Wujia, declared defiantly, "Do you know who I am? How dare you capture me? I am a direct disciple of the Qingshan sect. If you do not release me, you will suffer catastrophic repercussions from my sect." With a resounding slap, Yao Ling struck Yu Wujia across the face. "You dare to hit me?" Yu Wujia seethed with rage. In his entire life, he had never been struck, and this was an unparalleled humiliation. Yet, he was met with another swift blow from Yao Ling, sending him crashing to the ground. Humiliated further, he scrambled to rise and retaliate. only to find a white-haired man looming above him, his gaze icy and indifferent. "Who are you?" Yu Wujie shouted. "Ning Xuanwu." "What?" Yu Wujie was taken aback, never anticipating that the man before him was the esteemed patriarch of the Xuanwu sect. Had he truly been captured by them? "I ask you, where did Lu Qingshan acquire that knife?" The patriarch inquired, his voice resonating with authority from his elevated position. "Why should I tell you?" Even though he was fully aware of the identity of Ning Xuanwu, Yu Wujie still spoke without courtesy. Ning Xuanwu raised an eyebrow and replied in a deep voice. "Aren't you afraid of me? Why should I fear you? You are merely a defeated subordinate of my sect's ancestor. I advise you to release me at once, or else my ancestor will arrive wielding the divine blade, ensuring your utter ruin," Yu Wujie threatened. "Very well," Ning Xuanwu responded lightly. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, and Yu Wujie found himself lifted into the air. "I shall ask you once more, will you speak or not?" Ning Xuanwu rasped. "I will not," Yu Wujie declared defiantly. Ning Xuanwu narrowed his eyes and, with a swift motion, seized Yu Wujie's throat. The immense force made Yu Wujie's veins bulge, while a tremendous pressure began to crush his body. I was wrong. I will speak." Faced with the imminent specter of death, Yu Wujie could no longer hold out and hastily pleaded for mercy. Boom! Ning Xuanwu released his grip, sending Yu Wujie crashing heavily to the ground. The onlookers exchanged disdainful glances, having expected a resolute opponent only to discover a coward softer than a ripe persimmon. Cough, cough, cough. Yu Wujie gasped for breath, sensing Ning Xuanwu's growing impatience. He hastily added, "I cannot guarantee the accuracy of what I say, but I received news from my master, who mentioned obtaining information from a remarkable individual in Pingjiang City." "A remarkable individual in Pingjiang City?" Ning Xuanwu's expression darkened, as he stepped on Yu Wujie's chest and said in a low voice, "What remarkable individual could possibly exist in Pingjiang City? I swear it's true. My master even mentioned that he runs a small martial arts school there. It is absolutely certain." Yu Wujie exclaimed. "A small martial arts school?" Seeing that Yu Wujie appeared to be telling the truth, Ning Xuanwu finally released him. He returned to his previous position, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he said solemnly, "Wuchen, go to Pingjiang City and investigate." "Yes, master." A thin, pallid young man stepped forward. Then, with a flash, he descended the mountain. Chapter 43. What a disappointment. Return to the Qingshan sect and report any news at any time. The elder Xuanwu struck Yu Wujie on the chest with his palm, causing him to gasp in pain as an ice cicada flew into his mouth and was subsequently expelled by someone. "Master, is it really wise to send Brother Wuchen alone?" Yaolinger inquired anxiously, glancing at the frowning elder Xuanwu. "It matters not," elder Xuanwu waved dismissively. "Are you not concerned for Brother Wuchen's safety?" Yaolinger pressed, her brow furrowing. "Sister, fret not." At that moment, a man clad in a long robe approached and remarked, "I believe that so-called expert from Pingjiang City is merely an illusion conjured by the Qingshan sect. Sending Brother Wuchen to address it is indeed the best course of action." "But," Yaolinger appeared still troubled, her gaze fixed on Elder Xuanwu. "There is no need for such concerns," Elder Xuanwu assured. "Wuchen possesses my Zhen Tian stone. Should any unforeseen events arise, that stone will ensure his safety. Thus, we need only await news from him in the sect." Upon hearing this, Yaolinger breathed a sigh of relief. With the Zhen Tian stone in hand, her worries dissipated. It was one of the few treasures in Elder Xuanwu's possession. In less than half a day's time, Jing Wuchen arrived at Pingjiang City. Although this city was in proximity to the cultivation sect, it was predominantly inhabited by mortals, resulting in numerous martial arts schools of varying sizes. However, for Jing Wuchen, this posed no obstacle, as his methods were straightforward and ruthless. He would confront them head-on. Upon exiting a martial arts school, his pallid visage bore an air of malevolence and coldness. While the entire establishment lay in ruins, its occupants mercilessly slaughtered. He proceeded to the next martial arts school. After dispatching dozens within, he pinned the school's master beneath his foot, coldly demanding, "Speak. What is your relation to the Qingshan sect?" I truly have no connection to the Qingshan sect, my lord. I beg you, spare me." Yet before he could finish, a glimmer of cold steel swept across his throat. How utterly tedious. The sinister features flickered with impatience as he licked the blood from his dagger, crushing the martial arts master's skull beneath his heel before hastening to the next school. Thus, Jing Wuchen methodically slaughtered his way through Pingjiang City, leaving no man, woman, or child unscathed. My disciple, I have brought you some sweets to accompany your medicine. Yifeng returned from outside, beaming with joy, laden with packages. He was attentive to this disciple, leaving no detail unattended. Thank you for your concern, Master, Zhongqing replied, his face brimming with gratitude, tears welling in his eyes. Since his earliest memories, apart from his parents, only Yifeng had treated him with such sincerity, and he silently vowed to remember this kindness. Oh, however, upon entering, Yifeng stumbled on the steps and nearly fell to the ground. Are you all right, Master? Zhongqing hurriedly arrived and supported Yifeng. Damn it, this flawed design, Yifeng muttered as he cast a glance at the steps. This was not the first time they had tripped him. The design was utterly inhumane. If you take one step per stair, it's too short, forcing one to take mincing steps like a woman. If you attempt to take 2 stairs at once, it strains the hips, making it even more uncomfortable. Master, I promise to fix these steps by tomorrow, Zhongqing quickly asserted, genuinely concerned for Yifeng and eager to assist him. Good lad, Yifeng said, gently ruffling his hair. You've just recovered from illness. Let us not worry about this now. Come, let us go inside and take your medicine. With that, the master and his apprentice made their way into the courtyard. After watching Zhongqing finish his medicine, Yifeng finally felt at ease, reclining in a lounge chair to bask in the sun. Lately, his spirits were high. Zhongqing was well again, and he had some wealth. Yet, he found himself feeling rather bored, as if he had become a mere bystander in life. Doggy, come here, Yifeng beckoned to Ao Qing. The dog wagged its tail and trotted over, obediently lying at Yifeng's feet, allowing him to stroke it affectionately. On the street, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a disordered dance. A figure alighted before the martial arts school, lifting a bony hand to scrutinize a map. Squinting, he muttered, only a few more martial arts schools left. They seem to be diminishing in size. How disappointing. With that, he licked his lips and strode towards the martial arts school ahead. Chapter 44. Something feels off. This dilapidated martial arts school, lacking even a proper name, seems to be yet another disappointment. As Jing Wuchen strolled through, he scrutinized the establishment. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze fixating on the solitary character emblazoned on the plaque. Martial? He furrowed his brow, sensing that the plaque concealed some secret, yet after a prolonged observation, he discerned nothing amiss. With a disdainful smirk, he casually unleashed a surge of energy towards the character on the plaque. Without a second glance, he stepped into the martial arts school, knowing full well that the insignificance of a mere plaque would meet its inevitable demise under his prowess. However, unbeknownst to him, his energy strike not only failed to inflict any damage upon the character, but left no trace whatsoever. Upon entering the main hall, Jing Wuchen executed a powerful palm strike, intent on demolishing the chamber. Yet, to his astonishment, his strike, imbued with potent vitality, elicited no response. Instead, the 18 paintings adorning the walls erupted in a brilliant radiance. Without any delay, an array of weapons, swords, spears, and halberds materialized above him, exuding an aura of destruction. Jing Wuchen's already pallid complexion turned ashen under the weight of this overwhelming pressure. Realizing he had encountered a grave crisis, his earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by a sense of urgency. Swiftly, he retrieved the earthquake stone bestowed upon him by the venerable Xuanwu ancestor. As the stone emerged, it radiated a resplendent glow. Yet, in a mere instant, it dulled under the oppressive force of the 18 weapons, losing all its luster. What? Jing Wuchen's heart raced in alarm. With no means left to defend himself, he could only watch helplessly as the weapons descended upon him, drawing ever closer. In a flash, the weapons intertwined, and before he could even emit a scream, he disintegrated into nothingness, leaving behind only the earthquake stone, which fell to the floor with a resounding thud. What was that noise? The drowsy Yifeng, on the verge of slumber, was jolted awake by the sound. He quickly sat up, accompanied by Zhongqing, made his way to the main hall, only to find it eerily empty save for a stone considerably larger than a brick. Who lacks the decency to hurl stones into my abode? Yifeng erupted in a tirade, and upon closer inspection, he noticed that the floor had caved in where the stone had landed, causing him great dismay. Venturing outside, he found no sign of the culprit. Impertinent wretch! I curse you to bear children without bottoms. Unable to locate the source of the disturbance, Yifeng could only vent his frustrations. After his tirade, he instructed Zhong Qing, "Disciple, please dispose of this wretched stone." "Understood, master." Zhong Qing, with great difficulty, lifted the stone and began to walk outside. After taking just a couple of steps, it seemed he recollected something and remarked, "Master, I believe the size of this stone is quite suitable. Perhaps I should carry it to the entrance to fill the steps?" Upon hearing Zhong Qing's suggestion, Yifeng's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was a clever thought. Realizing this, Yifeng nodded and instructed, "Very well. Just leave it at the entrance." Even this uncouth rascal has unwittingly contributed a stroke of luck. However, this incident was perplexing for Yifeng. He had always treated others with kindness and had never harbored enmity, so why would someone hurl such a large stone at his martial arts school? It was a mystery that eluded his understanding. Since Zhong Qing had fully recovered, Yifeng spent the following days teaching him new boxing techniques, rarely stepping outside. At the Xuanwu sect, Yao Linger arrived at the Grand Hall and respectfully stood before Ning Xuanwu. "Master, it has been many days since Brother Wuchan has departed without a trace. Something feels amiss." Yao Linger could no longer contain her concern. Ning Xuanwu furrowed his brow upon hearing her words. Logically, given the passage of time, there should have been some news from Jing Wuchan. Yet there was not a single word. This was indeed unusual. "Wuxin, descend the mountain and investigate. Find Wuchan and reunite with him, then return to report to me," the esteemed ancestor of Xuanwu commanded, casting a solemn gaze at the cloaked figure beside him. "Yes, master," Jing Wuxin replied respectfully, and with a flourish of his cloak, he vanished from the Grand Hall. Chapter 45. How did you end up in this place? Jing Wufeng arrived in Pingjiang City. Subsequently, he began his search at the martial arts schools, yet the ones he had previously visited had long been ravaged to the ground, a result of his junior brother Wuchen's methods. By meticulously investigating each martial arts school, he would inevitably uncover Wuchen's whereabouts. Jing Wufeng's pupils narrowed slightly. His cloak fluttered behind him as he transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing from sight. His speed rivaled that of Jing Wuchen, if not surpassing it. Within the same tier, he had no equal in swiftness. Even if someone could detect his presence, they would only catch a fleeting glimpse of his cloak whirling past. The swift cloak, one of the treasured possessions held by Ning Xuanwu, significantly enhanced a person's speed of movement and attack. Seemingly innocuous, it concealed lethal potential. Thanks to this swift cloak, Jing Wuchen, as a younger generation member, carved out a notable position even within the entire Nansha region. "Master, the people from Baofeng Chamber of Commerce have arrived and request your presence for a meal," Zhong Qing respectfully announced. "Very well, instruct them to wait at the entrance." "Change your attire and accompany me," Yifeng replied. After a brief tidying up, he donned a white robe and proceeded outside with Zhong Qing. Awaiting them was the steward of Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, who had already prepared a palanquin for Yifeng. "What splendid treatment," Yifeng remarked, not hesitating to step onto the palanquin. Just before their departure, he waved towards Ao Qing at the entrance, saying, "Wang Kai, guard our home well. Especially against that rascal Xiao who throws stones. Make sure to bite him mercilessly." Having given his instructions, the group set off towards Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. Before they even arrived, the high-ranking officials of the chamber, including In Xiong, were already there, waiting with utmost respect. Among them were also Luo Lanxue and In Luoli. "President, I believe it is imperative to adjust Mr. E.'s profit-sharing ratio," one of the officials suggested. "Indeed, I concur. With the chamber currently undergoing its rating, Mr. E is like a timely rain for us. The profits aside, the influence and reputation he brings will significantly enhance our standing," In Xiong remarked, sipping his tea. "The steward reported to me that Mr. E seemed less than willing regarding the 10,000 gold coins profit share, hence I am inclined to offer him a better arrangement." "Very well, I propose that apart from costs, our chamber only takes 1/10, with the remainder going entirely to Mr. E," another senior suggested. "Yes, I support this initiative. While it may appear as a concession, our chamber stands to gain in reputation. After all, ratings are not solely based on profits, but significantly on reputation and influence." Another echoed. As the two spoke, the others nodded in agreement, their sentiments largely unanimous. In Xiong glanced at In Luli and Luo Lanxue by his side. Although he appeared to preside over the matter, he was well aware that he held no actual decision-making power in this instance. He had long discerned through the snippets of conversation from In Loli and Luo Lanxue that this Mr. E was far from an ordinary individual. It is highly probable that a peerless sage, concealed among mortals, has taken on a human guise. The thoughts of such an extraordinary being are beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. Hence, he sought the counsel of both Een Lawley and Luo Lanchua, which elucidates his reason for summoning them. The two women nodded in agreement, harboring no objections. Very well, it is settled then. Observing the absence of dissent, Een Xiong decisively made the call. Meanwhile, outside, Yi Feng had arrived. Sir, please enter, the steward said respectfully. How courteous. Yi Feng replied as he lifted his long robe and descended from the carriage, thereafter leading his young apprentice, Zhong Qing, towards the Baofeng Merchant Association, while the steward hastened ahead to notify the president. The grandeur of the Baofeng Merchant Association was truly awe-inspiring. Yi Feng marveled at his surroundings. In the main hall alone, there were countless attendants and a steady stream of customers purchasing various goods. Beside him, Zhong Qing was also curiously surveying the area. Yi Feng. At that moment, a voice cut through the air, capturing Yi Feng's attention. Turning his head, he furrowed his brow. Peng Ying, what brings you to such a place? Upon encountering Yi Feng, Peng Ying's expression grew somewhat complex. Why shouldn't I be here? Her retort was rather sharp, eliciting a bemused reaction from Yi Feng. I mean no offense. Peng Ying clarified. I was merely. Never mind. It seems there is little left for us to discuss. Inger, why must it always be this worthless fool? At that moment, the white-clad Yu Wujia approached, sword in hand. His countenance darkened upon seeing Yi Feng, especially recalling that Peng Ying had likely been with him. An ominous intent surged within him as he coldly questioned. Didn't you claim to have severed ties with this scoundrel long ago? Wujia, let me explain. Peng Ying quickly grasped Yu Wujia's arm, anxiously attempting to clarify. I merely encountered him by chance here. No need for explanations. Allow me to deal with him directly. Yu Wujia's face grew cold as he abruptly drew his sword, aiming it menacingly at Yi Feng. Just then, Een Xiong and the others, led by him, hurriedly emerged to greet Yi Feng, inadvertently witnessing the unfolding scene. Chapter 46. Sir, you startle me what? Yu Wujia's action sent a jolt through everyone present, particularly Luo Lanchua and Een Lawley, whose hearts felt lodged in their throats. Their concern did not stem from fear for Yi Feng's safety, for Yu Wujia possessed the capability to manage any situation. Rather, they were apprehensive that Yu Wujia might offend Yi Feng, thereby incurring the wrath of the entire Qingshan sect. It was well known that the ancestor of Qingshan was painstakingly maintaining a delicate relationship with Yi Feng, wary of any misstep. Should Yu Wujia's sword strike land, all efforts would be in vain, and the Qingshan sect could very well face utter calamity. Stop! Almost simultaneously, Een Lawley and Luo Lanchua sprang into action, launching two powerful palm strikes towards Yu Wujia. Master, upon recognizing the two women, Yu Wujia's expression shifted in surprise. After all, they were of a significantly higher generation. However, he had no time to address them before he was met with their oncoming assault. Bang! The two strikes sent Yu Wujia flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Master, as he attempted to rise and speak, he was met yet again with their devastating attacks. It was unfathomable to imagine the fury raging within them, compounded by the fear of potential repercussions. If the ancestor of Qingshan were to learn of this incident, it would surely trigger a seismic upheaval within the sect. Just as he managed to sit up, Yu Wujia was struck down once more, blood spilling from his mouth. Why are you attacking me? He questioned, bewildered. Yet, no sooner had the words left his lips than Luo Lanchua extended her delicate hand, a sleeve like a serpent ensnaring Yu Wujia's neck, lifting him into the air. Qingshan palm. In midair, Een Lawley executed a swift maneuver, delivering a forceful strike to Yu Wujia's chest. Ah! Yu Wujia screamed in agony as his chest caved in, crashing heavily back to the ground. The fury of the two women remained unabated, a fierce gale emanating from their sleeves, pressing ominously towards Yu Wujia's throat. Nearby, Peng Ying's face turned ashen with fright, her hands covering her red lips, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos, unable to grasp what had transpired or why this was happening. In contrast, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Yi Feng's eyes. It was the first time he had witnessed a practitioner in action from such close proximity, and their power was truly formidable. Particularly Luo Lanchua, who appeared remarkably impressive. It was no wonder the old man of Qingshan had spared no effort to facilitate her training. One could not help but feel touched by the two women's willingness to defend him. Kneel. A chilling command resonated from the lips of both women, leaving no doubt that they were prepared to take Yu Wujia's life in the next moment. What have I done wrong? Blood dripped from Yu Wujia's lips as he gazed at the two women with a dazed, feeble expression. Though you are of a higher generation, you cannot treat me this way. Still daring to be defiant? The women's anger surged even further upon hearing his words. What further mistakes could he have made? That one strike nearly annihilated the Qingshan sect, and yet he shows no sign of remorse for such a grave error. The two women delivered slaps to Yu Wujia's face, showing him no mercy whatsoever. In an instant, Yu Wujia was reduced to a pitiful state, sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. Observing this, the two women hastily returned to Yifeng's side, their faces etched with regret as they expressed, "Sir, we sincerely apologize for alarming you." With that, they lowered their heads. Meanwhile, Yin Xiong and the others dared not even draw a breath. Who could have anticipated such an unforeseen event? However, beside them, Peng Ying was taken aback by the scene. Why? A multitude of questions surged within her. The identities of Luo Lanxue and Yin Luoli were well known in the Qingshan sect, rendering her nothing more than an inconspicuous presence in their eyes. Yet, they displayed such profound respect towards Yifeng, a mere mortal. It almost seemed that their violent actions against Wujia were somehow connected to this man whom she had forsaken. Chapter 47. Why are you not qualified? A tumult of emotions engulfed Peng Ying, as a dense fog obscured her understanding. I sincerely hope you do not take this matter to heart, esteemed sir. I shall report this individual to the sect and ensure you receive a proper explanation. Luo Lanxue said, her voice trembling with anxiety as she lowered her head. Of course, Yifeng chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Although he felt considerable ire towards Wujia, the sight of his current pitiful state brought him a sense of satisfaction. Simultaneously, he held great admiration for the Qingshan sect. The sect's principles are indeed commendable. He had heard of their prohibition against harming mortals, and now, witnessing it firsthand, he found it to be true. Under the cautious demeanor of the gathered individuals, Yifeng was finally invited into the inner hall to take his seat. However, the responsibility of hosting Yifeng was entrusted to Yin Xiong, as Luo Lanxue and Yin Luoli had more pressing matters to attend to. The two women emerged with icy expressions, gazing down at the crumpled form of Wujia, their eyes glinting with lethal intent. Senior sister, what should we do? Yin Luoli inquired. After all, he is the disciple of the third elder. We cannot act impulsively. Upon returning to the mountain gate, we shall report to our master and await further instructions, Luo Lanxue replied coldly. Yin Luoli nodded, then turned her gaze toward Peng Ying. And what about her? Luo Lanxue's demeanor darkened, her piercing gaze fixed on Peng Ying as she approached. The pressure of Luo Lanxue's presence was unbearable for Peng Ying, who felt as though a heavy stone pressed against her chest, causing her to retreat in pallid fear. Your name? Luo Lanxue demanded icily. Re-reporting to you, Lady Luo Lan. I am Peng Ying, she stammered, her tongue stumbling over the words as she bowed deeply, overwhelmed by Luo Lanxue's imposing aura. Before me, a mere disciple. Why do you not kneel? Luo Lanxue shot a disdainful glance at Peng Ying, her voice as frigid as ice. With a tremor of fear, Peng Ying dared not question her, immediately sinking to her knees, her head bowed low as cold sweat dripped down her brow, anxiety gnawing at her heart. Provide further information. Luo Lanxue commanded, her expression resolute. I am Peng Ying from the outer sect Xintang, under the management of Elder Fong. I have only joined the Qingshan sect for a month, Peng Ying divulged without hesitation, aware that any concealment would be futile. Upon hearing this, Luo Lanxue's cold gaze flickered, and she ordered, show me your palm. Peng Ying gasped in shock. Luo Lanxue ignored her surprise, gripping her arm and channeling a surge of energy into her. A frostiness enveloped her expression. Your aptitude is utterly insufficient to enter my Qingshan sect. Who had the audacity to allow you to join without proper qualification? She interrogated coldly. Peng Ying trembled, paralyzed by fear. Effective immediately. You are expelled from the Qingshan sect, Luo Lanxue declared, her tone unyielding, her words resonating like a judgment, a thunderous decree that struck directly into Peng Ying's mind. Her complexion drained of color, Peng Ying's heart brimmed with reluctance and despair. In her relentless pursuit to join the Qingshan sect, She had sacrificed innumerable things, and now, with a mere utterance, she was cast out. How could she possibly accept this? In a fit of despair, she cried out, "Why? Is it solely because of that mortal? That Yifeng?" Chapter 48. The Loyal Dog with a Sharp Sound. Upon hearing Peng Ying's disrespectful address towards the gentleman, Luo Lanchue's hand moved, and a surge of formidable energy struck Peng Ying's face. Consider this a warning. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. If you lack the qualifications to know, then it is wise to maintain a sense of reverence. With a cold glance, Luo Lanchue waved her hand, and the token hanging at Peng Ying's waist shattered into fragments. From this moment forth, she was no longer a disciple of the Qingshan sect. Not worthy. As she watched Luo Lanchue's departing figure, Peng Ying collapsed onto the ground, cradling her swollen face, trembling in shock, her expression one of utter disbelief. In the martial arts school, woof, woof, woof. Ao Qing lay in the main hall, instinctively crouching and baring its teeth at any unfamiliar face that approached the doorway. It had fully embraced this role, occasionally forgetting that it was a celestial devouring demon wolf, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to its duty. Having accompanied Yifeng for an extended period, the 18 paintings in the main hall no longer evoked any sense of hostility within it. For this, it felt a sense of pride, believing it to be a recognition from that esteemed elder. At that moment, a fierce wind swept through, and Ao Qing raised its head, noticing a cloaked figure standing before the martial arts school. Its pupils constricted, and it sat up, sensing a palpable aura of hostility and pressure emanating from the man. Jing Wufeng's keen gaze surveyed the surroundings. With a subtle motion of his hand, a wave of vitality spread forth, causing his brow to furrow. Why does he sense the presence of his junior brother Wuchen here, yet cannot see him? Moreover, the martial arts school remained unscathed. It appears that his junior brother is likely within. His gaze narrowed, fixing upon the small martial arts school before him. Make way, do not block the path." Just then, a vendor pushing a cart passed by and, upon seeing Jing Wufeng obstructing the way, shouted hastily. A flash of malice crossed Jing Wufeng's eyes. With a flick of his cloak, the vendor let out a scream, vanishing entirely, leaving only an abandoned cart overturned on the ground. Hiss! Ao Qing was taken aback, acutely aware that it was no match for this person, and quickly concealed itself in the shadows. Blind mortals, Jing Wufeng scoffed disdainfully, then proceeded towards the martial arts school, oblivious to the fact that he had stepped onto a formidable stone, entering with a single stride. Something feels amiss. Upon entering, he sensed an unusual aura within the main hall, but rather than displaying fear, he merely shifted his cloak to shield himself. Just a trivial illusion, nothing more. Yet, as soon as his words fell, his expression changed drastically. The 18 weapon paintings suddenly radiated a golden light, descending upon him with devastating force. What? Sensing the annihilating aura of the paintings, his face paled instantly. With a sweep of his cloak, he transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the exit. Yet, despite his remarkable speed, even when he escaped outside, he could not evade his fate. In an instant, he was obliterated, leaving behind nothing but a tattered cloak billowing in the air and a solitary bone that fell to the ground. This bone, a remnant of a peculiar cultivation method, was all that remained. Otherwise, not even ashes would be left. The entire scene was witnessed by Ao Qing, whose eyes nearly fell from their sockets, his heart racing with trepidation. Indeed, it was terrifying. Meanwhile, at the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, Yifeng was still reveling with Yin Xiong and others over drinks. Yifeng was in high spirits, pleasantly surprised that the chamber had bestowed upon him another 100,000 gold coins that day. After dealing with Peng Ying and Yu Wujie, the two women, Luo Lanxue and Yifeng, remained by his side. Observing that Yifeng seemed unperturbed by the events concerning Wu Jie, they felt relieved, reflecting on the magnanimity of their senior. Finally, after a satisfying meal, Yifeng took his young apprentice, Zhongqing, home. Instead of returning directly, they strolled through the bustling market, reveling in their newfound wealth. "Dear niece, was there truly no issue with today's events?" Yin Xiong inquired anxiously after Yifeng had departed. This esteemed senior has always been broad-minded. Rest assured, even if there are issues, our Qingshan sect will manage them, Luo Lanxue gently reassured him. Nodding in agreement, Yin Xiong suddenly recalled something and asked, "By the way, niece, I've heard that Mr. Yi's book has become quite popular, and many are discreetly inquiring about him." What do you think? Luo Lanshue's pupils constricted slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, Mr. E publishes books merely to experience life, not for fame or fortune, and he cherishes tranquility. Thus, it is imperative that we do not divulge any information about him. Should he be disturbed, it would be a grave transgression on our part. In Xiong gasped, feeling a chill of dread. Indeed, many were seeking information on Yifeng, most out of admiration. Initially, he thought little of it. But after hearing Luo Lanshue's words, he realized the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, they had not leaked any information about their esteemed mentor. At the Xuanwu sect, Yao Ling closed her eyes in meditation, yet her mind remained restless, sensing that something was amiss. With this thought, she approached Ning Xuanwu and respectfully stated, Master, I can't shake the feeling that we have acted somewhat hastily this time. Ning Xuanwu, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them and regarded Yao Ling. Speak your mind. Yes, Master, she said, furrowing her brow. Our previous conjecture was that the adept in Pingjiang City was merely a diversion set forth by the Qingshan sect, which is why we dispatched Brother Wuchen and his companion to investigate. However, given their straightforward nature, they might very well confront the adept directly. If that adept is indeed a mere illusion as we suspect, then there is no issue. But if... Chapter 49. Where did that ripped cloth come from? At this point, Yao Ling directed her gaze towards Ning Xuanwu. Indeed, Ning Xuanwu's eyes widened in realization, grasping the gravity of the situation. If what Yu Wujie asserted was true and not merely an illusion conjured by the Qingshan sect, then Wuchen and Wuxin would be coming for them. Consider the implications. The individual capable of forging such divine weaponry could hardly be an ordinary person. Wuchen and Wuxin alone would be formidable adversaries. Therefore, Master, I believe it would be prudent for your disciple to descend the mountain and investigate personally, Yao Ling suggested softly. Go. Ning Xuanwu waved his hand. Once Yao Ling departed, he intended to return to his meditation, but her words lingered in his mind, causing him to feel unsettled. Under the cloak of night, just as dawn broke, Yao Ling hastened back to Pingjiang City. Unlike Wuchen and Wuxin, her approach was markedly direct. She arrived at an inn and casually seized an individual to inquire about the latest news. Recently, apart from a few remaining small martial arts schools, all others in Pingjiang City had been slaughtered. After a moment's consideration, Yao Ling surmised that the issue lay with these small schools. They were few in number, and uncovering the truth would pose little challenge for her skills. Meanwhile, Yifeng and Zhongqing indulged in a carefree night out, returning to the martial arts school leisurely as the sun ascended high in the sky. Wang Kai, I brought you some delicacies, Yifeng announced, producing a parcel and tossing it to Ao Qing. However, Ao Qing did not rush to devour the food. Instead, he was preoccupied with how to report yesterday's events to Yifeng. Noticing Ao Qing's apparent disinterest in the food, Yifeng was initially taken aback, but soon discovered the reason. At the entrance lay a pristine white bone. It was evident that this dog had pilfered it from somewhere, as the meat had been gnawed to the bone. Additionally, Yifeng spotted a tattered piece of cloth on the floor, likely another treasure the dog had dragged back from some mischief. Sighing, Yifeng did not express his discontent. Having raised a Siberian husky in his past life, he understood that such behavior was nothing extraordinary. As long as Wang Kai didn't wreak havoc in his home, he was quite obedient. All right, take that bone away, Yifeng instructed, waving his hand. Ao Qing paused, sensing that Yifeng's demeanor suggested indifference toward the bone. This was peculiar. Given the circumstances, there should have been some reaction, shouldn't he there? Did he already know about yesterday's events? Contemplating this, Ao Qing cast a meaningful glance at Yifeng, realizing that the more he interacted with this person, the more enigmatic he became. He also recalled that witnessing the previous day's events might have been orchestrated by his senior. He had not forgotten Yifeng's specific instructions before he set out. This thought sent a chill down his spine. If that were the case, it indicated that this senior was subtly admonishing him. Should he fail to heed the warning, he could very well meet a similar fate. Prompted by this realization, he quickly picked up the bone with his mouth, preparing to dispose of it. Seeing the obedient dog, Yifeng nodded and casually picked up a rag from the ground, calling out to Zhongqing, "Disciple, it has been a while since the house was cleaned. Take this rag and wipe down everything at home, ensuring not to miss the pillars and the plaque outside." "Yes, Master," Zhongqing replied respectfully, promptly following the instruction. Meanwhile, A captivating figure appeared at the entrance of the martial arts hall, observing everything unfold. Chapter 50. The Martial Arts School's Deceiver Witnessing the Unfolding Events. The enchanting Yao Linger appeared utterly lost, her eyes rimmed with crimson. Her steps felt heavy, weighed down by an overwhelming sense of dread. She was now convinced beyond doubt that her two senior brothers had perished, their bones irretrievable. The martial arts school before her, seemingly unremarkable, concealed a treacherous danger. A place that devoured souls without leaving a trace. With a sudden surge of emotion, she coughed up a spurt of blood, her delicate hand bracing against the adjacent wall. Her once vibrant visage now drained of color. At that moment, Yifeng, who was directing Zhongqing in tidying up, happened to catch sight of her. Hesitating briefly before approaching. "Miss, are you all right?" Yifeng inquired gently, offering a warm smile, suspecting that she might be a local girl suffering from an ailment. Eager to extend a helping hand, Yao Linger wiped the blood from her lips and abruptly lifted her gaze, only to be confronted with Yifeng's countenance. Instantly, her expression transformed in horror, her pallor deepening as she stumbled back 2 steps in trepidation. Though his face appeared ordinary, adorned with a benign smile, she perceived a terrifying visage lurking beneath that facade. She had not forgotten that it was he who had instructed the boy to use a swift cloak to dust. The same individual who had reduced her winless senior brother's remains to mere sustenance for his pet, and the imposing stone at the entrance, which served as a step, was likely his doing as well. "Devil," was her silent verdict of Yifeng. "Are you truly unwell? Would you care to step inside my abode?" Yifeng asked with concern. "And no, that won't be necessary." The moment Yifeng suggested she enter, Yao Linger's countenance shifted dramatically, panic flooding her features. Ignoring the toll her emotional turmoil had taken, she fled, her heavy footsteps echoing her desperation. All she yearned for was to escape this place, to evade the gaze of this human, and to hasten her return to the Xuanwu sect to report her findings to Ning Xuanwu. "Do I truly appear so fearsome?" Yifeng pondered, touching his face in bewilderment as he observed her frantic retreat. After leaving Yifeng's presence, Yao Linger hurried back to the Xuanwu sect, and by the time she arrived, even her formidable cultivation felt close to exhaustion. The disciples of the Xuanwu sect were taken aback, witnessing her anxious and disheveled state. To them, she was typically seen as Ning Xuanwu's esteemed disciple, a figure of grace and intellect. They had never witnessed her in such a state of alarm. News of Yao Linger's return swiftly reached the higher-ups. Thus, when she entered the main hall, all the senior members, including Ning Xuanwu, were already seated and awaiting her arrival. "What has transpired?" Ning Xuanwu's brow furrowed in concern, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Yao Linger. Her appearance filled him with an unsettling premonition. "Master." In the dim light, the enchanting figure of Yao Linger trembled, her eyes shimmering with a crimson hue, revealing an unrelenting terror. "What has happened to them?" Ning Xuanwu inquired, his pupils constricting as he spoke in a grave tone. "The 2 senior brothers have fallen victim to the malice of someone from the Martial Arts Academy," Yao Linger replied, her voice quivering with profound sorrow and indignation. "What?" The faces of the members of Xuanwu sect, including Ning Xuanwu, paled in disbelief. "Then how did they perish?" Ning Xuanwu, suppressing his fury, asked hoarsely, enunciating each word with deliberate intensity. "I demand you recount every detail you know." "I do not know," Yao Linger said, shaking her head in anguish. "But all I am aware of is that senior brother Wuchan's remains are utterly non-existent, while senior brother Wufeng, who practiced the sect's divine arts, has left behind but a solitary bone." As her words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the grand hall, a stillness so profound it was akin to death itself. It was evident that, apart from Yao Linger, Wuchan and Wufeng were the very hopes of Xuanwu sect. Yet now, they were reduced to nothing more than a single bone. This news struck a devastating blow to the sect. What was more appalling was that, even in death, senior brother Wufeng was subjected to humiliation, his lone remnant being used as fodder by that vile individual. Yao Linger bit her crimson lip, her voice laced with venomous hatred. The image of that dog gnawing on the bones suffocated her with despair. After all, he was a brother who had grown up alongside her. With a resounding crash, the weight of this revelation shattered Ning Xuanwu's composure. He slammed his palm down, and the stone table beside him disintegrated into dust. A tempest of rage surged within him. This is an affront beyond measure. The brutal demise of 2 cherished disciples, and their posthumous degradation to mere sustenance for a pet was an unspeakable humiliation for Ning Xuanwu. With a single strike, the atmosphere grew so tense that not a soul dared to breathe. And what of my two treasures? At last, Ning Xuanwu's voice resonated through the hall, the only sound amidst the heavy silence. Chapter 51. Desiring utter annihilation. The inquiry posed by Ning Xuanwu cast a pall over Yao Ling's countenance, as she stammered, "Those two treasures have already been. What has happened?" Ning Xuanwu's expression darkened, his voice gravelly with suppressed fury. Realizing the futility of concealment, Yao Linger cast a glance at her master, already anticipating his wrath. Taking a deep breath, she solemnly stated, "I implore you not to be enraged, master. Your tremor stone has been appropriated by that villain to serve as a step." "What?" Upon hearing this, Ning Xuanwu erupted, his formidable aura surging as he rose to his feet, locking his gaze on Yao Linger, interrogating her with deliberate precision. "You mean to say my tremor stone, the treasure of my Xuanwu sect, has been used as a mere step?" Witnessing her master's fury, Yao Linger felt a pang of anguish in her heart. Yet, the truth was inescapable. Steeling herself, she nodded gravely. "Indeed, master, not only has the tremor stone been used in such a manner, but the swift cloak as well." As her words trailed off, the atmosphere was charged with tension, all eyes fixated on Yao Linger. Ning Xuanwu trembled, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. "The swift cloak has also been used as a rag to dust?" Yao Linger lowered her head, her voice dwindling to a whisper. With her revelation, Ning Xuanwu stood momentarily stunned. His expression, a tempest of emotions, revealed muscles twitching involuntarily. The audacity of such an affront, the sheer insolence. In that moment, the fury that had been simmering within him erupted violently. Boom, boom, boom. Around him, an explosive surge of energy reverberated, unleashing a cacophony of sonic detonations, reducing countless objects to mere dust. One disciple was obliterated, leaving no trace. Another's remains were treated as fodder for a pet. The tremor stone used as a step, the swift cloak as a rag. Cruel, cruel, cruel. Such cruelty. For a moment, even Ning Xuanwu, with his formidable cultivation, could not contain his tempestuous emotions, his entire being trembling as he rasped through gritted teeth, enumerating the transgressions of that individual. "If my disciples have indeed offended, I could forgive you for injuring them. But why must you annihilate them and subject them to such humiliation? To desecrate the two great treasures of my Xuanwu sect in this manner is akin to dragging my sect through the mud. What is tolerable has reached its limits." As his words echoed, the gathered members of the Xuanwu sect ignited with a fierce hatred, their eyes gleaming with vengeful fervor, eager to descend the mountain and rend that person limb from limb. "Master, this individual's malevolence extends even further," Yao Linger added with a seething intensity. "Had I not taken precautions, disguising myself to ensure he remained unaware of my affiliation with the Xuanwu sect, I might have fallen prey to his treachery." "What? He intends to eradicate all traces?" The fury within Ning Xuanwu surged once more. He commanded, "Dispatch the order. All masters of the Xuanwu sect shall descend the mountain with me. I shall personally eradicate this villain to avenge Wuchen and Wufeng, while also reclaiming our sect's two greatest treasures." With a sweeping gesture, Ning Xuanwu issued his decree. "Understood," came the resounding response that echoed throughout the grand hall. The members of the Xuanwu sect had long been ignited by the flames of hatred, and at that moment, Ning Xuanwu's words stirred their fervent desire for vengeance. Chapter 52. A disregard for humanity. With a command issued, the elite members of the Xuanwu sect descended the mountain en masse. "Master, I believe it is unwise for us to descend so recklessly," said Yao Linger, her expression laden with concern upon arriving at Pingjiang City. "What is unwise about it? Such a grave enmity must surely be avenged," Ning Xuanwu replied, his demeanor fierce. "Moreover, my two greatest treasures remain in that person's possession. Shall we simply abandon them?" "That is not the case, master. You misunderstand," Yao Linger hastily clarified. "While vengeance must be sought and our treasures reclaimed, if we approach with such aggressive intent, what if the adversary is prepared?" She gestured toward the fates of her two senior brothers, Wuchen and Wufeng, as a cautionary tale. "I believe it would be prudent for us to deliberate further." Upon hearing this, Ning Xuanwu frowned, realizing that he had allowed his hatred to cloud his judgment. Thanks to Yao Linger's reminder, he reconsidered. "By the way, you have interacted with him, have you not?" Ning Xuanwu inquired solemnly. What is his true strength? At this, Yao Ling Er's brows furrowed deeply, her eyes reflecting a grave seriousness. She fixed her earnest gaze upon Ning Xuanwu and began, Master, this is precisely why I urged you to contemplate our strategy. His strength. She took a deep breath, her tone heavy. I cannot discern it. You cannot discern it? Ning Xuanwu's brow furrowed further. Indeed, and it is not merely a matter of being unable to see through. I am utterly incapable of sensing his aura, Yao Ling Er recalled, her expression tense. Had I not witnessed him wielding the swift cloak as a mere rag and known that my 2 brothers perished at his hands, I might have believed him to be an ordinary mortal. Yao Ling Er's words tightened Ning Xuanwu's expression even more. In retrospect, he recognized a significant oversight. If Wu Fing and Wu Qin could be so easily obliterated, it confirmed that Yu Wujia had not lied, nor was it a mere ruse from the Qingshan sect. This indicated that the formidable blade in Lu Qingshan's possession was indeed likely forged by this individual. If that were the case, what advantage would Xuanwu's sect gain by confronting him? Could Ning Xuanwu truly contend with such a being? The answer was clear. If he could forge a blade that allowed Lu Qingshan to pursue him relentlessly across 3,000 miles, then his true power must surely defy the heavens. In that moment, doubt crept into Ning Xuanwu's mind, causing him to reconsider. Yet, the thought of his 2 disciples, one reduced to nothingness, the other fed to dogs, stirred a deep discontent within him. Then heed my command, send a spy to gather intelligence, he decided, demonstrating that he was not without wisdom. After much contemplation, he arrived at this resolution. Ah, what a delightful day it is. In the courtyard, Yifeng reclined on a lounge chair, basking lazily in the sun, feeling utterly content. Master, the cleaning inside the hall has been completed. Do you have any further instructions? The martial arts school had never undertaken such a thorough cleaning before. Zhongqing, tirelessly and dutifully, labored for 2 days to restore the cleanliness. Yifeng cast a glance of appreciation at Zhongqing. This child is indeed obedient. The cloth appears to be of decent quality. Let us not waste it. Please hang it outside to dry, so it may be reused in the future. Yifeng instructed softly. Yes, master, Zhongqing replied. Oh, by the way, the weather has been quite humid lately. Let us take down the 18 paintings in the front hall and allow them to bask in the sun as well. However, let us dry them in the courtyard, lest they be swept away by the wind. Yifeng continued gently. Though these paintings may seem of little value and would fetch a meager price if sold, they serve as charming decorations in the hall, enhancing the aesthetic of the martial arts school. Zhongqing obediently followed the instructions. He first removed the 18 paintings and placed them in the courtyard to dry, then wiped the walls where the paintings hung before finally hanging the cloth at the entrance of the school. Suddenly, several figures flickered into the shadows, revealing Ning Xuanwu and members of the Xuanwu sect, accompanied by a pallid young man. It was evident that the young man had been chosen as a death warrior to gather intelligence at the martial arts school. Rest assured, should you fail to return, your family and friends will be treated with the utmost care. If you do return, you shall be promoted to an inner disciple, with the privilege to choose any elder as your master, Ning Xuanwu reassured, patting the young man's shoulder. Master, what do you think? However, just as he finished speaking, an urgent voice from Yao Ling Er interrupted. Following her indication, Ning Xuanwu's gaze fell upon the entrance of the martial arts school, and his expression shifted dramatically. There, hanging was a cloth, soiled and twisted. With a sharp intake of breath, Ning Xuanwu's fury ignited upon witnessing his cherished possession treated as mere cleaning rags. This was an outright provocation, a blatant disrespect. You wretched creatures, I shall not rest until I have avenged this insult, he declared, his overwhelming aura surging forth as he stomped his foot, ready to storm into the martial arts school. Chapter 53. Assessing errors. Calm your anger, master, said Yao Ling Er, her complexion changing dramatically as she hurried to intercept Ning Xuanwu. Why are you stopping me? This person is truly overstepping his bounds, showing utter disregard for our Xuanwu sect. Step aside, Ning Xuanwu exclaimed with palpable fury, wishing intensely to storm in and raze the martial arts hall to the ground. Master, please remain composed. Be wary of deception, Yao Ling Er urged earnestly. He may very well have deliberately displayed the swift cloak to provoke our response, laying a trap for us. If you fall for it. Ning Xuanwu's gaze shifted towards her. If you were to be deceived, it would mean you have walked right into the villain's snare. It is very likely that the two senior brothers from that day also fell victim to the same trap. Observing Ning Xuanwu's hesitation, Yaoling Air continued to counsel him gravely. Upon hearing her words, Ning Xuanwu suddenly grasped the situation. The provocation was unmistakably deliberate. A hint of trepidation crept onto his face. I acted rashly, he sighed, suppressing his anger as he focused on the figure of the assassin. Rest assured, I keep my promises. You may proceed without fear, Ning Xuanwu declared. Entrust the honorable yet arduous task of investigating the martial arts hall to you. The young assassin clenched his teeth. Please do not worry, sect master. I guarantee the completion of the mission. Remember, do not draw the attention of that individual, nor exhibit any hostility. Your primary goal is to gather intelligence. Yaoling Air reminded him solemnly. Exercise utmost caution. The assassin nodded and, under the watchful eyes of Ning Xuanwu and others, cautiously approached the martial arts hall. As he neared the entrance, he paused for a moment. The swift cloak was carelessly hung nearby as a rag. The tremor stone lay just beneath his feet. Suppressing his anxiety, he took a deep breath and stepped over the tremor stone. This is somewhat ridiculous, he suddenly thought, realizing why the individual inside had placed the tremor stone at this spot, to serve as a step. He took another step and entered the main hall. Inside, it was nothing extraordinary. It resembled an ordinary martial arts hall, perhaps even less impressive than others. There seemed to be no immediate danger. Disciple, why have you taken down this plaque as well? In the courtyard, Yifeng asked Zhong Qing while petting a dog. Master, I noticed it was quite dusty, so I removed it to clean. However, there are still some water stains on it, so I have temporarily placed it here to dry. Once it is dry, I will reattach it, Zhong Qing replied softly. Very well, Yifeng nodded in approval. Zhong Qing is far more meticulous than I am, attending to everything with great care. Is anyone here? Just then, a voice resonated from the main hall. Ah, have we a visitor? Yifeng remarked, surprised by the unfamiliar voice, for it had been quite some time since business had come their way. Rising to investigate, he discovered a young man who appeared similar to himself and asked, Hello, may I assist you? Upon encountering Yifeng, the assassin felt a sudden tremor within, realizing that the esteemed sister Yaoling must have been referring to this very individual. Beads of perspiration formed along his spine, yet he mustered a facade of composure and inquired, Excuse me, could you kindly direct me to the Xuanwu sect? Despite his careful demeanor, he inadvertently let slip the name of the sect, a grave oversight. Panic coursed through him as he recognized that uttering such words could reveal his true identity. His gaze, now narrowed to mere pinpricks, fixated on Yifeng, envisioning a grim fate where a single strike could lead to his demise. However, to his astonishment, Yifeng remained utterly unperturbed, a hint of disappointment flickering in his heart. So, it was merely a request for directions. He had anticipated a customer or a disciple seeking to pay their respects. His martial arts school seemed woefully inadequate. Nevertheless, the ever-helpful Yifeng maintained a polite demeanor and graciously provided the necessary directions. The assassin was taken aback by Yifeng's nonchalance. No reaction whatsoever. Had he truly exposed such a significant flaw without consequence? Confusion clouded his mind as he assessed Yifeng, who appeared utterly ordinary, no different from a mere mortal. Could this truly be a master? The sect leaders had evidently misjudged. This was not a formidable expert, but rather an inconspicuous commoner. Emboldened by this realization, he boldly remarked, It seems rather desolate here. I imagine you have few disciples. With this statement, his eyes narrowed once again as he scrutinized Yifeng. It must be said that his assignment as an assassin to investigate this place required not only courage but also a keen intellect. Despite his earlier blunder, it did not hinder his strategic thinking. His words were astutely chosen, laced with a subtle taunt. If he had indeed miscalculated, a true expert would likely exhibit some form of reaction, perhaps anger or an imposing aura. Conversely, should there be no response, it would confirm that this individual was indeed no master. Upon hearing his words, Yifeng's expression shifted uncomfortably. Yet, the assassin spoke a truth. His establishment was indeed quite deserted, leaving Yifeng with little to retort. Observing Yifeng's demeanor, the assassin couldn't help but smirk inwardly. This man exhibited none of the traits associated with a formidable expert, solidifying the assassin's conclusion. Yaoling and Ning Xuanwu had misjudged. This was merely a powerless commoner. The deaths of his brothers, Wu Chan and Wu Feng, were likely shrouded in misunderstanding. With renewed audacity, He exchanged a few more pleasantries before striding confidently out of the establishment, encountering no peril. Thus, his conviction solidified. The proprietor of this martial arts school was utterly inept, and he could simply summon the sect leader to claim the individual. Chapter 54. These elderly gentlemen are quite a sight. Having bid farewell to the young man, and just as he settled back into the courtyard, voices once again drifted in from outside. Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle in resignation. Merely hearing that voice was enough for him to discern the identity of the visitor. Stepping outside, he found, indeed, it was the eccentric old man, Wu Yonghong, who was so infatuated with chess, yet woefully inept at it. However, what surprised Yifeng this time was that he was not alone. 3 other elderly gentlemen of similar age accompanied him. Upon a cursory examination of these 3, Yifeng instinctively grimaced. They presented quite an unremarkable appearance. One was emaciated and dark-skinned, possibly a victim of malnutrition since childhood, weighing perhaps no more than 60 pounds. His frail figure made Yifeng apprehensive. He feared that a mere bump could send the old man toppling over, a predicament he would prefer to avoid. The second, while slightly better in appearance, was garbed in an outfit that left much to be desired, adorned with what appeared to be chicken bones or some other oddities. He sported a large skull-shaped ring on his thumb, presenting an image that was decidedly avant-garde. As for the final gentleman, he seemed to be of a more prosperous disposition. Flaunting a gleaming gold tooth, a hefty abacus slung over his shoulder, and 2 battered eggs in his hands, exuding an air of inscrutable mystery. Although his attire had a certain flair, his overall demeanor fell woefully short of sophistication. Nevertheless, guests are guests, despite their lackluster appearances. Yifeng was not one to judge by looks alone. What did intrigue him, however, was the rather enigmatic nature of these stammering old men. They had not been present when he saw off the young man, yet here they were, inexplicably appearing now. Mr. E, Wu Yonghong greeted with a respectful bow, evidently having altered his address to Yifeng following their previous encounter. It has been a while. Please, come in and take a seat. Yifeng beckoned with a smile. Yes, Wu Yonghong replied, nodding enthusiastically. Initially filled with trepidation about having brought 3 strangers without prior notice, he was relieved to find that Yifeng's demeanor was far more accommodating than he had anticipated. Come, sir, allow us to enter, Wu Yonghong urged the others. However, the 3 did not move forward. Instead, they cast skeptical glances at Wu Yonghong. During their journey, they had listened to Wu Yonghong extol Yifeng's remarkable prowess, even claiming he could effortlessly wield a divine artifact. Thus, they approached with a degree of reverence, but upon seeing the young man before them, they were left questioning the reality of those claims. Alas, how am I to explain this to you? Wu Yonghong said, his anxiety palpable. Believe me, not only can you not fathom his cultivation, but I am equally at a loss. All right, even if what you say is true, did you not mention he possesses a plaque imbued with martial intent? Where is it? Inquired the thin old man. Upon finding himself in a somewhat awkward predicament, Wu Yonghong's expression shifted as his gaze fell upon the empty entrance. Perhaps the master has temporarily removed it, he thought. Let's not dwell on this matter any longer. Since the master has invited us in, we should proceed without delay, Wu Yonghong urged, his anxiety palpable. Yet the 3 companions hesitated. Who were they, after all? If this were a gathering of formidable individuals, it would be understandable. However, if it were merely an ordinary person, what right would they have to enter and take their seats? You truly are, Wu Yonghong exclaimed, his finger pointed indignantly at the trio. After all these years, would I deceive you? If you truly doubt me, why not step inside and see for yourselves? Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged glances. Wu Yonghong did not appear to be lying, and the divine rake he held was irrefutable evidence of his sincerity. Having come this far, there was little harm in taking a look inside. Thus, the quartet made their way toward the martial arts hall. Wu Yonghong felt a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. It was, after all, his first time entering Yifeng's abode, and he was curious about what lay within. However, as they approached the entrance, he seemed to step upon something that elicited a response, causing his body to tremble suddenly. He looked down, eyes widening in shock. The elderly companions beside him cast indifferent glances, thinking it was merely a broken stone. What was there to behold? Chapter 55. One must never disregard the kind intentions of their elders. Upon realizing the situation, the group stood frozen, their mouths agape, their eyes shimmering with disbelief. The stone beneath Wu Yonghong's feet appeared to be a celestial stone. Moreover, it seemed to serve merely as a means to fill the steps. The four exchanged glances, collectively gasping in astonishment. To use celestial stone for such a purpose was a grand display of extravagance. Although they possessed treasures of similar caliber, the celestial stone was still a royal-grade artifact, typically handled with utmost care and often regarded as a trump card. Yet here, it was employed as mere step fillers. Just as the four were grappling with their shock, the old man with the abacus inadvertently caught sight of something else, causing his heart to skip a beat. The others quickly followed his gaze. To their utter astonishment, they beheld yet another royal-grade artifact, the swift cloak. However, why was this cloak so tattered and filthy, merely hanging there? Seeing the elderly gentleman's slow demeanor, Yifeng glanced back and noted their fixation on a rag, puzzled. What is so fascinating about a rag? He inquired. A rag? Yifeng's words nearly caused their jaws to drop. Celestial stone as step fillers, the swift cloak as a rag. What audacity! Such disregard for royal-grade treasures could only imply that the wielder was a martial sage. In an instant, the four discerned the reality of the situation. Knowing Yifeng was indeed a martial sage, the three elderly companions of Wu Yonghong underwent a complete transformation in demeanor, their respect palpable as they glared at Wu Yonghong. Reproaching him, "Why did you not clarify this beforehand, old Wu? Just moments ago, we almost offended this martial sage. Indeed, had our earlier attitude incited the martial sage's ire, we would have held you responsible. You are fabricating accusations," Wu Yonghong retorted, his face pale with indignation, murmuring in exasperation, "Did I not warn you? Did I not reiterate this along the way? It was 1,000 reminders, yet you chose not to believe." With a huff, the three elderly men, now filled with deference, hastened to follow Yifeng. "Greetings, master." As they entered the main hall, they found Zhongqing repositioning the 18 divine weapon paintings that had been previously taken down, just finishing with the last one as he descended the ladder. "My dear disciple, you've worked hard. We have guests. Please bring in a few stools," Yifeng instructed softly. "Of course, master." Zhongqing dutifully moved inside to fetch the stools. Yifeng turned back with a smile, saying, "It's a bit cramped inside due to the sunlight. Let us sit here in the main hall." "Sir, you are too kind." The four elderly gentlemen nodded in agreement, finally stepping into the main hall. 18 magnificent illustrations of divine warriors instantaneously magnified before their eyes, enveloping the entire front hall in an overwhelming aura of martial intent and celestial power, accompanied by an immense pressure. What? The four elderly men were momentarily stunned, almost in unison at this sight. In that fleeting moment, the boundless martial intent and celestial force granted them substantial benefits, loosening the cultivation realms that had remained stagnant for centuries. Who was this person? At that instant, even Wu Yonghong found himself bewildered. Just moments ago, he had assumed that Yifeng was merely a martial saint, a level above his own martial sect. Yet now, it seemed he was far more than that. A martial emperor? However, even a martial emperor would not possess such grandiosity. Could it be that he is a celestial warrior from a higher realm? Celestial. A sharp intake of breath. This term seemed utterly unattainable to them. The mere thought that Yifeng could be a celestial warrior ignited a fervor within the four. No wonder. No wonder he appeared so much like an ordinary mortal. It was only now that they finally realized the reason behind their inability to fathom Yifeng's true cultivation level. "Please, have a seat." Yifeng offered them a stool and added, "Stay here for a moment. I shall fetch you some water." With that, he made his way to the back courtyard. The moment Yifeng departed, the four elderly men erupted into a fervor. Martial intent, such powerful martial intent. I have never encountered anything so formidable. My centuries-long stagnation has finally begun to wane. Indeed, I too feel a loosening, accompanied by celestial power. He must be a celestial warrior. I never imagined I would have the chance to be in the presence of one. In an instant, their excitement turned to tears of joy. The overwhelming martial intent and celestial force emanating from the wall paintings had bestowed upon them immeasurable advantages. However, it wasn't long before they began to feel discomfort. I feel as though I cannot endure this much longer." The elderly man with the abacus spoke first. "This martial intent is too intense. I can only comprehend so much. If I remain any longer, I may lose myself." "Yes, I too can no longer bear it," the frail elder echoed. What a pity. Such a grand opportunity, yet we cannot fully absorb it. Shall I sit outside instead? Wu, the oldest, said, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. No sooner had he spoken than the skeletal elder hastily grabbed a stool and made for the exit. The others, though reluctant, understood they could not withstand it any longer and quickly followed suit, taking their seats outside. Ah, why have you all moved outside? Yifeng inquired, puzzled as he emerged with the water. Upon hearing his words, the four men exchanged grateful yet embarrassed glances. Aware that this was a rare opportunity Yifeng had afforded them, they lamented their own inadequacy, explaining with strained smiles, well, the view is much better outside. Yes, the view is splendid. The remaining individuals shared in the laughter, understanding the elderly's need for companionship. With a nod of comprehension, Yifeng acknowledged their sentiments. After all, at such an advanced age, basking in the sun was a simple pleasure. After placing the water down, he suggested, let us engage in a game of chess. Wait here while I fetch the pieces. The four eagerly nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhongqing approached, carrying a sun-dried plaque. He set up a ladder and hung it with care. In an instant, the four felt a formidable martial intent emanating from the plaque. Fortunately, its potency was not as overwhelming as that of the previous hall, allowing them to endure its presence. They couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude, their eyes sparkling with appreciation. It seemed this venerable figure understood their limitations in grasping the martial essence of the main hall and had thoughtfully hung the plaque for their contemplation. Such kindness, such immense grace. They vowed not to squander the elder's goodwill. With tears of gratitude welling in their eyes, the four quickly arranged their small bamboo stools in a neat row and sat obediently, absorbing the martial intent radiating from the plaque. Chapter 56. The Battle of Wits with Mortals within a secluded courtyard. This served as a temporary stronghold for the Xuanwu sect since their arrival in Pingjiang City. The hall was enveloped in an almost oppressive silence. Ning Xuanwu sat at the head of the table with a somber expression, while Yaoling Heir and other high-ranking members remained mute by his side, all awaiting news from the dispatched assassins. Master, do you believe he will return successfully? At last, unable to contain herself, Yaoling Heir furrowed her delicate brows and rose to inquire. Ning Xuanwu remained silent, yet internally, he too felt an unsettling uncertainty. During the time that the assassins were sent to gather intelligence, he had managed to maintain his composure and ponder deeply. Although he held the title of master, he understood that his disciples, Jing Wuchen and Jing Wufeng, possessed talents far exceeding his own, having surpassed his youthful prowess and reached the realm of martial spirit. The martial spirit realm is not to be underestimated throughout the entire Nansha region. Moreover, armed with the Thunderstone and the Swift Cloak, they stood a fair chance of survival, provided they did not encounter an ancient expert who had long transcended into the martial king realm. In fact, even if he were to intervene personally, it would not be an easy feat to eliminate Jing Wuchen and Jing Wufeng. Yet, in the hands of that individual, they had met a fate worse than death. Furthermore, the Thunderstone and the Swift Cloak, regarded as imperial treasures, are coveted even by martial kings and martial emperors alike. Why then did that person treat them with such disdain? Was it merely to humiliate the Xuanwu sect? This seemed improbable, given the value of these two imperial treasures. The most plausible explanation was that the individual genuinely regarded the Thunderstone and the Swift Cloak as trifles. Considering these two logical points, it became apparent that the individual's strength must at least equate to that of an ancient martial king who had broken through many years ago, and it was more likely they were a martial emperor, or possibly even a martial sect master or a martial saint. Regardless of the scenario, Ning Xuanwu felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity in facing such an opponent. Contemplating this, his expression darkened further, and he harbored no optimistic expectations for the assassin's safe return. Observing Ning Xuanwu's demeanor, a heavy silence descended upon the hall, and the faces of those present were etched with gravity. Clearly, if Ning Xuanwu had reached this conclusion, the others were equally capable of deducing the grim truth. The assassin was unlikely to return. However, just as the atmosphere grew despondent, a servant rushed in to report. Reporting to the sect master, Su Kuan has returned. Upon hearing this, the crowd momentarily froze, then, as if in unison, rose and hurried towards the exit. This news was, for them, an unexpected delight. Indeed, upon arriving at the entrance, they beheld Su Kuan, the assassin who had been sent forth, a smile gracing his lips, radiating a sense of achievement. This mission had turned out splendidly. Not only had he faced no danger, but he had also risen to the status of a direct disciple. What transpired? Ning Xuanwu and the others eagerly approached him, pressing for answers. Reporting to the sect master and esteemed elders, I have fulfilled my mission. With a smile gracing his face, Su Kuan addressed the crowd. I have gathered intelligence, and it appears that this individual possesses no remarkable strength. He is merely an ordinary mortal. Oh, upon hearing this, disbelief washed over the faces of the onlookers, for the information returned to them starkly contrasted with their expectations. You are not deceiving us. Ning Xuanwu furrowed his brow, a hint of oppressive force emanating towards Su Kuan. I swear on my life, I have spoken nothing but the truth. Therefore, the deaths of my two senior brothers, Jing Wuchen, must be a misunderstanding. In fact, I suspect they may still be alive. Under Ning Xuanwu's imposing aura, Su Kuan hastily raised his palm and recounted the events that transpired at the martial arts hall in detail. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in unison. It seemed that the situation was indeed as Su Kuan had portrayed. An ordinary mortal, astonishingly, was simply an ordinary mortal. Ning Xuanwu clenched his fist tightly, an aura of fury radiating from him. He had not anticipated that after such a prolonged battle of wits, their adversary would turn out to be a mere mortal. This was, to him, a profound humiliation. Thus, I shall take matters into my own hands and swiftly deal with him. I will strike him down without hesitation. Regardless of whether this is a mere illusion conjured by Qing Shan men, I will reduce him to ashes. With a cold snicker, Ning Xuanwu propelled himself forward, his face a mask of rage as he made his way towards the martial arts hall. The others, witnessing this, followed suit, leaping into action. Chapter 57. The misfortune of Ning Xuanwu. Soon, led by Ning Xuanwu, they arrived at a hidden spot not far from the entrance of the small martial arts hall. Humph! How dare this insignificant mortal waste my precious time? Watch as I turn him into a mere pancake, Ning Xuanwu declared with fury. Master, I believe we should exercise caution. It would be prudent to verify the accuracy of Su Kuan's information before proceeding, said Yaoling Air, furrowing her delicate brows with concern. Humph! You dare suggest that I be cautious of a mere mortal? Ning Xuanwu retorted, his anger unabated. Master, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Look! Yaoling Air directed her keen gaze toward the martial arts hall, her tone grave. Despite our surveillance, there are suddenly a few elderly men seated at the entrance. Do you not find that suspicious? Humph! It is merely a lapse in your monitoring. Ning Xuanwu dismissed her concerns arrogantly. Furthermore, mortals have many relatives. These old men are likely just distant uncles or such. To me, whether they are distant relatives or not, they are merely ants. With a disdainful snort, Ning Xuanwu regarded the existence of the martial arts hall as an eyesore. He unleashed his formidable aura, his figure leaving a shadow in midair as he charged towards the hall with immense power. In the blink of an eye, he hovered above the martial arts hall. The four individuals, who were immersed in understanding the essence of the word martial inscribed on the plaque, suddenly felt a surge of energy overhead and opened their eyes in shock. For intense gazes pierced through the air toward Ning Xuanwu, who had the audacity to launch an attack on this martial arts hall. Even more infuriating was the fact that they had interrupted their contemplation of the martial essence. However, the enraged Ning Xuanwu paid no heed to their glares. For mere mortal elders, let everything here perish. Ants, perish. With a cold laugh, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, a tremendous imprint descending from above. This action ignited the fury of Wu Yonghong and the others, who sprang to their feet, unleashing a profound and vast martial aura from their bodies. The sheer force of this aura instantly oppressed the entire sky. Wu Zong, Ning Xuanwu, suspended in midair, felt the overwhelming might of the four, and his expression changed dramatically, his speech faltering, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The four sitting at the entrance of the martial arts hall were, in fact, four Wu Zongs. How could he, a mere Wu Wang, dare to strike at four Wu Zongs? Was he not being foolish? In the next moment, he seemed to sense something else, cold sweat breaking out all over him. That calculating tool, was it the legendary treasure, the heavens mechanism? Only one person possessed such a treasure, the notorious Li Mos. The unique attire, adorned with an array of bones, suddenly evoked in Ning Xuanwu the image of a notorious figure, a madman, Chu Shikuang, who, after betraying his sect, slaughtered its members, and fashioned the skulls of its leaders into grotesque ornaments he wore upon his person. The gaunt individual alongside him seemed to embody the legendary Sun Juga, rumored to have suffered a rupture of his meridians in childhood, only to cultivate a nefarious art that defied destiny. Lastly, the one wielding a rake, resembling a farmer, appeared to be Wu Yonghong, who, after being deceived in a certain city, unleashed his wrath upon the entire populace, leaving behind only echoes of his fury. Recognizing these illustrious figures, Ning Xuanwu felt the sting of tears welling up. The presence of these four long-silenced harbingers of chaos at the entrance of this martial arts hall was nothing short of bewildering. Good heavens! Before these titans, he, a mere martial king, felt utterly diminutive. They had made their names while he was still in short trousers. In an instant, the once imposing figure of Ning Xuanwu resembled a deflated eggplant. Without a moment's hesitation, disregarding the backlash from his own actions, he retracted his attack, not daring to cast a glance at the four, and executed a swift roll before bolting away. It must be said, the sequence of his actions was remarkably fluid, akin to a flowing stream. Beads of sweat adorned his brow as he desperately sought to escape the gaze of these formidable individuals. However, the very next moment, his expression shifted dramatically, a chill creeping down his spine. An overwhelming aura, one he could not evade, enveloped him, anchoring him in place and inexorably drawing him back. Chapter 58. What a predicament! In an instant, Ning Xuanwu was pulled back, for piercing gazes fixated upon him. The tension enveloped him. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his heart raced with anxiety. It had been many years since he had experienced such fear. Although the treasured earth-shattering stone lay at his feet and his swift cloak was within reach, he dared not cast a glance in their direction. "Ah, esteemed seniors, may I inquire what brings you to seek me?" Ning Xuanwu managed to utter, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears under the scrutiny of the four elders. "It is not we who seek you, but rather you who seem to have threatened to annihilate us." Wu Yonghong's somber gaze bore into him as he asked languidly. The mocking tone sent Ning Xuanwu's heart into a frenzy. He hurriedly clarified, No, esteemed seniors, please do not take offense. How could I ever dare to act against you? I merely wish to eliminate this small martial arts hall, unaware that you were here in seclusion. I beg for your understanding." Upon finishing his explanation, a sense of relief washed over him. Though these four had peculiar temperaments, he was, after all, a martial king and had promptly recanted. Surely, they would not make things excessively difficult for him. However, to his astonishment, as his words hung in the air, the four men almost simultaneously rose to their feet, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the space, laden with palpable murderous intent. Ning Xuanwu trembled in confusion. What was happening? I clearly provided an explanation. Even if they chose not to forgive me, why did they suddenly exude such a fierce intent to kill? You claim you wish to destroy this martial arts hall? Limos narrowed his eyes, his voice gravelly as he enunciated each word. As he spoke, his energy coalesced in his hands, poised to strike at Ning Xuanwu at any moment. This is it. I've misspoken. Ning Xuanwu realized the gravity of his error. Gazing at the impending attack from Limos, he could no longer maintain pretense. With a crack, he fell to his knees, drenched in sweat, pleading, "It was a misunderstanding. Esteemed seniors, I was merely passing by. Passing by? A misunderstanding? Yet you just proclaimed your intent to demolish this hall." The four elders looked down at Ning Xuanwu, their voices icy. If that were indeed the case, they would not hesitate to strike him down. "Esteemed seniors, you have misheard, truly. What I meant was not to destroy this hall, but rather to swat the mosquitoes within." As he spoke, he clapped his hands together with a resounding smack. Miraculously, he had indeed killed a mosquito. Seizing the moment of apparent salvation, he brandished the insect in his hand and exclaimed, "Esteemed seniors, look, it is indeed a mosquito." The four individuals exchanged glances, their faces adorned with disdainful smirks. They were far from foolish. Such base fabrications could not possibly deceive them. Yet, they refrained from acting against Ning Xuanwu, for this was, after all, the domain of their master, and any course of action lay within his discretion. Observing their inaction, Ning Xuanwu breathed a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, the oppressive aura emanating from the four remained palpable. Their silence rendered him mute, forcing him to lower his head and kneel on the ground, feeling utterly desolate as the autumn breeze swept by. Yet, internally, he seethed with rage. "Sukuin, May your ancestors be cursed. When I return, I shall annihilate your entire family." At this juncture, the truth dawned upon him. The true masters of this martial arts school were these 4 individuals. Otherwise, how could they exhibit such pronounced murderous intent at the mere mention of dismantling the school? It seemed that Jing Wuchan and Jing Wufeng had inadvertently crossed paths with these formidable figures. As for Jin Tianshi and Sun Jipai Feng, while it was somewhat unseemly for them to serve as mere stepping stones or rags for these 4, they were still deemed somewhat acceptable. All this misfortune was the fault of that detestable Su Kuan. Had he not returned with misleading information, Ning Xuanwu would not find himself in such a wretched state. Had he known that this was the domain of these 4, he would never have dared to come. Even if it meant losing Jin Tianshi and Sun Jipai Feng, he would have swallowed his pride in silence. Meanwhile, the observers, including the alluring Ling gaped in astonishment, covering their mouths in shock as they witnessed their leader kneeling submissively on the ground, an expression of reverence etched upon his face. Their hearts were a tempest of emotions, yet they quickly grasped that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Despite the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him, Ning Xuanwu dared not betray any hint of his inner turmoil, maintaining a submissive posture as he gazed anxiously at Wu Yonghong and his companions. "Are you Ning Xuanwu of the Xuanwu sect?" At last, Chu Guangshi cast a glance at Ning Xuanwu and inquired. "It is I, Senior," Ning Xuanwu replied, bowing his head in trepidation. Even if your ancestor Ning Jiutian were still alive, he would not dare to act recklessly here. "I did not expect you, a descendant," to Chu Guangshi sneered coldly, "truly surpass your predecessors." The biting sarcasm caused Ning Xuanwu's face to flush with embarrassment, yet he refrained from retorting. "I searched high and low for the chess pieces, but finally located them." At that moment, Yifeng emerged from the main hall, his tone tinged with apology. Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong and his companions sprang to their feet, bowing respectfully as they exclaimed, "Greetings, Master." "Master?" The revelation that these 4 referred to him as such left Ning Xuanwu, still kneeling, utterly astounded as he stared at the advancing Yifeng, his mouth agape in disbelief. Chapter 59. The Significance of Yifeng. Why do the 4 esteemed masters of the martial arts sect show such profound respect in addressing this young man as Sir? Could it be that this martial arts hall does not belong to Wu Yonghong and his companions, and that the true mastermind stands before them in the guise of a youth? This thought inevitably reminded Ning Xuanwu of the words spoken by Yaoling Air, for it was this young man who had commanded that the swift cloak be used as a mere rag, and it was he who had relegated the bones of Jing Wufeng to the status of dog food. Upon reflecting on this, Ning Xuanwu was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Yet, despite his incredulity, he felt that this conclusion was nearly undeniable. Setting aside the respect that Wu Yonghong and his companions had for Yifeng, he, as a martial king, was unable to discern the strength of this young master before him. Like an ordinary person, he appeared unremarkable, yet beneath the surface lay unfathomable depths. With this thought, he swallowed hard. "Sir, he has come." After greeting Yifeng, Wu Yonghong spoke with deference, evidently intending to report matters to Ning Xuanwu. "No need to elaborate. I am already aware." Yifeng gestured dismissively, a smile gracing his lips. "Sir is truly formidable. It seems we have spoken out of turn." Wu Yonghong and his companions exchanged glances, immediately bowing their heads in respect. Clearly, even in his absence, the Sir was well informed about the affairs at hand. "There is no need for such formality," Yifeng chuckled softly. As he stepped out, he had overheard Chu Guangshi reprimanding the uncle kneeling on the ground, likely scolding him about the distinctions between seniors and juniors. The old man, witnessing a younger generation receiving a lesson, was understandable, yet it puzzled him what fault the uncle had committed. Meanwhile, the kneeling Ning Xuanwu gaped, regret washing over him as he felt an icy dread seep into his bones. He was now certain that this enigmatic young man was an ancient being, older than Wu Yonghong and the others, who had unwittingly sought trouble with someone who was all too aware of everything. The realization that he had offended such a person sent chills down his spine, leaving his face as pale as parchment. Today, he feared he might meet his end here. "It matters not. You may handle it as you see fit," Yifeng remarked nonchalantly, indicating that even at the entrance of his martial arts hall, it bore little consequence to him. "You wish for us to handle it?" Wu Yonghong and his companions were momentarily taken aback, exchanging looks of surprise. They had not anticipated Yifeng would delegate Ning Xuanwu to their care. However, it seemed reasonable. A mere martial king likely did not warrant the Sir's direct involvement. The question now remained, how should they proceed with the matter? The four of them exchanged glances. Uncertain, their gazes eventually returning to Yifeng. Why do you look to me? Yifeng inquired, bemused. Ahem, sir. We merely wish to inquire how you believe we should address this situation. Wu Yonghong spoke up, his voice tinged with trepidation. Beside him, the pallid-faced Ning Xuanwu also turned his gaze towards Yifeng. In his usual imposing demeanor as a member of the Xuanwu sect, he now appeared pitifully vulnerable, fully aware that his very existence lay entirely within Yifeng's grasp. You ask me? Yifeng rubbed his nose, somewhat exasperated. Why inquire of me, an unrelated party, when it is your own disciples who require discipline? Observing the four elders' persistent questioning, Yifeng, with a hint of resignation, stated, I have nothing more to add. However, it is clear that one must bear the consequences of their mistakes. Yet, it is equally essential to afford the youth a chance. Whether he matures from this lesson depends solely on his own fortune. After speaking, Yifeng glanced at the sky, contemplating that it was nearly time to prepare dinner. After all, Zhongqing had toiled alone throughout the day. It was only reasonable for him, as a mentor, to occasionally share the burden. Moreover, it would be inappropriate for him to linger while they reprimanded their junior. Once Yifeng departed, Wu Yonghong and the others pondered his words, exchanging solemn nods. Clearly, the teacher's intent was unmistakable. Subsequently, their dark gazes fell upon Ning Xuanwu. Ning Xuanwu trembled suddenly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Retrieve your storage pouch, Wu Yonghong commanded in a low voice. Must I? Ning Xuanwu replied, his expression grim. Wu Yonghong's tone hardened, narrowing his eyes. Did you not hear the teacher's words just now? Very well. Ning Xuanwu gritted his teeth, reluctantly producing the storage pouch. Inside, apart from the last of his treasured possessions, lay the entirety of the Xuanwu sect's resources. As Wu Yonghong seized the pouch, Ning Xuanwu felt his heart bleed. Wu Yonghong opened the storage pouch, nodding in satisfaction before handing it to Chu Guangshi, instructing, you hold on to this for now and later present it to the teacher. He then turned to Ning Xuanwu, his voice stern. You may rise. Upon hearing this, Ning Xuanwu stood, glancing nervously at the four elders. Can I leave now? He inquired, lifting his legs in eager anticipation of departure. However, just as he began to take a step, a wave of pressure surged towards him. Leave? Did you not hear the teacher's words? Wu Yonghong asked, his voice laden with anger, casting a glance at the frail elder, Sun Zhuge. Sun Zhuge, upon seeing this, let out a cold smile and waved his hand, unleashing a cloud of black mist that enveloped Ning Xuanwu's palm. This is my heavenly calamity poison. Within 3 days, it will permeate your entire body. What? Heavenly calamity poison? Ning Xuanwu's face turned ashen, his gaze fixed on the ominous black mist creeping along his arm, as if he had encountered something utterly terrifying. You have heard for yourself. This is the teacher's will. Your life is not forfeit. Yet whether you remain standing as a person depends solely on your own fate. Begone. With a swift motion of his arm, Ning Xuanwu was sent hurtling away. His body crashed heavily onto the ground, and as blood spilled from his mouth, he paid little heed to his injuries and swiftly fled. He was truly terrified of being dragged back. All he desired was to distance himself from this martial arts academy. The oppressive presence of the four elderly men was simply too formidable. Yet, the most terrifying of all was that enigmatic youth. Although he concealed his true prowess, it was often the inscrutable and intangible that proved most unsettling. This time, he had suffered substantial losses. The notions of avenging the pure and untainted, of reclaiming the Thunderstone cloak, were trivial in comparison to the fact that he had narrowly escaped with his life. To make matters worse, the entire resource cache of the Xuanwu sect had been seized. What was most infuriating, however, was the sight of the ominous black mist enveloping his right arm, which filled him with a profound despair. Chapter 60. I let you ramble. With a heavy thud, Ning Xuanwu fell to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. Yet, he paid no heed to his injuries, swiftly darting away. The fear of being dragged back was overwhelming. He simply wished to distance himself from this martial arts academy. After all, the oppressive aura emanating from the four elders was utterly terrifying. However, the most daunting presence was that of the mysterious youth. Although he concealed his true nature, It was precisely this inscrutable quality that proved most unsettling. In this encounter, he had suffered tremendous losses. Forget about avenging the grievances of the pure and untainted, or reclaiming the Thunderstone cloak. He had nearly lost his life, and all the resources of the Xuanwu sect had been seized. The most infuriating aspect was, he glanced at the black mist enveloping his right arm, and a wave of despair washed over him. Not long ago, this arm had been severed by Lu Qingshan. Prior to arriving in Pingjiang City, he had employed secret sect techniques, expending numerous resources and even sacrificing a portion of his lifespan to regenerate the shattered bones of that arm. Who could have anticipated that he would arrive here without achieving anything, only to have endured such devastation after merely swatting a mosquito? The mere thought of it made his chest ache with frustration. However, preserving his life was paramount. Sun Zhuge's heavenly evil poison was no ordinary substance. If he did not sever the arm, he would meet a tragic end within 3 days. Torn by indecision for the better part of a day, he finally gritted his teeth, his face etched with reluctance, and decisively severed the arm. As he gazed at the severed limb on the ground, Ning Xuanwu's anger intensified, driving him like a fleeting shadow towards the direction of Yaoling Heir and the others. Master, sect leader, the crowd hurriedly approached, their faces a mixture of concern and complexity as they beheld Ning Xuanwu's missing arm. Where is Su Kuan? Ning Xuanwu bellowed in fury. Sect leader, it's a misunderstanding. Su Kuan, trembling and filled with remorse, cowered behind Yaoling Heir. Misunderstanding? Ning Xuanwu gritted his teeth, extending his arm to seize Su Kuan by the neck. Crack! In a fit of rage, Ning Xuanwu wasted no time and snapped Su Kuan's neck, discarding the lifeless body onto the ground. I let you misunderstand. As if the death of Su Kuan did not satiate his wrath, Ning Xuanwu stomped on his corpse, reducing it to a pulpy mess under the weight of his immense strength. Witnessing Ning Xuanwu's fury, Yaoling Heir and the others lowered their heads, not daring to utter a sound. Indeed, anyone faced with such circumstances would likely react similarly, especially considering Ning Xuanwu's usual status as the exalted leader of the Xuanwu sect. Sect leader, what shall we do next? After a prolonged silence, as Ning Xuanwu's anger seemed to wane slightly, an elder cautiously inquired, shall we continue seeking vengeance? Upon hearing the term revenge, Ning Xuanwu's expression twisted in anguish, his countenance dark enough to draw water. Do we still need to retrieve the Thunderstone and the Swift Cloak? The elder inquired. The others, observing the scene, immediately cast sympathetic glances in his direction. This individual truly has a knack for opening old wounds. Indeed, the anger that Ning Xuanwu had just managed to quell surged back to the forefront of his mind, and with a swift motion, he struck the elder, reducing him to a mere pulp. I warned you to cease your incessant prattle, he growled. Following the deadly blow, he further desecrated the elder's remains before finally relenting. Chapter 61. Exhausting all means to entice him after a considerable time, the furious flames within Ning Xuanwu subsided significantly. Master, please temper your anger, remarked Yaoling, stepping forward at the opportune moment. However, given the current circumstances, we must indeed devise a plan for what lies ahead. What do you think, Master? Ning Xuanwu's expression darkened, yet he understood the necessity of contemplating the future. Reflecting on this, he raised his gaze to Yao Linger and softly uttered, Ling, today marks the most disastrous day in the history of our Xuanwu sect. Thus, the future of our sect must rely on you. Rely on me, Yao Linger exclaimed, her red lips parting in astonishment. Indeed, Ning Xuanwu nodded gravely, casting a resigned glance toward the martial arts academy. Though reluctant, he found himself devoid of the courage to seek vengeance against such unparalleled masters. Seeing Ning Xuanwu in this state, Yao Linger felt a pang of unease and inquired, Master, what exactly does that martial arts academy possess that would lead to such a situation? At her words, Ning Xuanwu's lips twitched, and with a heavy sigh, he replied, for martial sovereigns, one martial saint, and even a martial emperor. What? Despite their suspicions regarding the prowess of those at the academy, the revelation from Ning Xuanwu still elicited gasps of disbelief from the others. How could such a humble academy harbor 4 martial sovereigns, along with a martial saint and a martial emperor? No wonder even someone as formidable as Ning Xuanwu found himself in such dire straits. So, Yao Linger furrowed her brow, looking intently at Ning Xuanwu. Thus, I require you to remain in Pingjiang City, Ning Xuanwu stated, his pupils narrowing. The foundation of our Xuanwu sect lies here. Despite centuries of friction with the Qingshan sect, we have at least maintained a balance. But now, that equilibrium has been shattered. As he spoke, a profound worry etched itself across Ning Xuanwu's face, which then morphed into a fierce expression as he continued. That old rascal Lu Qingshan has undoubtedly employed some devious scheme to forge a connection with that youth from the academy and has acquired an extraordinary divine blade. Just imagine, if Lu Qingshan were to obtain further treasures from these experts, would he show us any mercy, given our enmity? With the benefits he gains from these masters, could we still consider ourselves as rivals? It must be said that while Ning Xuanwu possessed a fiery temperament, his long-term considerations as the leader of a sect were quite astute. The others, upon hearing his words, quickly grasped the implications, their faces reflecting deep concern. Therefore, master, you want me to? Yao Linger asked anxiously. Sigh. Ning Xuanwu exhaled, his countenance grim as he lamented. The Zhentian stone and the swift cloak cannot be reclaimed, and vengeance for today is unattainable. Though I cannot swallow this indignation, we find ourselves powerless in the face of absolute strength. Conversely, we must strive to cultivate goodwill and closeness with that youth, at the very least. To match our standing with Lu Qingshan. Master, I understand your intentions. Yao Linger expressed her concerns, saying, however, setting aside the two senior brothers from Wufeng. Just considering today's events, a rift has already formed between the two parties. How can we possibly win his favor and draw closer to him? This is precisely why I need you to stay. Although you have met him before, it was in disguise, and he has never seen your true self. At this point, Ning Xuanwu took a deep breath, fixing a serious gaze upon Yao Linger, each word emerging with deliberate clarity. Thus, I implore you to employ every means at your disposal to entice him and become his woman. Chapter 62. The Mercy of the Master Wat. The enchanting Yao Linger gasped in disbelief. She never anticipated that the reason Ning Xuanwu wished for her to remain was this. I understand this places you in a difficult position. Ning Xuanwu spoke earnestly, but this concerns the future of our Xuanwu sect. The very lifeblood of our sect rests in your hands. Moreover, if you were to truly become his woman, it would not be an injustice to you. After all, he possesses at least the cultivation of a martial sage. And do you not always admire the strong? With that, Ning Xuanwu cast an inquiring gaze upon Yao Linger. Biting her crimson lips, Yao Linger pondered his words. There was merit to his argument. Setting aside whether he was a martial emperor, his status as a martial sage alone was enough to command the allegiance of countless individuals. Had circumstances not unfolded as they did, that young man might have been the very object of her admiration and pursuit. If she were to indeed become his woman, her own status would undoubtedly rise, and the Xuanwu sect would naturally reap the benefits. Master, I bear no reluctance, but does he truly see me? Yao Linger's visage reflected uncertainty. In the presence of others, securing a man with her innate beauty and exceptional charms would be effortless. Yet, for one whose lowest cultivation was that of a martial sage, what woman could he not have? Why would he choose her? Ning Xuanwu furrowed his brow. Yet, with no alternative at this juncture, he could only offer consolation. Linger, I believe in your abilities. Success is determined by human efforts, but fate also plays its part. You can surely achieve this. Very well. Yao Linger felt the weight of the world upon her shoulders. Nevertheless, the perilous nature of this task, coupled with the potential rewards, ignited her fighting spirit and anticipation. Soon after, Ning Xuanwu and the others hastened back to the Xuanwu sect. Yao Linger refrained from acting impulsively and instead infiltrated Pingjiang City, concealing her cultivation and settling down. Within a stern and imposing hall, the venerable Qingshan's countenance flickered with intense fury. In the depths of his extreme anger, the veins on his arms bulged. Having just emerged from seclusion, he had been informed by Luo Lanxue that the reckless Wu Jie had dared to lay hands upon their master during the last Baofeng commerce meeting. Can this be tolerated? Elder Third, you must provide me with an explanation for this matter. Qingshan's commanding presence loomed over an elderly figure before him as he spoke in a grave tone. I will kill Wu Jie. No. I shall have him executed in the most excruciating manner. Upon hearing Qingshan's decree, the Elder Third's expression changed dramatically, and he fell to his knees. Master, please quell your anger. I beseech you to grant Wu Jie another chance. I am willing to make any sacrifice. The elder's face was etched with urgency. To be honest, besides being my disciple, he holds another significant identity. Is he a bastard child? Qingshan replied coldly. It appears, master, that you are already aware, the elder third said, his face flushed with embarrassment as he bowed his head in acknowledgement. Were he not your illegitimate child, would I waste my breath upon you? The venerable elder of Qingshan spoke coldly. Otherwise, that Yu Wu Jie would have long since met his demise. Thank you, esteemed sect leader, for your mercy, the third elder said, his forehead striking the ground heavily as he pleaded. I implore you to spare Yu Wu Jie's life. Considering my years of service to the sect, I am willing to bear his punishment. With that, he hardened his expression, channeling his energy as he severed one of his own arms cleanly before the elder of Qingshan. Pale-faced, he looked earnestly at the elder and added, If you deem this insufficient, I am prepared to sacrifice another limb. Why must you go to such lengths? The elder of Qingshan exclaimed, swiftly appearing before the third elder, two streams of energy enveloping him to staunch the bleeding veins. Please, esteemed sect leader, I beseech your kindness. The third elder continued to bow his head in supplication. Alas, very well, the elder of Qingshan sighed, shaking his head. Though the third elder had indulged in some personal gain, he had indeed contributed significantly to the Qingshan sect over the years. Given the gravity of the situation, if he did not show leniency now, the third elder would surely perish before him. Furthermore, his concern for Yu Wu Jie was tied to the sect's history. Years ago, during a conflict with another sect, the third elder had battled for 3 days, sustaining severe injuries. Though he was saved, the Yang sect was ravaged, leaving no means for succession. Thus, he was determined to safeguard this sole son. Thank you, esteemed sect leader, for your mercy. The third elder expressed his gratitude with another bow. This is not an act of mercy on my part. Rather, it is because that gentleman has not taken this matter to heart. The elder of Qingshan spoke gravely. Otherwise, not only you, but the entire Qingshan sect would be unable to protect him. However, I warn you, it is imperative that you manage your subordinates well. Furthermore, since you are aware of the gentleman's identity, you must not divulge a single word. Should your indiscretion disturb his tranquility, you shall be held accountable. Understood. Esteemed sect leader, the third elder replied promptly, retreating to follow the necessary procedures to secure Yu Wu Jie's release. Upon his release, Yu Wu Jie, disregarding his still healing wounds, hurriedly sought information regarding Peng Ying, only to discover that she had been expelled from the Qingshan sect. His expression darkened to the utmost degree. This is intolerable. After all the effort I exerted to bring her into the Qingshan sect, I have yet to lay a hand on her. No, I must bring her back. Chapter 63. The commotion behind the door. Yifeng found himself in a state of disarray amidst the wind. What on earth was going on? The 4 elderly men, Wu Yonghong and his companions, hastily departed, leaving behind a heap of worthless items at his counter. They claimed that part of it was what he had instructed earlier, while the other portion was a debt from the previous transaction. But, if they truly owed him anything, why not offer proper payment instead of this collection of useless debris? Yifeng was utterly speechless. These discarded items were indeed an eyesore. A pair of boots, resembling rain boots, caught his attention. An old, tattered umbrella adorned with a haphazard array of patterns lay nearby. Alongside them were other incomprehensible trinkets. Alas, it seemed that old Wu truly lacked the means to settle his debt, and out of guilt, resorted to using these worthless items as payment. Fortunately, Yifeng was not in need of money at present. In fact, the rain boots and umbrella could serve a purpose. On rainy days, he could don the boots and wield the umbrella while venturing out for a drink, which was quite fitting. At that moment, a series of howls erupted from his dog. Yifeng cast a glance at it, dismissing its antics. Yet, Ao Qing continued to howl incessantly, a primal instinct as a beast, particularly when confronted with something fearsome. His gaze was fixated on a small door behind Yifeng. Despite having been there for quite some time, he had never truly regarded this door. He had rarely seen Yifeng enter it, and initially thought it merely a storage room. However, he no longer held that belief. He sensed that something lay hidden within, as he could faintly perceive a deep and terrifying aura emanating from behind it. What eased his anxiety somewhat was Yifeng, who remained comfortably reclined in his chair, seemingly unconcerned with the aura radiating from the door. Yet, curiosity gnawed at him. What could possibly be concealed within? At the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, Yin Xiong had deliberately summoned Luo Lanxue. Ahem, my dear niece. The annual poetry conference is approaching in Pingjiang City, where all the esteemed poets and literary figures will gather. Given the immense popularity of our esteemed gentleman, I intend to invite him to participate. However, considering his esteemed status, I am uncertain how to proceed. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Luo Lanxue fell into contemplation. She then replied, "The gentleman's presence in Pingjiang City serves two purposes: to orchestrate a grand scheme while also experiencing the life of mortals. If you have any requests, as long as they do not disrupt his grand design or hinder his understanding of mortal existence, it should not pose an issue. It is indeed easy to ensure that his original intention of engaging with mortals remains unscathed, merely adopting a perspective rooted in the mundane when interacting with him." Yet, Yin Xiong furrowed his brow. What precisely is the grand design he is orchestrating? Upon hearing this, Lawrence Snow could not help but let out a wry smile, softly stating, "The grand design laid out by the gentleman is beyond our comprehension. In any case, all we can do is exercise caution. After all, it is merely a poetry gathering, attended by mere mortals. Since you are inclined to invite the gentleman, you should do so directly. If he wishes to attend, he will certainly make his presence known." Yin Xiong nodded in agreement, solemnly replying, "Niece, I believe I grasp your meaning." Following his discussion with Lawrence Snow, Yin Xiong personally ventured to the Martial Arts Academy, delivering an invitation to Yifeng. Reclining in a lounge chair, Yifeng regarded the invitation in his hand. "Why not?" he mused. "Idleness is not to my liking. I shall go and see for myself. I am curious to discover whether the cultural knowledge of this otherworldly realm surpasses that of our 5 millennia of heritage." A poetry gathering, you say? In a courtyard, Yao Linger gazed at the message in her hand, her delicate brows arching slightly. In recent days, she had employed various means to ascertain the daily life of this enigmatic youth, and she was convinced that he was a transcendent being, having stepped into the mundane world to savor the essence of life. Since it was a gathering for mere mortals, it presented an exceptional opportunity for her. "My daughter, I have matters of import to discuss with you today." In another lavish courtyard, Mao Lin regarded his daughter, Mao Yuner, with earnest intent. "Tell me, what are your thoughts on the authors of Dream of the Red Chamber and the Supreme Treasure?" "Father, what do you mean by this question?" Mao Yuner replied softly, a blush creeping onto her fair cheeks. "To speak candidly, due to the influence of the Supreme Treasure, our trading association might lose its competitive edge in the struggle for supremacy among the leading merchant guilds. Thus, I urge you to cultivate a good relationship with Yifeng, and perhaps even..." At this point, Mao Lin's face flushed with embarrassment, finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts. He never anticipated that a simple countryman would lead him to such a juncture. "Father, I understand your intent, and I shall strive to meet your expectations," Mao Yuner replied. Her understanding of her father's wish is evident, yet she appeared to hold no opposing sentiments regarding his aspirations. Chapter 64. Resentment. The annual poetry conference has finally commenced by the banks of the Pure Creek in Pingjiang City. Here, the gathering comprises the most talented youths of the entire city. This event does not judge individuals by their prowess or lineage, but solely by their literary merit. Though ostensibly a gathering of mortals, it is not limited to them. Practitioners of the mystical arts may also participate. However, even among these practitioners, those lacking in literary refinement find themselves scorned. Such is the essence of literary elegance. Having received an invitation, Yifeng made his way to the poetry conference. Within the assembly, many were preoccupied with their verses and literary flair, yet none piqued Yifeng's interest. Raised amidst the rich cultural heritage of 5 millennia, he had long since absorbed countless time-honored verses and poems. The superficial charm of these seemingly profound lines, devoid of true substance, utterly failed to captivate him. Indeed, even the Tang poems he had memorized could easily overshadow the efforts of these individuals. However, amidst the thronging crowd, 2 gazes remained fixed upon him, one belonging to the enchanting Yao Linger, and the other to the demure Mao Yuner. Finally, with a deep breath, Yao Linger approached Yifeng. Alas, as she neared him, she stumbled. Yet, Yifeng did not spare her a glance, walking past her without acknowledgement, leaving Yao Linger to fall unceremoniously to the ground. "Miss, are you all right? How are you?" In an instant, upon witnessing the stunning beauty Yao Linger topple, numerous scholars rushed forward, eager to assist her, showering her with tender concern. "Leave me be." Yao Linger's expression darkened. These mere mortals were unworthy of her touch. Yet, Why did he disregard her so? Was it truly impossible for her to capture his attention? A hint of worry flickered in her eyes. Greetings, sir. At that moment, Mao Yuner approached Yifeng, her cheeks flushed, attempting to greet him. Oh, it's you. Yifeng recognized Mao Yuner, though his expression was less than cordial. The memory of her father, Mao Lin, and the humiliation he had endured at his hands lingered in his mind. Thus, he offered only a brief greeting before brushing past her. Mao Yuner stood alone, her heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. What could a mere mortal like you do to attract his notice? How utterly laughable. At that juncture, Yao Linger sidled up to Mao Yuner and coldly remarked, "And who might you be?" Mao Yuner furrowed her brow, sensing an overwhelming danger emanating from this woman, particularly from her sinuous figure, which instilled in her a profound sense of unease. Me? Yao Linger sneered. I am someone of a caliber beyond your reach. To covet his attention is beyond your merit. Yao Linger let out a derisive laugh, her gaze fixed on Yifeng's retreating figure as she continued to pursue him. Mao Yuner clenched her teeth in silence. Although the woman's beauty posed an undeniable threat, she couldn't help but remind herself that she too was far from ordinary. Reluctantly, the defiant Mao Yuner hastened after Yifeng. Amidst the bustling crowd, Yifeng was engrossed in observing the verses penned by various poets from other realms when he suddenly heard someone call his name. Turning around, a complex expression crossed his face. The one who had called out to him was Peng Ying. I never expected to see you here, Peng Ying remarked coldly, her demeanor markedly different from before, infused with a palpable bitterness. Indeed, I did not foresee encountering you again, Yifeng replied, feeling a swirl of emotions. He was not devoid of feelings, yet he was not overly sentimental either. Though saddened by Peng Ying's departure, he had swiftly moved on, mentally erasing her from his heart. His feelings for her had long since faded. Yifeng, I have gathered all the information I need. Do not think that just because you have authored a commendable book and have the protection of Luo Lanxue from Qingshan sect, you can elevate your status. You must understand. You are ultimately a mere mortal, Peng Ying taunted without reservation. Although I have been expelled from Qingshan sect, my brother Wu Jie has already sent me a letter. It won't be long before I return to the sect. In my eyes, you are nothing more than an insignificant insect. Her cold derision was tinged with lingering resentment over past events, particularly her expulsion from Qingshan sect, which she found difficult to reconcile. Chapter 65. Why is this happening? Between us, there is nothing left to discuss. Yifeng wished to avoid further conversation, simply brushing past her. Stop right there. Do you think you can leave so easily after the humiliation you caused me that day? Peng Ying's voice was icy. What do you want? Yifeng furrowed his brow. I desire nothing, Peng Ying retorted with biting sarcasm. I merely wish to inform you that you will forever remain the detritus of society. While I am a disciple of the Qingshan sect, a cultivator, you will never be worthy of my presence. The exchange between Yifeng and Peng Ying immediately drew the attention of many onlookers. Gossip was an irresistible allure. You, a mere insect, are destined to guard your dilapidated martial arts school, living perpetually at the bottom, not even worthy of a woman's affection. Peng Ying's words were laced with venom. This was her way of repaying the humiliation she suffered at the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. Smack! Just as her words fell, a resounding slap echoed, landing firmly on her cheek. The assailant was Mao Yuner. Unable to contain herself at Peng Ying's disparagement of the person she admired, she stepped forward defiantly. Frog at the bottom of the well, do you think you can question my master's literary prowess? What does it matter if you are a cultivator? Mao Yuner retaliated without mercy. Who are you? Peng Ying, her face stinging, glared at Mao Yuner with a look of hatred. Mao Yuner of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. She stated bluntly. What? The revelation that it was Mao Yuner caused a stir. Renowned for her remarkable talent, she was also the cherished jewel of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. The reality was more striking than mere hearsay. She was indeed a person of great stature. But why would she stand up for this humble youth? Surprised murmurs arose among the gathered young elites, their eyes fixed upon Mao Yuner. Clearly, she was well known as the prized possession of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. Peng Ying, the one from the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce? She said, her voice dark and heavy as she cradled her cheek. She could not fathom why Mao Yuner would defend Yifeng, this man she deemed discarded. Even if you are from the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, what does that have to do with me and him? What is your relationship with him? I have no connection with him. I am simply a fan of Master Zuanbao, Mao Yuner retorted, her tone unwavering as she turned to Yifeng and added, Sir, With me here, no one dares to speak ill of you. Thank you. Yifeng nodded, his expression a mixture of gratitude and complexity. He disliked the feeling of being the center of attention. Had he known, he would not have come. A fan. Mao Yun'er's words stirred unpleasant memories for Peng Ying. Once again, the term fan echoed in her mind. Was it not because of Master Zuanbao that Luo Lanxue had cast him out of the sect? Lauren Shui could be overlooked, but why is Mao Yun'er also involved? Is it truly so captivating? This book, penned by a mere ant at the bottom of society? What justifies its overwhelming influence? Peng Ying found herself perplexed. No matter how exquisite a book may be, it remains a creation of mortals, separated by an immense chasm from those who cultivate. I care not who you are. This matter concerns only him and me. I warn you, step aside immediately. Under the weight of absolute hatred, Peng Ying conveyed a chilling threat toward Mao Yun'er. Simultaneously, she unsheathed her long sword, revealing the might of a ninefold martial artist. What of the Pingjiang Merchants Association? Though currently expelled from the Qingshan sect, her association with Yu Wujia would soon allow her to return. With the Qingshan sect backing her, mere mortal merchants were nothing more than insignificant ants. Thus, she felt no trepidation as she pressed her formidable aura toward Mao Yun'er. In an instant, Mao Yun'er's face turned ashen. Though she was the prize jewel of the Pingjiang Merchants Association, she remained but a mortal, unable to withstand even the slightest pressure from a cultivator. The other onlookers, young men of literary talent, found themselves similarly overwhelmed, retreating in haste. They were, after all, ordinary individuals. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as another hand struck Peng Ying's face, and before her stood a woman of exquisite figure. Chapter 66. The glorious moment of Peng Ying. The sudden appearance of this figure elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. The woman who had intervened was a stunning beauty, rivaling Mao Yun'er in allure. Her enchanting demeanor captivated many, leaving them utterly spellbound. More importantly, her strikes were far more ruthless than Mao Yun'er's. A bright red handprint quickly appeared on Peng Ying's delicate face. Instantly, countless eyes turned towards Yifeng, filled with curiosity about the identity of this man who could incite the assistance of these two formidable women. The woman who intervened was none other than Yao Ling. The searing pain on her face nearly drove Peng Ying to the brink of madness. She never anticipated receiving another slap. What perplexed her even more was that the reason for this blow was the very man she had discarded, this worthless insect. With a murderous glare fixed on Yao Linger, Peng Ying venomously demanded, "Who are you?" "I am also a fan of the gentleman," Yao Linger replied, a smile gracing her lips. She had long since gathered information about this mysterious young man during her stay in Pingjiang City. Although he was an unparalleled master, he remained shrouded in secrecy, clearly a recluse savoring the simplicity of life. From her investigations, she learned that he had immersed himself in the mundane experiences of humanity, food, shelter, daily routines, and social interactions, all undertaken with his own hands, living no differently than an ordinary person. Thus, she understood that even if her cultivation was immediately apparent to him, she must still present herself as an ordinary being to preserve his desire for authentic human experience and to draw closer to him. The guise of being a fan served as her perfect rationale. Another fan? Peng Ying's face contorted with malice, her chest heaving with indignation. Was it merely a trivial book? How could a discarded, worthless man continuously attract women? What was even more intolerable was that neither of these women was inferior to her, whether in background, beauty, or physique, each capable of overshadowing her. Fortunately, these two lacked any cultivation. In Peng Ying's eyes, without cultivation, they were simply beautiful but useless adornments. "Ah, fan, since you two harlots wish to meddle in my affairs, prepare to face annihilation," Peng Ying declared coldly, drawing her long sword and unleashing her full formidable aura. What? A cultivator? She is actually a cultivator? The onlookers, feeling the unreserved pressure radiating from Peng Ying, were left in shock. Realizing that she was indeed a practitioner of the mystical arts, they couldn't help but cast wary glances at her. Although the poetry competition did not rank individuals by strength, the undeniable truth was that cultivators commanded respect wherever they went. Now, the two women and the man were in dire straits. Indeed, I surmise that Mao Yun'er and her companions harbor regrets in their hearts for having struck this female cultivator. It is a pity to see such exquisite beings reduced to this. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, casting sympathetic glances towards Yifeng and Yao Linger. The reverence and discourse of the onlookers caused Peng Ying to raise her chin slightly, a profound sense of pride etched upon her face. She reveled in this admiration, relishing the sensation of being feared. It was now her turn to slowly humiliate these three, and she would begin with these two contemptible women. With this thought, she suddenly fixed her gaze upon Mao Yuner, an imposing aura radiating from her. Mao Yuner trembled in fear. As a frail woman, she was ill-equipped to withstand the pressure emanating from a cultivator. Her complexion drained of color, her once rosy cheeks now pale as a ghost. "What happened to your bravado from earlier?" Peng Ying said coldly. "Why the silence now?" Mao Yuner, her face ashen, could scarcely utter a word. "I command you to kneel." Peng Ying threatened again. Mao Yuner's expression shifted dramatically as she shook her head vigorously. This humiliation was beyond her capacity to endure. Refusing to kneel? Peng Ying's demeanor darkened, and with a swift motion, she drew her long sword, advancing menacingly towards Mao Yuner. "Ah!" Mao Yuner gasped. The sword's approach sending her collapsing to the ground in terror. Witnessing this, Peng Ying displayed a scornful smile. "An ant remains an ant. My sword hasn't even touched you yet, and look at you now." Mao Yuner trembled, her fear of Peng Ying rendering her speechless. The pitiable gaze she cast towards Peng Ying granted her an unparalleled satisfaction. This was the status that cultivators should possess, a position far beyond that of mere mortals. Suddenly, she turned her icy gaze towards Yao Linger, redirecting her oppressive aura towards her. This woman had dealt a blow heavier than Mao Yuner's, and she was determined to inflict a severe humiliation upon her. Chapter 67. What on earth are you? Yet, in the face of Peng Ying's intimidating presence, Yao Linger remained utterly unfazed, even displaying a mocking glint in her eyes. "Why are you unscathed?" Peng Ying's expression shifted. Disbelief etched across her features. For some inexplicable reason, Yao Linger's calm demeanor unsettled her, leading her to question whether her own cultivation had faltered. However, she felt an overwhelming certainty regarding her formidable power. "Why should I be troubled?" Yao Linger retorted with a smile. "Then why do you not fear me?" Peng Ying, slightly flustered, replied, "I am a cultivator. Why do you, a mere mortal, not fear me? Do you not fear that I might end your life? And what of being a cultivator?" Yao Linger scoffed. "So come, attempt to kill me." This blatant provocation deepened the shadows on Peng Ying's face. Yao Linger's audacity only intensified her resentment. The very existence of this challenge cast doubt upon her authority as a cultivator. "Die!" Enraged, Peng Ying raised her sword, thrusting it towards Yao Linger without any flourish. The suddenness of the scene caused the onlookers to gasp, their hearts already mourning for Yao Linger. Clang! To everyone's astonishment, as the sword rang out, it slipped from Peng Ying's grasp and fell into the river below. "What?" The crowd was taken aback, disbelief etched on their faces, unable to comprehend how Peng Ying's sword had simply vanished into the water. Peng Ying's expression mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at Yao Linger. The others might not understand, but as the person involved, she knew all too well that Yao Linger had merely flicked her finger against the sword, unleashing a force that rendered her grip useless, causing it to slip from her hands. Even now, that power left her arm tingling. You. Staring at Yao Linger, Peng Ying's face turned pale, instinctively retreating. "What about me?" Yao Linger narrowed her eyes, stepping closer to Peng Ying, her voice deepening as she said, "You, a mere 9th-level warrior, what audacity grants you the courage to be so brazen?" As her words resounded, an unseen pressure emanated from Yao Linger, enveloping Peng Ying. Peng Ying retreated in terror, especially as she felt this oppressive force, fear rapidly consuming her. The arrogance she had displayed moments ago vanished, replaced by a profound dread. She could not fathom why Yao Linger, a dignified cultivator, would hold such respect for a mere ant like Yifeng, even calling him sir with such reverence. "Do you believe you, a 9th-level warrior, deserve to be called a cultivator?" Yao Linger pressed mercilessly, her words sharp as daggers. "Do you deserve it?" Peng Ying's countenance darkened, rendered mute. "I am asking you a question," Yao Linger insisted. As the sound fell, a resounding slap landed on Peng Ying's face. "You, what do you mean?" The voice echoed, followed by another sharp slap against Peng Ying's cheek. The relentless interrogation continued. "Speak. With such meager cultivation, do you dare to call yourself a practitioner?" "And no." Peng Ying stammered, her expression rife with indignation. "No what?" The relentless interrogator, Yaoling Air, pressed on, delivering yet another slap. In an instant, Peng Ying's face turned crimson, swollen like that of a pig, as tears of grievance streamed down her cheeks. This dramatic scene left everyone, including Yifeng, utterly astonished. This woman was undeniably fierce. As Yaoling Air prepared to strike again, Peng Ying, with tears in her eyes, defiantly uttered, "No, I do not deserve it." "Humph. Then be gone." Yaoling Air scoffed, delivering another slap with disdain. "Ah!" With a petulant cry, Peng Ying was sent tumbling through the air, ultimately crashing into the river below. Without casting another glance at her, Yaoling Air turned to Yifeng, her demeanor transforming into one of enchanting allure. "Greetings, sir," she said gently, offering a slight bow. "Thank you for your assistance, fair lady," Yifeng replied softly. "You are too kind, sir," Yaoling Air responded. "Perhaps you are still unaware of my identity. I am." However, before she could finish, Yifeng interrupted with a smile. "There's no need for such formalities. We have met before." "We have met before?" At his words, Yaoling Air's body trembled, momentarily freezing in place, unable to utter a single word. Could it be that he already knew her true identity? Had he seen through her previous disguise? A chill of sweat broke out on her brow. Realizing this, she hastily explained, "Sir, I sincerely apologize. It was because—" "No need to elaborate. It is of no great consequence." Yifeng waved his hand with a smile. He had indeed encountered Yaoling Air before. After all, he had observed her feigned fall earlier. The reason he had not helped her was simply that he did not know her. A sudden display of vulnerability from an unfamiliar beauty could only signal something amiss. Yet now, it seemed he had misjudged her. She was merely a fan. As a fan, it was only natural to engage in some playful antics to capture the attention of her idol. Seeing her anxious and embarrassed demeanor, Yifeng chose to gracefully interrupt her. After all, women tend to be shy. Recognizing the truth without openly addressing it is often the wisest course. However, my wretched looks and talents. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Yaoling Air instinctively wiped the sweat from her brow, exhaling in relief. In her heart, she couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It turned out her identity was already known to him. Yet, what relieved her was that he seemed indifferent to it. Truly, such a person's depths are difficult to fathom. Upon deeper contemplation, one can discern the rationale behind it. In his eyes, the Xuanwu sect is merely a minor faction, scarcely worthy of his consideration. However, it is imperative to be aware of one's purpose, even if one has recognized their own identity. With this thought, Yaoling Air felt a twinge of shyness, coupled with a hint of anxiety. "As for Miss Yunair, my gratitude extends to you as well." Yifeng gently assisted the nearby Mao Yun Air to her feet, whispering softly, "Thank you, sir." Feeling the strength of Yifeng's arm, Mao Yun Air lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "It is nothing. I should be the one thanking you both. By the way, to express my gratitude, allow me to treat you two to dinner tonight," Yifeng proposed softly. Upon hearing this, the faces of the two maidens brightened instantly, and they eagerly agreed. This scene evoked envy and jealousy from onlookers, who cast glances filled with admiration and resentment. With such occurrences unfolding, Yifeng found himself losing interest in the poetry gathering. Casting a complex glance at Peng Ying, who remained in the river, before taking his leave alongside the two maidens. After Yifeng and the others departed, a figure clad in white swiftly descended upon the crowd. "Wow, yet another cultivator," the onlookers exclaimed, retreating in surprise, not expecting another practitioner to arrive. The newcomer was none other than Yu Wu Jie, who had finally escaped from the Qingshan sect's prison and was eager to meet Peng Ying here. "Ying Air, where are you?" Yu Wu Jie called out loudly. "Brother Wu Jie, I." At that moment, Peng Ying, just emerging from the river and yet to compose herself, encountered Yu Wu Jie face to face. "What has happened to you?" Yu Wu Jie asked, his expression darkening with concern. I. As she spoke, tears streamed down Peng Ying's cheeks. "And why are you covering your face?" Yu Wu Jie furrowed his brow and inquired. "Brother Wu Jie, I have been bullied," Peng Ying said, her voice trembling with vulnerability. "I have injuries on my face." "What? Who dares to be so audacious?" "Fear not, Ying Air, I shall avenge you." "Let me see how serious your injuries are," Yu Wu Jie said gently as he approached her with worry. "But I look very ugly now. It will take a long time to recover. You won't despise me, will you, Brother Wu Jie?" Peng Ying asked nervously, her face filled with hesitation. How could I ever despise you, Ying? Please, let me see, Yu Wujie replied with genuine concern. All right. After much reluctance, Peng Ying finally lowered her hand, revealing her swollen face. In an instant, Yu Wujie's eyes widened in shock. What in the world happened to you? As he spoke, he inadvertently kicked Peng Ying, sending her flying back into the river with a heavy splash. Chapter 68. Master, I believe I understand. After kicking Peng Ying away, Yu Wujie hastily fled the scene, tears brimming in his eyes. How could anyone be so unattractive? Oh, help, help. Yet, no one heard Peng Ying's cries for help, for she was swiftly drawn into a whirlpool in the water. Just as someone turned their attention, Peng Ying had already been completely engulfed by the vortex, disappearing without a trace. Upon returning from the banks of the Chunxi River, Yifeng had made his way back to the martial arts school. As he entered the backyard, he noticed his dog trembling on the ground. The creature's fearful gaze was fixed upon a small door behind Yifeng's lounge chair. Wang Kai, what has been troubling you lately? Yifeng gently patted the dog's head, offering reassurance. Awo, awo. Ao Qing emitted a series of howls towards the school gate. Could it be? Yifeng squinted at the dog, recognizing the peculiar behavior reminiscent of the mating season of his previous life as hound. Could it be that? The more he pondered, the more it seemed plausible. All right, when I have the time, I shall assist you with this dilemma, but for now, you must endure. After comforting Ao Qing, Yifeng stretched lazily, feeling somewhat bored as dinner time was still far off. Disciple, I am off to the Yihong courtyard to play cards with those ladies. Keep an eye on the school for me, Yifeng softly announced. Recalling the charming ladies of the courtyard, it had been quite some time since they last engaged in a game of landlord, and surely they had little business in the afternoon, making it an opportune time to pass the hours together. Yes, master. Zhongqing obediently nodded, unable to restrain his curiosity. By the way, master, what is playing landlord? Heh, Yifeng chuckled, ruffling Zhongqing's hair. You wouldn't comprehend. Master, I believe I do understand, for I often pass by there while fetching wine for you and frequently see those ladies and… Zhongqing hesitated, his face reddening as he finally stammered. So, master, if you are going to the Yihong courtyard to play landlord, could you possibly take me along? His face flushed with embarrassment, yet it was also filled with eager anticipation as he instinctively licked his lips, looking expectantly at Yifeng. What do you know? Yifeng chuckled helplessly. This deck of cards was unique, a creation of his own, and the ladies of the courtyard were also his students. Zhongqing had never even seen them, so how could he understand? Master, I truly do understand. Zhongqing implored, eager to prove himself. You truly do not. At this moment, focus on your training. I shall teach you the game of landlord later. Yifeng gently reassured him, patting his shoulder before leisurely making his exit. But I am not a child anymore. Zhongqing pondered, scratching his head in confusion. However, as his master had denied him, he could only bury his excitement deep within. Awo, awo. In the courtyard, Ao Qing continued to emit a series of tremulous sounds directed at the small door. Exasperated, he took a swift step and crouched in the front hall, preferring to confront the 18 divine weapons rather than the terror emanating from within that small door. Who knows what secrets his master concealed inside? He could not provoke it. He could only evade it. Meanwhile, in response to Yifeng's dinner invitation, both Mao Yuner and Yao Ling'er treated the matter with utmost seriousness. Therefore, Yao Ling'er promptly conveyed the situation to Ning Xuanwu via a jade tablet. Ling'er, I trust you. Remember, tonight is an extraordinary opportunity. You must seize him by any means necessary. The future of the Xuanwu sect rests upon your shoulders. The weighty message from Ning Xuanwu filled Yao Ling'er with a sense of gravity, and she solemnly nodded in agreement. At the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, Mao Lin contemplated deeply as he listened to Mao Yuner's report, his brows furrowing in thought. After a prolonged period of hesitation, he finally produced a jade vial and placed it decisively before Mao Yuner. Yuner, I hope you will not hold this against me. With a heavy sigh, he continued. For the past month, the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce has been utterly overwhelmed by the supreme treasure, leaving me suffocated under the pressure from the upper echelons of the chamber. In this dire situation, he felt compelled to resort to any means necessary. Reflecting on past decisions, he was filled with profound regret for having blinded himself to the consequences, ultimately entangling him in such a predicament, even involving his own daughter. So what exactly is my father planning? Mao Yuner gazed at the white jade vial, biting her red lips in trepidation. Chunhua-san. Mao Lin uttered grimly. At his words, Mao Yuner trembled slightly, her delicate features revealing a mix of conflict and reluctance. Yet the memory of that gentleman's appearance and talent sparked a flicker of excitement and anticipation within her heart. Chapter 69. The master went to the Yihang courtyard for Do Di Zhu in the front hall of the martial arts school. Zhongqing practiced his punches repeatedly. After training under Yi Feng for quite some time, he had mastered numerous techniques, and his strikes now emanated a formidable force. Meanwhile, Ao Qing lay idly on the ground, watching with a sense of ennui. TSK. This young lad's punches pale in comparison to his masteress. Nevertheless, considering the daily meals he provides me, I shall refrain from criticizing him. At that moment, a graceful figure approached the entrance of the martial arts school. It was Yao Linger, adorned in a striking outfit. Her exquisite features and alluring figure captivating all who passed by, leaving the onlookers utterly entranced. Yet, Yao Linger paid them no mind, her gaze solely fixed on the martial arts school before her. Taking a deep breath, she felt a surge of anxiety. She was here to examine the school up close, hoping to cultivate a favorable relationship with Yi Feng. After all, there was the ever-watchful Mao Yuner. Although she deemed Mao Yuner inferior in strength and believed her beauty matched her own, she still felt uncertain, as she was unaware of Yi Feng's true inclinations. Thus, she had come in advance to secure an advantage. Arriving at the entrance, she noticed the imposing stone beneath her feet and a cloth left to dry nearby. Her expression was complex, yet she hesitated to act rashly, softly calling out, "Is anyone there?" Zhongqing, who was practicing inside, promptly emerged and respectfully inquired, "Who are you looking for?" "Hello, young brother. I am looking for Mr. E," Yao Linger replied, exuding charm. "Apologies, but the master is not here. Please come back another day," Zhongqing said, slightly apologetic. "Not here?" Yao Linger raised an eyebrow, biting her crimson lip, and then asked, "Could you tell me where he has gone?" "Well," Zhongqing's face turned somewhat awkward. "Please, just tell me," Yao Linger urged, winking at Zhongqing, her voice laced with a hint of flirtation. Zhongqing felt a shiver run down his spine, utterly defenseless against Yao Linger's beauty. His face flushed as he stammered for a while, before finally managing to say, "The master has gone to the Yihang courtyard to play Do Di Zhu." "The Yihang courtyard?" Yao Linger's eyes sparkled, seemingly having heard something astonishing, and she quickly asked, "Could you tell me what playing Do Di Zhu entails?" "Well, it's, Zhongqing, his face filled with embarrassment, replied awkwardly, "It's about matters between men and women." "Oh," Yao Linger nodded knowingly, a smile spreading across her face as she looked at Zhongqing. "I didn't realize you were so knowledgeable, young brother. Thank you for your help today. I shall introduce someone to you another time." Instantly, Zhongqing's face turned crimson, stammering, let us talk about that later. You should head back now. I still need to practice." Observing Zhongqing's flustered demeanor, Yao Linger blinked her beautiful eyes. "Indeed, a master begets a disciple. Very well. I shall not intrude upon your endeavors. Please, return to your martial practice. I shall take my leave." The gentle voice of Yao Linger echoed softly. Zhongqing nodded and returned to the martial arts hall. Upon witnessing Zhongqing's return, a subtle smile graced Yao Linger's ruby lips. Though she had not encountered Yi Feng, she had gleaned significant information. Initially, she harbored concerns that a person like Yi Feng might eschew female company altogether. After all, at his level of cultivation, it was conceivable that such matters could be cast aside. However, the latest revelation suggested that beneath his cultured exterior, he was not as decorous as one might presume. With this newfound understanding, her aspirations appeared far more attainable. Joyfully, she departed the martial arts hall, yet after taking merely 2 steps, her pace faltered as her gaze fell upon the swiftly drying cloak nearby. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she resolutely seized the cloak. At that instant, Ao Qing, reclining in the martial arts hall, began to vocalize his discontent. Observing this, Zhongqing furrowed his brow and swiftly grasped the long sword bestowed upon him by Yi Feng. Dashing outside, the moment he emerged, he fortuitously witnessed Yao Linger in the act of thievery. "How dare you steal?" Zhongqing exclaimed, his youthful visage tinged with indignation. "You appear quite lovely, yet I did not anticipate such behavior from you." Yao Linger's expression shifted, taken aback that Zhongqing had caught her in the act. However, she remained composed, adopting a beguiling demeanor as she replied, "Dear young sir, how about you gift me that piece of cloth? I have promised to introduce you to a charming lady." I command you to put down that rag, Zhongqing declared resolutely. Though it is but a mere cloth, I see through you, and I no longer require your introduction to any lady. Young brother, isn't that a bit amusing? Yaling Er continued with a smile. Yet, Zhongqing was impervious to her charm. With his sword drawn, his small frame transformed into an arc as he charged toward her. Humph, such trifling skills are hardly worthy of my engagement, Yaling Er scoffed. But in the very next moment, an overwhelming pressure descended upon her. What? This sword is. Chapter 70. Was I really struck down by a dog? Such an overwhelming aura? Is it of imperial grade? No. The tremor stone and the swift cloak are indeed treasures of imperial grade, yet they pale in comparison to this presence. Could it be of sect grade? Or even saint grade? The thought terrified Yaling Er, who could only comprehend that this seemingly effortless strike bore an unmatched pressure, compelling her to bow and kneel. Crack! As the blade drew nearer, the tremendous weight of its aura shattered the stone tiles beneath her feet, yet Zhongqing showed no intent of halting his advance. He would show no mercy for anything stolen from the martial arts hall, not even a mere rag. This place is his warmest home, without his master's permission. No one could desecrate the hall or take away even a fraction of its belongings. As her fear intensified, Yaling Er's complexion grew increasingly pale, and finally, under the threat to her life, she knelt with a thud. I dare not anymore. I will not dare again, she stammered in fright. Swish! The long blade halted a mere half-inch from Yaling's head, yet it still elicited a cold sweat from her brow. This was the closest she had ever been to death in her life. The humiliation of kneeling filled her with deep resentment, but her expression betrayed a bitter smile and regret. Indeed, since this boy was a disciple of that esteemed figure, she should never have underestimated him. With this realization, she quickly extended her hands, presenting the swift cloak. I warn you, should you dare to steal from my martial arts hall again, I will not show mercy next time. Zhongqing seized the rag and shot a fierce glare at Yaling before turning to leave. Just before departing, Ao Qing cast a disdainful glance at her. Humph, a mere martial spirit dares to act brazenly. Though this boy appeared simple-minded, he was nonetheless a disciple of the master, someone beyond the reach of a martial spirit. Coincidentally, Ao Qing's contemptuous gaze was caught by Yaling intensifying her humiliation. Zhongqing was tolerable, being a disciple of that notable figure, but to be scorned by a dog was unbearable. Seizing the opportunity as Zhongqing turned his back, she shot a furious glare at the dog. Oh, you think you're so tough? Ao Qing's ire was ignited. I am a favored pet of the master now. In his fury, the sun-shaped mark on his forehead shimmered slightly, and a beam of light suddenly shot forth. What? Yaling Er's expression shifted drastically as she unleashed all her cultivation to withstand the impending strike. Yet, the beam was utterly unstoppable, crashing down upon her chest with devastating force. Puff! Yaling was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground as she spat a mouthful of blood. Her eyes filled with disbelief. How could it be? She, Yaling was struck down by a dog? How could this happen? No, something was amiss. This dog was not ordinary. It seemed to be the legendary sky-devouring wolf. She inhaled sharply, overwhelmed by the enigmatic nature of this martial arts school. The elusive master, along with the 4 renowned martial sect leaders of that day, were already a mystery, and now a disciple wielding a sacred artifact had emerged, accompanied by a celestial wolf. Treated as a mere dog, regret washed over her. Had she known better, she would not have impulsively sought to abscond with the swift cloak. Truly, one misstep can lead to eternal regret. It now appeared that she had no choice but to see her plans through tonight. Success was perhaps the only way to resolve these matters. The banquet commenced at last. According to their arrangement, Yifeng arrived early to place their order, and now that he had wealth at his disposal, he chose an exquisite establishment, one of the finest taverns in Pingjiang City, with picturesque bridges and flowing waters. And the prospect of fireworks in the evening, it felt only fitting to express his gratitude to the 2 women for their assistance today. After all, girls tend to appreciate such delightful settings. Once he secured a table, Yifeng settled onto a bench in the tavern's main hall, waiting for the 2 ladies. At that moment, a young man wielding a paper fan approached him, his handsome visage marking him as a dapper gentleman. He smiled and said, "My friend, could you please scoot over a bit?" Yifeng nodded and shifted aside. After the young man took a seat, he greeted Yifeng warmly. "Thank you. You're here for a meal as well, aren't you?" "Indeed," Yifeng replied, sensing the young man's familiarity. "You seem to be waiting for a lady?" the young man inquired with a cheerful grin. Yifeng rubbed his nose and nodded. "Fate," the young man declared, clasping his hands together and whispered, "I'm Wang Xian, and I too am awaiting a lady." With that, he launched into an animated monologue. "You have no idea, my friend, how hard it was to persuade her to dine here with me. It took me 3 whole months of pursuit for her to agree. Yet, recalling her beauty, it was all worth it." Just as Wang Xian concluded his exuberant tale, a graceful figure clad in a flowing gown entered, the enchanting Rui Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu," Wang Xian exclaimed, tugging at Yifeng's sleeve to introduce her. "This is the lady I mentioned, Rui Xiaoyu." "Greetings, Miss Rui," Yifeng said, nodding with a smile. "Hello." Rui Xiaoyu returned the gesture, greeting Yifeng in kind. "Friend, would you care to join us for a meal?" Wang Xian asked, leaning closer to Yifeng and lowering his voice. "What do you think? I'm not exaggerating, am I?" The gleam of pride sparkled in Wang Xian's eyes as he spoke. "Indeed, she is quite the vision, but I must wait for someone," Yifeng acknowledged, admiring Rui Xiaoyu's exquisite beauty and her refined demeanor. "Very well, then I shall leave you to your wait," Wang Xian said with a triumphant glance at Yifeng, preparing to escort Rui Xiaoyu away. Suddenly, a stir at the taverness entrance drew attention. Then, a stunning young woman entered, clad in a long gown, her graceful figure unmistakably that of a cherished jewel, Mao Yuner. Shortly thereafter, the enchanting Yao Linger, with her alluring figure and slightly raised crimson lips, made her entrance. The appearance of these 2 women instantly captivated the attention of countless onlookers. One stood tall and graceful, exuding an ethereal charm, while the other possessed a myriad of captivating allure, drawing the gaze of all. Even Wang Xian, who was departing, widened his eyes in astonishment, momentarily neglecting Rui Xiaoyu, who stood forgotten in that very spot. Chapter 71. "Sir, shall we play do de jeu tonight?" "Goodness, look over there." Wang Xian halted in his tracks, his gaze fixated with unabashed longing on the 2 women. He nudged Yifeng with his elbow and whispered conspiratorially, "Buddy, those 2 are the epitome of perfection. If I could have just one, it would be worth my demise." Upon hearing this, Yifeng cast a disapproving glance at Wang Xian. Was this fellow a playboy? He had a perfectly admirable companion beside him, yet still yearned for others. Thankfully, his companion, Rui Xiaoyu, was oblivious to his musings. Alas, such beauty was merely a distant dream, and he could only envy the fortunate soul dining with them. Despite his wistful thoughts, Wang Xian was self-aware enough to pat Yifeng's shoulder in resignation. However, just as his words faded, the 2 women approached with purpose. "Sir, sir." Their voices intertwined, one soft and gentle, the other rich with allure. This scene sent a ripple of excitement through the onlookers, a palpable envy wafting through the establishment. Most striking was Wang Xian, whose jaw dropped in astonishment, nearly capable of holding an egg, as he directed a look of disbelief at Yifeng. "Wow, I never saw that coming. You're impressive." Wang Xian gazed at Yifeng with profound admiration, giving him a thumbs up. Yifeng merely smiled in response before addressing the 2 women. "Shall we proceed to dine?" After bidding farewell to Wang Xian, Yifeng, under the envious gazes of many, made his way to the reserved table, which boasted the finest location in the establishment. Soon, an array of delectable dishes was presented. "Sir, try this." Mao Yuner offered a piece of meat to Yifeng. Seeing this, Yao Linger's expression shifted, and she quickly placed a morsel of food in Yifeng's bowl, unwilling to be outdone. "Sir, taste this instead." Mao Yuner frowned slightly and leaned closer to Yifeng, personally feeding him a bite. "There's no need for that." Yifeng, feeling a wave of embarrassment, attempted to decline, but the warm hospitality was hard to resist, and he reluctantly opened his mouth. Yao Linger's demeanor turned frosty as she glared at Mao Yuner, yet she dared not act recklessly in front of Yifeng. Internally, she felt the stakes rising. If she, a being of ethereal charm, was overshadowed by a mere mortal woman, she would lose face before Ning Xuanwu. "Sir, you must be weary from the journey here. Allow me to massage your shoulders." With that, she set down her chopsticks and gracefully rose behind Yifeng, her delicate hands gently kneading his shoulders. "Good grief. What is this? I came to enjoy a meal, not to be bombarded with romantic gestures." Witnessing this display, numerous male diners slammed their chopsticks down in frustration and stormed out of the restaurant. Meanwhile, Wang Xian, seated at another table, was equally captivated, his eyes wide with astonishment. What a rare talent. Before this fellow, Wang Xian was nothing of significance, and glancing at Rui Xiaoyu beside him, he felt no allure whatsoever. Have you had enough? The two women subtly competed against each other, and Yifeng was not a fool. He could easily perceive their intentions. Initially, he chose to endure. But as their rivalry escalated, it stirred a hint of irritation within him. It was not that he was particularly harsh, but the overt displays of competition from both women were exceedingly discomforting. Yifeng's words startled the two women, prompting them to promptly return to their seats. Refraining from uttering another word. Do not take offense. I did not intend to speak ill of you. Observing their reaction, Yifeng offered a comforting remark before resuming his meal. Although his actions had ceased, the intensity of the women's gazes continued to clash, for neither had yet claimed victory. Stalemated, Yao Linger narrowed her eyes determinately and raised her crimson lips. In light of this, she decided to cast aside her reservations and boldly called out, "Sir." Yifeng lifted his gaze towards her. "Tonight, shall we play Do Diju together?" Yao Linger inquired, her enchanting eyes sparkling with allure. Even as she posed the question, a faint blush graced her cheeks. Chapter 72. Do we still need props? Do Diju? Yifeng looked at Yao Linger in astonishment, questioning, "Have you ever played Do Diju?" After all, this other world was devoid of such a game, and those few who knew it were taught by him. No, I have certainly never played Do Diju. Even if I were to play with you, it would undoubtedly be my first time, Yao Linger replied, her delicate face flushing as she lowered her gaze. Oh, Yifeng nodded, contemplating that perhaps Yao Linger had merely heard others mention the game without paying it much heed. He added, "If you wish to play, I shall accompany you. Just tell me when." Upon hearing this, Yao Linger's beautiful eyes brightened. She never expected Yifeng to agree so readily, which made her feel a slight pride in her own allure. However, she mused, playing during the day might not be ideal, right? If we are to play, it should be a night-long affair with me keeping you company. After Yifeng consented, her confidence surged. Beneath the table, her delicate foot gently teased against Yifeng's thigh, intentionally or not. Yifeng's expression darkened. This girl actually wanted to play all night. Yet, he could understand. In his past life, during the peak of Do Diju's popularity, he too had played through the night, losing millions of joy beans and staying awake for 2 days straight. All right, if you say all night, then all night it shall be, Yifeng replied nonchalantly. Yes, my lord, I shall ensure you have a delightful evening, Yao Linger said, her crimson lips moving softly, her heart filled with joy at how easily this task was coming together. However, at that moment, after swallowing a mouthful of food, Yifeng put down his chopsticks and remarked, if we truly are to play Do Diju, what fun is it for just the two of us? We need a third player, so let Miss Yunner join us as well. Yao Linger, who was reveling in her success, suddenly widened her red lips in surprise. You want 3 people to play Do Diju? She gazed at Yifeng in astonishment. Of course, if we are playing Do Diju, at least 3 players are necessary, Yifeng chuckled. Naturally, if there are enough people, 4 can work as well. Ah, so it turns out you have a taste for this, Yao Linger remarked, her expression slightly troubled yet astonished. What's so remarkable about that? It's merely standard practice. Yifeng replied, unfazed. Hearing this, Yao Linger couldn't help but twitch her mouth, feeling somewhat envious that Yunner would also get the opportunity to play Do Diju. However, with Yifeng making such a request, she dared not voice her thoughts. Very well, you continue dining. I shall go book a room and send a servant back to my home to fetch the necessary props for Do Diju. Yifeng declared as he set down his chopsticks and rose, making his way to the counter. Yao Linger nearly choked at his words. We need props, she thought. Truly, such an old-timer had peculiar tastes. In an instant, she was seized by an eerie sensation, realizing that Mao Yunner was also engaged in the game of Do Diju, which, to her surprise, proved to be a fortuitous development. Unable to suppress her thoughts, she directed her gaze toward Mao Yunner and spoke coldly. Given the circumstances, let us dispense with pleasantries. You have approached the gentleman with your own ulterior motives, have you not? Mao Yunner's expression shifted slightly, yet she maintained her silence. Your silence is inconsequential. However, I care not for your intentions. Since the gentleman has made his stance clear, tonight we shall unite in our efforts to triumph in the game. With piercing eyes, Yao Linger fixated on Mao Yunner, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing this, Mao Yuner swiftly grasped the underlying implications. As the jewel of the Commerce Guild, she appeared delicate, yet was far from being a simpleton. If my deductions are accurate, then the game is indeed a metaphor for our current situation? Mao Yuner retorted sharply. So, we are to momentarily set aside our grievances and pursue our respective agendas? You may interpret it in such a manner, Yao Linger replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Chapter 73. Right on the table? It is rare for the two women to stand united. Seizing the moment while Yifeng departed, Yao Linger waved her delicate hand, causing a flash of light to vanish. Meanwhile, Mao Yuner took the opportunity to leave, discreetly placing a note behind a flower pot. Shortly thereafter, a man passed by the flower pot, casually picking up the note before quietly disappearing. Ha! Old Qingshan, regardless of the schemes you employed to gain that person's trust, from this evening onward, my Xuanwu sect shall no longer live in fear. In the grand hall of the Xuanwu sect, Ning Xuanwu beamed with joy as he held a jade slip in his hand, laughter escaping his lips. Sect Master, what brings you such excitement? Inquired the elders below. Linger has successfully handled that individual down the mountain. Ning Xuanwu clenched his fist, his face alight with elation. After tonight, Linger will be that individual's woman. With this newfound status, her capabilities will swiftly resolve any past grievances and bring unexpected benefits to our Xuanwu sect. Really? That is splendid news. Instantly, the members of the Xuanwu sect were enveloped in joy, their faces alight with excitement. The rise of the Xuanwu sect was imminent. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, the previously sullen Mao Lin sprang to his feet with a thump upon receiving news from his subordinates. President, what is you in such high spirits? Indeed, if there is something to be elated about, let us prioritize the chamber's affairs. Precisely. The influence of that book on the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce is growing by the day. If you cannot devise a solution, we may have no choice but to consider replacing you as president. Dark murmurs echoed among the chamber's upper echelons, their dissatisfaction with Mao Lin evident, driven by self-interest. Humph. Replace me? I would like to see who dares. It's merely a trivial Yifeng. What is there to take so seriously? Mao Lin, brimming with confidence, emphatically waved the note in his hand, declaring, at this point, I shall not conceal it from you any longer. My daughter is about to establish a lifelong bond with Yifeng. From now on, he shall respectfully address me as father-in-law. What? Is that truly the case? The upper echelons of the chamber were taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Humph, would I jest about my daughter's future? Mao Lin huffed, his eyes gleaming with pride. I see. That is splendid indeed. Yes, President, we misspoke earlier. Since he is to be your son-in-law, his service to our Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce is a foregone conclusion. Exactly, President, your steadiness is commendable. Why didn't you inform us of such good news sooner? We needlessly worried for so long. Listening to their flattery, Mao Lin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, instinctively raising his chin, reveling in the praise. After the banquet, Yifeng, accompanied by the two women, directly ascended to the top-tier room of the tavern. Wow, impressive. Outside, Wang Xian, who had been closely observing Yifeng, inhaled sharply, his eyes brimming with envy. Upon entering the room, both women felt a flush of crimson rise to their cheeks, their hearts fluttering with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation as they contemplated the imminent game of landlord among the three of them. Come on, Yifeng said with a smile, seated at the table. Sir, is it really going to be on the table? Mao Yuner inquired, her lips slightly parted, casting a glance at Yao Linger, whose face was equally suffused with shyness. To think it would occur right here on the table. Yet, given Yifeng's directive, they dared not voice any objections, gradually drawing closer to his side, their faces growing increasingly flushed, even their necks warming in embarrassment. After all, neither Yao Linger nor Mao Yuner had ever played landlord before, let alone in a trio on the table. The thought alone was enough to invoke a sense of bashfulness. Let us begin. At last, Yifeng produced a deck of playing cards from his pocket, slapping them onto the table. Chapter 74. Divergent Thoughts. What is this, sir? The two women cast confused glances. Is it Dodiju? This is Dodiju? Is there any other option? The two ladies shivered slightly, suddenly frozen in place, their faces adorned with expressions of existential doubt. Once they regained their composure, they found themselves in an awkward predicament. their lips twitching as they came to realize that they had been laboring under a misapprehension regarding the meaning of do di zhu. What should we do? Mao Yuner winked at Yao Linger, for their fates were now intertwined. Let us accompany the sir and play the landlord. Yao Linger felt a swirl of emotions, biting her teeth as she spoke. The rest of the matters can only be addressed at another opportunity. After all, we are now in a cramped space together. There shall be chances. Yifeng swiftly elucidated the rules of do di zhu to the two women. Is everything clear? He inquired. Yes, everything is clear. The two women, with myriad emotions swirling within, could only nod in agreement. However, playing without stakes seems rather dull. Yifeng pondered aloud, stroking his chin. How about this? Each of us presents an item as a wager, and at the end, we tally the scores. The one with the most points wins. He added, of course, small stakes are for enjoyment, while large stakes can be detrimental. As he spoke, Yifeng placed a dagger upon the table. Thus, the wager should possess some value, but not be overly extravagant. I shall use this dagger, my most cherished possession. However, upon the dagger's thud against the table, Yao Linger's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. This is what you deem to have some value, yet not excessively expensive? Gasping, she realized she could not discern the dagger's exact quality, but she understood it was at least a sacred item. This revelation left her yearning. Yet, recalling that she possessed nothing of comparable caliber, she found herself in a quandary. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally retrieved from her storage ring the dual blades bestowed upon her by Ning Xuanwu, akin to the level of the Zhentian stone. Naturally, these were the most precious items she could offer, perhaps even the most valuable possessions of the Xuanwu sect at present. Sir, may I use this as my wager? Yao Linger nervously inquired, fearful that Yifeng might dismiss her blades as inadequate. That will suffice, Yifeng replied with a smile, acknowledging that the dual blades appeared quite exquisite, fitting his criteria of being neither too shabby nor overly expensive. Yifeng's acquiescence relieved Yao Linger, and the thought of potentially winning Yifeng's dagger, which was no less than a sacred item, ignited a fervor within her. Meanwhile, Mao Yuner observed the dagger and Yao Linger's dual blades, grappling with her own turmoil. As a gem of the merchant guild, her discerning eye was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. It is evident that the possessions of both individuals are far from ordinary. If she were to present something of inferior quality, it would undoubtedly be unacceptable. However, he too only possesses items of similar caliber. Gritting her teeth, she retrieved a copper piece adorned with intricate engravings from her embrace and placed it upon the table, softly inquiring, would this suffice? Yifeng cast a glance at it, nodding in agreement, as it posed no issue. Yet, Yao Linger's eyes widened in surprise as she regarded Mao Yuner. This copper piece appeared to be one of the keys to a certain secret realm. It was unexpected that Mao Yuner could produce such an item. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it was reasonable for a grand trading association to possess some valuable artifacts, as practitioners often scoured mortal merchants for treasures. This development was indeed fortuitous. Should they succeed, not only could they acquire a divine artifact of no lesser quality than a sacred item, but they could also obtain a key to the secret realm. Even if their objectives were not fully realized, this evening would not be in vain. A subtle smile played upon Yao Linger's lips. Mao Yuner, too, harbored her own calculations. Although Yifeng's dagger was undeniably remarkable, its precise worth remained elusive. Yet, Yao Linger's curved blade was undoubtedly a fine weapon. While she recognized the immense value of her copper piece, its specific purpose eluded her. Should this serve as a wager and lead to the acquisition of those twin blades and dagger, it could yield substantial profits for their association. Before fulfilling her father's mission, an unexpected gain would be most welcome. Chapter 75. The final step revealed cards. Super doubling. Fortunes. A royal flush. A straight to conclude. Slamming his cards onto the table, Yifeng displayed a joyous grin. The night had passed, and he had lost count of how many springs he had played against the two women. Truly, they were nothing but trifling competitors. Upon witnessing yet another spring, the expressions on the faces of the two women grew increasingly grim. If this continued, not only would they fail to win, but their sole treasured possession would likely be forfeited as well, a classic case of losing more than one gains. To compound their misfortune, the rooster had already crowed outside, signaling that dawn was fast approaching. In an instant, the anxiety etched on the women's faces intensified. Just then, Yifeng stretched lazily, rose to his feet, and said, "I need to excuse myself for a moment. I'll return shortly." With that, he exited the room. Once Yifeng had left, Mao Yun'er bit her crimson lip and softly asked Yao Ling'er, "What shall we do?" Yao Ling'er furrowed her brow in contemplation. Subsequently, she raised her delicate hand and produced a red porcelain vial. Mao Yun'er, slightly taken aback, also retrieved a white jade bottle. The two women exchanged glances, both surprised to find that they had prepared the same contingency, stirring a complex mix of emotions within them. "Shall we use yours or mine?" Mao Yun'er finally inquired, her red lips tightly pressed. "Let us use both." Yao Ling'er pondered briefly. Although her Tianxiang powder was not immune to effects, Yifeng was no ordinary cultivator. Thus, for the sake of caution, she bit her lip and brought over a nearby kettle, pouring the contents of both vials into it. "He's back." Just as the concoction was ready, Yifeng returned and sat down anew, gazing at the playing cards before him. "It's almost dawn. I'm so tired. How about we call it a night?" He then collected Mao Yun'er's copper token and Yao Ling'er's dual blades. "May I graciously accept this?" Upon witnessing this, the two women's expressions shifted to alarm, and they instinctively reached out to reclaim their possessions. "A wager is a wager. Why the reluctance?" Yifeng remarked playfully. However, his light-hearted tone struck the two women as an interrogation, a mockery. They simultaneously withdrew their hands, forcing smiles while stiffly asserting, "And no, since we've lost, we are certainly willing to accept the consequences. That's the spirit. Just a trifle. You can win it back next time," Yifeng chuckled, tucking the items into his embrace. His intent was not so much to covet these trinkets, but rather to uphold the integrity of the game. After all, with stakes involved, it was essential to maintain the seriousness of future encounters. "You are indeed correct," the two women nodded, though their smiles were more sorrowful than joyous, their hearts bleeding internally. Yet, they were not without their final preparations. As long as they succeeded in the end, perhaps a little charm and coaxing could reclaim their belongings, or even secure additional treasures. With a shared intention, the two women exchanged a glance and smiled at Yifeng, saying, "Sir, you have been playing cards all night without drinking much water. Please have some water and take a moment to rest here." As they spoke, they poured a glass of water for him. "No need to be so courteous. You haven't had any water either." Yifeng chuckled, taking the kettle and pouring a glass for each of them. "You should drink as well." Upon witnessing this gesture, the two women felt a sudden pang of anxiety, their faces paling significantly. "It's just water. Why are you so tense?" Yifeng inquired, puzzled. "And no," they stammered in unison, fearful that Yifeng might discern something amiss. After exchanging a glance, they reached a silent agreement and raised their glasses. Perhaps their behavior after drinking would endear them to him even more. With this thought in mind, they cast aside their apprehensions and finished the glass of water alongside Yifeng, finally feeling a sense of relief. The plan had already succeeded halfway. They just needed to delay a little longer until the effects of the potion kicked in, and then they would achieve their goal. Unbeknownst to them, as they engaged in casual conversation with Yifeng, they gradually sensed the potion beginning to take effect, a warmth spreading through their bodies. Meanwhile, Yifeng seemed to be experiencing something as well. "Why do I suddenly feel a bit warm?" he remarked, fanning himself in confusion. Indeed, the two women felt a surge of hope. They were merely one step away from success. However, Yifeng suddenly placed a hand on his abdomen, frowning as he said, "Why does my stomach feel uncomfortable again? Please wait a moment. I need to go to the restroom." Upon hearing this, the two women's expressions turned anxious. But Yifeng had already stepped outside. Chapter 76. A failed scheme. Upon exiting the room, Yifeng hastened directly to the restroom. The release was overwhelming. What a relief. However, he couldn't shake off the persistent stomachache he was experiencing today. It was undoubtedly the unsanitary fare of the tavern. As he squatted there, he grumbled to himself. Meanwhile, the expressions of the two women in the room grew increasingly grim. At that moment, the potent effects of the two vials of medicine surged through their minds, igniting a feverish heat within them, accompanied by waves of fragrant perspiration. Their delicate feet tapped restlessly against the floor, and their graceful hands unconsciously grasped at the table. "Why hasn't he returned yet?" Mao Yun'er bit down hard on her teeth, articulating each word with difficulty. "I don't know," Yao Ling'er replied, equally distressed. The effects of the medicine rendered cultivators and mortals indistinguishable. She felt as though she might burst if she didn't find an outlet soon. Just then, Mao Yun'er suddenly lunged at her, gripping her arm tightly. "Why you get away?" Yaoling Air shouted, but upon witnessing Mao Yun'er's fervent demeanor, her words faltered, and her lips instinctively moved toward Mao Yun'er's. In an instant, the atmosphere between the two women became intensely charged. "I'm back." Finally, Yifeng returned. Having finished in the restroom, and upon pushing the door open, he was met with the sight of their entwined figures. He was momentarily stunned. "Goodness, is this a Yuri moment? My apologies, my apologies." With that, he turned to leave. "Why, young master?" The two women, realizing the situation, turned pale and attempted to explain. But the effects of the medicine rendered them immobile, leaving them to watch helplessly as the door slammed shut. Once outside, Yifeng smirked, his expression a complex blend of disbelief and amusement. He anticipated that these two seemingly composed young ladies would engage in such behavior behind closed doors. It was simply intolerable. Shaking his head, he departed, but not without hanging the "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door. The night swiftly passed. Yifeng returned home to indulge in a leisurely slumber, subsequently lounging in the courtyard while petting his dog. At the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, Mao Lin, seated at the head of the table, spat out a mouthful of blood, tremblingly pointing at Mao Yun'er as he exclaimed, You mean to say, not only did you fail, but you also lost a priceless copper piece, and to top it off, a woman bedded you?" With tears welling in her eyes, Mao Yun'er sat on the ground, utterly defeated, nodding vacantly. She had never imagined that her first time would be with a woman. What? Simultaneously, Ning Xuanwu of the Xuanwu sect erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Yaoling Air and hoarsely demanding, "Are you telling me that your achievement this time was merely sleeping with a woman?" The countenance of Yaoling Air was intricate, her delicate teeth biting down as she knelt upon the ground, scarcely daring to exhale. "And what of my twin-star Darkblade?" Ning Xuanwu inquired, his voice laced with intensity. I lost," came the response from Yaoling Air, her voice barely a whisper, reminiscent of a mosquito's hum. As her words faded into the air, Ning Xuanwu collapsed onto his chair, fury surging within him. His robust hand pounded against his chest, and he involuntarily expelled blood from his mouth. "Calm your wrath, master. Please, temper your anger." Witnessing this scene, Ning Xuanwu's companions were filled with dread, hastily kneeling and pleading for mercy. After what felt like an eternity, Ning Xuanwu pointed a trembling finger at Yaoling Air and declared, "You shall go to Xuanwu Cliff and reflect in solitude for 1 year. You are forbidden to leave." Chapter 77. The First Alchemist of Nansha, Qing Shan Sect Master. Luo Lanxue respectfully approached the venerable ancestor of Qing Shan and softly stated, "The esteemed Master Lu Dasheng, the foremost alchemist of Nansha, has arrived at our Qing Shan sect." "What?" The ancestor of Qing Shan immediately sat up, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Master Lu has come? Why did you not inform me sooner? I refrained from disturbing you." "Master, as you were in seclusion," Luo Lanxue explained. "Very well, where is Master Lu? I shall go to meet him." With that, the ancestor of Qing Shan hastily rose, his demeanor now markedly solemn. He could not afford to be careless in the presence of Lu Dasheng. As the leading alchemist of Nansha, despite being a solitary cultivator, his influence was unparalleled. Even the grand sects and noble families of Nansha treated him with utmost respect. Thus, the arrival of such a figure at Qing Shan sect was akin to the visitation of a great Buddha. "Lu Dasheng, I am honored to meet you." Outside the door, the ancestor of Qing Shan bowed respectfully, his voice reaching within. "Come in." A hoarse voice resonated from inside. Upon entering, the ancestor of Qing Shan beheld an elder clad in a gray robe seated upon a mat. The old man had a narrow face and sharp features, exuding a rather ominous aura. The humble Qing Shan sect exhibits quite the arrogance. Lu Dasheng slowly lifted his head, casting a glance at the ancestor of Qing Shan, and remarked gravely, "You have kept me, Lu Dasheng, waiting here for half a month. Quite remarkable." The slight edge of mockery in his tone caused the ancestor of Qing Shan's expression to shift. He hastily replied, "Master Lu, I beg your pardon. I truly had no knowledge of your arrival. If I have shown any discourtesy, I hope for your understanding. Enough of the pleasantries." Lu Dasheng interjected with a wave of his hand, his voice steady. "I have but one purpose in coming here. I need to concoct a 5th-tier potion for a certain martial emperor of Nansha, and I require the flame pearl of your Qing Shan sect." "The flame pearl?" The ancestor of Qing Shan's complexion changed noticeably. "I can grant your request, provided you are willing to lend me the flame pearl. Not only will I owe you a favor, but you will also have earned goodwill with the martial emperor. Such opportunities are rare. Lu Dasheng gazed at the ancestor of Qin Shan, his tone languid. However, the expression of Lu Qin Shan grew increasingly grave, and he lowered his head, confessing. To be candid, Master Lu, your offer is indeed generous, but the flame pearl is currently not in our possession. I have already given it away. What? Lu Dasheng's gaze darkened. Lu Qin Shan, are you jesting with me? The flame pearl is the treasure of your Qin Shan sect, and you dare claim you have given it away? Master Lu, I assure you it is true, Lu Qin Shan hurriedly explained. Humph. I care not for the truth of your words. I give you 7 days to retrieve the flame pearl for me. Even if you have truly given it away, you must bring it back. Lu Dasheng declared with an air of finality. The ancestor of Qin Shan appeared troubled. That flame pearl had been gifted to Mr. Yifeng. How could he possibly ask for its return? Moreover, failing to retrieve it was trivial compared to inciting Mr. Yifeng's displeasure, which would spell significant trouble. Lu Dasheng lifted his gaze. Master, I fear this matter truly cannot proceed. The elder Qin Shan, his expression troubled, replied, if it were any other request, I would gladly acquiesce to Master Lu, but this time, I must ask for your understanding. Lu Dasheng narrowed his eyes, gazing at the elder Qin Shan, and said leisurely, I find myself suddenly intrigued. To whom have you entrusted this flame pearl that you seem so apprehensive? Well, the elder Qin Shan forced a wry smile, his words laced with deep respect. That gentleman is not someone I, Lu Qin Shan, can lightly assess. He is my savior and the beacon of hope for the entire Qin Shan sect. Oh, a glimmer of mockery flickered in Lu Dasheng's eyes as he replied. Since you speak of this individual with such reverence, I cannot help but desire to pay him a visit myself. I wish to see if he truly possesses the prowess you claim. Master Lu, I fear that may not be feasible. The gentleman descends into the mortal realm solely to experience the lives of ordinary people, and he does not welcome disturbances, Elder Qin Shan quickly explained. With such a statement, I must insist on meeting him, whether he wishes it or not. Lu Dasheng smirked, and simultaneously, the table beside him disintegrated into dust, a wave of oppressive force descending upon Elder Qin Shan. Seeing this, Lu Qin Shan gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, yet he maintained his stance. Master Lu, it truly cannot be done. Humph. Lu Dasheng, incensed, leapt from the room and instantly appeared beside Luo Lanqiu, a terrifying pressure enveloping her as he gripped her neck with claw-like fingers. Elder Qin Shan, rushing in, shouted, Stop! Huh? Lu Dasheng sneered. Now I must ask you, will you take me to meet this so-called gentleman of yours? For a moment, Elder Qin Shan found himself in a dilemma. Lu Dasheng tightened his grip slightly, speaking gravely. Do not worry. I seek him solely to obtain the flame pearl, with no other intentions. Very well. Observing Luo Lanqiu's increasingly labored breaths, Elder Qin Shan reluctantly bowed his head. In that case, once I conclude my current affairs, 5 days hence, you shall take me to meet him. Lu Dasheng let out a cold laugh, finally releasing his hold on Luo Lanqiu. Elder Qin Shan's face was grim as he nodded, his expression filled with helplessness. I only hope, dear sir, that you do not hold it against me for disrupting your tranquility. Chapter 78. The Dark Array. Limos, what are you doing? Hurry and let us out. In a secluded valley behind Mufa Mountain, the air was filled with the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, seemingly a paradise on earth. Yet, at this moment, danger lurked everywhere, and every step was fraught with peril. Wu Yonghong and the others could never have anticipated that after leaving the martial arts school, Limos had brought them here under the pretense of treasure hunting, ensnaring them in a trap. Limos, I warn you, if you do not release us, I, Chu Guangshi, will not rest until I have your head. Chu Guangshi's voice thundered with fury as he directed a powerful shout at Limos. Sun Zhuge and Wu Yonghong's eyes also glimmered with intense hatred. They were utterly blindsided, having been betrayed by one of their own. Ha! Shout all you want. It will be of no use. Limos' eyes sparkled with derision as he remarked, Not only can you not escape, but even moving a single step is beyond your capability. This place, though appearing tranquil, is in fact a treacherous land, a natural fortress. 30,000 years ago, it was the site of an ancient battlefield where formidable beings enhanced the natural formations with several layers of arrays. Of course. Limos raised his chin and continued with a cold smirk. I have also added 2 more layers to the existing formations. So even divine beings would find it impossible to rescue you. What? Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong and the others' expressions turned grave, their faces drained of color. If this were true, they could only await their demise here. Why are you doing this? Wu Yonghong asked, heartbroken. It is, of course, for the divine rake in your possession, Li Mo sneered. You, Wu Yonghong, lack the strength and intelligence to wield such a fine artifact. You dare. In his rage, Wu Yonghong spat a mouthful of blood. Hand it over. Li Mo merely chuckled coldly, waving his hand, without any means to resist. The divine rake slipped from Wu Yonghong's grasp into Li Mo's possession. As the rake changed hands, Wu Yonghong trembled with fury, yet remained powerless. The combined force of the arrays not only restricted their movements, but also suppressed their cultivation, rendering them as helpless as fish on a chopping board. However, Wu Yonghong still refused to yield, gritting his teeth and stating each word with conviction. This divine rake was bestowed upon me by my master, and I have already pledged my allegiance to him. Do you not fear that he will seek retribution for your theft? Indeed, if the master learns of this, you shall be reduced to ashes. Mentioning the figure from the martial arts school, Sun Zhuge and Chu Guangshi seemed to see a glimmer of hope, and they urged Li Mo in unison, hoping to instill some fear in him. Ha ha. Yet, Li Mo laughed heartily. What are you laughing at? The 3 demanded coldly. I laugh at your naive optimism. Li Mo raised the corners of his mouth and coldly remarked, to speak frankly, I harbor no fear of him. In fact, I have long coveted the treasures within his martial arts academy. Wu Yonghong retorted icily. How dare you so brazenly disregard my esteemed teacher while coveting his possessions? You may find yourself at a loss for how your demise will unfold. Ha ha, you speak true. That individual is indeed formidable, a thought I seldom entertain. Yet, recently, I have encountered a fortuitous opportunity, Li Mo proclaimed with a smirk. What sort of fortunate opportunity? Wu Yonghong and his companions exchanged puzzled glances. Tomorrow marks a rare convergence in the Xinjiang continent, an exceptionally rare Yin year, Yin month, and Yin day. Thus, as he spoke, a cryptic expression adorned Li Mo's face, leaving his words hanging in the air. However, Wu Yonghong and his companions widened their eyes in astonishment. You, how could you possibly master the long-lost heavenly Yin grand formation? Such a sinister array, how could it be? In an instant, their faces drained of color. Haraha. You 3 antiquated fools, it seems you are not entirely devoid of wits. Li Mo laughed heartily. Indeed, I have mastered the heavenly Yin grand formation. By simply arranging it around the martial arts academy, anyone below the level of an immortal will lose their cultivation without even realizing it. At that time, the esteemed individual you so reverently speak of will become nothing more than a plaything in my hands. Chapter 79. The small door opens. Upon the utterance of this phrase, a tempest of emotions surged within the hearts of the 3 individuals, their faces paling to a ghostly hue. For Li Mo's words rang true. This grand formation was indeed terrifying. Naturally, the conditions were exceedingly stringent, requiring the alignment of a Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, Yin hour, and Yin moment to sustain its power for even a brief moment. Under ordinary circumstances, even if Li Mo possessed knowledge of this formidable array, it would be of no use. Yet, who could have anticipated that the morrow would herald such a rare occasion in a millennium? Moreover, it is worth mentioning that I also possess the secret art of fortune deprivation. Li Mo continued, his tone languid. What? This declaration fell upon Wu Yonghong and the others like a thunderous bombshell. You intend to strip the master of his fortune? Wu Yonghong stammered, his lips quivering as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Li Mo. I did not expect you, Wu Yonghong, to be quite so astute, Li Mo replied coldly. That individual possesses unfathomable might, so much so that even we cannot ascertain his cultivation level. Whether he is a martial saint or a martial emperor remains a mystery. Coupled with his countless treasures, such a person must possess extraordinary fortune. Should I, Li Mo, succeed in usurping his fortune, it is entirely possible that I might ascend to the martial emperor realm within my lifetime, or perhaps even reach the legendary status of an immortal martial artist. Last time you received the master's martial intent in the dojo, yet you repay kindness with malice, daring to strike against him. I shall fight you for this. Wu Yonghong's neck flushed crimson with indignation. He had not forgotten Yifeng's generous gift of the divine rake or the benefits he had reaped from experiencing the martial intent in the dojo. In an instant, his aura erupted, and he forcefully broke free from the constraints of the formation, launching an attack towards Limos. However, Limos merely waved his hand, effortlessly interrupting Wu Yonghong's assault. Do you truly believe this formation is merely ornamental? Limos scoffed. Indeed, due to his earlier struggle, Wu Yonghong suffered a backlash from the formation, spitting out copious amounts of blood. Very well, since you seek death, I shall indulge you. With a flick of his wrist, Limos directed a wave of energy straight to Wu Yonghong's dantian. Crack! A gaping wound appeared, accompanied by a violent explosion, as Wu Yonghong glared in horror. For Limos had directly crippled his cultivation. Old Wu. On the side, Chu Guangshi and Sun Zhuge expressed their concern in unison. You could have prolonged your existence a little longer, but since you seek your own demise, there is nothing I can do. Limos laughed coldly. Without your cultivation, it will not be long before you meet a pitiful end akin to that of an ordinary mortal. Haraha! With a maniacal laugh, Limos traced an arc in the air, soaring towards the direction of Pingjiang City. Owl. Recently, Ao Qing had been enduring a rather unpleasant time. Despite making successive breakthroughs while accompanying Yifeng, the sensation emanating from that small door was simply unbearable. Dog, what is wrong with you? Are you truly this desperate? Yifeng gazed at the dog, gently stroking its fur as he spoke. Rest assured, I shall find the time to assist you properly. However, the dog seemed oblivious to Yifeng's words, its eyes widening in alarm as it fixated on the small wooden door behind him. It had an unsettling premonition that something was about to emerge from within that door. Was it a ferocious beast from ancient times, or an extraordinary creature of legend? Unable to suppress his trepidation, he swallowed hard. Creak. Indeed, the small door emitted a sound as it slowly swung open. Ao Qing instinctively shuddered. Every hair on his body standing on end, his gaze locked onto the unfolding scene. Chapter 80. The system's reward. Before Ao Qing's astonished gaze, a glistening white skull emerged, clattering ominously. Hiss! Upon sighting this skeletal figure, Ao Qing involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. Although its cultivation level was indiscernible, the overwhelming sense of peril it exuded was palpable, devoid of any trace of vitality, merely a lifeless object. Yet, what could possibly animate a mere corpse? And how could it possess such formidable intimidation? The dog was perplexed. In a swift motion, it darted to Yifeng's side. What on earth is happening? Yifeng shot a glare at Ao Qing, his eyes darting back. Goodness! Upon encountering the skull, Yifeng was momentarily startled. But he quickly regained his composure and charged toward the skull, delivering a series of kicks in frustration. Curse this foolish thing. You nearly scared me to death. Yifeng berated it vehemently, his annoyance directed at both the skull and the system. For this was the source of his long-standing vexation. You wretched system. Incapable of teaching me how to earn money or cultivate. Fine, I accept that. But your rewards are equally insipid, and I simply cannot tolerate it any longer. Indeed, this skull was a gift from the system upon his initial integration, yet it proved utterly useless and a constant eyesore. It drifted about aimlessly like a ghost. Eventually, Yifeng had confined it to the storage room and had even forgotten about it, only to discover it had somehow escaped once more. Abba. After being kicked over, the skull clumsily struggled to its feet, its jaw working in a comical fashion. For heaven's sake, Yifeng's patience shattered at the sight of it, and he swung a fist in frustration. Crack! Accompanied by a series of clanging sounds, the skull toppled to the ground, rolling to a corner while its remaining body fumbled about until it located its head and awkwardly reattached it. Silly thing, you've put it on backwards, Yifeng exclaimed, exasperated. Abba. The skull continued to stutter, its hands rotating its head until, after an eternity, it finally managed to position it correctly. Well, it seems we are in for a rough time. Yifeng's face was etched with gloom as he seized a nearby black robe, tossing it onto the skull. Put it on yourself and stop scaring people. Abba. The skull clumsily donned the black robe, its small frame entirely engulfed within it. Subsequently, the figure clad in black swayed about the courtyard, leaving everyone bewildered as to what it was doing. Meanwhile, Ao Qing watched in astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out of his head, particularly when he observed Yifeng mercilessly pummeling the skull, which responded with not the slightest reaction, he was utterly astonished. TSK, TSK. Truly, the master is worthy of the title. He is indeed fearsome. Ah. Yifeng stretched lazily, feeling a sense of ennui. He rose and remarked, "Such splendid weather is rare. While you all linger in the courtyard, I shall bask in the sun by the entrance." With that, he moved a stool to the steps at the entrance of the martial arts school, idly observing the throngs of passers-by and listening to the bustling cries of vendors. He found a peculiar comfort in the scene. Amidst the intertwining structures, a shadow flitted past, soon rising high atop a rooftop. Its eyes glinted with a chill as they surveyed the modest martial arts school not far ahead. Dressed in flowing garments, hung at his back, this was none other than Limos. The celestial array was set, the 8 cardinal directions and the 16 meridian gates were all arranged. Only a brief moment remained until the convergence of time, place, and people. As his voice resonated, he lifted his gaze to the heavens. His sinister eyes gradually closed. The sky churned, enveloped in a frigid aura. As the winds began to stir, Limos' eyes suddenly opened. The hour had arrived. Commence. As his command echoed, an invisible mist began to shroud the martial arts school from the sky, enveloping it entirely. A mysterious energy wafted through the air, and the school fell into profound silence. Humph, the great array has been activated. Unless you are a celestial being, you are but a plaything in my hands, Limos sneered. Yet, he understood that this rare moment was fleeting, and he dared not delay. With a flourish of his robe, the sword into the air. A cacophony of sound erupted as countless silver beads cascaded down, scattering like stars from the heavens, only to dissolve into chaos. Congeal. As he executed a complex hand seal, the vanished silver beads coalesced, transforming into a colossal, transparent sword, plummeting toward Yifeng's brow as he reclined in his chair. In an instant, the skies over Pingjiang City darkened, and a tempest raged. Though this was merely a full-force strike from the martial sovereign, without cultivation, even if one were a martial emperor, they would find themselves reduced to a lifeless husk beneath this sword. Chapter 81. Unable to breach the defense in an instant, the illusory longsword descended rapidly, drawing ever closer to Yifeng. Yet, the reclining Yifeng exhibited no response, entirely oblivious to the impending peril. The ominous array truly was fearsome. The fact that this individual showed no reaction to my assault indicated that he had been completely rendered incapable of wielding his powers. With this thought, a deeper satisfaction spread across Limos' face. At last, the illusory longsword was but a few paces from Yifeng, enveloping the entire martial arts hall in a dazzling, radiant glow. The next moment, it struck at the center of Yifeng's brow. Death! Simultaneously, suspended in midair, Limos shouted with elation, his heart racing with exhilaration. What of the martial saint or martial emperor? They were all mere pawns in his intricate scheme, unaware of their own demise. Contemplating the treasures that would soon belong to him upon Yifeng's death, along with the fortune of being a peerless master, Limos' smile grew ever more pronounced. However, in the following moment, his expression abruptly stiffened. What? The triumphant look that had adorned his face vanished in an instant as he beheld the scene at the entrance of the martial arts hall, transforming him into a statue of ice. For his full-force strike, manifested through the celestial skill into an illusory sword, not only failed to inflict any harm upon Yifeng, but rather, it dissipated into nothingness upon contact with him, as if it had never existed at all. How could this be? How is this possible? Cold sweat dripped down Limos' brow, his eyes wide with disbelief, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a light bulb. Hadn't he been rendered incapable of using his powers? Why then could he withstand my strike? A multitude of questions swirled in Limos' mind. Even if the ominous array had faltered, one would expect some sign of resistance when he blocked my attack. Why did it vanish upon meeting him? This was utterly bizarre. Yet, a thought suddenly struck him. After all, the man before him, even if not a martial emperor, was at least a martial saint. Even if his powers were suppressed, his own defenses would remain intact. With this realization, a semblance of relief washed over his face. So that was it. Limos' lips curled into a smirk, the previous fear dissipating as a confident sneer resurfaced. Though this individual's strength was fearsome, the fact that his full-force strike had failed to breach the defense only fueled Limos' madness. After all, the stronger Yifeng was, the more unparalleled the sense of accomplishment would be upon his demise. If your defenses are formidable, then I shall resort to other means. Limos chuckled coldly, executing a series of intricate hand seals that summoned a tempestuous wind around him. As time elapsed, his hand seals quickened, revealing an array of peculiar patterns. Finally, when the last hand seal was completed, he uttered softly, "Deathly goo, emerge." At the moment the sound descended, a creature the size of a bee slowly emerged from his mouth, subsequently fluttering its high-frequency wings as it darted towards Yifeng, who was reclined in a chair. The deathly goo had been unleashed, and a cold smile resurfaced on Limos's face. "In the presence of my deathly goo insect, no matter how formidable your defenses may be, they are futile. Once it enters your body, even if you restore your cultivation, your fate is sealed." Haraha! Limos chuckled coldly, taking pride in his myriad of methods. In such circumstances, an ordinary person would likely find themselves utterly helpless. Buzzing incessantly, the deathly goo insect approached Yifeng, circling around his head, and then, under Limos' anxious gaze, it fluttered its wings and lunged into Yifeng's ear. It was done. With each passing moment, as it drew nearer, Limos' excitement intensified. Chapter 82. The sudden appearance of the dark-robed man. At that moment, Yifeng suddenly rolled over, cursing under his breath about the nuisance of a fly disturbing his slumber. With an expression of utter annoyance, he swatted his hand outward. In an astonishing turn of events, the lethal goo worm, which was on the verge of entering Yifeng's body, was sent flying away, crashing heavily against the wall beside him. With a soft thud, it shattered upon impact, its remains adhering to the wall, leaving only its lifeless shell to plummet to the ground. Just as the lethal goo worm was dispatched, Limos' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his face a canvas of terror. Simultaneously, he suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yet, he was too preoccupied to dwell on his own affliction, or even to cast a final glance at the goo worm he had nurtured for millennia. With a desperate stomp, he took flight, fleeing with all his might. It was simply too horrifying, too sinister. All he desired was to distance himself from this place, running as far away as possible. Despite the dark formation he had activated and the evident limitations on his cultivation, he could not comprehend why this was happening. Furthermore, his lethal goo worm was not merely capable of stealthy killings. Its shell was renowned for its invulnerability. Whether subjected to flames, floods, or even the full force of a martial emperor's strike, it was not easily shattered. Yet, that individual had casually obliterated it, reduced it to fragments. The thought of his goo worm's tragic fate mirrored his own despair. In that instant, he dared not covet the martial arts hall any longer, nor entertain thoughts of usurping Yifeng's fortune. He fled with a speed he had never before possessed, terrified that the figure at the hall's entrance might pursue him. In less than a quarter hour, Limos transformed into a streak of light, escaping the confines of Pingjiang City and arriving in the open space near Qingshan Gate. Phew! Relieved to see no pursuers behind him, Limos wiped the sweat from his brow. However, just as he began to catch his breath, a chill coursed through him. Not far in front of him stood a dark-robed figure, whose ample robe concealed their entire form, their head bowed, rendering their features indistinguishable. Yet, the mere presence of this individual instilled a profound sense of danger within Limos. It was as if this person bore no cultivation at all, exuding not a shred of aura, yet they hovered motionless in midair. Strangely enough, when Limos closed his eyes to sense his surroundings, he felt nothing of this person's existence. "Who are you?" Limos asked anxiously. Beneath the dark robe, there was no response. Limos' eyes narrowed, and with a decisive push of his foot, he leaped into the air, darting off in a direction away from the dark-robed figure. Clearly, he harbored no desire to engage with the enigmatic figure in the black robe, as the eerie presence of this individual instilled within him an overwhelming sense of dread. However, the moment he darted away, he found that the black-robed figure had reappeared before him. Still, it stood silently in the void, devoid of any discernible aura. Yet, Limos' expression shifted dramatically, for he had scarcely perceived how this figure had materialized in front of him, as if it had always occupied that very space. "Who are you truly?" Limos inquired, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, though he gritted his teeth to maintain his composure. The black-robed figure remained still, exuding not a hint of emotion. "Humph, playing tricks, are we? Since you refuse to speak, I shall not hold back." With a cold snort, Limos recognized that this mysterious figure would not allow him to escape. Thus he resolved to take the initiative. As his voice fell, the aura of a martial sovereign erupted in the air, his palm flipping, transforming into a mighty force that surged towards the black-robed figure with overwhelming intensity. Boom, boom, boom. A series of shock waves surged toward the figure, resembling cascading waves, each layer crashing upon the next, and under the onslaught of this immense power, the entire sky warped into a void. Is there an expert engaged in combat? At that moment, as Limos unleashed his attack, not far away at the Qingshan sect, the meditating Lu Dashing abruptly opened his eyes, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the sky, hastening towards the source of the tumultuous battle. Chapter 83. He is a god. Limos unleashed a formidable attack towards the figure cloaked in black. Yet, the dark-robed individual stood immobile, displaying no intention of countering the onslaught. Humph. I, Limos, am a master of the martial arts. Such arrogance in the face of my might shall yield dire consequences. A cold voice emerged from Limos' lips, though he did not underestimate his opponent, channeling even greater strength into his strike. However, to his astonishment, his overwhelming assault met the dark figure without so much as a ripple. Not even a quiver was stirred. Crack. Witnessing this, Limos was nearly paralyzed with fear. He hastily retracted his attack, his foot striking the void, transforming into an arc as he fled. At that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind: escape. In the span of a breath, Limos soared several thousand zhang into the air. Just then, the previously motionless black-robed figure finally stirred, slowly lifting a dark, billowing sleeve. Simultaneously, Limos, who was darting away like the wind, suddenly found himself frozen in place, as if ensnared in a quagmire. What? Limos' countenance shifted drastically. Yet, the terror did not end there. An immense force silently enveloped him, pulling him back. In an instant, he was returned to the black-robed figure's side, standing rigidly in the air, utterly immobile. His face drained of color. He realized that he was nothing more than prey on the hunting board of this dark figure. What are you? Such techniques rendered Limos stammering, his eyes wide with fear as he anxiously inquired of the mysterious figure. The black-robed individual remained silent. What do you intend to do with me? I bear no grudge against you, nor have I wronged you in any way. Why treat me thus? Limos asked, his voice quavering with trepidation. No grudge, no enmity? At last, a voice emerged from beneath the black hood, but it was garbled, devoid of any semblance of human emotion. What do you mean? Limos' expression shifted dramatically as he recalled his earlier behavior at the martial arts school, suddenly exclaiming, Are you Yifeng from the martial arts school? No, no, no. But in the next moment, Limos shook his head vigorously, trembling. When you first appeared, it was during the time of the Yin formation. The effects of the celestial array were still in place. You could not have pursued me from the school unless you were unaffected by the Yin formation. Your cultivation must be that of an immortal. Gah! As the thought crossed his mind, he stumbled upon an unfathomable realization, the words striking him like a revelation. Are you truly an immortal? No, I am merely a servant. At last, the voice from beneath the black robe emerged once more, sounding harsh, yet utterly devoid of emotion. A servant? Limos stuttered, pointing at the dark figure, his voice trembling. You are not Yifeng? I am certainly not the master. A voice emerged from beneath the black robe. Upon hearing this, Limos' pupils dilated, his face a portrait of disbelief. The individual before him was so formidable that he had initially assumed it was Yifeng, the master of the martial arts school, donning the black robe. However, it was not. It was merely a servant of Yifeng. My heavens! Limos felt as if his mind were about to explode. A being of such immense power was merely a servant? Then, what of Yifeng? Suppressing the astonishment that surged within him, Limos fixed his gaze upon the figure in the black robe and articulated each word with care. Who exactly are you? Are you truly an immortal? With great difficulty, he managed to voice this question, his eyes locked onto the figure in black. The figure finally lifted its head slowly, revealing for the first time its true visage. It was a skull devoid of flesh, with hollow eyes that sent a chill down Limos' spine. Even more disconcerting was the slight upward tilt of the skull's jaw, seemingly revealing a sinister smile. He is certainly not an immortal. Upon hearing this, Limos breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, how could such an ethereal being exist in such a humble place? It was likely that some anomaly had occurred within the celestial formation, preventing it from restraining the individuals of the martial arts school. Yet, In the next instant, the voice emanating from beneath the black robe sent Li Mo's soul reeling. He is a god. Chapter 84. I was just passing by. The words, spoken lightly, left Li Mo momentarily choked, caught in disbelief. No, it cannot be. How could there possibly be a deity in this world? And how could I, Li Mo, ever encounter a god? Even if such a being existed, why would it descend upon this humble Pingjiang city? What is a god? A god is a transcendent existence, far superior to even an immortal, governing the laws of a realm. Even the martial emperor would seem no more significant than an ant in the presence of a god. Such an exalted being, how could it lower itself to dwell in this mundane place? There is nothing impossible about it. From beneath the dark robe came a chilling voice, languidly proclaiming, after all, as your master's servant, I am also a god. Nonsense, Li Mo shouted in a frenzy. Do you think gods are as common as cabbages, found everywhere? A sinister laugh echoed in response, and beneath the slightly lifted hood, the skeletal jaw appeared to rise slightly. Then, with a sweep of the billowing black robe, a thunderous boom resounded as a bolt of lightning struck Li Mo, and simultaneously, torrential rain began to pour all around him. But in the next instant, the deluge abruptly ceased, and an intense frost spread across the sky, instantly encasing Li Mo in ice. Moments later, the heavens erupted in flames, and the newly formed ice sculpture of Li Mo was seared into a bloody pulp. As the fire extinguished, a fierce wind enveloped Li Mo, distorting his entire form under the relentless tempest. His agonized screams echoed through the air as he endured the onslaught of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. After this baptism, Li Mo emerged battered and broken, his eyes reflecting both fear and defiance as he stammered, Is this the legendary natural law? So, do you believe now? The figure in the black robe queried. If you still doubt. Before the words could fully escape, the cloaked figure raised a hand abruptly. Instantly, Li Mo's eyes widened in horror as he perceived time racing forward, witnessing the swift passage of countless seasons, his skin and body aging rapidly. A chilling scream erupted from Li Mo, his eyes bloodshot, for the power of the figure before him was not merely inflicting physical pain, but instilling a profound psychological terror. Imagine witnessing time's relentless march with one's own eyes, helplessly observing one's body decay. What a harrowing sensation that is. This is the law of time. You truly are a god? Li Mo's eyes were wide with terror, his entire being trembling violently. He desperately wished to cling to life, yet at this moment, he was devoid of even the inclination to flee, his heart racked with regret that felt as if it could turn his very insides green. He could not fathom how he had been so blind as to attempt to seize the possessions of a deity, to covet the fortune of a god. Was this not akin to courting death by provoking the Lord of Hell? Yet, on the other hand, he was loath to accept his fate. How profoundly unfortunate one must be to stumble upon such an impenetrable barrier. Alas, perhaps death was his only reprieve. The figure cloaked in black seemed to have lost interest in Li Mo. With a mere gesture of his hand, Li Mo's body erupted in a violent explosion, leaving not even a trace behind, dissolving into nothingness. Flee, flee, flee. He must escape at once. This scene unfolded before the watchful eyes of Lu Dashing, who lay concealed in the shadows. Though he could not perceive the dissolution of the laws surrounding Li Mo, he was acutely aware of the profound cultivation emanating from him, a martial master. Yet, the black-robed figure had effortlessly extinguished his life, which could only imply that this mysterious assailant was at least a martial sovereign, if not a martial saint himself. Thus, fearing the repercussions of his presence, Lu Dashing abandoned his voyeurism and took flight. However, as he made his move, he found himself ensnared in a quagmire, unable to move. In that instant, a colossal hand emerged from behind, seizing him with terrifying swiftness. Overcome with dread, Lu Dasheng exclaimed in a panic, "Senior, I was wrong. I was merely passing through." Chapter 85. The troubling wretch passing by? The figure cloaked in black emitted a chilling voice. The mere sound of it sent a shiver down Lu Dasheng's spine. Even a master of the martial sect could easily perish at the hands of this individual. He, a mere martial emperor, was no more significant than a small worm in comparison. "Senior, I truly was just passing through," Lu Dashing stammered, his body trembling uncontrollably, his legs weak with fear. "By the way, I am the foremost alchemist of Nansha, capable of concocting imperial-grade elixirs. If you require anything, I am eager to serve you. I only ask for mercy on my life." Do you think I would need imperial-grade elixirs? The figure in black replied ominously. At these words, Lu Dashing's face paled significantly. He had assumed that his status as Nancha's top alchemist would instill some degree of caution in this formidable being. Yet he realized that someone capable of effortlessly slaying a martial sect master would hardly regard such elixirs with any interest. Slap yourself 100 times. Then get as far away as you can. However, it seemed the cloaked figure had little interest in Lu Dashing, as he leisurely uttered a final remark before vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing this, Lu Dashing, who had been nervously agitated, let out a sigh of relief. But in the next instant, a voice echoed in his mind. If you do not comply, I assure you your fate will be worse than his. This statement struck Lu Dashing like a thunderbolt, leaving him with a distressed expression as he stood frozen, enveloped in regret. What enmity have I stirred? I merely came to observe and ended up in this predicament. No matter how unwilling I am, recalling that person's methods fills me with dread. Thus, he reluctantly raised his heavy hand to strike his own face. Meanwhile, the venerable Qingshan ancestor, who had been pursuing Lu Dashing, finally arrived, only to find him suspended in midair, slapping himself while counting each strike, fearful of missing one. Master Lu, what calamity has befallen you? Why must you demean yourself in such a manner? Qingshan ancestor inquired cautiously, his brows furrowed. Get lost, Lu Dashing bellowed, unleashing his frustration upon the elder. Startled, Qingshan ancestor shuddered and hurriedly retreated, glancing back from a distance to see Lu Dashing continuing his self-imposed punishment. Perhaps he has encountered some misfortune at home? Best not to pry or question. Shaking his head, the elder left with a complex expression. At that moment, the drowsy Yifeng finally stirred awake. As he prepared to pour himself a glass of water, he noticed that the troublesome skull that had been bouncing around was now missing. Disciple, where has that wretched thing gone? Yifeng inquired loudly. It was just here a moment ago. Now it has vanished, Zhongqing responded quickly. This troublesome creature has run off to cause me more trouble. Yifeng's expression darkened, filled with ire. For heaven's sake, does it have no sense of its own appearance? How could it venture out without striking terror in others? Enough of your practice. Come quickly and help me search for it, Yifeng hastily commanded, swiftly donning his attire and rushing outside. In the streets, although autumn had deepened, the weather had recently taken a turn for the better, restoring the lively bustle of the thoroughfare. Many ventured out to procure supplies for the impending winter. Naturally, wherever there are streets, there are always women who revel in shopping. Not far from a cosmetic shop, several young ladies adorned in vibrant attire, their thighs exposed, engaged in jovial chatter while applying rouge. Suddenly, a shadow flitted by, sneaking low behind the girls. After a prolonged period of lurking, a pale little head emerged from beneath a dark cloak, its jaws clattering with excitement. Noticing the absence of onlookers, a delicate white hand stealthily slipped from the voluminous sleeve and reached toward the young lady's cheek. Just as it seemed poised for triumph, a swift kick unexpectedly appeared, striking its forehead. Foolish creature. Indeed, you have once again brought me trouble. Chapter 86. Blood for blood. Yifeng seized the black robe with fervor, enveloping it entirely within his grasp, and unleashed a torrent of blows upon it. His actions incited a flurry of commotion among the onlookers. Strike the dog, strike the dog. Yifeng, with a visage marked by embarrassment, endeavored to explain himself. After administering yet another round of punishment, he dragged the black robe, along with the entire skull, back to his abode. Once inside the shop, the more he pondered, the more incensed he became, leading to a fierce kick aimed at the offending object. This wretched thing had never allowed him a moment's peace. Today it had ravaged old Wang's vegetable garden, and tomorrow it had killed Aunt Lee's cow. To his astonishment, this audacious creature had even taken to behaving like a lecherous rogue. Yet, what irked him the most was its tenacity, akin to a parasite. He had thrown it away, only for it to return. He had buried it in a pit, yet it had clawed its way back to the surface. Ultimately, he had locked it away. But after merely a few days of respite, it had re-emerged, defying all his attempts to rid himself of it. Suddenly, the black robe began to writhe, and a skull emerged, clattering its jaw as it directed a sound toward Yifeng. I curse you. Yifeng's previously diminished ire flared anew as he gritted his teeth and declared, this time, I shall dismantle you, and we shall see what you can do. With that, he delivered a powerful punch, sending the skull tumbling to the ground with a resonant clatter. However, the skull, rolling on the floor, opened its mouth once more. I curse you. At that moment, the skeletal frame beneath Yifeng's feet extended a hand and audaciously raised a middle finger. Ah, you mimic quite well. Ever since Yifeng had once raised a finger at someone, this insufferable thing had taken to imitating him with remarkable accuracy, inciting a fury within Yifeng that left him seething. He stepped on the skeletal frame and began to dismantle it. Master, there are people outside seeking you, came the respectful voice of Zhongqing, who approached. It seems to be members of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. Members of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce? Yifeng's brow furrowed as he inquired sternly, what do they want with me? They mentioned that there are proceeds from the previous edition of Dream of the Red Chamber that your master should collect, Zhongqing replied. I shall not go. They may either bring it to me or leave it be. Our paths do not align, and I have no desire to engage with them. If they choose not to deliver it, it matters not. The book holds little value, and I can simply forego it. However, master, they have sent a sedan chair, insisting that you must go in person, Zhongqing added. Yifeng frowned, then said, very well, disciple, you shall go in my stead, retrieve the money, and return promptly. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Yes, master, Zhongqing replied with a respectful nod. After Zhongqing departed, Yifeng resumed his task of dismantling the skull. With considerable effort, he finally managed to disassemble the skull's torso, hands, and legs, subsequently securing each piece in separate rooms. The skull was firmly pressed beneath the manhole cover. And after brushing off his hands, Yifeng revealed a satisfied smile. Just as he stretched lazily and prepared to take a sip of water, a figure rushed in at the doorway, anxiously calling out, Master E, something terrible has happened. What is it? Yifeng hurriedly dashed outside. The newcomer was a servant from the nearby beef restaurant, who urgently exclaimed, Master E, your young disciple, Zhongqing, is in trouble. He may not survive. You must come quickly. What? Yifeng's expression shifted dramatically, and without even pausing to shut the door, he followed the servant from the restaurant. Soon, they arrived at an alley teeming with onlookers, all pointing and murmuring in hushed tones. As Yifeng approached, a wave of bloodshed assaulted his senses. The ground was littered with corpses, the palanquin had been reduced to a state of utter disarray, and the bearers had long since fallen silent. There, on the ground, lay Zhongqing, gasping for breath as he looked up at Yifeng. Disciple. Yifeng rushed towards Zhongqing, inspecting his injuries, his eyes brimming with tears. Master, I fear I can no longer serve you. Zhongqing, drenched in blood and barely clinging to life, murmured weakly. No, that cannot be. Do not speak. I will not allow you to perish. Yifeng stifled his fury, scooping Zhongqing into his arms and sprinting towards the martial arts hall. Upon returning to the hall, Yifeng hastily laid Zhongqing on a bed and gathered every medicinal remedy available in his home. He first staunched the bleeding, then tended to the wounds. After laboring tirelessly for the better part of the day, Zhongqing's breathing gradually stabilized, and he was pulled back from the brink of death. Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief, yet his eyes were now ablaze with fury. Whoever is responsible for this, I will ensure that you pay in blood, even if it costs me everything I possess. Chapter 87. The Puppet Master Useless. A bunch of worthless fools, unable to accomplish such a trivial task. What purpose do you serve under my patronage? In the grand hall of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, Mao Lin glared at his kneeling subordinates, his palm striking the table as a furious voice erupted from his lips. During this period, he had endured immense pressure, particularly after his daughter's personal involvement ended in failure, leading to opposition from the upper echelons of the entire chamber. With no other recourse, he devised a plan. If Yifeng could not serve the Pingjiang chamber, then he must be eradicated, thus liberating the chamber from its predicament. However, he never anticipated that his carefully crafted scheme would result in utter failure. President, forgive us. The foremost subordinate bowed his head to the ground, his face etched with respect as he explained, we were unaware that Yifeng was absent. It was his disciple who arrived. Humph, Mao Lin scoffed. Since you later realized it was not Yifeng, why did you still take action and provoke him? This allowed Yifeng to prepare defenses, jeopardizing our next opportunity to strike. Well, upon seeing it was not Yifeng, we indeed intended to withdraw, the leading subordinate replied, his complexion bleak. However, that disciple realized we were targeting Yifeng and attacked us first. Moreover, That little brat possessed formidable skills, single-handedly killing several of our brothers before meeting his own demise. Humph, you only know how to make excuses. Mao Lin seethed with rage. Having failed to eliminate Yi Feng this time, finding another opportunity would likely prove far more challenging. Enough, father, spare them. At that moment, a young man dressed in fine garments entered the room, a faint smile gracing his features. It was Mao Lin's eldest son. Mao Yi, what manner of time is this, and you remain so carefree? Mao Lin looked at Mao Yi with a mix of admonition and concern. Do you not understand that my actions, even at the expense of your sister, are all for you? If I am ousted as president, your ascent to this position will be as difficult as scaling the heavens. Father, you misunderstand, Mao Yi responded with a smile. I am well aware of your intentions, but blaming them serves no purpose. Besides, what is a mere Yi Feng? He can write a couple of books. What is the significance? Killing him would be a trivial endeavor. Yet, according to Yuner, this Yi Feng is not as simple as he appears. Mao Lin said earnestly. I have heard that cultivators are drawn to him, and his relationship with the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce is quite substantial. You must understand that we dare not retaliate against them, even as they brazenly seize our business, due to Yin Xiong's precious daughter being at Qingshan Gate. What of it? Mao Yi sneered. Even if he is not simple, he is at most a low-level cultivator. As for his ties with the Baofeng Chamber, they are merely a matter of mutual benefit. Despite his status as a mere low-level cultivator, he is still a cultivator, after all. Mao Lin expressed his concerns. Father, you are the president of the Merchant Guild. While profound cultivators are indeed beyond our reach, we are not incapable of hiring cultivators who can handle Yi Feng. Mao Yi remarked with a meaningful smile. As soon as his words faded, 3 men entered the room, exuding a formidable aura, their presence imbued with a palpable killing intent, which immediately placed immense pressure on Mao Lin. What are these 3 doing here? Mao Lin gasped in astonishment. These are the cultivators I have invited. They will assist us in directly dealing with Yi Feng, and their cultivation levels have already reached the realm of martial spirits. Mao Yi responded nonchalantly. Martial spirits. Mao Lin's heart sank at the revelation. He never anticipated that these 3 individuals would possess such extraordinary prowess, individuals he could seldom encounter. Therefore, father, you can rest assured, Mao Yi said with a beaming smile. With 3 martial spirit masters at our disposal, even a minor character like Yi Feng, regardless of his modest cultivation, will be crushed effortlessly. However, Mao Lin leaned closer to Mao Yi and whispered, it must have cost a considerable price to enlist these 3. Father, fear not. They disdain treasures typical of mortals, Mao Yi replied, a slight smirk playing on his lips. They only require my assistance in locating 100 youthful maidens. 100 youthful maidens? Mao Lin exclaimed with delight. If that is the case, this transaction seems exceedingly profitable for us. Moreover, with 3 martial spirits involved, eliminating Yi Feng would undoubtedly pose no challenge. With a smile, Mao Lin addressed the 3 men. Gentlemen, should you assist us in resolving this matter, I assure you, I can procure not just 100, but even 200 youthful maidens for you. Excellent. The 3 men settled down, nodding in satisfaction at Mao Lin's words, their lips curling into cold smiles as they said, after we rest for a day, we shall take care of that little brat you mentioned. Chapter 88. The enraged ancestor of the Green Mountain. After ensuring the safety of Zhongqing, Yi Feng exited the martial arts hall with a somber expression. He knew, without a doubt, who the mastermind behind this incident was, and a mere moment's contemplation would reveal their intentions. It was undoubtedly the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, seeking to extinguish his life for their own gain, and it was his disciple, Zhongqing, who had shielded him from their malice. Though merely a mortal, Yi Feng adhered to the principle of repaying enmity with vengeance. Before long, Yi Feng arrived at the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. Upon seeing Yi Feng in person, the president, Yin Xiong, dared not display any semblance of negligence. He immediately set aside all his affairs to personally attend to Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, please have some tea, Yin Xiong nervously offered, extending his hand. However, Yi Feng remained unresponsive. This left Yin Xiong in a state of extreme anxiety, sitting on pins and needles beside Yi Feng, fervently ruminating whether he had inadvertently offended him in some manner. Since Yi Feng entered, he had worn a dark expression and had yet to utter a single word. At last, when the pressure became unbearable for Yin Xiong, the ever-silent Yi Feng finally lifted his head and addressed him. President Yin, Yes, yes, Mr. E, I am here. In Xiong replied, startled into response. Surely your chamber is capable of eliminating a few individuals? Yifeng inquired. In Xiong was momentarily taken aback. I wish to have a few people killed, Yifeng continued, as he recalled the injuries sustained by his cherished disciple, narrowing his eyes. Because someone nearly took my disciple's life. What? Someone dared to harm Mr. Yi's disciple? In Xiong suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. This revelation was utterly shocking to him. While he did not know Yifeng in entirety, he certainly understood his significance. Yet, someone had dared to act against his disciple? This was a matter of grave consequence. Should it be mishandled and provoke Yifeng's wrath, it could spell calamity for the entire Pingjiang city. Is there a solution? Yifeng raised his gaze and queried. Of course, whatever remuneration you require, please do not hesitate to ask, In Xiong stammered, nearly quaking as he spoke, entirely disregarding Yifeng's mention of compensation. Excellent. Yifeng nodded. Then I wish to see the head of the mastermind. Is that agreeable? Yes, yes. In Xiong. Guarantee it, In Xiong swiftly assured, thumping his chest. However, it is likely to involve individuals from the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, Yifeng added. Naturally, as of now, there is no evidence. I will need you to investigate, Yifeng instructed. Rest assured, sir. I will swiftly ascertain the details, regardless of who it may be, and present the mastermind's head before you, In Xiong pledged earnestly, raising his palm. Good. I appreciate your assistance. Yifeng finished his tea and rose to depart. Initially, he merely speculated that the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce might engage in such nefarious activities, harboring little hope of it being true. However, it now appears to be a delightful surprise. After bidding farewell to Yifeng, In Xiong did not dare to linger for even a moment. He immediately took two subordinates and galloped towards the Qingshan gate. With swift urgency, In Xiong soon located Luo Lanxue. What? Upon hearing the unfolding events, Luo Lanxue's complexion turned ashen, and she instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. She hastily said, Uncle, I will take you to meet my master. You must recount the entire matter to my master in detail. Indeed, In Xiong nodded, though anxiety gripped his heart. He had long heard tales of the revered Qingshan ancestor, yet this was his first encounter. Master, urgent matters require your attention. Outside the secret chamber, Luo Lanxue respectfully called out with In Xiong by her side. Disciple, I have recently attained some insights while wielding the master's treasured blade. Whatever the matter, you must leave me to my meditation, came the authoritative voice of the Qingshan ancestor from within. Master, this is of utmost importance, Luo Lanxue implored anxiously. I have stated that no urgent matters are to disturb my seclusion. The ancestor's voice bore a hint of ire. If my meditation is interrupted, you shall bear the consequences. Please, master, quell your anger. This matter may be even more significant than your insights. Luo Lanxue bit her lip resolutely and declared, the master's disciple, young master Zhongqing, was nearly assassinated. What? As soon as Luo Lanxue's words fell, an incredulous voice echoed from within, followed by a thunderous sound as the Qingshan ancestor burst forth. With veins visibly throbbing, the ancestor seized Luo Lanxue's delicate hand, eyes wide with intensity, demanding, What did you just say? Chapter 89. An unprecedented lineup under the imposing gaze of the venerable Qingshan. In Xiong trembled as he recounted the events in their entirety. How outrageous! How utterly outrageous! Upon hearing In Xiong's account, the venerable Qingshan erupted with fury, unleashing a single palm strike that reduced a nearby structure to rubble. From the debris emerged the third elder, covered in dust and dirt, with a face full of grievance, exclaiming, Ancestor, you've demolished my house again. What is the meaning of this? Begone! Qingshan bellowed, dismissing him without a second glance, and redirected his attention to Luo Lanxue. Shuer, you must promptly inform Zhu Yun and the other senior members of the sect to gather at the Qingshan Great Hall. Yes. Luo Lanxue did not dare to delay. Her graceful figure swiftly vanished into thin air. You must hasten back down the mountain and ascertain who possesses the audacity to commit such acts, Qingshan instructed In Xiong. Understood, Master Qingshan. In Xiong, scarcely pausing to take a sip of water, hurried down the mountain accompanied by two subordinates. In the Qingshan Great Hall, Qingshan sat in a solemn silence at the head of the chamber. Below, Zhu Yun, Luo Lanxue, and the other elders bowed their heads, their expressions grave. A palpable aura of pressure enveloped the hall, rendering the weaker individuals breathless. Master, this matter is of utmost significance. Luo Lanshui was the first to step forward, urgently analyzing. According to my uncle, the master is exceedingly enraged about this incident. Indeed, my sister speaks true, the youthful In Luo Li interjected, her face flushed with anger. The master has bestowed countless favors upon our Qingshan sect, yet on our own territory, his disciple nearly fell victim to harm. We must provide the master with an explanation. Certainly, though the master did not intervene directly, his communication with the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce is unmistakable. He is signaling that we owe him an account, the sect leader Zhu Yun added, his demeanor serious. Thus, we must treat this matter with the gravitas it deserves, ensuring the master is satisfied. Otherwise, should he take matters into his own hands, we cannot withstand his wrath. Therefore, master, it is imperative that you make a decision swiftly regarding our course of action, Luo Lanshui urged, casting a solemn gaze towards the venerable Qingshan. Qingshan's expression darkened, and he struck the stone table with great force, shattering it into dust. Regardless of who dared to assault young Master Zhongqing, none shall escape unscathed. With that, he waved his hand, his voice resonating throughout the great hall like a thunderous bell. Send forth my orders. At once. Activate the mountain's protective formation, notify the 12 elders and 18 guardians, dispatch 36 celestial warriors and 72 earthly spirits, and ensure that all 108 disciples of the sect are mobilized under Zhu Yun's command. None shall remain behind. I shall make those who have angered the master deeply regret their existence in this world. As the words of Qingshan echoed, a wave of astonishment washed over the hall. Such a formidable assembly had never been witnessed, even in the face of sect wars. However, it is indeed true that if one cannot pacify that individual's fury, the existence of the Qingshan sect may well be rendered unnecessary. Thus, a cacophony erupted within the grand hall of Qingshan, as radiant streams of light surged forth, dispersing powerful winds. The 108 branches of the Qingshan sect stood ready, their numerous disciples mobilizing towards Pingjiang City, the thundering of their footsteps echoing resoundingly. Simultaneously, the 36 celestial generals and 72 earthly fiends mounted the flying beasts nurtured by their sect, assembling in the sky and casting a colossal shadow over the ground as they surged towards Pingjiang City with a deafening roar. Ultimately, under the leadership of Zhu Yun, the 12 elders and 18 guardians soared into the air, their formidable presence radiating an overwhelming pressure, moving with such swiftness and might that they resembled celestial meteors streaking across the heavens. In Pingjiang City, the operations of the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce came to an abrupt halt. All shop doors shuttered tightly, and countless informants dispatched simultaneously. Within less than half an hour, a message delivered by carrier pigeon from the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce landed in the hands of the ancestor of Qingshan. Upon opening the note, a menacing aura emanated from his countenance. The Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce must perish. With this decree, the formidable contingent of the Qingshan sect set forth towards the location of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. At that moment, the atmosphere in Pingjiang City abruptly shifted. Chapter 90. A sense of ease within the grand hall of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. Mao Lin sat on the left and Mao Yi on the right, graciously hosting three formidable martial masters who were engaged in jovial conversation over drinks. Suddenly, a flustered steward rushed in, his expression fraught with urgency. "What is the matter?" Mao Lin exclaimed, slamming his cup down with a heavy thud, his tone laced with irritation. "Do you not see that I am entertaining these esteemed gentlemen?" "President, we are faced with a grave situation," the steward replied breathlessly. "Our informant placed within the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce has just reported that Yifeng, along with the Baofeng Chamber, has closed its doors, preparing to take action against our Pingjiang Chamber." "What?" Mao Lin's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that the prestigious Baofeng Chamber would resort to such drastic measures, even contemplating an assault on the Pingjiang Chamber due to Yifeng. This was indeed a serious matter. It could escalate into a conflict between the two chambers. You continue to entertain our esteemed guests while I investigate this matter further," Mao Lin commanded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. "President Mao, what are you doing? Please, sit back down and enjoy your drink." One of the martial masters interjected lazily. "Are you truly going to abandon us here in such a manner? It would be quite discourteous." faced with the master's words. Mao Lin hesitated, lowering his head and responding, "Gentlemen, you have heard the news. The Baofeng chamber is prepared to strike at our Pingjiang chamber over that insignificant brat. As president, it is my duty to oversee the situation." Yet, the martial master showed no intention of allowing Mao Lin to leave, instead raising an eyebrow and tapping on the table with an air of authority. Reluctantly, Mao Lin took his seat once more, though his mind remained preoccupied with the affairs of the Baofeng chamber. "President Mao, why the worry?" the martial master observed. His posture relaxed as he drummed his fingers on the table. "It is merely a small chamber. With us by your side, what is there to fear?" At this, Mao Lin's troubled expression brightened. Indeed, with 3 martial masters at his side, what had he to fear from the Baofeng chamber? Nevertheless, a hint of apprehension lingered, and he cautiously replied, "Gentlemen, while we may not fear the Baofeng chamber alone, the real concern lies in their association with the Qingshan sect." "The Qingshan sect?" The martial master scoffed dismissively. "Though the old ancestor of Qingshan possesses some strength, we 3 brothers are also of the martial realm. Do you truly believe the Qingshan sect would risk offending us over a mere chamber?" "I believe they are well aware of the gravity of such a decision," he continued, a confident glint in his eye. "Indeed," Mao Lin exclaimed, suddenly slapping his thigh in realization. The weight of his concerns was instantly lifted. "Come, esteemed gentlemen, allow me to raise a toast to you." With a flushed face, he lifted his cup, a newfound vigor in his demeanor. "Now, that is the spirit." With a subtle smile, Wu Ling raised his wine cup and remarked, "Let us, a few of us, savor this wine and feast, while we patiently await the arrival of that Yi Feng and his entourage. Once they gather, the 3 of us shall strike together, ensuring we eliminate those inept fools, leaving no survivors." His laughter resonated, reverberating through the air as Mao Lin indulged in his drink, feeling utterly at ease. All that remained was to await the impending arrival of Yi Feng and the representatives of the Baofeng commerce, who were unwittingly marching towards their doom. At that moment, a flock of birds soared across the sky, soon followed by a multitude of spectral figures that descended, hovering majestically above the Pingjiang commerce, their expressions devoid of warmth. In the next instant, the 36 celestial generals and 72 earthly fiends arrived, riding formidable flying beasts, their colossal forms casting an immense shadow upon the ground, instilling a profound sense of oppression. The Qingshan sect, with its 108 halls and nearly 100,000 disciples, had encircled the Pingjiang commerce in layers, ensuring that no one could escape. Finally, a formidable presence surged forth, revealing the furious Lu Qingshan. In his rage, he brandished a legendary kitchen knife, underscoring the seriousness with which he approached the matter. President, trouble looms. Yifeng's forces have arrived." Just as Mao Lin and the 3 martial masters were immersed in their revelry, the anxious steward burst in with alarming news, tripping over the threshold and tumbling inside. "President Mao, your subordinate is truly timid." One of the martial masters scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. Mao Lin, feeling embarrassed, quickly retorted sternly at the steward, "I have stated that I am engaged in a toast with these esteemed gentlemen. Do not interrupt so abruptly. Furthermore, if they have come, they have come. With 3 esteemed masters present, what is there to fear? But President, they have brought a multitude." The steward exclaimed, his face awash with urgency. "We must not be complacent." Silence. However, the martial master appeared disinclined to hear another word from the steward. With a mere wave of his arm, the steward was transformed into a crimson mist, and the martial master turned his gaze toward Mao Lin, languidly saying, "President Mao, it seems your people harbor doubts about us." "How could that be?" Mao Lin hastily clarified. "That mere steward knows nothing. He is merely frightened by the numbers of Yifeng's people, oblivious to the fact that in the eyes of these 3 masters, no matter how many come, they are merely delivering themselves to their demise." Chapter 91, Silver Lance and Wax Head. Excellent. The 3 martial spirits nodded in satisfaction. However, since they had already arrived, Mao Lin eagerly cast a hopeful glance at the trio and cautiously inquired, "Might I trouble the 3 esteemed gentlemen to swiftly deal with them? There's no rush. They are mere trifles. After we savor this jug of wine, we shall attend to them," one of the martial spirit masters replied, gently lifting the wine jug and personally pouring a glass for Mao Lin. "Very well, I shall indulge in this jug of wine with the 3 distinguished gentlemen first." Mao Lin chuckled, observing the trio's relaxed demeanor, he too allowed himself to unwind. To further please the three martial spirits, he summoned a dozen maidens to entertain. In an instant, the hall was filled with laughter and revelry. "My lords, this wine is the strongest I could procure at your behest," Mao Lin said with a grin. "Indeed, this wine is quite invigorating," one of the martial spirit masters remarked as he rose, patting Mao Lin on the shoulder while his crafty hand did not hesitate to fondle one of the maidens. Soon, the table was cleared of all its beverages. With a slight haze of inebriation, the three martial spirit masters gradually stood and addressed Mao Lin and his son. "Come, let us first assist you in dealing with those summoned by Yi Feng, and then we shall return to our drinking." Upon hearing this, Mao Lin and his son could hardly contain their joy. This development not only alleviated the crisis facing his merchant association, but also held the potential to eradicate the source of the problem, thereby dismantling the Baofeng Merchant Association entirely. Most importantly, with the backing of the three martial spirit masters, there was no need to fear any repercussions from the Qingshan sect. With the three martial spirit masters leading the way and Mao Lin and his son following closely, all wore smiles as they made their way to the exit. "Brother, they are merely a bunch of useless fools. We shall refrain from intervening, and you may handle this alone," one martial spirit said to another as they stepped outside. "Rest assured, brother, they won't summon any formidable adversaries. Such a trivial matter does not require the involvement of both of you. I shall manage it myself." The other martial spirit replied confidently. "Very well. Haha." With their boisterous laughter echoing, the group finally stepped outside. However, the moment they crossed the threshold, the three martial spirit masters suddenly felt their legs weaken, nearly stumbling to the ground. Before them stood dozens of predatory eyes, their owners hovering in midair, emanating an intense chill. What truly despaired the three martial spirits was that none of the individuals before them appeared weaker than themselves. A chorus of beastly roars erupted as a swarm of flying monsters descended from above, circling ominously. Upon these creatures sat formidable figures clad in armor, radiating potent energy, poised to strike at a moment's command. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" In the unseen distance, a cacophony of thunderous voices erupted, emanating from the countless disciples of the Qingshan sect. Although their figures remained shrouded from view, the sheer resonance of their calls instilled a profound sense of dread, as if they were poised to obliterate the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce at any moment. Yet, what truly instilled trepidation in the hearts of the three was the elder hovering above, wielding a kitchen knife that radiated a soft luminescence. His hair billowed in the wind as he stood suspended in midair, exuding an aura that rivaled an army of thousands. Witnessing such a formidable presence, the three martial spirits trembled, their intoxication abruptly shaken off, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. The father and son duo of the Mao family were equally taken aback by this formidable display, despite their respectable standing among mortals. They had never encountered such an imposing assembly. "What shall we do, President?" one asked, anxiety lacing his voice. "Indeed, President," another echoed. "There are so many of them. They appear quite fearsome. We must devise a plan." At that moment, other members of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce hurried over, encircling Mao Lin and voicing their concerns. Mao Lin furrowed his brow, but upon recalling that three martial spirit masters were stationed close by to protect him and his son, he regained his composure. With renewed confidence, he straightened his back and addressed the anxious crowd. "Why the panic? Remain calm, although they may be numerous. We are fortified by the presence of three esteemed martial spirit masters. In their eyes, we are but fleeting shadows." With a beaming smile, he turned his gaze towards the trio of martial spirits, saying cheerfully, "Gentlemen, surely you agree with my assessment? I trust that your prowess will effortlessly dispatch them. Am I not correct?" Chapter 92. The destruction of the explosive gang. Mao Lin's inquiry immediately caused the faces of the three martial spirit masters to flush crimson, their facial muscles twitching involuntarily. In their hearts, they entertained the notion of eliminating Mao Lin. Were their eyes truly blind? Could they not perceive the formidable array before them? The effect of this formation was such that not only the three martial spirits, but even three martial kings would likely fall victim here. For an extended period, the three could not utter a single word. Their sole thought was to swiftly sever ties with the Qingjiang Chamber of Commerce and make their escape. This situation, this formation, was beyond their capacity to confront. Esteemed sirs. However, Mao Lin, oblivious, spoke again, batting his eyes and casting a questioning glance their way. "Curse it." The leading martial spirit struck Mao Lin across the face, causing stars to dance before his eyes, as he declared, "Chairman Mao, we've completed our purchases. We must take our leave." Clearly, they intended for the Qingshan sect to believe that they were merely here for a transaction. After exchanging hurried glances, the three martial spirits prepared to depart, swiftly reaching the entrance without anyone obstructing their way. This clandestine sigh of relief brought a smirk of satisfaction to their faces. Yet, just as they thought they had evaded danger, Mao Lin, still reeling from the slap, suddenly called out, "Esteemed sirs, what do you mean by this? Were you not so fervent in your promise to assist us in dealing with these individuals? Why have you suddenly abandoned us?" The impact of Mao Lin's words transformed the expressions of the three martial spirits. Without daring to linger, they unleashed their martial spirit aura, stomping their feet against the ground, attempting to leap into the air and escape. However, as they soared, an extremely perilous aura enveloped them. Turning back, they beheld Lu Qingshan standing aloft, brandishing a gleaming kitchen knife, which he then hurled into the air. As it ascended, the light from the knife intensified, expanding to an impressive 100 zhang before it descended with a horizontal slash. Boom! A series of explosive sounds echoed as countless structures collapsed, and the blade's brilliance carved a chasm hundreds of feet long before the three martial spirits, drenched in cold sweat, stood frozen in disbelief. Though the chasm posed little threat to them, they could easily navigate past it, yet now it loomed like an insurmountable divide, instilling in them an acute fear of crossing it. For they understood that should they move another inch, that knife might very well descend upon them. This blow was undeniably terrifying. "It seems you three have also become entangled in this matter." From above, the piercing gaze of the venerable Qingshan fell upon them, accompanied by an authoritative voice. Simultaneously, the attention of the other members of the Qingshan sect converged upon them. The gazes fixed upon the three martial spirits sent shivers down their spines. Under the oppressive weight of the gathered crowd, even these three formidable martial experts found themselves on the brink of psychological collapse. "Mao Lin, I curse your grandmother." In a fit of exasperation, one of the martial spirits turned and hurled insults at Mao Lin. Had it not been for this fool's ill-timed remark, they would have long since fled the scene. "I ask you again, have you also involved yourselves in this matter?" The voice of the venerable Qingshan echoed insistently, unperturbed by the skirmishes among the dogs. Acknowledging that there was no escaping the truth, the three martial spirits resolved to confront the situation head-on, boldly declaring, "Indeed, we have been involved. But what of it? Even if we are not your match, should you wish to act against us, you must consider our status." "Oh." The venerable Qingshan narrowed his eyes slightly. "We are members of the South Sand Exploding Heaven Gang. You must understand, during our peak, the Exploding Heaven Gang was not something your Qingshan sect could compare with." The martial spirit raised his proud gaze, speaking with a grave tone. "Although we may have diminished over time, the Exploding Heaven Gang still holds more weight than your Qingshan sect. Should you wish to take action against us, you must weigh your options carefully." With this, the three martial spirits displayed an air of confidence. Initially intimidated by the presence of the Qingshan sect, memories of their backing from the Exploding Heaven Gang reassured them that the Qingshan sect would think twice before acting against them. Mao Lin finally comprehended that these three martial spirits were not mere opponents of the Qingshan sect. Once ashen-faced, he felt a renewed glimmer of hope upon hearing their words. After all, they were all in the same predicament. "What if I insist on moving against you?" The venerable Qingshan's pupils constricted slightly as he spoke coldly. "Then the Exploding Heaven Gang will surely not let this go unpunished," the martial spirit threatened unabashedly. "After all, we are elders of the Exploding Heaven Gang. Unless you are willing to risk igniting a sect war between your Qingshan sect and our Exploding Heaven Gang, you should think twice before acting against us." "Very well." The venerable Qingshan's expression shifted, betraying no discernible emotion of joy or anger. In the next moment, he waved his hand, a booming command resonating throughout the skies. "By my decree, leave 18 guardians to guard this place. The rest, led by Zhu Yun, shall depart swiftly. Within a day, annihilate the Exploding Heaven Gang." "What?" The once confident three martial spirits suddenly paled, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the venerable Qingshan. "You, for the sake of a mere mortal affair, would you truly seek to annihilate the Exploding Heaven Gang? How could you dare?" Chapter 93. Sudden turn of events. Humph. What is there to fear? Lu Qingshan was filled with righteous fury. Not only was the current Zhatian gang inferior to his Qingshan sect, even during its peak, it would not dare to offend him. He would bravely confront them with a kitchen knife. With a single command from Lu Qingshan, the forces of the Qingshan sect surged forth abruptly. What? The three martial spirit experts of the Zhatian gang widened their eyes in disbelief, expecting Lu Qingshan's words to be mere bluster. Yet they were taken aback to witness him truly taking action. As the Qingshan sect's army mobilized, Lu Qingshan let out another furious hum. With another command, the 18 guardians, stationed to defend, charged toward the three martial spirit experts. The 18 guardians were the backbone of the Qingshan sect, each having attained the martial spirit realm. Their assault on the three was nearly a foregone conclusion. The anguished cries echoed as the three martial spirits were captured without so much as a splash. The sight left Mao Lin and his son trembling, cold sweat cascading down their brows. They had never anticipated that the three martial spirits they relied upon would be so easily vanquished. Although they had sensed their defeat when witnessing their retreat, they had expected at least a semblance of resistance. In that moment, both father and son felt their hearts constrict with a painful throb. After capturing the three martial spirits, Lu Qingshan's authoritative gaze suddenly fixed upon Mao Lin and his son, accompanied by a palpable pressure. Crack! Under the weight of this oppressive force, the two could no longer withstand it and dropped to their knees, despair etched upon their faces. It was you who sent someone to harm Mr. Yi's disciple? The venerable ancestor of Qingshan questioned in a gravely serious tone, his pressure intensifying with every word. Not me. Not me. Under the duress of this overwhelming dread, Mao Yi's mental defenses crumbled, and he shouted frantically, I had nothing to do with this. It was him. It was him. In a frenzy, he pointed at Mao Lin, exclaiming, It was this old wretch's doing. I am not involved at all. You. Witnessing his son turn against him in a moment of crisis, Mao Lin felt a surge of blood rush to his head, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everything he had done was for Mao Yi's future, yet he never expected that Mao Yi would betray him so swiftly. However, the venerable ancestor of Qingshan had no interest in their petty squabble. His sole focus was on how to quell Mr. Yi's wrath. Yet, upon hearing Mao Yi's accusations, his cold gaze fell upon Mao Lin. So, you are the mastermind behind this? Upon hearing this, Mao Lin's complexion paled, devoid of color, as he realized he was beyond salvation. Raising his eyes filled with unwillingness to the venerable ancestor, he hoarsely uttered, If I am not mistaken, you must be the venerable ancestor of the Qingshan sect, right? The venerable ancestor remained silent, his eyes still icy. Mao Lin lowered his head. It was now abundantly clear to him that the entire Qingshan sect had mobilized to lay siege upon his insignificant Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. He simply could not comprehend why a mere individual, Yi Feng, could provoke such a tremendous uproar, compelling the venerable ancestor of Qingshan to personally intervene, summoning the entire sect. Who exactly was he? Unable to contain his bewilderment, he gritted his teeth and voiced his inner questions. The venerable ancestor of Qingshan wore a disdainful smile, coldly replying, Though you, as a worthless being, are unworthy of knowing the identity of my esteemed teacher, I shall nonetheless grant you the clarity you seek. He is not only the savior of both myself, Lu Qingshan, and the Qingshan sect, but also my most revered senior. He has chosen to conceal his cultivation and, like dust, has come to this humble town to experience life. Yet, you, a piece of refuse, nearly brought harm to his disciple. Tell me, do you not deserve death? Does the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce not deserve obliteration? Upon the conclusion of the ancestor's declaration, it resonated in Mao Lin's mind like a thunderclap, his eyes widening with disbelief. The phrase about concealed cultivation and earthly wanderings lingered incessantly in his thoughts. So he was. Furthermore, you are utterly blind. As my teacher has granted you numerous opportunities, all you needed was to seize the slightest chance to surpass the masses, yet you squandered it. The ancestor mocked mercilessly, clearly having an intimate understanding of the intelligence surrounding the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. With a splatter, the ancestor's words struck the most painful chord in Mao Lin's heart, igniting a furious response that caused him to spit blood. Who could argue otherwise? He had the advantage and the opportunity to forge a partnership, to cultivate a beneficial relationship. Yet, he single-handedly ruined it. Hatred. Regret. Now, it is too late. May you perish and possess clearer vision in your next life. Lacking patience for any further dialogue with Mao Lin, the ancestor gently lowered his hand, unleashing an overwhelming force. Under such pressure, Mao Lin's meridians shattered, his internal organs crushed, and he collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open. "Congratulations, my lord. You have vanquished the instigator," shouted Mao Yi frantically. "So, my lord, may I be spared now?" "Humph. You deserve to die even more." The ancestor scoffed, casting a derisive glance in his direction. With a single strike, Mao Yi was obliterated before he could even beg for mercy. With a cold gaze that no longer regarded them, the ancestor turned his attention to the three martial spirits. "It is your turn now." Fear etched across their faces, the trio threatened, "If you dare to harm us, the Exploding Sky Gang will not let you go." "Oh, really?" The ancestor's expression darkened as he swiftly crushed one of them to death. "You truly dare to kill us?" Witnessing their companion's demise, the remaining two exclaimed in desperation. "Do you really think the Exploding Sky Gang is as simple as it appears? We assure you, every member of the Qingshan sect will be annihilated." Annoyed, Lu Qingshan unleashed his palms, swiftly ending their lives. Ha ha ha. However, as Lu Qingshan relaxed, three wisps of azure smoke wafted from their bodies. "You cannot kill us. If you dare, come and seek us out at the Exploding Heaven Gang. We await you, ha ha ha." As the laughter faded, the three wisps of smoke vanished in an instant. Damn it! The expression on Qingshan's face changed dramatically. He wished to pursue them, but found himself at a loss, never having anticipated that the trio possessed such a secret technique. "In Xiong," the ancestor of Qingshan called out urgently. "Here." In Xiong responded promptly. "Bring the heads of Mao Lin and the others to the master." "I must eliminate these three," the ancestor commanded. "But what about the other members of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce who are unrelated to this matter?" In Xiong respectfully inquired. "Capture them first. We cannot allow any to escape, and then we shall consult the master." After a brief moment of contemplation, the ancestor of Qingshan spoke solemnly. "If the master decrees they shall live, then they shall. If he decrees they shall die, then they shall perish." "Understood." In Xiong promptly complied. Having dealt with the affairs of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, Lu Qingshan, with a darkened expression, led the 18 guardians towards the Exploding Heaven Gang. He had initially contemplated whether it was too hasty to attack the Exploding Heaven Gang solely due to the actions of these three. After all, misfortune should not befall the innocent, and the transgressions of these three might not be connected to the gang. However, it now seemed imperative that he pay a visit to the Exploding Heaven Gang. To say nothing of the rest, the lives of these three must be extinguished. Chapter 94. Unusual circumstances. The situation is rather grim. Within the martial arts hall, Yifeng placed his palm upon Zhongqing's forehead, furrowing his brow. Although Zhongqing had escaped the clutches of death, he remained in a state of unconsciousness. It appeared that only a particular medicine could revive him. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng realized that procuring this remedy would require several items. It seemed he would need to venture back into the mountains. Upon this thought, a look of resentment crossed Yifeng's face as he pondered the efficiency of the Baofeng Merchants Association. "Sir, we have fulfilled our mission with honor. Not only have we executed the mastermind, but we have also annihilated the entire Pingjiang Merchants Association." At that moment, In Xiong arrived with his men. As Yifeng stepped outside, he was taken aback to see one of In Xiong's subordinates carrying a severed head, and to his astonishment, it was that of Mao Lin. What a sight! Yifeng felt a surge of elation. The Baofeng Merchants Association had indeed demonstrated remarkable efficiency. His disciples' vengeance had been avenged. Yet, what astonished Yifeng further was the complete destruction of the Pingjiang Merchants Association. Truly ruthless. "Speak, what reward do you desire? I shall fulfill any request within my power," Yifeng declared generously. Given In Xiong's commendable efficiency, the reward could not be meager, even if he had to part with a portion of his earnings. Avenging his disciple was worth any price. Upon hearing this, In Xiong's expression brightened, realizing that even a small token from Yifeng could lead to significant opportunities for him. However, he hesitated to ask for anything. Thus, he quickly responded, "Sir, you are too gracious. This was merely a trifling effort, and I seek no reward." A trifling effort? It is no wonder Yifeng discerned that the two merchant associations had long been at odds. It seemed the Baofeng Merchants Association had been eager to eradicate the Pingjiang Merchants Association, and this opportunity served to fulfill both their aims while helping him exact his revenge. Is it truly so that you do not desire a reward? Yifeng inquired again. Indeed, I do not require it, Yin Xiong replied, his expression a mixture of complexity and longing. Very well, Yifeng nodded. After all, they were partners, and the association had profited considerably from his involvement. It was only reasonable to forego any reward. By the way, sir, how should we deal with the others from the Baofeng Merchants Association? Yin Xiong asked. The others? Yifeng furrowed his brow, pondering the necessity of discussing them. However, considering the gravity of the matter and Yin Xiong's position as the leader of the association, it was only logical for him to seek advice. Since we are at it, it would not hurt to discuss, Yifeng mused, stroking his chin. I believe that if they are not malevolent, there is no need to eradicate them completely. Sparing a life could be seen as an act of virtue. Of course, those deserving of death must not escape. Yin Xiong immediately understood, feeling a surge of admiration for Yifeng's perspective. Such calmness and magnanimity were qualities not easily matched by ordinary individuals. He quickly expressed his heartfelt agreement. Your righteousness is commendable, sir. It is nothing, Yifeng replied with a smile. Then, sir, shall we attend to other matters? Yin Xiong respectfully inquired. Very well. Take your leave without seeing me off. Do visit whenever you find the time, Yifeng replied with a smile, uttering his words with courtesy. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiong felt a surge of excitement, his demeanor brightening with fervor. Certainly, certainly. Although the sir could not provide remuneration, this single phrase holds more weight than any reward, for it signified that this gentleman had acknowledged him, a validation far more precious than any rare treasures in the long run. Meanwhile, Lu Qingshan, accompanied by 18 guardians, had arrived at the Zhatian gang. Yet, upon his arrival, his expression darkened. The 36 celestial beings and 72 terrestrial demons of the Qingshan sect, along with the elders and Zhu Yun, were all ensnared within a formidable formation. What is happening? The ancestor of Qingshan communicated through thought. Master, we must leave. The Zhatian gang is not as simple as it appears. Zhu Yun led the group, braving the oppressive force of the formation while conveying his warning to the ancestor of Qingshan. As the ancestor pondered his predicament, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly washed over him. He then beheld a figure in white robes materializing above the formation, standing with arms clasped behind his back, his cold, indifferent gaze fixed intently upon the ancestor of Qingshan. Chapter 95. The blade belongs to me. A sharp gasp escaped the lips of the elder of Qingshan as his countenance shifted dramatically. This presence was that of a martial emperor. The Zhatian gang had concealed its strength so profoundly, harboring a martial emperor among them. At last, the figure clad in white turned his gaze toward him and asked indifferently, such a small sect as Qingshan dares to attack my Zhatian gang? What audacity! The elder of Qingshan's expression darkened, yet he maintained his composure, raising his chin defiantly. May I inquire your esteemed name? Yi Bei, came the cool voice of the man in white. Yi Bei? The elder was taken aback, recalling a legend from Nansha about a prodigious genius who had emerged a decade ago, reaching the realm of martial king by the age of 20, only to vanish mysteriously at the height of his glory, with many speculating he had perished in some secret domain. Little did they know he had joined the Zhatian gang, and, within a mere 10 years, ascended from martial spirit to martial emperor. Such talent was utterly formidable. I did not expect to encounter you here, the elder of Qingshan stated gravely. However, are you aware that 3 elders from your gang have been wreaking havoc outside, offending those they ought not to? And what of it? Yi Bei retorted coldly. You. The elder's face turned a shade of iron, realizing the implication that Yi Bei had incited these 3 to offend the elders. I am unaware of their actions, Yi Bei replied indifferently. Very well. Since your sect claims ignorance, I trust this will not escalate into a conflict between our sects, the elder of Qingshan said solemnly. However, I require you to surrender those 3. I must return to report to the elder. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei raised an eyebrow. You have obliterated the physical forms of my 3 elders, and now you dare to demand them? What audacity you possess! He replied coldly. Are you not more concerned about how your Qingshan sect will extricate itself from this predicament? The elder of Qingshan's face twisted with suppressed fury, yet he stood his ground. Esteemed one, this incident arose not from my Qingshan sect, but involves another elder. I hope you will consider this seriously. There is no need for consideration. I will not surrender them. Yi Bei declared with a frigid demeanor. Even if an elder were to come seeking them, let him come himself. You. The elder of Qingshan retorted angrily. Very well, but I hope you have weighed the consequences of your words. Are you threatening me? Yi Bei's expression darkened. His hands clasped behind him suddenly moved. In the next moment, a powerful palm imprint expanded in the sky, descending with an aura of celestial might. Under this overwhelming pressure, the 18 guardians beside the elder of Qingshan collapsed to the ground, while Zhu Yun within the formation exhibited profound concern. A martial emperor was indeed formidable. The elder of Qingshan's face grew grave, and he dared not underestimate such a powerful being. He brandished a kitchen knife, aiming it at the descending palm imprint. With a swift slice, the sky erupted in radiant light, and the terrifying palm imprint was torn asunder, dissipating into nothingness in midair. What? With an expression of unchanging calm, Yi Bei finally revealed a look of disbelief. A mere martial king could effortlessly shatter my palm strike. You are indeed remarkable. Yi Bei's face flickered with a cold hue as he spoke. Hand over that knife, and I might spare your lives. Humph, impossible. The elder of Qingshan displayed a resolute demeanor. This knife was bestowed upon him by Yi Feng. There was no way he would relinquish it. Refusal? Then I shall seize it by force. As soon as Yi Bei's words fell, he appeared before the elder of Qingshan in the blink of an eye, executing a powerful palm strike. This blow unleashed a fierce gale, distorting the very air around them. The elder of Qingshan's countenance shifted dramatically, instinctively wielding his kitchen knife in defense. The palm struck the blade, and Yi Bei's expression changed drastically as he was sent hurtling backward, his hand now misshapen and engulfed in excruciating pain. Unexpectedly, a mere martial king had managed to injure me. Yi Bei narrowed his eyes. However, such a divine blade is unworthy of a wretch like you. Only I, Yi Bei, am deserving of its possession. With that, he unleashed his full speed, his form swirling around the elder of Qingshan, launching a series of fierce attacks. Under the onslaught of such intensity, the space appeared to warp, leaving deep fissures in the ground as dust billowed into the air. Initially, the elder of Qingshan managed to withstand the strikes with the divine knife. Yet the gap between a martial emperor and a martial king was vast, and he gradually found himself overwhelmed. Boom, 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 accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. The elder of Qingshan was sent flying, and as he attempted to rise, a foot landed squarely on his chest. The knife is now mine, Yi Bei declared from his elevated position, seizing the blade from the elder's grasp. That was a gift from my predecessor. How dare you seize it? If you invoke their wrath, your exploding sky sect will cease to exist. The elder of Qingshan shouted in fury. Is that so? You speak of a predecessor. I shall see if such a person truly exists. Yi Bei scoffed, extending his hand forcefully to the elder's crown. Soul search. The elder's face paled as he struggled desperately. But his will faltered, and he felt his memories surging forth. After a prolonged silence, Yi Bei smirked. Indeed, such a person exists, but they do not seem particularly impressive. However, since they were able to bestow upon you this artifact, they must possess other treasures as well. In that case, I shall pay them a visit, fortifying the foundation for the rise of my exploding sky sect. With that, he pressed his foot down upon the elder's body, sending him crashing into the grand formation. You worthless fools, perish here on your own. With a smirk, he turned his gaze towards the direction of Pingjiang City, and with a swift motion, he soared into the sky. Chapter 96. The spinach basket remains unmoved. The speed of the martial emperor is indeed terrifying. Before long, Yi Bei arrived at Pingjiang City, following the route etched in the memories of the venerable Qing Shan, hastening towards the martial arts hall. He leapt forward, landing gracefully at the entrance of the small dojo. Simultaneously, the skull trapped beneath the manhole cover opened its mouth. Abba Abba. As the sound echoed, an imperceptible shift occurred within the dojo. Yet no one could discern the precise nature of this transformation. After the change, the skull clicked its jaw, rubbing against the manhole cover, attempting to wear it down and escape into the world above. Humph, I truly am a peerless master, yet they speak of some profound martial intent contained within the plaque. Yi Bei's gaze scrutinized the martial character plaque, and after a lengthy contemplation, he scoffed derisively. There was no martial intent to be found on that sign. It was, in fact, a mere commonplace board, utterly unremarkable. With this thought, he unabashedly strode towards the hall's entrance. As he passed the steps, he paused, glancing down at the threshold stone, a smirk forming on his lips. This individual indeed possessed a modicum of intrigue, yet that was the extent of it. It was Qing Shan, that old fool, who had indulged in fanciful notions, embellishing this person's prowess. In all likelihood, he was merely a striking facade, devoid of substance. With a cold chuckle, he stepped into the main hall. Initially, he maintained a degree of vigilance. After all, the memories of Qing Shan had conveyed that this hall housed 18 formidable weapon illustrations, each of great renown. However, now, although the paintings existed, they radiated no vitality, nor did they exude any energy. Beyond their mere display, they were naught but scraps of paper. He was now convinced that this so-called peerless master was simply a figment of Lu Qing Shan's delusions, concocted from errant imaginings. Of course, this individual did possess some depth. The thunderous stone at the entrance, after all, was a royal-grade treasure, coupled with Qing Shan's infamous kitchen knife. Nonetheless, this aligned perfectly with Yi Bei's intentions. If one wished to masquerade as a mystical figure and establish a dilapidated martial arts hall, then he would oblige and pay a visit to this establishment. With a cold smile, Yi Bei leapt forward, his foot crashing down upon the grand drums situated in the center of the hall. The resounding echo reverberated throughout the entire dojo. Inside the hall, Yifeng was absent. Only Ao Qing, roused from slumber by the thunderous drum, lazily opened his eyes and glanced towards the main hall. Is that a martial emperor? Ah, forget it. I shall continue my rest. For it is merely another fool courting death. Yawning, the dog lazily sprawled on the ground and closed his eyes once more. Crack, crack, crack. Beneath the manhole cover, the skull continued its relentless grinding against it. It seemed that Yi Bei's arrival had sounded the drum. Yet it failed to disrupt the tranquility of the dojo in the slightest. Even the dog remained indifferent. The lack of response to the drum's call darkened Yi Bei's expression. He struck the drum again with his fist. Boom. Another sound, even more thunderous than before, erupted. At that moment, Yifeng hurried back from outside, carrying a basket of spinach, calling out, I'm coming, I'm coming. Why the incessant knocking? As Yifeng entered the front hall, Yi Bei's gaze suddenly shifted towards him, scrutinizing Yifeng from head to toe. Indeed, he could not discern any trace of cultivation. However, he was not surprised, after all. From the memories of the elder of Qing Shan, he had anticipated this, suspecting that Yifeng had likely learned some peculiar technique to play tricks. I know you are the owner of this establishment, Yi Bei remarked, lifting his eyes with a haughty demeanor. I have come today for no other reason than to challenge your dojo. Challenge. Initially thinking there might be business at hand, Yifeng's brow furrowed upon hearing this, his voice growing cold. Do you understand the nature of challenging a dojo here? Of course, Yi Bei smirked, his arrogance palpable. A challenge must be settled by life or death. The loser must relinquish their dojo. Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly. He was right. This was indeed the rule of the world, an unwritten regulation within the martial arts community. Thus, it was rare for someone to issue a challenge in this realm. In fact, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation since opening his dojo. Leave, Yifeng stated disinterestedly after sizing Yi Bei up. You are not my match. You speak quite boldly, Yi Bei retorted, a fierce aura emanating from him. Let me be frank. I have come here specifically for this challenge. I am determined to take your dojo. At these words, Yifeng shook his head. Since this was a martial arts dojo, he presumed all were mere mortals. He had no fear of fighting mortals. After all, he possessed skills that could rival the divine. Did they truly think him easy to bully? Very well. If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. With that, Yifeng held the basket of spinach in one hand and beckoned at Yi Bei with the other. You fine. Fine. Not even putting down the vegetable basket. You put on quite the show. Just don't weep later. Yi Bei spat through gritted teeth, feeling insulted. With that, he swiftly executed a series of intricate hand seals, summoning all the power from his meridians. When the final seal was completed, a force containing the full might of a martial emperor surged forth, aimed directly at Yifeng. This strike was delivered without reservation, devoid of any intention to test the waters, aiming solely to severely injure Yifeng. Chapter 97, Extravagance Die. A cold light flickered in Yi Bei's eyes as his attack drew ever closer. In his estimation, the full-force strike of a martial emperor, infused with internal energy, would undoubtedly bring this arrogant and pretentious Yifeng to his knees. Extravagance. Nevertheless, Yifeng merely cast a disdainful glance at him and uttered a single word. The imposing demeanor of the young man in white seemed formidable, yet to Yifeng, it appeared riddled with flaws, incapable of even besting his apprentice, Zhongqing. As the attack was about to land squarely on Yifeng's chest, he subtly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the blow, and with a casual motion, delivered a slap to Yi Bei's face. What? The previously cold-faced Yi Bei was momentarily dazed by the slap, and in the next instant, he found himself harshly slammed to the ground by the sheer force. How could this be? Even after hitting the ground, Yi Bei's expression was one of disbelief. His proud full-force strike had been so easily countered. Despite his strength as a martial emperor, he had failed to discern how it had been thwarted. Yet, the stinging pain on his face filled him with humiliation. Yi Bei, a prodigy from birth, had ascended to the rank of martial emperor at the tender age of 30, making him the youngest martial emperor in the entire Nansha region. He had never endured such disgrace. "You shall pay," he seethed, his eyes burning with fury as the power of the martial emperor surged through his expansive meridians, ready to explode forth. However, a basket of spinach suddenly struck his head, driving him back to the ground, forcing his aura and martial emperor prowess to be violently suppressed. The backlash of power left Yi Bei's meridians in disarray, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. With such pitiful strength, you couldn't even defeat old Wang from the neighboring beef stall. "Who gave you the audacity to challenge me here?" Yifeng proclaimed, holding the spinach basket aloft, looking down with disdain. You will regret this." The humiliating taunts echoed in Yi Bei's ears, inciting a tremor throughout his body. Ignoring his own dignity, he summoned a transparent orb, a soul pearl. "Soul pearl, heed my command and kill." Yi Bei's eyes gleamed with intense murderous intent as he unleashed the soul pearl, sending it hurtling towards Yifeng. This was his ultimate move. Moreover, this soul pearl was a rare treasure of the sect. He could not believe it would fail to slay Yifeng. Yet, with a single step, Yifeng crushed it beneath his foot. Crack! The once menacing Yi Bei shook with disbelief, staring at Yifeng's foot in horror. The soul pearl, a treasured artifact, had been obliterated by a mere stomp. Gag! Yi Bei felt as though a fishbone had lodged in his throat. He could not fathom that such a fragile orb was meant to take a life. Was Yifeng mocking him? The disdain in Yifeng's voice deepened the pallor of Yi Bei's face. A treasured artifact, reduced to a mere bauble in his eyes? Observing the indifference and genuine disdain etched upon Yifeng's visage, Yi Bei suddenly came to a profound realization. This individual was not at all as he had previously imagined. Rather, he was, as Lu Qingshan had surmised, a truly extraordinary master of unparalleled caliber. A jolt of despair coursed through him as he comprehended this truth. Regret flooded his heart, as if his very insides had turned to a deep shade of blue. It dawned on him that he had inadvertently kicked against an immovable object. He yearned for escape, yet before he could rise, Yifeng's foot descended mercilessly upon his chest. Crack! The force of that blow shattered Yi Bei's ribs, the excruciating pain rendering him speechless. Nevertheless, Yifeng had no intention of sparing him. Though this opponent was inept, his shortcomings did not warrant leniency. After all, he had come to challenge the dojo, which had escalated the situation to that of mortal enemies. Mercy was out of the question. While Yifeng may have hesitated to kill a chicken, the gravity of this otherworldly realm emboldened him, for he had clandestinely dispatched a few lives in the past. Chapter 98: A departure from the norm. In a sudden, fierce motion, Yifeng seized him, and in the midst of Yi Bei's terrified gaze, he brutally snapped his arm before unceremoniously casting him to the ground. Yi Bei's heart sank into a desolate grayness. Despite summoning all his cultivation, Yifeng's assault still inflicted genuine pain, leaving him gasping for breath on the ground. "Senior, I was in the wrong. Please spare me," he croaked, his face a mask of regretful supplication. "Spare you?" Yifeng retorted coldly, striding closer and crushing his foot down onto Yi Bei's body. As the fury within him began to subside, he contemplated how to resolve this matter without shedding blood when a sudden thud echoed from inside the house. "Disciple?" Yifeng's expression shifted to one of urgent concern. He glanced at Yi Bei, then at his own garments, hesitating momentarily before resolutely stating, "Zhatian, very well. I shall temporarily let you off the hook. However, in a few days, I will personally seek you out." With that, Yifeng paid no further heed to Yi Bei and hurried into the inner room. After all, one may escape a monk, but not the temple. Since this fellow had come to challenge him, he would certainly find a time to retaliate. Yet at this moment, compared to the useless Yi Bei, Zhongqing held far greater significance. Indeed, upon entering the inner chamber, Yifeng discovered that Zhongqing had regained consciousness, albeit still somewhat disoriented, and had tumbled off the bed. With a pang of tenderness, Yifeng lifted him up and gently returned him to the mattress. Meanwhile, witnessing Yifeng depart, Yi Bei felt as though a weight had been lifted from his throat. Ignoring his injuries, he dashed away. However, due to the severity of his wounds, he barely managed to leap before crashing back to the ground. Yet, after a brief moment, he soared once more, intermittently rising and falling as he fled towards the outskirts of Pingjiang City. Upon returning to the Zhatian gang, even with his formidable martial emperor prowess, he was on the brink of collapse. Hastily swallowing 2 medicinal pills to alleviate his injuries, he disregarded the need for recovery and made his way towards the location of the Grand Formation. "Master, your strength is truly remarkable." At that moment, 3 figures approached Yi Bei's direction. They were the 3 martial spirits of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. Having narrowly escaped the calamity under the tutelage of the venerable Qing Shan, they returned to the Zhatian gang and were reborn anew. Although they appeared weak, the 3 had indeed resurrected. Seeing the disheveled state of Lu Qingshan and his companions brought them a sense of vindication. Haha, indeed, once they have been thoroughly tormented by the Grand Formation, we shall bring them out, and I will relish in their suffering. Precisely, especially after hearing Lu Qingshan mention a certain Yifeng, who is the root of this matter. This grudge must be avenged. Given the opportunity, I shall savor his flesh and blood. Grinning coldly, the trio unabashedly expressed their hatred while simultaneously lauding Yi Bei at their side. Seize those 3. Yet, unexpectedly, Yi Bei erupted in fury, his voice filled with wrath. "Master, what is this all about?" The 3 powerful martial spirits immediately changed their expressions, gazing at Yi Bei with disbelief. However, having just been reborn, their strength had not yet been restored, and they were swiftly captured. When they inquired about the situation, Yi Bei's fury intensified, his dark eyes fixated upon the trio, his voice resonating with gravitas. Had it not been for their instigation, he would not have recklessly ventured into that small martial arts hall, enduring humiliation and nearly losing his life. What troubled Yi Bei the most was the last ominous remark made by Yifeng, hinting that he would soon come to confront him. Should that occur, the explosive Sky Gang would be no more. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. With a swift motion, he tore through the palms of the 3, allowing their anguished cries to echo as he commanded, "Temporarily detain these 3, and bring them to me at my command." With that, Yi Bei hastened towards the Grand Formation. Upon witnessing Yi Bei's arrival, Lu Qingshan glared at him with palpable hatred, his eyes burning with resentment. The violation of his memory was a profound disgrace. Even more intolerable was the fact that this man had subjected his master to various humiliations, which was beyond endurance. Yet, he understood that he was merely a prisoner, and revenge was a distant hope. Thus, he coldly declared, "Yi Bei, if you wish to kill us, just do it. There is no need for such torment." However, Yi Bei exhibited a remarkable change in demeanor. His previously indifferent visage suddenly transformed into one of obsequiousness under the incredulous gazes of those present. "Ah, Brother Qingshan, how could you say such a thing? This is all a misunderstanding indeed. Ha! Come, swiftly dismantle the Grand Formation and release the brothers of the Qingshan sect." This scene left the elders of the Qingshan sect utterly astounded. Chapter 99. The Lifeline of the Exploding Sky Gang. Yi Bei, what do you mean by this? The venerable elder Qingshan was utterly perplexed by Yi Bei's actions, his countenance darkening with confusion. "Ahem, dear elder Qingshan, what do you mean by that?" Yi Bei beamed with a broad smile, affectionately draping his arm over elder Qingshan's shoulder and cheerfully stating, "As I mentioned earlier, it was merely a misunderstanding. It was my oversight to confine you within this Grand Formation. I sincerely apologize." With that, Yi Bei courteously invited elder Qingshan out of the formation. "Come, brothers of the Exploding Sky Gang, prepare our finest wines and delicacies to entertain the brethren of the Qingshan sect." Elder Qingshan remained filled with intrigue and suspicion regarding Yi Bei's unusual demeanor. Just as he anticipated some treachery, he was astounded to witness Yi Bei opening the gates of the Exploding Sky Gang wide, inviting the entire Qingshan sect inside. Such an unprecedented gesture astonished Elder Qingshan. Even though Yi Bei possessed formidable strength, he was undoubtedly placing the very essence of the Exploding Sky Gang at the mercy of the Qingshan sect. Master Uncle, what trickery is Yi Bei up to? Zhu Yun inched closer to Elder Qingshan, his expression wary. Could he be plotting against us? Elder Qingshan furrowed his brow and shook his head. Though I am uncertain of his intentions, we are already ensnared within this formation. There is no need for him to take further risks. Zhu Yun nodded in agreement. They were already in a precarious situation. Any further action to harm them seemed unnecessary. Then, Zhu Yun glanced at Elder Qingshan. Yi Bei is, after all, a martial emperor, and the lives of our many disciples rest in his hands. We might as well follow him in and see how it unfolds. With that, Elder Qingshan and the other high-ranking members were invited into the Exploding Sky Gang's premises. Subsequently, in the expansive training grounds of the Exploding Sky Gang, Yi Bei commanded the arrangement of 100,000 banquet tables to host the disciples of the Qingshan sect. Seated at the head of the table, Yi Bei and Elder Qingshan, along with the leaders of both sects, surveyed the lavish spread before them. Even Elder Qingshan, with his cultivated disposition, was taken aback by the array of delicacies, many of which he had never encountered before. The value of this feast was beyond measure. Haha, dear Elder Qingshan, as this is your first visit to my Exploding Sky Gang, you must indulge in our finest offerings. Yi Bei exclaimed with a radiant smile. As his words echoed, he gestured once more. Bring forth my treasured gift to present to Elder Qingshan. Soon, a graceful maid entered, carrying a jade tray upon which rested an exquisite red box. This box. Elder Qingshan scrutinized it, astonished, for the mere craftsmanship of the box was extraordinary, seemingly fashioned from rare red sandalwood. Dear Elder, this is truly a remarkable treasure, Yi Bei declared, lifting the red box and elaborating. Within lies a fragrant incense crafted by the alchemists of my Exploding Sky Gang, made from precious materials such as huajin and xiling leaves. It is known as huazi tan, or simply huazi. My dear brother, I must confess, this exquisite delicacy has been produced in a mere 20 pieces over the course of a year. A single taste will elevate your very spirit, sustaining you through 10 arduous days of cultivation. Typically, I would hesitate to reveal such a treasure, but in honor of your visit, I am willing to share it today. With that, he extracted a piece from the ornate rosewood box. Indeed, as the piece emerged, it wafted forth an intoxicating fragrance, seemingly enhancing one's cultivation. Come now, let us light this delight for you, esteemed Qingshan. Qingshan, however, regarded the offering with furrowed brows. Tempted to indulge, yet wary of Yi Bei's unusual demeanor, he suppressed his desire and inquired gravely, Yi Bei, speak your mind. Brother, what do you mean by that? Yi Bei feigned a stern expression, responding indignantly, am I not entitled to treat you to a meal without ulterior motives? Qingshan continued to maintain his serious demeanor. Very well. I shall be candid. It was my error. I acted impulsively without ascertaining the truth before confining you and your companions within the grand formation. As he spoke, anger flickered in Yi Bei's eyes. I later discovered that those 3 scoundrels had deceived me, engaging in nefarious deeds behind my back. Alas, how shameful. Listening to Yi Bei's impassioned declaration left Qingshan astonished. Bring me those 3 scoundrels, Yi Bei commanded with a wave of his hand. Shortly thereafter, the 3 martial spirits were presented, their faces etched with bitterness. Upon seeing Yi Bei, they cried out, Leader, what is the meaning of this? Did you not promise to protect us and avenge us? Humph, such audacity from 3 wretches. To this day, they remain unrepentant. With that, Yi Bei waved his hand, and their heads fell to the ground, leaving them bewildered until their last breath. Cough, cough, brother, I entrust these 3 heads to you, Yi Bei proclaimed with righteous indignation. His actions not only satisfied Qingshan, but also instilled a twinge of shame within him, realizing he had underestimated Yi Bei's intentions. Now, brother, may I indulge in this exquisite delicacy? After disposing of the 3, Yi Bei cradled the piece in his hands, smiling. Certainly, Qingshan nodded in agreement, feeling compelled to accept. For Yi Bei's candor left no room for reluctance. He accepted the delicacy, and Yi Bei promptly lit it. As he took a puff, the essence permeated his being, invigorating him and refining his cultivation. Indeed, this is a remarkable treasure. Qingshan couldn't help but exclaim. Haha, Since you enjoy it so much, take this entire box. My brother, Yi Bei generously offered. This, I cannot possibly accept, Qing Shan replied, feigning modesty, yet as he spoke, his hands were already unceremoniously placing the ornate box into his embrace. Such a precious item could save him a year's worth of arduous cultivation. And so, the time for joyous drinking commenced. This wine is exclusively brewed for the martial artists. Within less than an hour, the venerable ancestor Qing Shan and his companions began to stagger. Their faces flushed as they shuffled along with small, unsteady steps. Someone, please assist my elder brother to rest, Yi Bei promptly instructed. Soon, several individuals approached to support ancestor Qing Shan and his group as they made their way to the chamber. Observing their departing figures, Yi Bei couldn't help but smile wryly. His achievements as a martial emperor at the tender age of 30, along with his leadership of the explosive Sky Gang, were not merely the fruits of innate talent. It was his discerning ability to adapt to circumstances that truly set him apart. Those who recognize the times are truly wise. This was a conviction he held steadfastly. Leader, here is the information regarding Lu Qingshan, Zhu Yun, and numerous elders of the Qingshan sect, detailing their temperaments, preferences, and personalities. An elder swiftly approached Yi Bei, presenting a dossier. As Yi Bei perused the documents, a smile crept onto his lips. Excellent. I trust you know how to proceed from here? He inquired. The elder nodded in acknowledgement, but hesitated before departing, voicing a concern. But, leader, should we really treat such a small sect as the Qingshan sect with such gravity? Upon hearing this, Yi Bei's countenance darkened. Taking a deep breath, he replied with utmost seriousness, it is indeed necessary. Because he is the lifeline of our explosive Sky Gang. Chapter 100. Yi Bei's scheme. The venerable Qing Shan had returned to his chamber. With a hint of inebriation, he found himself increasingly troubled. Even if Yi Bei discerned right from wrong, at most he would merely hand over the 3 martial spirits to him and facilitate the release of the Qing Shan sect from the formation. There was utterly no need for such grandiose gestures of apology, especially not for the likes of Huazi, a rare treasure. After all, Yi Bei was a formidable martial emperor. He certainly had no obligation to demean himself before a mere martial king. At that moment, Yi Bei had someone return the extraordinary divine blade, which he held with utmost care, further deepening the unease of the venerable Qing Shan. In the realm of martial cultivation, treachery was the norm, particularly in the presence of precious artifacts. No one could guarantee their integrity. Yi Bei's willingness to return such a treasure was exceedingly unusual. Could it be that he had paid a visit to a senior? Suddenly, it dawned on Qing Shan. He vividly recalled that after Yi Bei had probed his soul, he had hastened towards Pingjiang City. Although Yi Bei had masked his demeanor well during their earlier drinking session, Qing Shan had still caught a glimpse of the severe injuries Yi Bei bore. When these details coalesced, it became evident that Yi Bei had indeed sought out his mentor, only to return battered and bruised, seeking refuge under the guise of camaraderie, calling him Brother Qing Shan, clearly intending to leverage his name for protection. Realizing this, Qing Shan slapped his thigh in epiphany, the effects of the alcohol dissipating in an instant. How careless of him! He felt a surge of regret. What was he, Lu Qing Shan, in the eyes of the mentor? If the mentor truly desired to eliminate someone, how could he possibly serve as a shield? Worse yet, he might even find himself embroiled in a deadly predicament due to Yi Bei's machinations. Cursed be Yi Bei, with his cunning schemes. Qing Shan seethed with resentment, contemplating how to return Huazi to Yi Bei while swiftly leading the disciples of the Qing Shan sect away from this precarious situation. He understood all too well that he could not remain on this treacherous vessel. Just as he resolved to act, the door to his chamber swung open. Qing Shan furrowed his brow and raised his gaze, his eyes widening in astonishment. 2 fair-skinned maidens entered, their youthful figures still bearing traces of baby fat. Their attire was particularly striking. One donned a white dress, complemented by a small foxtail, while the other sported a form-fitting black ensemble, her hair adorned with a pair of cat ears. Master, we are here to serve you on behalf of our esteemed leader, the 2 girls spoke in unison. As they spoke, the maiden in white playfully pouted at Qing Shan, while the one in black gracefully knelt, exhibiting a feline allure that was utterly captivating. In that moment, Qing Shan felt a surge of blood rush within him, nearly overwhelming even his martial king composure, as he sensed an impending nosebleed. Damn you, Yi Bei! How did you know I have such a weakness? The venerable Qing Shan, wide-eyed in astonishment, quickly grasped the situation. This was a sugar-coated bullet fired by Yi Bei. Should he fall for it, he would undoubtedly find himself on a treacherous path from which he could not escape. Steady now, steady. This old ancestor has weathered countless storms over the years. He must remain composed. Reluctantly casting a glance at the two women, Qing Shan tightly closed his eyes, settling cross-legged upon the ground, murmuring the incantations of his cultivation. Old ancestor, what troubles you? Why do you ignore us, sisters? They coaxed, their enticing voices wafting into his ears. Come play with us. The delicate hands of the two women glided slowly down towards Qing Shan's ears, sending shivers down his spine and cold sweat streaming from his forehead. Hush! The two women, one on each side, breathed softly near his ears, their fingers tracing circles on his chest. This nearly sent Qing Shan spiraling into madness. Curse be you, Yi Bei, you despicable wretch! Qing Shan erupted in a torrent of curses, his body surging forward, crashing through the wall and transforming into a streak of light, plunging headlong into a nearby pond belonging to the explosive Heaven Gang. Chapter 101, Becoming In-Laws? What happened? At the back mountain of the Exploding Sky Gang, Yi Bei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Reporting to the sect master, things are not going smoothly with Lu Qing Shan, an elder behind him said, furrowing his brow. Indeed. Yi Bei's pupils narrowed as he spoke solemnly. If my conjecture is correct, Lu Qing Shan has likely seen through my intentions, even returning this box of huazi. What should we do, sect master? The elder inquired, still frowning. Moreover, is that person truly as terrifying as you say? Terrifying? Yi Bei let out a bitter laugh, his thoughts seemingly drifting back to that day. His expression twitched before he solemnly declared, the term terrifying hardly does him justice. Alas, Yi Bei, have always acted with caution, yet I never anticipated encountering such a calamity. Regret fills my heart. Then, what exactly is his strength? The elder asked, taking a deep breath, his voice tense. At least a martial emperor, perhaps even an immortal. The elder's heart sank, and regaining his composure, he quickly replied with respect, Master, I understand your concerns, but what shall we do about the stubborn Lu Qing Shan? Continue to instruct Xiao Zhua and Xiao Yu to spare no effort, employing seductive tactics to launch an assault on Qing Shan, Yi Bei commanded earnestly. However, Qing Shan is a martial king. While he indeed has his preferences, the situation may not be as favorable as we hope. The elder said gravely, do not worry. Even if we cannot sway Qing Shan, there are others within the Qing Shan sect, Yi Bei replied, a smile playing on his lips, such as those elders and the sect master. Zhu Yun, your words ring true, master, the elder nodded. However, it seems that Zhu Yun has rather particular tastes. Indeed, Yi Bei agreed, nodding thoughtfully. Yet, no matter how particular, we must satisfy him. It appears my sister will have to take the lead. Understood, master. The elder swiftly descended and vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Yi Bei felt as though he were walking on thin ice, living in constant dread, worried about when that individual might come knocking. Damn you, Yi Bei! Meanwhile, the elder Lu Qing Shan flew over, cursing vehemently. He had been tormented to the brink of despair by the two women from the Exploding Sky Gang, who clung to him like a parasite, refusing to be shaken off. Should I take action? He pondered. After all, there were still many of his own sect members present, and it seemed the two women held considerable status within the Exploding Sky Gang. If a confrontation were to occur, it would undoubtedly lead to a different scenario altogether. Thus, unable to contain his frustration any longer, he resolved to confront Yi Bei for clarity. Yi Bei, stop hiding. I know you're lurking on this back mountain. Come out here. In a fit of rage, Lu Qing Shan disregarded Yi Bei's status as a martial emperor and unleashed a torrent of invective. Cough, cough. Brother, what is the matter with you? Yi Bei emerged awkwardly, his face a mask of embarrassment. How dare you, Yi Bei? Do you think I am unaware of the schemes you are plotting? The venerable Master Qing Shan, filled with indignation, declared, I ask you, have you offended a senior, seeking to drag me into your nefarious schemes? Ah, my friend, I did not anticipate that you would discern my intentions, Yi Bei replied, scratching his nose and smiling. However, let us not speak so harshly. The notion of dragging anyone into a criminal enterprise is rather unkind. I merely wish for you to speak a few flattering words on my behalf before that esteemed elder. Humph, what flattery! I will not offend that venerable one for your sake. Master Qingshan retorted, his face flushed with anger. Let me make myself clear. Whether you wish to threaten or coerce me is of no consequence, but I shall never yield. My Qingshan sect will not conspire with your Zhatian gang. My dear brother, Yi Bei mused, your defiance matters little. After all, if you refuse to yield, someone from your Qingshan sect will inevitably have to submit. What do you mean by that? Master Qingshan's eyes widened in surprise. Sister-in-law, please come forth. Yi Bei called languidly. Sister-in-law? What do you mean? Master Qingshan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. To his astonishment, Zhu Yun emerged, head bowed in embarrassment, followed closely by a towering woman of considerable stature, who nestled against Zhu Yun's shoulder. What is the meaning of this? Master Qingshan demanded, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Zhu Yun, still looking downcast, stammered, Master, uncle, I apologize, Let me speak on behalf of my sister-in-law. Yi Bei interjected with a grin. Sometimes, when fate intervenes, it cannot be resisted. During Zhu Yun's brief stay in our sect, he fortuitously encountered my sister, and soon, romantic sparks ignited between them. Thus, our Qingshan sect and Zhatian gang are now bound as family. What? Upon hearing this, Master Qingshan nearly coughed up blood and fury, pointing an accusing finger at Zhu Yun. You, how could you, as the leader of my Qingshan sect, be so utterly ineffectual as to be ensnared by such? As he spoke, Master Qingshan inadvertently cast a glance at Yi Bei's sister, promptly covering his eyes, unable to continue his tirade. It is simply intolerable. A most distressing sight. Chapter 102. Yi Bei, you cunning rascal. Yi Bei, you despicable scoundrel. The venerable ancestor of Qingshan erupted in vehement condemnation. Brother, you must not lay the blame at my feet. Yi Bei swiftly raised his palm, his expression grave as he declared, I swear by heaven and earth, their union is solely born out of love. Master uncle, indeed, our bond is rooted in love. Silence. The ancestor of Qingshan barked furiously, his forehead throbbing with rage. Zhu Yun lowered his head, too intimidated to speak. Noticing this, Yi Bei continued, Oh brother, though this situation is rather sudden, it is better to dismantle a temple than to break a marriage. Our families becoming in-laws is truly a fortuitous event. Precisely, Master Uncle. I share the same sentiment. Although there were minor frictions previously, the sincerity of the Zhatian gang in seeking reconciliation has been witnessed by all in Qingshan sect. Transforming hostility into harmony and enhancing our familial ties is surely for the best. Zhu Yun chimed in, not only myself. Many disciples and elders within Qingshan sect have also found their own romantic matches. What do you know? The ancestor of Qingshan retorted loudly, his dark gaze fixed on Yi Bei. It appeared that the entire Qingshan sect had succumbed to Yi Bei's sweet-talking, leaving only him to bear the burden of resistance. Yi Bei possessed remarkable cunning. Yet, at this moment, despite being the ancestor, he found himself powerless. While he could thwart Zhu Yun's romantic pursuits, how could he control the others? With the hearts of the entire Qingshan sect swaying towards the Zhatian gang, any attempt to disrupt this union would likely lead to his own disrepute. Thus, he could only lower his head, sighing in resignation. He was indeed aboard this treacherous ship. Ahem, brother, since matters have come to this, let us not harbor resentment. Since we cannot thwart fate, why not embrace it instead, wouldn't you agree? Yi Bei approached with a cheerful demeanor, raising an eyebrow at the ancestor of Qingshan, while gesturing for Xiao Zhua and Xiao Yu to come closer, leaning against the ancestor's side. Well then, the ancestor of Qingshan had no choice but to acquiesce. As he realized he could not change the course of events, he begrudgingly accepted his fate. Under the playful teasing of the two women, he darkly muttered, Let us discuss future matters later. I require a day of seclusion. Rising, he addressed the two women, You two, assist me in guarding. With that, he departed with the two women in tow. In the martial arts hall, Yifeng furrowed his brow as he prepared medicine for Zhongqing. Although Zhongqing had awakened previously, he soon lapsed back into unconsciousness. It seemed imperative to venture up the mountain for more herbs. Yifeng meticulously prepared the medicine, sighing to himself. He had contemplated sending Zhongqing to a medical institution for treatment, but he trusted his own abilities more, having received training from the system in this regard. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Yifeng wasted no time, arranging for Zhongqing to be transported to the Baofeng Merchants Association, entrusting them with his care. Afterward, he returned to the martial arts hall, shouldering a small bamboo basket, ready to ascend Mufa Mountain once more. Before departing, he cast a glance at the wooden guitar, now ensnared in cobwebs in the corner, recalling the scarcity of the herbs and pondering how long it would be before his return. He decided to take the guitar with him. The sound quality was rather mediocre, a product of the boredom he experienced while tending the shop. In the past, during the dusky hours when young women frequented the entrance, he would strum a few tunes, garnering a handful of admirers. Though not particularly handsome, he could at least claim to have a few fans. However, as the demands of life took precedence, he gradually set aside this cherished pastime. Now, on his ascent, time stretched endlessly, especially during the night, leaving him with no choice but to use this instrument to pass the hours. The journey was invariably tedious, yet after 2 days, he finally arrived at the foot of Mu Fu Mountain. Of course, his search was not aimless. He possessed a keen understanding of the medicinal herbs and was well aware of the locations where certain varieties could be found. Qinqing Dan, for instance, was likely to be discovered only within the depths of the canyon, thriving in areas blessed with ample sunlight and fresh air. Holding the map he had procured from the city, he pinpointed a location and set forth in that direction. Chapter 103. Be cautious, sir. There is a formation, Old Wu. How are you faring? In the gentle drizzle, both Chu Guangshi and Sun Zhuge expressed their concerns. Ever since being trapped here by Limos, the three had been in dire straits, and due to the formidable formation, they could only struggle to maintain their footing inch by inch. While the two of them could rely on their cultivation to endure for a while longer, Wu Yonghong, whose powers had been rendered useless, had long since been reduced to a state akin to that of an ordinary mortal, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. As Wu Yonghong's consciousness began to fade, Chu Guangshi and Sun Zhuge exchanged glances and transferred their limited strength to him. What are you two doing? Wu Yonghong exclaimed anxiously, feeling the energy coursing into his body. This formation not only seals our cultivation, but also blocks your access to the essence of heaven and earth. Your strength is already minimal. Why expend it on a useless person like me? Upon hearing this, both Chu Guangshi and Sun Zhuge exchanged wry smiles, yet their transfer of power did not cease. If it weren't for you, Old Wu, I would have perished long ago in the Guandu secret realm, Chu Guangshi remarked. Why should we even speak of such matters? Although our days are numbered, we will not abandon you until the very end. Indeed, Old Chu speaks wisely. There is no need for such formality among brothers. Sun Zhuge concurred. In the past, when I battled my enemies alone, had it not been for your timely arrival, Old Wu, I too would have met my end. You both. Even with Wu Yonghong's resilient heart, faced with such imminent peril, he could not help but well up with tears, gazing gratefully at his old friends. Alas, our deaths are inconsequential, yet I am concerned for the master. Sun Zhuge, having completed his transfer of energy, voiced his worries. Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong's expression darkened considerably, overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame. It is I who have implicated my seniors. Had I seen through Limos earlier, I would not have brought such trouble upon the master. It is all my fault. Rest assured, the master is destined for greatness, and with his formidable strength, how could a mere Limos pose a threat? Chu Guangshi comforted from the side. Let us hope so. The group sighed, yet their hearts were still heavy with concern. For under normal circumstances, they would not fear that Limos could harm Yifeng, but with the terrifying heavenly shadow formation in play, the situation was indeed grave. The rain had ceased at some point. Suddenly, Sun Zhuge appeared to notice something, exclaiming in astonishment, "Look!" At his words, the other two turned their gazes. They spotted a figure leisurely making its way up the mountainside in the distance. As they recognized the silhouette, the three nearly leapt for joy. Master! Ha ha! It is indeed the master. Wu Yonghong trembled with excitement, laughing like a madman. I knew it. However, Chu Guangshi was not in a much better position. He clapped his thigh and exclaimed with fervor, with such formidable strength, how could the likes of Limos possibly inflict harm upon you? It is likely that Limos has already been dealt with by you and is now aware of our plight, coming specifically to our rescue. In that moment, the three elderly men, who had gathered together, were filled with joy, their eyes brimming with tears. The path ahead was treacherous, as the ground was riddled with swamps, causing Yifeng to progress rather slowly. After a considerable while of meandering, he finally spotted 3 figures in the distance. Oh, could that be Old Wu and his companions? He mused. What a coincidence! Encountering acquaintances in this vast mountain range warranted a greeting. Thus, Yifeng made his way directly toward the trio. However, upon seeing the path Yifeng was taking, the expressions of the three men shifted dramatically, and they shouted in unison, "Sir, be cautious. There is a formation ahead. Please do not approach directly." As they shouted, they gesticulated wildly, fearing that Yifeng might not grasp the gravity of the situation. This distance was still quite far for Yifeng, and although he heard their calls, he could not discern their words. Perhaps they were merely extending greetings. Yet, they certainly were enthusiastic. With that thought, Yifeng approached them with a broad smile. Oh no! The three men's faces paled in alarm. It was important to note that there was not only the formation set by Limos, but also, due to the terrain and the remnants of ancient battlegrounds, there existed a natural grand formation along with countless ancient arrays. Though the Sir possessed immense strength, a careless misstep could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 104. The Terror of the Master. In that moment, the hearts of the three men lodged firmly in their throats. Yet, the Master paid no heed to their words, leaving them feeling utterly powerless. However, what they did not anticipate was that the formation seemed to be immune to Yifeng, who strode forward with unwavering confidence, seemingly untouched by any peril. This spectacle left the three in a state of bewilderment, their minds momentarily paralyzed, until Yifeng approached them, scarcely a yard away. They exchanged glances, inhaling deeply, their eyes wide with astonishment. As it turned out, they had vastly underestimated the Master. His terror transcended their comprehension, to the extent that he could disregard ancient formations. Astonishing. We have encountered the Master. The three bowed respectfully to Yifeng, their excitement palpable. There is no need for such formality, Yifeng replied with a gentle smile, accustomed as he was to such reverence. Throughout his life, he had adhered to his principles, earning the respect of many, with titles ranging from Master to Sir. Master, we have been trapped here for quite some time, the three said, their eyes brimming with tears. We are immensely grateful for your arrival. Trapped here for long. Yifeng furrowed his brow, glancing at the ground beneath them, where the soil was damp and a large puddle lay stagnant. Yet, this was no swamp. How could they be ensnared by merely a puddle? These three truly were overly dramatic. Nevertheless, considering their age, it was somewhat understandable. Well then, since we have crossed paths, allow me to assist you, he declared, extending his palm and speaking softly. Observing Yifeng's gesture, the three exchanged puzzled glances, questioning, Master, while you may not mind this perilous situation, how can we simply emerge unscathed? Surely, you must dismantle the great formation first? Yet, Yifeng's brow furrowed deeper, his displeasure evident. Am I to carry you out of a mere puddle? These three old men truly are excessively dramatic. Realizing their inquiry had invoked the Master's ire, the three fell silent, hastily grasping Yifeng's hand, uncertain yet prepared to emerge. To their astonishment, Wu Yonghong was effortlessly pulled free, encountering no hindrance whatsoever. Subsequently, the second and third followed suit, similarly unimpeded, as though the formations had simply ceased to function. Yet, they had witnessed neither Yifeng dismantling the formations nor performing any other actions. The three stared in disbelief, their respect for Yifeng deepening profoundly. They recognized once again that they had underestimated him. Not only could he disregard the formations, but they, too, had been granted immunity simply by his side. What level of cultivation must one possess to achieve such feats? Thank you for your rescue, Master. The three expressed with utmost reverence. What is there to thank for? It is merely a wretched puddle. Yifeng waved his hand dismissively, speaking nonchalantly. A wretched puddle? The three exchanged bittersweet smiles, for only a person of Mr. Yi's caliber could refer to such a perilous place in such trivial terms. By the way, Sir, old Wu. He is injured, you see. At this moment, Chu Quanshi seemed to recall something and looked at Yifeng with hopeful anticipation. Old Chu, do not say more. Do not trouble the gentleman any further, Wu Yonghong interjected hastily. Moreover, with my kind of injury, it is utterly beyond remedy. What use is it to bother the gentleman? Oh, Yifeng's interest was piqued upon hearing this. Come, let me see your injury. Sir, Wu Yonghong was reluctant to trouble Yifeng, reasoning that his dantian had been rendered useless, making even a celestial being powerless to heal him. Just a glance will do. It is of no concern, Yifeng gently urged. Very well, Wu Yonghong reluctantly acquiesced, opening his shirt to reveal his abdomen. There, a bloody hole was evident, and his dantian had indeed been shattered. It was quite serious. Yifeng took a brief look, and upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong's complexion grew pallid. Indeed, the destruction of his dantian was something even the gentleman could not remedy. Yet, just as he contemplated this, Yifeng's voice resonated once more. Though it is somewhat severe, it is not without hope. I shall procure some herbal remedy for you to apply later. Chapter 105. The tempests of this world pale in comparison to his gaze. What? The words of Yifeng caused Wu Yonghong, whose face had been ashen, to widen his eyes in astonishment, filled with hope as he gazed at Yifeng. Sir, do you mean to say that my injuries can still be healed? Wu Yonghong's voice trembled, his entire being quaking with excitement that he could scarcely contain. Of course, Yifeng replied softly. Though the situation is somewhat grave, it is not beyond remedy. Do not worry, it is nothing insurmountable. Yifeng's statement left the three present utterly astounded. A ruptured dantian was a condition they had never heard could be mended. Indeed, there was a saying in the Xinjiang continent that spoke of how bringing someone back to life was easier than repairing a dantian. Yet, here was someone claiming it was merely a trifling matter? In that fleeting moment, the three were overwhelmed with admiration for Yifeng, particularly captivated by his serene demeanor and unflappable composure, which inspired profound reverence within them. As he spoke, Yifeng removed a bamboo basket from his back, extracting several herbs. He then crushed the herbs together and, with a decisive slap, affixed them to Wu Yonghong's abdomen, covering the wound. There you go, hold it in place with your hand. Yifeng remarked casually as he resumed his journey with the bamboo basket. Is this truly effective? Wu Yonghong, dazed, pressed his hand against his abdomen, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. It was not that he disbelieved Yifeng. Rather, could these incomprehensible herbs genuinely mend his shattered dantian? Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock, his body trembling violently. The herbs began to emanate a gentle warmth, which coalesced into a pure force that surged toward his damaged dantian. In mere moments, he could feel a distinct tendency toward restoration. Observing Wu Yonghong's transformation, Chu Guangshi and Sun Zhuge exchanged astonished glances. The sight of Wu Yonghong in such a state clearly indicated that the herbs were indeed effective. Is it really being repaired? They asked in unison. Wu Yonghong solemnly nodded in affirmation. Hiss! The two exchanged another glance, their breath catching in their throats as they turned their gaze toward Yifeng with newfound awe. Such a method was unprecedented. Bang! In a surge of emotion, Wu Yonghong knelt before Yifeng, his voice quaking as he earnestly declared, "The kindness of the Sir is something I, Wu Yonghong, shall never forget. It is but a trivial matter. There is no need for such courtesy," Yifeng responded. Shaking his head, he mused that the old man must feel as though he were on the brink of death to be so overwhelmed. Yet, Wu Yonghong was unwilling to rise. For a martial cultivator, having their dantian shattered was akin to suffering a fate worse than death, in his eyes. Yifeng's actions were of far greater significance than merely saving his life. Sir, the last time you generously provided me with the divine rake at a mere fraction of its worth, and now you have bestowed upon me such a great favor. I, Wu Yonghong, am at a loss for how to repay you. Please allow me to serve you as your humble servant. I would willingly traverse mountains of blades and seas of flames for you. Wu Yonghong trembled as he spoke, his forehead touching the ground. You are far too kind. Yifeng wished to assist Wu Yonghong, but just as he lifted him up, he found himself kneeling once again. This evoked a profound sense of reflection within Yifeng. The gratitude displayed by these individuals from another realm was indeed admirable. Merely a hoe and a handful of herbs had inspired such heartfelt appreciation. Observing the kneeling Wu Yonghong, Yifeng sighed and said, "Very well, from now on, you shall assist me. There is a patch of barren land behind my martial arts school that I intend to cultivate and plant some crops. Thank you, esteemed sir. I would willingly face 1,000 deaths for you," Wu Yonghong exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears, filled with exhilaration as he rose. Meanwhile, Chu Guangshi felt a mix of joy and jealousy for Wu Yonghong. The opportunities that awaited Wu Yonghong by following the master were boundless. Now, I must continue my journey into the mountains. You may return to Pingjiang City for now, Yifeng said gently, before shouldering his small bamboo hut and venturing deeper into the wilderness. Sir, might we accompany you into the mountains? This way, we could assist you along the way, Wu Yonghong quickly suggested. Indeed, indeed. Chu Guangshi and the others looked at Yifeng with hopeful eyes. However, Yifeng frowned. These three elderly men could scarcely manage to climb out of a mere puddle, yet they desired to accompany him into the mountains. Wasn't he this merely inviting trouble? To avoid their persistent entreaties, Yifeng bluntly replied, "Forget it. You should return. Accompanying me would only be a burden." Upon hearing this, the faces of Wu Yonghong and the others turned crimson. Although Wu Yonghong's abilities had been temporarily diminished, Chu Guangshi and Sun Zhuge were undeniably formidable martial artists. Yet they were perceived as burdens before this individual. Had anyone else uttered such words, the three would have surely retaliated. However, in the presence of Yifeng, they were left with nothing but embarrassment and a profound sense of shame. For in his presence, their martial prowess truly counted for little. Indeed, they were nothing but a burden. Yifeng paid them no further heed and slowly departed with his bamboo basket. As they watched his retreating figure, the three were momentarily entranced. Exalted, transcendent. It was as if the tempests of this world could not touch him. Chapter 106. The Tranquil Heart of Heaven with the Bamboo House on his back. Yifeng descended the canyon, while Wu Yonghong and the others heeded his instructions and hurried back to Pingjiang City. The Tranquil Heart of Heaven. After a long day of travel, Yifeng finally spotted his target, standing solitary on a barren cliff. It resembled a plum blossom blooming in winter, so strikingly unique. Setting the bamboo basket down, he retrieved a small shovel from his waist and, after brushing his hands together, began to ascend the cliff. Intent on plucking the Tranquil Heart of Heaven. Not far away, an ancient tree, draped in withered vines, harbored a crow with glossy black feathers, alongside which crawled a large centipede. In the eyes of these creatures flickered an unnerving glimmer of human-like intelligence. What fate awaits the Tranquil Heart of Heaven? Suddenly, the crow spoke, "Reporting to you, Lord Blackfeather, the Tranquil Heart of Heaven has ripened. It only remains to see when the Demon Emperor shall come to harvest it." The centipede chimed in. "Indeed, the Demon Emperor is currently in seclusion. He will come to personally collect it once he emerges in 2 days." The crow replied solemnly, "This Tranquil Heart of Heaven is of utmost importance to the Demon Emperor. You must guard it closely over these next 2 days. No mistakes must occur." "Yes, Lord Blackfeather," the centipede replied with respect. Satisfied, the crow nodded and instinctively glanced at the Tranquil Heart of Heaven. Caw! To its shock, it nearly lost a feather. Amidst their conversation, a human had already climbed beside the Tranquil Heart of Heaven. "Quick, stop that wretched human!" the crow shouted. The centipede, taken aback, was soon engulfed in furious rage. Countless legs clung to the trunk as it rushed toward the Tranquil Heart of Heaven. The crow, unwilling to lag behind, used its swift flight to its advantage, flapping its wings and directing a sharp beak glinting with malice straight at the human intruder. What a splendid treasure! Yifeng, surveying the Tranquil Heart of Heaven, wore a satisfied smile. Just as he prepared to harvest it, he noticed the crow charging directly towards him. Instinctively, Yifeng tilted his head slightly, evading the crow's assault effortlessly. The crow's expression turned incredulous. This human, merely an ordinary mortal, had so easily dodged its strike? Especially as it saw the human's hand almost touching the Tranquil Heart of Heaven, the crow's fury erupted. With wings unfurled, a tremendous surge of demonic energy coalesced between them, unleashing a barrage of shockwaves towards Yifeng. Ugh, does this wretched crow have a screw loose? Yifeng, irritated by the flapping wings, swung his hand forcefully to fend off the attack. What? With Yifeng's gesture, the massive shockwave dissipated, leaving the crow in profound disbelief. What is this? It has encountered a formidable opponent. The crow grew solemn. However, this human dared to directly pluck the heavenly heart due in their presence, an act they could not abide. With a swift motion, it summoned a fierce wind, transforming into a sharp blade that surged towards Yifeng. Where did this wretched crow come from? Begone! Yifeng, exasperated by the crow's incessant annoyance, drew a small iron shovel from behind and flung it forward. With a resounding thwack, the shovel struck true, sending the crow crashing against the cliffside, shedding a flurry of feathers before plummeting to the ground, lifeless. Hiss! A centipede, having ascended halfway, was struck with terror upon witnessing this scene. Its legs curled in fright as it circled a rock, hastily scuttling away with its countless limbs. The esteemed Lord of the Black Feathers had been slain by a mere shovel. How could this insignificant centipede hope to compete? This human was no ordinary mortal. He was utterly formidable. Moreover, he sought to seize the heavenly heart dew. I must hasten to report to the Demon King. In a flash, the centipede slipped into a crevice, vanishing from sight. Whether due to haste or some other reason, it left behind 2 of its numerous legs. After dispatching the crow, Yifeng finally succeeded in obtaining the heavenly heart dew. With this precious item in hand, he had accomplished 1/3 of his mission. The next item on his list was the water spirit grass, which required a watery locale. Yifeng unfurled the map and proceeded towards his next destination. Chapter 107. The 18 Demon Kings in a pitch-black and dim water cave. A colossal centipede crawled along the rocky wall into the depths of the cave. In the center of this cavern lay an ancient tortoise. "My Lord Demon Emperor, my Lord Demon Emperor, a calamity has befallen us," the centipede cried anxiously. "A human has come to seize the heart of heaven, and he has slain Lord Blackfeather with a single blow. I, too, have sacrificed 2 of my legs to return and bring this news to you." "What?" Upon hearing this, the languid tortoise suddenly rose to its feet, and the placid surface of the water erupted into tumultuous waves, sending sprays of water soaring high. "You say someone has stolen my heart of heaven? Who is it? Who exactly?" "I do not know who it is, only that he is a human, and he is still at the heart of heaven," the centipede hurriedly replied. "Come, take me to him. I shall ensure that this wretched human pays for his transgression." The tortoise radiated an overwhelming fury and swiftly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight, with the centipede hastening to follow. "It seems the map indicates there is a water cave here. I wonder if there are any spirit herbs within," Yifeng mused as he approached a stream, noticing a rocky cave not far off. Following the stream, he ascended and finally located the entrance to the cave, stepping inside. Within the water cave, an eerie chill enveloped him, obscuring his vision as he could barely see his own hand in front of him. The darkness was punctuated only by the sound of small droplets cascading from above, falling onto Yifeng's shoulders and sending a shiver down his spine. Yifeng trembled slightly and fished out a flame pearl from his pocket. The moment the pearl was unleashed, it illuminated the entire cave, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. As he surveyed the cave more clearly, Yifeng was astonished to catch sight of the spirit herb. "What good fortune! However, it appears to be quite tall. I shall need to exert some effort." Nodding to himself, he set down the bamboo basket on his back and approached the spirit herb with his small shovel. "Where is that person? Tell me, where is the human?" At that moment, the tortoise and the centipede reached the heart of heaven, only to find it had vanished. Besides the lifeless body of Blackfeather, no other traces remained. I, my Lord Demon Emperor, when I left, he was still here," the centipede stammered, panic lacing its voice. "Humph! How dare a mere human tread upon my head?" Enraged, the tortoise emanated a brilliant light, transforming into an elder bearing a tortoise shell. His visage was grotesque, with features jumbled together, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld him. "Where are the 18 Demon Kings?" he bellowed, and with his roar, a tempest of demonic winds swirled around him. Soon after, a figure with a human body and a leopard's head descended. Following closely were the demon monkey, demon pig, demon wolf, demon eagle, and the other 18 Demon Kings, all arriving and kneeling before the tortoise elder. "Your Majesty, may I inquire the purpose of your summons?" The 18 Demon Kings spoke in unison. Bogwa, his expression dark and foreboding, bellowed, "A human has intruded upon the mountains, not only plucking my Tianxin Dan, but also slaying Heiyu. I command you to locate this human within half an hour and bring him before me. I thirst for his flesh and blood." "Yes, Your Majesty." With a single command, the 18 Demon Kings transformed into a gust of demonic wind, vanishing swiftly. "Your Majesty, do not be enraged. This Muffa mountain is our territory. He cannot escape far," the centipede said with a grin. As his demonic aura emanated, he morphed into a humanoid form with a centipede's head, though his many arms and legs remained. He fawned, "While you await here, allow me to relieve your shoulders." As he spoke, countless hands skillfully began to massage Bogwa. "Humph, you are but a worthless creature with such limited utility. Had it not been for your blunder with Tianxin Dan, I would have fed you to the Eagle King," Bogwa retorted coldly. Indeed, the centipede said, a sheen of sweat forming as he toiled harder. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and the 18 Demon Kings returned to Bogwa's side, their faces grave. They knelt and reported in hushed tones, "Your Majesty, we scoured the entire mountain range and have found no trace of the human." "What?" Bogwa leapt to his feet, his formidable presence sending the centipede reeling. His dark gaze bored down upon the 18 demon kings, rendering them breathless with fear. "Relay my orders. Expand the search radius. We must locate this accursed human." Bogwa hissed through clenched teeth. Yes, the 18 demon kings vanished once more. "Your Majesty, what shall we do now?" The centipede cautiously reapproached. "This wretched human dares to steal my Tianxin Dan. I shall ensure he meets a most dreadful end," Bogwa said ominously. "However, I am on the verge of a breakthrough. The water spirit herb must not encounter any unforeseen complications. I shall return to my lair now. Once I have absorbed the water spirit herb, I will personally deal with this accursed human." Chapter 108. A colossal turtle. 2 beams of light flashed, and the 2 demons returned to the entrance of the water cave. The water spirit grass had matured and must not be disturbed. "We shall conceal our demonic aura and transform into our true forms to enter the cave." With an imposing demeanor, Bagu commanded the centipede, "While I absorb the water spirit grass, you shall stand guard. Once I emerge, we shall seek that accursed human. If we fail to locate him, eliminate every human in this mountain, spare none, and turn them all into human sticks." "Yes, Lord Bagu," the centipede replied respectfully. With a flash of light, the 2 demons reverted to their original forms, transforming into a turtle and a centipede as they crawled into the cave. "Slow down. This royal is still behind you." As they crawled, Bagu voiced his dissatisfaction, watching the centipede scuttle ahead. Yes, Your Majesty," observing Bagu's sluggish movements. The centipede clicked its tongue, reluctantly trailing behind, stifling its frustration. "Plucking this water spirit grass truly consumed a considerable amount of my time." Ifong carefully placed the freshly harvested water spirit grass into his bamboo basket, wiping the sweat from his brow, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. At the same moment, Bagu and the centipede finally entered, just in time to witness this scene. "Who dares to have the audacity to invade my cave and steal my water spirit grass?" Bagu's eyes widened in disbelief, rooted to the spot. It was well known that this was his lair, and ordinary demons would steer clear of it, let alone enter to thieve. Never did he expect someone would be bold enough to do so. "Your Majesty, he is the human who stole Tianxin Dan." The centipede, equally stunned, rubbed its eyes and conveyed its panic to the demon king. "What?" Bagu's eyes bulged, and an overwhelming fury erupted within him. He had been searching for this despicable human, only to find him brazenly trespassing in his lair, having already secured his freshly matured water spirit grass. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Die. As his rage surged, his formidable demonic power surged wildly within him, ready to take form and strike at Ifong. However, just as he was about to manifest his assault, an astonished voice interrupted. "Wow, what a colossal turtle!" As the words fell, a foot descended upon Bagu's shell. This blow forced the already forming Bagu back, as if a mountain range were pressing down upon him. Even as a powerful demon king, he found himself immobilized beneath the weight. What is this power? Bagu's eyes widened in horror. Yet, more intense than his fear was the seething anger and humiliation. How could he, a dignified demon king, be trampled by a mere human? "You shall die. You must die." In a fit of hysteria, Bagu roared as the overwhelming power of the demon emperor surged wildly within him. Struggling fiercely in an attempt to turn the tide and launch a counterattack beneath the weight of the foot pressing down upon him. "You old tortoise, surprisingly strong, aren't you?" Feeling the force emanating from beneath his feet, Ifeng's temper flared. He set down his bamboo basket, seized the old tortoise beneath him, and hefted it above his head before bringing it crashing down with great force. The impact left Bagu dazed, stars dancing before his eyes. The hatred that had once consumed him suddenly morphed into sheer terror. To his disbelief, he realized that the immense power of his demon emperor status was utterly impotent before this human. Such a bizarre and unfathomable situation was a first for him. Could it be? A thought struck him. Was this individual a master among humans, perhaps a martial sage or martial emperor? Otherwise, how could he possess such extraordinary prowess and audacity, disregarding the authority of Bagu the demon emperor and brazenly trespassing into his lair to harvest the spirit water grass? Gasping in realization, Bagu felt a chill run down his spine. If that were the case, this person could rival the demon saints or demon emperors of his realm. Under such circumstances, what chance did he stand? Panic enveloped Bagu's mind. This was the gravest crisis he had faced since ascending to the throne of Demon Emperor. Just as he pondered his next move in despair, Yifeng's gaze fell upon a centipede nearby. What an enormous centipede! He mused, frowning. Centipedes were rather repugnant. Unbeknownst to him, his words had a profound effect, and the centipede quivered in fear. Having witnessed the terrifying capabilities of this human, first, he had dispatched the black feather with a single strike. And now he had Bagu beneath his foot. This creature harbored no desire to confront such a formidable being. Consequently, in the next moment, it flipped onto its back, lying still and motionless. Feigning death? Bagu's eyes widened in astonishment at this spectacle. You wretched night wind centipede. Rather than coming to my aid in danger, you dare to play dead before me? This is infuriating. Yet, this revelation sparked a flicker of inspiration within Bagu. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth, rolled his eyes back, and collapsed onto the ground, feigning lifelessness. Though it was rather humiliating for a proud demon emperor to resort to such a ruse for survival, there was no alternative if he wished to escape the clutches of this human. After all, no one was around to witness his plight. Chapter 109. The night wind centipede. Yifeng prodded the gigantic centipede with his spade, bewildered by its sudden demise. Such a fearsome creature. How could it have perished so abruptly? Initially intending to deliver a decisive blow, he was deterred by the repulsiveness of the task and chose to disregard it. Subsequently, Yifeng approached the old tortoise. As he drew nearer, Bagu felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, recalling the night wind centipede's desperate attempts to escape its fate, he felt a slight sense of relief. Had this old tortoise met its end as well? Yifeng nudged it with his foot, pondering whether it had succumbed to its fall. Upon hearing this, Bagu exhaled in relief, convinced that he had not been discovered, and believed he would soon be free from peril. However, just as he relaxed, Yifeng's exuberant voice rang out. Such a large tortoise is a considerable source of nourishment. A delightful broth to rejuvenate my disciple. These words echoed in Bagu's mind like a thunderclap. The illustrious demon emperor was to be transformed into soup? Overwhelmed by the shock, coupled with the pain from his earlier fall, Bagu's vision darkened, and he fainted. Utilizing the light from the flame pearl, Yifeng gathered a handful of aquatic plants from the nearby water, braiding them into a sturdy rope. He then bound the tortoise securely and hoisted it into his grasp. After weighing it in his hand, Yifeng nodded in satisfaction, realizing it must weigh several pounds, far too much for his disciple to consume alone. He resolved to invite Old Wu and Old Qingshan to partake in the feast. With that, Yifeng unfurled the map once more. Cloud Path Flower. This herb is notoriously elusive. I shall have to rely on fortune. With that proclamation, he slung the bamboo basket over his shoulder, grasping the tortoise, and exited the water cave. Shortly after Yifeng's departure, the night wind centipede managed to roll over, its face etched with lingering fear. Remembering the plight of the demon emperor, it dared not linger and hastily fled the cave, inadvertently losing 2 of its legs in its frantic escape. Yet it pressed on toward the mountains. Come quickly. A great calamity has befallen us. Everyone gather. The demon emperor Bagu is to be made into soup. In its panic, the centipede alerted the nearby demons. This grave news swiftly roused the entire mountainous region, summoning the myriad of demons. The 18 demon kings, upon hearing the alarming tidings, hastened back, convening in a shadowy ravine. What has transpired with the night wind centipede? The eagle king inquired, his keen gaze fixed upon it. 18 demon kings. We must devise a plan. That human is utterly ruthless. The night wind centipede lamented. He brazenly invaded the demon emperor's lair, not only uprooting the emperor's water spirit grass, but also capturing him with the intent of turning him into broth. I fought valiantly for 300 rounds, losing 2 legs in the process, and realizing my inability to rescue the emperor, I had no choice but to come and inform you. Humph, such audacious boasts. The majestic figure of the leopard king emerged, gazing at Nightwind the centipede with a heavy tone. Even the demon emperor has been captured by that human. What strength do you, a mere centipede, possess to contend with that human for 300 rounds? Upon the leopard king's skepticism, the eyes of the other demon kings turned toward Nightwind the centipede with doubt. Indeed, Nightwind the centipede hastily explained. The reason I could engage him for 300 rounds was due to the immense exhaustion of his power after battling the demon emperor. At this point, Tears welled in Nightwind's eyes as he spoke with palpable shame. I initially believed I could rescue the Demon Emperor, yet as a mere centipede, my strength is ultimately limited. It is all my fault for being so inept. Witnessing this, the Eagle King and the others felt a pang of guilt, realizing they had wronged Nightwind. They quickly approached, placing comforting hands on Nightwind's shoulder, softly reassuring, "Nightwind, we spoke too harshly earlier. Do not take it to heart. We all recognize your efforts. Indeed, your endeavors to save the Demon Emperor have not gone unnoticed." The Leopard King added, "You should focus on recuperating. Allow us to handle the matter of rescuing the Demon Emperor." "I feel quite embarrassed," Nightwind the Centipede replied, his eyes flickering with shyness. "You have already contributed your share of strength. Now, rest well," the Monkey King advised. The others nodded in agreement. "Very well, esteemed Demon Kings, I shall not be impolite. I will return to recuperate for a few days, and once I am healed, I shall return to assist you," Nightwind the Centipede expressed gratefully, before transforming back to his original form and slowly crawling out of the canyon. As soon as he emerged, he hurried to a nearby mound, unearthed a trove of treasures, and swiftly made his way beyond the mountains, not looking back. Chapter 110. The Death Order. Ladies and gentlemen, the capture of the Demon Emperor is a matter of great significance. We must come to a decision. The Leopard King stood at the center, presiding over the assembly. According to the information conveyed by the Night Wind Demon Spirit, this human possesses strength that likely surpasses that of the Demon Emperor, albeit not by much. The Eagle King pondered aloud. Otherwise, the Night Wind Demon Spirit would not have been able to engage him in a fierce battle lasting 300 rounds. Indeed, the Eagle King speaks wisely. The Monkey King stepped forward and remarked, "Yet, even so, this individual's power is beyond our capacity to confront. I am even more curious as to why he would go to such lengths to capture the Demon Emperor, even intending to brew a soup from him." The assembly nodded gravely, pondering the true intentions of this individual. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. Finally, the Pig King spoke. His abduction of the Demon Emperor, coupled with his brazen declaration of brewing soup from him, undoubtedly carries a significant element of humiliation. Given the long-standing animosity that humans harbor towards our demon realm, it is highly likely that this act is a deliberate provocation, perhaps even a declaration of war against all the demons of our Mu Province Mountain. That is true, but it is also possible that he seeks vengeance. The Deer King interjected. As for the humans who typically venture into the mountains, we have, to some extent, claimed several of them. The Demon Emperor, over the years, has certainly dealt with many. I suspect that among those who have been consumed, there may be descendants or disciples of this individual. The Deer King makes a valid point. The Monkey King added, "Humans are known for their tit-for-tat mentality, adhering to the principle of repaying grievances with grievances, which aligns perfectly with his intention to turn the Demon Emperor into soup. I believe these two conjectures are quite plausible." The Leopard King nodded. "Regardless, we lack the strength to rescue the Demon Emperor ourselves, so we must formulate a concrete plan. I believe, irrespective of the reasoning, this human's actions amount to a declaration of war against all demons of Mu Province Mountain." The Eagle King spoke solemnly, "And humans are indeed a common enemy of our demon realm. Given his brazen provocation, we should report this matter to the other demon emperors of the neighboring territories and seek their assistance." "I concur. I too am in agreement. Although there may be occasional frictions between our territories, I trust that, in the face of a common enemy, they will temporarily set aside their grievances." At that moment, the other Demon Kings nodded in unison. With a plan in place, the 18 Demon Kings transformed into streaks of light and swiftly departed. Within a single day, they managed to contact the other Demon Emperors of Mu Province Mountain. Indeed, when confronted with the shared adversary of humanity, the other Demon Emperors chose to put aside their past grievances and extend their aid. With a decree from several Demon Emperors, the entire demon populace of Mu Province Mountain united and issued a death order. As the death order was proclaimed, the entire Mu Province Mountain trembled, sending countless ordinary creatures into a frenzy, while the demons that typically lurked in the shadows emerged from their hiding places. In the mountains, finding this cloud path flower is indeed no simple task. Yifeng, carrying a large tortoise in one hand and a small bamboo basket on his back, continued his journey. "It seems I have become utterly lost." Yifeng scowled at the map in his hands, filled with frustration. He had traversed this mountain range for quite some time without finding an exit, and could not help but curse. Damn those unscrupulous merchants for providing me with a fraudulent map. May you bear a son without a rear. Just then, he noticed a gathering of people at a hillside ahead, and his eyes brightened. He wondered what they were doing, but surely they must know the way out. Clutching his turtle, he hastened toward them. Stop! Who goes there? As Yifeng approached, two sword-wielding youths swiftly intercepted him. Cultivators? Yifeng was somewhat taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, smiling as he said, Greetings. I am merely seeking directions. Could you kindly inform me how to exit this mountain range? Not our concern. Be gone. The two youths barked without a hint of politeness. Is it truly necessary to be so rude? Yifeng frowned. I am merely inquiring about the way. A mere mortal dares to speak back? The youths' expressions darkened, their swords drawn and aimed threateningly at Yifeng. This made Yifeng furrow his brow. Despite being fellow cultivators, the disparity in demeanor was striking. It seemed that the nearby Qingshan sect adhered to much better decorum. Stand down. At that moment, a melodic voice rang out, halting the two youths in their tracks. Miss Li, the youths quickly stepped back, bowing respectfully, their gazes filled with admiration and a hint of reverence. Yifeng turned his gaze to the source of the voice. A young woman, around 20, stood before him, dressed in a flowing white gown that accentuated her graceful figure, with bright eyes and a radiant smile. Her long hair cascaded down her back. She held a gleaming sword with a poised hand, her delicate brows knitted, exuding an air of coldness and authority. What is happening here? She inquired in a frosty tone. Reporting to you, Miss Li, an oblivious mortal has intruded and disturbed you. We shall see him off at once. The youths hurriedly explained, ready to usher Yifeng away. However, the woman raised her delicate hand, and the youths, though puzzled, dared not question her. Her bright, beautiful eyes scrutinized Yifeng, assessing him from head to toe, the bamboo basket on his back, the turtle in his hand, and his utterly unremarkable aura all confirmed that he was indeed a mere mortal. Lowering her guard, she spoke with a flat expression, What is it you seek? Though she appeared cold, Yifeng sensed a degree of reason in her demeanor and replied politely, Miss, I simply wish to inquire about the path to exit this mountain. Inquiring about directions? The woman's brows slightly furrowed, her voice icy as she remarked, Ignorance breeds no fear. How dare you trespass in this mountain? With that, she turned to leave, but added, You too, escort him down the mountain. Ensure he makes it safely, otherwise he shall not survive here. Thank you, miss. Yifeng expressed his gratitude politely upon witnessing her concern, yet she offered no further response. Qian, with her delicate hands, gathered her pristine white gown and gracefully seated herself on the ground, slowly closing her bright eyes. The two young men led Yifeng down the mountain, but after a short distance, they abruptly turned to leave. Hey, my friends, what is the reason for this? Yifeng asked, puzzled by their sudden departure. Humph. You should count your blessings, kid. If it weren't for Miss Li's favor, I wouldn't even bother to speak with a mere mortal like you. Whether you descend the mountain or meet your demise is of no concern to us, one of the young men scoffed. Indeed, just a mortal, a life of little worth. Your death is hardly regrettable, echoed the other, their voices dripping with mockery. The two then soared into the sky, swiftly departing, clearly indifferent to Yifeng's fate. Very well, Yifeng sighed, pinching his nose, unperturbed. Having lived 2 lives, he had cultivated a serene disposition and continued his search for the path while clutching the old turtle. Yet, he was perplexed by the woman's warning about the dangers here. Aside from the occasional wild beast, it seemed relatively safe. Perhaps the cultivators are simply more on edge. Have they escorted him down? Upon the return of the young men, the seated woman slowly opened her eyes and inquired with an expressionless demeanor. They have taken him down. The young men exchanged glances, lowering their heads in silent understanding. The woman regarded them for a moment before closing her eyes once more. However, in the next instant, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over her. Before she could react, a dense malevolent aura erupted around her, as a shadow loomed from the ground. A massive eagle spread its talons and swooped down, accompanied by a voice filled with murderous intent. Leave no human alive among the mountains. Chapter 111. How could such a powerful being exist? As the cries echoed, the Eagle King's sharp talons swept through the air, blood splattering forth as the 2 young men were instantly obliterated. Simultaneously, a multitude of ferocious beasts surged forth from the forest, surrounding the onlookers. What? So many beasts? What is happening? Witnessing this, the crowd was immediately gripped by panic, the sheer number of beasts sending shivers down their spines. The seated woman's expression shifted dramatically. Drawing her long sword, she unleashed a torrent of sword energy directed at the Eagle King. Bang! The sword met the Eagle King's razor-sharp claws, producing a dazzling shower of sparks. "Human, you shall perish," the Eagle King screeched defiantly, its wings unfurling like blades as it ascended into the sky, only to swiftly dive down with formidable force towards the woman. The woman furrowed her delicate brows. With a flick of her sword, it transformed into a myriad of dazzling sword lights that converged into one, launching a tremendous strike upwards. In an instant, the air was thick with sword energy. Bang! The collision of their immense powers erupted into a massive shockwave, splintering countless trees in its wake, while the ground was enveloped in a swirling cloud of dust. Humph! The Eagle King grunted under the weight of her strike. Its colossal form sent tumbling several hundred feet away before it stabilized, though its claws bore wounds. Crimson blood dripping down from the sky. Thud, thud, thud. Simultaneously, the woman's graceful feet touched the ground, taking only a few steps. Clearly, she had gained the upper hand in this clash. Yet, a grave expression lingered in her bright eyes, despite her advantage. Her fellow disciples were collapsing one by one under the onslaught of the vast beast horde. In less than a moment, half of them had fallen. What on earth is happening? She furrowed her brow, recalling that while there were indeed numerous beasts in these mountains, they had never congregated in such overwhelming numbers. The eagle that had attacked her must have already reached the realm of a beast king. Such entities rarely manifested under ordinary circumstances. Roar! Just as she pondered, a majestic leopard burst forth from the thicket with a thunderous roar. Boom! The earth trembled once more as the formidable boar king charged forward, its heavy limbs pounding the ground. Two more beast kings? The woman furrowed her brow tightly. Looking up, she saw the wounded yet undeterred Eagle King soaring back into the fray. Without a moment's hesitation, the three beast kings unleashed a tempest of attacks upon her. Yet, the woman refused to falter. Despite being merely a woman, she radiated an overwhelming aura, her very being transforming into a sharp sword as she adeptly countered the ferocious assault of the three beast kings. Save me. Yet, the anguished cries of the disciples grew increasingly numerous. Even though the woman yearned to rescue them, she found herself unable to break free under the relentless assaults of the three demon kings. At last, the final disciple collapsed before her, his face contorted in terror. The ground was littered with lifeless bodies, blood staining the earth, and the acrid scent of blood enveloped the entire forest. Cursed be this fate. The woman's countenance turned frosty, her heart quaking. All these were the elite disciples of her sect. Humph! How dare they lose focus while battling us? At that moment, the leopard king let out a chilling laugh, and with a gust of wind, his massive claw came roaring towards her. The woman's expression shifted dramatically as she raised her sword to defend herself, but it was too late. Her white dress was torn at the abdomen, leaving a ghastly wound that instantly soaked her garments in crimson. She staggered backward, her bright eyes unwillingly gazing upon the heaps of corpses, her red lips biting down on her pearly teeth as she transformed into a streak of light, hastily fleeing. "Chase her." The three demon kings exchanged glances, clearly undeterred by her beauty, intent on capturing her. Though she was swifter than the three demon kings, after a frantic pursuit, she managed to temporarily elude them. However, her situation remained dire. Having lost too much blood, her delicate face had turned pallid, and she could only stumble forward, dragging her injured body along. Meanwhile, her fair forehead had yet to ease from its tension. As she traversed the mountain range, she discovered that it was teeming with demonic beasts, and the presence of other demon kings lingered in the air. What on earth is happening? Her expression was rife with confusion. Such occurrences were unprecedented. Spotting a small demon not far away, she, driven by the desire to unravel the mystery, flickered towards it like a wraith, her jade hand descending upon the little demon's head. Search its soul. As the memories of the little demon flooded into her mind, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and her red lips involuntarily parted wider, ultimately escaping in astonishment. How could there be such a powerful individual? Chapter 112. Matters beyond the imagination of mortals. Amid her astonishment, an overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped her. Soon after, She discerned sounds emanating from various directions ahead. Clearly, pursuers were drawing near. She furrowed her brow, her beautiful eyes casting a glance towards the cliff behind her. With a determined bite of her crimson lips, she leaped down, unwilling to succumb to her fate. At last, I have emerged from this wretched place. Yifeng ambled along, lazily clutching a turtle in his hand. Despite the temperate climate of the mountains, he was already drenched in perspiration from his arduous journey. Ah, a pond. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with delight as he approached and tested the water, discovering it pleasantly warm. Without hesitation, he discarded his clothing and dove into the water, reveling in the refreshing embrace. What bliss! Yifeng cleansed himself thoroughly, his feet treading the water while his upper body emerged just above the surface. A serene smile gracing his lips as the sunlight filtered through the trees. Suddenly, a shadow plummeted from above, creating a towering splash. Water cascaded over Yifeng, momentarily obscuring his vision. As the surface settled, he found nothing amiss. What a strange occurrence. He remained in the water, observing intently, even as tranquility returned to the pond. Yet nothing appeared. Perhaps a stone had fallen? He pondered. But in the next instant, he felt something swimming beneath his legs. Surely, it cannot be a snake? Panic surged within him. In an instant, he felt a jolt of fear. It seemed as though the creature intended to attack him below. In a flurry of movement, he attempted to step back, but suddenly, a head emerged directly in front of him. Her visage surfaced just above the water, revealing a pair of large eyes fixed upon him. Could it be a woman? Yifeng gazed down at the face so close before him, momentarily stunned. They exchanged wide-eyed stares. How audacious! Abruptly, a delicate hand emerged from the water, delivering a sharp slap to Yifeng's face. What the? Stunned by the sudden blow, Yifeng instinctively retaliated with a slap of his own, exclaiming, "You startled me half to death, and now you strike me?" The force of his return slap left the woman momentarily dazed. Her frosty countenance darkened with an intense aura of menace as a long sword materialized in her hand. Soaked to the skin, she surged forth from the water, aiming a strike at Yifeng. Yet, just as she gathered her strength midair, she realized her energy was depleted, stumbling and crashing down onto Yifeng's head. What the? With a roar of surprise from Yifeng, both plunged into the depths once more. A gentle breeze wafted through, the leaves in the forest dancing gracefully. It was near dusk, the flickering flames casting a warm glow. Whether it was the firelight or the evening glow, the horizon blazed crimson, a sight most exquisite. The woman slowly opened her eyes, her icy form beginning to warm under the caress of the fire's light. Subsequently, a young man clad in green approached her, carrying a turtle in his left hand and a bamboo basket on his back. She furrowed her delicate brows, her face betraying astonishment. "Is it you?" Only then did she recognize that this youth was the very mortal she had encountered in the mountains. "Indeed, it is I." Yifeng hung the turtle on a tree and set down the bamboo basket, speaking irritably. "Do you have any idea how frightened you just made me?" Upon hearing this, the woman's expression turned frosty. She had not anticipated that before she could voice her grievances, the young man would take the initiative to trouble her. However, she was not devoid of reason. Though initially incensed, she now recalled that Yifeng was not entirely at fault. Naturally, the memory of the recent incident at the pond still soured her countenance. That scene was indeed difficult to articulate, especially since this mortal had dared to slap her. It was utterly. Nevertheless, observing the garments draped over her and the young man's lack of any lewd intentions, she managed to suppress her simmering anger. "Come, fish. Nourish yourself." Yifeng extended the roasted fish towards her. The woman frowned, her voice icy. "Do you not realize I am a martial cultivator? So what?" Yifeng shot her a glance of exasperation and replied, "Does that not mean you still need to eat?" The woman's brows knitted together, her expression reverting to one of indifference as she stated, "Such fare holds no value for me." Yifeng's eyes widened, rising to his feet. He queried, "The fish is of no use to you. Then you must be coveting my turtle?" He said this with reluctance. Although this old turtle was a significant source of nourishment, it was meant for my little companion, Zhongqing. Upon hearing this, the woman's demeanor instantly soured, finding the ignorance of this mortal both amusing and exasperating. Would a dignified martial king covet a mere turtle? How laughable! Observing Yifeng's carefree disposition, the woman, who had initially held disdain for engaging in conversation, could not resist asking, "As a mere mortal, do you not fear venturing into these mountains?" What is there to fear? Yifeng spat out a fishbone, perplexed. The woman's voice faltered. Forget it. The mindset of mortals is inherently limited, and they fail to comprehend many things. Speaking to him was akin to playing a lute to a cow. Yet, glancing at the clothing enveloping her, she hesitated briefly before saying, "You should finish your meal and find a way down the mountain swiftly." Yifeng lifted his head. "If you do not descend, you will perish," the woman stated solemnly. Not waiting for Yifeng to inquire further, she continued, "An event of unimaginable magnitude has transpired in these mountains. One that is beyond the comprehension of you mortals." As she spoke, she slightly raised her head. Memories conjured from the soul of that little demon began to surface in her mind. Chapter 113. A familiar figure descending the mountain is, for the time being, a rather improbable endeavor. I still have herbs to gather. Yifeng shook his head with a smile, expressing his curiosity. But what exactly has transpired? Gathering herbs? The woman gazed at Yifeng with astonishment, her voice icy as she inquired, "Are you truly unafraid of death?" "Very well." With that, the woman adopted a serious demeanor, fixing her gaze upon Yifeng as she continued, "I must enlighten you about the vastness of this world, lest you remain obstinately ignorant and lose your life. You are aware that there are demonic beasts in this world, correct?" she asked. "I have heard of them." Yifeng nodded in acknowledgement. Within the expanse of the Mufu mountain range, numerous demonic beasts dwell, among which the most formidable have ascended to the realm of the Demon Emperor. The woman spoke in a contemplative tone. The realm of the Demon Emperor signifies a sovereign of the demon world, and this matter pertains to the ruler of our territory spanning several thousand miles, the Boga Demon Emperor. Although this Boga Demon Emperor is an entity born from a tortoise, his extensive lifespan has granted him profound cultivation. Indeed, Yifeng listened attentively. Although he still held little understanding of the Demon Emperor, it certainly sounded impressive. Yet, such a powerful leader of myriad demons has been captured. The woman continued. "Captured?" Yifeng exclaimed in surprise. "Yes." The woman nodded, her tone turning earnest as she elaborated. "It was a human, an exceptionally powerful human." At this, she displayed an expression of reverence, her eyes glimmering with admiration. "This individual possesses extraordinary strength, having single-handedly infiltrated the Boga Demon Emperor's lair, seizing not only the treasures of this Demon Emperor, but also capturing him alive." Claiming he intend to do what? Yifeng's curiosity was piqued. With an air of astonishment, the woman declared, "He intends to take this Demon Emperor home to brew soup." Brew soup? Yifeng's jaw dropped, instinctively glancing at the old tortoise hanging from the tree. He never imagined that this formidable figure would capture the tortoise Demon Emperor for the purpose of making soup. Such a peculiar interest indeed resonated with him. Consequently, this act incited the wrath of all demonic beasts within the Mufu mountain range. The woman, still shaken, remarked, in conjunction with several other demon emperors, "The demonic beasts of the entire Mufu mountain range have declared a death warrant against this human. Yet, this human remains elusive. While my fellow disciples from the Sword Control sect have suffered unwarranted calamities. However, the Boga Demon Emperor has committed numerous atrocities over the years. Although some of my Sword Control sect disciples have perished, eliminating this menace could be deemed worthwhile. Therefore, under ordinary circumstances, if fortune favored you, you might still escape with your life. But now," the woman's voice faltered. Shaking her head, she looked at Yifeng with grave seriousness, stating, "Once discovered by the demonic beasts, you have no chance of survival, especially since you are merely a mortal. Thus, it would be prudent for you to descend the mountain as swiftly as possible." This truly placed Yifeng in a difficult position. "Let us part ways," the woman declared, rising to her feet. "I am being pursued by several demon kings, and if you accompany me, I fear I will have no time to attend to your safety." With that, she grasped her long sword and prepared to depart. "Wait," Yifeng called out. The woman paused and turned her head. "You still bear wounds. Perhaps you should apply some herbal ointment?" Yifeng suggested. "I have some herbs with me." Though she acknowledged his kind intent with a hint of gratitude, she candidly declined, saying, "The remedies of mortals are of no use to me." With that, she vanished into the woods like a fleeting shadow. Once she was gone, Yifeng lingered in place, troubled by his thoughts. However, upon reflection, he realized that the mountains were not as fearsome as they seemed, for he had encountered no dangers during his days there. If one were to speak of peril, it would be the wolf that had attacked him earlier, which he had managed to dispatch with a shovel, having honed some skills of his own. Moreover, he needed to procure medicine for Zhongqing. Although Zhongqing's life was spared after previous treatments, significant aftereffects loomed, and at such a tender age, he did not wish for his disciple to bear any lasting afflictions. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days had slipped away. In a secluded part of the forest, the sword-wielding woman wore a grave expression, her lips stained with traces of blood. Just moments prior, she had engaged in a fierce battle with 2 demon kings, resulting in mutual injuries. Yet, the most pressing concern was that the entire mountain range had been besieged by demonic beasts, rendering escape impossible. As she dragged her weary body, contemplating her escape route, memories of the young man from 3 days ago surfaced, prompting a bitter smile. Even a warrior of her caliber could not find a way out. What hope was there for that young man? In a realm overrun by ferocious beasts, he would scarcely survive a night. After all, a mere mortal would likely fall victim to even the smallest of demons. Presently, aside from the mysterious master whose whereabouts were unknown, she suspected she was the only living soul left in the mountains. Though regret lingered, her encounter with him had been but a fleeting moment. There was little she could do about it, save for a sigh of lament. Just then, she sensed a disturbance ahead. With a ghostly agility, she darted forward, her eyes widening in disbelief. That familiar figure clad in green, brandishing a turtle shell and carrying a small bamboo basket. Was it not the young man? It seemed he was even humming a tune. Chapter 114. Helplessness. The young woman's face was etched with profound astonishment. Over the past 3 days, she had navigated with utmost caution, yet she had encountered numerous ferocious beasts and faced perilous situations more than once. Ultimately, it was her strength, coupled with a modicum of fortune, that had allowed her to survive. Yet, here was this mere mortal, casually carrying a turtle, who remained utterly unscathed. His unadorned green robe remarkably pristine. Were the mountain's beasts unable to wield their blades, or were they simply blind? Or perhaps this mortal was exceptionally fortunate. But why was her luck so abysmal? No matter how she pondered, she could not fathom how Yifeng managed to remain unharmed, for in her eyes, not even a master of martial spirits would have a chance of survival in the treacherous mountains. Harboring immense curiosity, she swiftly pursued Yifeng. "Is it you?" Yifeng exclaimed with surprise, a smile illuminating his face upon seeing her. However, the woman remained silent, her keen eyes scrutinizing him from head to toe, her expression becoming increasingly incredulous. How could Yifeng appear so composed, devoid of any sign of distress? After a lengthy pause, she finally inhaled deeply and, with a complex expression, remarked, "I never imagined you, a mere mortal, would still be alive." "What do you mean by that?" Yifeng's expression darkened instantly. Was she wishing him dead? "Apologies, I meant no offense. I am simply astonished," the woman hastily clarified, though the incredulity lingered on her face. "Very well," Yifeng replied nonchalantly, nodding. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the woman prepared to take her leave. Before departing, she said with a tinge of complexity, "I hope you continue to enjoy such good fortune in the days to come." Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle in resignation. This woman was rather eccentric. How could the mountains be as perilous as she suggested? Throughout his time there, he had encountered no such dangers. Yet, she had shown kindness when he had asked for directions, sending someone to guide him down the mountain. Thus, he produced a small package and offered, "I have a bug-repellent pouch I made with herbs. Perhaps you would like to take it?" The woman glanced at the pouch, frowning slightly. "I believe you need this more than I do. It is you who would benefit from it." Yifeng chuckled softly. "After all, this item is of little consequence to me." In truth, he spoke rightly. In his view, although this woman was a cultivator, she would likely detest snakes and insects, while he, as a man, possessed a far greater immunity to such nuisances. "I need it more." The woman found it somewhat amusing. To be honest, such mundane items had long since lost their utility for someone of her caliber. However, seeing the smile on Yifeng's face, she accepted the bug-repellent pouch, casually fastening it to her waist. Though he was fortunate, such luck could hardly be relied upon indefinitely. It was highly probable he was a doomed soul. Let this be a final solace for him. Having spoken, the woman cast a fleeting glance at Yifeng before gracefully leaping into the depths of the forest. As dusk fell once more, within a shadowy gorge, the Eagle King perched upon a rock. Beside him, a pair of eerie eyes glimmered, and as it flicked its tongue like a serpent, it inquired, "Eagle King, what news do you bring?" There is still no trace of the demon emperor. The Eagle King replied, furrowing his brow. Under the decree of extermination, apart from a single human martial king who clings to life, all others have been eradicated. However, I have just received word from a minor demon that another human youth has been discovered. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, I must trouble you, Serpent King, to accompany me on this endeavor. To serve the demon emperor is my duty, came the reply. With that, the two demons transformed into streaks of light, leading a throng of beasts towards the mountains. Meanwhile, the woman, who had departed moments ago from Yifeng, sensed the formidable energy surging towards him, concealed in the shadows. Her beautiful eyes narrowed in concern. Has he been discovered? She bit her lip, torn between the impulse to return and rescue Yifeng. Yet, upon sensing the presence of the two demon kings, she relinquished her intentions, recognizing that in her current wounded state, she could not contend with such formidable foes. To return would only mean certain death. May you, in your next life, refrain from recklessly entering perilous grounds, she sighed heavily. A mix of regret and helplessness flooding her heart. With a slight flicker of her form, she vanished once more into the embrace of the forest. Chapter 115. The existence of the succession of demon emperors. Damn it. Although there are no beasts as that woman described, the wild animals recently appearing are indeed quite numerous. Yifeng's irritated voice echoed. Over the past 2 days, countless creatures such as snakes, wild boars, and crows had been incessantly disturbing him, causing him great annoyance. It can be said that he had not enjoyed a single restful night lately. Glancing at the sky, he realized that continuing his journey today was futile. So Yifeng reluctantly prepared to camp for the night. However, those frenzied animals had to be dealt with somehow. With this thought in mind, Yifeng retrieved a small vial from his bamboo basket and poured its powder around the campsite. This powder, which he had specially prepared before his arrival, served a purpose akin to that of realgar. While it might not deter larger beasts like wild boars, it should suffice against insects and ants. Having completed these preparations, Yifeng yawned widely, propped his weary body against a rock, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. On a mountaintop, led by the Eagle King and Snake King, numerous demon beasts descended upon the area. Everyone, it is imperative that we locate this individual. Regardless of whether he is the one we seek, show no mercy, commanded the Eagle King, his dark eyes flashing ominously as he issued orders to the other beasts. Yes, in response to his command, the multitude of demon beasts dispersed in all directions. Let us await news here, the Eagle King declared. Indeed, the Snake King nodded, preparing to close his eyes and meditate. However, he suddenly noticed something and exclaimed in astonishment. Is that the Nightwind centipede? Upon hearing this, the Eagle King shifted his gaze, his brow furrowing immediately. Isn't the Nightwind centipede recuperating in its cavern? How did it end up here? With that, the Eagle King soared forward, his sharp claws seizing the Nightwind centipede. Oh, Eagle King, what brings you here? The Nightwind centipede exclaimed, its eyes wide with panic. As a servant of the ancient demon emperor, it was aware that the emperor had once concealed a spirit pearl with extraordinary restorative properties in this location. It had intended to escape with the pearl, but unexpectedly found itself captured by the Eagle King just after obtaining it. I was about to inquire how you came to be here, the Eagle King said, his piercing gaze fixed upon it. Weren't you supposed to be recuperating in your cavern? Aye, aye. The Nightwind centipede hastily concealed the spirit pearl behind itself, nervously stammering. With the emperor captured, how could I remain in the cavern to recuperate? I merely ventured out to see if that human had left any trace. At this, the Eagle King's expression softened slightly, and he inquired further, did you discover anything regarding the Nightwind demon spirit? Discover? Well, the Nightwind centipede felt a surge of anxiety, hesitating before finally stating, there is indeed something to report, and I strongly suspect that the human is very close by. Upon finishing, the Nightwind centipede lowered its head in trepidation, unable to meet the Eagle King's piercing gaze. To his surprise, the Eagle King nodded with satisfaction and remarked, Nightwind centipede, you are indeed perceptive. It is no wonder that you have accompanied 6 demon emperors. You are correct, according to reliable sources. There is indeed a human nearby, though it remains to be confirmed whether he is the one we seek. Therefore, Nightwind spirit, will you accompany me and the Serpent King to investigate? The Nightwind centipede nodded, and upon realizing the situation, his eyes widened in alarm. What? Is the Nightwind spirit unwilling to assist the demon emperor? The Eagle King inquired with a furrowed brow. And no, of course not. I would willingly sacrifice my life for the Demon Emperor. The Night Wind Centipede declared with righteous fervor, yet his small eyes darted around, seeking an opportunity to escape. Before long, a small demon reported that they had discovered the whereabouts of Yifeng. Let us go, Serpent King, Night Wind Spirit. The Eagle King commanded. Very well. The Night Wind Centipede wiped the sweat from his brow, knowing he had no choice but to follow the two powerful demon kings. As they approached their destination, the Eagle King frowned. Indeed, there is a human presence, but the aura is not particularly strong. Relay my orders, surround this individual completely, and await my command to capture him. The Eagle King's directive was clear, as he was determined to avoid a repeat of the incident with the Swordmaster sect, where the human warrior had yet to be apprehended. Perhaps they could have already gleaned clues regarding the whereabouts of the Demon Emperor from these humans. The demons swiftly encircled Yifeng, their cold, piercing eyes fixed upon him. However, Yifeng remained blissfully unaware, continuing to slumber on the stone. Go. With the Eagle King's command, dozens of demon beasts transformed into streaks of light and surged toward Yifeng. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded him. Yet, in the next moment, the creatures abruptly halted, their bodies weakening, and their vision began to darken. What is happening? Panic spread among the demons, with some weaker ones reverting to their original forms and collapsing lifelessly to the ground, while only a few spirits struggled to maintain their stance, unable to advance further. What is going on? The Eagle King grew alert. Your Majesty, it's poison. This human has laid a toxic trap around him, one of the spirits reported gravely. Poison? The Eagle King surveyed the area and indeed noticed a ring of powdered herbs on the ground. However, this did not deter him, as he reasoned that the fact his warriors could still endure indicated the poison's potency was limited. Serpent King, it seems we must take matters into our own hands, the Eagle King stated, glancing at the Serpent King. The Serpent King nodded and then turned to the Night Wind Centipede, saying, Night Wind Spirit, having followed several demon emperors, I presume your strength is not to be underestimated. Join us in this endeavor. With that, the Eagle King and the Serpent King transformed into their most formidable beast forms and sped forth. Very well. The Night Wind Centipede reluctantly nodded. However, recalling that they were dealing with a seemingly unremarkable human, he figured there was little danger and thus transformed into his true form to follow suit. Just as they were about to take action, Yifeng, lying on the rock, turned over, revealing a profile. Coincidentally, this profile caught the eye of Yifeng, who was captivated by its allure. Chapter 116. Severely wounded with a single glance, the Night Wind Centipede nearly felt as though its eyes would burst. A sensation akin to a fishbone lodged in its throat rendered its mind blank, as a wave of intense fear surged from within. It was this very individual who had slain Blackfeather with a single strike and bound the ancient Demon Emperor with a grass rope. The thought alone extinguished any desire to fight. All that mattered now was survival. In a sudden panic, the countless legs of the Night Wind Centipede flailed, and without warning, it collapsed to the ground. What is happening, Night Wind Centipede? This unprecedented behavior caught the attention of the Eagle King and the Serpent King, prompting them to shout in alarm. However, no matter how fervently they called out, the Night Wind Centipede lay unmoving on the ground. In the meantime, the Eagle King and the Serpent King, exchanging a glance, swiftly transformed, their bodies swelling dramatically as they morphed into a mighty eagle and serpent, launching an assault towards Yifeng. Yet, as they approached within mere yards of Yifeng, a sense of dread gripped their hearts. They realized, with heavy trepidation, that they had grossly underestimated the potency of the toxin, for the once resilient demon spirits that had stood before them now lay lifeless on the ground. Their own strength began to wane rapidly under the toxin's influence, rendering them incapable of maintaining their enlarged forms, and they soon reverted to their original sizes. What in the world is happening? The two demon kings widened their eyes in panic, their voices filled with desperation. Yet they found themselves too weak to rise from the ground. Cursed human, how despicable! The Eagle King lay there, cursing venomously. Quick, summon reinforcements. The Serpent King, in an even worse state than the Eagle King, writhed on the ground, its body scraping against the earth, the skin torn from the friction. The Eagle King, unwilling to delay any longer, summoned the last vestiges of his strength to unleash a beam of light into the air. At that moment, Yifeng, roused by the commotion, awoke. To his astonishment, he was taken aback by the sight before him. How had so many beasts gathered in such a short time? My concoction is truly remarkable. Yifeng couldn't help but boast, initially believing it would only fend off snakes and insects. Yet an array of creatures, roe deer, pangolins, and more, now lay lifeless around him. What a calamity! As he surveyed the carnage, Yifeng felt a twinge of remorse. However, upon spotting the near-death serpent, he could no longer restrain himself. Smacking his lips, he seized the serpent in one hand. Having not eaten recently, he thought to prepare a snake soup to satiate his hunger while also alleviating his discomfort from excessive barbecued food. Murmuring to himself, Yifeng retrieved a small pot from his bamboo basket, boiled water, and after dispatching the serpent, he tossed it into the pot. Serpent King. The Eagle King, witnessing the grim fate of his companion, felt a tempest of emotions erupt within him as he absorbed the scene unfolding before his eyes. Simultaneously, a tempest of wrath and humiliation surged within him as he struggled against his own body, desperately summoning the latent energy within to expel the toxins coursing through his veins. However, at that moment, a glance instinctively caught his eye, nearly sending him into a state of sheer terror. By the water's edge, alongside the rocks, there hung a desiccated tree, bound with grass rope, and there it was, the very figure they had pondered over ceaselessly, the ancient and formidable Bagu Emperor. A gasp escaped the Eagle King as realization struck him. Before him stood the vile and terrifying human who had abducted the Bagu Demon Emperor. An involuntary shiver ran through his body, quaking violently as despair enveloped him. Coupled with the effects of the potent medicine, his eyelids grew heavier with each passing moment. Just then, a voice echoed through the air. "Ah, another eagle. Tonight's feast has improved." Those words became the final straw that broke his resolve, and the Eagle King succumbed to unconsciousness. Revitalized from a brief slumber, Yifeng hummed a cheerful tune as he began to gather the serpent and the eagle. Meanwhile, a centipede lurking at the periphery stirred its legs, suddenly scuttling away into the shadows. How terrifying! The night wind centipede ran with a lingering sense of dread. Particularly, the grim fates of the Eagle King and the Serpent King haunted him, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Initially, he had pondered the treasures of the Bagu Demon Emperor, but now his sole desire was to escape the mountain range. Yet, just as he had not ventured far, a thunderous sound reverberated, approaching his direction. The source was none other than a dozen other Demon Kings, who had received the distress signals from the Eagle King and the Serpent King and hastened to assemble all the beasts of the Bagu territory to the scene of the incident. Seeing this, the night wind centipede's heart sank, and sweat poured down his face. If they were to discover that both the Serpent King and the Eagle King had perished while he had managed to flee, what would become of him? As thoughts raced through his mind, he steeled his resolve and decisively severed 2 of his own legs. After a moment's hesitation, he removed another, crawling feebly upon the ground. The foremost Demon King, led by the Leopard King, soon spotted the struggling Night Wind centipede and approached, wearing a grave expression. "Night Wind Demon Spirit, what has happened to you?" The Night Wind centipede raised its tail, interrupting the Leopard King's inquiry. Under the gaze of countless eyes, it summoned the last vestiges of its strength to utter a strained message. No need for questions or explanations. Severely injured. Just a moment. Hurry. Chapter 117. Hurry. Save the Demon Emperor. The words of the Night Wind centipede left the assembled demons astonished. What on earth was happening? The Leopard King inquired with a grave expression. Alas! The Night Wind centipede sighed softly, raising its head slightly, seemingly lost in contemplation of the recent fierce battle. Just by the stream ahead, the Eagle King, the Serpent King, and I discovered the trace of that man. Subsequently, the 3 of us engaged in a fierce confrontation with him. This battle resulted in the immediate demise of the Eagle King and the Serpent King. Recognizing that I was gravely injured and incapable of further combat, I expended the last vestiges of my strength, sacrificing 3 of my legs to escape and bring you this urgent news. As the words fell, the gathered demons cast respectful glances towards the Night Wind centipede. That battle must have been brutal. The deaths of both the Eagle King and the Serpent King indicated that the Night Wind centipede had likely paid a heavy price to deliver this message. Having a loyal and dedicated spirit like you in our territory is indeed a blessing, remarked the Leopard King solemnly. You should rest well. We will take care of the subsequent matters. We shall rescue the Demon Emperor and avenge the Serpent King and the Eagle King. The Leopard King's words were met with a chorus of agreement from the other demons. No, no, no. I truly feel ashamed. Witnessing the capture of the Demon Emperor and the heroic sacrifices of the Serpent King and the Eagle King, I find myself utterly powerless. Damn it, lamented the Nightwind Centipede, lowering its head in guilt. Nightwind Spirit, what are you saying? You and the Serpent King and Eagle King have done so much for our territory, interjected the Boar King hastily. This man alone is no match for even the Demon Emperor, yet you managed to severely injure him. That is more than enough. Indeed, we have already incurred too many debts to other territories, and with this, we no longer need to rely on the demon emperors of other lands, another demon added. Thus, you three are the great benefactors of our territory. Leave the rest to us. All present rallied in unison, proclaiming that the severely weakened foe must be confronted with full force to rescue the demon emperor and avenge the Serpent and Eagle Kings. With voices resonating with newfound fervor, the assembly set forth swiftly towards the location of Ifong. However, after the departure of the Leopard King and others, the Nightwind Centipede, once barely clinging to life, suddenly surged forth with unprecedented speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Finding this Cloud Road flower is truly no easy task, Ifong mused as he sipped serpent soup and savored eagle meat, gazing at the undulating mountains. After satisfying his hunger and noticing that daylight had not yet faded, he resolved to search the nearby mountains once more, for he had the luxury of time, unlike Zhongqing, who may not be able to wait indefinitely. Thus, Ifong picked up a small shovel and prepared to embark on his quest. After taking a couple of steps, he weighed the old turtle in his hands, then turned to hang it on a tree. After all, carrying this several-pound turtle was not practical. He would return before nightfall, and leaving it temporarily on the tree posed no risk of theft. What is going on? In the heart of the jungle, a woman from the Swordmaster sect gazed around in astonishment, suddenly realizing that all the demonic beasts in the forest were converging towards a single direction, the very place from whence she had come, and coincidentally, where Ifong resided. Though she remained unaware of the reason behind this peculiar gathering, she lamented that her luck might not hold this time. With a faint sigh, she recognized her helplessness, understanding that fate dictates individual fortunes, and good luck cannot perpetually favor one person. Fortunately, the demonic beasts of higher rank had congregated in that direction, providing her with an unprecedented sense of ease. However, she decided it prudent to wait for her sect members before departing. Reflecting for a moment, she recalled that she had already informed her sect of the happenings here using secretive methods a day prior. Given her status, it was inconceivable that the Swordmaster sect would not dispatch someone to assist her. Although the current moment presented her with an ideal opportunity to leave, she resolved to remain until her fellow sect members arrived, just to be on the safe side. Meanwhile, the Leopard King and other formidable demonic spirits finally reached the banks of the stream. Yet, upon their arrival, aside from scattered eagle feathers and the remains of numerous beasts, they found no trace of Ifong. Where is he? The Leopard King bellowed. The other demons scanned their surroundings with piercing gazes, unwilling to leave empty-handed, lest they squander the intelligence obtained at great cost from the Nightwind Centipede. Just as they despaired of locating Ifong, the Pig King suddenly exclaimed in surprise. At his words, the eyes of the assembled demons turned towards him. There, by the stream, on the trunk of a blue stone, hung an old turtle bound with grass ropes. Was this not the long-awaited Bog Emperor? The sight of the esteemed emperor suspended from a tree almost caused their eyes to bulge in disbelief, their blood surging to their heads. Heed my command, rescue the emperor. Chapter 118, a new task from the system? As the sky darkened, Ifong searched the surrounding jungle in vain for the elusive Yunluo flower. With no choice but to return to the camp, he was abruptly taken aback upon lifting his gaze. To his astonishment, the area surrounding his campsite was littered with the carcasses of various wild beasts, leopards, wild boars, wolves. An array of creatures lay lifeless before him. Could it be? Had he inadvertently concocted a potent poison? He had merely intended to use it as a vermilion powder. Observing the gruesome demise of these animals and recalling the earlier deaths of a snake and an eagle, Ifong surmised that the likely cause of their deaths was the powder he had scattered. What a calamity! He could not help but grimace, hastily discarding the vial of powder from his hand, fearful of poisoning himself. He then washed away the white powder from the ground, feeling a sense of relief as he returned to his camp. However, these wild delicacies were indeed rare treasures. Despite the guilt of having inadvertently killed so many beasts, the thought of their meat made Yifeng's mouth water. In this world, culinary delights were exceedingly hard to come by. Take martial cultivators, for instance. Their focus was solely on cultivation, leaving little room for gastronomic desires. Meanwhile, the common folk were preoccupied with mere survival, giving scant thought to culinary pursuits, often clueless about preparing even the simplest of dishes. Thus, food in this realm was quite precious, which explained why a bowl of beef noodles cost a gold coin. Consequently, the carcasses before him now appeared as sumptuous dishes: braised pig trotters, cold leopard meat, roasted wolves. Yet, despite the mouth-watering prospects, the challenge of transporting such a bounty down the mountain loomed large. Cursing under his breath, Yifeng returned to the stone slab with a look of utter exasperation. In search of distraction, he retrieved a wooden guitar to pass the time. As his fingers gently strummed the strings, the melodious notes resonated through the forest. At that moment, a long-forgotten sound echoed in his mind, the system's voice. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have activated a new task. Startled, Yifeng sprang to his feet, eyes alight with anticipation. Perhaps the system had finally decided to show mercy, bestowing upon him items befitting a cultivator or, at the very least, transforming him into a wealthy figure in this otherworldly realm. Task content: master the arts of music, chess, literature, and painting to reach a level comparable to the divine. Reward: 1 mount. What the hell? Upon hearing the system's pronouncement, Yifeng's hopes were dashed, and he erupted into a stream of expletives. He had expected something beneficial. Yet what he received were these trivial tasks. If they were of any practical use, it might be tolerable. But even the thought of practicing martial arts felt like a struggle for survival. Even the hard-earned wealth he amassed was solely due to his own abilities as a traverser, crafted through his literary endeavors, and had nothing to do with this wretched system. Nevertheless, it was bearable. At least he managed to forge some iron and stave off starvation over the years. Yet, the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting left him utterly perplexed regarding their utility. Were they merely tools for cultivating one's temperament? However, what irked him the most were the task rewards. He vividly recalled the moment the system tasked him with managing a martial arts school, promising the reward of a superlative master. He had been filled with anticipation, envisioning the pinnacle of his life approaching, but what crushing reality awaited him? A so-called supermaster turned out to be nothing more than a pitiful, half-dead skull. He conceded it looked formidable, yet beyond causing trouble, it served no purpose whatsoever. As for a mount, he scoffed at the notion. He had no faith that this flawed system could genuinely provide him with a worthy steed. It was more likely to conjure some pitiful contraption. Thus, he had little motivation to fulfill the task. In a fit of rage, Yifeng kicked his guitar away, the sight of it infuriating him. Yet, no sooner had he done so than the system's voice chimed in again. Task failure penalty. The martial arts school shall be reclaimed, no longer belonging to the host. What? Yifeng's expression darkened, his fury boiling within him. Although those skills were of little value, the martial arts school was his sanctuary. Even if he now possessed wealth and could easily purchase another dwelling, the emotional bond and sense of belonging fostered over the years were irreplaceable. How ruthless! Yifeng cursed under his breath, retrieving the guitar and strumming the lively tune of East Wind Breaks. Chapter 119. A Melody of the Eastern Wind. Who is playing a melody of the Eastern Wind on the pipa? While strumming his guitar and softly humming a classic song from a previous life, Yifeng appeared to be attempting to alleviate his inner turmoil, yet in truth, he was succumbing to the overwhelming pressure of the system. If anything were to happen to Renhao, my Li family will not let your Yujian sect off the hook. At that moment, 2 streaks of light surged toward the mountains, accompanied by a formidable presence. Hearing this, Su Maju's expression darkened. What was initially a simple task in the mountains had spiraled into a bewildering situation for his disciple, Li Renhao. Coincidentally, Renhao's aunt, Li Jiesen, had come to Yujian's sect to visit him, leading to this unexpected turn of events. However, despite Li Jiesen's reassurances, Su Maju felt no anger. After all, the Li family ranked among the top 3 clans in the entire Nansha region. Although Renhao had reported that the mountains were teeming with ferocious beasts, their journey thus far had only revealed minor demons, with the most formidable being the centipede in Su Maju's grasp. While observing their surroundings, Li Jiesen remarked, This centipede is rather amusing. It pretends to be dead upon seeing us. Nevertheless, bringing it back would still yield a priceless medicinal material. Indeed, this unforeseen event seemed to bode well for Renhao. Su Maju sighed, clearly disinterested in the centipede. His heart was filled with apprehension. As Renhao was not only his disciple, but also the esteemed senior sister of Yujin's sect and a member of the Li family, any mishap was unacceptable. Let us hope for the best. The two continued to scrutinize the movements of the mountains below as they flew onward. Suddenly, Li Jiasin slowed her pace and ultimately came to a halt. Hearing this, Su Maju followed her gaze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is that over 100 demon spirits and more than 10 demon kings' corpses? Indeed. Li Jiasin nodded solemnly, instinctively gasping in shock. The scale of such devastation was truly terrifying. After all, even she, a martial emperor, would find it a daunting challenge to confront such a formidable assembly. Moreover, demons were known for their unity. Did the perpetrator not fear provoking a hornet's nest? She mused that while she might possess the capability to slay so many demon spirits and kings, she certainly lacked the audacity to do so. No wonder the demon kings and spirits in this mountain had vanished. It turned out they had all perished here. Regaining his composure, Su Maju spoke in astonishment. But who could possibly orchestrate such a grand display? It must be him. Li Jiasin directed her keen gaze toward Yifeng, surrounded by the multitude of corpses. Him? Su Maju furrowed his brow. But he bears no aura. He appears to be an ordinary mortal. This was indeed a perplexing matter. Li Jiasin shook her head and remarked, surrounded by so many beast corpses, do mortals not feel fear? It is highly probable that this individual is cultivating a unique technique, rendering their true cultivation level indistinguishable. That is indeed a valid point. Su Maju nodded in agreement. If they were genuinely a mere mortal, this situation would be quite inconceivable. This person must also be a martial emperor. Let us proceed to greet them and inquire about the circumstances. With that, Li Jiasin swiftly darted away. Su Maju nodded and followed suit. Ding! Congratulations! The host has mastered the Guqin to an extraordinary level. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yifeng remained unfazed, for he was still far from being comparable to the divine. From past experiences, he understood that mastery could be categorized into 7 realms: initial insight, minor achievement, consummate skill, extraordinary proficiency, peerless excellence, returning to simplicity, and divine comparison. To elevate his skills in the 4 arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting to the divine level would require at least several months. Fortuitously, perhaps due to his frequent guitar playing in the past, Yifeng quickly reached an extraordinary level in his Guqin skills after only a few pieces, thus saving him considerable effort. Let us practice some more. After all, I am quite bored. After a brief respite, Yifeng picked up his guitar once again, eager to improve his skills and prevent the system from reclaiming his martial arts academy. Additionally, he was genuinely feeling bored at that moment. However, as the melody began to resonate, Li Jiasin, who was rushing towards Yifeng, suddenly froze, her entire being captivated. What is he playing? Is that a Guqin? Su Maju, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but voice his confusion. Silence! Came Li Jiasin's cold reprimand. Su Maju's expression soured. After all, he was also a martial emperor, and such a blatant lack of respect was utterly intolerable. Just as he was about to retort, he noticed that Li Jiasin had closed her eyes in excitement. As his curiosity grew, Li Jiasin's voice once again broke the silence. I did not intend to chastise you. Simply listen to this piece with focus, and you shall understand my fervor. Su Maju frowned, skeptical of her assertion. Nonetheless, he complied, and as he quieted his mind, his casual demeanor transformed into one of profound astonishment. This is Chapter 120. I am truly just a mortal in the haunting melodies of the Qin. There lay an extraordinary essence of the instrument itself. Su Maju's face reflected astonishment as he voiced his realization, finally understanding the source of Li Jiasin's palpable anxiety. Upon grasping the profound significance woven into the music, he instinctively fell silent, immersing himself in the transcendent atmosphere conveyed by the notes. The Qin sound resonated gently, penetrating his ears, and in an instant, it transported Su Maju back to a distant past, to memories long buried. Once a mere boy from a humble background, he had aspired to become a formidable martial artist, his dreams soaring like the illustrious sword of the sky of the Yujin sect, which he eventually embodied. He had encountered obstacles and endured pain, yet each time he faltered, he would return to the dilapidated home where a warm meal and comforting soup awaited him. A kind old woman would diligently mend his torn clothes and polish his shoes to a pristine shine. Maju, I believe you are the best. This encouraging phrase used to echo in his ears, accompanied by the gentle silhouette of his mother, whose loving smile and tender concern had nurtured him through his trials. As time passed swiftly, over 1,000 years had slipped by unnoticed, and Su Maju realized that the voice he cherished had gradually faded into obscurity. The soft reminders had long ceased to resonate in his mind, and the once naive boy had grown into a towering figure of strength. Yet, she was no longer there, his mother. Unbeknownst to him, the music had ceased, and Su Maju remained ensnared in the tapestry of his memories. The venerable elder of the Yujian sect now, with tears welling in his eyes. It seemed that they had underestimated the situation. At that moment, Li Jiaxin's gentle voice broke through the silence. This is no mere martial monarch. The essence within this qin suggests a presence akin to a martial sovereign. As she spoke, she discreetly wiped the corners of her eyes, realizing that they had turned red, unaware of when the music had stirred a poignant memory within her heart. A martial sovereign. Indeed, no wonder. Su Maju cast a glance at Li Jiaxin, recognizing that even someone of her caliber, a half-step martial sovereign, could be so profoundly affected. It was evident that only a being of a higher echelon than a martial sovereign could elicit such a response. Let us go pay our respects, Li Jiaxin said, taking a deep breath, her demeanor shifting to one of gravity, the tone of her voice transforming from casual to earnest. Su Maju nodded in agreement. Together, they leapt gracefully, their figures gliding towards the location of Yifeng. Alas, there is much to cultivate. Yifeng wore a bemused expression, shaking his somewhat sore and fatigued arms. As if sensing something, he glanced up to see two figures soaring toward him. More practitioners? Yifeng felt a flicker of surprise, watching their elegant flight with a glint of longing in his heart. If only his inadequate system were a tad more reliable. Perhaps he too could traverse the vast seas with such freedom. However, upon encountering the cultivators Yifeng again, he did not lose his composure. For this was not his first interaction with practitioners. He recalled individuals such as Lolan Shui and the sword-wielding maiden he had encountered in the mountains. Yet, Yifeng found himself perplexed as to the purpose of their visit. Eventually, the two approached him directly. Yifeng set aside his guitar and rose to meet them. To his surprise, instead of presenting a matter of importance, the two bowed deeply before him and spoke in unison, their voices imbued with respect. Li Jiaxin, Su Maju, we pay our respects to the esteemed senior. The two cautiously observed the protagonist, astonished to discover that, even at such proximity, they could detect no trace of fluctuation emanating from Yifeng. An unspoken wave of astonishment surged within them as they exchanged glances. Could he truly be an ordinary person? This was inconceivable, as the essence of his music had ensnared them deeply. An ordinary individual could not achieve such mastery. A martial sovereign, indeed. Yet, Yifeng was utterly bewildered, questioning why two martial cultivators would refer to him as a senior. He replied, I believe you must be mistaken. I am no senior. Merely an ordinary person gathering herbs in the mountains. Ordinary person? Yifeng's words left Li Jiaxin and Su Maju equally confounded. Had they misjudged the situation? Was this young man truly just an ordinary individual, albeit one with exceptional musical talents? As they contemplated this, Li Jiaxin suddenly noticed something, her pupils constricting in shock, and she discreetly signaled Su Maju beside her. Upon hearing this, Su Maju turned her gaze and was likewise struck by a jolt of realization. Chapter 121. Truly a remarkable gentleman. Su Maju's gaze fixated on the old turtle hanging from the tree, a sharp intake of breath escaping his lips. This turtle, suspended from the branches, seemed to embody the essence of a demon sovereign. He felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, such a phenomenon was exceedingly bewildering. A demon sovereign, one whose power was comparable to his own, was simply dangling from a tree trunk? He could not help but glance over at Li Jiaxin. She inhaled deeply, her face betraying an unmistakable shock, equally incredulous at the spectacle before them. Surely, they are not coveting my turtle? Yifeng mused, noticing the two fixated on his turtle. He adopted a stern expression, and though both individuals were martial cultivators, he spoke with unwavering resolve. This turtle is meant for my disciples' nourishment. His words sent ripples of astonishment through the already tumultuous hearts of Su Maju and Li Jiesin. It was as if thunder had struck. To speak of a demon sovereign being prepared as a broth for one's disciple? Such a terrifying notion. Even the seasoned Su Maju and Li Jiesin found themselves struggling to regain composure. Their doubts regarding Yifeng's extraordinary prowess were swiftly dispelled. After all, who but an extraordinary being could contemplate simmering a demon sovereign? Thus, they hastily clarified, "Esteemed sir, we harbor no intentions towards your turtle." Upon hearing this, Yifeng exhaled in relief, yet inwardly scoffed at their continued use of "esteemed sir." Were these martial cultivators truly so naive as to address an ordinary man as such? It was nothing short of a historical anomaly. "Dear friends," he reiterated, "I am no esteemed figure. I am merely an ordinary man." The two momentarily faltered, yet quickly regained their composure. At their level of cultivation, they understood that many ancient beings preferred to conceal their true powers, immersing themselves in the mundane to experience the simplicity of life. It seemed that this individual before them was one of those rare beings. Exchanging a knowing glance, they promptly spoke in unison, "Please forgive our rudeness. We meant no disrespect. We were merely drawn by the enchanting melody of your guqin playing, which is nothing short of transcendent." "Oh," Yifeng expressed mild surprise. "You both also appreciate the art of music?" "I dabble in it, but compared to you, I am utterly humbled," Li Jiesin replied hastily, though her words bore a hint of embellishment. In truth, she possessed considerable skill and was even known as the goddess of the guqin. Nevertheless, in the presence of this man, she felt her talent paled in comparison. "Just a little understanding," Su Maju added, patting his forehead, nodding vigorously despite his lack of familiarity with the instrument. "Ah, I see," Yifeng smiled, his heart suddenly feeling enlightened. It is no wonder that two formidable martial artists approached him, addressing him as senior with such reverence. They were evidently captivated by the enchanting melodies of his. Although his artistry in playing the instrument had only reached a remarkable level, still a distance from the divine, it was undeniable that he was regarded as a master in this realm. Thus, being called senior in this context was certainly understandable. "You're too kind. This instrument is merely a pastime for me," Yifeng replied with a gentle smile. "Indeed, you are too modest," the two concurred hastily. "However, we must admit that the you possess is quite extraordinary. We have never encountered such an instrument before, yet its sound is undeniably unique and pleasing to the ear." "Oh, it is indeed peculiar," Yifeng responded with a sense of pride. "This is of my own creation. It is only natural that you have not seen one like it before." "How enlightening. You truly are a person of great talent," they exclaimed, nodding eagerly, admiration evident on their faces. "Since you appreciate it so, shall I perform another piece for you?" Yifeng inquired with a smile. At this invitation, the two men were momentarily taken aback, their faces illuminating with joy as they cast grateful glances towards Yifeng. They had not forgotten the benefits that his previous performance had bestowed upon them. Although their prowess had not visibly increased, their mental state had experienced significant advancement. While the mind may seem inconsequential, it often serves as a formidable barrier to their progress. With a breakthrough in their mindset, further advancements in their cultivation would undoubtedly follow, propelling them forward with unyielding momentum. Previously, they had only heard half of Yifeng's melody, and now they anticipated the full composition, which promised even greater unexpected benefits. Without hesitation, the two promptly seated themselves on the, holding their breath in eager anticipation of Yifeng's performance. Chapter 122. Yifeng's request. The sound of the guitar finally resonated melodiously. As the notes reached their ears, the two obedient warriors of the martial emperor realm, seated upon the flagstone, jolted in surprise. This melody was entirely different from the previous one, while the earlier tune had drawn them back into their memories. This new composition seemed to transport them beyond the confines of time, directly into the future. On the mountaintop, Li Jiesin caressed her long zither, gazing down upon the world, wielding her music to govern all. In the heavens above, Su Maju unleashed her sword, shattering the cosmos and obliterating the stars. She composed the finest melody in existence, while he forged the supreme sword of the realm. In that fleeting moment, both felt they had reached the pinnacle of their lives, utterly immersed in the experience. As time gradually resumed its flow, unbeknownst to them, Yifeng's guitar had fallen silent. After what felt like an eternity, the two emerged from their reverie, their faces alight with an unquenchable longing, their eyes betraying an unmistakable astonishment. Clearly, both had derived immense benefits from this performance. "Thank you, sir. We shall never forget the grace of your melody." They hastily rose to show their respect, their gratitude palpable. "It was merely a simple tune. You are both excessively courteous." Yifeng replied with a gentle smile, feeling for the first time that the pursuit of music and art was not entirely trivial. After all, he had just garnered 2 ardent admirers. For Yifeng, the piece might have been a trivial endeavor, yet for them, it was a divine gift. Li Jiesin said earnestly, her sincerity evident. Having stood at the threshold of the martial zone realm for years without a breakthrough, she transcended her limitations through this melody, inching closer to the coveted realm she had long yearned for. "Indeed," as Li Gu said, "this has truly been a windfall for us." Su Maju's face mirrored her astonishment. He had ascended from the 5th martial emperor to the 6th, a leap he had thought would take him at least a century. This unexpected advancement had saved him immeasurable time, and now, the prospect of reaching the martial zone realm was within his grasp. "Thus, if you require anything, sir, please do not hesitate to ask us. We would traverse mountains or brave flames if need be." Both declared in unison, "You are far too gracious." Yifeng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was it merely a guitar performance that warranted such profound gratitude? This interaction profoundly shifted Yifeng's perception of the cultivators in this world. The treachery depicted in television dramas and novels, where practitioners regarded mortals as mere insects, was a fallacy. In truth, cultivators were often incredibly kind, their gratitude surpassing even that of ordinary folk. Seeing the genuine expressions on their faces, Yifeng found it difficult to refuse their goodwill, yet he felt awkward requesting any form of recompense, especially since he was not in need of wealth. After some contemplation, he spoke, "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, perhaps you could assist me with a matter." "Please, sir, speak freely." The 2 individuals quickly expressed their respect. I inadvertently caused the demise of quite a few wild creatures. Although it feels somewhat regretful, since they are already deceased, it would be more prudent to take them back and prepare some barbecued meat or braised dishes, wouldn't it?" Yifeng remarked, playfully touching his nose and gesturing towards the surrounding carcasses of the beasts. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the 2 were immediately taken aback. This person truly possesses audacious ambition. Not only does he intend to brew a soup from a demon emperor, but he also wishes to transform other demon kings and spirits into barbecued meat and braised dishes. While their prowess might not allow them to partake in the soup, they could perhaps manage to obtain some braised leopard demon meat. Though they certainly lack the courage to do so, as such an act would undoubtedly provoke the ire of the entire demon realm. Nevertheless, one could surmise that this individual is indeed bold and skilled. "So, what does the senior imply?" Li Jiesin inquired. "What I mean is, with so many corpses, I truly cannot carry them down the mountain. So surely you have a solution?" Yifeng replied with a grin, clearly reluctant to part with the exquisite game before him. Since he had encountered 2 cultivators who appeared capable of flight and evasion, such a trivial matter should be easily resolved. Upon hearing this, Li Jiesin's eyelids flickered slightly. There seemed to be an underlying implication in his words. With his strength, moving these beast corpses would be a mere flick of the wrist. Yet he chose to articulate it this way. Clearly, he desires some form of spatial treasure. A storage bag, perhaps? Li Jiesin shook her head. A storage bag is an essential tool for cultivators, and given his strength, he would undoubtedly possess one, rendering it unnecessary. This implies that what he seeks is something of a far superior nature? With this thought, Li Jiesin's eyelids flickered once more. Could it be that he... Chapter 123. Is it truly worth it? Could it be that he has discerned the presence of the Li family's treasured heirloom, the spatial ring? Unavoidably. Li Jiesin recalled Yifeng's resolute inquiry. You must have a way. Thus, it appeared that the truth was nearly evident. With this thought, she cast a glance at Yifeng, who bore a subtle smile as he gazed back at her. Indeed, his demeanor spoke volumes. It seemed that this individual was even more formidable than she had anticipated. He had already seen through her identity and was aware of the spatial ring she possessed. Such insight likely surpassed that of a mere martial sovereign, hinting instead at the existence of a martial saint. Li Jiesin gritted her teeth, momentarily torn between her options. After all, the Li family spatial ring was no ordinary storage artifact. Typical spatial treasures could only hold inanimate objects, while this ring could contain anything, including living beings. Furthermore, Its capacity was 1,000-fold greater than that of ordinary storage bags, essentially forming a miniature world of its own. Naturally, the spatial ring was not merely a storage device. It also served as a protective talisman. Should its master be in danger, it would automatically launch an attack. However, the opportunity presented by this individual was undeniably significant. Such a direct influence on her realm and state of mind was incomparable to any external object. "Surely you have some means?" Yifeng remarked, a hint of disappointment flickering across his expression. Under normal circumstances, achieving such a feat should not be overly challenging for a cultivator. Since it seemed that there was truly no alternative, Yifeng sighed. "Very well then." Yet, his words fell upon Li Jiesen's ears like a mockery, as if he were saying, "I offer you an opportunity, yet you are unwilling to part with even the most trivial of possessions. What I hoped would foster goodwill is now rendered futile." The sting of his words pierced her heart. Conflicted, Li Jiesen watched as Yifeng turned away, a sudden sensation of loss washing over her, as if she had failed to grasp something essential. "Wait, sir," she called out hastily. Yifeng turned back. Biting her crimson lip, Li Jiesen removed the spatial ring from her hand and spoke softly. "This is the spatial ring you require." "Oh." Yifeng's eyes glimmered with surprise. If his assumptions were correct, this must be the indispensable storage treasure that cultivators were known to possess, as portrayed in novels or television shows from his past life. "I humbly request you to accept it." Having made her decision to present the gift, Li Jiesen no longer hesitated and respectfully extended it to Yifeng with both hands. "Very well, I shall accept it." Yifeng beamed as he took the ring. It was of immense significance to him, as he could transport the corpses of the beasts down the mountain. He felt no need for excessive politeness, for to him, such artifacts were commonplace among cultivators and thus not particularly valuable. "Sir, allow me to teach you how to use it," Li Jiesen offered. However, before she could finish her sentence, Yifeng waved his hand dismissively. "I know how." "You know?" Li Jiesen's expression suddenly turned to one of astonishment. "Isn't it merely a matter of blood oath?" Yifeng chuckled, for he had encountered this method numerous times in the novels of his past life. However, this seemingly casual remark from Yifeng stirred tumultuous waves within Li Jiesen's heart. After all, in the realm of Xinjiang, other storage treasures did not involve such a blood oath. They typically required one to imprint their own aura for recognition. Yet, this individual had effortlessly discerned the crux of the matter. It became evident that he not only knew of her spatial ring, but was also aware of its operational intricacies. Indeed, her intuition regarding Yifeng had not led her astray. Subsequently, Yifeng, right before Li Jiesen's eyes, performed the blood oath and unveiled the method to utilize the spatial ring, and he felt a sudden clarity within himself. However, this left Su Maju in disbelief. Her astonished gaze fixed upon Li Jiesen. "This spatial ring is a treasure of the Li family. You are giving it away so readily?" Su Maju questioned incredulously. Li Jiesen's expression was somewhat complex, yet she replied, "When certain opportunities arise, one must seize them decisively. I hope this time I have not miscalculated." Sighing, Su Maju remarked, "Though this person possesses formidable strength and has granted us such opportunities, I still think that presenting the spatial ring so directly is rather abrupt, even somewhat unworthy." Li Jiesen's eyelids fluttered. Clearly, while she appeared resolute on the surface, her heart was pounding. She raised her chin slightly, her expression a mix of emotions. Yet, as she did so, something inadvertently caught her eye, causing her captivating gaze to widen involuntarily. Chapter 124. What a fortunate moment. At this instant, she beheld a small iron shovel remarkably embedded in the soil at Yifeng's feet. This shovel was. Li Jiesen stifled the astonishment burgeoning within her. Her gaze fixated upon the shovel. Initially, she had failed to discern its peculiarity, but upon closer examination, she was taken aback by the aura emanating from it, which seemed to influence her very consciousness, especially as a strand of profound power flitted by. Could this be a treasure of exceptional quality? Simultaneously, Su Maju, standing nearby, also witnessed the scene, his expression equally rife with incredulity. Although his strength was perhaps slightly inferior to Li Jiesen's, as the Grand Elder of the Swordmaster sect, his discerning eye was far from dull. He too recognized that the small iron shovel appeared to be a treasure of high caliber. Just then, another item inadvertently caught their attention. Within a bamboo basket beside the bluestone lay a scythe, casually positioned, with just a corner visible, which the two of them seized upon. Hiss! They instinctively exchanged glances, and from the depths of each other's eyes, they discerned profound shock. Another treasure resonating with the same aura as the small shovel. The notion that this individual could so nonchalantly produce such sacred artifacts left them in a daze. Have you ever encountered a master below the martial saint level who could casually produce two sacred weapons? Su Maju inquired instinctively. And no, I have not, Li Jiesin responded, her body slightly trembling. The existence of even one such treasure was already a divine gift, let alone two. Could it be? Su Maju ventured hesitantly. Before he could finish, Li Jiesin interjected, a martial saint master? As her words fell, both their hearts quivered slightly. They had not anticipated that their earlier misjudgment of Yifeng's martial venerable realm was erroneous. This young man was even stronger than they had imagined. Upon realizing this, Li Jiesin's heart swelled with exhilaration, and she felt grateful for her decision to bestow the spatial ring upon him. Initially, she had harbored doubts about whether it was worthwhile to offer such a treasure to Yifeng, but now it seemed entirely justified. Since you, Miss Li, have graciously gifted me this ring, then you may consider me, Yifeng, your steadfast friend, Yifeng declared as he opened the storage ring, contentedly collecting the corpses of the beasts within, and turned to Li Jiesin. Upon hearing this, Li Jiesin found it difficult to contain her excitement. This was precisely the affirmation she had been waiting for. Su Maju also directed his gaze towards Li Jiesin. Now that he was aware that Yifeng might be a martial saint master, he no longer dared to claim that the ring she had given was unworthy. Instead, he was filled with envy, envious of the Li family for having allied themselves with such a formidable figure. Yet, Su Maju could not possibly produce a treasure of that caliber himself. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have offered something in return. The favor of such an expert was far more precious than mere material possessions. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Maju and Li Jiesin took their leave. Congratulations, Lady Li, to your esteemed family. Throughout the journey, Su Maju's words were tinged with a hint of bitterness. It was evident that the Li family lived up to its esteemed reputation. Their decisiveness was unparalleled by ordinary individuals, a testament to their formidable growth. What was truly lamentable was that Su Maju possessed no remarkable treasures to present. Even if he did have something of worth, it was unlikely that revealing it later would yield the desired impact. Li Jiesin, however, relished Su Maju's congratulatory remarks and felt a sense of satisfaction for her earlier bold decision to produce the spatial ring. Had she not acted with such resolve, the outcome might not have been as favorable. All right, let's quickly find Renhao, Li Jiesin urged. Indeed, I nearly forgot about Renhao. He wouldn't be in any danger, would he? Su Maju suddenly recalled, a cold sweat breaking out as he realized that his prized disciple was still in peril. Surely he is safe now, Li Jiesin frowned, stating, from what I've observed, the beasts within this vast mountainous territory, including the demon kings, have all been hunted by that individual for their flesh. That is true. Su Maju sighed in relief. In the nearby mountains, aside from a few immature demons that had yet to take form, no other beasts were discernible. These lesser demons could easily be dealt with by Li Renhao. Indeed, before long, the two spotted Li Renhao seated in meditation at the edge of a precipice. Chapter 125. We have encountered her. Renhao? The two called out, leaping towards the sword-wielding woman at the edge of the cliff. The woman raised her delicate brows slightly, a look of surprise illuminating her beautiful face as she turned to face them, her posture straightening. Master. She first bowed respectfully to Su Maju, then quickly turned to Li Jiesin, exclaiming, Aunt, you have come as well. How could I, as your aunt, remain idle when my niece is in peril? Li Jiesin replied with a hint of irritation, though her eyes were filled with affection for Li Renhao. Thank you, Aunt, Li Renhao murmured softly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Jiesin noticed the severe wounds on Li Renhao's body, her brow furrowing in concern. Renhao, what exactly transpired in the mountains? As a martial king expert, you should possess the strength to protect yourself unless faced with a demon emperor. How did you end up in such a desperate situation? At her words, the joy of reunion vanished from Li Renhao's delicate face, replaced by a profound gravity. Recalling the harrowing experiences of the past few days, filled with perilous encounters that were akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, she took a deep breath and reluctantly recounted her memories to the two elders. A few days ago, I led the disciples of the Yujian sect into the mountains on a mission. We were cautious throughout, avoiding any encounters with demon beasts, and thus had not faced any danger until that day. Out of nowhere, 3 major demon kings and a dozen demon spirits ambushed us. In that battle, all the other disciples of the Eugian sect perished, and I could barely fend off the 3 demon kings, exhausting all my trump cards just to escape with my life. However, these demon kings pursued me relentlessly, sealing off the entire mountain range and seemingly summoning reinforcements from other territories. As she spoke, a lingering fear remained on Li Renhao's beautiful face. Li Jiaxin and Su Maju, listening intently, furrowed their brows tightly, grasping the grave circumstances she had faced from her succinct words. "Fear not, Renhao. Your aunt is here now," Li Jiaxin said tenderly, moving closer to Li Renhao and enveloping her in a gentle embrace. "It's all right now. But have you determined the cause of the sudden rampage of these demon beasts?" "It was instigated by human hands," Li Renhao inhaled deeply, replying. "Instigated by human hands?" Su Maju expressed mild astonishment. "Indeed, by a most terrifying individual," Li Renhao declared gravely. "I extracted memories from a minor demon, who revealed that this formidable human directly intruded upon the lair of the Bogwa demon emperor. Not only did he steal a precious medicinal herb, but he also captured the Bogwa demon emperor, claiming he intended to make soup from him. Enraged by this, the demons under the Bogwa demon emperor issued a kill order to find this human, which incited the chaos among the beasts in the mountains." Upon hearing this, Su Maju and Li Jiaxin's expressions shifted dramatically, revealing their astonishment. After exchanging a glance, the two spoke in unison, addressing Li Renhao. "The Bogwa demon emperor you mentioned, is it not a turtle?" "Indeed, its true form appears to be a turtle that has existed for nearly 10,000 years." Li Renhao nodded, casting a puzzled look at the two, and inquired with astonishment, "But, Aunt, Master, how do you both know that this Bogwa demon emperor is a turtle?" "Because we have encountered that very turtle." The two shared a wry smile and exchanged knowing glances, suddenly clarifying their thoughts. The terrifying human Li Renhao spoke of was likely the individual they had encountered on their journey. For such a peculiar disposition of boiling a demon emperor for soup had only been witnessed in this person. And the so-called Bogwa demon emperor was none other than the turtle they had seen hanging from the tree, was it not? "You have seen it?" Li Renhao exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. The two nodded solemnly, and their next revelation left Li Renhao utterly astonished, covering her lips in shock. "Not only have we seen that turtle, but we have also encountered the formidable existence you described." Chapter 126. Let us go meet that. "What? You actually encountered him?" Li Renhao asked in astonishment. "I thought that esteemed individual had long departed. It turns out he still resides in the mountains. So, Aunt Master, is he truly as terrifying as they say?" Upon hearing this, both nodded solemnly. In unison, they declared, "More fearsome than you can possibly imagine." "Do you know why the high-ranking beasts in these mountains have suddenly vanished?" It is he who has drawn all the spirit beasts of superior rank together and captured them all in one fell swoop." Li Renhao widened his eyes in surprise, rendered speechless for a long while. Eventually, he murmured, "So that's the reason." Since evening began, the mountains, once teeming with spirit beasts, fell suddenly silent. It was indeed his doing. Speaking of which, when I met him earlier, he bestowed an opportunity upon both you and your master. "Aunt, my breakthrough to martial sovereign is imminent," Li Jiaxin exclaimed with a beaming smile. Her words astonished Li Renhao once more. It seems that this esteemed individual is indeed far more formidable than she had envisioned. "Congratulations, Aunt." "Congratulations, Master," Li Renhao said respectfully, though his mind wandered elsewhere. A figure suddenly surfaced in his thoughts. Although their meeting had been brief, the ethereal aura that surrounded him lingered in Li Renhao's mind, refusing to fade. Especially striking was how, amidst the rampant beasts in these mountains, he maintained an air of calm, despite being merely a mortal. Perhaps it was merely the audacity of youth that kept him undaunted. Nevertheless, his tranquility had a notable impact on her previously tumultuous heart, lending her a sense of composure during her many battles. Yet, can one always rely on such fortuitous circumstances? Now that the mountains have returned to calm, are you still alive? Renhao, we must depart promptly. At that moment, Li Jiaxin urged eagerly. On our way down, we can see if that esteemed elder is still here. If he is, we should pay him a visit. Indeed, encountering a master of such caliber would be immensely beneficial for you. Maju chimed in quickly. As they conversed, they exchanged glances, clearly sharing the same intention. If that esteemed individual took a liking to Renhao during their meeting, it would be a fortuitous opportunity for him. Aunt Master, I understand you have my best interests at heart, but I am not acquainted with that esteemed expert, Li Renhao said, clearly sensing their thoughts, a hint of regret in his voice. Therefore, I am reluctant to intrude upon him, especially since I have more pressing matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Li Jiasen and Su Maju furrowed their brows. Renhao, what could possibly be more important than meeting this esteemed elder? Su Maju furrowed her brow and spoke earnestly. Do you not realize that if you can earn the favor of that esteemed elder, even a casual word of guidance from him could save you from many detours on your path to cultivation? If he were to bestow upon you further gifts, it would yield you boundless benefits throughout your life. Indeed, Renhao, now is the opportune moment to visit that elder while he is still in the mountains. Let us accompany your master to pay our respects, Li Jiasen advised from the side. I appreciate the good intentions of both my master and my aunt, but you know I have never been one to seek connections. I must decline for now, Li Renhao replied, her brows knitting together with a hint of urgency. But child, why must you be so stubborn? Li Jiasen chided softly. Furthermore, do enlighten us. What could possibly be more important than this? I am searching for someone, Li Renhao declared. Who is it? Both of them asked, filled with curiosity. A mortal, Li Renhao bit her lip resolutely. A mortal? The two were momentarily taken aback, quickly exclaiming. What do you need a mortal for? He. Li Renhao began, her lips parting as she recounted the encounter with that frail figure amidst the mountains. Thus, I wish to find him, she concluded. Oh, the compassion of your heart. Li Jiasen shook her head. Not to mention that the life of a mere mortal is hardly worth discussing. Even if we entertain the idea, how could a mortal possibly survive in these mountains? He might be fortunate, Li Renhao insisted defensively. Fortunate? Huh. Li Jiasen's eyes betrayed a hint of derision as she admonished. Luck does not favor one indefinitely. A mortal in these mountains faces a perilous existence. Remember, only true strength can alter fate. But I believe in him, Li Renhao said, though her conviction began to waver. What does your belief matter? Did you not acknowledge that during your last parting, countless demon kings and spirits converged upon him? Do you truly think these beings would overlook a mere mortal? Li Jiasen rebuked. At her words, Li Renhao instinctively tightened her grip on her sword, her body trembling slightly, her gaze dimming. In truth, she had anticipated such outcomes. She simply wished to see if any miracle might occur. Do not cling to this delusion any longer. Come. We must go immediately to pay our respects to that elder. Su Maju interjected firmly. Li Jiasen, too, adopted a resolute stance. Clearly, in their eyes, the fate of a mortal paled in comparison to the importance of meeting that esteemed elder, especially when the mortal was likely already destined to become prey for the beasts of the mountains. Chapter 127. What on earth is that creature? Despite Li Renhao's profound reluctance, she was compelled to follow Li Jiasen and Su Maju, who were resolute in their decision to head in the direction they had previously come from. This course seemed reminiscent of the path she had traversed earlier. As her body soared above the verdant canopy, Li Renhao's elegant brows quivered, and her keen eyes scanned the surroundings, yearning to catch sight of that familiar figure. Yet, amidst the lush greenery, not a single shadow could be discerned. Her gaze inevitably dimmed, not out of any sentimental attachment towards this mortal, but rather due to the profound astonishment he had evoked in her. He had managed to navigate the perilous mountains teeming with ferocious beasts unscathed on multiple occasions. At last, they arrived. The esteemed elder awaited them ahead. At that moment, Li Jiasen's exuberant voice reached her ears. However, Li Renhao's thoughts were entirely elsewhere. She did not even glance in the direction they indicated, continuing instead to scrutinize the area in hopes of locating that elusive silhouette. The trio descended to the ground and ambled toward Yifeng's location. Renhao, you must remember, this elder possesses immense power, yet his mind has transcended to a state of simplicity, even referring to himself as a mere mortal. Therefore, we must not offend him, Li Jiasen cautioned. As she spoke, they approached Yifeng, who had noticed them and set aside his guitar, regarding them with a gentle smile. Nevertheless, Li Renhao remained preoccupied, persistently scanning her surroundings until, albeit reluctantly, she turned her gaze toward the direction Li Jiasen had indicated. Suddenly, her footsteps faltered, her lips parted in astonishment. and her expressive eyes brimmed with disbelief. This face, this visage, this familiar figurant. Is this truly the esteemed elder you spoke of? Li Renhao stood in a daze for what felt like an eternity before incredulously inquiring. Renhao, what are you saying? Do not be rude, Li Jiesin admonished, her tone laced with urgency. Quickly, pay your respects to the gentleman. Yet, Li Renhao appeared oblivious to Li Jiesin's words, still ensnared in the incredulous reality before her. She could scarcely fathom that the extraordinary master Li Jiesin and Su Maju had mentioned was, in fact, the very mortal she had encountered in the mountains. However, he bore no visible cultivation. How could he possibly be a master? In that moment, Li Renhao felt utterly bewildered. Observing her discomposure, Li Jiesin furrowed her brow and leaned in to ask, Renhao, what is the matter with you? Aunt, have you perhaps made a mistake? Finally, Li Renhao bit her lip, her expression a tapestry of confusion as she questioned, is he truly the elder you speak of? What do you mean by that? Su Maju interjected, frowning as she approached. He is the mortal I told you about, Li Renhao replied, her brows knitted in perplexity. Yet now, in your words, he has transformed into a master. Are you certain there has been no error? What? Upon hearing this, Li Jiesin and Su Maju were momentarily rendered speechless. They could scarcely fathom that the predecessor they had mentioned was, in fact, the very mortal referred to by Li Renhao. Such a coincidence was indeed remarkable. However, they quickly regained their composure, realizing that it was undoubtedly Li Renhao, this foolish girl, who had failed to recognize the terror of this individual. Alas, how could you be so short-sighted? Li Jiesin hastily admonished. It is not that your master and I misjudged, but rather your own feeble strength prevents you from perceiving the true depth of this person. Li Renhao furrowed her brow, finding the situation difficult to believe, as it seemed too absurd. She had interacted with Yifeng on multiple occasions and had always seen him merely as an ordinary mortal. How could he suddenly be perceived as a master? Child, if you doubt it, have you noticed what is on that tree trunk? Li Jiesin signaled urgently. Li Renhao slightly raised her chin and gazed at the trunk. A turtle? What was peculiar about that? Li Renhao was not surprised, for she had encountered this turtle before, as it had been held by Yifeng previously. You foolish girl, why are you being so dim-witted this time? Channel your energy and take a closer look at what that turtle truly is. Su Maju exclaimed, exasperated. Li Renhao frowned, reluctantly summoning her internal energy to surround her eyes. Casting a disinterested glance at the turtle, it seemed somewhat unusual. Unavoidably, she stilled her casual demeanor and focused intently. Upon closer inspection, she finally discerned the turtle's extraordinary secret, leaving her utterly astonished, her mind struck as if by lightning. Chapter 128. The opportunity was already given to me that is actually. Li Renhao's voice trembled. Indeed, Li Jiesin nodded solemnly and declared, this turtle is the Bo-Gu demon emperor you mentioned. Upon receiving confirmation, Li Renhao shuddered all over, retreating 2 steps as she struggled to process this shocking revelation. At that moment, she had dismissed the turtle without a second glance. Who would have thought that this young man, casually carrying a turtle, was none other than the Bo-Gu demon emperor? She gasped in astonishment. So, he was the formidable individual who had dared to infiltrate the demon emperor's lair and seize the emperor. It became evident that his survival in these mountains was not merely a stroke of luck. The rampaging beasts posed no threat to him whatsoever. In hindsight, she realized she should have understood this long ago. After all, she, a martial king, had faced numerous near-fatal encounters. How could an ordinary person survive solely on good fortune? Furthermore, his calm and otherworldly demeanor was entirely genuine. However, recalling her previous conversation with Yifeng made Li Renhao's face flush with embarrassment, wishing fervently for a crevice in the ground to swallow her whole. Her earlier remarks must have seemed utterly ridiculous to Yifeng. Thankfully, her disrespectful comments had not offended him. Otherwise, the thought brought both shame and trepidation. Greetings, sir, Li Jiesin and Su Maju spoke with a hint of reverence. It is you. Yifeng smiled and turned his gaze toward Li Renhao, adding, I did not expect to see you here. At his words, Li Renhao's usually frosty countenance turned crimson. Clearly, when facing Yifeng again, she lacked her previous composure, now filled with awkwardness. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she nervously greeted, Greetings, sir. Yet, despite her unease, she instinctively stole a glance at Yifeng. Exquisite and otherworldly, his demeanor was extraordinary, especially with that perpetual, gentle smile, as if everything lay within his control, undeterred by even the gravest of matters. Ironically, she had failed to notice this before, merely finding him pleasantly approachable. As for the address of sister, Yifeng was not surprised. One could see the resemblance between Li Jiasin and Li Renhao, suggesting some familial connection. It was only natural for Renhao, following Jiasin's respectful title due to his musical talent, to do the same. "See, I told you there's nothing dangerous in these mountains," Yifeng said with a smile. "Look at me, I'm perfectly fine." However, his words caused Li Renhao's face to flush anew. Yifeng's words were clearly laced with sarcasm, a pointed jab at her previous statements. Naturally, she could only blame her own lack of discernment for failing to recognize Yifeng's true identity. The group engaged in pleasantries, yet after the initial exchange, Yifeng anticipated their departure. To his surprise, Li Jiasin and Su Maju continued to engage him in conversation, particularly lauding Li Renhao in his presence. They extolled his exceptional talent and profound comprehension, insinuating that his master was squandering his potential. This relentless praise irked Yifeng considerably. What did it matter to him if his disciple possessed great talent? Were they flaunting it in front of him simply to provoke irritation? Moreover, after a long day of travel, he was exhausted and had little desire to continue this tedious banter. Stifling a yawn, Yifeng finally addressed them directly. "It is already dark. Do you not intend to take your leave?" Su Maju, who had been fervently extolling Li Renhao, suddenly faltered, her face flushing with embarrassment as the words she intended to utter were abruptly swallowed. Exchanging a glance with Li Jiasin, disappointment flickered in their eyes. They had hoped this esteemed individual might offer Li Renhao an opportunity, but it seemed he had no such intention, even issuing a clear dismissal. They dared not disregard his words and respectfully took their leave, though their gazes lingered with reluctance. How wonderful it would have been if this senior could have imparted a fortuitous chance to Renhao. As they drifted away from the mountain, Su Maju sighed softly. Alas indeed, Li Jiasin lamented, her heart weighed down by dashed hopes. Such a formidable presence was rarely encountered. To finally meet one and forge a connection only to see Li Renhao miss out on an opportunity felt disheartening. "Cousin, master, let it be," Li Renhao interjected, his eyes glimmering with complexity. "It is already a stroke of fortune that this esteemed elder has chosen to overlook my previous indiscretions." With that, he lowered his gaze. "Very well," Li Jiasin and Su Maju sighed in unison, falling into a silence steeped in melancholy. Yet, at that moment, a thought struck Li Renhao, and he suddenly raised his head, exclaiming, "Wait, that esteemed elder has already bestowed upon me an opportunity." "What?" Upon hearing this, the downcast expressions of the two women shifted dramatically as their eyes ignited with fervent curiosity. Chapter 129. Almost betraying kin. "What is it?" they inquired in unison, their voices laced with palpable urgency. "It is a sachet, purportedly for repelling insects," Li Renhao replied. "Hurry, bring it forth," they implored eagerly. Yet, Li Renhao hesitated, faltering for what seemed an eternity before finally revealing with a troubled expression, "At the time, I believed it to be an item of no significance. Thus I did not regard it with the seriousness it warranted, and I am unaware of when it was lost." "What did you say?" Li Jiasin and the others felt their blood rush to their heads, their collective energy surging dramatically as they fixed their intense gaze upon Li Renhao. They could scarcely fathom that a rare opportunity, one that others might pursue through a lifetime of effort, had been carelessly discarded by Li Renhao. "I demand to know, where did you misplace it?" Li Jiasin pressed with trembling urgency. I do not know. It was never my intention," Li Renhao stammered under the weight of their formidable presence. Acutely aware that the usually indulgent Li Jiasin and Su Maju were genuinely enraged this time. "You don't know? How can you not know?" Li Jiasin raised her hand as if to strike, but ultimately refrained, her face flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, "Li Renhao, how could you act so thoughtlessly as a member of the Li family? Do you realize that my master and I sacrificed our family's spatial ring to acquire that opportunity? And yet you, having obtained it, have lost it? Truly remarkable. Indeed, Renhao, this is no trivial matter. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the opportunity you have squandered?" Su Maju echoed with fervor, admonishing her. "The individual in question is at least a martial sage. During our previous encounter, we beheld two treasures of saintly quality, and the sachet he bestowed upon you may very well be another of such caliber." To have lost such an item is almost beyond comprehension. If not for your status as my sole disciple, I might have considered severing ties. Saintly quality? Su Maju's words left Li Renhao utterly bewildered. Even as she witnessed the fervor of her aunt and master, the notion of saintly quality had not crossed her mind. After all, even a treasure of sectarian quality could incite chaos, let alone one of saintly caliber. In that moment, regret coursed through her veins, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Aunt, Master, I truly recognize my folly. I never imagined the sachet held such significance. I believed it to be merely an ordinary item for mortals. Li Renhao cried, her tears flowing as she fervently explained. Humph. Li Renhao, you must understand that the opportunity you have lost is not solely yours. It belongs to the Li family and the sword-controlling sect as well. Li Jiesin scolded, her face etched with sorrow. With this opportunity, you could have elevated both the sword-controlling sect and our Li family to new heights, yet you have squandered it. In a fit of rage, Li Jiesin felt a sharp pain in her chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Upon witnessing this, Li Renhao's expression grew increasingly anxious. Tears streaming down her face, she urgently implored, Aunt, please do not be angry. I will go and find it. I will certainly retrieve it. What are you searching for? The sacred artifact is a treasure that has returned to its primal essence. It does not emit any discernible aura, and only through meticulous observation can one grasp its true significance, Li Jiesin admonished. With so many mountains in the Mufu range, how can you possibly search for it alone? Li Renhao lowered her head, unable to articulate her thoughts, her throat choked with emotion. In that moment, she truly felt at a loss. Had she known the pouch's significance, she would have treated it with the utmost care. Alas, she could only blame herself for her lack of discernment. Enough, let us prioritize the search for the pouch. At that moment, Su Maju, her face ashen, declared, I intend to summon all the disciples of my Yujian sect to scour the mountains for this pouch. Excellent. Li Jiesin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, realizing that the pouch was far more important than chastising Li Renhao. She quickly added, I will also return to inform the Li family to dispatch people to search alongside us. This matter brooks no delay. We must set off immediately, hoping fervently that we can still locate this pouch. Chapter 130. A grave challenge. After bidding farewell to the cultivators, Yifeng slumbered soundly until dawn. Contemplating the well-being of his disciple, he felt an urgency and resumed his quest in the mountains, searching for the elusive Yunlu flower. The serpentine eagles provided sustenance, while the mountain springs quenched his thirst. Unbeknownst to him, dusk crept upon him once more. Ah, the Yunlu flower. At long last, Yifeng discovered traces of the coveted flower within a mountain ravine. Upon collecting it, a joyful smile graced his face. This journey had proven bountiful. Not only had he gathered all the medicinal herbs required by Zhongqing, but he had also procured an abundance of wild game. Furthermore, an unexpected treasure lay in his grasp, a ring. Having encountered such artifacts in countless cultivation novels of his previous life, he finally had the fortune to wield one himself. Indeed, one cannot deny the convenience it affords. However, with nightfall approaching, Yifeng felt a pang of concern for his disciple. Traveling in the dark was ill-advised. While beasts in the wilderness posed a challenge, he had no desire to meet his end at the foot of a precipice. It appeared he would need to find a place to rest for the night. With a sigh, he lamented the unavailability of the previous night's lodging. Amidst the picturesque mountains and clear waters, a waterfall cascaded down. Bai Piao, clutching her copy of Dream of the Red Chamber, furrowed her brow as she addressed her companion. Mau Mau, it has been days without any news. Is there still no word? Mau, her voice tinged with melancholy, replied, Miss. I have dispatched numerous inquiries from the foot of the mountain, yet the author remains elusive, as if information about him has been intentionally suppressed. Bai Piao's brows knitted in concern as she softly remarked, Then we must continue our search. In recent days, I have revisited Dream of the Red Chamber and Supreme Treasure, and have gained fresh insights. I am eager to meet the author of these remarkable works. Ah, miss, I thought you had lost interest in this author. Mau chimed in, a hint of playfulness in her tone. Otherwise, you would not be fixated on the verses of that mortal poet. Bai Piao cast a sidelong glance at Mau and gently replied, You do not understand. The author of Dream of the Red Chamber is a literary giant, while Yifeng's verses possess a unique charm. He is an intriguing individual, and their merits are not mutually exclusive. My admiration for the author of Dream of the Red Chamber is profound, while my feelings for Yifeng are more akin to that of kindred spirits. Oh, very well, Mao Mao said, scratching her head thoughtfully. But why has Yifeng not appeared lately? The last dish he prepared was truly delectable. Even if he wished to come, he would likely struggle to find this place. Bai Piapiao shook her head. Ah yes, I almost forgot. To prevent disturbances from the mountain's beasts, we have activated the formation. Mao Mao admitted sheepishly. In the current state of the formation, not even a mere mortal like Yifeng, let alone a formidable emperor-level warrior, would be able to locate us. Let us set aside these matters for now. Bai Piapiao set aside the 2 volumes of Dream of the Red Chamber and, with a delicate hand, returned to the guqin. Her brow furrowed in frustration. You are aware that I am devoted to the art of the guqin, yet I find myself ensnared in a bottleneck, yearning to compose a piece that will facilitate my breakthrough. The last poem by Yifeng inspired me greatly. I intended to use his verses as lyrics to create a melody. However, I cannot shake the feeling that something essential is missing. Miss, it is my folly. I know nothing of the guqin and cannot assist you, Mao Mao lamented, pouting sorrowfully. Do not fret for me, dear child, Bai Piapiao reassured her gently, ruffling Mao Mao's hair. When the time is right, I shall surely overcome this hurdle. For now, focus on spreading the word and gathering information about the gentleman from Dream of the Red Chamber. Very well, Mississippi. Please do not be overly anxious. I shall take my leave now. With that, Mao Mao prepared to turn away. However, just as she pivoted, a sudden knock echoed from the courtyard gate. Knock, knock. The sound was melodious, yet it caused both Bai Piapiao and Mao Mao to pale, as if faced with imminent danger. Without hesitation, Mao Mao drew her sword. Bai Piapiao, with a graceful sweep of her long dress, seated herself once more beside the guqin, her slender fingers tightening around the strings, her gaze alertly fixed on the door. It was well known that due to the turmoil caused by the wild beasts in the mountains, they had activated a protective array, rendering it impervious even to powerful martial emperors. Yet, the sound of knocking persisted, striking a disquieting chord in their hearts. This implied that the visitor was either an extraordinary expert passing through or an enemy prepared for confrontation. Knock, knock. The sound resounded again, heightening the tension for the 2 women. What shall we do, miss? Mao Mao asked, her face betraying her gravity. Bai Piapiao's beautiful eyes darted thoughtfully before she replied softly. Since this person has managed to locate us, regardless of their intentions, a mere door cannot obstruct them. If evasion is futile, we must open the door. Yet, despite her words, her grip on the guqin strings tightened further. Mao Mao nodded earnestly, biting her lip as she cautiously approached the door, her hand resting on the latch before she suddenly pulled it open. Chapter 131. How did you get in? At last, the grand door creaked open. Simultaneously, the nerves of the 2 women were taut to the extreme. Yet, before them stood a young man clad in a blue robe, adorned with a gentle smile. He carried a small bamboo basket on his back, wielded a sickle in his left hand, and from the middle finger of his right hand dangled a hefty turtle. Yifeng, how could it possibly be you? The 2 women exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with disbelief as they gazed at Yifeng, their hearts stirred by a tumult of emotions. It has been a while, Yifeng remarked with a faint smile, greeting the 2 women. I find myself in need of your hospitality once more. Not you, Mao Mao stammered, her eyes wide as if she had seen a ghost. Pointing at Yifeng. How on earth did you find this place? I visited last time, so I simply walked over. Yifeng shrugged, offering an explanation. At his words, the 2 women exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching in disbelief. Did he truly believe that the formations they had set up here were merely for decoration? Mao Mao, undeterred, attempted to inquire further, but Bai Piapiao discreetly signaled her to refrain, then smiled at Yifeng. Master Yi, you jest. We are old friends, so there is no need for such formality. Thank you, Miss Piapiao and Miss Mao Mao. You are truly kind-hearted, Yifeng expressed with sincere gratitude. Master is too polite. I presume you must be weary from your travels, Bai Piapiao gently instructed. Mao Mao, please escort Master to the guest room from last time. Thank you, young lady, Yifeng said, bowing slightly. Bai Piapiao returned the gesture with a smile. Indeed, although Yifeng was merely a mortal, he possessed a demeanor that set him apart from ordinary folk, and his cultivated mannerisms made one feel at ease. Thus, she harbored no reservations about his arrival. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she exclaimed, Oh, Master, did you happen to leave something behind during your last visit? Yifeng scratched his head, pondering for a long moment without reaching a conclusion, and finally replied sheepishly, I must admit, I cannot recall what it might be. Please do enlighten me. You truly are quite forgetful. Bai Piapiao chuckled softly at Yifeng's bewildered expression, then retrieved a copy of Dream of the Red Chamber from beside her chin and handed it to him, saying, This book must hold significance for you, does it not? Oh, so it is this. Yifeng exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He had thought it to be something of greater import. He then laughed. This trinket is of little consequence. If you fancy it, consider it a gift. At his words, Bai Piapiao, with a smile still on her face, subtly furrowed her brow. Master, how can you regard this book with such indifference? She inquired softly, lifting her charming face. It is merely a book. There is nothing of great value to it. Yifeng replied dismissively. Yifeng chuckled nonchalantly, for the book in question was indeed his own creation. At home, there remained a considerable stack that had not been sold, either serving as makeshift bed supports or as means for personal hygiene. It appeared I had misjudged the situation. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Bai Piapiao's eyes. The last time she encountered Yifeng, he had left behind this very book, and she had assumed he too was an aficionado of literature, a devoted admirer of this tome. However, it now seemed otherwise. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly regard the book as a treasured possession. You should rest now, Bai Piapiao gently suggested. Then I shall take my leave. Yifeng nodded in agreement, following Mao Mao toward the guest room. Once settled, just as Mao Mao was about to depart, her large, bewildered eyes sparkled with curiosity, prompting her to turn back and ask, Did you truly just walk in like that? What do you mean, young lady? Surely, I cannot fly in, Yifeng replied, his face a mask of confusion. Mao Mao scratched her head, casting a puzzled glance at Yifeng before scampering away. Miss, I have made him comfortable, Mao Mao reported upon her return. Very well, Bai Piapiao nodded, then murmured, Could it be that our formation has malfunctioned? I think so too. Mao Mao concurred. Otherwise, under the formation's active state, even a martial emperor would struggle to locate our position. It is truly remarkable that a mere mortal could find his way here. If that is the case, you should investigate at once. Bai Piapiao instructed. If it is indeed a problem with the formation, it must be rectified promptly. As you wish, miss, Mao Mao said, leaping into action and heading outside the courtyard. However, scarcely a moment had passed before she returned, her face etched with anxiety and breathless. Upon seeing her distress, Bai Piapiao furrowed her brow and hurriedly inquired, Mao Mao, what on earth has happened? Chapter 132. Is this how you decline? Breathing heavily, Mao Mao patted her small chest and declared, Our formation is functioning perfectly. There are no issues whatsoever. What? Startled by this revelation, Bai Piapiao abruptly rose from her seat, her lips slightly parted, her eyes glimmering with disbelief. Miss, you must quickly discern what is truly happening. Mao Mao urged anxiously. Clearly, there is nothing wrong with the formation, so how could a mere mortal have entered? Bai Piapiao furrowed her delicate brows, momentarily at a loss for a rational explanation. Miss, I shall seize that mortal and give him a sound thrashing to extract the truth. Mao Mao declared, biting her lip in frustration. Such disrespect is unacceptable, Bai Piapiao admonished sharply. Young master, E and I are not strangers. He is not one to speak falsehoods. Then what on earth is going on? Mao Mao questioned, her face a mask of confusion. Bai Piapiao shook her head. Unable to provide any clarity, her mind clouded with perplexity. In the room, Yifeng settled in and fetched a bucket of water, pouring a packet of medicinal powder into it. This powder, while not particularly potent, served to cleanse and impart a subtle fragrance. After all, he was staying in the quarters of two young ladies, and as a gentleman, he could not afford to be careless. After cleansing himself thoroughly, Yifeng, weary from his travels, lay down to rest. In the mountains of late autumn, the silence was unnerving, punctuated only by the occasional whisper of the wind. As night gave way to dawn, the sun slowly emerged at the horizon, painting the sky in breathtaking hues. Having retired early, Yifeng was already awake at this hour, stretching languidly and feeling invigorated. Contemplating his disciple, he initially intended to descend the mountain, but the light was not yet sufficient, so he settled on the steps to watch the sunrise. Recalling the task from that troublesome system, Yifeng retrieved his guitar. I might as well practice for a while. I shall descend once the sun is fully risen. Adjusting the strings, he closed his eyes and began to strum, the gentle melody of The Price of Love flowing from his fingertips. By the water's edge, Bai Piao sat beside the long zither, her delicate hands caressing the instrument. Her brows furrowed deeply. Recently hindered by a creative block, she longed for a piece to break through, yet another night had passed without any progress. At that moment, the unique strains of a guitar melody reached her ears. What is this? Bai Piao's waning spirit suddenly perked up. She lifted her long skirt and turned toward the source of the sound. Is this from young Master Yi's room? She murmured, her lips parting slightly as she instinctively moved closer to the enchanting melody. On the steps, she beheld a figure clad in a blue robe, cradling a guitar and softly humming. Serene, beautiful, and tranquil, there was an extraordinary allure to him. Uncontrollably, Bai Piao found herself entranced by the figure before her, unknowingly closing her eyes and immersing herself in the melody. As she was enveloped in the music, a torrent of emotions surged within her, and 2 lines of tears cascaded down her cheeks without her realization. At that moment, the bottleneck she had been struggling against began to dissolve, bringing her an epiphany. However, the joy of this breakthrough failed to liberate her from the depths of the song's sentiment. Time lingered. Piao, is that you? A gentle voice suddenly roused Bai Piao from her reverie. Hastily wiping away her tears, she bowed to Yifeng and said, I apologize. I inadvertently became lost in your melody and must have embarrassed you. Not at all, Miss Piao. I must apologize to you, Yifeng replied, putting away his guitar with a hint of regret. I fear I may have disturbed your rest. Nay, to hear your tune is a blessing I have earned from my past life, Bai Piao quickly countered. In fact, I find myself still yearning for more of your music. You flatter me, Yifeng said, pinching his nose and smiling bashfully. May I inquire what instrument you are playing, as I have never seen one like it? It's merely a homemade trinket, Yifeng explained with a grin. Homemade? How astonishing, Bai Piao exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. You truly are a man of many talents. Your kind words humble me, Yifeng replied with a smile, glancing at the sky. Miss Piao, the sun has risen. I must take my leave. Are you in such a hurry? Bai Piao felt a sudden emptiness in her heart and hastily interjected, if only you would. But she hesitated. Her words caught in her throat. I have matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave. I hope we meet again, Yifeng said apologetically. Picking up his guitar, slinging his bamboo basket over his shoulder, and not forgetting to grab the old tortoise before preparing to depart. Seeing this, Bai Piao's urgency intensified. Biting her crimson lip, she finally spoke up. I wish to invite you to stay here a few more days, if you would be so kind. With that, she fixed her hopeful gaze upon Yifeng, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. This was her first invitation to a man. Alas, I cannot, Yifeng replied firmly, a look of regret crossing his features. With that, he quickly descended the mountain, preoccupied with thoughts of Zhongqing's injuries. Bai Piao stood there, stunned. Had he truly rejected her? Chapter 133. An uncommon presence. Observing the retreating figure of Yifeng, Bai Piao remained transfixed for an extended period. Within her gaze lingered a profound sense of melancholy. She never anticipated that her inaugural invitation to a gentleman would culminate in failure. The sentiment was indeed quite disheartening. However, Yigongzi, suddenly, Bai Piao's expression transformed into a smile as she murmured, you are truly intriguing. Once Yifeng vanished from her sight, Bai Piao turned and entered the guest room behind her. After all, Mao Mao was still resting, and since she was here, it would be prudent to tidy up the space. The room was impeccably clean, even more so than before Yifeng's stay. Notably, the bedding was meticulously folded into neat rectangular blocks, sharp-edged and crisp, which elicited a peculiar glimmer in Bai Piao's eyes. Yifeng, despite being merely a mortal, exuded an aura of the extraordinary. Bai Piao gazed pensively at the immaculate bedding, softly contemplating, gentlemanly and refined, possessing an extraordinary temperament. His poetic verses are breathtaking, and his melodies shatter my limitations. Even amidst the vast arrays of my garden, you still arrive. Who exactly are you? After a prolonged period of contemplation, Bai Piao finally lifted the bedding, preparing to replace it. Yet, as she grasped it, her enchanting eyes flickered, and her lively gaze fell upon the quilt in her hands. Was there a delightful fragrance emanating from it? She scanned the surroundings and, finding no one in sight, brought the lovely tip of her nose closer. The faint, sweet aroma enveloped her senses, evoking an inexplicable sense of infatuation. Is this his scent? Unbeknownst to her, as she cradled the quilt, Her grip tightened slightly. She found herself hesitating. Should she truly replace this bedding? Even more astonishing to her was the burgeoning impulse to embrace the quilt and succumb to slumber upon it. Biting her lip, she ultimately yielded to the impulse and transformed it into reality. Gently lying down, she covered herself with the quilt. The delicate fragrance wafted around her, enveloping her in an unparalleled sense of comfort, gradually lulling her into a state of drowsiness. Her beautiful eyes could no longer resist the allure of sleep, and she succumbed, allowing her body to relax completely. Time passed slowly. After what felt like an eternity, Bai Piao finally stirred awake, feeling an unprecedented comfort that had alleviated her fatigue. She delicately extended her hands from beneath the quilt, grasping its edge, and gently drew it to her nose for another inhalation. However, in the midst of her infatuation, she suddenly became aware of someone watching her. Turning her head, she discovered a pair of astonishingly large eyes fixed upon her, seemingly unable to contain their curiosity after observing her for quite some time. The voice exclaimed, "Ah, miss, you actually." Bai Piao's complexion shifted slightly, and she swiftly extricated herself from the quilt, moving beside Mao Mao, placing a delicate hand over the child's mouth. "Miss, please let me go." Mao Mao broke free and pointed at the wooden bed beside him, exclaiming, "You actually slept on the bed that Yifeng once used." "I did not," Bai Piao retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment, utterly unprepared for the revelation of such an awkward matter being exposed. "Still denying it? I witnessed it just moments ago." Mao Mao, still incredulous, continued to shout, unable to contain his astonishment. "You." Bai Piao's expression darkened as she softly admonished, "Please stop." "No, I must insist. You were indeed sleeping on Yifeng's bed, and I saw it with my own eyes, yet you still attempt to deny it," Mao Mao persisted. Feeling humiliated, Bai Piao wished she could vanish into thin air. With a fierce determination, she transformed her palm into a knife and struck the back of Mao Mao's neck. Rolling her eyes, Mao Mao collapsed onto the floor. Upon witnessing this, Bai Piao finally exhaled in relief and resumed her seat. She touched her flushed cheeks, realizing they had turned crimson all the way to her neck. Reflecting on this absurd situation, she felt an overwhelming sense of shyness. Meanwhile, Yifeng was preoccupied with thoughts of Zhongqing's injuries, hurrying down the mountain without pause. In the martial arts school, the absence of its master, Yifeng, rendered the atmosphere less lively and more desolate. A dog named Ao Qing lay languidly on the floor, yawning. "Shoo, little pup, come here." Suddenly, a light whistle pierced the air, accompanied by a teasing voice that reached his ears. In an instant, Ao Qing's fur bristled, his heart racing to his throat. He sprang from his prone position, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. Overwhelmed with dread, he broke into a cold sweat and cautiously glanced at the manhole cover behind him. "Skeleton, do you have any orders for me?" Ao Qing stammered. Chapter 134. I will take you to stir up trouble, old skeleton. "Humph, am I that ancient?" A voice emanated from beneath the manhole cover, laced with irritation. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing quickly corrected himself. Brother, skeleton brother, you are dashing and charming. It was merely a slip of the tongue on my part." "Oh, I didn't expect you to be quite astute, you little rascal." A voice of satisfaction resonated from below the cover. What began as a moment of supplication unexpectedly turned into commendation from the skeleton. Ao Qing's eyes narrowed in understanding the art of interacting with the skeleton brother, and he hurriedly added, "You jest, skeleton brother. I merely spoke a plain truth. In fact, even before you emerged, I was captivated by your formidable presence." "Oh, pray tell, how exactly did I draw you in?" The skeleton's interest was piqued by Ao Qing's words. With a broad grin, Ao Qing squinted his eyes and continued, "At that moment, I pondered what kind of unparalleled prodigy possessed such an aura. It was only after your emergence that I truly grasped the meaning of the phrase seeing is believing, especially your unique charisma and adaptable demeanor, which utterly dazzled my eyes." From that day forth, at this juncture, Ao Qing's expression became earnest, tinged with longing. "From that day onward, I secretly vowed to become a person like you in this lifetime." Good. Truly, no one understands me better than you." The voice from beneath the manhole brimmed with excitement, exclaiming, "I have decided to befriend you. In the future, should you require assistance, just call upon me, and I shall protect you." "Excellent. Thank you, brother." Ao Qing responded with utmost enthusiasm. "Quickly now, Help me remove this manhole cover. An urgent voice emerged from below. Someone is approaching, and the master is not at home. Let us stir up some trouble. Right away, brother. The little rascal dared not delay, swiftly moving the manhole cover aside. Just then, a skull leaped out. At the moment the skull emerged, bones from all around the room flew in and assembled into a complete skeletal frame. Yet, as soon as it was formed, it collapsed, scattering across the ground. Darn it! Where's my vertebra? The skull exclaimed in frustration. Brother, it seems the master has taken your cervical vertebra to use as a drying rack. Wait a moment. I will fetch it for you. Waving his tail, Ao Ching scampered outside to retrieve the cervical vertebra. Ah, I knew I did not misjudge you. The skeleton expressed its admiration, and with the cervical vertebra in place, it reassembled itself, donning its dark robe. TSK. This aura, this imposing presence. How I lament being but a mere mortal. Otherwise, I would surely be enamored beneath your dark robe. Observing this, Ao Ching unleashed a torrent of praise upon the skeleton, showering it with compliments like a tempest. The skull raised its head, buoyed by the winds summoned by Ao Ching, and from beneath the black robe extended a pale claw that grasped Ao Ching. In an instant, Ao Ching felt a darkness envelop him, and when he reappeared, he found himself outside the city of Pingjiang. This maneuver left Ao Ching utterly astounded. Pingjiang, neither particularly large nor small, lies beneath the verdant Qing mountain gate. Yet it is still over 1,000 miles away. To traverse such a distance in a mere heartbeat was akin to the legendary notion of being a step away from paradise. Consequently, Ao Ching became even more obsequious, repeatedly exclaiming, "Your prowess is simply astonishing, a true paragon for our kind." "Ha, just a minor trick, a minor trick." The skull bellowed, extending its hand, from which a recliner materialized seemingly out of thin air, settled upon the empty road, and it reclined upon it. With eyes half closed, legs crossed, it mused aloud. One must admit, the master truly knows how to indulge. Indeed, both you and the master are exemplars for us. Ao Ching flattered, squatting by the skull's feet, his forelimbs rhythmically tapping against the skull's thigh. "Yi Bei, you despicable wretch, utilizing hunger marketing against me. I shall not let this pass." Meanwhile, in the not-so-distant sky, several figures descended, accompanied by the irate voice of Qing Shan Lao Zhu cursing vehemently. "Oh dear brother Qing Shan, you misunderstand. Xiao Zhua and Xiao you are merely in seclusion," Yi Bei consoled, patting Qing Shan Lao Zhu's shoulder. "They will emerge as soon as we return." "Humph, do not think I am unaware of your nefarious intentions," Qing Shan Lao Zhu huffed in anger. "Only you can ensure your own survival. If a senior wishes to end your life, no one can shield you. Brother, such words are unnecessary. All I require is for you to speak a few kind words on my behalf before the master." Yi Bei chuckled. However, no sooner had he spoken than he sensed a formidable aura approaching him. In a fleeting moment, he lost control of his own body, akin to a small vessel adrift in a tempest, utterly powerless to resist. Chapter 135. The black-robed man on the recliner. At that moment, a powerful force tugged him downward. Yi Bei's expression changed dramatically. Before he could react, he crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. As he struggled to rise, he noticed a recliner not far away. Reclining upon it was a black-robed man, casually crossing his legs, beside whom sat an arrogant dog, or rather, a celestial devouring wolf. "Who are you?" Yi Bei asked, arms crossed and brow furrowed. Yet he discerned nothing from the enigmatic figure. The black-robed man, however, paid him no heed, reclining back as if basking in the sunlight, not even casting a glance in his direction. "I am inquiring about your identity. Who are you?" Despite facing someone he could not comprehend, the recent attack, coupled with the man's blatant disregard, ignited a surge of anger within Yi Bei, prompting him to raise his voice. Yet, as soon as his words fell, the black-robed man abruptly sat upright, his hand extended slowly, then, in a sudden motion, pressed down fiercely. Crack! A piercing sound erupted, accompanied by Yi Bei's anguished scream as his leg bones shattered. Boom! With the bones splintering beneath him, Yi Bei, who had just regained his footing, collapsed to the ground once more, his gaze filled with sheer terror as he fixated on the black-robed man before him. "Do you realize your mistake?" At last, a chilling voice emerged from beneath the robe. Yi Bei clenched his teeth, his expression one of unwillingness, cold sweat trickling down his forehead from the excruciating pain. However, his moment of hesitation allowed the black-robed man to vanish, and when he regained his senses, the figure stood directly before him. A hand grasped his throat, lifting him effortlessly. "I shall ask you again, do you realize your mistake?" The indifferent voice resounded once more from beneath the cloak. "I realize my mistake. This time." Yi Bei dared not hesitate, his voice trembling and stammering. Boom. Yi Bei was hurled back to the ground, yet when he lifted his head, he found the black-robed man had returned to the recliner, seemingly unfazed. This sight sent his heart racing with fear. The power of this black-robed man instilled a sense of despair within him. He, a martial emperor, could not even catch a glimpse of the man's shadow. Who exactly was this person? Why had he obstructed his path? Reluctantly, he lowered his tone and asked, "May I inquire, esteemed elder, have I inadvertently offended you at any point, prompting your obstruction?" "You have indeed not offended me," the black-robed man replied. This response left Yi Bei perplexed. But before he could speak, the black-robed man continued, "However, you have offended my master." "Your master?" The revelation left Yi Bei utterly bewildered. The mere existence of the figure clad in black was something he could seldom encounter, let alone the master of such a being, an entity infinitely more exalted. "Senior, could it be that you have made an error?" Yi Bei inquired cautiously. However, as soon as he uttered these words, a realization struck him, prompting an immediate outburst. "Why you? You are a member of the Martial Arts Academy?" The figure in black remained silent, evidently acquiescing to the implication. Observing this, Yi Bei swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He could scarcely fathom that this terrifying individual was indeed affiliated with the academy, and from the context of their exchange, it seemed he was a servant of the formidable Yifeng. If a mere servant possessed such incomprehensible abilities, just how powerful must Yifeng be? He gulped again, his countenance paling dramatically. It appeared this ironclad reality was far more daunting than he had anticipated. At that moment, the venerable Qing Shan and his companions arrived. Having overheard the exchange, their astonishment palpable. "Sir, when did we gain such a formidable servant?" Yet, upon noticing Ao Qing beside the figure in black, he confirmed the connection to the Martial Arts Academy, recalling how this creature had nearly met its demise at the hands of their master. Without uttering a word, Qing Shan led his companions to kneel, not daring to utter a syllable. "Do you realize that your previous disruption at the Martial Arts Academy displeased my master greatly?" The figure in black stated coldly. At these words, Yi Bei shuddered. He immediately prostrated himself on the ground, fervently pleading, "Senior, I was blind to your greatness. It was my folly, Yi Bei. I implore you to spare my life." In his desperate appeal, he cast furtive glances at Qing Shan. However, Qing Shan, with an air of aloofness, turned his head aside, adopting a posture of indifference. "Humph, how quaint. You might have ensnared me. But to invoke the ire of a senior and expect my intercession, what a naive expectation. Old ancestor, perhaps you could intercede on his behalf. After all, he is now my brother-in-law," Zhu Yun hesitantly suggested, leaning in. "For heaven's sake," Qing Shan exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to Zhu Yun's face. Chapter 136. Brother, Sister. Zhu Yun cradled her face, rendered speechless. The atmosphere in the room became strangely tense, with only Yi Bei's pleas for mercy echoing throughout. Perhaps Yi Bei was inherently a proud individual, yet when confronted with a being of such superior stature, even his arrogance evaporated. After all, the pride of an ant is hardly worth mentioning. An apology must carry a semblance of sincerity, mustn't it? At that moment, the figure cloaked in black finally spoke. "Yes, yes." Yi Bei clutched at this lifeline, trembling as he removed his storage ring, hastily extracting its contents. Among the items were numerous martial techniques, cultivation methods, and treasures of royal and imperial grade. However, the black-cloaked figure sneered, "Is that all?" Upon hearing this, Yi Bei felt on the verge of tears. This was, after all, his entire fortune. Yet, in the interest of survival, he forced a smile and inquired, "Esteemed senior, what else do you desire?" "Those imperial grade and sect treasures are merely trifles. What I seek are rare treasures, like spiritual artifacts. You ought to procure at least 1,000 or 800 of them," the black-cloaked man stated coldly. 1,000 or 800 spiritual artifacts. Yi Bei's eyes widened in astonishment. He felt utterly bewildered. Spiritual artifacts are not crafted by human hands. They are naturally occurring entities, lacking a definitive grading system. While some may not provide direct enhancements in combat, these innate artifacts possess unparalleled benefits that man-made treasures simply cannot match. much like the treasured flame pearl of the Qingshan sect. Thus, acquiring even a single one of these artifacts is no easy feat, let alone 1,000 or 800. What? Are you unwilling? The black-cloaked figure inquired icily. Of course not, of course not, Yi-Bei replied. His face contorted in despair as he hastily explained, but I can only do my utmost. I will gather whatever I can. Indeed, given your lack of capability, you will hardly be able to amass such a quantity. Since you cannot provide enough spiritual artifacts, you shall compensate with other items, the black-cloaked man declared, sinking into contemplation. What exactly should he demand as compensation? Brother. Suddenly, Ao Qing's urgent voice pierced the silence. Hearing this, the black-cloaked man cast a glance of appreciation at Ao Qing, his spirits lifting. With a decisive thump of his thigh, he pointed at Yi-Bei and proclaimed, Yes, sister. We still require a sister. Since you lack spiritual artifacts, then for every piece you cannot procure, you shall provide me with a sister. Sister? Yi-Bei couldn't help but burst into laughter at this notion. While acquiring 1,000 or 800 spiritual artifacts was utterly impossible, gathering 1,000 or 800 sisters seemed quite feasible. Yes, esteemed senior. I will certainly find you enough sisters, Yi-Bei hurriedly promised. Very well, you have 7 days to deliver them to the Martial Arts Academy. The black-cloaked man waved his hand dismissively. Now go. Yes. Yi-Bei suddenly revealed a countenance akin to one relieved of a heavy burden, forcing himself to withstand the pain in his legs as he soared into the sky. Subsequently, the figure cloaked in black turned his gaze toward the venerable Qingshan and the others, intently commanding, You may depart as well, but do not come to the martial arts hall empty-handed next time. Yes, esteemed elder, responded Qingshan and his companions, nodding earnestly under the pressure exerted by the black-clad man, before respectfully taking their leave. In the distance, a streak of light swiftly traversed the horizon. Cursed Lu Qingshan. I, Lu Dasheng, the foremost alchemist of Nansha, have been so brazenly disregarded within the Qingshan sect. This is intolerable, he fumed. Were it not for the necessity of your guidance to locate the flame pearl, I would have dismantled your Qingshan sect without hesitation. However, before that, I shall first venture out of the city in search of other herbs. As Lu Dasheng ascended higher into the sky, his speed increased exponentially. Just then, he abruptly slowed, his attention drawn to the horizon not far off. There, several powerful auras emanated distinct ripples. It seemed these presences were formidable indeed. I must investigate, he declared. And with that, he swiftly propelled himself toward the source of the energy fluctuations. Chapter 137. A Calamity of Misfortune. As he drew near, his eyes widened in terror, nearly bursting forth. It was as though he had encountered something frightful, and beads of cold sweat began to cascade down his brow. His body arched gracefully through the air, propelled by an unprecedented speed as he fled into the distance. However, barely half a step ahead, he was suddenly seized by a chilling tremor, and at that moment, an invisible force yanked him backward. Bang! He crashed heavily to the ground. At that instant, Lu Dasheng felt an overwhelming desire to perish, having once again encountered this terrifying entity. Yet, he dared not voice a single complaint, scrambling to his feet with a forced smile, stammering, P.P. Prior, what a coincidence. We meet again. Is it you again? A grim voice emerged from beneath the black robe, clearly recognizing Lu Dasheng. Indeed, it is I, Lu Dasheng replied, wiping his cold sweat, his voice trembling. You certainly possess remarkable audacity. The cloaked figure's tone deepened, and as the words fell, an oppressive force bore down upon Lu Dasheng, chillingly remarking, It seems my previous lesson was insufficient. At these words, Lu Dasheng shuddered involuntarily. Regaining his composure, he raised his hands, a mournful expression on his face as he hastily explained, P.P. Prior, you misunderstand. I truly was merely passing through. Do you believe me? The black-robed figure cast a glance at the dog at his feet. The dog vigorously shook its head. What shall be done then? The figure inquired. Sincerity? The dog suggested, narrowing its eyes. Indeed. The black-robed man nodded solemnly, then turned his gaze back to Lu Dasheng, stating gravely, I might spare you, depending on your sincerity. Why yes, of course. Lu Dasheng stammered, hastily opening his storage ring and producing an abundance of medicinal items. Is this all? The black-robed figure scoffed at the sight of the items, and simultaneously, an even more intense pressure bore down upon Lu Dasheng. Under this overwhelming weight, he prostrated himself on the ground, nearly paralyzed with fear, daring not to conceal anything further. He presented his storage ring. With a flick of his wrist, the storage ring landed before Ao Qing. "Qing, take a look at this." "All right, brother." Ao Qing responded as he opened the storage ring, then remarked, "Brother, there is little of value for you, but some of these items are quite useful to me." "Oh," the black-robed figure exclaimed in surprise. "In that case, you may keep the storage ring." "Oh, thank you, brother. You are truly magnificent, wise beyond measure, blessed with great fortune, and unparalleled in valor." The dog exclaimed excitedly, showering praises upon him. This tempest of flattery caused the black-robed figure to slightly lift his head. With a wave of his hand, he commanded Lu Dashing, "Begone." Upon hearing this, Lu Dashing's expression transformed to one of immense relief, and with a swift thank you, he turned on his heel and fled. "Brother," remarked the dog, observing the exquisite fabric of the black robe, "I believe that if you were to don this magnificent garment, you would appear even more formidable." The figure cloaked in black lowered his gaze to inspect his own robe before casting an appreciative glance at the one worn by Lu Dashing, nodding in agreement. "Indeed," he acknowledged, and with that, he reached out a hand towards Lu Dashing. "Come back." Alas, poor Lu Dashing had scarcely taken a few steps before he felt a wave of dread wash over him, tears welling up in his eyes as he prostrated himself on the ground, trembling. "Esteemed senior, do you have further instructions? Your clothes, remove them," the figure in black commanded, his tone brooking no argument. "What?" Lu Dashing's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you mean by what?" The black-clad figure gestured dismissively, and Lu Dashing felt a chilling breeze envelop him as his garments were swiftly removed and seized by the mysterious figure. Howling, "Esteemed senior, it is one thing to take my belongings, but why must you subject me to such humiliation?" At last, Lu Dashing's pent-up grievances erupted as he clutched his legs, one hand shielding his rear, the other covering his front, shouting in distress. However, all that remained before him was an empty lounge chair. The man and wolf had vanished without a trace. "Oh, what an unjust calamity, truly an unjust calamity," Lu Dashing lamented, on the verge of tears. He glanced around, finding the desolation so profound that not even a solitary leaf could be found. With no other option, he took off in a flurry of small, hurried steps towards the Qingshan gate. Simultaneously, Lu Qingshan and his companions, returning at last, reached the entrance of the Qingshan gate. "Someone!" Zhu Yun exclaimed suddenly. At his call, the elders of Qingshan turned their gazes towards the distance, clearly sensing a formidable energy approaching the gate with remarkable speed. "An enemy attack?" Zhu Yun inquired anxiously. The elders of Qingshan furrowed their brows, their vital energies already mobilizing as they braced themselves for the impending confrontation with the looming powerful force. Chapter 138. Unreserved coercion. At last, a shadow emerged within the sight of the crowd, gradually becoming clearer. It was blindingly white. As it approached, the nerves of Zhu Yun and the others tightened. Such an imposing figure charging towards the Qingshan sect could only signify an impending assault. Their offensive was already on the verge of being unleashed. However, just as they prepared to strike, the identity of the visitor became apparent. "Master Lu?" The eyes of the crowd widened in disbelief. What astonished them even further was that the esteemed first alchemist of Nansha was completely unclothed. Without hesitation, the venerable ancestor of Qingshan hurried forward, his face a tapestry of complex emotions, and inquired, "Master Lu, what calamity have you wrought to find yourself in such a state of undress?" Upon hearing this, Lu Dashing felt a surge of anger rise within him, a bitter taste flooding his mouth, yet he stifled the urge to speak. Just as he swallowed his pride, the forthright Zhu Yun, standing nearby, unexpectedly delivered a sharp remark. "Master Lu, while I can comprehend your personal inclinations, we have numerous disciples at Qingshan sect, particularly a significant number of female students. Your current appearance is decidedly inappropriate and tarnishes the reputation of the foremost alchemist of Nansha." This remark struck Lu Dashing like a thunderbolt, and he could no longer contain himself. The blood he had just swallowed erupted forth, and with a glare filled with murderous intent, he shot a piercing look at Zhu Yun before vanishing into his quarters like a streak of light. "Did I say something incorrect?" Zhu Yun exclaimed, utterly bewildered. "Master Lu is typically so proud. Perhaps I was a tad too harsh," Lu Qingshan mused, furrowing his brow. "You all tend to your matters. I shall see to him." With that, Lu Qingshan soared towards Lu Daxing's abode. Despite having broadened his horizons since meeting the master, he understood that offending Lu Daxing, the premier alchemist of Nansha, was best avoided. Upon arriving at Lu Daxing's residence, he found the master finally clad in garments, his hands liberated at last. Lu Qingshan, what is your true intent? Lu Daxing glared intensely at the ancestor of Qingshan and demanded, we had previously agreed that you would take me to acquire the flame pearl. Yet you have left me languishing at Qingshan's sect. Do you truly regard me, Lu Daxing, with such disdain? Master Lu, please forgive me, Lu Qingshan hastily explained. I encountered unavoidable circumstances that required my attention, which is why I regretfully left you here. Kindly do not take it to heart. Spare me your excuses. I have no desire to engage in such discussions, Lu Daxing replied, his countenance icy. By tomorrow at the latest. Take me to meet that so-called elder of yours to procure the flame pearl, and I shall take my leave immediately. At this, a grim expression settled on Lu Qingshan's face. Given that the master's disciple was still injured, it would be unwise to disturb the elder at such a time. Thus, he quickly urged, Master Lu, is there truly nothing that can serve as a substitute for the flame pearl? What do you mean? Suddenly, Lu Daxing slammed the table. His face darkened as he glared at the venerable Qingshan. Lu Qingshan, do you intend to deceive me? And no, I wouldn't dare, Lu Qingshan hastily explained. It is merely that this esteemed elder possesses extraordinary strength and has been preoccupied with numerous matters of late. If we were to disturb him, it would not bode well for either of us. Esteemed elder, Lu Daxing interjected. I perceive that you are reluctant to surrender the flame pearl and have concocted this excuse on purpose. Rising to his feet, he emanated an overwhelming aura that pressed down on Lu Qingshan. Master Lu, I assure you, I would never stoop so low, Lu Qingshan replied, his voice weighted with gravity. If you disregard my counsel, allow me to express my indignation. I speak nothing but the truth, and it is for your own benefit. To put it bluntly, should you offend that esteemed elder, not even you, the foremost alchemist of Nansha, nor the greatest alchemist of the entire Dongxing continent, could withstand his wrath. Such alarmist rhetoric. Lu Daxing scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. If you insist on portraying this person as so formidable, then I, Lu Daxing, shall intentionally provoke him. We shall see whether he willingly hands over the flame pearl, or if I shall kneel and beg for mercy. You truly refuse to heed my warnings. Lu Qingshan exclaimed in anger. Lu Qingshan, cease your ominous predictions. I am not swayed by your theatrics. I have declared that you must accompany me to retrieve the flame pearl tomorrow, or else. At this juncture, Lu Daxing's expression turned icy. What do you intend to do? Lu Qingshan's countenance shifted. I shall unleash a massacre at your Qingshan sect, and I shall observe whether you can stop me. Lu Daxing threatened openly, his face a mask of malice. You. Lu Qingshan clenched his teeth, his face pale with rage as he regarded Lu Daxing's arrogant demeanor, wishing he could eliminate him then and there. However, considering the lives of the disciples of Qingshan's sect, he reluctantly lowered his head. Very well. I shall take you there tomorrow, but I hope you will not come to regret this decision. With that, Lu Qingshan furiously swept away his robe and departed. Regret? Lu Daxing let out a cold laugh, disdain evident in the curl of his lips. Chapter 139, An Incident in the Mountains with a Cold Sneer. Lu Daxing retrieved another storage ring. Fortunately, he had not brought this particular ring with him, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him as he slipped it back onto his finger. Although the ring that had been seized by the cloaked figure was of considerable significance, it paled in comparison to this one, for all his precious belongings were contained within it. At the foot of the Mufa mountain, a multitude of disciples from the sword-controlling sect and members of the Li family had gathered, forming a vast encirclement as they advanced steadily into the mountains. Meanwhile, Li Jiesin and Su Maju stood poised in the air. I warn you, if that sachet is not found, I shall hold you accountable, Li Jiesin said, her tone grave as she glared at Li Rinhao. In this moment, faced with her beloved niece, there was not a trace of warmth in her demeanor. Li Rinhao's face turned pale, her lips pressed tightly together, unable to utter a word. The loss of the sachet was far more serious than she had anticipated. Upon her return to the Li family, the experts there had detected a peculiar aura emanating from her. This aura had altered her constitution, and yet she had lost the sachet within merely 2 days of wearing it. Had she worn it longer, the benefits could have been immeasurable. Thus, when this news broke. It sent shockwaves through the entire Li family and the sword-controlling sect. In a swift response, the sword-controlling sect summoned all disciples engaged in external training back to the mountain, mobilizing them to the Mufu mountain solely to locate the sachet. The elite members of the Li family also surged forth. Consequently, aside from Li Jiasin and Su Maju, the skies were filled with the figures of flying individuals. Listen closely. All of you, whether you are disciples of the sword-controlling sect or members of the Li family, anyone who achieves merit in the search for the sachet will receive the generous support of both the Li family and the sword-controlling sect. You may choose any elder as your mentor. Su Maju's voice thundered through the air. Yes, a unified response reverberated through the mountains. The sword-controlling sect was already one of the major sects of Nansha, far surpassing the Qingshan sect in strength. Thus, aside from a small contingent guarding the mountain gate, over 100,000 disciples had converged upon the Mufu mountain. The presence of the Li family's experts further amplified the formidable aura of their assembly. In a particular area of the Mufu mountain, adjacent to the territory of the Bagu, lay another domain under the absolute authority of the Flame-Dew Demon Emperor. Before him knelt two trembling mortals, their bodies quaking in fear. "Great King, please spare us," they pleaded, their voices quavering. "Humph." The fiery Demon Emperor let out a disdainful snort, casually severing the heads of the two individuals with a mere wave of his hand, as though he were indulging in a watermelon feast. In an instant, their heads transformed into mere bones, which he carelessly discarded. The direction in which he threw them soon became a small mountain of skulls. What a delightful experience! The fiery Demon Emperor extended his tongue, revealing a look of complete satisfaction. Suddenly, a small demon rushed in, exclaiming in a flurry, "Your Excellency, distressing news. Within our territory, 15 demon spirits have perished, and 3 demon kings are already exhibiting symptoms. They too may not last long." What? The fiery Demon Emperor's fury erupted. Days prior, he had noticed some lesser demons becoming feeble, unable to wield their powers, and slowly succumbing to death. Initially, he had dismissed it, believing that with so many beasts within his domain, such occurrences were not unusual. However, he never anticipated that the demon spirits would be affected, let alone his own demon kings. What on earth is happening? Has this strange situation arisen in other territories as well? The fiery Demon Emperor inquired gravely. "Your Excellency, please wait. I will immediately send someone to investigate in other territories." The small demon replied eagerly. Yet, as he turned to leave, several rough voices resonated from outside. "No need to inquire. We have already arrived." As the voices fell, potent waves of demon energy surged forth, and several formidable figures emerged. It was the other demon emperors. "What is the matter?" The fiery Demon Emperor quickly approached them, his tone serious. "We have come specifically to seek you out," one of the elder demon emperors, Chonggong, stated. "The situation in your territory has also manifested in ours, and in some cases, the losses are even more severe than yours. We have gathered to discuss how to address this predicament." "What? Your territories have also encountered this issue?" The fiery Demon Emperor furrowed his brow deeply. If such an eerie phenomenon was occurring across all domains, it would indeed be a matter of profound concern. Chapter 140. Humanity declares war. "Have we ascertained the cause?" inquired Yen Duo, the Demon Emperor. "It appears to be an issue with the water source," responded another, the Wangchuan Demon Emperor. "Every beast that has consumed from the mountain spring has exhibited this condition without exception." A water source? How could there be a problem with it? Yen Duo's expression grew grave. Despite their transformation into demons, they remained dependent on water. Any disruption to this essential resource was akin to severing their roots. "I suspect it may be related to the Boga territory." Suddenly, the Wangchuan Demon Emperor's pupils constricted as he spoke with gravity. "Since the incident in Bogu, unrest has befallen the mountains. But didn't we issue a decree of extermination against the demon beasts in the entire shogunate?" Yen Duo questioned. "Surely the situation in Bogu has been resolved?" His inquiry was met with scornful glances from several other demon emperors. "Your information is woefully outdated. Aside from a few minor demons, the Boga territory has become a desolate wasteland. Not only has Bogu vanished without a trace, but the 18 demon kings within his domain have also disappeared. Reports from our demon kings suggest that their fate is dire, likely captured without any means of resistance." Another, the Luoyang Demon Emperor, furrowed his brow, his face etched with concern. "What? Yen Duo gasped, a chill of cold sweat breaking out on his back. He could scarcely believe that the Boga territory, so close to him, had been obliterated so suddenly. Could it be that humanity has turned against us? It seems unlikely. The Luyang Demon Emperor replied, shaking his head. The war between our realms has long ceased, and we have established a pact of non-aggression. Although there may be minor skirmishes and humanity harbors intentions of our annihilation, they lack the audacity to engage us openly. After all, should a true war erupt, humanity would be unable to bear the consequences. If this calamity were indeed orchestrated by humans, it would signify a declaration of war against our entire southern demon realm. They would surely refrain from such an act. Upon hearing this, the gathered demon emperors nodded in agreement. After all, no one dared to provoke a conflict that could lead to a war of races. Even those among them who sought to sate their hunger for battle only dared to snatch a few heads from human villages, never launching full-scale assaults. At that moment, a small demon from the Yen Duo territory rushed in, tumbling twice in haste upon the ground. Your Majesty, dire news. A human army has appeared within our territory, and the skies are filled with numerous human martial spirits and martial kings. What? The information from the small demon stunned the assembled demon emperors, as disbelief washed over them. Several more small demons hurried in, kneeling as they reported urgently. Reporting. In the realm of Chang'an, the news arrived that a significant number of human disciples from various sects had infiltrated our territories. Report. From the domain of Luyang, we have encountered a multitude of human sect disciples, potentially numbering in the tens of thousands. In addition to the human spirits and demon kings, we have also detected fluctuations indicative of powerful martial sovereigns. Report. From the domain of Wang Chuan, the same situation prevails. Our lesser demons have already engaged in skirmishes with them. Upon hearing these messages, the expressions of the demon sovereigns turned pale, as an ominous shift was imminent. Humans. They have truly declared war upon our southern sand demon realm. The demon sovereigns exchanged grave glances, each face etched with concern. An army of humans, sect disciples, martial spirits, martial kings, and even martial sovereigns comparable to their own ranks had mobilized. Was this not a declaration of war? Those treacherous humans, how despicable they are. First, they stealthily annihilated the territory of Bogu, then tampered with our water sources in the shogunate, and now, seizing the opportunity, they have dispatched their army to invade us. Such cunning tactics. We were fortunate to discover this in time. Otherwise, we would have remained oblivious until they were at our doorstep. Indeed, had we been even a moment slower, we would have become the next Bogu territory. A cold sweat broke out among the many demon sovereigns. What shall we do? Let us come to a decision. The sovereigns exchanged looks of determination. Humph, what of a human martial sovereign? They are but a mere army of 100,000 humans. Let us eradicate them. Yes, annihilate them. This is an affront to our kind. Indeed, on our own territory do we fear them? In an instant, the air was filled with the fervent voices of the demon sovereigns, united in their indignation. Chapter 141. Hasty Decisions, a Martial Sovereign. Very well, let us proceed as such. Esteemed demon emperors, we shall issue orders to arrange the defensive lines across our territories. Furthermore, we shall adopt a strategy akin to that of humankind, capturing the leader before the followers. Our initial objective will be to eliminate those human martial sovereigns, and subsequently, we shall deal with the remaining rabble in one fell swoop. An excellent plan. As the words resonated, a powerful aura emanated from the assembled demon emperors, causing the very air to ripple with a haunting whistle. In an instant, they transformed into streaks of light, surging forth into the forest with an indomitable momentum. Gentlemen, not far ahead, we have detected the presence of humans. Indeed, two formidable auras suggest the presence of human martial sovereigns. United in our efforts, we shall launch a direct assault and strive for a swift victory. Splendid. The affirmations echoed, each voice growing in intensity and confidence, resonating with unwavering determination. In the blink of an eye, the four great demon emperors charged towards the source of the energy fluctuations. In the skies above, a white-haired man stood poised with a long sword, his gaze coldly surveying the forest below. Just then, he sensed four powerful auras approaching him. His pupils constricted, and with a piercing glance, he locked onto the four demon emperors. This gaze sent chills down the spines of the demon emperors, causing cold sweat to bead upon their brows. It was indeed hasty. He is a martial sovereign. Retreat. Among the demon emperors, the most perceptive, the flowing sun demon emperor, quickly deduced the threat posed by the martial sovereign. After alerting the others, he, who had previously displayed great confidence in their imminent victory, turned and fled through the air. Witnessing this, the Changgung demon emperor and the Forgotten River demon emperor also felt cold sweat trickle down their foreheads, promptly following the flowing sun demon emperor in retreat. However, the flame-seizing demon emperor, renowned for his speed, remained fixated on the white-haired man. He disregarded the warning from the flowing sun demon emperor, completely oblivious to the fact that he was facing a martial sovereign. Gentlemen, this individual appears formidable, yet with our combined strength, we can surely vanquish him. I shall engage him directly, while the three of you distract him. Victory is assured. I, the flame-seizing demon emperor, shall advance first. After calling to his companions, the flame-seizing demon emperor locked onto the white-haired man. In a sudden burst of motion, he unfurled his wings, transforming into a hawk that surged forth, radiating a powerful energy as he attacked the white-haired man. At last, the cold gaze of the white-haired man shifted. He drew his longsword, executing a strike devoid of any ostentation. What? The expression of the flame-seizing demon emperor shifted as he sensed the overwhelming aura. He hastily called out, "Esteemed demon emperors, this man is even more powerful than I had anticipated. Quickly, join me in countering this strike." Yet, as his voice fell, there was no response whatsoever. He suddenly turned his gaze to the side, only to find that the Luoyang demon emperor and the others had vanished without a trace, his eyes widening in terror. At that very moment, a blade struck towards him. Yin Duo, the demon emperor, attacked with ferocity. Gasp! At this juncture, the Luoyang demon emperor and his companions had already fled 1,000 miles away, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. They had never anticipated that the humans would dispatch a martial sovereign expert. Even more shocking was that before they could lay a finger on anyone, they had already lost one of their own, a demon emperor. What should we do? We need to make a decision. Indeed, the emergence of a martial sovereign has surpassed our capacity to manage the situation. In a flurry of anxiety, the remaining 3 demon emperors began to discuss their predicament, completely devoid of the bravado they had exhibited at the outset. Gentlemen, this has spiraled beyond our control. At this moment, the Luoyang demon emperor stepped forward, his expression grave, and declared, "First, the Boga demon emperor fell, and now the Yan Duo demon emperor has perished. This blood feud can never be erased. The war between our two factions is inevitable. We must retreat to the mountains and notify that individual." The mention of Song Ku, the demon sovereign, sent a shiver down the spines of the several demon emperors. He is the sovereign of the entire Nansha demon realm. It is important to note that a demon sovereign is an entity far more powerful than a demon emperor, and in his eyes, they are but mere ants. Yet, having reached this juncture, even the prospect of confronting such a terrifying presence leaves them with no alternative. Chapter 142, The Enraged Ifong. Recently, a continuous drizzle graced the land, but today, at last, the skies have cleared, allowing the warm sunlight to bathe the surroundings and elevate the temperature considerably. In the bustling city of Pingjiang, numerous townsfolk bask in the gentle rays of the sun. Outside the martial arts school, an atmosphere of exuberance prevails, filled with joyous song and dance. The harmonious sounds of the guqin, eru, gongs, and drums mingle, producing a delightful array of melodies, some cheerful, some passionate, and others lyrical. Accompanying the music, a dozen enchanting women, clad in vibrant attire, gracefully sway to the rhythm, their slender waists undulating in time with the diverse tunes. Meanwhile, a figure clad in black robes reclines leisurely in a chair before the martial arts school, nonchalantly crossing his legs. As the music swells, the flowing sleeves of his robe move in rhythmic gestures above his head. At his feet, a small dog lies contentedly, squinting its eyes and wagging its tail, diligently massaging his thigh. "Ah!" the man in black exclaims in satisfaction, reaching into a large basin beside him to seize a handful of gold coins, which he tosses into the air. Observing this, the dancing women intensify their performances, with a few bolder souls daring to approach the man in black, their supple forms nearly tumbling into his embrace. Although they may not comprehend the discomforting presence beneath the robe, the allure of the gold coins nearby renders such concerns trivial. Giggling delightfully, the laughter emanating from beneath the black robe resonates with joy. With another flourish of his hand, he tosses yet another handful of coins, exuding an air of extravagant generosity. Suddenly, his movements halt abruptly, as if sensing an impending danger. A jolt races through him, and he springs up, pushing aside two women in his path, tumbling and scrambling away. The dog, sensing the shift, lifts its head and, upon grasping the situation, erupts into a frenzy, swiftly vanishing from sight. Yet, despite the dog's swift escape, the man in black does not manage to flee far before a hand seizes him. "Abba! Abba!" he cries out in alarm. "Curse you!" comes a resounding voice, and a clenched fist descends upon the man in black with forceful intent. The blow lands squarely, leaving the man disoriented, his legs buckling beneath him as he quivers on the ground. "You dare to swagger." At this moment, the returning Yifeng, freshly emerged from the mountains, witnesses this spectacle. Infuriatingly, the man in black is wastefully flaunting his gold coins, an ostentation that Yifeng himself has never exhibited. Fury ignites within Yifeng. He delivers a barrage of blows to the man in black, then seizes the robe, twisting it tightly and dragging him to a corner, delivering a relentless onslaught of kicks. "I'll teach you to flaunt your arrogance. While I've been away from home, you've taken the liberty to cause havoc. Haven to you, using my gold to squander like this. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll never know the eyes of the deity above." Yifeng relentlessly stomped on the skull, showing no mercy whatsoever. Meanwhile, from the crack of the door, Ao Qing watched in horror, flinching with each of Yifeng's steps. "Brother, it's not that I lack loyalty. It's just that only you can withstand the fury of our master today." As Yifeng continued to pummel the skull, the dancing maidens sensed the unfolding chaos. Swiftly, they gathered the scattered gold coins, and before departing, boldly scooped a handful from the basin, hurriedly vanishing from sight. "Oh no, my gold coins." Yifeng gazed despondently at the basin, now nearly empty, feeling a profound sense of loss. True, he possessed wealth now, yet he could not forget the days of poverty. He recalled the year when his books failed to sell, and the martial arts school was devoid of visitors. He had survived an entire winter by eating only potato leaves mixed with rice, which left him constipated for months and on the brink of hemorrhoids. This memory ignited his anger anew, prompting him to stomp even harder on the skull. "Are you not the infamous Yifeng?" At that moment, a haughty voice emanated from behind him. Upon hearing this, Yifeng, who had one foot planted firmly on the skull, turned to see the venerable Qing Shan and a lavishly dressed middle-aged man standing behind him. The latter was the one who had just spoken, a stranger to Yifeng. Chapter 143. What kind of misfortune is this? Upon meeting Yifeng's gaze, the venerable Qing Shan ancestor immediately bowed, not daring to utter a single word. "Who are you?" The tone of the individual was distinctly uncomfortable, prompting Yifeng to furrow his brows and inquire directly. "Who am I?" Lu Dashing let out a chilling laugh, revealing the white herbal emblem on his chest, his face brimming with arrogance as he proclaimed, "Now you understand, don't you? Allow me to further introduce myself, Lu Dashing." With that, Lu Dasheng raised his head high, looking down upon Yifeng with condescension. Yifeng's brows knitted slightly. He looked at the white flower on Lu Dasheng's chest, which resembled something lifeless, and pursed his lips. Lu Dasheng? Never heard of him. Yifeng thought to himself. Despite Lu Dasheng's haughty demeanor, Yifeng, uninterested in whether he accompanied the venerable Qing Shan, waved his hand dismissively and said, "Brother Qing Shan, please come in and sit. As for you, I do not recognize you. You may leave." Yifeng's words ignited Lu Dasheng's fury. The emblem on his chest symbolized his status as an apothecary, and as Lu Dasheng, renowned as the foremost apothecary of Nansha, he was appalled that this person did not know him. "You arrogant little brat." Lu Dasheng's expression turned icy as he said somberly, "I have no time to waste on your insolence. I ask you, do you possess the flame pearl?" "What flame pearl? I know nothing of it." Yifeng replied with notable impatience, still daring to feign ignorance. "If that is the case, do not blame me for being merciless." Lu Dasheng's demeanor shifted, and he advanced menacingly toward Yifeng. "What do you intend to do?" Yifeng furrowed his brows further. What do you think? If you do not produce the flame pearl, I shall break your legs and dismantle this pathetic martial arts hall of yours." With that, Lu Dasheng surged forward, a fierce aura enveloping him. As he approached, he transformed his palm into a sharp claw, aiming for Yifeng's neck. As the attack neared its target, Yifeng's peripheral vision caught sight of something familiar. "That black robe is." Suddenly, Realization struck him. That black robe was indeed his own. With this robe present, it meant that Yifeng's feet were nearby. He quickly locked his gaze onto the ground, and indeed, that familiar figure was unmistakable. Even in ashes. My heavens! Lu Daxing's eyes widened in shock as overwhelming fear surged through him, leaving him paralyzed with terror. His legs weakened, and he skidded across the ground, coming to a halt at Yifeng's feet. Aye. Lu Daxing stammered, his teeth chattering. Sweat beading on his forehead as he looked at Yifeng, trembling uncontrollably. I must have caused a misunderstanding, esteemed senior. Just now, I was merely jesting with you. I have come to deliver something to you. As he spoke, he trembled, removing the storage ring from his finger and placing it respectfully at Yifeng's feet. Accept it. Having done so, he turned and fled. In his panic, his foot caught on the cobblestones, causing him to tumble, yet this did not diminish his speed. He quickly rose and continued to run. As he sprinted, the remnants of his fear betrayed him, tears welling in his eyes. What the hell is this torment? This cursed Pingjiang city. I would rather die than return. Amidst his flight, regret consumed him, lamenting that he had disregarded the advice of the venerable Qing Shan and foolishly ventured here. The figure at the martial arts school was no mere heavyweight. He was an absolute titan. Otherwise, how could he have so effortlessly trampled and tormented that absurdly powerful figure in the black robe? But now, he could think of nothing but escape. Yearning to flee the confines of the martial arts school, to leave Pingjiang City, and even to escape Nansha. Come back here. Yet, before he had run far, Yifeng's voice echoed behind him. Those words struck him like a spell, rendering Lu Daxing frozen in place, akin to a statue of ice. Chapter 144. The kitchen knives of the master are sacred. Lu Daxing was nearly startled into the heavens by that sudden exclamation. Were it not for his tightly clenched legs, he might have found himself in an even more embarrassing predicament. At this moment, Yifeng was utterly bewildered. This Lu Daxing had first approached him with an air of arrogance, and then inexplicably knelt down, discarding a wretched ring. Was he not simply deranged? Finally, Lu Daxing, trembling, turned his head, wiping the sweat from his brow, and with heavy footsteps, made his way back towards Yifeng. What on earth are you doing? Yifeng demanded sternly. I truly came to deliver something. Lu Daxing stammered, tears almost forming in his eyes. Deliver something? Deliver your nonsense. Yifeng retorted with a cold laugh. Despite the absurdity of Lu Daxing's behavior, his previous demeanor indicated he was no virtuous soul. Aye. Lu Daxing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. However, he dared not confess that he had come to provoke Yifeng. He could only stutter, struggling to find his words. Sir. Just then, three figures approached respectfully. It was Wu Yonghong and his companions. Three martial masters. Lu Daxing, who had been at a loss for words, widened his eyes in astonishment upon seeing Wu Yonghong and the others. In the southern sands, a martial emperor was already a formidable presence. While martial masters were as rare as phoenix feathers, one would be hard-pressed to find even one, let alone three gathered at the entrance of a martial arts school. Beside him, Lu Qingshan also felt a slight surprise but maintained his composure. Having become accustomed to such encounters, he had long since built an immunity to the extraordinary. Witnessing three martial masters in the presence of the master seemed entirely normal, especially after having seen the terrifying black-cloaked figure who was now struggling beneath the master's foot. What were three martial masters in comparison? Wu Yonghong and his companions merely cast a cursory glance at Lu Qingshan and Lu Daxing before disregarding them entirely. For in their eyes, these two were hardly worth noting. However, the arrival of the trio momentarily eased Lu Daxing's tension, as Yifeng's focus shifted entirely to them. It's you three. Yifeng greeted them. What brings you here today? Sir, it is indeed us. Earlier in the mountains, did you not mention that there is a piece of barren land behind your martial arts school that requires cultivation? You asked us to assist you. Wu Yonghong replied with utmost respect. Ah, yes. Yifeng exclaimed, slapping his forehead as realization dawned upon him. I indeed intended to cultivate that piece of barren land. Sir, my two old friends are eager to join us. What do you think? Wu Yonghong continued, prompting his companions, Sun Zhuge and Chu Guangshi, to cast hopeful glances in Yifeng's direction. They wish to join as well. Very well then. Yifeng pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Observing the eager gazes of the two individuals before him, it was evident they sought to earn a meager living. Being farmers, he could empathize. Survival was no simple feat. Furthermore, his plot of land was quite substantial, and the elderly Wu was indeed short-handed in managing it alone. Very well, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The three elders exclaimed, their faces brightening with joy upon hearing his words. Witnessing this, Yifeng couldn't help but reflect on the hardships faced by those at the bottom of society. Merely the prospect of cultivating a patch of barren land elicited such excitement. He continued, regarding compensation, I shall directly offer each of you 100 gold coins. Even if you complete the task in a single day, it will still amount to 100 gold coins. Absolutely, absolutely. Wu Yonghong and his companions nodded eagerly, expressing no dissent towards the stipulated sum. They understood well that this man was an unparalleled being who had descended to experience the mortal realm. Thus 100 gold coins seemed a reasonable transaction. Now, if there are no objections, do you have your tools with you? Yifeng inquired. Wu Yonghong and his companions exchanged awkward glances, their expressions betraying a hint of embarrassment. All right, no worries. I have some tools here. You may wait for a moment, Yifeng said, stepping heavily on a skull before retreating into the inner chamber. After a brief wait, he emerged with a rake, a hoe, and a shovel. However, upon sighting these three implements, both Wu Yonghong and his companions, as well as the trembling Lu Dasheng, gasped in astonishment, nearly rendered speechless. He has brought forth 3 sacred tools. Each of you may take one, Yifeng offered, extending the tools towards them. Are these for us? Wu Yonghong and his companions exchanged incredulous glances, their voices stammering as their hands trembled at that moment. If I don't provide you with tools, how will you work? Yifeng shot them a bemused glance and added, for now, use these. If you break them, I have more. Is there more? This revelation nearly caused Wu Yonghong's heart to leap out of his chest. Are the sacred items here so plentiful? Moreover, to cultivate a mere piece of wasteland, 3 sacred tools were employed. Such extravagance was astonishing. Yet, Lu Qingshan, standing nearby, was not overly surprised. Rather, he regarded them with an expression akin to that one would give to country bumpkins. Though his abilities might not surpass those of the trio, his experiences with the master far exceeded theirs. The use of sacred tools for land reclamation was trivial in comparison. Even the knives used for chopping vegetables in the master's kitchen were sacred. Chapter 145, a special task. All right, I have matters to attend to here. You may proceed to the back and decide for yourselves when to commence your work, Yifeng stated indifferently. Understood. The 3 individuals nodded respectfully, their gratitude palpable as they eagerly accepted the coveted items, clutching them tightly to their chests before making their way towards the rear of the martial arts school. Once the trio had departed, Yifeng turned his gaze back to Lu Dasheng, his brows furrowed in deep concern. Though he typically exhibited a generous demeanor, he was by no means a naive individual. He would not easily overlook someone who appeared to be a troublemaker. As Yifeng's frown deepened, an invisible pressure enveloped Lu Dasheng, rendering him utterly powerless. This weight felt more terrifying than that of the individual in the black cloak beneath Yifeng's feet. It was not as overt, yet it bore an innate quality, akin to an oppressive force from another dimension. In an instant, he found himself prostrated on the ground, unable to muster the courage to move. Speak, what is your purpose here? Yifeng's voice resonated with authority. I. Lu Dasheng's expression turned grave, and just as he stammered, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. He hastily replied, My lord, I too have heard that you are seeking to cultivate your land, and I have come to inquire if you require additional hands. You are also here seeking work? Yifeng regarded Lu Dasheng with skepticism. Indeed, I truly am. Lu Dasheng, sensing a flicker of belief from Yifeng, grasped at this lifeline. You must believe me. I am merely someone who enjoys jesting. I was only joking earlier. Seeing Lu Dasheng's earnest demeanor, Yifeng found himself swayed to some extent. This individual, despite appearing somewhat eccentric and unreliable, had indeed spoken of such matters to several neighbors previously. In these times, the lower classes struggled for survival. Upon hearing of job opportunities, they would readily compete to seize them. Moreover, this was an opportunity from someone as generous as himself. Upon further reflection, Yifeng realized that he had no prior grievances with this man. It seemed illogical to assume he was here to stir trouble. If you are here to work, then there is no need to kneel on the ground, Yifeng assessed him. However, I advise you to refrain from making such dubious jokes in the future. Yes, of course. Lu Dasheng scrambled to his feet, relief washing over his features. Remembering the earlier trio of martial artists and their fortune, a flicker of calculation crossed his eyes. And he quickly added, "My lord, I arrived in haste, much like those three, and I did not bring any provisions. What do you suggest?" "I do possess certain supplies," Yifeng replied, "but as you have observed, there are already individuals assigned to the clearing task. If it is a matter of lacking personnel, there remains only one particularly special task available. Are you certain you can handle it?" Yifeng appraised Lu Dasheng. "Capable, indeed capable. I can handle any task," Lu Dasheng exclaimed eagerly, particularly when he heard Yifeng mention directly providing items, his anticipation becoming palpable. At the same time, a sense of pride swelled within him. Life is truly unpredictable. One can never foresee what the next moment may bring. Yet, I, Lu Dasheng, undoubtedly the foremost alchemist of Nansha, can be regarded as a master strategist. Behold, not only has this imminent crisis been resolved, but perhaps I might also seize a fortuitous opportunity from this individual. A sacred treasure, indeed, a sacred treasure. In comparison to this divine artifact, the 2 storage rings he lost are of little consequence. The thought alone sent Lu Dasheng into a euphoric state, and he couldn't help but praise his own cleverness with exuberant enthusiasm. "My lord, please tell me what you intend for me to do. I am positively brimming with anticipation," Lu Dasheng said, his face alight with hope. For in the presence of such a sacred treasure, he had momentarily forgotten the terrifying nature of both the individual before him and the one lurking in the corner. "Shoveling dung, perhaps?" Yifeng mused, gazing at Lu Dasheng. Shoveling dung. The once eager Lu Dasheng was rendered speechless upon hearing those words. Chapter 146. The misfortunate Ruda Sheng. With a solemn nod, Yifeng contemplated the situation. Initially, he had no intention of retaining this individual, but considering the elderly Wu and his companions, who were likely unable to handle the arduous task of manure collection, the prospect of one of them falling into the pit and meeting a tragic fate was a potential disaster. Conversely, Ruda Sheng appeared significantly younger and had fortuitously sought them out. It would be unwise to let such an opportunity slip away. Upon hearing Yifeng's thoughts, Ruda Sheng gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Collecting manure was merely a task, after all. What significance did it hold? After all, the 3 martial sovereigns had also engaged in farming duties earlier. Furthermore, the chance to acquire a sacred treasure rendered the unpleasantness of manure collection trivial. Such an endeavor, if made known, would undoubtedly attract countless skilled individuals eager to partake in the task. Thus, upon reflection, this was indeed an extraordinary opportunity. With this understanding, Ruda Sheng cast aside his previous reluctance and, with renewed enthusiasm, turned his gaze towards Yifeng, declaring, "Rest assured, my lord, I am more than capable of this task." He even went so far as to pat his own shoulder confidently. "Very well, then. You shall be the one. 30 gold coins for the completion of this manure collection. Do you have any objections?" Yifeng inquired. "No objections," Ruda Sheng quickly affirmed, recognizing the significance of this esteemed figure, who was evidently a prominent player in the realm. He understood the ritualistic nature of this exchange, as did the 3 martial sovereigns. However, Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly. "Let me make one thing clear. Once you have committed to this task, you shall not depart until it is completed. Should you attempt to flee after just 2 days, do not expect me to be courteous." Yes, I will complete it, I promise." Ruda Sheng eagerly nodded, his face brimming with anticipation. "Now, esteemed elder, please provide me with the necessary tools so that I may commence at once." Yifeng regarded him with a discerning eye. Although Ruda Sheng initially seemed unappealing, he demonstrated a commendable reliability in his work ethic, appearing quite passionate about the task at hand. "Come with me," Yifeng instructed. Obediently, Ruda Sheng followed Yifeng, only to realize that they were not heading towards the shop. Curiously, he inquired, "My lord, shouldn't we retrieve the tools from inside?" "Not there, just follow me," Yifeng replied nonchalantly, leading the bewildered Ruda Sheng to the residence of Old Man Wang. After a brief exchange with Old Man Wang, without a moment's hesitation, he lent Ruda Sheng a pair of manure buckets and a yoke. Staring at the buckets, Ruda Sheng's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, and he stammered, "See, this is all. Otherwise, what do you expect?" "I have no buckets at home," Yifeng replied sternly. At this, Ruda Sheng stumbled back 2 steps, nearly gasping for breath in disbelief. Why was it not as he had envisioned? A pang of sorrow gripped his heart, and he felt an overwhelming sense of injustice welling up within him, tears almost spilling forth. "My lord, might I be excused from this task?" Ruda Sheng asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's expression immediately hardened, his gaze turning cold as he fixed it upon him, gravely saying, "Do you take me for a fool?" This piercing glance nearly sent Lu Dashing's soul fleeing, causing him to shudder and hastily wave his hands in protest. "Senior, I wouldn't dare. I shall attend to it at once." "Then why are you still lingering? Today, you shall carry the filth from Wang Da's cesspool. If you fail to complete the task, you shall face the consequences," Yifeng commanded sternly, showing no mercy to Lu Dashing. It became evident to Yifeng that Lu Dashing was nothing more than a stubborn fool, and conversing with him reasonably would yield no results. Yifeng's words made Lu Dashing tremble visibly. Clearly, the man was enraged, and despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and proceed. However, upon glancing at the cesspool, tears finally streamed down his face, nearly causing him to faint. Good heavens! How long had it been since this place was last cleaned? It was practically a mountain of filth. Yet, no matter how begrudging he felt, he swiftly set to work. For Yifeng's earlier words echoed ominously in his mind. He had no doubt that failure to complete the task would cost him his life. Moreover, he dared not rely on his cultivation. Should he offend this man again, he might find himself deprived of even the opportunity to scoop the dung. With 2 full buckets of excrement in tow, Lu Dashing sprinted forth, a gust of wind trailing behind him. As he ran, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Losing 2 storage rings was one thing, but to think that he, the foremost alchemist of Nansha, was reduced to carrying dung. How could he possibly live with such disgrace if word got out? Chapter 147. A new meridian structure. Observing Lu Dashing hastily running while carrying dung, Yifeng finally revealed a satisfied smile. "I sincerely apologize, esteemed sir, for bringing someone without your consent. Please forgive me." After Yifeng finished his tasks, the venerable Qing Shan swiftly approached, his demeanor tinged with anxiety as he expressed his regrets. "However, I was left with no choice. It was truly..." "Not at all. You've arrived, and that's what matters. It's nothing significant." Yifeng waved his hand dismissively, not allowing the matter to weigh heavily on his mind. Although he was uncertain about how Lu Qingshan had come to know such a person, he was confident that this honest fellow would be no match for the rough-and-tumble Lu Dashing. In fact, Yifeng felt a sense of gratitude towards Lu Qingshan. After all, where else could one find such a proficient dung carrier? Seeing this, Lu Qingshan let out a sigh of relief, his face breaking into a grateful smile. He couldn't help but marvel at Yifeng's wisdom. The renowned alchemist of Nansha, reduced to such menial labor, was a lesson far more potent than the mere defeat of Lu Dashing, particularly as he gazed at the foul pit of dung. Qingshan couldn't restrain a look of pity directed towards Lu Dashing. "By the way, dear brother, could you assist me with a favor?" Yifeng hastily inquired. "Please, esteemed sir. Speak your mind," Lu Qingshan promptly replied. "My disciple, Zhongqing, has sustained injuries and lies at the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. Could you fetch him for me? I must remain here to concoct medicine and cannot spare the time," Yifeng explained urgently. "Rest assured, I shall attend to it immediately," Lu Qingshan assured him, setting off towards the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. "I shall deal with you later," Yifeng declared, casting a fierce glare at the skeleton slumped in the corner, delivering a hefty kick before rushing into the kitchen to prepare medicine for Zhongqing. After Yifeng departed, the skeleton swiftly vanished without a trace. At the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, upon Lu Qingshan's arrival, he discovered that his disciple, Luo Lanxue, was also present. "Shuer, what brings you here?" he inquired. "Master, a few days ago, Uncle Yin informed me that your disciple was recuperating here. Such a significant matter could not be overlooked. Thus I have been tending to your disciple all this time," Luo Lanxue replied as she guided Lu Qingshan into an opulent room. Inside, Zhongqing lay pale and weak. In addition to Luo Lanxue's care, 6 or 7 graceful maidens attended to him, offering massages and wiping his face, all bustling about in a flurry of activity. "Impeccable," Lu Qingshan praised, admiring Luo Lanxue. As his most cherished disciple, she truly lived up to his expectations. "However, master, the condition of young master Zhongqing is quite dire," Luo Lanxue expressed with concern. "These past few days, Uncle Yin has summoned nearly all the esteemed physicians in the city, yet they remain at a loss. But the assailants were merely from the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. It shouldn't have reached such a point of helplessness, Lu Qingshan replied, his brow furrowing in contemplation. This is also a perplexing aspect for him. He had always believed that Zhong Qing was an extraordinary genius. However, after being injured by the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, it became evident that this was not the case. Zhong Qing was not a genius. In fact, he was a complete failure, lacking even the slightest cultivation, with his meridians completely blocked. Yet, if he were truly a failure, how could such a formidable master as Mr. have chosen him as a disciple? This contradiction was quite significant. Alas, these matters are beyond our comprehension. Let us escort young Master Zhong back to Mr. for now. The venerable Qingshan solemnly declared. Mr. will personally see to young Master Zhong's recovery, rest assured. Luo Lanxue nodded and promptly summoned a carriage. My dear disciple, once you drink this bowl of medicine, you shall be perfectly fine, Yifeng remarked confidently, fanning himself while preparing the concoction for Zhong Qing. He held absolute confidence in his medical abilities, as he was, after all, of a caliber akin to that of the divine, with past evidence to support this assertion. He recalled a year when Ah Hua from East Street had struggled to conceive. After Yifeng prescribed her a remedy, not only did she become pregnant with twins, but the remaining medicinal dregs were consumed by a sterilized sow, which then astonishingly birthed 8 healthy piglets, causing a significant disruption in her pigsty within just 3 months. Sometimes, Yifeng mused that had he opted to open a medical clinic instead of a martial arts school, he might have already achieved great success. Before long, the venerable Qingshan and Luo Lanxue returned with Zhong Qing. Yifeng bypassed pleasantries. After placing Zhong Qing in the room, he administered the freshly brewed medicine to him. Cough, cough, cough. Shortly after the medicine was given, the previously unconscious Zhong Qing erupted into a fit of intense coughing, clearly having awakened. The venerable Qingshan and Luo Lanxue exchanged glances filled with admiration. This medicine is indeed miraculous. Truly, Mr. is extraordinary. Without hesitation, he placed his arm upon Zhong Qing's meridian. However, the moment he did so, his eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping from their sockets. To his utter shock, he discovered that profound transformations were occurring within Zhong Qing's body, as an entirely new network of meridians was being astonishingly established. The structure of these meridians was completely different from those within their own bodies. It was a wholly original configuration. This is not human meridian. The venerable Zhong Qing stammered in disbelief, his mind racing as he sought to uncover the nature of this meridian. After a long moment, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes. As his gaze brightened, his entire being trembled with excitement, for he had finally recalled what this unique meridian structure truly belonged to. Chapter 148. The Two Fortunate Ones is this. A descendant of the ancient divine lineage. A tempest of astonishment surged within Lu Qingshan, his gaze fixated intently on Zhong Qing, as he gasped in disbelief. Had he not been enamored with ancient texts and the forgotten tales of history, he might not have recognized such a remarkable meridian. Legends tell that during the primordial days of the Xinjiang continent, when myriad races flourished, a protracted conflict spanning 1,000,000 years erupted as they vied for dominion over the land. In those dark times, countless lives were lost. The human race, when compared to other nations, possessed little more than the ability to reproduce and grow strong, teetering on the brink of extinction. Yet, amidst this despair, a remarkable group of individuals emerged from humanity. They wielded formidable powers and possessed an entirely distinct structure of meridians, leading humanity in a counteroffensive that, within less than 10 millennia, established their supremacy over the entire continent and elevated humans to the pinnacle of the myriad races. It can be said that without them, humanity would not have reached its present state. To honor their legacy, the world referred to them as the divine lineage. However, perhaps out of jealousy from the heavens, the descendants of this lineage did not endure, fading into the annals of history. Throughout the subsequent 500,000 years of the continent's history, a few instances of divine descendants were discovered, all of whom became influential figures. Yet the most recent of these occurrences was 200,000 years ago. By now, this type of meridian had long since vanished. Even if it existed, it would be nearly impossible to detect, as 500,000 years of genetic and bloodline evolution rendered any divine lineage imperceptible and incapable of being awakened. To elicit such a bloodline, one must be on the brink of death and then be stimulated by an extraordinary elixir, with only a slim chance of success. With this thought, Lu Qingshan turned his astonished gaze toward Yifeng, filled with admiration. No wonder Zhong Qing, deemed a failure, could be accepted as a disciple by the master. He was, after all, a descendant of the divine lineage, and the master must have seen through Zhong Qing's identity long ago. Everything that transpired in Pingjiang City was likely orchestrated by the master. How else could a mere mortal merchant association injure Zhong Qing under the master's watchful eye, inflicting such a grievous wound by mere coincidence? The once confounding mysteries now became clear. It was all part of the master's scheme to awaken Zhong Qing's divine bloodline. A plan so formidable. Lu Qingshan inhaled sharply, feeling immensely honored, not only to be a pawn in the hands of such an esteemed predecessor, but also to witness the awakening of a divine descendant. He could not help but turn his gaze to Yifeng, his face filled with reverence as he exclaimed, "Master, you are truly remarkable." "Just a minor matter, as anticipated," Yifeng replied with a smile. "Given the time spent in the mountains, how could I not ensure Zhong Qing's awakening?" "Minor matter, as anticipated?" Lu Qingshan could not help but exclaim in astonishment. It is unclear how the esteemed gentleman has discerned such profound insights, enabling him to utter such resolute proclamations. After all, the probability of awakening through this method is merely 1 in 10 or 20. To express such unwavering confidence suggests that, prior to this moment, Yifeng must have orchestrated numerous unseen schemes. Lu Qingshan was filled with deep reflections, realizing that Yifeng consistently surpassed his own expectations. He had thought his perspective was already expansive, yet witnessing the awakening of the divine race revealed that his prior experiences were merely the tip of the iceberg. He could hardly fathom what other extraordinary events he might witness through this remarkable individual, and how they might redefine others' understanding. "Very well, let my cherished disciple rest," Yifeng remarked as he glanced at the medicinal jar in his hand, noting that it still contained a significant portion of the remedy. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the venerable Qingshan, saying, "All medicines bear some toxicity. Since my disciple has awakened, it would be unwise for him to continue consuming it. There remains a bit. Why don't you take it? Its efficacy is considerable, and it would do you, an old man, some good." Upon receiving the jar, Qingshan's heart raced with excitement. His hands trembled as he exclaimed, "Sir, are you truly giving this to me? How could I possibly doubt it?" With Zhong Qing's awakening, Yifeng's spirits soared, and he jested, "Consider it a reward for your assistance." "Reward?" Qingshan's body quivered slightly. This piece on the chessboard had only served to eliminate the Pingjiang Merchant Association and had not played any pivotal role, yet he had been bestowed such a blessing. "Thank you, esteemed sir." Qingshan solemnly accepted the medicinal jar and performed a deep bow to Yifeng before taking his leave. Once outside the martial arts hall, Qingshan did not forget to offer a reverent salute towards the building before hastening back to the Qingshan sect with the jar in hand. "Master, what transpired just now with the esteemed gentleman's disciple?" Upon returning to the Qingshan sect, Luo Lanxue inquired eagerly. In response, Qingshan took a deep breath, his expression serious as he looked at Luo Lanxue. "My dear Schwerer, congratulations. You have become one of the 2 fortunate individuals in nearly 200,000 years across the entire Xinjiang continent." Chapter 149. The Ancient Ancestor of Qingshan, the Martial Emperor. The 2 fortunate ones? Lauren Shui was slightly astonished, yet even more perplexed. "You are aware of the ancient divine clan, correct?" inquired the ancestor of Qingshan. "What do you mean?" Lauren Shui immediately covered her crimson lips in surprise. Indeed, the ancestor of Qingshan solemnly nodded and recounted the matter of the awakening of the Zhongqing divine clan's meridians in detail to Lauren Shui. This revelation stirred tumultuous waves within her heart, and her eyes sparkled with profound excitement. To think that here, in the presence of her master, she would witness the awakening of the descendants of the divine clan from the immortal river continent after 2 million years. Such glory filled Lauren Shui with immense pride. By the way, there is also this remaining elixir. The ancestor of Qingshan gestured to the vial in his hand and hastily remarked, "Do you realize that the medicinal herbs for awakening the divine clan's meridians are at least of the 9th grade, and some have even reached the celestial level?" Lauren Shui widened her eyes once more. "I shall take a sip first." The ancestor of Qingshan, with an expression full of anticipation, took a small sip and smacked his lips. Moments later, he felt a tremendous force surging chaotically within his body. In the initial stage of the martial king suddenly felt as if he had reached a critical juncture. I have broken through to the mid-stage of the martial king. Finally, Lu Qingshan exclaimed, soaring through the roof and immediately sitting cross-legged atop the cloud pinnacle, exuding a powerful aura. What extraordinary effects! Lauren Shui was astounded. Her master seemed to have just recently broken through. After a considerable time, the newly empowered Lu Qingshan returned to his seat. His complexion flushed with vitality as he looked once more at the vial, took 2 more small sips, and handed the vial to Lauren Shui, saying, "Disciple, this elixir is far too potent. Luli is still too young, and it could harm her meridians. You should drink it now. Remember to do so immediately. Else the potency will dissipate, and not a single drop must be wasted." As soon as he finished speaking, he burped and stood frozen in place. Having just landed, he took off once more towards the roof without a moment's hesitation. Clearly, he was about to break through again. Ha! A tremendous force converged upon Lu Qingshan, his aura rising steadily. Before long, he advanced from the mid-stage of the martial king to the late stage, and then to the pinnacle of the martial king. Witnessing this, Lauren Shui could no longer contain herself. Disregarding her appearance, she seized the vial and began to drink. Just as she finished the elixir, she felt a powerful force striking her dantian, and at that moment, her cultivation surged upward. Mid-stage of the Grand Martial Master. Late stage of the Grand Martial Master. Pinnacle of the Grand Martial Master. Early stage of the Martial Spirit. Late stage, mid-stage, late stage. Until finally, she too broke through to the pinnacle of the Martial Spirit realm. At this level, the confines of the room could no longer contain her, and she swiftly broke through the roof, ascending into the skies. After a considerable time, constrained by the disparities of their realms, Luo Lanxue descended first, her visage alight with excitement as she gazed once more at the cauldron, discovering remnants within. She eagerly lifted the vessel to her lips and drank deeply. However, just as she finished, the venerable Qingshan descended from the heavens, bellowing, "Disciple, wait. Leave me a sip." Upon witnessing this, Luo Lanxue quickly explained, "Master, the last sip has already been consumed by me." As soon as she uttered these words, she ascended back into the sky, her cultivation advancing from the pinnacle of martial spirit towards martial sovereign. The countenance of old ancestor Qingshan shifted subtly. He was but a step away from martial emperor himself. What could he do? Gazing at the cauldron, he gritted his teeth and, disregarding all semblance of dignity, scooped up the residue and began to gnaw at it. Indeed, the remnants still held potency. Ha! The coveted martial emperor, I, Lu Qingshan, have finally broken through. With his jubilant laughter echoing, Qingshan ascended after Luo Lanxue into the sky. The disciples of Qingshan's sect, already awestruck beneath the terrifying aura of the two, stood speechless, their astonishment mingling with delight. The strength of their sect's leaders directly correlated with the might of Qingshan's sect itself. Thus they too would rise in stature. In an instant, the entire Qingshan sect erupted in unprecedented cheers. Master has broken through to martial emperor. Master has broken through to martial emperor. This exultation reverberated through every corner of the sect. Within an ancient castle, a former elder, paralyzed from the waist down due to complications with his martial arts, suddenly stood upright, trembling with emotion as he shouted, "The master has broken through to martial emperor. Our Qingshan sect has returned to its zenith." Boom! In the rear mountains, a tomb exploded with a deafening roar. An old man, who had sealed himself within the grave as his demise approached, and who was contemporaneous with old ancestor Qingshan, emerged with disheveled hair. Our Qingshan sect rises again. I can die in peace. In the martial arts hall, a limping old man who was sweeping the floor abruptly cast aside his broom and, propelled by an unprecedented speed, soared outwards. In that moment, numerous former elders of Qingshan's sect, from various generations, rushed forth, their gazes aflame with fervor as they beheld the monumental breakthrough unfolding in the sky. Chapter 150. The past of Ao Qing. The thunderous rumble echoed, relentless and disruptive. How inconsiderate these cultivators are, making such a commotion without regard for the peace of the neighborhood. Couldn't they find a secluded spot to break through? Yifeng gazed towards the horizon, where the incessant noise emanated, accompanied by a string of expletives. Cursing under his breath, he made his way to the back of the martial arts school. Old Wu and his companions were still diligently cultivating the land. Although their pace was slow, Yifeng was unperturbed. After all, they were of advanced age, and their work was rather methodical. However, he couldn't help but admire Lu Dashing slightly. Though unreliable in other respects, he was indeed commendable when it came to labor. In the ensuing days, everything fell into a steady rhythm, and Zhongqing's injuries gradually improved. Yifeng, on the other hand, returned to his lethargic state. Yet, even in this idle period, he found time to practice the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. His proficiency in the piano was transcendent, chess unmatched, calligraphy refined, and his paintings rivaled the divine. Observing his progress, Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. His skills in chess and calligraphy had developed well, likely due to his prior experiences with chess and novel writing, which had cultivated his proficiency. As for painting, he found that his previous experience in martial art illustrations overlapped, allowing him to create exquisite landscapes effortlessly. This certainly saved him a considerable amount of time. Had he started from the very basics, he could only wonder how long it would take to master these arts. His motivation for practice was not for the sake of any mounts, but merely to ensure that the damned system wouldn't reclaim the martial arts school. Lost in thought, Yifeng immersed himself back into his practice. Meanwhile, the dog, Ao Qing, lay on the ground, feeling quite bored and reminiscing about the days spent causing mischief with Skull Brother. Just then, the sun-shaped mark on his forehead flickered with light, capturing his attention. This was a unique signal from his tribe, the celestial devouring wolf. Casting a glance at Yifeng, who was engrossed in playing the piano, Ao Qing sprang to his feet and dashed out of the martial arts school. Once outside, he unleashed his full speed, moving like a shooting star, vanishing in the blink of an eye. It turned out that he had inadvertently reached the realm of the Demon King while accompanying Yifeng. After exiting Pingjiang City, he quickly made his way into the mountains. An hour later, several figures appeared before him, looking down from a height. At the forefront stood a woman with a cool demeanor, a red sun-shaped mark adorning her fair forehead. She was flanked by several imposing figures in black robes, their presence radiating a palpable aura of demonic energy. Ao Qing, is that you? Upon seeing her, Ao Qing's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively taking a few steps back. Indeed, it is I. The woman stood with her back to Ao Qing, her voice devoid of emotion. So how have you been? Upon hearing this, Ao Qing's face twisted with loathing. Though this woman was stunningly beautiful, her heart was as venomous as that of a serpent. She was the holy maiden of his clan, the devouring sky demon wolf, holding a status equal to that of his father. Within their entire race, all the clan's demons revered her as a goddess. In the past, Ao Qing had harbored deep admiration for her, yet even as the third prince of the devouring sky demon wolf tribe, he felt unworthy to speak with her. Consumed by a profound sense of inferiority, merely daring to observe her from afar. However, one day she unexpectedly approached him. When he believed he had reached the pinnacle of his life and offered her his sole treasured possession as a token of his affection, she callously cast him into an abyss before the eyes of all. Accused of attempting to intrude upon the holy maiden's chamber under the cover of night, he became a target of scorn within the tribe. His father expelled him from the clan and imposed a seal upon him, forbidding him from taking shape for 10 years. After his banishment, Ao Qing unwittingly fell into peril, sustaining grave injuries and losing all his cultivation. Had he not encountered his master, he might have perished beneath a flurry of blows. This time, he initially thought the message he received was from one of the few friends he had left in the tribe, given their unique connection, but to his surprise, it was from Ao Qing Chung. Surely, Ao Qing Chung had intercepted their communicative resonance. What do you want? Ao Qing asked coldly. Do you know why I deceived you to obtain the Wind Chaser key? Ao Qing Chung replied languidly. Because this Wind Chaser key is the key to the secret realm of my devouring sky demon wolf clan. What? Ao Qing gasped in astonishment, finally grasping why Ao Qing Chung had gone to such lengths to acquire the key from him. You are surprised, aren't you? Ao Qing Cheng's voice continued chillingly. It is indeed a jest. When you were born, the old clan leader divined through the lunar disk that you were the child of destiny who would lead the devouring sky demon wolf to glory. Thus, at your birth, he bestowed upon you the Wind Chaser key and enacted a seal, allowing only you to wield it. Yet, who could have anticipated that this so-called child of destiny would turn out to be nothing more than a worthless scion, a debauched fool of the tribe. Incapable of leading anyone to greatness? It is utterly laughable. You, shut your mouth. Ao Qing trembled with rage, his eyes brimming with tears. What? Did I say something wrong? Ao Qing Chung continued coldly. Now you are a wanderer, unable to return to your clan, merely a dog that has fallen into the water. So, what has become of your destiny? Ao Qing Cheng's words struck at the very core of Ao Qing's soul. Being expelled from the tribe had always been a deep wound within him, especially when wrongfully accused and hunted by all. That feeling was truly indescribable. However, I can offer you an opportunity. Suddenly, Ao Qing Cheng shifted her tone and turned her body, revealing a countenance that matched her name, one of unparalleled beauty. Return to the tribe with me and use the Wind Pursuit key to unlock the secret realm. I can assist you in breaking the seal and transforming you back into your human form, while also striving to alleviate the tribe's misconceptions about you. Furthermore, I shall offer you a most generous reward. With that, she gracefully produced a translucent white orb from her slender jade-like fingers and softly remarked, "This is a Demon King's elixir. With this elixir, you can transcend to the realm of the Demon King, and given your innate talent, it could save you at least 50 years of arduous cultivation. What do you think?" A hint of allure danced upon the enchanting red curve of her lips. Chapter 151. The coercion and temptation of Ao Qingchang. However, to her surprise, Ao Qing suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth laced with a strong undertone of derision that pierced the air. What could be the reason for this? Shouldn't Ao Qing have readily accepted her proposal in the presence of a treasure such as the Demon King pill? With a furrowed brow and an icy demeanor, Ao Qingcheng coldly inquired, "What is so amusing? I find it laughable that you believe a mere Demon King pill could sway me." Ao Qing retorted unabashedly. At his words, Ao Qingcheng's expression darkened, her face a mask of frost as a surge of murderous intent emanated from her, her piercing gaze fixed on Ao Qing as she coldly remarked, "Your appetite seems insatiable. Do you not realize how many in our clan covet this pill, let alone someone like you, a waste cast out from the tribe? Humph, such ignorance." Ao Qing scoffed disdainfully. "You." Ao Qingcheng's eyes glinted with anger, ready to unleash her fury. Yet at that moment, Ao Qing, wearing a look of contempt, suddenly unleashed a tremendous surge of energy. Simultaneously, his forepaw crashed down with immense force upon the ground. Crack! The earth beneath Ao Qing's paw caved in, fissures spreading like a spider's web in all directions. What is this? This power? As she felt the wave of energy emanating from Ao Qing and the impact of his strike, Ao Qingcheng's frosty countenance transformed, revealing a look of disbelief as she stared at him in shock. "You have actually..." "Indeed, I have long since reached the realm of the Demon King," Ao Qing declared with pride, his gaze fixed upon Ao Qingcheng, dripping with mockery. "Thus, a mere Demon King pill is beneath my notice." "You..." Ao Qingcheng's face paled with fury, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Yet, more than her anger, the revelation of Ao Qing's status as a Demon King left her unsettled. How could a talent so abysmal, one expelled from the tribe, not only survive but ascend to such heights? After a lengthy pause, she finally regarded Ao Qing with renewed interest, stating, "I must admit, you have surprised me. But what of it?" Raising her proud gaze, she looked down upon him and declared, "In the eyes of one at the realm of the Demon Emperor, you remain but an ant. Nonetheless, I concede that this Demon King pill would indeed fail to entice you." With a wave of her delicate hand, she pocketed the pill. "Then allow me to offer you a new promise," Ao Qingcheng proposed, presenting another incentive. "If you agree to return with me to the clan and unlock the secret realm, once I break through to the Demon Sovereign level, I will mobilize our clan's resources and personally assist you in ascending to the realm of the Demon King. You are aware of my talent and status within the clan. Achieving this is not a mere fantasy, and I assure you it can be accomplished within a decade." After speaking, Ao Qingcheng gazed at Ao Qing with unwavering confidence. Although she was perplexed by the serendipitous rise of Ao Qing from a mere tribal outcast to a being of the Demon King realm, she was resolute in her belief that even in the face of temptation to ascend to the Emperor realm, she could sway him. However, to her astonishment, Ao Qing remained unmoved, dismissing her with a scoff. 10 years. Huh. With that, he turned his head away. "You." Ao Qingcheng could hardly fathom that Ao Qing could resist such allure, Yet recalling the significance of the secret realm, she suppressed her frustration and continued to sweeten the deal. Very well, I shall grant you another promise. Once the secret realm opens, you may select a weapon that is infinitely close to a holy artifact for your own. With those words, Ao Qingqing's gaze remained fixed upon Ao Qing, determined in her conviction that he would eventually relent. To her fury, however, Ao Qing once again displayed an expression of disdain. Were it not for his deep-seated apprehension of Ao Qingqiang, he might have burst into laughter, and even as it was, he nearly choked back a laugh. What do you mean? What I offer you is a weapon that is infinitely close to a holy artifact, a powerful item you may never have encountered in your lifetime. Ao Qingqing's voice was laced with an icy chill. At that moment, Ao Qing could no longer contain himself, and after a hearty chuckle, he erupted into laughter. Chapter 152. The Daring Dog. Ao Qing. In a moment of tension, the black-clad individuals beside Ao Qingqiang could no longer restrain themselves. They had not anticipated Ao Qing's audacity in disregarding their presence. Intense demonic energy radiated from them as they prepared to confront him. Cease immediately, Ao Qingqing commanded coldly. At her words, the black-clad figures, though reluctant and gritting their teeth, were compelled to withdraw in the face of her formidable aura. Once they retreated, Ao Qingqing inhaled deeply, suppressing her inner fury, and redirected her gaze toward Ao Qing. I am aware that you harbor significant reservations regarding our past encounters. You fear I may bring you harm, and I can comprehend that. Henceforth, aside from the promise made earlier, I am willing to make an exception and allow you to join my Red Sun lineage. Continuing to dangle the allure of benefits, Ao Qingqiang asserted, although you are of the clan leader's lineage, as a member of the tribe, you must recognize that my Red Sun lineage is the strongest within the tribe. Nearly all formidable warriors belong to us. By aligning yourself with the Red Sun lineage, you, Ao Qing, will possess a monumental support system. No longer will you be looked down upon. You shall rise to prominence within the tribe. This is my final concession. You would not dare to refuse, would you? With this bombshell, Ao Qingqing's confidence surged anew. The Red Sun lineage not only held a prominent position within the Shurtian demonic wolf tribe, but also commanded considerable respect throughout the entire demon race. Those who could join their ranks were typically the finest warriors and prodigies of the clan. With such backing, Ao Qing could virtually stride through the Shurtian demonic wolf tribe unhindered. She could hardly believe that Ao Qing would resist such temptation. Yet, once again, his actions defied her expectations as he shot her a disdainful glance. Ao Qingqiang, do not waste your efforts. I shall not acquiesce to your offer. And as for your so-called support? Ao Qing's voice was cold, and he shook his head dismissively at the mention of the support. He turned to leave. Stop. Just as he had taken a couple of steps, Ao Qingqing's demonic emperor cultivation erupted, and under Ao Qing's unyielding gaze, her composure finally cracked. Do not mistake my kindness for weakness. She seethed, and with that exasperated declaration, a heavy pressure bore down upon Ao Qing. You, a discarded waste of the tribe. How dare you look down upon the benefits I offer? What makes you dismiss the near-divine artifacts, and why are you indifferent to joining my Red Sun lineage? You, a frivolous wastrel, should be groveling in gratitude upon hearing my offer, yet you choose to feign indifference? Ao Qing's steps faltered momentarily at her words. Feigning indifference? Huh. With a cold laugh, he turned back to face Ao Qingqiang and declared, Ao Qingqiang, you have truly overestimated your worth. I genuinely find your offer unworthy of my regard. As for the reasons behind my disdain, allow me to enlighten you. I have already recognized a formidable human as my master. At this moment, the profound pride in Ao Qing's eyes is unmistakable, and his words resonate with heartfelt admiration for that individual. Following in his footsteps, it will take no more than half a year, not even a decade, for me to ascend to the realm of the demon emperor you speak of. Therefore, do you find your promises amusing in their absurdity? As for him, let alone your so-called near-divine scrap metal. Even if it were a true divine artifact or an imperial treasure, I could embrace it in slumber every night. Why would I need your worthless trinkets? Regarding your final mention of a powerful ally. At this, Ao Qing let out a disdainful laugh. Let us not even discuss my master's formidable backing. Even if I were under the protection of the Bone Brother beneath my master's command, I could easily trample the southern sand demon sovereign, Song Ku, into the ground. And no one would dare utter a word. Ao Qing's bold voice reverberated through the surroundings. Thus, do not presume that your haphazard promises, nor you, Ao Qingqing, hold any significance in my eyes. Even the celestial devouring demon wolf clan pales in comparison. For I, in allegiance to my master, shall achieve far greater heights. I, Ao Qing, will ascend to a grander stage, one that you shall find unattainable, leaving you, Ao Qingqing, trailing far behind. Chapter 153. We are no longer on the same level. Your words, Ao Qing, have left Ao Qingqing utterly astonished. After the initial shock, anger suffused her face, turning it a deep shade of green. Do not feign innocence. You, the illustrious demon wolf of the abyss, a noble lineage, can claim to acknowledge humanity as your masters. But to boast so brazenly is beyond absurd. In a fit of rage, Ao Qingqing retorted sharply. The ascent from demon king to demon emperor is akin to scaling the heavens. You, a mere wastrel, dare to assert that you could achieve such a feat within 6 months? And as for divine treasures, do you truly believe they are easily acquired? As for imperial artifacts, I suggest you prepare your grandiose tales with a bit more care. Regarding your so-called master and skeleton, they are no more than dilapidated remnants like yourself. And to disrespect the esteemed Song Ku, the demon sovereign, is nothing short of foolish naivety. Noticing Ao Qing's silence, Ao Qingqing's expression twisted into one of derision, her lips curling into a triumphant smirk. How does it feel to have your lies laid bare? If your claims held any truth, why not summon your master and that skeleton to present themselves before my esteemed lineage, the radiant sun? With that, her enchanting eyes locked onto Ao Qing. She yearned to witness his flustered reaction, to see him crumble under the weight of his own deceit and ultimately submit to her will. However, contrary to her expectations, Ao Qing not only remained unperturbed, but also shook his head and regarded her with a gaze brimming with disdain. Enough, I cannot be bothered to engage with you further. We are no longer on the same plane, he declared, a hint of boredom lacing his voice. At that moment, Ao Qingqing could not even provoke his interest in a quarrel. After all, how could a frog at the bottom of a well comprehend the vastness of the sky? The notion of inviting his master and the skeleton to the radiant sun was utterly ludicrous. They would hardly deign to acknowledge such a challenge, for even a mere exhalation from them could reduce their adversaries to ash. With no desire to utter another word, Ao Qing turned and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Ao Qingqing stood frozen, her stunning visage contorting into a mask of fury, dark enough to drip water. This individual, whom she had always regarded as a frivolous wastrel, dared to mock her, the proud daughter of the heavens. How dare he? How could he? Stop right there, she cried, her voice laced with desperation. Yet, Ao Qing continued to disregard her. Are you not afraid I shall end your life? She seethed, her formidable aura crashing down upon him like a tidal wave. Nevertheless, Ao Qing remained unfazed, confident that Ao Qingqing would refrain from harming him due to the constraints of the secret realm. Moreover, he did not believe she possessed the capability to take his life. While he might not best her in combat, he was certain of his ability to escape. After all, having stood beside his master for so long, did she truly think he lacked any hidden cards? Indeed, Ao Qingqing trembled with rage until his figure vanished from her sight. Her hands still quaking, yet she refrained from taking action. Instead, her chest heaved with fury, her entire body trembled incessantly, exuding an overwhelming aura of wrath. Beneath this immense anger and pressure, the area within 100 feet transformed into a vacuum, leaving no living creature aside from a few cloaked figures. Bang, bang, bang. The melodious sound of sonic booms resounded repeatedly, causing countless massive rocks to shatter, serving as an outlet for her rage. After what felt like an eternity, she gradually regained a semblance of calm. Observing this, a black-clad figure cautiously approached and inquired, Saintess, shall we let him go just like that? How could that be? Ao Qingqing replied icily. I have placed a unique tracking mark from my lineage, the Red Sun, upon him. I intend to follow him and discern what manner of being his so-called human master truly is. I am eager to witness whether he retains his arrogance when I stand before him, trampling his human master beneath my feet. When the pillars of his pride crumble, that will be the moment he kneels submissively at my side, begging to serve me. Saintess, you are truly remarkable. Several cloaked figures exchanged glances filled with admiration, their voices laced with reverence. It seemed they could already envision the scene of Ao Qing prostrating before the divine maiden. Chapter 154. The needs of Ao Qing. Ao Qing made his way back to the martial arts hall. After circling around the premises, he finally located his comrade, Skull Brother. Behind the hall, having narrowly escaped the clutches of Yifeng, Skull Brother had come here, inexplicably acquiring a lounge chair, upon which he reclined while fanning himself. Gesturing animatedly at a few individuals, the aura emanating from him rendered Wu Yonghong and his companions too fearful to utter a sound, prompting them to work diligently. Meanwhile, Lu Dasheng, who had frequently encountered Skull Brother's wrath, hurriedly carried a load of manure, fearful of receiving yet another beating. Seeing this, Ao Qing could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed over. "Brother, my beloved and dashing Skull Brother, how delightful to find you here," Ao Qing exclaimed with fervor. In response, Skull Brother subtly puffed out his chest and replied nonchalantly, "Ah, it is you, Qing. What brings you to seek your brother?" "Brother, I am in dire straits. I desperately require your assistance," Ao Qing implored, eagerly tapping on Skull Brother's thigh while recounting the situation involving Ao Qing. "Oh, merely a few insignificant nuisances," Skull Brother remarked indifferently. "Do not dwell on it. Their master will swiftly deal with them. You may return to your post. I have matters to attend to." "Very well." Ao Qing hastily made his way back to the martial arts hall. Once Ao Qing departed, Skull Brother rose from the lounge chair and ambled towards the manure pit, suddenly pointing at Lu Dasheng and unleashing a tirade. "You, the bucket on the right is clearly insufficient. How dare you attempt to deceive me in my presence? Curse be you." With that, Skull Brother unleashed a flurry of blows upon Lu Dasheng, subsequently kicking him into the manure pit before casually returning to his chair. Wu Yonghong and the other elderly gentlemen, who were toiling in the fields, trembled at the sight, a cold sweat breaking out on their backs as they cast respectful, fearful glances at Skull Brother. "Rest assured, carry on with your work. I am not as fearsome as I appear," Skull Brother reassured them, reclining once more in his chair, adopting a demeanor of calmness. Trouble arises yet again. However, the next moment, a commotion erupted behind him as a long leg flew forward, sending Skull Brother tumbling to the ground. "ABA. Skull Brother lifted his head, opening his mouth in shock. "By the heavens, this insolent creature dares to speak? What audacity!" Yifeng cursed angrily, preparing to deliver another kick when Skull Brother, in a flash, slipped beneath Yifeng's legs and took off running. Fuming, Yifeng picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Skull Brother, who yelped in distress as he fled, leaving behind a cloud of dust. This scene left Wu Yonghong and his companions utterly dumbfounded, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Continue your tasks, Yifeng said darkly, shifting his gaze to Lu Dasheng, who was emerging from the manure pit with a look of deep grievance. Upon witnessing the scene, Yifeng gasped, his lips twitching involuntarily. "Goodness, how pitiable. Is that a person in such a wretched state, covered in filth? Never mind, I shall add an extra 20 gold coins to his reward later." Yifeng shook his head, pinching his nose as he hurried back to the martial arts hall. Subsequently, he ordered a bowl of beef noodles and reclined on a chaise longue. At that moment, Ao Qing was beside Yifeng, alternating between sitting up and lying down, displaying a palpable restlessness. He was torn, contemplating whether to report the matter concerning Ao Qing and the others to Yifeng. Yet, he hesitated. Having followed Yifeng for so long, he was acutely aware of Yifeng's perspective on mortal life. Since Yifeng treated him as a dog, he could only regard himself as such. If he suddenly spoke like a human, would he not violate that unspoken understanding? Moreover, since Skull Brother had mentioned it, with his master's transcendent cultivation, surely he was already aware of such matters and would assist him in resolving them. However, observing the anxious demeanor of his canine companion, Yifeng furrowed his brow slightly. "Alas, it must be difficult for you." Recognizing the source of Ao Qing's unease, Yifeng gently patted his head, offering soft words of reassurance. "Rest assured, since you are with me, I shall fulfill my duties as your master. Any issues that require resolution will certainly be addressed." Upon hearing this, Ao Qing's eyes brightened, and gratitude washed over his face. Indeed, his master's extraordinary cultivation made him privy to all, and he had explicitly stated his willingness to assist. Thus, Ao Qing settled down at Yifeng's feet, comforted. At that moment, not far from the martial arts hall, Several shadows glided through the air like phantoms before landing stealthily in the darkness. The leading woman lifted her chin slightly, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful and fair visage. It was none other than Ao Qingcheng and her companions, who had been tracking Ao Qing. Ao Qing is within this humble martial arts hall. A cold smile graced Ao Qingcheng's lips as she spoke. Chapter 155. The sudden arrival of the black-robed figure initially. I truly believe this useless individual had stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity, having acknowledged a master of formidable strength. However, it appears I have been overly concerned. Obey my command, and let us lay waste to this martial arts hall. Leave no survivors aside from that incompetent fool. A cold voice emanated from Ao Qingcheng as she lifted her long legs, striding purposefully towards the martial arts hall. Indeed, the several black-robed experts behind her swiftly followed suit, keeping pace with Ao Qingcheng. At that moment, another black-robed figure, akin to a rat, darted in, stealthily approaching from behind, seemingly intent on joining their ranks. You? The appearance of this shadow caught the attention of the last person in the formation. His eyes widened in inquiry, but before his voice could escape, he was struck upwards by a swift slap, disappearing into the heavens. With this obstacle eliminated, the black-robed figure seamlessly integrated into their ranks, puffing out his chest and adopting a serious demeanor as he marched forward with them. However, despite this sudden turmoil within their ranks, Ao Qingcheng and her companions remained blissfully unaware, their faces adorned with unwavering confidence. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Ao Qingcheng halted her steps, gestured with her delicate hand, and cast a sharp gaze around the vicinity of the hall. Clearly, she did not underestimate the situation, even upon reaching the entrance. She remained vigilant, probing for any signs of the extraordinary. Just as her gaze fell upon the signboard, the last member of the group stirred his mind. ABA ABA. As the sound echoed, the potent martial essence contained within the character for martial vanished in an instant, rendering the 18 depictions of divine weapons ineffective. Indeed, the unremarkable signboard failed to capture Ao Qingcheng's attention for even a moment. She quickly scanned her surroundings, finding nothing out of the ordinary. Ao Qing, oh Ao Qing. I shall see whether, after I expose your lies in your very presence, you can still maintain your previous arrogance. She smirked disdainfully, further solidifying her belief that no formidable experts resided within this modest martial arts hall. Consequently, she beckoned her subordinates behind her and, with a decisive step, entered the hall. The main hall was vast and empty. On either side, 18 paintings adorned the walls, which Ao Qingcheng glanced at, finding no remarkable features. This main hall held no further intrigue for her. Ao Qing is within, and there is also the presence of a human. Eliminate that human, and I shall control Ao Qing. Ao Qingcheng spoke coldly, issuing her command. Clearly, having grasped the situation, she had lost interest in toying with Ao Qing any longer. Yes, the group responded in unison, and at Ao Qingcheng's command, they swiftly surged towards the back hall. Hee hee. At that moment, one of the black-robed figures let out a mocking laugh. Ao Qingcheng furrowed her brow, and before she could discern the source of the sound, she felt a blazing and blinding light beam down upon her. She swiftly directed her gaze upwards and discovered a mirror suspended above them. A demon-suppressing mirror? How could such a sacred artifact be present here? Upon seeing this mirror, Ao Qingcheng's expression shifted dramatically. She hastily turned her head, unable to bear the brightness emanating from its reflection. The demon-suppressing mirror exerts an absolute suppressive effect on their kind, the demon beasts. Yet, she had underestimated its power. Howls echoed in the air as her black-clad subordinates, under the influence of the radiant light, were forced back to their true forms, frantically scurrying about while emitting pitiful cries. What? Ao Qingcheng's face paled in shock, and before she could even contemplate an escape, she felt her own strength dissipating under the brilliance. Though she managed to endure for a fleeting moment longer, she could not maintain her original form, transforming instead into a white sky-devouring demon wolf, struggling desperately on the ground. Such formidable power. Ao Qingcheng felt a grave sense of foreboding, cold sweat trickling down her body. The weight of this force not only made it arduous for her to stand, but rendered her incapable of issuing commands to her subordinates. Amidst their desperate resistance against the might of the demon-suppressing mirror, a figure cloaked in black, laughing mockingly while clutching their stomach, stood atop a stool, pointing at them. This person's appearance immediately drew the ire of the crowd. A mere human dared to mock their noble sky-devouring wolf clan. If it were not for the restrictions imposed by the demon-suppressing mirror, they would have relished the opportunity to feast upon this person's flesh and blood. Who was this individual? When did they arrive here? Ao Qingqing's gaze bore into the cloaked figure, her face contorted with hatred as she pondered their origins. Yet, she could detect no fluctuations of energy emanating from this person. Ha ha ha, a bunch of insignificant trash, dare you glare at me? The figure on the stool hurled insults, then leapt down, delivering a harsh kick to the backsides of the onlookers, including a particularly humiliating blow to Ao Qingqing. This kick filled Ao Qingqing with profound humiliation. How could a mere human dare to strike her? How audacious! Chapter 156. The dog. Just as she was contemplating, another kick landed heavily on her, causing her to wince in pain. Ao Qingqing immediately bared her fangs, her eyes fixated on the figure in black, an overwhelming aura of menace emanating from her. You dare glare at me? Another kick struck her from behind. The seething rage and profound humiliation made Ao Qingqing tremble all over, yet at that moment, even the thought of retaliation or uttering a word seemed exceedingly difficult. Humph! The figure in black snorted arrogantly, showing no intention of sparing them. While delivering kick after kick, he inexplicably conjured a whip from somewhere, lashing at them relentlessly, causing chaos and cries of distress to fill the room. The scene was one of sheer delight for him. What was happening? Yifeng, who had just dozed off in a reclined chair, was abruptly roused by the cacophony of howls. He bolted upright, rubbing his eyes in a daze as he made his way to the front hall. Upon hearing the footsteps, the figure in black suddenly collapsed amidst Ao Qingqing and the others, thrusting a foot and a hand into the mouths of two of the demon wolves, while cradling another in his arms against his chest. Amidst his struggles, he yelled, "Abba, Abba! Abba Bababa, don't bite me! Bababa, help, help!" As Yifeng stepped out, he happened to witness this absurd scene, instantly shaking off his sleepiness. Grabbing a nearby pole, he charged forward. What wild dogs dare to come into my martial arts school and bite my people? Fury ignited within him, and he swung the pole relentlessly at the pack of vicious dogs. Although he considered himself a dog lover, he showed no mercy towards these malevolent beasts. With immense effort, he managed to subdue the pack, leaving them gasping for breath, and finally rescued the skull. "Abba, Abba!" The skull cowered behind Yifeng. "Get away! Don't block my view! Go somewhere cooler!" Yifeng shot him a disdainful glance, shoving him behind while turning his attention to the nearly defeated dogs, pondering how to deal with them. At that moment, Ao Qing scampered out. Upon seeing the fallen demon wolves scattered about, he froze, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, particularly at the sight of a white demon wolf glaring with hatred. He nearly gasped in astonishment. However, amid his shock, excitement surged within him, a sense of pride welling up. Indeed, as the pet of the master, Skull's little brother could not be bullied. The so-called Saintis and the diminutive demon wolves were nothing remarkable. As Yifeng noticed Ao Qing's emergence, he realized that these vicious dogs belonged to the same breed as his beloved Wankai. His eyes gleamed with newfound interest, since they had presented themselves so conveniently. He could not hold back any longer. Therefore, he seized one of the dogs, lifting it up while bending down to inspect it closely. Unable to resist, he flicked his hand again. The male dog. Yifeng shook his head and cast the dog outside. He then grabbed another one, still a male. Once more, he tossed it out. Yifeng remained undeterred. He refused to believe that among so many dogs, there was not a single female. After several attempts and rejections, his eyes suddenly brightened when he grasped the last white dog. He smacked his thigh and exclaimed, "Got it!" With that, he shut the door and brought the white dog before Ao Qing. "Dog, your springtime has arrived. Go for it." Upon saying this, he tossed the white dog at Ao Qing's feet. Yifeng's words caused Ao Qing to widen his eyes in astonishment. He glanced at the feeble Ao Qingqing, and a tumult of emotions surged within him. His master, actually. He swallowed hard. "What are you still dawdling for? Haven't you always desired this?" Yifeng urged. Ao Qing shuddered slightly and cast a look of reverence at Yifeng. He never expected that his master could discern his innermost thoughts and would fulfill his wish. Indeed, it was true. Ao Qing had long harbored the intention to eliminate Ao Qingqing. It was as true then as it was now. In his view, The harm caused by Ao Qingqing's betrayal was so profound that killing her would not suffice to assuage his fury. Only her demise would satiate his vengeance. With this resolution, he gritted his teeth and fixed his gaze upon Ao Qingqing. You. Ao Qingqing cried out in despair, but her voice was stifled, leaving her bewildered about what Ao Qing intended to do with her and the meaning behind his words. Just as she pondered this, Ao Qing charged forward. Boom! The white sky-devouring demon wolf let out a mournful howl, its eyes widening in disbelief, and its mind momentarily blanked. She, the esteemed saintess of the sky-devouring demon wolf clan, a being revered by countless demon tribes, the hope of the Red Sun lineage, the future's foremost figure, had actually been subdued by the worthless Ao Qing. Chapter 157. The unthinkable defilement. How could this be? How could she possibly endure such a humiliation? A cacophonous scream erupted from her lips, an embodiment of the fury and disgrace that surged within her soul. Yet, under the oppressive force of the demon-suppressing mirror, she found herself utterly powerless, forced to withstand the relentless assaults from Ao Qing. In that moment, tears of frustration streamed down her cheeks, her reddened eyes brimming with profound hatred. These two humans, and that worthless Ao Qing, they all must perish. Outside the door, the cloaked figures, having been cast out by Yi Feng, finally regained their strength. They anticipated the imminent emergence of the Holy Maiden, only to be met with her anguished cries resonating from within. Their expressions shifted dramatically, and without regard for their own safety, they dashed toward the entrance. However, despite their fervent attempts, they could not budge the door, their anxious gazes peering through the crack. What they beheld left them utterly bewildered, as if a thunderclap had struck their minds. The Holy Maiden was being. In an instant, it felt as though the sky had fallen upon them. If the sky-devouring demon wolf clan were to learn of this, if the Crimson Sun lineage were to uncover this news, they could almost envision the chaos that would ensue within the sky-devouring demon wolf clan. For Ao Qingqing represented a new generation of hope for their clan, the very pillar of the Crimson Sun lineage. Her continued well-being was paramount for the demon sect, especially as they were on the verge of unlocking the secrets of the demon realm, which would allow her to ascend without restraint and lead the clan toward unprecedented glory. Yet, at this critical juncture, she had been. The black-clad figures, who revered Ao Qingqing as sacred, erupted in furious roars, battering against the door with all their might, but it remained steadfast. Helplessly, they watched as the white sky-devouring demon wolf was relentlessly struck by Ao Qing. Each impact felt like a hammer striking their hearts. Time became a blur, and as their strength waned, the white sky-devouring demon wolf was finally cast aside. Lying motionless upon the ground, tears of blood streaming from its eyes, devoid of spirit. Holy Maiden! Holy Maiden! The crowd roared as they surged toward her, their expressions hardening with vengeance, eager to storm the martial arts hall for retribution. Stop! But before they could charge in, Ao Qingqing, lying on the ground, let out a desperate cry. The crowd halted, turning to her. "Take me back," she uttered, each word laced with the weight of impending demise. At her plea, the group clenched their teeth in reluctant frustration, swiftly lifting Ao Qingqing, vanishing from sight. I truly have defiled Ao Qingqing. In the martial arts hall, despite having entered the sage's time, Guzi was still incredulous about the scene that had just unfolded. Ao Qing had actually subdued Ao Qingqing. It was unfathomable to think of the uproar this incident would cause if it were to reach the ears of the Shirtian Yaoling clan. Of course, he understood that all the fortune and opportunity stemmed from the individual reclining in the chair before him. "Qing, you are truly weak." At that moment, a skull-headed figure darted up to Guzi, whispering, "In such a short time, you are lacking." Hee. Naturally, I cannot compare to my brother." Guzi chuckled mischievously. "But tell me, how was it just now? What was it like?" The skull-headed figure glanced at Yi Feng, his expression filled with anticipation, and asked in hushed tones. It was unforgettable. The formidable Shirtian Yaoling clan resided in the heart of the Nansha Plain. Typically, no one dared to approach this place except for the Shirtian Yaoling clan. When Ao Qingqing returned with a group of subordinates, many profound individuals had already taken their seats within the Red Sun Hall, all members of the Red Sun lineage. "Qingqing, why did you not bring back that worthless Ao Qing?" an elderly man inquired. Hearing this, Ao Qingcheng trembled, her expression icy and her face, cloaked in frost, was filled with hatred, yet she remained silent. What is going on? The elder, sensing something amiss, pressed further. Ao Qingcheng's body shook violently. Her red lips quivered as she struggled to speak, a murderous intent radiating from her, escalating with intensity. What has happened? Could it be that you did not bring back Ao Qing? Suspicion rippled through the hall. At this moment, the elder who had spoken approached, softly asking, Qingcheng, it is all right if that worthless Ao Qing is not brought back for now, but you are the hope of our entire Red Sun lineage. You must not come to any harm. Tell me, what transpired that has left you so? However, before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly taken aback. His sharp gaze fixed intently on Ao Qingcheng. Sensing an unusual aura emanating from her, the elder's eyes widened in shock. You actually. Chapter 158. The Clash of Two Factions. How is it that you are no longer pure? The elder fixed his gaze upon Ao Qingcheng, his trembling frame articulating each word with painstaking clarity. As his voice echoed, a sudden surge of anguish seized him, and he coughed forth a mouthful of blood. What? The elder's proclamation reverberated through the great hall like a thunderclap, igniting a tempest of shock among the assembly. Powerful figures rose, their expressions ashen, their piercing gazes converging upon Ao Qingcheng. Indeed, the aura emanating from her was markedly altered. The pristine state she once possessed was no more. How could this have transpired? A simple outing had led to such a transformation? Wasn't she supposed to seek out Ao Qing? What had occurred? Heavy murmurs filled the hall, as disbelief washed over the crowd. Ao Qingcheng was the collective hope of these formidable individuals. They had invested immeasurable resources and blood, laboring tirelessly to cultivate her potential. Yet, just as they were poised to reap the rewards, calamity struck. Qingcheng, speak. Please, say something. The elder, having spat blood, turned to Ao Qingcheng with a face etched in urgency. However, Ao Qingcheng, her eyes vacant, seemed oblivious to his pleas, silently shedding tears, frozen in place. You. The elder's trembling hand pointed accusingly at Ao Qingcheng, his rage rendering him momentarily speechless. In desperation, he shifted his gaze to one of her subordinates. You speak. Master Ao Bifong, I. The subordinate stammered, drenched in sweat, unable to articulate a coherent response. Humph. Ao Bifong struck him down with a single blow and seized another in his grip, his voice a thunderous command. Speak, or face death. I will speak. The subordinate stuttered, overwhelmed by fear. It was Ao Qing. Ao Qing desecrated the saintess. Under the oppressive weight of Ao Bifong's presence, the subordinate finally divulged the grim truth. What? His words unleashed another wave of astonishment within the hall, nearly leaving the audience slack-jawed. Despite their speculations of various misfortunes, none had anticipated that the disgrace would befall Ao Qing, the most incompetent and least esteemed of the clan. You are referring to that waste, Ao Qing? Have I misheard you? Or have you erred? Ao Bifong tightened his grip on the subordinate's neck, demanding urgently, Tell me, what transpired? Lord of the Demon Sect, I swear I speak the truth. It was indeed Ao Qing. The subordinate dared not conceal anything further, recounting the events leading to the calamity before detailing the occurrences at the martial arts hall. The demon-suppressing mirror. How could there be a demon-suppressing mirror? How could two mere mortals possess such an artifact? A look of incredulity flickered across Ao Bifong's face as he seized his subordinate, demanding, Are you truly certain that those two lack cultivation? Absolutely. The subordinate hastily replied, If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Observing this, the other subordinates nodded vigorously in agreement. Upon hearing their words, Ao Bifong's fists clenched tightly, and a palpable aura of hatred surged within him. Ao Qing, mere mortals, I desire your demise. His voice, laced with venom, reverberated through the grand hall as he issued a command. Fu Dao Xieluo, where are the two of you from the demon sect? Here. With these words, two men with profound auras emerged from the hall. You two, swiftly proceed to that martial arts academy. Bring back Ao Qing and raise the academy to the ground. I care not whether those two are mortals. I demand their heads. Ao Bifong's frigid voice resonated, followed by a wave of his hand, summoning a large black umbrella into his grasp. Remember, take the umbrella of shadows with it. The demon suppression mirror poses no threat to you. Understood. Grasping the umbrella, Fu Dao and Xie Luo, two formidable figures of the demon sect, immediately took to the skies. After instructing them, Ao Bifong turned his gaze back to Ao Qingqing. The thought of years of effort squandered by the worthless Ao Qing filled him with fury, and he bellowed, "The rest of you, follow me to the devouring sky palace." Yes, as the thunderous voice echoed, countless figures surged forth. The devouring sky palace served as the domain where Emperor Ao Zhong managed clan affairs, as well as his private quarters. "My lady, our 3 sons are each more inept than the last. Shall we not consider having another?" Emperor Ao Zhong said with a smile, addressing a beautiful woman before him. "Humph." The lady, however, pushed him away, her voice tinged with sorrow. "You may have 3 sons, but I have only Qing. You are well aware that he was framed. Yet you chose to punish him and expel him from the tribe. Should anything befall him outside, I will not forgive you." "Alas, my lady, there is little I can do. You know how the Hongri lineage covets us, fearing we might possess some leverage against them. I am left with no choice." Ao Zhong sighed, his expression one of resignation. Moreover, Qing'er has never shown ambition, nor has he faced any trials. This is merely an opportunity to temper him. "Humph." Lady Yun Wangqing remained unconvinced. "I swear, once the situation within the clan stabilizes, I will certainly bring Qing'er back." Ao Zhong raised his hand, smiling as he continued. "And do you not wish for Qing'er to have younger siblings?" Yun Wangqing cast a forlorn glance at Ao Zhong before ceasing her objections. Ao Zhong's face brightened, ready to take action. However, just as he began to undress, a voice filled with rage rang out from outside. "Emperor Devouring Sky, come out at once." Hearing this, Ao Zhong's expression shifted. "Damn that Hongri lineage. Not only did they force my Qing'er out of the tribe, but they also seek to suppress my royal lineage completely. How might I facilitate your triumph?" With these words, Ao Zhong cast a glance at his wife, gritted his teeth, and swiftly made his decision. Subsequently, under the melancholic gaze of his lady, he unleashed his formidable presence and soared through the air towards Ao Bifong and the others. Chapter 159. The Brazen Devourer of Heaven. Though known as the Devourer of Heaven, Ao Zhong's prowess transcends that of a mere demon emperor, having ascended to the realm of the demon sovereign. Thus, even when confronted by a cadre of formidable experts led by Ao Bifong, he remained undaunted, his commanding aura radiating imperceptibly yet powerfully towards them. "Demon Sovereign Bifong, I am currently engaged in matters of great import within my clan. Why have you brought such a multitude to disturb me without cause?" Ao Zhong inquired with a grave tone. "Humph." Ao Bifong replied, his expression equally stern. "Surely, there is nothing more pressing than our reason for seeking you." "What do you mean?" Ao Zhong furrowed his brow, perplexed. "Are you truly unaware of the heinous deeds your son, Ao Qing, has committed?" Ao Bifong coldly interrogated. "My son Ao Qing?" Ao Zhong scoffed, a hint of derision in his voice. "Bifong, I suspect you must be at a loss for better things to do. It is well known that my son has long been exiled from our tribe. If you seek trouble, at least choose a more credible pretext." "Enough. I have no time for your frivolity," Ao Bifong retorted icily. "Do you realize that your rebellious son has sullied the purity of our sacred maiden from the devouring wolf clan?" At this proclamation, Ao Zhong, who had been poised to depart, nearly lost his footing in shock. "You are referring to Ao Qingqing?" he exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. Indeed, Ao Bifong's voice was as frigid as ice. However, Ao Zhong erupted into a fit of laughter, mockingly declaring, "Bifong, everyone knows of your aspirations and envy towards my royal lineage, perpetually scheming against us. But could you not muster a more convincing justification? To claim that my worthless 3rd son has defiled Ao Qingqing is utterly ludicrous. Surely, you require some credence for such an accusation." With that, Ao Zhong cast an impatient glance at them, contemplating that his sudden outburst might have displeased his wife more than any entanglement with these old schemers. "I am not jesting with you." Ao Bifong ground his teeth, his voice resonating with icy determination. Meanwhile, his entourage glared at Ao Zhong, their eyes brimming with palpable animosity. Witnessing this, Ao Zhong, who had initially doubted their claims, felt a tremor of anxiety ripple through him. Gazing at Ao Bifong and his companions, wide-eyed and incredulous, he queried, "What you say, could it be true? My son truly has sullied Ao Qingqing?" Without waiting for a response from Ao Bifong and the others, The realization etched on their faces confirmed the gravity of the situation for Ao Zhong. Unable to restrain himself, he erupted into laughter once more. Ha! Ha ha! My son is truly remarkable, inheriting the profound legacy of your father, the emperor. I am proud to call myself Ao Zhong's father, ha! However, Ao Zhong's laughter cast a pall of darkness over Ao Bifong and the others, their faces darkening with palpable fury, a hint of murderous intent emanating from them. Ao Zhong, you continue to laugh. What is your meaning? Your rebellious son has tarnished the purity of Qingqing, which equates to the destruction of my Shirtian demon wolf clan. Not only do you fail to provide us with an explanation, but you also mock us. How exactly do you claim the title of Shirtian emperor? Indeed, do you not realize that Qingqing is the saintess of my Shirtian demon wolf clan, bearing the weight of our future? In an instant, the faces of Ao Bifong and the others were ablaze with rage, their voices resounding with reprimands directed at Ao Zhong. The future of the Shirtian demon wolf clan? At these words, Ao Zhong's smile faded into a sneer, and he coldly replied, "This emperor is not dead yet, and you speak of the future. You are truly gilding the lily on Ao Qingqing's account. If we are to discuss the future, I dare say she is more rightly the future of your Homri lineage. Is she not?" "What do you mean?" Ao Bifong commanded in a deep voice. "Nothing much. Who does not know that you aspire to use Ao Qingqing to elevate the Homri lineage to imperial status?" Ao Zhong retorted without reservation. "Humph." Ao Bifong, undeterred by the exposure of his ambitions, boldly stated, "Since ancient times, the position of Shirtian emperor has belonged to the capable. As the foremost among the younger generation of Shirtian demon wolves, it is only natural that Qingqiang leads my Homri lineage to become an imperial lineage." "Humph. Then you may wait until this emperor has passed to make such claims." Ao Zhong huffed in anger. "Ao Zhong, I do not wish to debate these matters with you. Regarding the matter of Ao Qing, that waste, you must provide us with an explanation today," Ao Bifong asserted in a serious tone. "Indeed, you may be the Shirtian emperor, yet your son has committed such an outrageous act. You must offer an explanation." At that moment, the crowd behind Ao Bifong pressed forward, adding their weight to the demand. "An explanation?" Ao Zhong scoffed. "I would like to demand an explanation from you. My son Qing is so pure. Who knows if it was your Ao Qingqiang who seduced him?" "You." Upon hearing Ao Zhong's words, Ao Bifong was so furious that he nearly coughed up blood. Such shamelessness was beyond comprehension. Chapter 160. The Inversion of Truth. Ao Zhong, I truly cannot fathom how you possess the audacity to utter such words. Ao Bifong's countenance darkened as he declared, "Qingqiang has inherited the legacy of our Red Sun lineage. She is acutely aware that a prior breach of integrity would render her efforts futile. Would she engage in such foolishness? Moreover, she is the foremost among the younger generation, excelling in strength, beauty, and talent, dismissing countless young elites from our clan. How could she ever be enamored with your worthless son?" "Humph, that remains uncertain. Although my son Qing is merely average in both strength and talent, he is undeniably handsome, possessing looks that are beyond reproach." Ao Zhong retorted without the slightest hint of shame. "If by chance, Ao Qingqiang were to be captivated by my son's extraordinary visage, it would not be impossible. You. Ao Bifong trembled with rage, pointing at Ao Zhong as he coldly articulated, "Are you suggesting that we allow this matter to be glossed over? Otherwise." Ao Zhong sighed, waving his hand dismissively. "Though I harbor a disdain for your Red Sun lineage, you are still the backbone of our devouring Sky Wolf clan. I cannot afford to cling to this matter indefinitely." "You." Huffed. After Ao Zhong's words, Ao Bifong could no longer contain himself. A sharp pain surged in his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Very well, I shall remember all that you, the devouring Sky Monarch, have inflicted upon my Red Sun lineage today." Forcing the blood back down, he glared at Ao Zhong with eyes filled with hatred. Despite his urge to retaliate, he knew that any such action would provide Ao Zhong with leverage against him, thereby branding their Red Sun lineage with the crime of rebellion. This would be exceedingly detrimental to their larger strategy. Suppressing his fury, he cast a resentful glance at Ao Zhong and departed with his entourage. Haraha! Observing the discomposed figure of Ao Bifong retreating, Ao Zhong erupted into boisterous laughter, his voice brimming with triumph. "Who could have imagined that my most inept son would accomplish something that even I, Ao Zhong, must commend? To have Ao Qingqing, What a delight! This has utterly shattered the schemes of the Red Sun lineage, rendering their machinations null and void. Truly, my royal lineage has achieved a remarkable victory. With his raucous laughter echoing, he made his way back to the devouring sky hall. After taking a few steps, he spotted a young man embracing two alluring she-wolves of his clan, his second son, Ao Tai. Upon seeing this, Ao Zhong's expression darkened instantaneously. "Father!" Ao Tai exclaimed, hastily bowing in respect upon noticing Ao Zhong. "Humph, useless." Ao Zhong shot a glance at the two wolf maidens beside Ao Tai, reprimanding him sternly. Upon hearing this, Ao Tai's face betrayed a look of grievance as he retorted, "Father, what do you mean by that? Though I may not compare to Ao Qingqing, I am still the most outstanding among your three sons, am I not?" "Most outstanding? Do you think you deserve it?" Ao Zhong retorted bluntly. "You ought to learn more from your younger brother." "My brother?" Ao Qing. Ao Tai replied dismissively, "Father, it seems there is nothing in Ao Qing that I could possibly learn from. In terms of talent, cultivation, or cunning, I, as his elder brother, surpass him by leagues. Moreover, as a discarded member of the family, what qualifications does he have to be compared with me?" Silence. Ao Zhong's authority erupted as he slapped Ao Tai across the face, admonishing him, "If your brother is a waste, then you are even less than that. If you wish to be compared with him, focus on surpassing Ao Qingqing first, rather than indulging in these superficial distractions." After receiving the slap, Ao Tai's countenance darkened, and just as he was about to retort, he caught wind of Ao Zhong's words. His entire being trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Father, are you saying that Ao Qing has?" "Ao Qingqing? How could this be? It is utterly impossible." This revelation left Ao Tai stunned, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he struggled to comprehend the shocking news. Chapter 161. The profound intent of the master. In the back of the martial arts hall, Yifeng sat on a stool, idly conversing with Wu Yonghong and the others while they busied themselves with work. Suddenly, a series of loud sneezes erupted from the dog lying at Yifeng's feet. "Achoo! Achoo!" It is said that a dog sneezing foretells rain. With a slight sigh, Yifeng unconsciously uttered a proverb from his past life. He then rose and ventured into the martial arts hall, rummaging through a pile of discarded items until he unearthed a tattered umbrella. "Here, you three can keep this umbrella. Just in case it does rain, it will serve as a makeshift shelter." Yifeng tossed the umbrella to Wu Yonghong and his companions. "Master." The three men instantly turned their astonished gazes towards Yifeng. If memory served correctly, this umbrella had once belonged to Ning Xuanwu, a treasured royal artifact and one of the prized possessions of the Xuanwu sect. Was it truly acceptable to simply give it away like this? "Master, such a valuable item. It seems rather inappropriate to give it to us," Wu Yonghong said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Valuable?" Yifeng chuckled, somewhat exasperated. "What is so valuable about this? It is merely a battered umbrella. You assist me with my tasks, and if it rains, then what harm is there in having an umbrella? Merely a battered umbrella?" The three men were taken aback. This was, after all, a royal-grade treasure. Although they possessed a few such items themselves, they were typically reserved for special occasions. To think that in the master's eyes, it was regarded as less than mere refuse? Yet, upon reflection, they realized that even their own tools, a hoe and a spade, were of sacred grade. To the master, royal-grade items likely held little significance. However, perhaps due to the accuracy of that proverb, the sky indeed began to darken, as if rain were imminent. Despite knowing that the master possessed abilities to manipulate the elements, Wu Yonghong could not help but ask, recalling the master's experiences of embracing life in the mortal realm, "But master, if you have given us the umbrella, what will you use?" "Me?" Yifeng smiled, charmed by the affection of these old men. Why engage in such formalities over a dilapidated umbrella? If he truly needed one, he could easily procure it from any store. Thus, he reassured them with a smile, "You need not worry about me. When the time comes that I require an umbrella, one will naturally appear." "Naturally appear?" The old men exchanged glances, sensing a deeper meaning hidden within the master's words. Yet, feeling it was too profound to decipher, they chose not to dwell on it further. After a moment's hesitation, they accepted the umbrella. "Thank you, master," they expressed their gratitude respectfully. Glancing at the sky, although it was overcast, the unpredictable nature of autumn made Yifeng reluctant to retreat indoors. Instead, he took out his guitar, intending to refine his skills further. After all, Here, in the leisure moments of playing the piano, he can engage in conversation with these elderly gentlemen, and perhaps, during a splendid performance, earn their praise. This is far more comfortable than lying alone in the martial arts hall staring at the wall. Reflecting on it, he began to play a farewell piece from his previous life, allowing the melody to flow gently from his fingertips. As Yifeng's music resounded, the elderly men, who had been tilling the land, suddenly trembled, their fervent gazes turning towards him. The master's music, how could it contain such profound emotion? The men, despite their ignorance of the instrument, felt the essence of the melody coursing through them. Meanwhile, Lu Dasheng, who was busy hauling dung, abruptly halted, nearly stumbling into the pit. His attention now captivated by the enchanting sound. At that moment, nearly everyone ceased their tasks, transfixed by Yifeng's performance, even holding their breaths, lest they disturb the enchanting notes. After what felt like an eternity, Yifeng's hand finally stilled upon the strings. Wu Yonghong and the others, their faces alight with admiration, reflected on the insights they had gleaned from the music, be it in mindset or technique. Truly, being in the presence of the master was a blessing. Not only did each person possess a treasured item, but they also occasionally received further gifts from the master, such as royal treasures and the essence of music. However, in contrast to Wu Yonghong and his companion's sentiments, Lu Dasheng was on the brink of tears. While they reveled in various advantages, he endured the most arduous and unclean tasks, having spent days hauling dung without any reward. Today, he finally felt he had reaped a sliver of benefit. It was as if he had weathered the clouds to see the moon, a feeling so exhilarating it brought him close to tears. The master's music truly evoked awe, leaving them in a state of lingering contemplation, unable to resist being enveloped in its beauty. Indeed, to hear the master play was an immense fortune for them all. At that moment, Wu Yonghong and the others could not help but express their admiration for Yifeng. Remain composed, Yifeng gestured. Though he did not intend to showcase his talent, the recognition from others brought him genuine delight. Ding! A voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations. Your piano skill has reached unparalleled heights. At that instant, Yifeng felt a surge of joy. The heavens truly reward the diligent. After days of practice, he had finally advanced. Shall I play a few more pieces while the iron is hot? He mused, contemplating what to perform next. Just then, a thick aura of malevolence enveloped the sky, and two formidable figures descended from the heavens, swiftly approaching the martial arts hall. Chapter 162. Why hasn't he the gentleman made his move? This is the place. One of them gazed coldly at the small martial arts dojo below. The other nodded in agreement. Clearly, they were the representatives of the Shura demon sect and the Fudao demon sect of the Hungry lineage. What do you think? Fudao demon sect inquired. It appears rather ordinary. The red sun emblem on the forehead of the Shura demon sect flickered slightly as its sharp gaze scrutinized the surroundings. Evidently, since this location had caused Ao Qingcheng to falter, the two did not underestimate it, nor did they recklessly charge in. Wait. After some investigation, the Shura demon sect revised its earlier assessment, stating, "This dojo is indeed extraordinary. No wonder Qingcheng encountered difficulties here." Upon hearing this, Fudao demon sect furrowed its brow slightly. Quickly following the gaze of the Shura demon sect, it soon detected several unusual presences in the wasteland behind the dojo. 3 human martial lords and 1 martial emperor? Fudao demon sect asked gravely. Yes, that useless Ao Qing is also present. The Shura's gaze frequently swept over the 3 martial lords, while they completely ignored the young man lounging on a chair and a black-robed simpleton chasing butterflies. What are those martial lords and that martial emperor up to? Fudao demon sect inquired further. I don't know. Humans often engage in peculiar activities, but that is of little consequence. What matters is how we should proceed now. The Shura demon sect replied, frowning. The 2 mortals and that martial emperor can be disregarded, but the 3 martial lords must be treated with caution. Although there are 3 martial lords, they are all at the initial stage, whereas we are at the mid-stage of the demon sect. Even though we face 3, our superior realm grants us an advantage. In battles of the same level, we demon beasts are inherently stronger than humans. Fudao demon sect pondered thoughtfully. Moreover, we possess a semi-sacred treasure, the celestial umbrella. So, therefore, since we are here, there is no need for a fruitless journey. Let us strike first and swiftly eliminate them. Fudao demon sect's voice rang out, filled with murderous intent. Upon hearing this, the Shura demon sect nodded solemnly. With a grand gesture, a large black umbrella was immediately summoned. As demonic energy surged forth, the umbrella flew into the sky and slowly unfurled. At the moment it opened, a vast black mist erupted, spreading outward and enveloping the area, creating an impenetrable barrier. Ensnare, the Shura demon sect commanded with a deep voice. As the sound echoed, the large black umbrella spun rapidly, transforming the sky into an invisible vortex, with countless beams of transparent light shining down, completely sealing off the small dojo at its center. The three individuals, Wu Yonghong and his companions, tightened their grips on their tools and abruptly looked up at the sky. What is this? The sight before them left their hearts filled with astonishment. In a moment of astonishment, they also discerned the formidable power wielded by the black umbrella, which not only encircled the surroundings, but also suppressed their cultivation. To their surprise, two demon sects had audaciously come to disturb their master. "I shall bring you to your demise," roared Chu Guangshi, his fury ignited as he brandished the hoe in his hand, ready to charge at the two demon sect members hovering above. "Steady yourself." However, Wu Yonghong firmly grasped Chu Guangshi's shoulder. "What are you doing?" Chu Guangshi exclaimed anxiously. "These individuals are clearly here to create chaos. If they choose not to engage, why must you impede my actions?" Wu Yonghong solemnly shook his head and cast a glance toward Yifeng, softly reminding, "This is our master's domain. Do you think, with his strength, he is unaware of their intrusion? Yet he remains unmoved. Are we, who serve him, permitted to act on our own accord? Would that not be usurping his authority?" At these words, Chu Guangshi suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Looking around, he noticed that their master was still engrossed in his lute, and even the cloaked attendant remained indifferent, continuing to catch butterflies. Gratefully, he cast a glance at Wu Yonghong and set down his hoe. At that moment, Yifeng was absorbed in his guitar, contemplating which pieces to practice next, entirely oblivious to the two figures hovering above. After all, he understood that enhancing his proficiency required a varied repertoire. If he constantly played the same style, his skill would develop slowly. Conversely, frequently alternating between genres, such as lively or melancholic, would yield far greater results. Just then, the two demon sect members sneered from above. "It seems these three human martial artists are even weaker than we anticipated. Our intentions are so transparent, yet they dare not retaliate," mocked the Shura demon sect. "Their cultivation must be significantly suppressed by the canopy," commented the Fudao demon sect. "Then, it seems you have no chance," the Shura demon sect chuckled coldly, exchanging glances with the Fudao demon sect as they resumed their actions. Quickly forming hand seals, the radiant sun insignia on their foreheads emitted a brilliant glow, and simultaneously, a massive energy sphere coalesced before them. As the energy sphere materialized, a violent aura surged forth, causing the surrounding space to resonate and transform into a vacuum. At that moment, Wu Yonghong and his companions felt an overwhelming pressure, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. The energy sphere loomed above them like a colossal bomb. "Why is our master still unmoved?" Sun Zhuge finally inquired with a pale countenance, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Indeed, if our master does not take action soon, these two demon sect members will strike." Chu Guangshi voiced his concern again. "Remain calm," Wu Yonghong reassured them. Yet, despite his words, beads of sweat continued to cascade down his forehead. However, without the utterance of their master, they dared not take matters into their own hands, compelled instead to await his command. "Perish." In the next moment, two soft exclamations resonated through the sky as the two Azuras simultaneously propelled the energy spheres in their grasp downward. With the initiation of the assault, an immense pressure enveloped the entire area. It resembled two meteors descending from the heavens, piercing through the air's resistance, and carrying a weighty aura as they plummeted towards the ground. Observing this, Wu Yonghong and his companions fixed their gaze intently upon Yifeng, clearly unsettled by the magnitude of such a formidable attack. Chapter 163. The Ambush from All Sides at Last. Let us hear a rendition of The Ambush from All Sides. Just as Wu Yonghong and his companions were on the verge of losing hope, Yifeng finally slapped his thigh, signaling a movement. Although the piece The Ambush from All Sides was not ideally suited for the guitar, he believed that any opportunity to enhance his musical prowess was worth pursuing. Observing Yifeng's action, Wu Yonghong and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief, their anxious hearts finding solace. However, contrary to their expectations that Yifeng would unleash his full potential to vanquish the two demon sect members, they were taken aback to see him instead grasping that peculiar instrument once more. "Allow me to perform another piece," Yifeng remarked with a calm smile. Yet, while he spoke with ease, Wu Yonghong and his companions felt anything but relaxed. Their hearts once again hung in suspense. How can he remain so composed? The three wondered in terror. After all, they were facing the attacks of two formidable demon sect members. Even if Yifeng dismissed them, he could not afford to let these two attackers proceed unchecked. While Yifeng might evade harm, they would surely suffer grave consequences should the strikes land. With cold sweat trickling down their brows, Wu Yonghong and the others could no longer restrain themselves and were about to voice their concerns to Yifeng. But before they could utter a word, Yifeng had already plucked the strings of his instrument. As he played, the renowned piece The Ambush from all sides began to resonate. Instantly, an aura of impending doom enveloped the surroundings, saturating the atmosphere with a sense of battlefield tension that heightened the anxiety of all present. Simultaneously, an invisible wave surged forth in synchrony with the vibration of the strings. In the blink of an eye, the two colossal energy spheres dissipated without so much as a ripple, vanishing as if they had never existed. Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Yonghong and his companions were rendered motionless, their expressions akin to stone, as they gasped in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Lu Dasheng, overwhelmed with fear, tumbled into a pit of filth, disregarding his own disheveled state, his wide eyes fixated on the miraculous event unfolding before him. Such potent attacks were effortlessly dismantled by a single note. What unparalleled skill, what transcendent mastery could achieve such a feat? Meanwhile, Yifeng reclined nonchalantly in his chair, as if engaged in a trivial task. The sight sent shivers down the spines of Shura and Fudao, terror spreading like wildfire in their hearts as they gazed incredulously at the youth lounging in the chair. They began to comprehend that the true powerhouse of this martial arts school was not the three martial sect members they had observed, but rather the seemingly ordinary young man reclining there, exuding an aura that transcended their comprehension. Such extraordinary prowess extinguished any desire for combat within the two. As they realized they were not on the same plane at all, the two individuals exchanged a fleeting glance, contemplating the retraction of their formidable umbrella as they prepared to depart. However, the guitar in Yifeng's grasp emitted a sudden and resounding note, enveloping both Xiao Luo and Fu Dao in its melodic embrace. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Under this wave of energy, despair clouded their vision, leaving them utterly at a loss on how to resist. In an instant, the invisible force pierced through them. The two formidable experts from the Shurtian Demon Wolf clan were reduced to mere nothingness, as if they had never existed at all. The sky, too, regained its tranquility, with only an abandoned large black umbrella drifting slowly from the heights. Witnessing this scene, Wu Yonghong and the others stood in stunned silence. Though they were aware of their mentor's immense strength, they had never felt it so palpably before. Two masters of the demon sect, figures who could almost stride unchallenged through Nansha, had been effortlessly obliterated. Gasping in astonishment, they exchanged glances, recognizing the profound shock reflected in one another's eyes. No wonder their mentor dismissed the attacks of those two with such ease. In hindsight, it was they who had been too impatient, too hasty. At last, Yifeng completed a full rendition of 10 Directions Encircled. Although the guitar was not ideally suited for such a composition, the overall performance resonated quite well, leaving Yifeng feeling satisfied. He smiled and turned his gaze towards Wu Yonghong and the others, only to find them standing there, dazed and seemingly entranced. Sensing Yifeng's attention, they quickly regained their composure and sincerely exclaimed, "Your power, esteemed mentor, inspires our profound admiration. What we have witnessed today has truly broadened our horizons." As their praises reached him, Yifeng chuckled with a hint of helplessness. It was merely a piece of music, and yet it had elicited such fervent acclaim. Nevertheless, he understood, aside from his exceptional guitar skills honed through the system, the piece itself, 10 Directions Encircled, held an awe-inspiring significance. Steeped in the cultural heritage of his homeland spanning 5 millennia, it was nothing extraordinary. He remained composed, though a sense of pride swelled within Yifeng. He humbly waved to them, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 164. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. Nothing to worry about. Wu Yonghong and his companions simultaneously clicked their tongues in disbelief. Two formidable experts from the demon sects, capable of annihilating an entire city, were regarded by their master as inconsequential. It was likely that only their master could utter such words. They realized that they were considerably weaker than these two demon sect masters, yet they were now able to converse with their master on equal terms and serve him. Truly, this was an immense blessing, a fortune cultivated in their past lives. At that moment, the wind began to stir in the sky, and raindrops started to fall gently. Yifeng extended his hand, observing the droplets, and murmured, "It really is raining." As his voice faded, a large black umbrella descended from the heavens, landing perfectly in his grasp. Where did this large black umbrella come from? Yifeng pondered, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him as he glanced around, yet found no one in sight. Perhaps it was blown here by the wind? Yifeng mused, feeling fortunate that just when he needed an umbrella, one had conveniently arrived, sparing him the trouble of purchasing one. With a smile, he teased Wu Yonghong and the others. "See? I told you, an umbrella will always come when needed." Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong and the others were taken aback. Reflecting on their master's profound words, they began to grasp the underlying significance. It seemed that their master had already foreseen the events that would unfold before the two demon sects even arrived. Such an ability to perceive the hidden truths of the universe was truly astonishing. "It's raining. Let us head into the martial arts hall," Yifeng said with a cheerful disposition. "Absolutely." Wu Yonghong and the others quickly agreed. The group opened the umbrella and made their way toward the hall. After taking only a few steps, they noticed Lu Dashing standing by a dung pit, gazing at them with eager anticipation, his eyes tinged with a hint of grievance. "You." Yifeng initially intended to invite him to join them, but upon seeing his soiled appearance, he ultimately refrained. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved 10 gold coins from his pocket, pinching his nose as he approached Lu Dashing. Seeing this, Lu Dashing's eyes widened with excitement. "You might as well stay out here in the rain," Yifeng remarked sheepishly, extending his hand. "This is for you as compensation." Compensation? Upon hearing this word, Lu Dashing's excitement surged, and as he looked on with hopeful eyes, Yifeng placed the 10 gold coins into his palm. Upon receiving the coins, Lu Dashing was nearly moved to tears, his expression shifting to one of vivid incredulity. Wasn't this supposed to be a compensation? Why were there only 10 gold coins? Why was it that what was deemed precious for others was but a mere trifle for him? As he simmered with indignation, Yifeng seemed to discern his thoughts and furrowed his brow slightly. Though he possessed considerable wealth, the compensation of 10 gold coins was indeed substantial. This gluttonous individual exhibited a certain insatiable greed, his tone losing its politeness as he inquired, "What? Do you have any objections?" This question compelled Lu Dashing to swallow back the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. Recalling the terror he had just experienced, he dared not voice any dissent, merely nodding his head in a resigned agreement. The rain gradually intensified, drenching Lu Dashing's face, leaving him uncertain whether the moisture was solely from the rain or if it mingled with his tears. Within the Shirtian Yao wolf tribe, members of the Hongri lineage, led by Ao Bifong, sat in the main hall, their faces dark and silent. The atmosphere was palpably oppressive. Ao Qingcheng, due to her unique physical constitution, had rapidly advanced in her cultivation through special techniques. Once she reached the Yaozong realm, she would undoubtedly become the next heir to the Shirtian emperor. However, with the loss of the Wanbi, Ao Qingcheng found herself stripped of her previous advantages. Even if the secret realm were to be opened, it was uncertain whether she could break through to the Yaozong realm. Ao Qing's actions had essentially rendered their years of effort futile. Coupled with their previous setback with the Shirtian emperor, they were left to await news from the two major Yaozong sects, hoping to successfully retrieve Ao Qing and compel him to publicly admit his transgressions against Ao Qingcheng. Through the pressure of public opinion, they aimed to exert significant influence on the royal faction, forcing the Shirtian emperor to provide them with an explanation or even to relinquish his throne. This was, at present, their sole means of retaliation with any likelihood of success. Rest assured, Lord Bifong, with the intervention of the Shura Yaozong and the Fudao Yaozong, capturing that worthless Ao Qing is surely not beyond reach. An elder spoke softly to Ao Bifong. Ao Bifong nodded grimly, harboring no concerns on that front. After all, with the two major Yaozong sects involved, It was improbable they would fail to take down a mere martial arts hall. Just then, a servant hurriedly burst in, exclaiming in a panic, "Lord Bifong, something terrible has happened." "What is it?" A.O. Bifong's gaze sharpened, an unsettling premonition stirring within him as he grasped the servant, his voice heavy with inquiry. In an instant, the attention of the others turned toward him, their expressions filled with concern. Chapter 165. A Grand Gesture. Esteemed lords, I must report that the fateful tokens of the Shura demon sect and the Fudao demon sect have been shattered. The trembling voice of the subordinate echoed through the hall as he fell to his knees, quaking with fear. What? This revelation sent ripples of shock throughout the assembly. Including A.O. Bifong and others, they all rose as one, a palpable aura of terror swirling among these formidable beings. The atmosphere in the grand hall became stifling, with countless objects disintegrating into dust and those of lesser cultivation struggling to remain upright. Typically, those who have reached the status of Demon Emperor would leave behind a fateful token within their clan, allowing them to ascertain the life and death of their kin at any moment. The shattering of the fateful token signified the demise of its bearer. Why has this occurred? Why? After a brief moment of oppressive silence, A.O. Bifong's voice emerged, cold and shuddering, as the body of the subordinate before him suddenly transformed into a rain of blood. At that moment, his heart felt as though it were bleeding. It is crucial to note that while his lineage, the Red Sun, is indeed powerful, the demon sects represent the pinnacle of martial prowess. Each member is a pillar of strength, and the loss of two is devastating. Let alone the matter involving A.O. Qingcheng that looms over them. A.O. Qing, all because of this A.O. Qing. A.O. Bifong's voice dripped with venom as he commanded. Red Sun lineage, all demon emperors and above, heed my call. We shall see whether A.O. Qing is accompanied by a dragon or a tiger. Yes. The assembled experts responded in unison. With a stamp of his foot, A.O. Bifong propelled over 20 skilled warriors into the sky, casting a small shadow upon the ground. Among this formidable cadre were 7 from the demon sect and over 10 demon emperors. This assembly could nearly flatten the majority of powers in Nansha. As they soared through the air, the oppressive atmosphere enveloped them, and under the weight of their murderous intent, many birds that ventured within 100 yards of their presence were instantly reduced to dust. In Pingjiang City, the gentle drizzle had ceased. However, the land was left muddy and unfit for labor. Thus, led by Yifeng, a gathering of individuals including Wu Yonghong, Chu Guangshi, and Sun Zhuge convened within the martial arts hall, engaged in lively conversation. Just then, Lu Qingshan arrived, adding to the bustling atmosphere. Since we are all gathered here, and given the slightly chilly weather, shall we prepare a hot pot to enjoy? Yifeng suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, the group readily agreed, nodding eagerly in anticipation. However, it is essential that you all assist me. I cannot manage this alone, Yifeng added. What would you have us do, sir? The group responded promptly. Very well, Wu and the others. You 3 shall help me with the meat. Yifeng replied with a grin. Though he found himself grappling with the decision of what to prepare, he envisioned a whole roasted lamb. He also wished to prepare a stew of eagle. Yet, upon reflection, he considered that a wolf meat congee might prove equally delightful. After some contemplation, he decided to retrieve his spatial ring. Upon seeing the ring, the onlooker's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly recognizing the extraordinary nature of this piece, which was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary storage ring. Hee, this ring is quite remarkable. Yifeng chuckled. The crowd nodded vigorously in agreement. Yifeng, with a smirk, understood their astonished gazes, for this ring was a gift from a cultivator, and these mere mortals had never encountered such wonders. Choose what you wish to eat, Yifeng declared, as he opened the spatial ring and poured out its contents. A plethora of beasts tumbled forth. Leopards, eagles, snakes, deer, almost an entire menagerie filled the courtyard. The sight nearly made Wu Yonghong and the other's eyes pop out in disbelief. Is that a lightning eagle? That's a land snake. And there, a sky wolf. The group was utterly dumbfounded, for these creatures were either spirit beasts or demon kings. Though they had suspected that Yifeng's choice of ingredients was exceptional, they had never imagined it to be this extraordinary. Oh, I also have a giant turtle here, Yifeng added, producing an ancient tortoise. However, each of you may only have a sip of the soup. I need to nourish my disciple. A demon? An emperor? Upon the appearance of this tortoise, the crowd gasped in awe. Lu Qingshan was drenched in cold sweat, while Wu Yonghong and the others were formidable martial artists. He was merely a novice in the martial emperor realm. The sight of this ancient tortoise, which had surpassed the demon emperor for countless years, stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him. Something stronger than me is being prepared for consumption, he mused. Such is the grandeur of the esteemed seniors. Gradually, however, they became somewhat desensitized to the spectacle. After all, if a demon sect could be vanquished in an instant, what did it matter to feast upon a couple of spirit beasts or demon kings? Ultimately, they realized they would relish the bountiful feast alongside Yifeng. Chapter 166. A collective breakthrough. Choose as you wish. Yifeng remarked with a smile, indifferent to the names of the beasts, whether they were called lightning or skyward. To him, any wild game was a splendid delicacy. Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong and the others hesitantly selected an old eagle for soup, and had plans to prepare a roasted wolf leg as well. Very well, let us proceed with this. Yifeng clapped his hands and declared, I shall take on the role of chef while you all tend to the beasts and wash the vegetables. At his words, Wu Yonghong and the others promptly rolled up their sleeves to prepare the eagle and the demon wolf. Not wanting to fall short of Yifeng's earnest efforts, they refrained from using their powers and instead immersed themselves in the experience of life alongside him. Thus, they plucked feathers, boiled water, and busied themselves with joyful vigor. Oh, old man Qingshan, why don't you head to the market and procure some medicinal herbs? After all, you all are getting on in years. And while you indulge in this feast, it would also be beneficial for your health. Yifeng handed over some gold coins to Lu Qingshan, along with a prescription. All right. Lu Qingshan accepted the coins and eagerly dashed off to the market. While the others were occupied, from the pile of corpses, a centipede cautiously peered out. Upon sensing the presence of those plucking eagle feathers, it nearly lost its composure. In a flash, it shrank its body and silently scuttled away to hide beneath the steps. Before long, old man Qingshan returned with the herbs, and Wu Yonghong and the others had finished preparing the eagle and wolf. Yifeng then began to showcase his culinary skills, first brewing the turtle soup with the herbs, while the wolf leg and eagle soup were still in the process of preparation. As the turtle soup neared completion, Wu Yonghong and the others' eyes brightened, their gazes drawn towards the pot. Heavens! At that moment, they could barely stammer a word. The aroma wafting from the soup alone seemed to enhance their strength significantly. It left them utterly astonished. What kind of divine technique is this? Despite being a demon emperor's turtle, could it truly yield such an effect? Yet, in the hands of the master, it produced this remarkable result. Unconsciously, they swallowed hard, breathing rapidly, eager to savor more of the enticing fragrance emanating from the turtle soup. All right, Yifeng, noticing the eagerness of the elderly men, couldn't help but roll his eyes, but he called out nonetheless, each of you bring over a small bowl. But you may each have only one sip. At his words, the hearts of Wu Yonghong and the others raced with excitement, each clutching a small bowl as they hurried towards Yifeng. As he began to ladle out the soup, they were astonished to find that even the ladle was an artifact of great quality. Wu Yonghong and the others were left agape in astonishment. Calm down, calm down. Don't act as if you've never seen the world. After their initial encounter, the venerable Qingshan grew familiar with them, playfully patting their shoulders with an air of condescension. Upon hearing his words, Wu Yonghong and his companions instantly comprehended that Qingshan was no stranger to this kitchen, indicating a significant rapport with their master. Consequently, their gazes toward Qingshan became markedly more respectful, as they courteously expressed their gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Qingshan. No need for formalities. It becomes easier with time, Qingshan replied, instinctively puffing out his chest with a sense of pride. What of the martial sovereign? Even if his cultivation vastly surpassed mine, he must still treat me with deference, given my prior acquaintance with the elder, right? At last, Yifeng served each of them a small bowl of soup, while the remainder was taken to Zhongqing. Holding the bowls, the group felt their breaths quicken in anticipation. They swallowed hard, lifting their bowls to drink eagerly, scarcely aware of the flavors, consuming every last drop, even the dregs. Oh my goodness! Wu Yonghong exclaimed almost immediately, feeling a warmth surge within his dantian, his cultivation unexpectedly ascending rapidly. At this rate, he feared he might soon break through to martial sovereign. His exclamation caught Yifeng's attention, who emerged with irritation. What are you babbling about? "You're disturbing my disciple. Take your excitement elsewhere." Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong trembled. Quickly understanding the implication, he bowed respectfully to Yifeng before hastily exiting through the main door. Following his lead, Lu Qingshan and the others also bowed and rushed outside. "Quickly, we mustn't keep the elder waiting. Let's seize the moment to break through." Upon exiting, Wu Yonghong, suppressing the signs of his impending breakthrough, urged, "Hurry to my Qingshan sect. We have a formation that can temporarily adjust the speed of time. Let us reach there swiftly to break through." Lu Qingshan exclaimed. The group flew towards Qingshan's sect with all their might. "Are they all in such distress? Is there something wrong with my soup?" Yifeng pondered, recalling their earlier discomfort, bewildered as he gazed at the small bowl of turtle soup in his hand, which promptly diminished his appetite, leading him to pour it into the dog bowl. Upon witnessing this, the dog, Ao Qing, perked up, eagerly devouring the remnants. Moments later, the dog suddenly darted away at full speed. "Is this turtle soup too nourishing to handle?" Yifeng mused, clicking his tongue, casting a glance at Zhong Qing, who lay in bed, concerned that he might find the bed covered in mess. Fortunately, after a lengthy wait, no such incident arose, allowing Yifeng to breathe a sigh of relief. An hour later, Lu Qingshan and his companions returned to the martial arts hall, brimming with vitality. At this moment, they had all achieved breakthroughs. Lu Qingshan advanced from early martial emperor to half-sovereign, while Wu Yonghong and the others surged from early martial sovereign directly to early sovereign. This extraordinary leap in cultivation felt as though they were soaring into the heavens. This marks the first occasion in their lives. However, as they gaze upon the martial arts academy ahead, their expressions are imbued with reverence. They comprehend, after all, that all of this is a gift from their esteemed master. Meanwhile, outside the lesser-known teleportation array in Pingjiang City, a formidable group of individuals clad in black robes emerges, exuding an aura of lethal intent. They then soar into the sky, heading towards Pingjiang City. Chapter 167. First, address this martial arts school at this moment. Wu Yonghong was entirely unaware of the unfolding events. Filled with joy, they were about to return to the martial arts school when they noticed, not far from the entrance, a disheveled figure emanating a foul odor. Crouched against the wall, gazing at them with longing, it was Lu Dasheng. Observing the terrifying presence of each individual, his eyes brimmed with envy, especially upon seeing the profound transformation of Elder Qingshan, which left him in a tangled web of emotions. The others, glancing at this colleague who shared the burden of filth under Yifeng, found themselves at a loss for words. Despite their minimal exchanges, he appeared quite pitiable. They could only speculate about what misdeed had incited their mentor's displeasure. Wu Yonghong sighed, patted his shoulder, and then proceeded into the martial arts school. "You shall always have hope," comforted Chu Guangshi as he passed by. "Indeed, keep it up," encouraged Sun Zhuge. As Lu Qingshan walked past, he shook his head and solemnly remarked, "I told you not to come, yet you refused to listen. Since the master has not spoken, you ought to continue tending to your duties diligently." Watching the spirited group, Lu Dasheng felt a tightness in his chest, as if the rain had brought dust into his eyes. As Lu Qingshan and the others had been out for an hour, upon their return, the eagle meat and roasted wolf legs were ready. Coincidentally, the rain had subsided completely. Yifeng instructed them to set the table in the small courtyard at the back. In the pot, the eagle meat simmered with bubbling heat, and various accompaniments like chili and radish danced in the boiling broth, releasing an enticing aroma. Alongside the wolf legs, Yifeng had prepared 2 plates of peanuts to accompany the drinks. Gazing at the bountiful spread, Wu Yonghong and the others felt their eyes brighten, eagerly rubbing their hands together. However, without Yifeng's signal, they dared not touch their chopsticks. Observing the reserved demeanor of the elderly men, Yifeng smiled gently. "We are all familiar here. There is no need for such formality. If you remain overly cautious, I may not welcome you next time." Upon hearing this, the elderly men trembled slightly, nodding like chicks pecking at grains. At the same time, they were filled with respect for Yifeng. Despite his remarkable cultivation, he displayed no airs in their presence, instead embodying an approachable demeanor. If they could possess even a fraction of his unpretentious spirit, their achievements would surely transcend their current state. Come, let us enjoy this fine wine." During his recent breakthrough, Elder Qingshan had emptied the storeroom of Qingshan's sect, placing bottle after bottle of exquisite wine upon the table. Indeed, Yifeng replied, his face alight with appreciation, yet he fixed a playful gaze upon the elderly men. However, while indulging in wine, you must not attempt to play tricks on me. Nay, we would not dare, they responded in unison. The crowd nodded eagerly. In truth, they would not dare to act cunningly, even without Yifeng's reminder, such as using their cultivation to force the wine. After all, regardless of whether the gentleman would be displeased, who among them could possibly match Yifeng in a drinking contest? Just as the atmosphere in the martial arts school courtyard grew lively, over 20 masters from the Hongri lineage descended with overwhelming momentum. Their presence was nothing short of tumultuous. Goodness, look! So many experts! Exclaimed onlookers. Who are these individuals, capable of walking on air? They must possess at least the cultivation of a martial spirit. Their arrival elicited gasps of astonishment from the countless commoners and practitioners below. However, the martial masters paid no heed to the ants beneath them and instead advanced directly towards the martial arts school. Lord Bai, based on the tracking methods previously employed by Qing Cheng on Ao Qing, he should not be present in the martial arts school, reported one beside Ao Bifang. One Ao Qing is inconsequential, Ao Bifang replied coldly. His continued existence is merely a result of this martial arts school. Thus, it would be prudent to eliminate this school first before dealing with Ao Qing. Understood. The others nodded solemnly in agreement. Before long, the small martial arts school came into view. From their elevated position above, they observed many within the school indulging in merriment, seemingly oblivious to their arrival. In reality, Wu Yonghong and the others had already sensed the change in the atmosphere. However, seeing Yifeng smiling and enjoying his food and drink, they relaxed their sharp gazes and retracted the subtly summoned spiritual energy. With the gentlemen present, what concern did they have for mere ruffians? After all, the prior encounters with the two demon sects served as a cautionary tale. Sir, I raise my glass to you, they thought, lifting their cups to toast Yifeng amidst the vibrant atmosphere. Did they not even notice this? Ao Bifang's gaze flickered. Yet, recalling the lessons learned from Shura and Fudao, he did not underestimate the situation. Instead, he conveyed to the others telepathically, spread out in a formation and prepare to strike. Upon my command, we shall launch a simultaneous attack to ensure a decisive blow against those in the martial arts school. Yes, at his command, the experts of the Hongri lineage dispersed. Soon, a wave of demonic energy enveloped them. Some formed formations, others executed intricate hand seals, and various innate attacks began to brew. In an instant, an array of attacks coalesced, ready to be unleashed. Chapter 168, Retreat. Upon witnessing the scene, a faint, cold smile finally emerged on Ao Bifang's indifferent face. Under such an intense formation, it was not only the few individuals from the martial arts hall who would struggle, but even those elite warriors who had one foot in the realm of martial sovereigns would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand. These few were undoubtedly doomed. They were destined to be sacrifices for the Shura demon sect and the Fudao demon sect. With a cold laugh, the crimson sun insignia on Ao Bifang's forehead illuminated, indicating that he too was not prepared to remain a bystander, but would join in the assault. As he prepared, a cataclysmic energy brewed within the insignia, ready to be unleashed. He abruptly waved his hand, commanding everyone to act. Upon hearing Ao Bifang's order, the members of the Crimson Sun lineage narrowed their pupils, holding their breath in anticipation. Their attacks were already primed, waiting for Ao Bifang's final command to erupt simultaneously. However, just as the words were about to leave his lips, Ao Bifang suddenly sensed an unusual aura. What? 3 martial sovereigns? Moreover, there was one martial sovereign on par with me? Ao Bifang's mouth dropped open in shock, instinctively rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken. He finally confirmed that the individuals seated and dining were indeed 3 martial sovereigns and 1 martial sovereign of considerable strength. Just the sight of these 4 nearly caused his eyes to pop out in astonishment. Attack! 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 Retreat! His lips trembled as he finally shouted the words. At this command, the corners of the mouths of the Crimson Sun lineage all lifted. Had the order finally been given? If so, then the insignificant ants from the martial arts hall would soon face the baptism of death from the Crimson Sun lineage. Yet in the next moment, they realized something was amiss. In disbelief, their incredulous gazes turned towards Ao Bifang. Retreat? They nearly thought they had misheard, but were astonished to see Ao Bifang already in retreat. As he fled, He shouted, "What are you waiting for? Retreat." This scene left them utterly bewildered. The command to withdraw was a bitter pill for the members of the Crimson Sun lineage to swallow. Having already readied their most potent attacks, to suddenly be told to hold back inflicted a backlash upon them. One by one, they spat blood in the air. Yet, bound by Ao Bifang's command, they dared not linger, enduring the backlash as they hurriedly retreated. The stark contrast between their initial ferocity and their current disarray was indescribable. They had arrived with such overwhelming momentum, and now their retreat was utterly chaotic. At last, they reached the outskirts of Pingjiang City, where Ao Bifang slowed his pace. Gasping for breath, his face reflecting the relief of having escaped a calamity. "My lord Bifang, what on earth is happening?" At last, someone directed this inquiry towards Ao Bifang. "Indeed, my lord Bifang, was it not agreed that we would launch a joint assault? Why then, at the critical moment, did you order a retreat? We have all suffered backlash. Please provide us with an explanation." With the first person's question, others also began to voice their inquiries towards Ao Bifang. Despite their apprehension regarding his status, a hint of reproach lingered in their tones. "Humph, do you think I wish to refrain from action?" Ao Bifang snorted coldly, casting a stern glare at the assembly, and gravely remarked, "But do you comprehend the true strength of the Martial Hall's members?" At this juncture, Ao Bifang inhaled deeply, his expression rife with reluctance as he continued. "Among those 5, one is inscrutable, another is my equal in martial prowess, and there are 3 martial sovereigns besides." What? Upon hearing Ao Bifang's declaration, the crowd was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the formidable strength of the Martial Hall's personnel. To speak of 3 martial sovereigns, indeed, even a single martial sovereign is a daunting presence. Had I not discerned all of this through my Red Sun seal at the last moment, we would likely have faced dire consequences today. Ao Bifang sighed, a shiver of dread still evident in his voice. At this, the others felt a chill wash over them, their expressions reflecting immense relief. The accusatory gazes they once directed at Ao Bifang were now replaced with gratitude, thankful that he had timely uncovered the Martial Hall's circumstances. Otherwise, had the 3 martial sovereigns chosen to unleash their wrath, the lineage of the Red Sun might well have faced extinction today. So what shall we do now? At that moment, someone posed a question to Ao Bifang. He narrowed his eyes, his face a mask of unwillingness as he responded, "As for the Martial Hall, we must maintain our distance out of respect." "But did you not just mention that Ao Qing is not within the Martial Hall?" Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd brightened with newfound hope. "Are you suggesting?" "Indeed, let us bypass the Martial Hall and confront Ao Qing directly. We shall capture him first. I refuse to believe that the members of the Martial Hall would come seeking us over a worthless figure like Ao Qing." Chapter 169. Another world. What a splendid idea. Let us capture Ao Qing directly. Indeed, while we may not be a match for the Martial Arts Academy, surely we can handle Ao Qing. A fervent chorus of voices rose, instilling a sense of hope among the crowd. Following the recent setbacks from the academy, they had been stifled and eager for an outlet, and the mere mention of capturing Ao Qing set them all ablaze with anticipation. "Lord Bai, according to the tracking conducted by Qing Cheng, Ao Qing is currently not only absent from the city, but also quite distant, likely beyond the Mufa Mountains, deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains." One subordinate reported to Bifang. "Deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, you say?" Bifang's pupils constricted as he replied coldly, "That may indeed work to our advantage. The farther he is from the Martial Arts Academy, the better it is for us." With that declaration, he waved his hand. "Let us depart." Upon his command, numerous experts from the Red Sun lineage set forth towards the 10,000 Great Mountains. Despite their previous failure against the Academy, this time they were filled with unwavering confidence. After all, they had summoned the pinnacle of their combat prowess. With such a formidable assembly, how could they possibly fail to capture a mere incompetent like Ao Qing? It was inconceivable. However, the distance between the 10,000 Great Mountains and Pingjiang City was considerable, and even Bifang and his companions would require a significant amount of time to reach their destination. Meanwhile, within the Martial Arts Academy, the atmosphere was one of revelry, with spirits flowing freely and laughter echoing throughout the hall. Particularly, the wines brought forth by the venerable Qing Shan were of exceptional quality. Moreover, due to their reluctance to employ their martial prowess while drinking, The majority had become quite intoxicated, with the exception of Yifeng, who remained relatively composed. The venerable Qing Shan, however, was in high spirits, gesturing flamboyantly and recounting tales of his past exploits. Let me tell you, it's no exaggeration. In my youth, I was quite the dashing figure. The young ladies who fancied me could have formed a queue. The venerable Qing Shan boasted, his face flushed with pride. Look at you. How remarkable could you have been in your youth? Even if someone admired you, it was probably a case of a turtle gazing at a green bean. Chu Quanshi scoffed. Skepticism etched upon his face. The venerable Qing Shan's eyes widened, his face reddening as he retorted, "What nonsense. Am I the type to boast? Let me tell you, there was even a time when I had the company of 36 women. 36? The crowd gasped in astonishment, with even Yifeng expressing surprise. Well, men do enjoy a bit of wine and boasting, don't they? Come on, tell us how you managed that." Sun Zhuge urged eagerly. With the encouragement of his audience, the venerable Qing Shan began to elaborate. He detailed every aspect from beginning to end, from the grand vision to the minutiae, scarcely aware of how much embellishment had seeped into his narrative. It took a full half-hour for him to conclude his tale. "By the way, could you perhaps share some of your wisdom with me?" At that moment, a sudden voice emerged from the doorway of the adjacent room. The crowd turned their gaze only to discover that Zhong Qing had awakened, peering curiously with his little head at the entrance, seemingly unaware of how long he had been eavesdropping. As he spoke, he absent-mindedly licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with longing for the scene described by the venerable Qing Shan. "You little rascal, why on earth can't you just go back to sleep?" Yifeng shot him a disapproving glare, chiding him with a hint of irritation, though a trace of joy lingered on his face, for his young disciple had finally awakened. Hearing this, Zhongqing quickly retracted his head and swiftly lay back down. Zhongqing's appearance did not disrupt their lively atmosphere. Following the tales of the venerable Qing Shan, the other elders began to boast, sharing their own anecdotes from yesteryears. For instance, Lu Qingshan reminisced about his youthful infatuation with a lovely girl, which had cost him a fortune. Wu Yonghong recounted how, in his younger days, he was beaten nearly to death over a dispute regarding a woman, ending up in a cesspool for half a month. Sun Zhuge recalled a childhood incident when he had secretly watched the village beauty bathe, only to experience an unexpected reaction upon realizing it was her father who had turned around, leaving him disinterested in women for many years thereafter. As for Chu Quanshi, his innocence was as pristine as a blank sheet of paper, leading others to speculate about his true inclinations, prompting several attendees to discreetly shift their chairs away from him. "Sir, might you have a story to share?" After some banter, Lu Qingshan cautiously inquired of Yifeng. Observing this, the others turned their eager gazes toward him. "Me?" Yifeng chuckled softly, setting down his wine cup and lifting his head slightly as he began to reminisce. "I hardly possess any extraordinary tales, but if I must, it would be from another world." "Another world?" A gasp escaped the lips of the others as this bombshell of information landed, startling them back to full awareness. Chapter 170. That world, that time, that youth. Yifeng nodded lightly. After all, they were merely indulging in drunken banter, not caring whether others believed them or not. Little did he know, his words sent shivers through them, igniting a fervor and respect that soared to unprecedented heights. Throughout their acquaintance with Yifeng, they had never truly confirmed the extent of his cultivation, nor had he ever divulged a hint of it. Moreover, they dared not inquire, leaving them to speculate about his prowess based solely on the techniques he displayed. However, today, Yifeng finally revealed a fragment of insight regarding his cultivation. Immortal. Without a doubt. Although they had previously speculated, it had only been conjecture. This time, it was irrefutable evidence. For they were certain that even the mightiest martial emperor of the immortal river continent could not traverse worlds. Only the legendary immortals of the upper realms could accomplish such a feat. Consequently, their respect for Yifeng deepened, and a profound sense of pride surged within them. A strong feeling of honor blossomed in their hearts, not merely for themselves, but also for future generations, who would proudly declare, "In the days of yore, our ancestor once served an immortal and shared a meal with him." Truly a matter of great familial glory. "Why are you all so excited about another world?" Yifeng shot them a glance. Upon seeing this, the group lowered their heads, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Though such transcendental feats might seem trivial to their predecessors, the overwhelming shock remained difficult to suppress. "Sir, please continue," they urged eagerly. Could you enlighten us about that world? Share the tales of that realm. Yifeng nodded, reminiscing about the past, feeling a surge of emotion. After all these years, he still found it hard to let go. Very well. Consider it a tale for your amusement. Since we're merely indulging in drunken boasts, it is a different civilization, where the people are exceptionally intelligent and powerful. Should they unleash their creations, they could effortlessly obliterate the immortal river continent, even leading to the extinction of all life upon it. At these words, Wu Yonghong and the others trembled, exchanging glances that conveyed their astonishment. Such a magnitude of power was undeniably terrifying. The immortal river continent was vast, and no one had ever heard of anyone capable of annihilating the entire continent, let alone extinguishing all life. What level did you occupy in that world? Wu Yonghong inquired cautiously. Me? Yifeng chuckled. I would say I barely reached an average level, yet in the presence of true titans, I would be considered among the lowest ranks. What? The lowest rank? The words spoken by Yifeng nearly left them in a state of faintness. How could someone as formidable as Mr. Xiang, a figure akin to a celestial being, merely be regarded as average in that world? Just how powerful were the inhabitants of that realm? Could it be that everyone there was akin to an immortal? The mere thought sent shivers down their spines, making them acutely aware of their own insignificance. If they were to venture into that world, would they not be reduced to mere trifles? Did Mr. Xiang possess any other tales of his own in that place? After the initial shock, Lu Qingshan could not help but inquire further. Indeed, there were numerous stories to tell, such as the time in his youth when, brimming with confidence, he flirted with several women from afar, engaging in conversations with multiple ladies scattered across 1,000 miles. Yifeng chuckled self-deprecatingly, engaging with several women from a distance of 1,000 miles. Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Although 1,000 miles was not particularly daunting to them, merely a traverse across Pingjiang City, it still required a significant amount of time. How could Yifeng manage to connect with multiple women simultaneously from such distances? Did he possess the ability to manipulate space? Such a feat of engaging with several women at once was indeed terrifying. The group could not help but express their admiration. What is so terrifying about it? In that world, it is merely a basic skill. Yifeng shot them an exasperated glance and replied, "It's simply a matter of having a smartphone." He refrained from elaborating further, knowing that it would lead to an endless stream of conversation. Yet, Wu Yonghong and the others were utterly astonished. The fact that such a skill was merely fundamental only solidified their suspicions that individuals in that world were, without a doubt, akin to immortals. Speaking of which, I suppose I was somewhat of a scoundrel back then. Yifeng lifted his glass, a self-mocking smile playing on his lips, his gaze filled with nostalgia for that world. Perhaps bringing up such embarrassing anecdotes was a way of reminiscing about his lost 18 years and the fleeting nature of youth, especially those nights spent awake, anxiously awaiting messages, or the moments spent scrutinizing social media to decipher another's feelings, or the times when he dozed off in class. A scoundrel he may have been, but who could deny that it was a part of youth? What exactly constitutes a scoundrel? Wu Yonghong and the others could not help but ask. Yifeng cast a glance at them, amused by their endless curiosity, and said mockingly, "Consider it a term of endearment." "Ah, so it seems that Mr. Xiang is undoubtedly a scoundrel." Wu Yonghong and the others, having learned a new term, could not resist exclaiming their admiration. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's expression darkened, and the muscles in his face twitched involuntarily. Truly, they were digging their own graves. As the evening wore on, darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. The wine continued to flow, and the tales persisted. Yet, gradually, some could no longer withstand the effects of the drink. At some point, Wu Yonghong and Lu Qingshan collapsed beneath the table, one of them snoring while clutching a leg of the table. Sun Zhuge and Chu Guangshi lay intertwined on the ground, with Sun Zhuge affectionately clutching at Chu Guangshi's feet, occasionally taking gentle sniffs as he squirmed. Sighing softly, the slightly inebriated Yifeng gazed up at the bright moon, consuming a jug of murky wine by himself. He picked up his guitar and settled onto the rooftop. When will the moon be clear and bright? I raised my cup to ask the blue sky, unaware of the celestial palaces above, nor what year it is this evening. The strings were delicately plucked, harmonizing with the guitar, as a melodious tune softly emerged. Chapter 171. This time, there shall be no surprises at this moment. The elite from the Red Sun clan soared through the skies with great momentum. They had finally arrived at the foot of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Is Ao Qing still within the mountains? Ao Bifang inquired, tilting his head to glance at his subordinates, his voice low and serious. Yes, he is. One of them promptly replied. You shall lead the way. To avoid prolonged uncertainties, we must seize Ao Qing with utmost speed, Ao Bifang commanded coldly. Understood. Following this, the group advanced into the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains under the guidance of their leader. Wait. However, just as they had ventured a short distance into the mountains, Ao Bifang raised his palm and halted. Do you feel that? He asked. The others behind him nodded, their expressions a mix of astonishment and a hint of trepidation. At this point, they could sense a tremendous commotion emanating from within the mountains, where many of the beasts and creatures were prostrated on the ground, too frightened to move. Even these members of the demon sect and demon sovereigns felt an immense pressure. Who among them is breaking through to the demon sovereign? Ao Bifang mused, his gaze narrowing as he perceived the vast gathering of spiritual energy in the distance. What should we do? The others questioned, suddenly filled with hesitation. Ao Bifang himself wavered. Though he had attained the pinnacle of the demon sect, one step away from becoming a demon sovereign, that step felt like an insurmountable chasm. In the presence of a true demon sovereign, he possessed no combat prowess. This was precisely why he had fled so swiftly upon encountering those three martial sovereigns at the martial arts hall. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, given Ao Qing's ineptitude, even if he has become a demon king, under the pressure of such a breakthrough to the demon sovereign, he is likely cowering in submission. Thus, I shall wait here for a while until this demon sovereign completes his breakthrough before seeking him out. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. After all, to recklessly provoke such a formidable being during their breakthrough could spell disaster for them. Consequently, the members of the Red Sun clan settled themselves in meditation within the mountains. Indeed, the breakthrough of a demon sovereign was as terrifying as rumored. Throughout the night, the entire mountain range was enveloped in powerful waves of energy, causing all birds and beasts to scatter, with myriad demons lying low in submission. Finally, as the night passed, the fluctuations dissipated. The entity within the mountains had presumably achieved the status of a demon sovereign. At that moment, Ao Bifang, who had been seated in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes and immediately inquired, is Ao Qing still within these mountains? Yes. His subordinate responded without delay. Time is of the essence. We must set forth immediately to capture Ao Qing, Ao Bifang instructed. Upon hearing this, the subordinate continued to lead the way ahead. Initially, Ao Qing had left a distinctive aura on Ao Qingcheng, a special technique of the Red Sun clan, which this individual had learned. Following this aura, the group pressed onward into the mountain's depths. Half an hour later, they had ventured deep into the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Just as Ao Bifang began to grow impatient, the leader in front suddenly halted. Lord Bifang, that useless one is in the valley ahead. Upon hearing this, Ao Bifang's eyes gleamed with interest. A group of over 20 individuals transformed into ghostly figures, swiftly making their way towards the valley. Indeed, Ao Qing sat cross-legged on a rock, in the form of a devouring wolf, meditating. Just a worthless fool, putting on a show. Ao Bifang scoffed disdainfully. He waved his hand and commanded, you all spread out and encircle him. Ensure he has no avenue of escape. Once everything is prepared, await my command, and we shall strike together to capture him alive. The group nodded, their bodies transforming into streaks of lightning as they quickly surrounded Ao Qing. Observing this, Ao Bifang nodded in satisfaction. Although capturing a mere demon king by a demon sovereign should be effortless, the recent fall of the two demon sovereigns and the events surrounding the martial arts academy had made him considerably more cautious. Prepare, he issued the command. At his words, the group tensed, ready to spring into action. Now, Ao Bifang called out once more. This command brought a sigh of relief from the crowd, perhaps due to the lingering shadow of the martial arts academy, fearing Ao Bifang might change his mind again. With that command, over 20 figures transformed into streaks of light, rushing towards Ao Qing. Seeing this, Ao Bifang smirked. This time, surely nothing would go awry. Yet, in the next moment, his expression froze in shock as Ao Qing suddenly opened his eyes, his ethereal gaze turning into two beams of golden light directed straight at him. Simultaneously, A wave of terrifying aura surged forth from Ao Qing, instilling fear in Ao Bifong. Gasp! Ao Bifong's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 172. The glorious moment of the canine, a demon sovereign? How could it be a demon sovereign? In Ao Bifong's mind, it felt as though a thunderclap had erupted, leaving him utterly bewildered. How did Ao Qing suddenly ascend to the rank of demon sovereign? If it weren't for the overwhelming pressure radiating from Ao Qing, striking directly at his soul, coupled with the undeniable evidence before his eyes, he would never have dared to believe such a transformation. Yet, regardless of his inability to comprehend how this seemingly useless individual had become a demon sovereign, the present circumstances demanded his immediate action. Retreat. In a moment of desperation, he shouted loudly. What? Retreat again? Upon hearing Ao Bifong's words, the multitude of demons rushing towards Ao Qing was once again left in a state of confusion. However, at that moment, they too sensed the formidable aura emanating from Ao Qing, sending cold sweat cascading down their backs. A demon sovereign. So it was indeed a demon sovereign. How could Ao Qing have become a demon sovereign? No wonder they needed to retreat. In an instant, clarity dawned upon them, and disregarding their shock, they began to flee. Their speed amplified beyond measure compared to their earlier approach. Each one hastened in a frenzy, terrified that Ao Qing would catch up to them. The disdain they once held for Ao Qing was now replaced by profound fear. However, the awakened Ao Qing was not inclined to let them escape. With a mere flick of his claws, a tremendous force surged forth towards the fleeing Ao Bifong and his companions. This swipe was akin to an avalanche, toppling trees and leveling the terrain. The demon emperors within Ao Bifong's ranks were nearly obliterated beneath this paw, while the demon sect experts fared no better, tumbling to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths. Cursed be it, rising from the ground, disheveled and covered in dirt. Ao Bifong's face flushed crimson as he shouted in rage. He had never anticipated that their formidable forces would be humbled at the martial arts academy, and even more astonishingly, they would suffer further humiliation at the hands of Ao Qing. A once deemed worthless individual had suddenly transformed into a demon sovereign. What in the world was happening? Just as he finished his outburst, Ao Qing fixed his gaze upon him. The intensity of that stare sent chills down his spine. Before he could react, Ao Qing gently raised his paw once more, and it seemed to expand in the sky, descending upon him like a mountain. The force of this blow nearly shattered Ao Bifong's courage, as he instinctively utilized his perfected demon sect cultivation to evade, rolling and scrambling away. Just as he managed to escape, the paw descended with a resounding crash. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed, shaking the very foundations of the forest as if an earthquake had struck. Gasping for breath and staring at the massive crater before him, Ao Bifong appeared utterly disheveled. Though he had narrowly escaped this calamity, his subordinates were not as fortunate. 2 demon sect members had been ruthlessly crushed by that paw. Losing 2 demon sect members was a grievous blow, and Ao Bifong's heart felt as though it were bleeding. Each of these individuals serves as the backbone of his illustrious lineage. The demise of both Shura and Fu Dao has already inflicted considerable anguish upon him. Such a blow could drive anyone to madness. Yet, in the next moment, he realized that Ao Qing had fixed his gaze upon him. That claw, astonishingly, began to rise slowly. Gah! Ao Bifong was drenched in cold sweat. More critically, he found himself with no path of retreat. Overwhelmed by despair, he clenched his teeth in indignation and produced a scroll. As the scroll emerged, it radiated a dazzling light. Ao Qing, we shall not spare you. Ao Bifong cursed darkly. The thought of utilizing this scroll, which he had concealed for over a millennium, filled him with profound regret. As his voice faded, the scroll's brilliance reached its zenith. And then Ao Bifong and the others vanished. Were it not for my recent breakthrough and the instability of my powers, could you truly have escaped my grasp? Observing the vanished figures, the dog-like Ao Qing scoffed. Yet, my master truly cherishes me. He has provided me with an entire cauldron of turtle soup, particularly the essence of the herbs at the bottom, nothing short of miraculous, allowing me to ascend directly from Demon King to Demon Sovereign. Indeed, my master must have anticipated that Ao Bifong and his motley crew would seek to undermine me, thus granting me this opportunity. My master's foresight is truly awe-inspiring. Even time seemed to halt, as I had just broken through when these fools arrived. It is likely that my master wishes for me to hone my skills against them. With this thought, a fiery determination ignited in Ao Qing's eyes. Once, he was merely a despised figure within his tribe, but now, not only has he captivated Ao Qingcheng, but he has also become an entity that the entire tribe must revere. All of this is due to my master. As my powers grow, so too does my ability to sense my master's formidable strength. Chapter 173. Who can save the royal family? Outside the 10,000 Great Mountains, Ao Bifong and his companions, having been transported by the scroll, gasped for breath, each one of them bearing a look of trepidation and dismay. Who could have imagined that Ao Qing, whom they once regarded with disdain, would compel Ao Bifong to unveil the long-cherished teleportation scroll? Such a treasure, in Ao Bifong's eyes, was akin to a lifeline. To think it was expended on Ao Qing. Moreover, their once mighty entourage of over 20 had dwindled to a mere handful of demon sect members, with not a single demon sovereign remaining. At this thought, his pent-up fury erupted, causing the surrounding rocks to shatter under the force of his roar. Yet, at that moment, all they could do was return to their tribe in disgrace. After traversing the teleportation array, they swiftly arrived back at the Red Sun lineage. The guards stationed there, along with some juniors, rushed to greet them, but their expressions shifted dramatically upon seeing Ao Bifong and the others. How could it be that only so few had returned, and in such a wretched state? Even so, the onlookers refrained from jumping to grim conclusions, for they were well aware of the formidable force that had set out, especially with Ao Bifong himself leading the charge. Such a calamity seemed implausible. The disarray and diminished numbers might merely indicate a staggered return, yet it was clear that their adversaries were indeed formidable. Thus, they approached with warm smiles. "Greetings, Lord Bifong. With your prowess, you must have subdued that martial arts academy," exclaimed a junior demon king, eager to curry favor. "Yes, indeed. Lord Bifong is truly remarkable," echoed others, hastily joining in the flattery. Ao Bifong was struck at a sensitive point, his expression darkening slightly, yet he chose to disregard their sycophancy. However, the demon king, seemingly oblivious, continued to ingratiate himself. "Since the academy has been taken, surely Ao Qing must have been captured by Lord Bifong? Why do you prattle on so?" Provoked by the incessant remarks, Ao Bifong could no longer contain himself. He struck out, sending the obsequious demon king crashing to the ground, lifeless. This sight sent a wave of terror through the crowd. Observing the grim expressions on Ao Bifong and his companions, an ominous premonition settled in their hearts. It seemed that something truly dreadful had transpired. Ignoring their fearful gazes, Ao Bifong took his seat at the head of the hall, his face clouded with anger. Remaining silent for an extended period, the chamber fell into a profound silence, with none daring to utter a word. "Bring forth the broken sovereign pill." At last, Ao Bifong's voice, fraught with impatience, pierced the stillness. "What are your intentions?" The crowd gazed at him, astonished. Indeed, the time for hesitation has passed. Ao Bifong spoke in a hoarse voice. "Ao Qing has escaped our grasp, Qingcheng. The hope for Qingcheng has also been shattered. I must take matters into my own hands. Although consuming the breaking sovereign pill will not elevate me to the true status of a demon sovereign, it is sufficient to grant me the power of a half-sovereign, a level capable of defeating the sky-devouring emperor." As his words fell, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. "Know this, Ao Bifong of the demon sect, we of the Hongri tribe possess but a single breaking sovereign pill. Should you consume it, it will be gone. And even if a gifted successor emerges in the future, they will be unable to break through to sovereign." At that moment, several other demon sects expressed their concerns. It is crucial to understand that the distinction between demon sect and demon sovereign represents an insurmountable chasm, having thwarted countless talented clansmen. For instance, both the sky-devouring emperor and Ao Bifong have reached the pinnacle of the demon sect, but have yet to make that critical leap. Of course, due to their innate limitations. Even if they consumed the breaking sovereign pill, they would at best attain the status of a half-sovereign. Originally, this pill was intended for Ao Qingcheng, but with her absence, they deemed it no longer worth their investment. "I have come to a resolution," Ao Bifong declared through gritted teeth. "They have forced my hand. If Ao Qing returns, we shall have no further opportunities. However, if we can defeat the sky-devouring emperor, we will have ample means to deal with Ao Qing." Weighing the pros and cons, the assembly finally nodded in agreement. After obtaining the breaking sovereign pill, Aya Bifang entered seclusion, and under its influence, he successfully ascended to the realm of half-sovereign. The very first act upon his emergence was to incite internal conflict. Within less than half a month, the vast territory of the sky-devouring demon wolves was divided into two factions. On this day, Aya Bifang and the sky-devouring emperor finally clashed. Despite the resources at the disposal of the imperial lineage, Aya Bifang's newfound status as a half-sovereign allowed him to triumph, forcing the sky-devouring emperor to flee in disarray after enduring a powerful strike. That night, the pale-faced sky-devouring emperor sat beside an elderly man in declining health. Elder Jean, our clan is engulfed in civil strife, and Aya Bifang has broken through to half-sovereign. If this continues, the Hongri lineage will surely prevail. The sky-devouring emperor cast a troubled glance at the elder and softly inquired, though you have been in seclusion for centuries, your divination skills were already renowned in the previous generation. I beseech you to emerge from your retreat and assist me in foretelling our fate. How can we resolve the peril facing the imperial lineage? With a gentle sigh, the elder raised a few runes in his hands, which began to shimmer with a subtle energy as he slowly closed his eyes. The sky-devouring emperor anxiously awaited beside him. After a full 3 hours, the elder finally opened his eyes, but the weariness of age had deepened, casting a pallor over him. Elder Jean, your efforts are commendable, the sky-devouring emperor quickly expressed, his gaze filled with hope. To save your imperial lineage, there exists but one individual, the elder said wearily. Who is it? The sky-devouring emperor's eyes brightened. Your son, the elder replied. My son? The emperor of devouring heaven found it utterly astonishing. It seemed that none of his 3 sons possessed the capability to shoulder such a responsibility. If one were to speak of the most competent, would it be my eldest son? The old man shook his head dismissively. Then, could it be my second son? The emperor furrowed his brow, reasoning that if it were not the eldest, then it must undoubtedly be the second, for he was the next best after the first. However, the old man shook his head once more. Gasp! The emperor trembled all over, rising to his feet, and, with wide eyes, inquired, Ao Qing? Chapter 174, a new task? The elder nodded solemnly. Upon hearing the elder's affirmation, the heavenly devouring emperor was taken aback. How could his most inept son possibly be the savior of the heavenly devouring demon wolf clan? No matter how he pondered, he found it utterly unbelievable. As he gazed at the old man who had been in seclusion for centuries, he increasingly perceived him as a charlatan, one who had audaciously deceived the emperor himself, igniting a fury within him. Enough of your nonsense, you rambling old fool, he bellowed, delivering a sharp slap to the elder's bald head, sending him sprawling to the ground. What are you doing, your majesty? The elder trembled on the ground, glaring at the emperor with indignation. What else could it be? You, a mere old charlatan, have tricked me, and now you dare question me? The heavenly devouring emperor disdainfully placed his foot on the elder's back and continued, if you intend to deceive me, at least conjure a more credible tale. Everyone in the heavenly devouring demon wolf clan knows that my third son, Ao Qing, is the least capable among us. Yet you claim he is the savior of our kind? Do you take me for a fool? You are mistaken. The elder, still on the ground, shouted in frustration. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Still defiant, are we? The emperor delivered another kick, gravely stating, yes. My third son did thwart Ao Qing's scheme against the Hongri lineage, but the current predicament cannot be resolved with mere bravado. I initially thought you possessed some prophetic ability, yet it seems you are no different from my foolish father. Both of you are mere charlatans. You, if you do not believe me, you will bring ruin upon the entire royal lineage. You will become the center of the heavenly devouring demon wolf clan. The elder shouted furiously, pointing at the emperor. Humph! You old fool, if I truly believed your wicked words, it would indeed spell disaster for our clan. The emperor delivered another kick and then waved his hand, commanding, someone, take him away and imprison him. The elder trembled, his face flushed with anger as he shouted, Heavenly devouring emperor, one day you shall return to apologize to me. You will come to regret this. The emperor scoffed, returning to his contemplations regarding the pressing matters at hand. Your Majesty, one cannot dismiss Elder Jin's words lightly. At that moment, the emperor's old steward approached and suggested, perhaps we should summon the third prince back? Humph! What credibility does that old fool have? The emperor retorted angrily. The elder sighed, reiterating, even if your Majesty does not believe me, I still think it prudent to summon the third prince back. This is his home, and in light of such significant events, he cannot remain idle. Enough, enough. I shall leave this matter in your hands." The emperor waved his hand impatiently, disregarding the steward's further counsel, as he immersed himself in thoughts of the ongoing internal strife, desperately seeking a solution. The steward nodded in acquiescence and slowly retreated. In the martial arts hall, Yifeng held a brush in his hand, gazing proudly at the characters inscribed on the rice paper. As for the guitar he had previously embraced, it had remained untouched for several days. After an unexpected surge of inspiration during a drinking session, his musical prowess had soared to a level akin to that of the divine. This serendipitous experience enriched Yifeng's repertoire, leading him to realize that embracing diverse styles and practice was essential, yet the essence of artistic profundity was the true key to advancement. Thus, while Yifeng practiced calligraphy at this moment, he diligently traversed through the myriad scripts from his past life, witnessing remarkable progress. However, the elusive nature of artistic inspiration left him with little recourse. Yet, Yifeng remained unperturbed. After all, he had already achieved divine parity in 2 of the 4 arts, music and chess. The remaining pursuits of calligraphy and chess were manageable, especially given his prior accumulations that had already brought him to a commendable level of mastery. Ding! A new task from the system. Elevate culinary skills, wine appreciation, tea artistry, and sculpture to the realm of the divine. Task reward, an aura. Failure penalty, forfeiture of the Martial Arts Academy. Again, upon hearing the voice in his mind, Yifeng's expression darkened. This infernal system was relentless. It seemed intent on compelling him to master an array of disparate skills. Nevertheless, the allure of the task reward, the aura, piqued his interest. What exactly was this aura? What purpose did it serve? Yifeng scratched his head, furrowing his brow. Due to the shadow of his previous experience, where he was promised the skills of a peerless master only to receive a pitiful skeleton, he had developed an aversion to this system, harboring no expectations for any so-called mount. However, this time, the notion of an aura felt distinctly different, igniting a flicker of anticipation within him. He checked his progress, culinary skills, returned to simplicity, wine appreciation, modest achievements, tea artistry, mastery attained, sculpture, a blank slate. After reviewing these proficiency levels, Yifeng nodded. It seemed that, much like before, as long as he had engaged in these activities previously, he could accumulate corresponding proficiency. It appeared he would need to cook daily henceforth. Yet, he remained curious about the nature of the reward aura. He would await its revelation with bated breath. Chapter 175. The Demon Sovereign is not to be underestimated. With the emergence of new tasks, Yifeng found himself thoroughly engrossed in a whirlwind of activity. While practicing his calligraphy, he also dabbled in carving small trinkets, as his obsessive-compulsive nature compelled him to seek progress in this unfamiliar craft. Naturally, he did not neglect his culinary skills, which he regarded as the most practical of talents, given his need to sustain himself. Following the initiation of new tasks, Yifeng discovered that his culinary creations had become even more delectable. However, he recalled that diversifying his cooking styles would expedite his advancement, leading him to explore beyond mere meals. He yearned to recreate some renowned delicacies from his previous life, with his first ambition being to conjure the globally adored snack, spicy strips. In his former life, this snack was immensely popular, famously accompanied by the adage that no problem could not be resolved with a package of spicy strips, and if one package fell short, 2 would suffice. Having traversed this new realm for some time, Yifeng still held a fondness for this flavorful treat. Fortuitously, he hailed from the very birthplace of spicy strips, a place also known as Pingjiang. Being a native, he was well versed in the art of crafting these snacks. As he stirred the first batch in the pot, beads of sweat adorned his brow, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. "Dog, come taste this," Yifeng exclaimed, tossing a few strips to his canine companion. With a joyful bark, the dog rushed forward, devouring the spicy strips in mere moments and subsequently widening its eyes in astonishment. Remarkably, these strips seemed to stabilize its nascent powers, allowing it to momentarily contend with mid-level demon sovereigns. Witnessing the dog's exuberance, Yifeng eagerly sampled a strip himself. Impressive, delicious, the taste of home, simply marvelous. At that moment, a voice called out from outside, inquiring, "Is anyone there?" "Who is it?" Yifeng set aside the spicy strips and approached the door. Upon stepping outside, he encountered an elderly man with a mouth full of yellowed teeth, peering curiously. "Who are you?" Yifeng began to question, but before he could finish, Ao Qing abruptly emerged, casting a furtive glance at the old man while communicating telepathically. "Uncle Yun, you must leave at once. This is not a place for you. I will meet you outside the city shortly." Upon grasping the situation, the old man quickly understood and turned to Yifeng, apologizing. "I'm sorry. I believe I have come to the wrong place." He then hurriedly departed. Puzzled, Yifeng regarded him for a moment before returning to the martial arts academy to resume his calligraphy practice. The dog approached, lowering its head and making a couple of sounds. "Go on your own." Yifeng waved dismissively, rolling his eyes at the creature. Typically, the dog managed its own needs without assistance. Did it really expect him to take it out this time? Upon hearing this, the dog promptly dashed out of the martial arts hall. The reason for seeking Yifeng's consent was that he understood the master was undoubtedly aware of the relationship between him and Uncle Yun. However, the master, having contemplated life, would certainly refrain from addressing it directly. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, Uncle Yun was already waiting for him. "Third Prince," he said, tears glistening in his eyes. "Uncle Yun, what brings you here?" Ao Qing softly inquired, harboring a special affection for this Uncle Yun, who had never looked down upon him since childhood and had always treated him warmly. "The tribe is in trouble," Uncle Yun said, his brow furrowed with concern, recounting the events that had transpired within the tribe. However, Ao Qing remained unfazed. "Third Prince, that place is still your home." Uncle Yun spoke earnestly. "Uncle Yun, do not say that. That is not my home. This martial arts hall is," Ao Qing declared, regardless of the reasons. "That old man knew full well I was wrongfully accused, yet still cast me out of the tribe, nearly causing my demise outside. I harbor no feelings for that place anymore." Your Highness, how can you say such a thing? After you dealt with Ao Qingcheng, the Wolf King has long regarded you with newfound respect, Uncle Yun gently replied. "Moreover, what good is it for you to remain in this dilapidated martial arts hall?" Silence. However, as soon as Uncle Yun's words fell, the previously warm atmosphere shifted drastically. Ao Qing, who had just been close to Uncle Yun, suddenly exuded an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. "I warn you, utter another word against the martial arts hall, and you shall meet your end," Ao Qing hissed, revealing the menacing presence of the demon wolf. Uncle Yun, terrified, found himself cornered against the wall, trembling as he gazed at Ao Qing. But what astonished him more was Ao Qing's cultivation level. Stammering, he exclaimed, "Your Highness, I was wrong. It was my folly, but your cultivation." At this, Ao Qing withdrew his murderous aura and replied calmly, "Just a demon sovereign. It is nothing of great significance." "Demon sovereign? Just that?" Uncle Yun gasped, his voice quivering. "Third Prince, is it not a tad inflated to say such?" "Huh." Ao Qing scoffed. Having been by Yifeng's side, he was unaware when his mindset had undergone such a profound transformation. In the past, demon sovereigns had indeed seemed celestial to him. Yet now, a demon sovereign hardly held any weight. If one were to speak of true strength, it lay with his master and skull brother. Observing Uncle Yun's incredulous expression, Ao Qing reverently spoke of Yifeng and skull brother's existence, explaining that it was due to Yifeng that he had attained such formidable power in a brief period. Uncle Yun was once again rendered speechless by Ao Qing's words, astonished to learn that the figure he had encountered at the door was such a powerful being. Following the shock came a wave of profound excitement. "No wonder Elder Jean referred to you as the savior of the royal lineage. Thus, noble sir, hasten back to the tribe with me. Your intervention could bring the Red Sun lineage to its knees." Elder Yun implored eagerly. "I have stated my resolve. I shall not return." Ao Qing replied coldly. "But sir, that is your home, where your father resides, along with your friends and your mother." Elder Yun said anxiously. Ao Qing's expression remained unchanged until the mention of his mother, which elicited a subtle response. "I will not return. However, I shall seek something from my master to aid you in overcoming this adversity." With that, Ao Qing made his way towards the martial arts hall. Chapter 176. The extraordinary treasure. Observing the dog seated beside the spicy strips, gazing at him with eager anticipation, Yifeng shook his head in resignation. With no other choice, he seized a handful of the spicy strips and tossed them to the dog. While eyeing the pot of spicy strips, he murmured to himself, "However, These spicy strips must be placed in a bag. Only then can one truly savor their essence. The dog, filled with gratitude, lowered its head towards Yifeng and scampered out of the martial arts hall, clutching the spicy strips. Keep this. Upon finding Yunbo again, the dog instructed. Tell that old man that in times of dire need, he should consume 2 of these. What is this? Yunbo inquired curiously, eyeing the spicy strips in his hand. Perplexed, could this item truly possess such remarkable power? Could it turn the tides for the royal lineage? Instinctively, he took a small bite. Crack! As he bit into it, he immediately straightened his back, his eyes wide with incredulity. To his astonishment, his cultivation surged upward, breaking through several minor levels from the demon spirit realm and propelling him directly into the demon king realm. This. Yunbo stuttered, his speech faltering in disbelief. This is merely a minor trick of the master. There is no need for such astonishment. Let us take it back to that old man. Ao Qing's expression remained impassive, devoid of any surprise. After all, if such spicy strips could enhance the cultivation of a demon sovereign, how much more could they benefit a mere demon spirit? Moreover, having experienced the surreal transition from demon king to demon sovereign himself, he found this matter trivial. With that, Ao Qing turned to leave. However, seemingly recalling something, he glanced back and added, remember to find a bag to store it. The master has said that one must consume it from a bag to truly appreciate its essence. Yes. Yunbo carefully tucked the spicy strips away, treating them like a precious treasure, and dared not harbor any doubts about their efficacy. He then procured a bag to secure them, tucking it into his bosom as he departed. Throughout the journey, he remained cautious, fully aware that what he now carried was the future of the entire royal lineage. Upon reaching the Shutian Palace, Yunbo finally stood beside the Shutian Emperor. Did you not bring Ao Qing back with you? Where is he? The Shutian Emperor inquired languidly, observing Yunbo. The 3rd prince is occupied with pressing matters and could not return. However, he has entrusted me with this extraordinary treasure for your esteemed inspection, Wolf Emperor. As he spoke, Yunbo cautiously produced the spicy strips he had concealed in his robe. An extraordinary treasure? Is it this? The Shutian Emperor cast a dismissive glance at the spicy strips, his voice laced with disdain. Ao Yun, I understand your close relationship with Qing'er and your willingness to protect him, but to resort to fabricating such lies before me in support of him, what punishment do you deserve for that? As the words fell, Ao Yun was immediately struck with fear and knelt upon the ground. Wolf Emperor, I dare not. This is truly an extraordinary treasure. Ao Yun proclaimed with utmost respect. I am well aware of my son's shortcomings. What remarkable treasures could he possibly bring you? The Emperor of the Abyss scoffed lightly and continued, enough of your words. In light of your unwavering loyalty, I shall overlook this matter this time. Wolf Emperor, I assure you, I have not deceived you, Ao Yun implored, kneeling on the ground. Moreover, the 3rd prince is not the fool you believe him to be. He has attained the realm of demon sovereign through the assistance of a noble patron. Demon sovereign? Ao Zhong initially gasped in surprise, but his voice soon dripped with ire. Ao Yun, your exaggerations surpass even those of that old man Ao Jing. If you continue in this manner, I shall truly unleash my wrath. Wolf Emperor, I have spoken not a single falsehood. You need only to test my words. Ao Yun offered the spicy strips in both hands, bowing respectfully. Very well, should your claims prove false, I shall execute you, Ao Zhong replied sternly, fixing his gaze upon the kneeling Ao Yun. At that moment, he was genuinely enraged. In such a critical situation, a mere steward had dared to toy with him. Whatever the Wolf Emperor decides is acceptable, Ao Yun declared, remaining on his knees without a hint of hesitation. Upon hearing this, Ao Zhong's expression darkened further, and he lowered his voice. Ao Yun, it seems you are courting death. Very well. I shall indulge you. With that, he snatched the bag from Ao Yun's hands, casting a disdainful glance before biting into half of its contents. Chapter 177. The Might of the Devouring Emperor. As he bit into the half-package of spicy strips, the nonchalant demeanor he had just moments before vanished, his eyes widening in shock. At that instant, he felt a surge of fiery energy ignite within him, as if it were on the verge of exploding. What astonishing power! I cannot contain myself. Finally, the devouring Emperor Ao Zhong let out a mighty roar, his hair standing on end, and his face flushed crimson. Your Majesty, what has happened to you? Ao Yun exclaimed anxiously upon witnessing the transformation. Gasping heavily, Ao Zhong scanned his surroundings with bloodshot eyes, calling out, "My lady! Where's my lady?" "Your Majesty, she is in the rear palace," Ao Yun replied hastily. No sooner had he spoken than Ao Zhong burst through the roof, propelled by an overwhelming force, and soared towards the inner palace. Inside the palace, the lady was preparing for rest when the grand doors were suddenly shattered, and the devouring emperor stormed in, his hair wild. "My lord, what has happened to you?" she gasped, staring at him in disbelief. "Do not speak, do not ask questions. Just lie down," he commanded, his aura swelling to its peak. With a resounding rip, his garments exploded into tatters, and he lunged toward his lady with eyes ablaze. Boom! The entire devouring palace was filled with tumult for the better part of the night. Within the lady's quarters, the tempestuous energy of the devouring emperor was accompanied by the ominous sounds of collapsing walls. After what felt like an eternity, the tempest surrounding the devouring emperor finally subsided, revealing a scene of utter devastation. What an extraordinary treasure! Its potency is beyond belief, he murmured in astonishment, realizing that Ao Yun had not lied to him. His son Ao Qing had indeed brought back a relic that could reshape destiny. He had inadvertently transcended into the half-sovereign realm, and during the zenith of that energy, his combat prowess had soared to the level of a demon sovereign. The shock left him momentarily speechless. However, when he regained his senses, he was horrified to find his lady lying amidst the rubble, barely breathing. My lady, are you all right? Someone, quickly, come and save her," he cried out in desperation, shouting for help. Upon witnessing the scene, numerous experts from the devouring palace rushed to their aid, left dumbfounded by the sight before them. The devouring wolf emperor, so fearsome. After a frantic rescue, learning that his lady was unharmed, the devouring emperor composed himself and returned to the grand hall. "Ao Yun, where are you?" he called out loudly. "I am here," came the reply. Ao Yun hurriedly arrived, presenting with both hands the half-pack of spicy strips that the emperor had previously discarded. Ha ha! Upon receiving the half-pack, the emperor burst into laughter, patting Ao Yun's shoulder in appreciation. "Well done, Ao Yun, you have achieved great merit." "Your Majesty, I claim no credit. All the glory belongs to the third prince," Ao Yun promptly replied. This remark reminded Ao Zhong of his third son, and he quickly grasped Ao Yun, inquiring, "You mentioned that Qing has received assistance from a great master and has already transcended to the realm of demon sovereign. Is that true?" "Absolutely," Ao Yun affirmed. Upon hearing this, Ao Zhong was both astonished and elated. The joy stemmed from the realization that his seemingly useless son had surpassed him and attained the status of demon sovereign. The shock, however, was directed towards the formidable figure behind such a transformation. What kind of powerful entity could enable his son's ascension? What extraordinary means could produce such exquisite delicacies? Gazing at the spicy strips in his hands, he found it difficult to compose himself. He then carefully tucked them away into a concealed pocket of his robe, safeguarding them like a treasured gem. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hurried towards the prison. Inside, Ao Jin was still confined, shackled and bearing the imprint of a shoe on his bald head. "Who dares to imprison Elder Jin here?" the emperor bellowed upon entering. "Bring me the keys at once." His subordinates, trembling in fear, handed over the keys, their expressions laden with disbelief. "Was it not you who ordered us to imprison him?" Of course, they dared not voice such a sentiment. After taking the keys, Ao Zhong approached Ao Jin with a beaming smile, first unshackling him, then patting the shoe print on his bald head, chuckling in a somewhat awkward manner. "Ah, Elder Jin, I was hasty before. Please do not take it to heart. Indeed, as you predicted, Qing is the savior you spoke of. Your calculations were spot on." At this, Elder Jin suddenly jolted, trembling as he asked, "Is it true?" "Indeed, it is absolutely true. Thus, I owe you an apology." The emperor hastily expressed his regrets. "As long as our royal lineage has hope, that is all that matters." With an excited exclamation, he cast a resentful glance at the emperor before resuming his seat, his head drooping once more. Elder Jin, the emperor urgently called, placing his hand on Ao Jin's arm, while a surge of demonic energy flowed into him. Damn it! Upon sensing the condition within Ao Jin, the emperor slapped himself in frustration. This old fellow had clearly been beaten to death by him, yet due to his lingering resentment, he had clung to life. Waving his hand, he ordered his subordinates to give Elder Jin a grand burial. leaving with a darkened expression. However, within, he felt an immense sorrow. What a remarkable diviner he was, and he had let him perish. Had he remained by his side, one could only imagine the assistance he could have rendered. Upon emerging from the confines of the prison, I realized that daylight had broken. Report. I beseech you, Wolf Sovereign, the Red Sun clan has launched an assault. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in with great urgency, delivering the news in a loud voice. Ah, you audacious Red Sun clan. Did you truly believe I, Ao Zhong? Remain as I was in days gone by. Convey my orders. Prepare for battle. With a commanding shout, Ao Zhong soared into the air, traversing the void with remarkable swiftness. Chapter 178. The Frenzied Pill. Although the celestial devouring wolf clan possesses significantly greater strength and innate talent than most other beast species, the number of those who can cultivate to the realm of a beast king remains exceedingly rare. Their path is merely more accessible compared to other races of beasts. Consequently, the majority of these wolf demons occupy lower realms. At this moment, the devouring plains stand divided by a river, with the Red Sun lineage and the royal lineage each amassing an army of 100,000, glaring at one another across the water, tension palpable in the air. Despite suffering considerable losses of elite fighters just days prior, the Red Sun lineage remains undeterred against the royal lineage. In fact, following Ao Bifang's rebellion, they have forced the royal lineage into a series of retreats. Naturally, the outcome of such a battle hinges on the prowess of the higher echelons. Under the mounting pressure from the Martial Arts Academy and Ao Qing, Ao Bifang could no longer contain himself. He sought to decisively conquer the royal lineage today. Devouring Emperor, should you willingly lead your royal lineage to surrender, perhaps you may yet preserve your life. Ao Bifang proclaimed, hovering in the air while directing a chilling voice towards the devouring emperor. Humph, are you not afraid of your tongue being caught in the wind? Today marks your demise. The devouring emperor retorted, rising from the ground and boldly declaring, come forth, let us engage in direct battle without further ado. To his surprise, Ao Zhong exhibited considerable audacity, daring to confront him once more, seemingly forgetting the pitiful sight of his retreat just days prior. Ao Bifang, with a disdainful expression, summoned his demonic energy, feeling invigorated by the prospect. If he could slay the devouring emperor outright, it would spare his subordinates from an arduous battle, thus significantly reducing losses for the Red Sun lineage. As his demonic energy surged, the oppressive aura of a half-respected entity expanded outward. With a single step into the air, he was upon the devouring emperor in an instant. Perish! Ao Bifang sneered, unleashing a lethal strike. With a forceful thrust of his palm, the very fabric of space seemed to fold upon itself. An overwhelming demonic energy transformed into towering waves, crashing down upon Ao Zhong with tremendous force. Seeing the waves nearing the devouring emperor's head, a smirk crept upon Ao Bifang's lips. This strike, even if it did not claim the devouring emperor's life, would surely inflict grievous harm. This exemplified the suppression of realms. Despite being merely a half-respected entity, dealing with a demon sovereign was indeed an effortless endeavor. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically, for from the devouring emperor erupted a magnificent aura, equal to his own in might. You? How can you also be half-respected? Ao Bifang queried in disbelief. Humph, do you presume only you can break through? Am I not capable of the same? The devouring emperor replied with a cold smile. And at that moment, as his cultivation erupted forth, he thrust both hands forward with great force. Instantly, an invisible energy surged forth, colliding violently with Ao Bifang's crashing waves. Boom! As the two formidable forces clashed, the heavens reverberated with thunderous roars, and numerous spatial rifts tore open, transforming the entire expanse into a tumultuous ocean amidst a storm. Meanwhile, an overwhelming surge of energy radiated outward, causing the multitude below to stagger back, with those nearest thrown into disarray. This clash was astonishingly evenly matched. In that instant, Ao Bifang's countenance fell, and the once formidable morale of the Hongri lineage dwindled. No one had anticipated that the Emperor of Devouring Heavens had indeed transcended to the realm of semi-divinity. The semi-divine realm is indeed formidable. The Emperor of Devouring Heavens laughed boisterously, fixing a cold gaze upon Ao Bifang. Today, you shall not withstand me. Instead, you will find your demise here. Upon hearing this, Ao Bifang's expression flickered. He narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, and slowly retrieved a delicate box from his storage ring. The experts of the Hongri lineage gasped in astonishment. What is Lord Bifong planning? Is he truly going to consume the Berserker pill? Is the Emperor of Devouring Heavens genuinely that formidable? They murmured in disbelief at the sight of the pill. The Emperor's expression shifted as well, his gaze fixed on Ao Bifong with a grave tone. You are indeed ruthless. Ao Bifong, you dare to bring forth the last Berserker pill of your lineage. Do you understand that consuming it will cost you half of your lifespan, even if it allows you to defeat me? For the sake of unifying the Hongri lineage, I, Ao Bifong, do not fear death, he declared with a glint of determination in his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he consumed the Berserker pill. There was no retreat left for him, even as a semi-divine. If the Emperor of Devouring Heavens fled, Ao Bifong could not slay him. Yet, if he delayed further until Ao Qing's return, victory would be impossible for the Hongri lineage. Thus, regardless of the cost, victory must be seized today. You are indeed fierce. Observing this, the Emperor of Devouring Heavens gritted his teeth, a deep sense of trepidation washing over him. The effects of the Berserker pill manifested swiftly. Ao Bifong's aura surged visibly, transcending the semi-divine realm, striving towards the true demon sovereign level. At last, as he approached the threshold of the demon sovereign realm, his ascent came to a halt, ever so close, yet not quite reaching it. Ao Bifong raised his hand, feeling the power coursing within him, and solemnly stated, however, dealing with a semi-divine is more than sufficient. With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. What? The Emperor of Devouring Heavens was immediately drenched in cold sweat. In the next moment, an overwhelming sense of peril surged from behind him. His eyes widened, and as he spun around, he unleashed a powerful punch imbued with immense demonic energy towards the source of the threat. Indeed, Ao Bifong had appeared behind him. Boom! The two collided with tremendous force. Even though the Emperor managed to block Ao Bifong's strike, the disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Thus, the Sovereign of Devouring Heaven was directly sent flying by a single blow, crashing to the ground with a resounding tremor that reverberated through the earth, subsequently creating a substantial crater. Is the disparity between a half-sovereign and a demon sovereign truly this vast? Moreover, this individual has not yet ascended to the rank of demon sovereign. The Sovereign of Devouring Heaven wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly rose, his expression rife with reluctance. However, as he barely regained his footing, he noticed Ao Bifong descending from the skies in a graceful arc, preparing to strike. In a moment of urgency, the Sovereign of Devouring Heaven summoned his demonic energy, forming a protective shield around himself. The instant the shield materialized, a powerful fist descended upon him. Bang! The shield shattered. Although it had absorbed a significant portion of the force, a considerable impact still struck him. Searing pain coursed through his body as he tumbled across the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and leaving behind a deep trench. It was only then that the Sovereign of Devouring Heaven managed to stabilize himself. Truly, this was an overwhelming challenge. Coughing violently, he struggled to prop himself up, instinctively raising his hand to touch the concealed compartment of his garment. Chapter 179, Spicy Tion's Son. After some contemplation, he reluctantly lowered his palm. Such a precious treasure had been squandered last night, having consumed half a packet, and he truly hesitated to use the remaining half. The effect of the berserk pill only lasted for a mere 15 minutes. He would have to endure. Gnashing his teeth, the Emperor of Devouring Heaven waved his hand and summoned a treasured defensive artifact. As the exquisite artifact emerged, it radiated a luminous aura that enveloped the Emperor. Clearly, this was a superior defensive talisman. The Emperor of Devouring Heaven evidently had no intention of engaging in direct confrontation with Ao Bifong. Instead, he opted for passive defense in hopes of enduring the quarter of an hour to preserve his remaining spicy strips. Vajra Shield? Ao Bifong's pupils constricted slightly upon witnessing the artifact's emergence, but he soon sneered. Do you think possessing the Vajra Shield guarantees your safety? Humph. While I may not be able to withstand a true demon lord, staving off a half-hearted one for 15 minutes is certainly within my capabilities. The Emperor of Devouring Heaven scoffed in disdain. Excellent. Ao Bifong's voice suddenly took on a sinister tone, his shadowy visage contorted with madness and ferocity. As his words reverberated, he began to ascend slowly from the ground, conjuring a series of bizarre hand seals, his lips forming incantations in an unintelligible tongue. A bag of rice must bear several floors. A bag of rice must bear the second floor. A bag of rice must provide more. A bag of rice must be washed. Each word is muddied. Who gifted you a bag of rice? As the incantations echoed, the earth trembled violently, and an ominous rumbling ensued. The gathered crowd, sensing the impending doom, exhibited expressions of sheer terror. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Devouring Heaven, shielded behind the Vajra shield, widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, This is. Before the Emperor's words had fully escaped his lips, Aobi Fong, now hovering high above, completed his final hand seal. With the seal's culmination, a colossal fireball coalesced beneath his hands, obscuring the entire sky. Spicy Tian Sun. With a soft utterance, the fireball thundered downwards. Whoosh! Before the attack even reached its target, the ground buckled under the immense pressure, fissures spreading across its surface. Run! Quickly! The onlookers along the riverbanks, whether from the Hongri clan or the royal lineage, erupted into panicked cries, scattering in haste. Boom! At last, the devastating attack descended upon the Emperor of Devouring Heaven. The ground violently collapsed, creating a chasm 100 feet deep. As countless demon wolves from both factions were reduced to ashes, and the overwhelming force radiated outward in all directions, sending debris swirling through the air. Countless surviving demon wolves were swept into the sky, while nearby buildings and trees were reduced to rubble in an instant. After a prolonged silence, the battlefield finally experienced a moment of tranquility, the smoke and tension gradually dissipating. In the depths of a 100-foot pit, the heavenly devourer lay gasping for breath. His chest caved in, blood spilling from his mouth in torrents. Beside him, his indestructible shield lay shattered. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Red Sun lineage erupted in a cacophony of shouts, while the royal faction was shrouded in a pallor of despair. Had the royal lineage truly met its downfall? High above, Ao Bifong gazed coldly at the heavenly devourer in the pit, his pupils tightening with disdain. Today, the demon wolf tribe would usher in a new era, and we, the Red Sun lineage, shall ascend as the new royalty. As for you, Ao Zhong, you will inevitably become the stepping stone for our rise. If you kneel and take your own life, I vow not to annihilate your entire lineage. Ao Bifong's icy voice reverberated through the heavens, as if delivering a sentence to the heavenly devourer. Yet, from the depths of the pit came a voice laced with mockery. You truly overreach. You are forcing my hand. Do you really believe you are destined for victory? With a scoff, Ao Bifong retorted, Though I cannot fathom why you refuse to concede and still possess the audacity to utter such words, I do not believe you have any means of turning the tides. Today, your fate is sealed. Very well. The heavenly devourer spat out a mouthful of blood, mustering his battered body to rise. As he reached into the hidden pocket of his garment, a cold smile crept onto his lips. You have pushed me to this. I had planned to send you on your way in a quarter of an hour, but this moment feels inexorably prolonged. If that is the case, do not blame me. With that, the heavenly devourer finally retrieved a spicy snack from his clothing, a frenzied glint in his eyes. Without hesitation, he devoured the remaining half of the package. Boom. In an instant, the aura surrounding the heavenly devourer surged dramatically, enveloped in a fiery energy, while the demonic essence swirling around him turned a brilliant crimson. What? Ao Bifong, who had previously appeared so dismissive, now wore a look of astonishment. Demon Sovereign? How could you possibly ascend to Demon Sovereign so suddenly? It took me half of my lifespan, enhanced by the Red Sun lineage's Defiance Elixir, to temporarily approach the realm of Demon Sovereign. What is this that allows you to ascend directly? This is impossible. Ao Bifong's eyes widened in disbelief, almost roaring in his incredulity. There is nothing impossible. Today marks your end. With those words, the heavenly devourer transformed into a fiery silhouette, soaring into the air. He struck out with a fist, accompanied by the blazing demonic energy, crashing down onto Ao Bifong's chest with a resounding force. Ao Bifong stared in terror, his eyes wide with fear. This single blow rendered him utterly defenseless, as the immense force, infused with a searing demonic energy, crashed upon his body. Bang! The punch propelled Ao Bifong thousands of feet away. Yet, before he could touch the ground, the crimson figure of the devouring emperor reappeared above him. Die! With a brilliant flare of fiery light, the devouring emperor descended with a devastating kick. Boom! The ground erupted violently, creating a vast crater. At that moment, Aobi Fong, crushed beneath the weight, felt his body contort, trembling uncontrollably. However, he fixed his bloodshot gaze unwaveringly upon the devouring emperor. What? What is that? To possess such power akin to a demon lord? Then I shall grant you the mercy of a swift death, the devouring emperor proclaimed coldly, gazing down at Aobi Fong. Listen well, this is a celestial artifact my son procured from a master. Spicy strip. Spicy strip? Aobi Fong blinked in disbelief, struggling to utter the words. In the next instant, the fiery fist of the devouring emperor descended upon his head. Chapter 180. A chapter of distinction with a single punch. Aobi Fong was struck down. The Emperor of Devourer felt an unbearable restlessness, his immense strength yearning for an outlet. He contemplated seeking out his wife, but the memory of her being on the brink of death the previous night held him back. Another blow could ensure that he would remain single for the rest of his days. Thus, his fiery gaze turned towards the remaining masters of the Red Sun lineage. Under the overwhelming might of the Emperor of Devourer, those remaining experts had no chance to flee, all falling victim to his wrath. With the loss of their elite force, the morale of the Red Sun lineage crumbled instantaneously. Simultaneously, the Emperor's pent-up energy found its release. Although his cultivation remained at the semi-respect level, he was but a step away from becoming a true demon sovereign. The crisis facing the Shurtian Demon Wolf clan was finally resolved. Ao Yun, the Emperor of Devourer, called out. Here, Ao Yun replied respectfully as he approached. In a few days, once I have tidied up the mess of the clan, you shall take me to find my son, and also to pay respects to the esteemed individual who saved my royal family from peril, the Emperor declared, his face alight with fervor. At your command, Ao Yun bowed his head. Additionally, expel those two useless fellows, Ao Tai, from the Divine Sun's palace. That is my Qing-er's quarters. Even if he does not return, no one else shall trespass. The Emperor further instructed. Ao Yun cast a glance at the formidable Emperor, then lowered his head and departed. What splendid weather it is. Yifeng stretched lazily as he stepped out of the martial arts hall, then made his way towards the desolate land behind. Sir, greetings. In the wasteland, Wu Yonghong and others were diligently wielding their hoes. Upon seeing Yifeng approach, they greeted him with utmost respect. Continue with your tasks. I shall merely stroll about, Yifeng said with a smile, surveying the surroundings. Although the progress of these elderly men was slow, their work was commendable. Sir. At that moment, Lu Dashing timidly approached, an unpleasant odor emanating from him. It was not that he lacked standards. On the contrary, he longed to rid himself of the stench. However, without the word of this esteemed individual before him, he dared not employ any of his skills. What is it? Yifeng inquired. Sir, the dung from Lord Wang, Lord Zhang, and Lord Li's households has been cleared. May I take my leave now? Lu Dashing asked cautiously, his face betraying a glimmer of hope. Oh, is that so? Yifeng glanced at the dung required for the fields, clearly noting that it was still insufficient. Such a capable dung carrier should not be allowed to escape. Where else could he find someone of his caliber? Thus, he earnestly advised, you see, one must always see things through to the end. There is still much dung needed for these fields, so it would be best if you completed the task before departing. At his words, tears welled up in Lu Dashing's eyes. Once the foremost alchemist of Nansha, he had been driven to madness in recent days. The lofty lifestyle he once enjoyed had vanished, and now he was forced to toil among dung daily, pushing his mental state to the brink of collapse. Finally, enduring the burden, he completed the task of removing all the refuse, believing he would regain his freedom. To his dismay, however, the individual still hesitated to release him. Yet, he dared not refuse and could only nod his head with difficulty, tears welling in his eyes as he acquiesced. Observing Lu Dashing's dejected demeanor, Yifeng understood that he felt the remuneration was rather meager. Indeed, considering the immense labor of hauling such filth for a mere handful of gold coins, it was undeniably insufficient. With this thought in mind, he lifted his head and spoke earnestly. Rest assured, once you have completed the task, I shall not treat you poorly. You shall reap your rewards. Upon hearing this, Lu Dashing's heart trembled, his vacant eyes instantly shimmering with fervor as he turned to Yifeng, nearly moved to tears. Could it be that this gentleman had finally chosen to forgive him and was willing to bestow upon him a blessing? "Thank you, sir, thank you." He fervently nodded, filled with anticipation at Yifeng's words. The sight of Lu Daxing's expression brought a knowing smile to Yifeng's face. Indeed, this fellow was dissatisfied with the meager compensation. Initially thought to be a brute, it appeared that, upon closer acquaintance, he was rather earnest, else he would not have silently endured the low pay. With this realization, Yifeng's perception of him shifted considerably, and he spoke with genuine concern. "Though you are capable in your work, do not be so hasty in the future. While your speed is commendable, exhausting yourself is unwise. Remember the lesson from your last fall into the cesspool?" "Yes, yes." Lu Daxing nodded vigorously, excitement coursing through him as he realized the gentleman had indeed forgiven him and expressed such concern. He was truly overwhelmed with gratitude. "Very well, you may go now. The refuse from others has been cleared. Begin with your own," Yifeng instructed. With a grateful acknowledgement, Lu Daxing set to work. Motivated by his newfound hope, he approached the task with remarkable agility. As long as he performed well, the rewards from the gentleman would soon be within reach. He lifted the bucket and opened the cesspool behind the martial arts hall, instinctively turning his head aside from the expected foul odor. However, contrary to his expectations, a delightful fragrance wafted forth. What astonished him further was that the area surrounding the cesspool was densely populated with flourishing flowers and herbs. Recognizing these plants, Lu Daxing's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Could it be the esteemed medicinal herb, violet? And that was the revered medicinal herb, dingy flower? Gasping in astonishment, Lu Daxing stood frozen beside the cesspool. For alchemists like them, these herbs were treasures of immense worth. The violet alone could fetch a fortune, enough to incite fierce competition among seekers. As for the dingy flower, its value was even greater. Just this one ingredient could serve as a principal component for numerous potions. Legend has it that a martial sage once offered a sacred artifact in exchange for a single dingy flower. Aside from those that Lu Daxing could recognize, there existed many others beyond his identification. Yet, by merely observing their quality and essence, one could discern that they were no less remarkable than the likes of dingy flowers. However, how could such extraordinary herbs, which were nearly impossible to find, flourish in a dung pit? Why was this the case? Lu Daxing felt utterly bewildered. To cultivate such remarkable specimens, one would require an elusive geomantic treasure ground, nurtured over millennia, perhaps even tens of thousands of years, to yield a single plant. Yet this dung pit, if anything, was devoid of both auspiciousness and fertile soil. As he pondered this perplexing conundrum, struck by astonishment, Lu Daxing's eyes suddenly widened in realization. What was that? His hand pointed emphatically at the pile of excrement in the pit, causing his entire being to tremble with anticipation. In a surge of fervent excitement, he leaped towards the dung pit, his round eyes drawing closer, scrutinizing that pile of dog waste, while he gasped in astonishment, his expression a tableau of shock. Chapter 181. Follow me to slay him. What on earth is this? In a state of astonishment, Lu Daxing could not help but extend his finger to touch a bit of the substance, scrutinizing it closely. Soon after, he leaned in to take a whiff. Yet, he still could not discern its nature. His mind momentarily filled with images of a cesspool. Glancing around and noting the absence of onlookers, he brought his finger to his lips. In an instant, he flicked out his tongue. At that very moment, a thunderous realization struck his mind, nearly causing his eyes to bulge out of their sockets. Is this tasting medicine? No, it cannot be tasting medicine. Lu Daxing shook his head. The potency of this substance had evidently diminished by 99%. How could it possibly be medicinal? Yet in the next instant, he had a sudden epiphany. Could it be the remnants of medicinal concoctions? Embracing the belief that practice is the only true measure of knowledge, he could not resist licking it with a stone. Hiss! As he finished, a sharp intake of breath escaped him. Indeed, this was the residue of medicinal elixirs, and such remnants were not confined to this singular heap, but rather scattered throughout the entire cesspool. Clearly, the violet flowers thrived on these very remnants as their nourishment. However, what truly astonished him was that despite the loss of 99% of their potency, these remnants still possessed effects comparable to royal-grade elixirs, even imperial-grade ones. In other words, the potions crafted by him, the foremost alchemist of Nansha, were scarcely superior to a pile of refuse in this cesspool. Nevertheless, he did not feel disheartened. Rather, His eyes shone with fervor, his hands clutching the residue tightly, tears of excitement streaming down his face as he stood amid the filth. No wonder the master said I would not be treated unfairly. So this is it. After enduring hardships, I, Lu Dashing, have finally emerged victorious. He cried out inwardly. With remnants that rival even royal-grade elixirs, he could hardly fathom the caliber of the finished product. This cesspool was of utmost importance to him as an alchemist. Its significance surpassed even that of a divine artifact bestowed upon him by Yifeng. For within these remnants lay a treasure trove of alchemical knowledge, offering him immense inspiration. With this opportunity, his achievements in alchemy would undoubtedly extend far beyond merely being the top alchemist of Nansha. What on earth is he doing? From a distance, Yifeng observed Lu Dashing plunging into the cesspool and frowned slightly. He was quite adept at his tasks, yet his intellect seemed somewhat lacking. Shaking his head, Yifeng chose to disregard it and returned to the martial arts hall to continue practicing calligraphy. After all, with his slight obsession, he preferred to complete his first task of mastering the 4 arts of the scholar before anything else. One hand held the brush, while the other grasped the spicy snack. Just as he was about to take a bite of the spicy strips to invigorate himself, the image of Lu Dashing suddenly crossed Yifeng's mind, causing his appetite to vanish instantly, and he discarded the snack onto the ground. Observing this, the dog sprang forward in an instant, eagerly licking its tongue. Yifeng shot it a disdainful glance and resumed his practice of calligraphy and painting. High atop the mountains, mist enveloped the peaks. Within a nearby pavilion sat an elderly Taoist with sharp brows, while before him knelt a young man clad in white robes. "Master, I have only managed to gather 2 spiritual treasures. I earnestly beseech you to bestow upon me another," the white-robed youth said with a sincere expression, his tone imbued with a hint of pleading. "Yi Bei, do tell me, what do you intend to do with so many spiritual treasures?" The Taoist scrutinized his disciple with furrowed brows. "Spiritual treasures are the gifts of heaven and earth. Anything deemed a spiritual treasure holds its significance. Such precious items you demand so readily. Surely you must provide me with a justification." The one kneeling was indeed Yi Bei. Ever since that fateful day when he was assaulted by the terrifying figure in black, he had been scouring for spiritual treasures. Yet, despite the passage of time, he had only managed to acquire 2. In desperation, he sought the assistance of his master, Hantian Quebekham. Noticing Yi Bei's silence, the Taoist's voice grew heavier. "Disciple, why can you not speak?" Yi Bei furrowed his brow and lowered his head, replying, "It is not that I am unwilling to speak, nor that I do not wish to, but rather..." His expression revealed his inner turmoil. He was acutely aware that his master possessed a fiery temper and held an immense affection for him. Indeed, all of his cultivation had been imparted by this very master. If he were to reveal that he was threatened by the black-robed figure, Hantian K would undoubtedly disregard the circumstances and rush to exact vengeance, regardless of who the adversary might be. But could they truly contend with such a formidable foe? Moreover, there was that even more inscrutable youth to consider. He did not wish to witness his master meet a tragic end. Thus, he gritted his teeth and continued, "Master, I implore you to forgive me. My silence is truly for your own good." "For my own good?" Hantian K's tone darkened. "You withhold your words under the guise of concern for my well-being? Please forgive me, master, I truly cannot speak." Yi Bei insisted, steeling himself. Very well. You have indeed grown bold." Hantian K slowly rose, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a consummate martial artist, pressing it down upon Yi Bei. Crack! The stone beneath Yi Bei's feet shattered under the immense pressure. Yet he gritted his teeth and declared, "Master, I beg you, do not press further. I truly cannot divulge anything." Still unwilling to speak, Hantian K waved his hand, unleashing his vital energy, sending Yi Bei crashing against the rocky wall behind him. He advanced with an icy demeanor, stating, "If you do not speak, I shall strip you of your cultivation, sever our ties, and as for the innate spiritual treasures, do not expect to acquire any more." As his words fell, the energy in Hantian K's hands surged forth. "Master, why must you force me so?" Yi Bei's countenance was fraught with difficulty. The cold demeanor of Hantian K remained unchanged, and upon noticing Yi Bei's silence, he directed his hand to his own brow. How could he not discern that Yi Bei was embroiled in a predicament? If this approach was not employed, how could he compel Yi Bei to speak? Indeed, witnessing this, Yi Bei's expression shifted to one of urgency as he exclaimed, "I will speak." Only then did Han Tianke gradually lower his arm, fixing his gaze intently upon Yi Bei. However, after hearing Yi Bei's words, he cautioned, "Master, you must remain calm. This matter indeed originated from my actions. I bear the initial fault, and their power is overwhelming. Even you cannot contend with them," Yi Bei hastily warned. Subsequently, he recounted all that transpired at the martial arts academy, including the incident involving the man in the black robe. Yet, as he spoke, he observed Han Tian's expression and silently lamented his fate. Indeed, Han Tian's fury ignited in an instant. "This is preposterous. Follow me to slay him." Accompanied by an astonishing aura of murderous intent, a flying sword suddenly emerged, hovering in midair. Han Tianke stepped upon it, simultaneously seizing Yi Bei and soaring down the mountain. Chapter 182. No fighting at my martial arts school, master. Please, you mustn't. Yi Bei exclaimed anxiously, his heart a tumultuous knot of concern. He had known that this matter was best left unspoken, for his master, renowned for his fiery temperament and notorious fearlessness, was undeniably reckless. Ironically, it was precisely this audacity that had enabled him to achieve significant accomplishments despite his mediocre talent. In the past, Yi Bei would have readily followed Han Tian's impulsive nature, but this time was entirely different. He even harbored suspicions that the young man from the martial arts school and the figure in the black robe transcended the realm of martial emperors. Such formidable beings would surely spell doom for his master, a mere martial sect. Master, seeing that Han Tianke was unyielding, Yi Bei, in a moment of desperation, pressed a sharp blade to his own neck. "Disciple, what are you doing?" Han Tian's sword hung precariously in the air at this sight. "Master, I implore you to heed my counsel. We are simply not their match, nor are we of the same caliber." Yi Bei spoke earnestly. "Moreover, this predicament is of my own making. If you could simply bestow upon me the innate spiritual treasure, I can resolve the rest on my own." "You." Han Tianke sighed heavily, his robe sweeping as he gestured dismissively, sealing Yi Bei's cultivation. "Master, what have you done?" Yi Bei's expression shifted in alarm. Han Tianke raised his hand to interrupt him, speaking gravely. "Though I have sealed your powers, I shall heed your advice today. However, you know my principles regarding the sword. You may accompany me down the mountain once I attain the realm of martial sovereign." With that, he turned, sword in hand, and departed. Yi Bei could only shake his head in resignation. His master, known as the Mad Sword, would pursue his sword path even to death. And to secure such a concession today was no small feat yet. With his cultivation restrained, and being thousands of miles from the martial arts school at the edge of Nansha, he found himself utterly incapable of reaching it. He could only hope that Han Tianke would not achieve martial sovereign too soon. With the sword light cutting through the snowy expanse, the jade dragon stands cold. The air is crisp, and the night is still. The poetry may be lacking, but the calligraphy is exquisite. In the martial arts school, Yifeng pondered over his brushwork, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. Considering the time, it was likely nearing the spring festival of his past life. He gazed outside at the biting cold and sighed. "Then I shall compose a couplet." Yifeng retrieved 2 sheets of red rice paper, inscribing auspicious couplets with satisfaction before calling out, "Disciple, since it is done, do not linger. Hurry and affix these couplets to the door." "Yes, master." Xiao Zhongqing donned a large cotton coat, exhaling a puff of warm breath as he took the couplets and headed outside. After pasting them up, he returned to Yifeng's side. "Disciple, now that you have recovered, focus on your martial training." As he gazed at Zhongqing, Yifeng chuckled. "Moreover, you have possessed this blade for quite some time, yet it appears you have yet to learn the art of swordsmanship." "Indeed, master," Zhongqing replied, tightening his grip on the long sword, nodding obediently. "I have developed 3 fundamental techniques that stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Today, I shall impart these 3 techniques to you," Yifeng softly declared as he laid down his brush. "May I inquire, master, what are these 3 techniques?" Zhongqing asked, puzzled. "Chop, slash, and cleave." Yifeng chuckled. "You must remember, all transformations stem from these 3 techniques. Master them, and the sword shall flow effortlessly in your hands." With that, Yifeng took the long sword, demonstrating the 3 techniques to Zhongqing before returning the blade to him. "From now on, practice these 3 techniques." "Oh, very well." Zhongqing scratched his head, unsure of why Yifeng insisted on these seemingly mundane techniques. yet he remained unconditionally obedient to his words. As autumn gradually faded, winter arrived. Outside, the snow fell like feathers. Life continued as usual. Wu Yonghong and his companions persisted in their endeavors, having only managed to cultivate half the land after such a long time. Given the weather, Yifeng understood their slow progress. With the land still unprepared, the task of hauling manure could not be avoided. As Wu Yonghong's team's efficiency waned, Lu Dashing found his own workload lightened, typically finishing the manure hauling by mid-morning. However, it puzzled everyone that he could have rested in the afternoon, yet chose to linger by the manure pit until dusk, murmuring incantations that went unanswered. Zhongqing practiced the 3 techniques of chop, slash, and cleave day after day with his great sword. Yet, the troublesome skull that had taken residence was still a concern, as it not only failed to return home, but also seemed to diminish the gold coins Yifeng had hidden beneath the bed. Of course, Yifeng, who was engrossed in the art of calligraphy, had little time to address these matters. After completing another couplet, a familiar voice finally echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your calligraphy has reached a level comparable to the divine. At last, he had accomplished it. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction as he admired the newly crafted couplets. Disciple, tear down those couplets at the entrance and replace them with these, he called out. Yes, master, Zhongqing replied, sheathing his long sword and replacing the old couplets with the new ones. The characters penned by my master are truly exquisite, he remarked, clapping his hands as he prepared to return indoors, stepping through the snow. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from an unknown direction, landing at Zhongqing's feet. Gasping for breath and spewing blood, appearing gravely weakened, Zhongqing stood in shock. Before he could utter a word, another man wielding a massive sword approached slowly from a distance, advancing towards the injured man. Black sword, even from 1,000 miles away, you still pursue me. What drives you to such lengths? The wounded man cried out, his expression one of despair. I shall prove that I am the unparalleled sword of Nansha, declared the black sword with a chilling tone. You have already proven your point. Why must you pursue annihilation? The injured man implored. Because under my blade, there are no survivors, and thus you must perish. The black sword, with an air of indifference, advanced through the snow, brandishing his massive sword, poised to strike. Stop! Suddenly, Zhongqing, her cheeks flushed, positioned herself in front of the injured man, exclaiming, No fighting shall take place at the entrance of our martial arts school. The black sword cast a fleeting glance at Zhongqing before dismissing her entirely, raising his colossal sword with a thunderous motion. Run! The injured man urgently urged Zhongqing. However, the massive sword was already towering above her head. This strike bore the weight of inexorable pressure, descending upon them. Witnessing this, the injured man turned ashen, knowing that where the sword's light passed, not even a blade of grass would survive. Regrettably, he thought, in his final moments, he would also endanger a child. He shut his eyes. Clang! At that moment, a melodious sound resonated in his ears. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment, realizing that a small boy nearby had deflected the sword with his own blade. With a resounding buzz, the massive sword plunged into the ground, embedding itself half a foot deep. I told you not to fight at the entrance of my martial arts school. Why did you not heed my warning? The small boy, his face flushed, expressed his displeasure. Chapter 183. Where on earth is this place? With a sharp crack, the scene left the injured man beside him utterly dumbfounded, his throat feeling as though it were constricted by a fishbone, rendering him speechless. This was the black sword, yet the unparalleled sword demon, who had pursued him for over 10,000 miles and stood on the brink of the martial sovereign realm, was effortlessly sent reeling by a mere child wielding a blade he valued above life itself. What kind of divine technique was this? The black sword himself was nearly paralyzed with shock, staring in horror at the young boy before him. Within that diminutive frame resided an astonishing power, capable not only of sending his colossal sword flying, but also shattering the very bones of his hand. However, as realization dawned, the black sword's face contorted with profound humiliation. For a sword cultivator, the greatest disgrace was to have one's sword knocked from their grasp. Such an affront demanded vengeance. Though he could not discern the boy's cultivation level, the overwhelming shame ignited a fervent desire to slay the child. His face twisted with madness, he lunged forward, sliding across the snow to the side of his massive sword, grasping the hilt with the intention of drawing it. But just as he exerted force, his countenance changed dramatically. He found he could not lift the sword. In disbelief, he exerted even greater effort. This time, he summoned every ounce of strength he possessed, yet the sword remained immovable, firmly entrenched in the ground. What on earth was happening? A storm of dread surged within him, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. For the first time, he felt a pang of panic, contemplating retreat. Yet, just as he prepared to flee, the boy's face flushed with anger, and he cast a furious glare in his direction. How dare you? After I warned you not to strike, you persisted. And now you wish to draw your sword against me? I am quite enraged. It seems a lesson is in order. With that, Zhongqing raised his long knife and aimed to strike at the black sword. The blow, seemingly devoid of flourish and appearing to lack strength, nevertheless compelled the black sword to react as if facing a formidable enemy. He swiftly rolled aside and drew a spare colossal sword to defend himself. Clang! The melodious sound echoed as the black sword's weapon shattered into two, sending him crashing heavily to the ground, eyes wide with terror as he stared at Zhongqing. Get out of here, Zhongqing commanded, his voice youthful yet authoritative. In a state of relief akin to receiving a pardon, the black sword abandoned his shattered weapon and scrambled to his feet, retreating into the alley ahead. However, just as he attempted to take flight, his foot suddenly halted. His eyes were bloodshot, and his entire body trembled violently. The blade aura was overwhelmingly powerful. As he surveyed his internal organs and meridians, he discovered they had been utterly pulverized by the force of a formidable blade aura. What on earth is this place? With a look of unwillingness, the black sword lay rigidly in the snow, devoid of life. The injured man stared in shock at the small boy beside him, who had driven the black sword away with two swift strikes. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden realization jolted him. He noticed that a presence had extinguished from the massive sword embedded in the ground. He unmistakably recognized this presence as that of the black sword. The implication was clear. The black sword had perished. Had this small boy before him been the one to slay it? He couldn't help but speculate. At that moment, Zhongqing, observing the vanishing figure, rubbed his nose and remarked, "For those who refuse to listen, one must teach them a lesson, ensuring they never dare to cause a ruckus at the entrance of my martial arts school again." These words assured the injured man of his suspicions. Indeed, that formidable black sword had truly been vanquished by this young boy's two strikes. What astonished him most was that, despite being so close, he had failed to discern the means by which this boy had dispatched the massive sword. After a moment of shock, he regained his composure, propping himself up to greet the boy. "Little brother." "No, senior." As he began to speak, the injured man suddenly awoke to the reality that this seemingly youthful boy was no mere child, but rather an ancient being who had likely cultivated for countless years. He quickly corrected himself, saying, "Senior, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving intervention. I am Guan Yunpeng." "Oh, are you all right?" Zhongqing glanced at him and replied, "But I am not a senior. My name is Zhongqing. You are being modest. With your extraordinary cultivation, it is only fitting for me to address you as senior." Guan Yunpeng responded respectfully. "Cultivation?" Zhongqing looked at him again, furrowing his brow. "You must be mistaken. I possess no such cultivation. I am merely a mortal." "A mortal?" Guan Yunpeng's spirit trembled. The master who had slain the black sword was a mere mortal? He found it hard to believe. To possess such prowess, he thought, one must at least be a martial sovereign. Nevertheless, as this formidable individual insisted on identifying as a mortal, Guan Yunpeng dared not challenge him. "By the way, how is your injury? Would you like to come inside? My master can tend to your wounds," Zhongqing inquired softly, observing the man's injuries. "Master? You have a master?" This statement sent a shiver through Guan Yunpeng, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. This individual even had a master? Given that he himself possessed at least the cultivation of a martial sovereign, what level of cultivation must his master have? His eyes brimmed with disbelief. Yet Zhongqing frowned, looking at Guan Yunpeng with a hint of impatience, and retorted, "You are quite strange. Why should I not have a master?" No, I meant no offense. I was merely surprised." Guan Yunpeng hastily gestured to explain himself, and upon noticing that Zhongqing no longer regarded him with that peculiar gaze, he exhaled a sigh of relief. "Very well, let us proceed inside so my master may examine your injuries," he suggested. Observing this unusual individual, Zhongqing took the initiative and began walking toward the martial arts hall. Guan Yunpeng nodded, his face alight with excitement as he followed suit. However, Just after taking a step, he abruptly halted. What is this? At that moment, his gaze was fixated on the couplet adorning the entrance. His pupils narrowing to pinpricks, he realized that the characters inscribed within the couplet exuded a formidable sword intent. In particular, the vertical stroke resembled a celestial sword descending from the heavens, emanating an overwhelming pressure and an oppressive aura that expanded before his eyes, drawing ever closer. What are you daydreaming about? At that instant, Zhongqing's voice broke through, jolting Gui Yunpeng back to reality. He suddenly recognized that he was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing with astonishment. What manner of place is this martial arts hall? Not only is there a remarkably powerful boy who claims to be an ordinary person, but even the couplet at the entrance possesses such potent sword intent. He couldn't help but think that should he fully comprehend these characters, he might achieve a new pinnacle in his understanding of the sword path. Consequently, his anticipation for the boy's master within grew immensely, and he found himself adopting an even more respectful demeanor. Chapter 184. I truly am just a mortal following Zhongqing. Guan Yunpeng entered the martial arts school with trembling steps. With each stride, his heart raced, and by the end of the journey, he felt as if he might succumb to numbness. From the very first step through the threshold, his gaze encountered treasures aplenty. The mirror hanging in the hall, the paintings adorning the walls, the casually placed large black umbrella, the fiery orbs resting in the furnace, and even the cloths hanging on the bamboo poles. He had lost count of the marvels before him. With each new discovery, he felt himself sinking deeper, and as he traversed the hall, he nearly found himself crawling on the ground. Master, I have brought someone, Zhongqing murmured softly. His words instantly jolted Guan Yunpeng back to awareness, prompting him to lift his gaze ahead. There stood a young man, clad in a spotless white robe, exuding an air of gentle sophistication. Holding a brush, he stood beside a desk, his entire demeanor radiating an ethereal quality, accompanied by a faint smile directed towards Guan Yunpeng. This must be the esteemed master of Senior Zhongqing. Indeed, he is extraordinary. Yet, akin to Senior Zhong, his true essence eluded Guan Yunpeng, leaving him uncertain of the master's cultivation level. Simultaneously, Zhongqing recounted the events that had transpired in the martial arts school to Yifeng, who regarded him with appreciation before turning to Guan Yunpeng with a smile. Please, take a seat. Yes, Guan Yunpeng replied, nodding with trepidation. Despite the presence of a chair, he hesitated to sit. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as his eyes fixated on the Xian paper adorned with calligraphy. A jolt surged through his heart as he discovered that each character on the paper bore an astonishing quality. The square and upright characters exuded a majestic aura, while the blade-like strokes contained a fierce energy. There were myriad styles, each embodying different sword intents, philosophical rhythms, or martial spirits. Some evoked tranquility, while others ignited fervor within him. Even more astonishing was the sight of these calligraphic sheets scattered across the floor, the desk, and even beneath Yifeng's feet, as though they were mere refuse. Sir, your calligraphy is remarkable, truly remarkable. He swallowed hard, finding himself at a loss for words to articulate his admiration. You understand calligraphy? Yifeng inquired, taken aback by Guan Yunpeng's enthusiasm. A little, just a little, Guan Yunpeng hastily replied, bowing slightly. However, my humble skills are unworthy of display before you. Haha, you are too modest. By the way, what is your name? Yifeng asked, visibly excited at having encountered a fellow admirer of the art. Guan Yunpeng, he answered promptly. Guan Yunpeng, what a fine name. Yifeng nodded approvingly and wrote the 3 characters of his name on a fresh sheet of Xian paper, handing it to Guan Yunpeng with a smile. What do you think of these 3 characters? As Guan Yunpeng respectfully accepted the paper, he was met with an overwhelming surge of sword intent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Guan Yunpeng cradled the Xian paper in his hands, exclaiming with fervor, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He had never fathomed that inscribing his name could wield such significance. Yifeng smiled gently. Receiving compliments was inherently exhilarating, and he remarked, if you cherish it, then it is yours. What? You are giving it to me? Guan Yunpeng's heart raced, his body trembling as he gazed at Yifeng in disbelief, overwhelmed with joy. It is merely a few characters. There is nothing grand about it. Yifeng chuckled. Thank you, esteemed senior. Guan Yunpeng held the Xian paper with trembling hands, tears of elation welling in his eyes as he nearly knelt before Yifeng. Observing this, Yifeng quickly supported him. pondering how deeply this individual cherished the art of calligraphy. Remembering Guan's injuries, Yifeng added with a smile, "Let me show you your wounds." "I cannot trouble you, sir," Guan Yunpeng stammered, taken aback. Meeting his fate, "There is no trouble at all," Yifeng replied with a warm smile. "Very well, I appreciate your kindness." Guan Yunpeng struggled to contain his excitement, astonished that not only had he survived a perilous ordeal, but he had also encountered such fortuitous opportunities. Approaching Yifeng, he hesitantly remarked, "However, sir, my injury may be difficult to treat." "You are overthinking it," Yifeng replied with a dismissive glance. "It is merely a superficial wound. What could be difficult about it?" "Superficial wound." Guan Yunpeng's mouth fell agape, incredulous at Yifeng's assertion. Though he bore a solitary sword scar, the internal damage to his meridians and organs had long been inflicted by the Black Sword's aura. Did this man truly fail to perceive the gravity of his condition? Or did he genuinely deem it so trivial? As he contemplated this, Yifeng had already summoned Zhong Qing, who brought crushed herbs. "Apply this, you will recover swiftly," Yifeng instructed, pressing the herbs firmly onto Guan Yunpeng's wound with a decisive slap. "Is it really that hasty?" Guan Yunpeng's lips parted in disbelief. He acknowledged the formidable prowess of this individual, yet wondered if there was a misunderstanding regarding the treatment of injuries. Just as this doubt began to form, he was astounded to feel a warm flow entering his body through the wound, not only dispelling the residual sword aura but also visibly mending his damaged meridians and organs at an astonishing rate. Hiss! The sensation of relief made Guan Yunpeng shiver involuntarily. What extraordinary technique was this, to be so terrifyingly effective? In that moment, his gaze towards Yifeng grew fervent, and he bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Indeed, your methods are remarkable, esteemed senior. Not only is your cultivation transcendent, but you also possess a benevolent heart that seeks to aid those like myself." "Transcendent cultivation?" Yifeng glanced at Guan Yunpeng, shaking his head with a smile. "You are mistaken. I do not possess such cultivation. I am merely an ordinary person." "Ordinary person?" Guan Yunpeng was left in utter bewilderment. The disciple who had just slain the dark sword boasted of being a mere mortal, which was already perplexing enough. Yet now this formidable figure endowed with extraordinary abilities also claimed to be an ordinary human? "Senior, your humility is rather excessive. Why, when you clearly possess such celestial prowess, do you choose to remain inconspicuous and conceal your true capabilities?" Finally, he voiced his lingering confusion. "I possess no extraordinary powers. I am truly just an ordinary person," Yifeng replied, casting a sidelong glance at him, pondering whether he had encountered yet another eccentric like Wu Yonghong. Guan Yunpeng was even more bewildered, struggling to comprehend why someone so remarkable would choose to masquerade as a commoner. Sir, we have nearly completed today's tasks. We came to have a word with you." At that moment, a few voices called out from outside, and, to Guan Yunpeng's astonishment, several elderly men, caked in mud, entered the room. Chapter 185. A twofold benefit. Despite their adept concealment, the several elderly men were discernible to Guan Yunpeng due to their mastery of a unique cultivation technique. He recognized them instantly as all being martial sovereigns. He gasped in astonishment. To find such elusive figures congregated here was utterly unexpected. As a mere martial sect pinnacle, he felt compelled to show deference upon encountering martial sovereigns, promptly bowing and addressing them. "I pay my respects to the three esteemed seniors." Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong and the others turned their gazes toward the newcomer, their brows furrowing in unison, displaying expressions of disbelief at his lack of awareness. They waved their hands dismissively, stating, "You are mistaken. We are not seniors, merely ordinary mortals." Guan Yunpeng shuddered. Mortal beings? Perplexed, he was about to inquire further when he caught a sharp glance from Wu Yonghong, prompting him to hastily silence his curiosity, opting to defer his questions for a more opportune moment. "Ah, you three have arrived." Yifeng smiled and remarked, "You came just in time. Do you wish for me to inscribe something for you today?" No, Mr. E," they quickly replied. "There is no need to trouble you today. Indeed, I still have several of your calligraphies to appreciate," they added in unison. Seeing their refusal, Yifeng nodded in acceptance. The three elders then sighed in relief. During their time working with Yifeng, they had truly experienced what it meant to encounter fortuitous opportunities, each receiving over a dozen pieces infused with martial intent and the essence of Tao. Naturally, one would typically welcome such treasures. Yet the profundity of the wisdom contained within these works was so intricate that they had yet to fully comprehend even the first verse of poetry. The remaining pieces would suffice for a lifetime of contemplation, and they feared that further offerings might lead them into a state of obsession. Meanwhile, Guan Yunpeng stood in astonishment. Having grasped the implications of Wu Yonghong and the others' words, they had received such bountiful rewards, to the point of being overwhelmed. His eyes sparkled with fervor. Thus, after leaving the martial hall, he hurriedly followed after Wu Yonghong and the others. Seniors, he called out, presenting several bottles of fine wine from his storage ring as a gesture of respect. Quite commendable. Wu Yonghong and the others accepted the wine, smiling warmly at Guan Yunpeng. How humorous, esteemed seniors, Guan Yunpeng replied, bowing his head respectfully. He then voiced his foremost inquiry. May I ask why the esteemed senior referred to himself as a mortal, as well as you all? Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong and the others regarded him as though he were a simpleton, shaking their heads. Guan Yunpeng dared not express any ire and urgently implored, I beseech you, esteemed seniors, to speak candidly. You are indeed a naive individual. Wu Yonghong spoke with a tone of admonition. To speak frankly, my dear sir, the gentleman has already transcended to the realm of simplicity and authenticity. He has come to this humble town to experience the life of an ordinary mortal. Not only does he genuinely regard himself as one among us, but he also engages in every matter personally. Therefore, we, as his companions, must naturally align ourselves with our esteemed elder. Upon hearing this, Guan Yunpeng felt a sudden clarity. Recalling his earlier impetuousness, and a look of apprehension crossed his face. I nearly offended an elder, he thought to himself, directing a gaze filled with gratitude towards Wu Yonghong. By the way, could the three esteemed elders enlighten me about the gentleman's cultivation level? He inquired. What do you think? Sun Zhuge replied languidly. A martial sage? He ventured. The expressions of Sun Zhuge and the others turned to scorn. Could it possibly be a martial emperor? Guan Yunpeng exclaimed in disbelief. However, Wu Yonghong merely shook his head, patting his shoulder with a sigh. Young one, we truly have little inclination to converse with you, as your perspective is regrettably limited. Limited perspective? The words echoed in Guan Yunpeng's mind like a thunderclap. Could it be? Before he could finish his thought, Wu Yonghong and the others interrupted. It's good that you understand. Being here today is a blessing for you. Cherish it well. With that, they prepared to depart. Yet Guan Yunpeng, unwilling to relent, hurriedly pursued them, asking, Have you been accompanying the gentleman for long? Of course. Wu Yonghong and the others instinctively puffed out their chests, responding with pride. Upon hearing this, Guan Yunpeng's expression turned envious, and he quickly asked, Then, esteemed elders, could you impart to me how I might stay by the gentleman's side? You? Wu Yonghong and the others assessed him from head to toe, shaking their heads as they replied. It seems even the dung collectors have broken through to the martial sovereign level last night. You are still far from it. With that, the three turned to leave, leaving Guan Yunpeng rooted in place. Even the dung collectors have surpassed the martial sovereign? A fervent determination ignited within him. He resolved to find a way to stand beside this remarkable figure. Nonetheless, at this juncture, he needed to return to his cave dwelling to ponder the three characters bestowed upon him by the gentleman. He would strive to break through to the martial sovereign level before returning. Having made up his mind, Guan Yunpeng soared into the sky. Upon reaching the Nansha cave, he shut himself in and devoted himself to unraveling the meaning of the three characters gifted by Yifeng. Finally, after 3 days, he achieved a direct breakthrough to the martial sovereign realm. As he exited the cave and prepared to make his way back to Pingjiang City, he noticed a streak of light approaching from the distance. Hantian-Ke, Guan Yunpeng gasped in surprise, recognizing his old friend and smiling as he approached. Ah, Guan Yunpeng, how are you still alive? Hantian-Ke asked in astonishment. I just received word that the Black Sword was pursuing you. I intended to come to your aid. How is it that you are well in your cave? My dear friend, your concern is appreciated, but assistance is unnecessary. Guan Yunpeng replied with pride. I have already broken through to the martial sovereign level. A sudden surge of formidable energy emanated from him. Upon witnessing this, Hantianke was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment as he inquired, Your cultivation was clearly inferior to mine before. How have you managed to ascend to the rank of martial sovereign? How is that even possible? There is nothing impossible about it. Guan Yunpeng replied with a smile. After all, I have recently stumbled upon a great opportunity. What opportunity? Hentiang pressed eagerly. Behold, Guan Yunpeng unveiled a piece of rice paper, instantly revealing a powerful sword intent. What an impressive sword intent. Where did you acquire this? Hentiang gasped in awe, his face brimming with envy as he gazed at Guan Yunpeng, hastily asking. It was bestowed upon me by a venerable master. I am on my way to seek his guidance, Guan Yunpeng stated, his expression filled with reverence as he looked at his envious old friend. Would you care to accompany me? Is that possible? Hentiang's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing. This senior is unreserved in nurturing the younger generation. I believe that if we approach with utmost respect, even if we cannot follow him, we may still obtain a share of his fortune. Indeed, Guan Yunpeng affirmed. And Hentiang eagerly agreed, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. He had clearly discerned the sword intent within Guan Yunpeng's rice paper, and having long struggled to break through to martial sovereign, he was now filled with an insatiable desire. By the way, where is this esteemed master located? Hentiang inquired further. In Pingjiang City. Pingjiang City. Hentiang's eyes lit up, a smile gracing his lips. That is even better. I happen to be seeking vengeance against a petty villain from Pingjiang City who has wronged my disciple. This journey will serve a dual purpose. Chapter 186. So, we have arrived at the senior's abode. Upon returning to the cave dwelling, Han Tian-Ke looked down upon Yi Bei, whose cultivation had been sealed. Stay put in the cave. I, along with your master uncle, shall descend the mountain to assist in eliminating the martial arts school that has been bullying you, Han Tian-Ke instructed. Absolutely not. Yi Bei's expression changed dramatically as he urgently protested. You must not go, master. The individuals at that martial arts school are truly formidable. Humph, my decision is made. There is no need for further discussion, Han Tian-Ke replied sternly. Even if that martial arts school is powerful, there is nothing to fear. For I am accompanied by your master uncle, who has recently attained a great opportunity and reached the martial sovereign realm. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he will lend his assistance. Master, heed my counsel. Even a martial sovereign may prove ineffective there. Yi Bei earnestly advised. Furthermore, I absolutely refuse to disclose the location of the martial arts school. Humph, no need for you to reveal it. I have already discerned it, Han Tian-Ke retorted coldly. Yi Bei's face paled in astonishment. How did you come to know? Your protective talisman bears my essence. It was arranged to safeguard you in times of peril. Thus I am fully aware of your whereabouts, Han Tian-Ke explained. What? Yi Bei's countenance darkened. He had intended to withhold the school's address, but had not anticipated. Ignoring Yi Bei further, Han Tian-Ke transformed into a streak of light and departed, subsequently meeting with Guan Yunpeng to prepare for their journey to Pingjiang City. Old man Tiange, I shall rest upon your flying sword. You may guide us, Guan Yunpeng remarked before their departure, as I have just broken through. My aura remains unstable and requires some adjustment. Very well, attend to your recuperation, Han Tian-Ke responded, enviously observing Guan Yunpeng's martial sovereign aura, his eagerness for the journey intensifying. If fortune smiled upon him, he too might achieve a breakthrough to the martial sovereign realm. However, before we visit the esteemed senior, I must attend to a personal matter. Han Tian-Ke added. What personal matter could be so urgent? Guan Yunpeng inquired, puzzled. With a darkened expression, Han Tian-Ke seethed. There are a few brazen individuals in Pingjiang City who have extorted my disciple. Would you not be incensed? Ah, I see, Guan Yunpeng nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further, well aware of Han Tian-Ke's tempestuous temperament. When he set his mind on something, no one could deter him, especially when it concerned his cherished disciple. Yet, recalling Yi Bei's apprehensions, Han Tian-Ke remained vigilant. My disciple has mentioned that these individuals are quite strong. So should we encounter unforeseen troubles, I would appreciate your assistance. Hearing this, Guan Yunpeng displayed a hint of pride. Typically, the arrogant old man Han Tian-Ke never bowed to others, yet now he sought his counsel. It seemed that becoming a martial sovereign indeed conferred a different status. In the face of overwhelming strength, even someone as unhinged as Han Tian-Ke would seek assistance. Very well, if there truly exists a matter beyond your resolution, I shall extend my aid. Thus, Guan Yunpeng had no reason to refuse Han Tian-Ke, who stood proudly with his chest slightly puffed. How thoughtful of you. Han Tian-Ke lowered his gaze, a radiant glow emanating from beneath his feet as his long sword transformed into a three-zhang blade, shooting forth like a meteor into the distance. Meanwhile, Guan Yunpeng, seated upon his sword, closed his eyes and entered a state of tranquility, solidifying his newly attained martial sovereign cultivation. 1,000 miles away, for Han Tianke, possessing the prowess of a martial sect, it would take but a brief moment. Departing the previous evening, it was now the dawn of the following day, and the two had already arrived above the martial arts academy on their flying swords. Here it is. Han Tianke's gaze fixated intensely on the small academy below, his voice seething with anger. Very well, you attend to it first. I shall await your return here. When you truly require my assistance, I will intervene. Guan Yunpeng's voice resonated softly as he remained seated in the air, his mind still immersed in his cultivation. All right then, old Guan, you wait here for a moment. I shall extinguish them and return swiftly. Han Tianke sheathed his long sword and descended towards a barren patch of land behind the academy. Choosing not to land at the front gate, he exercised caution, wishing to avoid alarming any potential foes. After surveying the academy, Han Tianke felt his vigilance wane considerably. It seemed there was nothing particularly unusual, not a hint of aura, and no signs of any formations within the academy's confines. Humph, mere trickery. A band of miscreants daring to extort my disciple shall be obliterated beneath the might of my sword. Fueled by indignation, Han Tianke soared into the air. At that moment, the peak aura of a martial sovereign burst forth, causing the long sword in his grasp to tremble, accompanied by a chilling gleam. The sword unleashed a blinding arc of light, drawing a massive afterimage as it cleaved through the air towards the academy. Clearly, Han Tianke intended to sever this establishment with a single stroke. Simultaneously, Guan Yunpeng, seated high above, withdrew his mind from his cultivation. Upon reflection, he realized it was unwise to let Han Tianke act alone. After all, they had been friends for over a millennium. This display could easily lead one to misconstrue that his recent breakthrough had altered his character. Moreover, solidifying his cultivation could be postponed. It was not imperative to rush. With this thought, he gradually opened his eyes. Why does this seem somewhat familiar? He glanced down, surveying the surroundings, and his gaze swiftly landed upon the small academy. Oh, has he actually arrived at the senior's abode? Guan Yunpeng exclaimed, startled. I do not recall informing Han Tianke of the senior's address. How could he have come here? Just as confusion arose in his heart, he sensed something, and his eyes widened in surprise. Quickly regaining his composure, he turned to see Han Tianke with red-rimmed eyes, raising the long sword in his hand and striking towards the martial arts academy. A sudden jolt surged through Guan Yunpeng's heart, nearly causing it to leap from his chest in that instant. Chapter 187. A dog, surprisingly, is also a respectable being? I am doomed. I am doomed. Guan Yunpeng felt as if his heart had lodged in his throat, his mouth trembling uncontrollably. His martial prowess as a martial sovereign fully revealed. He unleashed an unprecedented speed towards the heaven-shaking tower. Swiftly, as he surged forward, Guan Yunpeng fervently prayed, fearing that a single moment of delay could lead to disaster. Perish. With the descent of his sword, the frenzied energy emanating from the heaven-shaking tower was unleashed, its eyes shimmering with a chilling light. Just at that critical moment, a more terrifying sword light surged forth. This sword light was even more horrifying, effortlessly shattering the heaven-shaking tower's sword radiance and dissipating it into the horizon. Who is it? Spoiling my plans? Upon witnessing his sword aura being countered, the heaven-shaking tower was instantly engulfed in fury, glaring sideways only to be horrified to discover it was Guan Yunpeng. Just as he was about to question Guan Yunpeng about his interference, he was met with a furious charge, culminating in a fist crashing into his face. The heaven-shaking tower could hardly withstand Guan Yunpeng's current assault, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. You, what are you doing? Rising from the ground, the heaven-shaking tower's face contorted in anger as he inquired. Yet, scarcely had his voice faded when Guan Yunpeng, in a fit of rage, swung his sword, sending a streak of sword light slicing towards him. Gazing at the sword light, the heaven-shaking tower was gripped by terror, his body darting away in flight. Whoosh! With a missed strike, Guan Yunpeng's fury intensified, raising his palm once more, unleashing another icy gleam. This gleam brushed perilously close to the heaven-shaking tower's head, nearly severing half of it. Nevertheless, Guan Yunpeng harbored no intentions of sparing him. His face flushed as he unleashed a relentless series of assaults upon the heaven-shaking tower. In that moment, the heaven-shaking tower was left in utter disarray, flailing like a headless chicken. Old Guan, do we have a misunderstanding? What on earth is happening? The heaven-shaking tower cried out, his face a mask of despair. Misunderstanding? I misunderstand your entire family. Guan Yunpeng cursed vehemently, as another massive sword gleam surged forth, shouting, Old Ghost Tianke, I ask you, are you envious of my breakthrough to martial sovereign, deliberately plotting against me? Plot against you? The heaven-shaking tower, utterly bewildered, dodged Guan Yunpeng's relentless attacks while lamenting. You must be mistaken. How could I ever harm you? Humph, you still refuse to admit it? Guan Yunpeng continued his assault. His face darkened as he scolded. Old Ghost Tianke, truly, I, Guan Yunpeng, have misjudged you. For 1,000 years of acquaintance, I have regarded you as a dear friend. Only to discover you are such a treacherous person. I had opportunities to think of you, yet you chose to harm me out of jealousy. Hearing Guan Yunpeng's piercing words, the heaven-shaking tower nearly broke into tears. He could not fathom why Guan Yunpeng, who had just moments ago been well, had suddenly turned adversarial. What on earth is going on? Can we not discuss this properly? The heaven-shaking tower exclaimed. Discuss properly? I have nothing to discuss with you. Guan Yunpeng exclaimed, his expression darkening. I truly do not understand what has transpired. Han Tianke replied anxiously, his voice tinged with desperation. What have I done to offend you? Please, enlighten me. Very well, since you choose to feign ignorance, I shall expose you. Guan Yunpeng pointed towards the martial arts school in the distance and declared, I ask you, knowing full well that I have found fortune within that school, that it is my benefactor, yet you choose to attack me with your sword. Is this not jealousy? Even if you seek your own demise, must you drag me into it? Upon hearing this, Han Tianke was taken aback, his voice trembling as he stammered. You mean to say, this is the residence of the elder who granted you your fortune? What else could it be? Guan Yunpeng retorted in frustration, glancing back at the martial arts school to find it undisturbed, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the inhabitants have not yet noticed. Otherwise, even 10 lives would not suffice for their wrath. With Guan Yunpeng's confirmation, a thunderous realization struck Han Tianke's mind. Based on the prohibitions he had placed on Yibei, the only location he had ever visited in Pingjiang City was this very place. Could it be that this was not the site where he extorted his disciple, but rather the spot that granted Guan Yunpeng his fortune? Are you certain? Have you made an error? Han Tianke questioned incredulously. Have I erred? Guan Yunpeng seethed with anger, poised to continue his tirade when he suddenly sensed something, retracting his sword and lowering his head. Approaching them was an elderly man clad in straw sandals, carrying a hoe over his shoulder. As he drew near, he cast a meaningful glance at them before proceeding to work in the barren land ahead. W. Wuzun? Han Tianke's throat felt constricted as though he had swallowed a fishbone, rendering him speechless. Yet, before he could recover, another elderly man with a shovel approached, offering a similar inscrutable look before heading into the field to toil. Oh, Han Tianke was now thoroughly astonished, his voice faltering, just as he was about to speak. Yet another elder passed by, wielding a rake and heading off to work in the fields as well. Another Wuzun? The sight of 3 Wuzuns crossing his path left Han Tianke drenched in cold sweat. When did Wuzuns become so commonplace? And why were they toiling in the fields? At that moment, a clattering sound reached his ears, accompanied by a foul odor. A man in his 40s approached, balancing a pair of dung buckets on a pole. Could it be another? Han Tianke's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, as the dung carrier brushed past him, he felt an overwhelming and profound aura emanating from the man. He lamented within, heavens, what on earth is happening? Are Wuzuns as common as dogs? The first 3 ventured into the fields without uttering a word, while the last one even took it upon himself to stir the manure. This action instilled in him a profound illusion, as though he had entered an entirely different realm. Han Tianke was astounded, yet he noticed that Guan Yunpeng beside him appeared utterly unfazed, as if he had long anticipated this. With his heart still racing from the shock, he was about to inquire further when a dog leisurely sauntered by, casting a fleeting glance at them. It raised its hind legs and urinated beside the manure pit before nonchalantly continuing on its way. The cascading waves of disbelief finally rendered Han Tianke breathless. A dog? Could it truly also be a revered entity? Chapter 188. Witnessing how the master dispenses justice shaken to the core, Han Tian-Ke found himself at a loss for words, momentarily rendered speechless, unable to regain his composure. Yet, in an instant, realization struck him fiercely. This was no ordinary dog, but a formidable heavenly devouring demon wolf. A creature of such prestige within its kind. It must be among the elite of the heavenly devouring wolf clan. Moreover, the leash around its neck suggested it was being treated like a mere pet. Who possessed such audacity? Gasping in astonishment, he turned his gaze towards Wu Yonghong and the others, inquiring, "Are they in service to that esteemed individual? What do you think?" Although Guan Yunpeng posed the question, the answer was glaringly apparent, sending a shiver down Han Tian-Ke's spine. A martial sovereign toiling in the fields. A martial sovereign shoveling dung. The demon sovereign of the heavenly devouring wolf clan, reduced to a mere dog. With each successive shock, Han Tian-Ke felt his mind clouded, struggling to breathe. A horrifying realization dawned upon him. The one who had tormented his disciple and granted opportunities to Guan Yunpeng was the same person. A true master. This meant that his apprentice, Yi Bei, had not been exaggerating in his warnings. In a moment of heated folly, he had nearly drawn his sword against the abode of this eminent figure. The mere thought sent a chill down his spine, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. His legs trembling, as the desire for vengeance evaporated. Though Han Tian-Ke was known for his explosive temper and relentless pursuit of his sword path, there were times when one must choose their battles wisely. Even the one who burdened him with dung was a martial sovereign. How could a peak martial zone like himself dare to presume he was worthy of contesting? At last, he comprehended why Guan Yunpeng had obstructed him, even disregarding their past camaraderie to strike at him. Old Guan, Han Tian-Ke cast an awkward glance at Guan Yunpeng. Humph, do not speak to me. Guan Yunpeng retorted darkly, "Your fortune lies in my mercy. I spared your life instead of ending it." Han Tian-Ke was momentarily at a loss for words. Acutely aware of the calamity he had invited upon himself. In a feeble voice, he asked, "What shall we do now?" "What to do?" Guan Yunpeng snapped. "Do you think they are unaware of the ruckus we've caused here? Did you see how those martial sovereigns looked at us when they passed by?" A chill ran through Han Tian-Ke at these words, his face draining of color. No wonder Wu Yonghong and the others had regarded them with such profound significance. "Stay here and await the master's decision," Guan Yunpeng commanded. His expression darkened. "Forget about opportunities. Pray that the master does not take our lives. Is there truly no chance for us to flee?" Han Tian-Ke asked, dazed. "Flee?" Guan Yunpeng scoffed. "Foolishness. If you think you can escape, then by all means try." Trembling, Han Tian-Ke lowered his head, afraid to utter another word. "Disciple, what was that commotion outside just now?" asked Di Feng, who had just risen and washed his face, directing his inquiry towards Zhongqing, who was busy wiping the table. "Master, please wait a moment. I will go take a look," replied Zhongqing, setting aside his task and stepping outside. Upon seeing Zhongqing, Guan Yunpeng felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Indeed, their master could not be unaware of the recent events and had dispatched his esteemed disciple. Instantly, he bowed deeply, becoming exceedingly respectful. Simultaneously, he shot a glance at the bewildered Han Tian-Ke, urging him silently to follow suit. Han Tian-Ke, however, was filled with confusion. "It's just a small boy. What is there to fear? This seems like an overreaction. He appears to possess no cultivation at all," he muttered quietly. Before he could finish his thought, Guan Yunpeng interrupted him sternly. "Silence. Do you know who this person is?" "Who?" Han Tian-Ke inquired, puzzled. "He is the disciple of a master. If you think he has no cultivation, it merely reflects your limited perspective. Do you not realize that it was he who effortlessly severed the black sword that pursued me for miles?" Guan Yunpeng stated with grave seriousness. "What?" Han Tian-Ke's heart raced upon hearing this. He was acutely aware of the black sword's formidable strength, being on the verge of becoming a martial sovereign, far more powerful than he. The thought that this small boy could have dispatched it with a mere flick of his wrist sent chills down his spine. Realizing the implications, Han Tian-Ke hurriedly followed Guan Yunpeng, lowering his head as his heart pounded wildly. Zhongqing, frowning, cast his gaze upon the two, scrutinizing them from head to toe. In that moment, both Guan Yunpeng and Han Tian-Ke felt a shiver run down their spines, their bodies trembling slightly. "Are you two fighting?" Zhongqing asked, observing the disheveled Han Tian-Ke and the unkempt Guan Yunpeng. Fear gripped their hearts, and after a lengthy pause, they nodded mutely. "You truly are incorrigible," Zhongqing remarked, his brow furrowed in mild anger as he glared at Guan Yunpeng. You fought here last time, and yet you dare to do so again. This accusation struck Guan Yunpeng deeply, stirring a desire to vent his frustrations on Hantiang. Oh, and you even managed to damage 2 tiles of my dojo? Zhongqing's voice rang out, laced with indignation. Guan Yunpeng's heart sank. Although he had successfully blocked Hantiang's strike, he could not entirely prevent the residual energy from escaping. A couple of broken tiles were a minor issue, but incurring their master's wrath was a far more serious matter. Very well, you two stay here. I will go ask master what to do. Zhongqing glared at them before heading towards the dojo, calling out to Wu Yonghong and the others, Old Wu. You all keep an eye on them. Don't let them escape while I speak with master. Understood. Upon hearing this, several individuals immediately ceased their tasks, brandishing their hoes and shovels with menacing glares as they advanced towards the two. At that moment, the two felt an involuntary tremor seize them. The approach of 3 formidable warriors instilled a fear that nearly shattered their resolve. What intensified their trepidation was the sudden realization that the tools they wielded were no ordinary implements. Each was, at the very least, a sacred artifact of remarkable power. Gasping in astonishment, the two found their feet instinctively retreating. To wield such divine tools for mere tilling, what otherworldly realm were they in? Just as they instinctively withdrew, a thunderous sound erupted behind them, startling them anew. Turning to investigate, they beheld a pair of refuse containers blocking their escape, one of which, filled with excrement, bore a fierce countenance as it glared at them, completely obstructing their path to safety. Chapter 189. Humph, dreaming of freebies? Not a chance. The pressure exuded by the 4 martial sovereigns made the 2 men tremble, their faces contorted in distress, their hearts racing. Esteemed seniors, please remain calm. We assure you we will not flee. Guan Yunpeng quickly plastered a sycophantic smile on his face, desperately trying to placate the 4, fearing their wrath might be unleashed upon them. Thus, amidst the cold sweat of the 4, Zhongqing had already returned to the martial arts hall. Master, what happened? Yifeng inquired. It's that Guan Yunpeng again. He fought with someone right next to our martial arts hall yesterday, and to make matters worse, he broke 2 of our tiles. What? Yifeng's brow furrowed slightly. He had initially thought Guan Yunpeng was a decent fellow, only to discover he was a troublemaker, repeatedly causing disturbances at the entrance of his hall. Instantly, Yifeng's disdain for Guan Yunpeng intensified. Go, my disciple, tell them to scram as far away as possible, Yifeng said with a grim expression. And as for the tiles, make sure they compensate. No leniency. Understood, master. Zhongqing, with a serious demeanor, stepped outside. Clearly, his master was furious. Upon seeing Zhongqing approach with a cold expression, Guan Yunpeng and his companion felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. They understood the gravity of the situation. My master is quite displeased with this matter, Zhongqing stated with a composed face. Hearing this, the two felt their hearts sink. Furthermore, my master demands that you compensate for the broken tiles, Zhongqing added. How are we supposed to compensate? Guan Yunpeng wiped the sweat from his brow, hastily inquiring. What do you propose for compensation? Zhongqing retorted. Guan Yunpeng was immediately at a loss. Glancing at the 2 broken tiles, in terms of mere value, they were worth only 2 gold coins to an ordinary person. However, the situation was evidently more complex than just 2 tiles. Realizing this, Guan Yunpeng gritted his teeth and lowered his head, offering his long sword. After all, for a swordsman, this sword was likely his most treasured possession. Seeing this, Hantian Ke also dejectedly presented his sword. What do I need your worthless swords for? Zhongqing scoffed. We have a plethora of swords far superior to yours in our backyard. Upon hearing this, the two were instantly distressed. Indeed, their peers, Wu Yonghong and others, possessed swords of sacred quality, rendering these swords beneath their notice. What to do? They had nothing more valuable than these swords on them at the moment. Observing Zhongqing's growing impatience, Guan Yunpeng hastily proposed, please do not be angry. Grant us a month, and we will surely compensate. Yes, grant us a month, and we will make amends, Hantian Ke echoed eagerly. A month? Zhongqing furrowed his brow. For just 2 tiles, did it truly require a month? These two appeared to be well-dressed, yet were so impoverished. Upon encountering Zhongqing in silence, both individuals trembled, their limbs at a loss for where to rest. Fine, I shall trust you this once, but should you deceive me, do not let me see you again, Zhongqing declared after a moment of hesitation. We would never dare, they quickly replied in unison. Leave. Zhongqing waved his hand impatiently. Observing this, Guan Yunpeng and Han Tianke revealed expressions of relief, promptly departing. After distancing themselves from the martial arts hall for quite some time, they finally breathed deeply. Thank goodness nothing happened, Han Tianke remarked, still shaken. However, no sooner had he spoken than Guan Yunpeng directed a glare filled with resentment at him. Thank goodness? How can you speak so lightly? I barely established a connection with that person, only for you to ruin it with a single strike, leaving me in debt, and you say it's nothing? That was not my intention, Han Tianke stammered, cold sweat streaming down his face as he waved his hands in a placating gesture. Calm down, my foot. With a flash of his sword, Guan Yunpeng swung it towards Han Tianke. Calm down. Han Tianke fled into the air, with Guan Yunpeng hot on his heels, their banter transforming into two streaks of light vanishing from sight. After their departure, Zhongqing reported the events to Yifeng, subsequently replacing two broken tiles. Yifeng paid little heed to the matter, sipping his morning tea while counting his coins. Recently, he had noticed that the money jar hidden beneath his bed had been mysteriously diminishing. Suspecting a thief, he relocated the jar, which had since ceased to lose its contents. Just as he sighed in relief and prepared to recline in his chair, he was startled by a commotion outside. Upon stepping out, he discovered several young ladies from the Yihong courtyard. What brings you here? Looking to play some cards? Yifeng inquired with a smile. Play cards? Yifeng, let me ask you, is there a fellow named Liu Benwei at your martial arts hall? One of the ladies, her waist twisting like a snake, pointed at him and asked, Liu Benwei? Yifeng blinked in confusion. What Liu Benwei? Are you sure you have the right person? Indeed, it is Liu Benwei. We would not mistake him. He claims his surname is Liu, and because his actions are quite impressive, he calls himself Liu Benwei. We would recognize him even if he turned to ash. In an instant, the group erupted into a cacophony of chatter, intent on storming the martial arts hall. Wait. Yifeng hastily interjected, a look of helplessness on his face. Ladies, please do not act impulsively. Can we clarify the situation first? Very well, I shall clarify. The leading lady retorted, her face flushed with anger. That Liu Benwei has feasted and drank at our Yihong courtyard for many days without paying, claiming to be one of your martial arts hall members. He told us to return after 7 days for the payment, and out of respect for you, we believed him. Yet, when the 7 days passed, he vanished without a trace. At first, he appeared quite extravagant, yet little did I expect such a character. Every time, he would select 7 or 8, which is truly revolting. If one lacks funds, there is no need to feign affluence. Humph, seeking to exploit without compensation? Absolutely not. You must understand, is it easy for us to conduct business? In these times, there are still those who wish to take advantage without paying. I tell you, Yifeng, do not obstruct. Quickly let him emerge to settle his debt. Yes, indeed, let him come forth and pay. As the group spoke, their agitation grew, and their words dripped with disdain for the individual known as Skull Benwei. Yifeng, with a darkened expression, fervently explained, Ladies and gentlemen, while I empathize with your plight, our martial arts school truly does not harbor Skull Benwei. Impossible. He stated that you were associated with this school. Indeed, it must be that you are concealing him. I assure you, he is not here. Yifeng earnestly insisted. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when a shadow darted behind him, swiftly attempting to escape. Chapter 190. What does the gentleman think? As the shadow slipped past, the maidens of the Yihong courtyard were instantly stirred into a frenzy. They pointed and began to shout. It's him. Yes, it's him. Quickly seize him. Skull Benwei, don't run. Yet, the figure cloaked in black darted through their obstructive grasp like a slippery eel, vanishing into the bustling street. At that moment, Yifeng was momentarily bewildered. Upon regaining his composure, fury surged within him. So, this Skull Benwei was indeed that troublesome skeleton? He had thought that the wretched skeleton would spare him further troubles, only to find it had amassed such a significant predicament. That wretched creature, perish. In a fit of rage, Yifeng hurled his shoe at the skeleton. The figure in black executed a nimble leap and disappeared without a trace. Unable to catch Skull Benwei and frustrated in their pursuit for debts, the maidens had no choice but to return to Yifeng, demanding payment. Faced with women threatening to skin him alive for their dues, Yifeng clenched his teeth and reluctantly retrieved his money jar, only to find it significantly lighter. More than half was gone. This was unbearable. In that moment, Yifeng internally condemned the skeleton to death. After bidding farewell to the women of the Yihong courtyard, Yifeng limped into the inner room, wearing only one shoe, weighing the noticeably lighter money jar in his hand. The more he pondered, the more his anger intensified. Damn it, he typically saved every coin, meticulously comparing prices even for a drink, yet this wretched creature had squandered a substantial amount in a single debauchery. Overwhelmed with fury, he vented his frustration into the air, kicking outwards. The other shoe flew off his foot as well. How fortuitous! It landed in a crevice beneath the stone slab. Within that crevice lay a centipede, which was startled into losing 2 of its legs by the sudden projectile. Huff, huff, huff. My dear heart, huff, huff. The centipede pounded its own chest with its claws, gasping for breath for quite some time before it finally regained its composure. Subsequently, it wore a face of despair. What in the world was the end of this wretched existence? While lamenting internally, it glanced at its dwindling legs, its expression one of desolation. After escaping from the spatial ring, it had thought it had evaded death, only to find itself in such a terrifying place. The aura comparable to that of demonic sects occasionally permeated the air, and just when it thought it could make a run for it, it discovered that this place resonated with terrifying fluctuations everywhere. It had scarcely managed to flee a few paces before losing 8 legs in sheer fright. With no hope of escape in sight, it reluctantly returned to the stone crevice, clinging to the barest semblance of life. Yet, continuing in this manner was hardly a solution. Thus, it resolved to endure just a little longer. As long as it remained alive, there was always hope. And at that moment, a crimson glow emerged at the horizon, illuminating half the sky, and amidst this ethereal phenomenon, a shadowy figure seemed to manifest, captivating the attention of all. What could this signify? In the desolate expanse, Wu Yonghong raised his head. It could either be a reclusive master emerging from their hidden abode or the birth of a precious artifact, mused Chu Guangshi with a spark of excitement. What shall we do now? Inquired Sun Zhuge. At this, both turned their gaze towards Wu Yonghong. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Yonghong replied, in former times, we would have eagerly joined the fray, but now, as disciples of our esteemed master, such pursuits are unnecessary. Yet, who would turn down the prospect of gain? Remarked Chu Guangshi, his face alight with hope. Wu Yonghong sighed, shaking his head. In this regard, even a humble laborer possesses more wisdom than you two. At his words, they glanced over to see Lu dashing diligently tending to his tasks, seemingly oblivious to the celestial occurrence above. If he could recognize that following our master is far superior to vying for some hidden treasure, why can't you two grasp that? Wu Yonghong admonished. Realization dawned upon them, and they hung their heads in shame. Indeed, what treasure could possibly rival the honor of being in our master's presence? Let them compete for it, haha. Absolutely, haha. We no longer require it. Chu Guangshi and Sun Zhuge exchanged a knowing glance and shared a hearty laugh. Infused with a sense of pride, the celestial phenomenon persisted for a full 3 days. At the Qingshan sect, the venerable ancestor sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed as he listened to Zhu Yun's report. Respected uncle, the matter has been confirmed. It appears to be the lair of a martial sage named Jiang Yu, established a millennium ago in Pingjiang City. This revelation has caused an uproar throughout Nansha, with countless factions hastening to the scene. Among those confirmed to be arriving are the young master of the Shui Mountain Manor, Di Wuchang Kong, the saintess of Fengyun Valley, Yun Xianke, and notably, the recently recruited prodigious female disciple of the Tianjin sect, Peng Xianer. Moreover, there are innumerable formidable experts whose names remain unknown. Furthermore, the saintess Yun Xianke had already sent word to our Qingshan sect a day prior, requesting our collaboration to seize the lair, offering us a 20% share of the spoils as a local sect. I implore the ancestor to make a decision. Upon hearing this, the venerable ancestor of Qingshan fell into a long silence. After a considerable pause, he inhaled deeply and rose, declaring, this matter is of great significance. It could transform Pingjiang City into a vortex of chaos. Under the allure of the martial sage's tomb, one misstep could lead to our sect's annihilation. Thus, I must consult with our master before making a determination. Oh, very well. Upon hearing the master's name, Zhu Yun voiced no objections and promptly acquiesced. In the blink of an eye, the venerable ancestor had arrived at the martial arts hall. Esteemed master, I have brought you some fine wine. The venerable ancestor said with a grin. Oh, Yifeng took the wine, inhaling its aroma, and with a cheerful smile remarked, "This wine is quite good. It seems that you, old man, still remember me." As they conversed casually, the atmosphere around them felt notably more vibrant than usual. Observing the bustling streets of Pingjiang City, Yifeng sighed softly and then turned to the venerable elder Qing Shan, saying, "I have heard that the recent celestial phenomena pertain to some sort of cave dwelling. What is your perspective on this matter?" Upon hearing this, Elder Qing Shan's heart fluttered in surprise, realizing that the esteemed gentleman had indeed discerned his intentions. He responded respectfully, "You jest, sir. How could I possibly have an opinion on such matters? I am far more curious to hear your thoughts on this situation. Such cave dwellings are merely spectacles to amuse oneself and engage in light-hearted conversation." Yifeng replied with a shake of his head and a smile. Elder Qing Shan quietly nodded in agreement, confirming his expectations that Yifeng held little regard for such trivialities, viewing them merely as entertainment. However, while Yifeng might dismiss them, he himself could not afford to do so, as he was responsible for a sect below him. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "To be honest, I wish to take a look for myself. What do you think, sir?" "You?" Yifeng shook his head. Noticing this, Elder Qing Shan felt a sudden jolt within and hastily asked, "What do you mean by that, sir?" Chapter 191. The struggles of existence. Give it up. You, an old man, would only be courting death, Yifeng remarked, shaking his head. This old fellow truly lacked an understanding of his own limitations. What business did a feeble old man have in the realm of cultivators? He would be oblivious to his own demise when the time came. A sense of dread enveloped the heart of Qing Shan Laozu. The mention of courting death made his heart race. He was fortunate to have consulted the master. He promptly bowed to Yifeng, expressing gratitude for the warning, and excused himself, stating that he had matters to attend to, before hastily returning to the sect. Outside Pingjiang City, several figures descended from the sky. At the forefront was a woman clad in flowing white garments, her beauty unparalleled, her figure exquisite, a true paragon of human perfection. To her left stood an elderly man in gray, whose ordinary appearance belied the potent aura that subtly emanated from him, marking him as a formidable expert. Their attire indicated they hailed from the South Sand Wind and Cloud Valley. The leading lady was none other than Yun Xianke, the valley's celebrated prodigy. "Lin Bo, where is Wu Chang'an?" Yun Xianke inquired, her brow furrowed. "Alas, he is likely lagging behind." The elder, referred to as Lin Bo, sighed. "This matter is of great importance, and neither of us can ascertain whether we will emerge unscathed. I truly do not understand why the Valley Master insisted on bringing him along. A mere martial king is surely more of a burden than an asset." Yun Xianke coldly retorted, evidently displeased with Wu Chang'an. "Forgive me, Saintess," Lin Bo replied, his expression a mix of complexity and regret. "In truth, Wu Chang'an possesses considerable talent. I am at a loss as to why he neglects his cultivation, choosing instead to seclude himself within the sect, dabbling in eccentric techniques such as substitution and earth escape. I cannot fathom their utility." Yun Xianque's expression remained icy, revealing no interest in discussing him further. Finally, just as their patience waned, a figure lazily approached, revealing Wu Chang'an. He appeared youthful, neither tall nor slender, with a pleasant demeanor. Yet, he came to a halt 100 paces away from them. "Wu Chang'an, what on earth is wrong with you?" Yun Xianke demanded coldly. "If you do not wish to come, you may as well return." However, to her astonishment, as soon as her words fell, Wu Chang'an turned and soared into the air, vanishing in an instant. "You!" Yun Xianke stood dumbfounded, her face turning a shade of green with fury as she stomped her foot in frustration, compelling Lin Bo, who shared her discontent, to pursue him. Despite her reluctance to bear this burden, the Valley Master had issued a stern command for her to ensure Wu Chang'an witnessed the unfolding events. Should she allow him to flee alone, she would undoubtedly face the Master's wrath upon her return. Yet, to her disbelief, even as she and Lin Bo exerted themselves in pursuit, they could not discern Wu Chang'an's whereabouts. They searched the vicinity thoroughly, yet he remained elusive. How could a mere martial king simply vanish into thin air? Yun Xianke was filled with disbelief, while Lin Bo wore a puzzled expression. How could a dignified martial sovereign allow a mere martial king to slip away right under his nose? Quite strange indeed. Forget about him for now, Lin Bo. The tomb of Jian Yu is of utmost importance. We must hasten to the Qing Shan sect. Yun Xianke furrowed his brow and spoke softly. "Very well." Lin Bo nodded. contemplating that Wu Chang'an should be able to manage alone. After all, he often sensed a certain peculiarity about Wu Chang'an. Perhaps it was merely good fortune? Yet he could not articulate it further. The two then soared into the sky, making their way toward the Qingshan sect. Shortly after their departure, a head emerged from the ground. Phew! Wu Chang'an exhaled in relief as he observed the two retreating figures. This woman, so exquisitely beautiful, was undoubtedly a femme fatale, destined to attract suitors. With suitors come rivals, and with rivals inevitably arises conflict, coupled with the tomb. Phew! How perilous, considering his current strength. Should he encounter a martial zone, the odds of it costing him his life would be a chilling 1 in 10,000. If a martial sovereign were involved, the situation would be even graver. At this thought, Wu Chang'an furrowed his brow tightly, his body involuntarily trembling. If he were to calculate the chances against a martial sovereign, it would likely be a mere 1 in 10,000 that could claim his life. Such risks were not to be trifled with. After careful consideration, Wu Chang'an resolved firmly in his heart. Just as he prepared to return home, his steps faltered again. However, returning to Fengyun Valley seemed unwise as well. The affairs within the sect were increasingly burdensome, rife with tasks, entanglements, and innumerable dangers. It appeared that returning to Fengyun Valley was out of the question. He would have to find a place to bide his time. Sigh, why must life be fraught with so many troubles? Would it not be better to live a peaceful life? Wu Chang'an sighed, gazing at the distant Pingjiang city, his eyes glimmering with a hint of brightness. This city lay on the fringes of Nansha, and its experts were likely to be considerably weaker. Hiding within this city should afford him a measure of peace. With his mind made up, he set forth toward Nansha city. At that moment, a bee flew by, and instinctively he swatted it dead. But in the next instant, he shuddered violently. How careless! He had conjured trouble. Lowering his gaze to the corpse of the bee, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Bees are social insects, which meant it likely had companions. Should one of those companions have cultivated into a formidable creature and thrived, in 10,000 years, they might seek vengeance for their fallen comrade, and that could spell significant trouble for him. With this thought, a surge of dread washed over him, and his expression turned icy. In that case, the only course was to eradicate the threat entirely. With that, he was enveloped in murderous intent, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings until he finally located the bee's hive. With a powerful strike, he unleashed a devastating attack, obliterating it in an instant. Counting the bees on the ground, he ensured that none had escaped his notice before he let out a sigh of relief. Phew! He had narrowly avoided a perilous fate. In this world, surviving is a daunting endeavor. How wonderful it would be to have a powerful patron to shield him, allowing him to live out his days in peace. Alas, Wu Chang'an gradually made his way toward Pingjiang city, making every effort to steer clear of the crowd, until he finally entered the city. Chapter 192. Alarmist Rhetoric. The Yunxian Pavilion of Fengyun Valley, accompanied by Lin Bo, descended upon the Qingshan sect. The members of Qingshan sect warmly welcomed them, for Fengyun Valley was a formidable force within the entire southern Sand region. In contrast, Qingshan sect resembled a quaint, remote village, a mere minor sect. Upon entering, Lin Bo, trailing behind the Yunxian Pavilion, inadvertently exuded a palpable aura. This was characteristic of large sects. Often, actions spoke louder than words, conserving much breath. Indeed, the moment Lin Bo revealed his formidable presence, the expressions of the high-ranking members of Qingshan sect soured, clearly affected by his considerable pressure. It was evident that Lin Bo was a master of the martial sovereign realm. However, the calm demeanor of Lu Qingshan caused Lin Bo's countenance to darken slightly. How could an elder of such a small sect remain utterly unperturbed in the face of his oppressive aura? This unexpected reaction intensified Lin Bo's resolve, redirecting his intimidation directly at Lu Qingshan. Yet, once again, Lu Qingshan's demeanor defied Lin Bo's expectations. How could this be? He was a martial sovereign. Why did his pressure seem ineffective against Lu Qingshan? As he felt the weight of Lin Bo's imposing aura, a cold smile crept upon Lu Qingshan's lips. Perhaps in the past, he would have trembled in the presence of a martial sovereign, but times had changed. Now, what was a martial sovereign to him? Did Lin Bo truly believe him to be a naive bumpkin, unacquainted with the likes of such power? Senior Lu, there is no need for such formality. Do you intend to present me with a grand gesture? While Qingshan sect may be a humble establishment, I, Lu Qingshan, am not one to be trifled with. he remarked leisurely, simultaneously unleashing his own cultivation. Half-sovereign. Lin Bo's expression was one of disbelief as he realized that Lu Qingshan had indeed reached the half-sovereign realm. Beside him, Yunxian Pavilion also gasped in shock, her lips slightly parted in astonishment. When did an elder from such a remote region attain the status of half-sovereign? To them, possessing the cultivation of a martial emperor was already commendable, yet this revelation surpassed all their expectations. With a subtle smile, Lu Qingshan mused. Did they truly believe he lingered by his master's side merely for show? Though his talents may have been somewhat lacking, under the extraordinary opportunities provided by his master, even a pig could ascend. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Lu Qingshan to be a half-sovereign. I never anticipated that the esteemed ancestor of Qingshan would be of half-sovereign caliber. I have indeed been remiss. Yunxian Pavilion concealed her astonishment, transitioning to a cordial smile as she addressed Lu Qingshan. Please forgive Lin Bo, he meant no offense. Clearly, possessing the strength of a half-sovereign warranted such respectful treatment from Yunxian Pavilion. Miss Yun, you are too kind. I shall not take it to heart. Please, have a seat. Lu Qingshan gestured gracefully. After the two individuals took their seats, they did not mince words. After a brief contemplation, Yun Xianke directly stated, Elder Qingshan, I believe you are well aware of the reason for my visit. How about a collaboration between our two sects? With Lin Bo's cultivation level combined with your own, and also with the advantage of Qingshan's sect being local, our chances of seizing this cave dwelling would be significantly higher than those of others. Elder Qingshan picked up the nearby teacup, lightly adjusting the lid with his hand, and replied with a leisurely smile, Miss Yun, I regret to inform you that Qingshan's sect will not partake in this matter. What? Upon hearing this, Yun Xianke placed her teacup down and abruptly stood up, her sharp gaze fixated on Lu Qingshan. Elder Qingshan, are you implying that you have already allied with other forces? Yun Xianke inquired with narrowed eyes. No, Miss Yun, you misunderstand. We do not collaborate with any forces, Elder Qingshan stated candidly. Yun Xianqua's beautiful eyes narrowed once more. After scrutinizing Elder Qingshan for a long while, she suddenly smiled, revealing her red lips. I see now. Elder Qingshan's gaze flickered as he looked at Yun Xianke. Then, her voice floated through the air. How about this? I can take the initiative. If Qingshan's sect collaborates with my Fengyun Valley, upon success, I can allocate you 30% of the profits. What do you think? Elder Qingshan shook his head with a wry smile and explained, Miss Yun, it is not a matter of profit distribution. However, Yun Xianke furrowed her brow and asked in a low tone, Are you still refusing? It truly is not about the profits, Elder Qingshan continued. Yun Xianqua's expression turned icy, her gaze then shifting to Lin Bo. Clearly, having the assistance of Qingshan's sect would greatly facilitate their acquisition of the treasure. Not to mention the combat prowess of Elder Qingshan himself. She was inquiring whether Lin Bo could yield once more. Lin Bo pondered briefly and nodded in response. Seeing this, Yun Xianke gritted her teeth and declared, Then let me take matters into my own hands and offer you 40% of the profits. You must understand that the cave of the martial saint undoubtedly contains countless treasures. With this 40%, it would be enough to propel your entire Qingshan sect to new heights, even granting you a position of significance throughout the entire Nansha region. Nevertheless, Lu Qingshan's response once again surprised her. He rejected her proposal yet again. Bang! Yun Xianqua's expression turned cold as her palm struck the nearby wooden table, splintering it to pieces. She fixed her gaze on Lu Qingshan, questioning him word by word. Elder Qingshan, I advise you to be content. Do you really think that your small Qingshan sect can demand 50%? Miss Yun, I have already stated that you have misunderstood, Lu Qingshan replied, his expression now slightly less courteous as he stood up and said in a solemn tone, I have said it is not about the profits. Rather, Qingshan's sect will not participate in this matter. Even if you were to offer me 100% of the profits, we would not involve ourselves. Yun Xianke said coldly, have you thought this through? This is the cave of the martial saint. Lu Qingshan smiled and nodded. Very well, very well. Yun Xianke was evidently quite angered, rising to lead Lin Bo away. Wait a moment, Miss Yun. Observing the departing figures of the two, old ancestor Qingshan fell into a brief contemplation and remarked, Although our encounter today has been rather unpleasant, Fengyun Valley has previously extended its favors towards our sect. Thus I feel compelled to offer you a word of caution. Yun Xianke, turned to face Lu Qingshan. It would be wise for you to refrain from wading into this murky situation. The words of Yifeng echoed in Lu Qingshan's mind as he solemnly conveyed to the two. Oh, are you suggesting that we simply relinquish this treasure to the Shui mountain manor and the Tianjin sect? Yuan Xianxue's delicate visage was clouded with frost, a disdainful sneer escaping her lips. Such alarmist rhetoric. With that, the two continued their swift departure through the air. Chapter 193. The tomb of the martial sage. In this mundane world, appearances can be deceiving. One might unexpectedly encounter a hidden powerhouse. As Wu Chang'an strolled through the bustling streets, he felt an omnipresent sense of peril. It would be prudent to seek refuge outside the city. Barely had he uttered these words when he vanished from sight. Moments later, he found himself beyond the city limits. The outskirts are indeed preferable, with their serene mountains and clear waters. However, just as his voice faded, the ground erupted with a thunderous roar. The deafening sound reverberated all around, and fissures appeared on the surface. Before Wu Chang'an's astonished gaze, a colossal structure emerged from the earth, towering before him. What on earth? Damn it, I'm doomed. Wu Chang'an cursed as he beheld the immense edifice. He merely sought a safe haven, yet this appeared before him. And this structure unmistakably resembled the tomb of Jiang Yu. Overwhelmed by despair, Wu Chang'an sensed countless presences converging towards him, filling him with an acute sense of crisis. I have never been here, never set foot in this place. I must escape. With a swift hand gesture, he burrowed into the ground, disappearing from sight. Having descended into the depths of the earth, enveloped by the surrounding soil, Wu Chang'an felt an unprecedented sense of security. Yet, in the next moment, he collided with something. The scene before him shifted dramatically. He found himself in a grand hall, and at the front of the hall hung a divine weapon of extraordinary quality. What the heck? How did I end up here? Wu Chang'an exclaimed in frustration, not even glancing at the divine weapon before he bolted. As he ran, numerous mechanisms within the hall were triggered. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of attacks rained down upon Wu Chang'an, and after what felt like an eternity, the onslaught finally subsided. At that moment, he had taken refuge in a corner, trembling all over. Phew, that was close, too close for comfort. Wu Chang'an muttered, shivering. I can't believe I used 18 of my billion clones just now. If I exhaust another 9,999,982 clones, I shall meet my end. Heaven help me. Someone save me. This is far too perilous. I refuse to move, even if it means perishing here. At the foot of the Green Mountain Gate. Yu Wujia am indeed handsome and charming. Fortune and love seems to come effortlessly. Yu Wujia gazed at the ethereal beauty before him, his eyes nearly bulging. Her skin, as translucent as crystal, and her long, elegant legs were utterly irresistible. The veil adorning her face made him yearn to tear it away, eager to glimpse the enchanting maiden concealed beneath. More importantly, this stunning beauty, this ethereal maiden, is none other than the most exceptional female disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, and she has chosen to approach him. How do you feel about that? A captivating voice emerged from beneath her veil, as her delicate foot gently lifted his chin, inquiring languidly. He, indeed, was the newly emerging prodigy of the Heavenly Sword sect, Peng Xiener. Why yes, I do, Yu Wujia stammered, nearly overwhelmed, as blood rushed to his nose. Then, will you follow me from now on? She continued, her gaze imbued with a subtle depth of meaning. Absolutely, Yu Wujia responded, almost devoid of resistance. Just as the lady was about to say more, her brow furrowed, and she rose to glance outside the city of Pingjiang. Miss, it seems there is some commotion at the tomb. We should hurry, an elder with sharp brows urged urgently. Very well, let us proceed swiftly, and do take him along. Peng Xiener commanded, casting a glance at Yu Wujia. The elder, puzzled as to why his mistress would include such a seemingly useless companion, said nothing further, swiftly pulling Yu Wujia along as they made their way out of Pingjiang. Upon their arrival, they found not only various factions gathered, but also the presence of the Cloud Fairy Pavilion. It appears you all arrived quite promptly, a voice accompanied by laughter announced, as a dashing figure in white robes descended alongside an elder. From the blowing snow mountain, I am Fifth Chong Kong, observing the impeccably pristine man, who rivaled even women in beauty. Both Yun Xianke and Peng Xiener frowned slightly. Clearly, he was a formidable character. But is it just the two of you? Where are the disciples of the sword-riding sect? Fifth Chong Kong inquired. At this, both Yun Xianke and Peng Xianer fell silent. It had indeed been a while since they had heard any news from the sword-riding sect, and their disciples were seldom seen. Their absence from such a significant event was indeed peculiar. No matter, one less opponent is still an advantage. Let us first ascertain how to enter this tomb, Fifth Chong Kong remarked, his gaze settling upon the tomb of the martial saints. Yun Xianke and Peng Xianer shared a similar expression, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chapter 194. The key to opening the stone door in an instant. All the skilled practitioners present turned their gaze towards the grand entrance of the stone hall. However, despite the fervor evident in their eyes, none dared to act hastily. When shall we make our move? Yun Xianke inquired softly. Patience is key, inevitably. Someone will be unable to resist the urge to act first. It would be prudent to let them pave the way, Lin Bo suggested quietly. Clearly, Lin Bo, being a seasoned expert, possessed a wealth of experience in such matters. As the masters of the various sects remained in tacit agreement to refrain from action, it was not long before another adept succumbed to impatience. Though they understood the peril of being the first to charge forth, danger often coincided with opportunity. Cloud turning palm. With that, a martial emperor expert soared into the air, and as he performed a rolling motion with his palm, it transformed into an enormous handprint. Crashing against the stone door. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated, yet the door remained steadfast and unmoved. This scene astonished all present. After all, this was the full-force strike of a martial emperor, and to think it could not even budge a door, truly. The tomb of a martial saint lived up to its formidable reputation, though the unexpected resilience of the door surprised them. The absence of immediate danger brought a sense of relief. Observing this, the Fifth Chong Kong discreetly glanced at the elder beside him. The elder nodded and stepped forward, his voice resonating with a mixture of energy. Esteemed colleagues, as you can see, to breach this door, we may need to temporarily unite our efforts. As for the opportunities that lie beyond, let each of us rely on our own capabilities. Upon hearing this, everyone present nodded in agreement, harboring no objections. Subsequently, with the combined might of hundreds of experts, a series of powerful assaults struck the stone door. However, to their astonishment, the door merely trembled slightly, showing no signs of yielding. This elicited furrowed brows from the assembly. After all this effort, must we truly be barred from entry? This door is remarkably sturdy. It must be protected by some form of array. Given that the Chue Shui mountain manor excels in forbidden formations, particularly Elder Fifth of the arrays, could you devise a solution for us? At this moment, Peng Xianer spoke with a melodious voice, directing her gaze towards the elder beside Fifth Chong Kong. Indeed, it seems only Elder Fifth of the arrays possesses the means to address this door. Voices arose in unison from the crowd. Elder Fifth nodded, gesturing with his hands as a subtle wave of energy emanated from him, lightly touching the stone door while his keen eyes scrutinized its surroundings. After a considerable pause, he furrowed his brow in solemnity. Elder Fifth, what is your assessment? The crowd implored eagerly. To pass through this door is akin to ascending to the heavens. Elder Fifth replied gravely. At these words, the countenance of the assembly shifted dramatically. May I ask, Elder, what exactly is the situation? Someone inquired. As I suspected, this is the Yin-Yang Great Array. In addition to this celestial gate above, there should also be an earthly gate concealed beneath. Fifth Chong Kong elucidated. To unlock the heavenly gate, there exist but two methods. The first method entails a forceful breach. However, it necessitates that the caster's strength surpass that of the array's creator. Upon hearing this, the crowd shook their heads in disbelief. Given that this was the tomb of a martial sage, it was evident that the formation was established by none other than the sage himself. Who among them possessed the capability to overpower such a formidable barrier? It was utterly impossible. What, then, was the alternative? The crowd inquired eagerly. The second method involves sending an individual to infiltrate the earthly gate, whereupon activating a mechanism within, the stone door would undoubtedly yield. Fifth Chong Kong elaborated. Yet, the earthly gate is not without its prohibitions. Only one person may enter at a time, and the myriad of formations and mechanisms within render the task of locating the unlocking mechanism exceedingly arduous. Furthermore, a crucial prerequisite for accessing the earthly gate is the mastery of the secret art of earth escape. Without it, one would be utterly lost in the search for the gate's location. The gravity of his words prompted solemn nods from the assembly. However, they soon grasped that gaining entry hinged upon finding someone proficient in Earth Escape to activate the mechanism. Thus, let those skilled in this art step forward. Fifth Chong Kong's voice resonated through the crowd. Yet, a profound silence ensued. Setting aside the question of willingness, the secret art of Earth Escape was seldom cultivated. Despite its numerous applications, mastering it was no simple feat. The majority dedicated their efforts to elevating their cultivation levels. Who would invest time in a technique that offered little enhancement in combat? As the stalemate persisted, beneath her veil, Peng Xiener smiled, glancing at Yu Wujia, and remarked softly, "I recall that you possess the skill of Earth Escape, do you not?" At her words, the gaze of the entire assembly turned toward Yu Wujia. He suddenly became flustered, his face draining of color. With his level of prowess, he was merely an observer, easily outmatched by anyone present. He had never anticipated that this matter would involve him directly. He stammered, looking at Peng Xiener in bewilderment, and asked, "How do you know I can perform Earth Escape?" Peng Xiener remained silent, her gaze lingering meaningfully upon him. "Very well, enough of this idle talk. Let this lad descend. Yes, you shall venture into the earthly gate." Upon discovering a practitioner of Earth Escape, the crowd erupted in voices of encouragement. Yu Wujia promptly collapsed to the ground, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. I cannot, truly I cannot," he lamented. "A man must not show weakness. I had quite an affinity for you. I even went so far as to investigate your background. How else would I know of your ability in Earth Escape?" At this moment, Peng Xiener leaned closer to Yu Wujia and, in a light and airy tone, said, "So you must not disappoint me. After all, to be the man of Peng Xiener, one must possess some skills, wouldn't you agree?" "Your man?" Yu Wujia's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Do you mean to say I could be your—" "Hush!" Peng Xiener exhaled softly, languidly stating, "Do not inquire. It is precisely the meaning you comprehend." This breath caused Yu Wujia to shudder, especially with the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from Peng Xiener, which instantly invigorated him as if he had been infused with vitality. "All right, I shall go." He rose, his voice resonating with solemnity. "Now, that is what a man should be." Peng Xiener gently traced her hand across Yu Wujia's chest, her expression filled with admiration as she spoke. "I shall not disappoint you." Yu Wujia clenched his teeth. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a hand seal and delved into the depths below. "Fifth formation, Elder. What do you perceive the odds to be?" After Yu Wujia descended, Peng Xiener turned her gaze toward the fifth formation, inquiring. The fifth formation remained silent, merely shaking his head. Witnessing this, the expressions of others instantly dulled. After all, they understood that this Yu Wujia lacked the requisite strength. The underground door was fraught with perilous traps, and he would likely meet his demise the moment he entered. Nonetheless, it was better to have someone take a chance. As he burrowed deeper into the earth, Yu Wujia's fervor gradually waned, and he soon realized that such a subterranean entrance was beyond the capabilities of someone of his caliber. Instantly, he hesitated to advance, quaking in fear beneath the soil. "Phew, I have finally completed my 1,000,000,000 shadow clones." In the underground hall, Wu Chang'an stowed away the shadow clones he had just crafted, taking a deep breath. "This cannot continue. I must find a way out." He cautiously traversed the hall and suddenly noticed numerous buttons along the wall, each resembling a mechanism. Could this be a way to deactivate the traps? Wu Chang'an's eyes brightened. He released a multitude of shadow clones and carefully pressed one of the buttons. Boom! At that very moment, a thunderous noise reverberated from the ground. Subsequently, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the stone door creaked open with a resounding crash. Did he succeed? The crowd erupted in incredulous murmurs. This is astonishingly swift. Yet, the most astonished of all was Peng Xiener, whose face, hidden beneath her veil, betrayed a profound shock. Yu Wujia had truly entered the underground door and unlocked the stone portal. Chapter 195. The three supreme treasures. A fervent gleam ignited in the eyes of the crowd. In an instant, a multitude of formidable experts surged towards the stone door in a frenzied rush. "Out of the way. Do not obstruct our path." Even before entering, clashes erupted among the eager participants. The tomb of the martial saints. Such an opportunity could drive one to madness. "Elder, should we wait or proceed?" inquired the fifth Longkong. "Not to worry," replied the fifth formation. "The crux of the Yinyang Great Formation lies within the Earth Gate. If the Earth Gate cannot be opened, the Heaven Gate remains unattainable. Thus, Most of the formation's prohibitions and devices are concealed within the Earth Gate. The Heaven Gate, in contrast, poses little threat. The fifth formation pondered, "What perplexes me is how a mere novice, newly ascended to the martial spirit realm, managed to breach the Earth Gate and unlock the Heaven Gate." Despite his bewilderment, the undeniable reality lay before them. "Since the Heaven Gate harbors minimal danger, let us hasten inside," proclaimed the fifth Longkong. At his words, the fifth formation nodded and, together with the fifth Longkong, darted towards the Heaven Gate. Observing this, Peng Xian'er and Yun Xianke, among others, were equally unwilling to lag behind and charge forward. Within the Heaven Gate, the first sight that greeted the assembly was a grandiose hall. The walls were adorned with an array of resplendent treasures, and numerous cultivators had already engaged in fierce skirmishes over them. However, these were merely items of royal and imperial rank, important, yet not worthy of intervention from the three major factions, as they understood that far greater treasures awaited deeper within. Following the hall, they entered an interminable corridor. At this juncture, many had already surged ahead. Numerous mechanisms lay in wait, claiming the lives of several. Yet they did little to deter the resolve of the three factions. As they advanced through the corridor, a profound aura enveloped them. "Is this the aura of a sacred treasure?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they hastened onward without a moment's hesitation. Despite the presence of numerous traps, the three factions exhibited a remarkable camaraderie, uniting to dismantle the obstacles in their path. At last, a new hall materialized before them. At the forefront of this hall stood a colossal altar, upon which three luminous orbs floated. The sacred heavenly spirit rope. This rope had garnered fame millennia ago. Legend has it that when unfurled, it could not only bind sacred beings, but even a martial emperor would struggle to escape its grasp. The sacred wind and cloud hammer. This artifact, also steeped in ancient lore, once belonged to a half-emperor of the wolf race, now unexpectedly found in this place. The sacred divine demon scissors. This item bore an even grander legacy, having been rumored for over several hundred millennia and possessing a history of multiple masters. It was said that these scissors had once severed the head of a martial emperor. In the blink of an eye, the members of the three factions recognized these three supreme treasures. The eyes glimmered with a fervent gaze. Naturally, in addition to the three sacred artifacts, a plethora of treasures lay before them, from the mundane gold and silver jewels of the common folk to the medicinal concoctions and techniques utilized by cultivators. Everything imaginable was present. The spectators collectively gasped in astonishment. Such an abundance of resources likely represented the entirety of Jiang Yu's life savings. A treasure not to be underestimated even by the three great factions. Undoubtedly, what captured their attention most was the stone door situated behind the altar. From within, a faint yet more unsettling pulsation emanated. There, perhaps, lay the very core of Jiang Yu's tomb. It was evident that Jiang Yu was on the cusp of becoming a martial emperor. Otherwise, how could a mere martial saint possess three sacred treasures? Beneath her veil, Peng Xian'er sighed in contemplation. Indeed, judging by the emanation, the core chamber likely harbored even greater wonders. An observation echoed by the elder Chang Jiankong from the Heavenly Sword sect who stood beside her, equally impressed. Meanwhile, Yun Xianke regarded the treasures with a derisive smirk. One could only wonder what expression Lu Qingshan would wear upon witnessing this scene. Humph, he would surely be consumed by regret. Lin Bo scoffed dismissively. But this is for the best. If they were to truly divide a portion, I doubt I would be willing to part with any. That's right. They are merely a small sect, destined to languish in mediocrity. Since they cannot seize the opportunity, it seems they are not fated for it. Yun Xianke nodded in agreement. In that moment, as they beheld the treasures, the thoughts of the three great factions diverged. Just then, others arrived, and upon seeing the heap of treasures, their eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to contain themselves. "Brothers, charge. With so many treasures, even a small share would satisfy us for a lifetime." With this rallying cry, dozens of frenzied cultivators surged forward. "Damn it!" Fifth Chong Kong's expression darkened as he prepared to intervene, but Fifth Zhun timely restrained him. Just as he was about to inquire why, he noticed the three sacred treasures exuding a black mist, which instantaneously reduced the charging cultivators to mere ashes. "What is this?" Fifth Chong Kong exclaimed in horror. "If my assumptions are correct, the tomb is steeped in heavy Yin energy, and over time, The three sacred artifacts have absorbed a considerable amount of this energy, which is released when someone approaches. Fifth Jin elucidated. What shall we do? Yun Xianke inquired. We can only wait for the yin energy to dissipate on its own. Chang Jiankong replied. The group nodded in tacit understanding. Exchanging glances, they settled down to meditate. Observing this, the others also distanced themselves and took a seat. Let us recuperate, Fifth Jun advised, for while it appears calm now, when the yin energy disperses, contention will be inevitable. And what one may acquire then will depend solely on one's own capabilities. As he spoke, Fifth Jin glanced toward the positions of Peng Xiener and Yun Xianke's factions. At that moment, their gazes converged as well. It was evident. Everyone is calculating with the same intentions. The current tranquility is merely the calm before the impending storm. Is this contraption utterly useless? In the grand hall, Wu Chang'an stared at the button he had pressed, deeply furrowing his brow. It is completely ineffectual. Unable to contain himself, he pressed another key. After glancing at it, he found it still had no effect. He pressed another button. After a series of mechanisms yielded no results, Wu Chang'an exploded in frustration, pressing every mechanism in one breath. Boom! Simultaneously, as these buttons were activated, the entire hall trembled with a resounding roar. Whoosh! Countless poisoned arrows shot forth, imbued with a menacing aura. At the same time, numerous small holes emerged in the walls, from which a thick black mist silently seeped. Hiss! Above, numerous beams of cold light, resembling blades, descended, laden with a palpable sense of lethality. Howl! Accompanied by a series of beastly roars, several phantoms exuding dark energy materialized, surging forth with overwhelming pressure. Witnessing this unfolding chaos, Wu Chang'an's expression shifted dramatically, his ghostly figure transforming into a mere shadow within the hall, nimbly evading the impending danger. While dodging peril, he gritted his teeth. This is the greatest crisis I have ever encountered. It seems I must resort to my trump card. As he murmured, he retrieved a scroll. Alas, I possess 100 of these scrolls that disregard the formation's teleportation. Using one leaves me with only 99. Gazing at the scroll in his hand, Wu Chang'an's face was filled with reluctance, but there was no other choice. With a firm resolve, he activated the scroll. Accompanied by a radiant beam of light, Wu Chang'an instantly vanished from sight. Chapter 196. The sudden turn of events. Master, grave news has arisen. Zhu Yun hurriedly reported as he rushed to Lu Qingshan, who was in seclusion at the Qingshan sect. At the tomb of Jiangyu, a calamity has struck. Reports from our scouts indicate that nearly 99% of the participants have perished. What? Could it be that the master's prophecy has come to fruition? Lu Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief, murmuring to himself before hastening towards the tomb of Jiangyu. Upon his arrival, he was met with a scene so harrowing it defied description. The once formidable assembly of experts had vanished, leaving only a handful scattered across the ground, some maimed, others shrouded in dark energy, and a few barely clinging to life. Those who managed to escape had done so merely by being at the entrance prior to the catastrophe. None who ventured deeper emerged unscathed. What on earth transpired here? Lu Qingshan pondered, aware that those permitted entry were at least martial kings, with numerous martial emperors and martial sect members among them. How could it be that only this meager handful remained? Suddenly, several figures burst forth from the heavenly gates, members of the three major sections. Yet, as they surged forward, a dark phantom pursued them, exuding a dense aura of malevolence. Its gaping maw poised to strike. "Miss, be cautious," Lin Bo exclaimed, his countenance shifting dramatically as he beheld Yun Xianke at the rear. Channeling his martial venerable prowess, he thrust his palm forward. However, the dark apparition showed no trepidation, instead turning its gaping maw towards him. "Ah!" Lin Bo's anguished scream echoed as a significant portion of his body was violently torn away. Lin Bo. Tears welled in Yun Xianchue's eyes as she summoned all her strength to pull him back from the brink of death. Once on solid ground, the members of the three factions were pallid, gasping for breath, their faces etched with terror. Witnessing this, Lu Qingshan was further astounded. Lin Bo, having lost half of his body, and the fifth array, who had suffered a grievous wound to his chest, while Chang Jiankong had lost a leg. These were all martial venerable experts. Though the others fared slightly better, they too bore severe injuries. Clearly, their survival was owed to the protection of a few martial venerables. With a deep breath, Lu Qingshan felt a chill run down his spine, overwhelmed by a sense of dread. The master's prophecy had indeed proven accurate. How fortunate that he had consulted with the master beforehand. Otherwise, he too might have met a similar fate. "Master, you truly are remarkable," he murmured, hastening to assist Lin Bo with his injuries. Given the relatively amicable relations between the Qingshan sect and the Fengyun Valley, he could not simply stand idly by in the face of such calamity. After some time, Lin Bo's condition stabilized, albeit precariously. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Qingshan sighed and remarked, "What a pity for you all. Had you heeded my advice earlier, you could have avoided this treacherous ordeal." At his words, the two individuals raised their heads in response. "So you were aware of the dangers within?" Yun Xianke inquired, her tone laced with skepticism. Lu Qingshan awkwardly nodded, confessing, "Indeed, I was aware of the peril, which is precisely why I wished to refrain from involvement. However, I did not fail to caution you." Yun Xianke clicked her tongue, rendered speechless, unable to muster a single retort. For Lu Qingshan had indeed issued a solemn warning at that time, yet she had been wholly preoccupied with thoughts of treasure, dismissing his words with scornful laughter. In retrospect, it was not Lu Qingshan who appeared foolish, but rather they. Had they heeded his counsel, perhaps their losses would not have been so grievous. Especially for Lin Bo. Though he had preserved his life, he had been rendered nearly incapacitated. Alas, what further purpose is there in discussing this? Lin Bo shook his head with difficulty, his expression rife with regret despite his words. Yun Xianchue's demeanor darkened, but suddenly recalling something, she raised her head and asked, "But how did you know there was danger within?" "A senior expert informed me," Lu Qingshan replied, his eyes gleaming with reverence. "Who is it?" Yun Xianke inquired, her tension palpable. "I cannot disclose that," Lu Qingshan said with an apologetic smile, turning to depart, clearly reluctant to elaborate further. Watching Lu Qingshan's retreating figure, Yun Xianke queried, "Do you believe him?" "Most likely," Lin Bo responded, narrowing his pupils. "Then who could it be?" Yun Xianke asked, filled with uncertainty, but Lu Qingshan had already left. After a period of recuperation, the group observed the ongoing commotion emanating from the stone door, yet none dared to entertain further notions, and they all departed. The news from this place spread rapidly, drawing more cultivators towards Pingjiang City, including the three major sections. At Fengyun Valley, a man commanded, "Elder Feng, Elder Yun, hasten to Pingjiang City. We must secure those three treasured artifacts." In the depths of the Heavenly Sword sect, two beams of sword light soared forth, with two figures of substantial aura departing on their swords. At the Xianyue Mountain Villa, an elderly man with white hair transmitted, with the mechanisms now gone. "What remains is the struggle among ourselves. We must secure that sacred treasure." In an instant, a tempest of anticipation enveloped Pingjiang City. Everyone was acutely aware that despite having faced a significant upheaval, once the internal mechanisms had exhausted themselves and the malevolent energy surrounding the sacred treasures dissipated, acquiring those artifacts would demand no effort whatsoever. However, until the mechanisms vanished, none dared to act, nor did they fear others seizing the treasures. For under the intensity of such mechanisms, it was inconceivable that anyone could possess the capability to claim them. In the martial arts hall, Yifeng bound the skeleton to a locust tree with a rope, mercilessly whipping it. "This is for your audacity to take advantage of me. I shall punish you for your arrogance. Today, I will bring you to your end," he cursed vehemently, releasing his pent-up fury. It wasn't until he had drenched himself in cold sweat that he finally ceased his onslaught. "Qing, come here." After Yifeng departed, the skeleton emitted a light, airy voice. "What is up, brother?" the dog eagerly inquired, wagging its tail. "Quick, untie me. I have a plan to make some money," the skeleton urged. "Ultimately, it's all about the money. If we had wealth, we wouldn't be subjected to such indignities, would we? Where do we go to make money, brother?" the dog asked in a hushed tone. "Fear not, I have a place in mind," the skeleton replied with a light-hearted tone. "All right then, but if there is danger, you must protect me." With that, Ao Qing assisted the skeleton in freeing itself. Once unbound, the skeleton and the dog vanished in an instant. Moments later, they found themselves outside Pingjiang City. "Look, there are many gold coins inside," the skeleton remarked, leading the way toward the stone gate. "Brother, it looks perilous in there." Ao Qing quickly followed, noticing the fleeting phantoms within, and shivered with trepidation. No worries. As long as you stick with me, you'll be safe. The skeleton casually dispelled a black phantom that transformed into a greedy wolf and proceeded into the depths with A.O. Ching. Chapter 197. Ransacked. The two traversed their path without obstruction. Brother, how did you know there were gold coins inside? Dogsy inquired, trailing alongside the skeleton. Is there anything in this world that I, your brother, do not know? The skeleton puffed out his chest proudly. Indeed. Who could forget that my brother is the one who captivates countless maidens? Dogsy nodded vigorously, showering him with flattery. The skeleton relished the praise, nodding in satisfaction. Yet he solemnly advised, Ching, although this is true, whether we are human or canine, we must remain humble. Brother, your words are etched in my heart, Dogsy replied earnestly. As they continued their light-hearted banter, they finally emerged into the grand hall at the end of the corridor. Haha, Ching, my brother and I are about to strike it rich. The skeleton's eyes gleamed at the sight of the nearly mountainous pile of gold coins behind the altar, and he exclaimed with excitement, Congratulations, brother. Well done. Dogsy echoed, equally exhilarated. Under the shimmering glow of the coins, the duo overlooked everything else. Come, let us claim our treasure. The skeleton swaggered towards the altar. Suddenly, as they took their first few steps, the three sacred artifacts floating in midair began to tremble. Enveloped in a shroud of black mist, they sprang into action. The first to ensnare was the sacred heavenly spirit rope, which swiftly coiled around the skeleton's head. A mere frayed rope dares to obstruct my treasure. The skeleton, irritated, reached up and tore it apart, discarding the remnants to the ground. In the next instant, the sacred wind and cloud staff and the divine demonic scissors launched their assault simultaneously. This is truly relentless. He delivered a punch that sent the wind and cloud staff crashing to the ground, reduced to a mere half. And this wretched scissors. The skeleton grasped it in his hand, crushing it into scrap metal and tossing it aside. Bah, how dare such trash block our path? Dogsy spat disdainfully at the debris, striding confidently after him. Boom. Just as they reached the center of the altar, a deafening roar erupted, and beams of light shot up from the ground. A crisis loomed quietly. Brother, it seems there is a formation here. Dogsy's fur bristled, instinctively moving closer to the skeleton. It appears formidable, and it seems difficult to unravel. Do you have any strategies, brother? It is indeed quite challenging to decipher, for I too lack understanding of formations. The skeleton scratched his head. So, you have no solutions? Dogsy pressed. Not entirely devoid of options, the skeleton replied, lifting his foot and stomping down. Boom. With a resounding crash. The altar cracked beneath his foot, the tremors ceased, and the radiant light gradually dimmed. Wow. Incredible. Dogsy was left speechless, offering nothing but a simple exclamation of admiration. At long last, the two individuals successfully arrived at the altar. Ha ha ha. At last, I am wealthy, exclaimed the skeleton, his voice brimming with elation. Ladies of the Ehome courtyard, await my grand entrance, for I intend to reserve the entire venue. With exuberance, the skeleton scattered gold coins with both hands, producing a peculiar clattering sound from beneath his dark robe. Ching, gather every last coin into the sack. Not a single one shall remain, he urged, urgently pulling forth a large sack from within his robe. Certainly, brother, Dogsy replied, eagerly accepting the sack and frantically shoveling the gold coins inside. Amidst the raucous laughter, every coin was swiftly stowed away. Oh dear, these look quite delectable, the skeleton remarked, eyeing the nearby pills. He seized a handful and began to feed them to Dogsy. Indeed, the flavor is rather agreeable. Dogsy concurred. What do you think? There are still over 2 sacks remaining. Would you care to take a couple home as dog food? The skeleton inquired. That would be a tremendous help. Dogsy expressed his gratitude. Brothers, why would you speak to me in such a manner? After another flurry of activity, all the sacks they had brought were packed to the brim. And what shall we do with the remaining items? Dogsy queried, gesturing towards the assorted books and manuals. Burn them, the skeleton decisively stated. These items are utterly worthless. If they were to circulate, those who practice such inferior techniques would only bring harm upon themselves. After careful consideration, he flicked his bony fingers, igniting a small flame that danced upon the ground. Oh dear brother, there is also a stone door here. Might there be treasures inside? Dogsy exclaimed in astonishment. As for what lies within, apart from a corpse, there are but a few trinkets. Not a single coin to be found. Let us disregard it and take our leave, the skeleton replied nonchalantly, hoisting several sacks onto his back and making his way out. Dogsy, burdened with several sacks of his own, hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 198. A further inquiry in the tranquil city of Pingjiang, an outward calm prevailed. Apart from a few scouts dispatched by various sects to monitor the movements within the stone gate, the vicinity of the graveyard was nearly devoid of human presence, as if fear of the previous incident had instilled caution in them. However, beneath the surface, a turbulent storm was brewing. An increasing number of adept warriors were arriving, concealed within Pingjiang, biding their time until the mechanisms were exhausted, before seizing the treasures within. Within the Qingshan sect, Lu Qingshan and Yun Xianke sat in the grand hall. Miss Yun, how have you found your stay at Qingshan sect? The venerable ancestor of Qingshan inquired softly. Having escaped from the gates of hell, Yun Xianke had lost some of her former sharpness. She lowered her head slightly before the elder and said, I am grateful for your magnanimity, Elder Lu, and I extend my apologies for my previous disrespect. Had I heeded your counsel at that time, perhaps Lin Bo would not be in such a predicament. At this point, a shadow of gloom crossed Yun Xianchua's countenance, reflecting her deep disappointment. What troubles Lin? Elder Lu inquired hastily. Indeed, Yun Xianke nodded. Although we managed to send him back to Fengyun Valley in time, the injuries inflicted by that phantom beast exceeded our expectations. While we salvaged his life, Lin Bo has fallen from the martial sovereign realm to that of martial emperor, and he shall never progress further in this lifetime. Lu Qingshan's expression grew complex as he struggled to find words of comfort. The fall from martial sovereign to martial emperor was akin to a complete ruin. The more he pondered this, the deeper his respect for Yifeng grew. Had it not been for the gentleman's warning, he too might have faced dire consequences. Everyone was aware of the inherent dangers within the tomb, yet Yifeng's words were a clear admonition that there were risks beyond their comprehension. And indeed, the reality had proven this to be true. Elder Lu, I came here primarily to inquire about who possesses such formidable prowess to foresee the dangers lurking within the tomb. Yun Xianke asked after a brief contemplation. Her curiosity about the individual referenced by the elder had been piqued. Miss Yun, the gentleman seeks simplicity, cherishing an unadorned life, and prefers not to be disturbed, Lu Qingshan replied, shaking his head. Therefore, I must apologize, but I cannot divulge his identity. Very well. Yun Xianke conceded with a hint of disappointment. Moreover, I advise you, Miss Yun, against probing into the gentleman's affairs. Though I acknowledge that Fengyun Valley is powerful, should you provoke his displeasure, the valley may not possess the strength to withstand his wrath. Lu Qingshan warned gravely, narrowing his eyes. Surprisingly, Yun Xianke did not react with anger, but rather with astonishment. It seemed that the individual mentioned by Lu Qingshan was even more formidable than she had imagined. Otherwise, a half-respected master would not have uttered such words. She nodded in acknowledgement. Since Elder Lu was reluctant to elaborate further, she refrained from pressing the matter and shifted the topic. Elder Lu, the other two martial sovereigns from Fengyun Valley, are en route, seeking to acquire the sacred artifacts and other resources. Now that the dangers within the tomb have subsided and we only need to contend with other factions, I would like to extend my invitation for you to ally with Fengyun Valley. What say you? After all, you must have heard that besides the sacred relics within the Grand Hall's altar, there are numerous other resources that should hold great significance for your Qingshan sect, correct? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan fell into deep contemplation. To be honest, he was indeed tempted. The peril had undeniably passed, and the words of his mentor had proven true, which indicated that the tomb should pose no significant danger now. However, he did not immediately acquiesce. Rather, after some reflection, he replied, Very well, Miss Yun. Since the mechanisms within the tomb will remain dormant for some time, and there is no fear of others getting there first, would you permit me a day or two to ponder this matter further? Very well, I shall await your response, Yun Xianke said as she rose to depart. Should he venture forth or not? After her exit, Lu Qingshan closed his eyes in contemplation, and after a considerable interval, he resolved to consult his mentor. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your calligraphy has reached a level comparable to the divine. Within the martial hall, Yifeng set down the brush in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he heard the voice echoing in his mind. Among the four arts of qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting, the latter three had finally achieved divine parity, aside from the art of chess. Once he elevated his chess skills to the same level, the task concerning these 4 arts would be deemed complete. Of course, his motivation for completing the task was merely to prevent the martial hall from being reclaimed. He held no expectations regarding the rewards. Amount? Not only did he have no anticipation, but it was also a source of mild annoyance. Having one broken skull was nearly sufficient. Should another similar one come along, who knows when he might suffer a heart attack? At that moment, Lu Qingshan's voice resounded from outside. He appeared with several jars of fine wine, seemingly of even better quality than before. "Look at you, old man. You come bearing gifts again," Yifeng teased with a smile, promptly taking the jars from Lu Qingshan's hands. "What you say is not necessary. It is my duty. And I must also thank you for your reminder last time," Lu Qingshan expressed gratefully. "Reminder? What reminder?" Yifeng inquired, somewhat puzzled. Observing Yifeng's reaction, Lu Qingshan felt a twinge of alarm. His mentor had evidently not taken the tomb of the martial sage to heart at all. Thus, he explained, "It was regarding our previous discussion about the ancient tomb. Just as you anticipated, a grave mishap occurred, resulting in numerous fatalities. Thanks to your advice, I refrained from going, and thus I preserved my life." "Ah, so it was this matter. Quite expected." Yifeng waved his hand with a chuckle. In truth, such an outcome was hardly surprising. How could the tomb of a cultivator be devoid of peril? Observing Yifeng's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Qingshan displayed a look of reverence. It seemed that only a person of his mentor's composure could speak of such matters so serenely. Mentor, I actually came to inquire about the tomb once more. Since the dangers within have already manifested, does that imply there would be no substantial risks should one enter now?" Lu Qingshan, the elder of Qingshan, asked again. "You wish to enter?" Yifeng looked at him in astonishment. The elder of Qingshan nodded, somewhat abashed. After all, according to the news from Yangtze, the tomb not only contains sacred relics, but also numerous medicinal herbs and cultivation techniques. While these may hold little significance for the venerable Qingshan, they are undoubtedly essential for the development of a sect. Alas, seeing that the venerable Qingshan is truly intent on this course of action, Yifeng could only shake his head in resignation. Noticing Yifeng's sigh, the venerable Qingshan felt a pang of concern and hurriedly inquired, "What is the reason for your sigh, esteemed sir?" Chapter 199. The Decision of Yunxian. What do you mean? You cannot go to this tomb. Yifeng shot him a disapproving glance and admonished. "Even though a danger has already occurred, are you certain that none remains? Do you mean there are still perils within the tomb?" asked old ancestor Qingshan. "Otherwise, why would I say so? If you go, you're surely finished," Yifeng replied solemnly. Although he could not articulate what other dangers lurked, he felt that someone as fragile as Lu Qingshan, with one foot already in the grave, would likely perish even if a mere stone fell from above. He found it perplexing that this old man, despite being quite amiable, lacked a certain common sense. It was truly astonishing that he remained fixated on such a tumultuous tomb, fully aware of his own frailty. Yifeng's words rendered old ancestor Qingshan ashen-faced, especially the phrase "surely finished," which drenched him in a cold sweat. Noticing Lu Qingshan lost in thought, Yifeng feared he might still be oblivious, so he urged, "Old man, do not dwell on it. Even if there were no dangers inside, you would gain nothing. Others have already beaten you to it." "Gain nothing? Others have beaten me to it," Lu Qingshan exclaimed in shock. "What do you mean?" "Just what I said. What else is there to explain?" Yifeng rolled his eyes. "In any case, given the nature of such a tomb, countless cultivators, let alone someone of your age, have already sought its treasures. As an old man, you cannot outpace others, nor can you best them in combat. Any valuable items would have surely been claimed by those who arrived first. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance." Lu Qingshan respectfully nodded to Yifeng. After sharing a couple of drinks, he hurried back to Qingshan Gate. Upon his return, Yun Xian arrived with 2 imposing elders. "Old Lu, allow me to introduce you. These are elders Yang Mu and Yang Sun from my Fengyun Valley," Yun Xian announced. "Greetings, esteemed elders." Lu Qingshan acknowledged with a nod. Observing their formidable auras, he discerned they were indeed the 2 martial sovereigns Yun Xian had mentioned. The 2 elders glanced at Lu Qingshan, mildly surprised to find him at the half-sovereign level, but they did not dwell on it and nodded in return. Once seated, Yun Xian got straight to the point. "Old Lu, have you given any thought to our proposal? If you ally with Fengyun Valley, 2 martial sovereigns and your half-sovereign strength will make acquiring those treasures a simple task." At her words, Lu Qingshan fell into silence. Feng's earlier admonitions echoed in his mind, and after a moment of reflection, he replied, Miss Yun, I regret that I cannot agree to your proposition. The two martial sovereigns furrowed their brows at this response. Yun Xianke, taken aback, had not anticipated Lu Qingshan's reluctance to form an alliance. However, having learned from past experiences, she refrained from outright hostility and inquired, Old Lu, may I ask your reasoning? Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingshan raised his gaze and stated, Indeed, the treasure is tempting, but it is not worth the price of my life. Yun Xianke, her crimson lips slightly parted, exclaimed, Do you mean to suggest that it lies within this tomb? Indeed, Lu Qingshan responded, but there are great perils within. As he spoke, he recalled Feng's ominous words. It must be perilous. He added, If my conjecture holds true, the dangers ahead may surpass those we faced previously. Yun Xianke stood in stunned silence. The last encounter nearly claimed the lives of several formidable martial masters from their three sects. If the forthcoming threats were even more terrifying, did it imply that even the martial masters might not emerge unscathed? Is it yet another prophecy from that individual? Yun Xianke inquired gravely. Indeed, Lu Qingshan nodded solemnly. Humph, utter nonsense, came Yang Mu's disdainful voice, as he declared, What prophecies are you spouting? Although last time was an accident, this time we have two martial masters, surely. They can conquer a mere tomb. Yun Xianke turned her gaze towards Lu Qingshan, clearly inquiring whether two martial masters would indeed suffice. Observing this, the ancestor of Qingshan shook his head, exhaling a sigh. Sufficiency aside, even in the absence of danger, our visit would be futile. What do you mean? Yun Xianke promptly asked. Because. Lu Qingshan's pupils constricted as he spoke earnestly. The treasures within the tomb have already been claimed by others. What? Yun Xianke gasped, rising abruptly, murmuring, How can this be possible? Humph, mere sensationalism. Yet, Yang Mu countered directly, claimed by others? You speak without thought. The mechanisms within the tomb have been activated, and before they are exhausted, no one possesses the capability to enter, for even martial masters would meet their demise inside. To assert that treasures have been taken is sheer folly. Very well, if my good intentions are met with such ingratitude, then I have nothing more to say. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan's expression turned irate as he stood and prepared to depart. As he passed Yun Xianke, he momentarily paused, his voice low, Miss Yun, I hope you remember the lessons from before. For the sake of our two-sex relationship, I have shared all I could. Whether you choose to believe it is up to you. With that, Lu Qingshan departed. Humph, if he does not wish to ally, then so be it. To concoct such excuses is absurd. As Lu Qingshan left, Yang Mu and the two martial masters scoffed, saying, Miss, we need not concern ourselves with Lu Qingshan. When the time comes, the three of us shall proceed. With us two present, you have nothing to fear, and the sacred artifact shall be ours. However, Yun Xianke surprised them with her response. No, we shall not go, she stated. The two martial masters were taken aback, quickly exclaiming, Miss, you cannot truly be swayed by Lu Qingshan's alarmist words. There are three sacred artifacts at stake. He is not being alarmist. Yun Xianke took a deep breath, speaking with gravity. Due to the heavy lesson learned last time, had it not been for Lin Bo's timely rescue, Yun Xianke would have already become a soul entombed in that grave. She would never tread the same path again. Miss, how could you heed the nonsensical words of Lu Qingshan? These are three sacred artifacts. Can they simply be surrendered without a fight? Yang Mu said, his face betraying anger. If you refuse to go, then we shall go alone. No, you cannot go, Yun Xianke hastily replied. Then, Miss, you may find it impossible to stop us. Yang Mu retorted without courtesy. After all, your father has issued a strict order that at least one sacred artifact must be brought back. Very well. If you choose to go, then I shall end my life before your eyes. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed as Yun Xianke pressed a sharp blade against her neck. Gritting her teeth as she spoke, Elders, trust me. I truly wish for your well-being. You are all my kin. I do not wish to witness a repeat of what happened to Lin Bo. If my father lays blame, I will clarify matters with him. You, Sai? You are foolish. Yang Mu and his companions sighed heavily, their faces etched with reluctance. They understood Yun Xianke's character all too well. While they could prevent her reckless actions for the moment, they could not be vigilant at all times. Should anything truly occur, it would be far more difficult to explain. Chapter 200. The ordinary path, the sound of the guitar resonated through the air. Recently, influenced by certain tasks, Yifeng had rekindled his passion for playing the guitar. Such is the nature of humanity. Interests and pursuits, when neglected for an extended period, tend to fade from memory. Yet, upon rediscovery, Yifeng's affection for the guitar was reignited. Among the four arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, the one he truly cherished was music. Thus, even though his skills had reached a level of mastery akin to that of divine beings, Yifeng still strummed the strings daily, not for any other reason, but for the love of it and the sentiments it evoked. Beneath the steps, a crowd had gathered, including those weeding, tilling, digging, and carrying manure. Among them were Mr. Wang from next door, a vendor from the beef stall across the street, the pork seller next to him, and Sister Hua from diagonally across selling rouge, among many others. At this moment, everyone was immersed in the melodies produced by Yifeng's guitar. As the final notes lingered in the air, the audience yearned for more. Alas, the gentleman's skill is truly extraordinary. The profound truths within his music elude even those of us at this level. Wu Yonghong lamented. Indeed, should one's understanding be any shallower, they might only appreciate the beauty of the melody without grasping its meaning, echoed Sun Zhuge. Please, another rendition of The Ordinary Path. Yifeng smiled at the praise from the crowd. After all, the affection for his guitar playing, shared by so many, filled him with a sense of accomplishment. He began to play The Ordinary Path, a piece he performed daily, not for any other reason, but simply because he adored it. The essence of the song resonated perfectly with his life here. Having traversed through trials and tribulations, he had once yearned, feared, and hoped, gazing upon the world while dreaming of wielding a sword and wandering the vastness. Although the setbacks from the subpar system had dealt him a harsh blow, shattering his aspirations and forcing him into the confines of the martial arts hall, he now reflected upon it. Isn't life just like that? In this extraordinary world, even cultivators meet their end, falling beneath the sword. Thus, it is perhaps better to embrace an ordinary life, to be an ordinary person, finding solace in simplicity and freedom. Just then, Yu Wujia, recently emerged from the earth, ambled down the street, muttering curses under his breath. Upon noticing the crowd gathered at the martial arts hall, he approached with a sense of curiosity. Oh, I didn't realize I had stumbled upon this waste of space. He scoffed at Yifeng, who was lost in the music. However, as the enchanting melodies reached his ears, he was taken aback. The sound was exquisite, and the piece seemed remarkably profound. Even a cultivator like him found his heart at peace while listening. Unbeknownst to him, he too became ensnared by the captivating performance. After an extended period, the sound of the guitar gradually faded away. Many people gathered at the foot of the steps, casting grateful glances at Yifeng, their faces alight with excitement. Numerous individuals found the music enchanting, applauding in appreciation. Indeed, this seemingly inept individual may lack in many areas, yet one cannot deny his remarkable skill with this instrument. In a corner, Yu Wujia couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement. Despite his disdain for Yifeng, he could not criticize this piece, even having distanced himself significantly. The melody lingered in his mind. Yu Wujia, is that you? At that moment, a figure swooped in, blocking Yu Wujia's path. It was Peng Xiener. Upon seeing her, Yu Wujia's expression shifted slightly, embarrassment washing over him as he dared not meet her gaze. Ah, yes, indeed. It was evident that his reason for wandering in the streets rather than returning to the Qingshan sect was to avoid Peng Xiener. After all, he had boldly proclaimed his intention to open the Earth Gate, yet he had hidden away for many days. He felt utterly ashamed to face her. You truly surprise me. Not only have you opened the Earth Gate, but the Heavenly Gate as well, and you seem unscathed, Peng Xiener remarked with a tone of admiration beneath her veil. What? The Heavenly Gate? I opened the Heavenly Gate? Yu Wujia's face registered shock, incredulity written all over it. Wasn't it you who opened it? Peng Xiener's brow furrowed slightly. As Yu Wujia processed her words, he quickly understood that the Heavenly Gate had been opened for reasons unbeknownst to them both, and she mistakenly attributed its opening to him. He promptly responded, Ah, yes, yes. It was I who opened it, ha ha. Having no face to confront Peng Xiener, he decided to play along with her misunderstanding. However, after you opened the Heavenly Gate, why did you not come to find me? Peng Xiener inquired softly. Do you not desire a reward? What is there to seek? You all have been quite busy, and besides, it's merely the opening of a trivial Heavenly Gate. What reward could possibly be warranted? Yu Wujia chuckled nervously, clearly feeling guilty. Beneath her veil, Peng Xian'er displayed a look of surprise. The Yu Wujia before her seemed somewhat different from her previous perceptions. With his foolish demeanor, one might expect him to come to her seeking recognition after opening the heavenly gate. This revelation intrigued her. Then, if that is the case, why not accompany me from now on? Peng Xian'er suggested, her gaze shifting slightly as she spoke softly. Is that truly acceptable? Yu Wujia's heart raced with uncertainty, fully aware that the opening of the heavenly gate had nothing to do with him. Do you not wish to be my man? Peng Xian'er extended an olive branch, her delicate hand lifting Yu Wujia's chin gently, her tone languid. Her demeanor sent Yu Wujia's mind into a frenzy. He gazed at Peng Xian'er with fervent admiration, disregarding the implications of his previous pretense, and followed her away. Time passed quietly, and all factions focused their attention on the tomb of Jiangyu. After such a lengthy passage of time, it appears that the mechanisms within have been exhausted, and the most terrifying shadow of black mist seems to have dissipated. The crowd estimates that within half a day at most, they will be able to re-enter the ancient tomb. Consequently, at this moment, the entrance of the stone gate is already thronged with countless cultivators. Each individual's face is adorned with abundant confidence, as they are resolutely determined to acquire the treasures within. Chapter 201. At the pinnacle of Wu Jia's life, observing the eager expressions of the crowd, it was evident that they were fully prepared. Miss, are we truly not going in? Not far away, Yang Mu wore a stern expression as he gazed at the restless multitude, his face a canvas of frustration and urgency. The treasure lay tantalizingly close, causing him considerable distress. Indeed, Mississippi, the traps within the tomb have already been fully triggered. Setting aside the other elixirs and martial arts techniques, we must seize the opportunity to contend for those 3 unclaimed sacred artifacts. Yang Sun, usually reticent, chimed in. With the strength of the 2 of us, even if we cannot acquire all 3 sacred items, securing at least one should be a mere formality. Why persist in such stubbornness and heed the nonsensical words of Lu Qingshan? The anger was palpable on their faces, as they struggled to comprehend what misfortune had befallen Yun Xianke. Upon hearing their words, Yun Xianke bit her red lips, her expression fraught with conflict and hesitation. Given the current circumstances, what Yang Mu and Yang Sun asserted was indeed valid. In all of Nansha, the martial venerables represented the pinnacle of combat prowess. With 2 such figures present, obtaining at least one of the 3 sacred artifacts seemed feasible. Yet, was the tomb truly as straightforward as it appeared? Was Lu Qingshan merely spreading alarmist tales? It certainly did not seem so, for she could discern the gravity in Lu Qingshan's warnings, and as a local power, his disregard for the tomb was telling. If he did not possess credible information, he would not act so. After all, no one could resist the allure of fortune. Moreover, there was the lesson learned from past experiences. We shall not go. Yun Xianke replied resolutely. You. The 2 elderly men sighed heavily, their faces reflecting a mix of disappointment and frustration, yet they found themselves powerless against Yun Xianchue's determination. Lu Qingshan, let us hope that your words hold truth, she murmured as she watched more and more people arrive. At that moment, figures swept through the air. Members of the Chue Shui Mountain Manor and the Tianjin sect had arrived. They certainly moved swiftly. 5th Chong Kong landed gracefully and unfurled his feather fan, smiling leisurely. Behind him, besides 5th Jun, stood an unfamiliar elder, evidently another reinforcement sent by the Chue Shui Mountain Manor. What use is speed if the outcome remains uncertain? Peng Xian'er, concealed beneath her veil, retorted with a cold laugh. Flanking her were 2 formidable martial venerables, with Yu Wujia also in attendance. 5th Chong Kong narrowed his eyes, refraining from speech, seemingly wary of the Tianjin sect's unparalleled prodigy. However, he suddenly noticed Yu Wujia. Oh, is this the brother who infiltrated the Earth Gate to open the Heaven Gate last time? The 5th Chong Kong expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, I must say, I am truly impressed. Not only did you open the Earth Gate, but you also managed to emerge unscathed. Remarkable. Oh, the one who opened the Earth Gate last time? Upon hearing 5th Chong Kong's words, many turned their gazes towards Yu Wujia, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Even Yun Xianke, who had no intention of entering the tomb, cast a glance in his direction. Clearly, the events of the last encounter had already spread, although there had been an unexpected incident within the ancient tomb. The feat of bravely venturing into the Earth Gate alone was still deserving of admiration. After all, such daring acts are not within the capability of just anyone. What a fortunate encounter. To see you in person is far more impressive than merely hearing of your exploits. Brother, though your strength may be somewhat lacking, your courage and audacity command our respect. Several voices called out to Yu Wujia, extending invitations alongside their expressions of admiration. It was evident that a talent like him would be welcomed wherever he went. Perhaps his strength was slightly deficient, yet his capabilities were undeniable. Upon hearing these accolades, Yu Wujia was initially taken aback, but soon found himself buoyed by a sense of elation. He realized that the lowest among these individuals possessed the strength of a martial king. And among those who had just greeted him were even martial emperors and martial sect leaders. He had never experienced such treatment in his life. Unable to contain a proud smile, he straightened his posture and said, "Thank you all for your kind words. I am Yu Wujia. A pleasure to meet you." "Oh, so it is Brother Yu." "Greetings, Brother Yu." The crowd responded with further flattery. At that moment, Fifth Chong Kong added, "Brother Yu, our Shui Mountain Villa also welcomes talents like you. Indeed, such a gifted individual is also needed in our Fengyun Valley. If you are interested, you are welcome to join us directly." At this point, Yun Xianke spoke up. Although he had opted out of the treasure hunt, securing a skilled individual for his sect would be a pleasant surprise. Upon hearing this, Yu Wujia's heart raced with excitement. He had not anticipated that esteemed sects like Fengyun Valley and Shui Mountain Villa would extend their olive branches to him. It was truly a pinnacle moment in his life. He found himself soaring with pride, a smile stretching across his face. "Humph. Do you think you can recruit him without the consent of my Tianjin sect?" A cold voice emerged from beneath Peng Xian'er's veil, instantly snapping back to reality. The boy Yu Wujia waved his hand and cheerfully replied, "My apologies, everyone. I am already taken by Xian'er. My apologies. Brother Yu, no need for such modesty. Since Tianjin's sect has acted first, we shall not encroach upon your good fortune." The crowd expressed their understanding, albeit with a hint of regret on their faces. Subsequently, their attention returned to the ancient tomb. It is evident that the once open stone door now lies in silence, the pervasive black mist and phantoms having seemingly dissipated long ago. In this moment, the crowd is unusually hushed. Suddenly, someone stirs. This single movement triggers a cascade of reactions as countless individuals ascend into the air, rushing towards the stone door. Chapter 202, The Sacred Object, is within reach. Stand aside. Before even crossing the stone door, the once amicable assembly had turned hostile. Swords and blades drawn. The clash of steel rang out, clang, hiss, boom, as martial arts collided, unleashing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Many had yet to enter, but already their lifeless bodies lay strewn upon the ground. "Let us advance." With narrowed pupils, Fifth Chong Kong compacted his feather fan and transformed into a streak of light, dashing toward the stone door, closely followed by two elderly companions. Simultaneously, Yun Xianke seized Wu Jia, propelling himself and the two elders behind him toward the entrance. Miss. Yang Mu and Yang San, observing the unfolding chaos, cast anxious glances towards Yun Xianquebec. "I've said it, we shall not go." Yun Xianke gritted his teeth in response. The pair exchanged glances at the vanishing forms of the two major sects, letting out heavy sighs. Why haven't the people from Fengyun Valley entered? Fifth Chong Kong, racing toward the altar at great speed, glanced back but found no trace of Fengyun Valley. Voicing his confusion, "Young master, do not concern yourself with them. Securing the sacred object is paramount," Fifth Jin advised. Indeed, the sacred object was of utmost importance. Fifth Chong Kong propelled himself to his limits, fervently surging toward the grand hall. At last, the hall loomed before him, the three sacred objects beckoning enticingly. However, at that moment, a chilling voice pierced through the air. "Humph, do you think you can claim the sacred objects without consulting my Tianjin sect?" As the voice faded, a streak of crimson and azure sword light suddenly appeared, crashing down with force. Startled, Fifth Chong Kong's expression shifted. He unfurled his feather fan, launching several sharp projectiles in response. Clang, clang, clang. The sword light dissipated, yet it effectively barred Fifth Chong Kong's path forward. Raising his gaze, he beheld several figures from Tianjin sect materializing before him. Peng Xian'er. Fifth Chong Kong gritted his teeth in frustration. With a swift flick of his fan, A sharp, cold gleam sliced forth, while his body transformed into a streak of light, charging toward Pang Xiener. Humph. Fifth Zhun and his companion also grunted coldly, joining the fray against Chong Kong and his allies. Without a hint of hesitation, both factions engaged in an intense and fervent clash. It was evident that each understood well. Among those present, the sole impediment to their acquisition of the sacred objects was the opposing party. Whosoever could vanquish their rival and reach the Grand Hall first would earn the right to claim the sacred treasures. Tianyu. Following a collision, Fifth Chong Kong raised his feather fan skyward, executing a rapid hand seal. The fan began to spin with incredible velocity, releasing a flurry of concealed weapons akin to a tempest of feathers, launching a concentrated assault upon Pang Xiener. Tianjian. Unyielding, Pang Xiener retaliated, her longsword vibrating in her grasp before she released it. It soared through the air, trailing a luminous streak like a meteor, instantly creating a myriad of sword shadows. The formation, Great Heavenly Might Pill. The formation, Critical Thunder Bomb. Meanwhile, the two members of the fifth formation from the Blowing Snow Villa unleashed their trump card attacks. For the artifact was at stake, and the longer they delayed, the more unforeseen changes could arise. However, the two from the Longsword Void shared the same sentiment. Sword Technique. Eternal Sword Path. Sword Technique. Celestial Sword descending the mountain. Almost simultaneously with the fifth formation's assault, their swords coalesced into an overwhelmingly powerful strike. Oh, heavens preserve me. Witnessing this scene, Yu Wujie trembled in terror, hiding in a recessed crevice of stone, his hands clasped in prayer. At last, their attacks collided within the narrow corridor. Boom. Bang 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 bang. Perhaps due to a chain reaction, following the initial explosion, a series of sonic booms erupted. Subsequently, a tempestuous wave of energy, accompanied by residual sword light, engulfed the entire hallway. Many other cultivators in the corridor were caught in the blast, sustaining severe injuries. Finally, as the energy dissipated, clarity returned to their vision. The corridor lay in utter ruin. I apologize, but you have lost. The artifact now belongs to us, Pang Xiener declared coldly. Despite her own injuries, they were considerably lighter compared to those of the Blowing Snow Villa members. With a disdainful smirk, she led the two from Longsword Void toward the nearby Grand Hall. Damn it, stop them! The fifth formation shouted, their faces pale. Yet as they spoke, blood spilled from their lips, realizing it was too late to intervene. After all, the Blowing Snow Villa specialized in concealed weapon formations. And facing the offensively renowned Celestial Sword Sect, they were evidently at a significant disadvantage. They could only watch helplessly as the trio from the Celestial Sword Sect gained the upper hand. Two elders. We shall each claim one of the three artifacts. We must seize them all. Pang Xiener exclaimed excitedly, her gaze fixed on the altar not far ahead. It is the Saintess. The two elders nodded eagerly, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, for the artifacts were within reach, stirring emotions even the martial sovereign could hardly contain. Closer, ever closer. The hearts of the three quickened with excitement, each holding their breath. On three, Pang Xiener shouted. As her voice fell, they rushed to the altar, their faces alight with exhilaration, their palms enveloped in vitality, reaching toward the location of the artifact. However, in the next moment, the smiles on their faces froze abruptly, their hands suspended in midair. Chapter 203. The unusual box. They clearly beheld the three sacred artifacts, once radiating with energy, vanish into thin air. In their place lay a rope severed in two, a pestle that had lost a significant portion of its mass, and a pair of distorted scissors. What has transpired? What on earth is happening? Just moments ago, Pang Xiener had been beaming with joy, but now, her countenance turned pale as she spewed forth a mouthful of blood, her entire being emanating an overwhelming fury, nearly screaming in a fit of despair. Meanwhile, Chong Jin Kong and his companions stood in stunned silence. The three powerful sacred artifacts had been utterly destroyed. The scene before them sent shockwaves through their minds, akin to the sound of thunder reverberating in their thoughts. The urgency and excitement with which they had rushed here now transformed into a profound sense of hopelessness and bewilderment. After laboring to vanquish the forces of the Blowing Snow Villa, they were met with the demise of the three sacred artifacts. Pang Xiener, relinquish the sacred artifacts before you. Amidst their daze, the fifth Chong Kong and his companions rushed in, launching an immediate assault towards the altar. However, To Chang Kong's astonishment, Peng Xiener and her companions did not retaliate, but instead retreated, making way for them. It seems the Heavenly Sword sect is not as formidable as I presumed. Seize this opportunity, my esteemed elders. Let us claim the treasures. Chang Kong exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing this, the two from the fifth array nodded earnestly, their faces alight with surprise. They had anticipated the artifacts to be in the possession of the Heavenly Sword sect, only to find the situation take an unexpected turn. Yet, as they approached the altar, the fifth Chang Kong and his companions were abruptly struck by a shocking revelation. The three sacred artifacts lay in ruin. Their jaws nearly dropped, frozen in place like ice sculptures. Peng Xiener, what on earth has happened? Why is this so? Once they regained their composure, the fifth Chang Kong began to bombard Peng Xiener with frantic inquiries. You ask me, but to whom shall I turn? Peng Xiener replied coldly. At this moment, she was far more distressed than Chang Kong, having believed the artifacts were within her grasp, only to discover they were reduced to mere wreckage after all her efforts. Do not question me. You were the first to arrive. Chang Kong roared, clearly struggling to accept this reality. Silence. Peng Xiener shot back, her eyes glinting with icy fury. On the verge of losing control, she swiftly drew her sword, pointing it at Chang Kong. Are you afraid? Chang Kong also brandished his fan, preparing to retaliate. Stop. At that moment, both the fifth array and Chang Jian Kong intervened to halt the impending clash. Now is not the time for conflict. We must swiftly ascertain what has transpired. The fifth array took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. He speaks wisely. Fighting serves no purpose now, Chang Jian Kong concurred. Despite the distressing circumstances, they understood that clarifying the situation was of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, fifth Chang Kong and Peng Xiener exchanged a cold glance before retracting their attacks. As they spoke, both groups simultaneously approached the altar, collecting the three destroyed sacred artifacts to examine them closely. Their eyes met, filled with disbelief, for it was evident to all that these sacred items had been shattered by bare hands. They gasped in astonishment, pondering the identity of the individual possessing such formidable strength capable of obliterating sacred artifacts with ease. When had this person infiltrated their midst? What could be the motive behind the destruction of these sacred relics? A myriad of enigmatic questions flooded their minds, shrouded in uncertainty. Elders, look! Fifth Chang Kong suddenly exclaimed. At his words, the crowd turned their gaze towards the rear of the altar, collectively gasping once more. They vividly recalled that this place had once been filled with countless medicinal herbs and techniques. Now, it lay in ruins, reduced to mere ashes. Unwilling to accept defeat, Peng Xiener approached, retrieving a partially burned page from the ashes. Upon discerning its contents, her eyes widened in shock, causing her to stagger back in dismay. What is happening? Chang Jian Kong hastily seized the page, his mouth agape in disbelief. The ancient chaos technique, a divine art, has also been incinerated. He stammered, clutching his heart, nearly gasping for breath as he collapsed. Upon hearing this, fifth Chang Kong snatched the page from him, his frenzy erupting into a furious outburst. Who in the world did this? Which wretched soul dared to destroy such treasures? He lamented, cradling the fragment as tears of anguish brimmed in his eyes. The expressions of the others were equally grim, for not only had the three sacred artifacts been destroyed, but an entire collection of divine techniques and medicinal herbs had also been utterly consumed by flames. Was this a manifestation of human depravity or moral decay? They had come here with great effort, only to find themselves empty-handed. Just then, Peng Xiener noticed something peculiar, exclaiming in astonishment. Reacting instinctively, fifth Chang Kong turned to investigate, spotting a unique small chest nestled in the corner. This chest stood out, as all others had either been pried open, overturned, or smashed to pieces. Remarkably intact, its lid securely fastened, this small chest might very well conceal treasures akin to the sacred artifacts and divine techniques scattered throughout the area. In an instant, fifth Chang Kong dashed towards the chest. Curse it! Peng Xiener belatedly realized the situation, but she was ultimately a step too late. TSK, Peng Xiener. Not everything is yours to seize first. Fifth Chang Kong taunted her with a smug smile. Humph. Peng Xiener let out a cold snort, filled with frustration. She had clearly been the first to discover it, yet due to a momentary lapse, she was a step too slow and could only watch as the item was claimed by the fifth Chang Kong. In light of this, I shall graciously accept the treasures within. The fifth Chong Kong lifted the corners of his mouth, gently raised the lid of the box, and extended his hand inside. Upon witnessing this, Pang Xiener and the others grew tense, their gazes fixed intently on what the fifth Chong Kong was retrieving, equally curious about its contents. However, the expression on the fifth Chong Kong's face shifted slightly. What is this? He squeezed it again, sensing something was amiss. Then withdrew his hand and brought it to his nose, his expression suddenly changing dramatically. Damn it! Dog feces. Chapter 204. Who is the scoundrel behind this? With a swift motion, he hurled the box from his grasp, splattering filth everywhere. Who is the scoundrel responsible for this? Fifth Chong Kong roared. His eyes fixated on the mess before him, veins bulging on his forehead, his heart filled with a desire to spit blood. He had initially felt triumphant, having seized the box before Peng Xiener, hoping to redeem himself from past humiliations. Yet, the harsh reality struck him with overwhelming force. Witnessing his dismay, Fifth Zhun and the others wore expressions of utter disbelief. After all the effort to acquire this treasure, it turned out to be nothing but excrement, an indescribable humiliation. Peng Xiener, initially stunned, soon revealed a smirk of schadenfreude. It seemed that Fifth Chong Kong was now experiencing the very emotions she had felt moments earlier, having rushed in, only to be met with a heap of refuse. At that moment, other powerful figures finally arrived at the scene. The sight of the sacred artifact inexplicably destroyed, along with the sacred techniques and medicinal treasures incinerated, stirred a great uproar, especially when they learned that amidst the fierce conflict between the two major sects, Fifth Chong Kong had ended up with nothing but filth, leaving everyone at a loss for words. Alas, young lady, you have truly missed a fortuitous opportunity. Observe how silent the tomb remains. Where is the danger you spoke of? Outside the ancient tomb. Yang Mu and his companion continued to reproach Yun Xianke with lingering dissatisfaction. Yet now, they found themselves powerless to act, for even if they rushed in, the chance had long since passed. Yun Xianke's expression darkened. Could it be that Lu Qingshan's words truly bore no merit? If so, she had indeed deprived Fengyun Valley of a monumental opportunity. Just then, they were astonished to see several cultivators emerging from within the tomb. How could they have exited so quickly? Yang Mu, filled with curiosity, swiftly approached and inquired about the circumstances. Oh, do not mention it. The ancient tomb was long since claimed by others. One of them shook his head, stating, by the time we entered, there was nothing left. What? Yang Mu and the others were instantly taken aback, particularly Yun Xianke, as a thunderous realization struck her mind. It truly was as Lu Qingshan had predicted. The treasures inside had indeed been taken by someone else. What transpired? Can anyone clarify the details? Yun Xianke asked incredulously. How could the treasures have been claimed ahead of time? Who can fathom such bizarre occurrences? After all, the mechanisms were still intact when we entered. Logically, no one should have been able to breach it. The cultivator replied with an expression of resignation. Thus, everyone is now left in a state of bewilderment. This is impossible. Such an event defies belief. Yang Mu struggled to accept it and pressed further. By the way, what of the three sacred artifacts? Did the Chui Shui Mountain Villa and the Tianjin sect manage to obtain them? As for those three sacred artifacts, let us not even speak of them. The two major sects are currently in a state of frustration over this matter. The cultivator shook his head and lamented. After battling for most of the day, we finally managed to break in, only to discover that the sacred relic had already been destroyed. Destroyed? Truly? Yang Mu and his companions stared in disbelief, unable to contain their curiosity. Did the two great sects leave empty-handed? However, the fifth Chong Kong was not entirely without gains. As he spoke, the expressions on the faces of the two cultivators transformed dramatically. Oh, Yang Mu and the others instantly grew tense, hastily inquiring, what treasure did you find? A pile of dog excrement. The cultivator shook his head, his countenance displaying a complex mixture of emotions. Dog excrement? Yang Mu and the others were rendered speechless, rooted to the spot. Indeed, the words of Lu Qingshan had proven prophetic. Yun Xianke exclaimed in astonishment. Yang Mu and his companions were left dumbfounded, their faces awash with disbelief. They had never anticipated that this scenario would truly unfold. By the way, miss, did Lu Qingshan not also mention that there are great dangers within this tomb? Yang Mu suddenly recalled and urgently asked, so far, it seems that the only truth is that the treasures have been snatched away, but the tomb itself appears devoid of peril. Yun Xianke nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lu Qingshan had also stated that there are even more terrifying threats lurking within this tomb. Just then, the ground trembled violently. As the ancient mausoleum's grand hall and passage began to collapse before the astonished gazes of Yun Xianke and the others, the fifth Chong Kong and his companions were also revealed from beneath the surface. What is happening? Everyone remained on high alert, surveying their surroundings, when suddenly the stone door behind the altar emitted a brilliant golden light. As the golden radiance shone forth, a spectral figure materialized in midair, towering in stature and exuding an imposing presence. This mere apparition instilled a tremendous sense of pressure upon all those present. Who is this? Is this the martial sage Jiangyu himself? Heavens, I am witnessing the martial sage. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Exclamations of astonishment filling the air. Indeed, it is I, Jiangyu. At last, the golden-hued apparition, maintaining a lofty demeanor, gazed down at the assembly, its voice resounding like a mighty bell. It is truly the martial sage Jiangyu. Heavens! The crowd bowed deeply, even the representatives of the three major factions. For those who attain the level of martial sage are undoubtedly deserving of profound respect. Let us dispense with pleasantries. A millennium ago, I attained enlightenment, yet harbored a lingering regret for having no one to inherit my teachings. Thus, before my ascension, I sealed this tomb, hoping that one day, someone would come to claim my legacy. The sonorous voice echoed throughout the surroundings. As these words resounded, the crowd could not suppress their excitement, their eyes gleaming with fervent anticipation. The crowd initially believed that today's treasure hunt would end in failure, yet they were unexpectedly met with a turning point. The legacy of the martial saint, how it surpasses any sacred artifact in importance. May I inquire, esteemed elder, what must one do to have the opportunity to inherit your legacy? Fifth Chong Kong asked fervently, his face alight with enthusiasm. As he posed his question, all present turned their gazes towards Jiangyu. Chapter 205. The Imperial Qin platform acquiring my legacy is rather simple. Throughout the first half of my life, I wielded a sword. However, my innate talent for swordsmanship proved to be woefully inadequate. Thus, in the latter half of my life, I devoted myself to mastering the art of the guqin, seeking enlightenment through its melodies. Yet, after achieving this enlightenment, I found myself unable to encounter any musical scores that could stir my soul. Therefore, all that is required of you is to find a musical score that can move me, perform it before me, and if it meets my satisfaction, you shall inherit my legacy. Jiang Yu's voice resonated across the surroundings, igniting a fervor among the crowd. A musical score. It was indeed a musical score. As discussions erupted, many began to ponder the implications of this revelation. Esteemed senior, to inherit your legacy, must one not only present a score that moves you, but also possess exceptional technical skill? Fifth Chong Kong could not restrain his curiosity. However, most of us here are hardly proficient at playing the guqin. Indeed, we are not particularly skilled in this art. Echoed the sentiments of the crowd following Fifth Chong Kong's inquiry. Nay, Jiang Yu proclaimed with a voice as resonant as a bell. All I require is that you compose a score capable of moving my heart. From that, I shall discern your innate talent for the guqin. The technical prowess is of lesser importance, for mastery and technique can be cultivated over time. Understanding dawned upon them, and the previously disheartened crowd rekindled their hope. Playing the guqin is a pursuit that few can undertake without dedicated practice, yet composing music is an unpredictable endeavor. It is entirely plausible that a haphazard composition could yield a melody that becomes renowned throughout the land. After all, many of the classical pieces currently cherished in the immortal river continent were birthed from the hands of mere mortals, individuals who had never laid eyes upon a guqin, their tunes arising from the toil of their daily lives. You may thus embark on this endeavor with boldness, Jiang Yu continued, and those who succeed not only shall inherit my legacy, but this Imperial Qin platform shall also be bestowed upon you. With that declaration, he waved his hand, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a grand Qin platform, measuring half a zhang in length and width, materialized, suspended in midair. Its arrival was accompanied by a profound aura that imparted a palpable weight, instilling a sense of immense pressure. Adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to come alive, the platform shimmered with a verdant hue, resembling stone yet unmistakably crafted from some unparalleled material. The manifestation of this platform sent the assembly into a frenzy. An imperial treasure. It stood as a paragon of supremacy within the immortal river continent, incomparable even to 100 sacred artifacts. Hope rekindled in the hearts of Fifth Chong Kong, Peng Xiener, and the others. The previous disillusionment experienced at the altar was cast aside. The prospect of inheriting Jiang Yu's legacy alongside this imperial Qin platform rendered all sacred items trivial by comparison. Imperial treasure, my lady. I recall that you often cultivate your spirit through Guqin during your leisure. You should hasten to give it a try. In the distance, Yang Mu gazed at the majestic Pian Tai, his eyes brimming with fervor as he called out towards Yun Xianke. Yun Xianke, equally exhilarated, was about to take a step forward when suddenly the words of Lu Qingshan echoed in her mind. Her foot halted midair. Do you recall the prophecy spoken by that eminent figure? Yun Xianke inquired. Miss, are you implying? Yang Mu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, that individual warned of great peril lurking within this ancient tomb, Yun Xianke replied, her brow furrowing in concern. Since the prophecy regarding the sacred artifact has come to pass, I dare say the subsequent predictions are likely to hold true as well. Upon hearing this, Yang Mu and the others were left in a state of uncertainty. Initially, they had dismissed the so-called prophecy, but the events surrounding the sacred artifact had instilled doubt within them. Miss, what are your intentions then? Yang Mu asked. We shall not proceed, Yun Xianke declared with determination, retracting her foot and adding, not only shall we refrain from going, but we must also distance ourselves from this place. Very well, Yang Mu and the others nodded, their admiration for Yun Xianke growing. Under the allure of the sacred artifact, she managed to resist its temptation due to the prophecy, a feat they believed they could not accomplish. Let us commence, Jiang Yu stated solemnly. With that, he shimmered with golden light as he descended upon the Pian Tai, gradually settling down and closing his eyes. I shall go first. Observing this, a female cultivator emerged from the crowd, cradling her zither, and seated herself upon the ground. Soon, a melodious tune began to resonate. The onlookers, understanding the gravity of the moment, maintained a respectful silence, their eyes fixed on Jiang Yu's movements. Unexpectedly, as the final note faded, Jiang Yu remained seated, his eyes still shut. The female cultivator's expression turned pale, while others sighed in relief. A deeper tension filled the air. It was evident that despite the female cultivator's commendable performance, it had not been enough to rouse Jiang Yu. Senior, I shall play another piece, she said, biting her lip but refusing to succumb to despair. Each participant had but 3 attempts, after which their eligibility would be revoked. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's voice resonated with gravitas from his seated position. Instantly, the female cultivator's face drained of color, while gasps rippled through the crowd. Those who had been eager to take their chances now hesitated, realizing that attempting to take advantage of the situation would yield no success. As anticipated, after the female cultivator played yet again, Jiang Yu remained unresponsive. Thus, time slowly passed, with many cultivators attempting their luck, including the likes of the Fifth Chong Kong and Peng Xiener, yet none could elicit even the slightest reaction from Jiang Yu, ultimately squandering their precious opportunities. The Elder Kong commanded the Tianjin sect to swiftly gather the finest musical scores from across the realm and deliver them with utmost haste. Go, he instructed Changjian Kong, who promptly soared into the skies. Observing this, the fifth formation was not to be outdone and began notifying the Shui Mountain Villa to summon their internal forces for the collection of musical scores. Ordinarily, such underhanded tactics would be strictly prohibited by Jiang Yu, who had clearly stated that only those who composed the scores could inherit his legacy. However, surprisingly, Jiang Yu did not intervene in the actions of Peng Xiener and her companions. Consequently, other factions began to follow suit, with many even seeking external assistance. In no time, an ever-growing crowd gathered outside Pingjiang City. Yet, none possessed the merit to rouse Jiang Yu from his slumber. Chapter 206, Shuqinhua at last. The musical scores sent by the Heavenly Sword sect and the Shui Villa reached the hands of Peng Xiener and the Fifth Chong Kong. Subsequently, they selected the finest pieces among them and took turns attempting to play. However, the results remained unsatisfactory. Not only had Fifth Jin and Changjian Kong missed their chances, but both Fifth Chong Kong and Peng Xiener were left with but one opportunity each. Their expressions grew grim, Lacking sufficient confidence, they dared not attempt further. Consequently, the situation gradually descended into a stalemate. For all these days, the cultivators present had tried their utmost. Yet none could manage to elicit even a flicker of awareness from Jiang Yu, let alone satisfy him. I have met Senior Jiang Yu. Allow me to give it a try. A melodious voice rang out, and the crowd beheld a graceful figure clad in white, cradling a guqin as she approached. After a gentle bow to Jiang Yu, she elegantly seated herself on the ground. Ah, Shu Qinhua, it is indeed Shu Qinhua. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the assembly, with many cultivators revealing expressions akin to that of infatuation. How could she have come? The atmosphere shifted palpably, and both Peng Xianer and Fifth Chong Kong wore serious expressions. True to her name, Shu Qinhua excelled in calligraphy, guqin performance, and painting, achieving remarkable mastery in each. Moreover, she was widely recognized as the foremost among the younger generation of Nansha, being the first to break through to the martial sovereign level at such a tender age. Additionally, she was the holy maiden of the revered magic sound sect, embodying an array of accolades. Her presence undeniably altered the dynamics of the gathering, as it was apparent to all that she might very well seize Jiang Yu's legacy. The strings of the ancient guqin vibrated, releasing an ethereal melody. As her music filled the air, many fell silent, some even revealing expressions of shame. The pieces they had played, both in composition and technique, paled in comparison to Shu Qinhua's artistry. It must be said, her reputation was indeed well-deserved. At last, as her performance gently concluded, her delicate features lifted, casting her gaze upon Jiang Yu. The others followed suit, their attention fixated on him. Then, to the amazement of the crowd, Jiang Yu slowly opened his eyes. Quite good, yet insufficient. With but two succinct remarks, Jiang Yu closed his eyes once more. What? Still not enough? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Yet, amidst their surprise, it was a silver lining that Shu Qinhua had at least managed to coax Jiang Yu's eyes open after all these days. Shu Qinhua's elegant brows furrowed slightly. Her countenance remained composed as she bowed to Jiang Yu and stepped aside. Holy maiden, this cannot continue. Chang Jian Kong spoke in a low voice. Although Shu Qinhua had not yet obtained the inheritance, it now appeared that her chances were the greatest. I must think of a way quickly. Peng Xianer furrowed her brow and suddenly realized that Yu Wu Jia was missing. Where is he? Peng Xianer inquired. He was just here, Chang Jian Kong replied, also frowning, clearly having focused entirely on Shu Qinhua and not noticing when Yu Wu Jia had disappeared. At this moment, Yu Wu Jia had already arrived in Pingjiang City. Sheet music, he murmured as he approached the entrance of the small martial arts school. Indeed, a crowd had gathered, attentively listening to Yifeng, who sat on the steps strumming his guitar. Let's hear Ordinary Road. As the song concluded, Yifeng smiled at the crowd. Perhaps due to the presence of an audience, it seemed to have become his habit to sit here daily and play the guitar, never failing to perform Ordinary Road each day. As the guitar resonated, the audience closed their eyes. Meanwhile, Yu Wu Jia crouched in a corner, ears perked, unable to suppress his admiration. This kid's performance is truly remarkable. In my opinion, it's even better than that of Shu Qinhua. I shall transcribe it. Perhaps it will enable me to turn my fortunes around and gain the inheritance of the martial saint. Huh? Indeed. Yu Wu Jia had come here recalling the last time he had passed by and heard Yifeng play, and he wished to transcribe this piece to take to Jiang Yu's tomb in hopes of striking luck. Finally, when Yifeng's guitar strings fell silent, Yu Wu Jia had successfully transcribed the entire piece. Although I don't know what kind of guitar that fellow is playing, the effect should be quite similar to this one. With joy in his heart, Yu Wu Jia tucked the sheet music away and swaggered toward the city gates. At that moment, a dung carrier approached. Yu Wu Jia frowned and shouted at the dung carrier. Hey, lowly mortal, don't you see me passing through here? Get out of the way. However, unexpectedly, the dung carrier's eyes suddenly sparkled with golden light as he seized Yu Wu Jia's neck and thrust his head into the dung bucket. After a severe beating, he discarded Yu Wu Jia into a gutter and departed quietly. Damn it, who is that dung carrier? How could he be so powerful? Yu Wu Jia, with a swollen head and face, crawled out of the gutter, glancing at the sheet music in his arms, and let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Thankfully the music is unharmed. No matter who you are, I shall have your life in the future. Yu Wu Jia quickly changed his clothes and headed toward the outskirts of Pingjiang City. What have you been doing? Upon seeing Yu Wu Jia return, Still emanating a foul odor, Peng Xianer frowned and asked, I just went back to retrieve a piece of music I had composed before. I encountered a slight mishap on the way, Yu Wujie replied evasively. You composed a piece of music? Peng Xianer furrowed her brow. While she was aware that YWG could play the piano, she had no inkling that he could also compose music. Oh, is this Brother Y going to give it a try? Perhaps there is a genuine opportunity here. Considering that it was indeed Brother Y who opened the gates to TNM in last time. Brother Y, do hurry and give it a go. Upon witnessing this, the crowd began to voice their encouragement. Haha, too kind, too kind. Then I shall indeed give it a try, YWG replied with a cheerful smile. Clasping his fists, are you certain you can manage? Peng Xianer expressed her skepticism. Holy maiden, what harm is there in allowing him to try? Ling G and K interjected from the side. Peng Xianer pondered for a moment before addressing YWG. Then you may proceed. Very well, Xianer. I shall not disappoint you. YWG adjusted his attire and retrieved an ancient zither from his storage ring, settling himself in the center. Along the path he had taken, he had already memorized the musical score. Referencing his recollection, he gently placed his hands upon the strings. Dong 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 dong. The prelude of the ordinary path began to resonate softly. As the prelude played, SHQN who, seated nearby, immediately fixed her beautiful gaze upon YWG. In the next moment, Jing Y, who was perched atop the zither platform, abruptly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 207, Heir of the Martial Sage. Oh my. Look, the martial sage has opened his eyes. At this sight, the onlookers erupted in astonished exclamations, casting incredulous glances towards Yu Wujie. Could it be? Peng Xianer, witnessing this scene, was filled with shock beneath her veil. At that moment, nearly everyone tensed up, for even with Xu Qinhua, it was only after the performance concluded that Jiang Yu would open his eyes to offer praise. Yet, the moment Yu Wujie began to play, Jiang Yu's eyes fluttered open. It appears that the legacy of the martial sage may very well be snatched away by Yu Wujie. As everyone awaited in anxious anticipation, the melody was drawing to a close. Upon the Qin platform, Jiang Yu was electrified, his gaze fixated on Yu Wujie. Finally, as Yu Wujie concluded his performance, he radiated a dazzling golden light, rising into the air. Marvelous. This piece is truly fit for the heavens. You have performed admirably, allowing this sage to break through the final barrier. With a piercing look, Jiang Yu turned towards Yu Wujie and laughed heartily. Henceforth, the legacy of the sage will be bestowed upon you. What? The legacy of the martial sage has truly been. As Jiang Yu's words fell, a tempest of excitement surged among the crowd. Yu Wujie was nearly overwhelmed, his heart brimming with exhilaration and urgency as he shouted fervently, the legacy of the martial sage. The legacy of the martial sage. Ha ha ha. I, Yu Wujie, have actually obtained the legacy of the martial sage. Brother Yu, congratulations. You are indeed remarkable. You not only opened the heavenly gate, but have now become the heir of the martial sage. Brother Yu, congratulations on reaching the pinnacle of life. As I mentioned before, do not forget your brother in the future. Yes, Brother Yu, do visit me at Luoshengmen whenever you have the time. Though the crowd felt disheartened at not being the fortunate one, they quickly regained their composure and began to draw closer to Yu Wujie. After all, having obtained the legacy of the martial sage, unless Yu Wujie were a fool, his future achievements would undoubtedly soar, making him far more likely to become a martial sage than anyone else. Ahahaha, well said, well said. No need for formality. I shall certainly visit Luoshengmen in the future. Listening to the flurry of flattering voices, Yu Wujie felt as if he were floating in the clouds, standing tall as he returned the salutes. His expression one of triumphant delight. Originally, I intended to use this waste and ultimately see him suffer, kneeling before me in death, yet unexpectedly. This waste not only opened the heavenly gate, but has now become the heir of the martial sage. Beneath her veil, Peng Xianer wore an expression of begrudging resentment. Her fists clenched tightly. Saintus, what shall we do now? Chang Jiankong's expression was equally complex. He had some knowledge of Peng Xianer's past, and never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. The heir of the martial sage is indeed no trivial matter. She clenched her teeth, her face a mask of reluctance, yet she understood the gravity of the situation. She raised her head and declared, Yu Wujie, I hereby announce your formal admission into the Heavenly Sword sect. Oh, Yu Wujie, who had been putting on a facade for the crowd, immediately brightened, a smile spreading across his face as he replied, "Joining the Heavenly Sword sect is not out of the question, but you, Xiener, must agree to become my woman." You. Peng Xiener's expression darkened, utterly unprepared for Yu Wujia's sudden arrogance. However, she could only endure the moment and continued to smile as she responded, "Well, if you possess the ability, I might consider being your woman." "Very well, I shall join your Heavenly Sword sect then, but you must also prove your worth," Yu Wujia said with a broad grin, entirely shedding the earlier humbleness he had displayed before Peng Xiener. His tone was now laced with teasing and significant undertones. The young lady Shu Qinhua could no longer restrain herself and approached Yu Wujia, softly suggesting, "If you have time in the future, could we perhaps discuss musical scores together?" "Yu Gongzi?" "Haha, certainly." Yu Wujia laughed arrogantly. What did it matter that he was the #1 genius in Nansha? Before him, they still had to be courteous. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. Finally, Yu Wujia felt that he had gained the capital to be revered wherever he went. "Come here, disciple." At that moment, Jiang Yu, standing by the zither platform, called out to Yu Wujia. "Yes, master." Yu Wujia, filled with joy, approached and respectfully stood before Jiang Yu. "Disciple, do you have any musical scores in hand?" Jiang Yu inquired with a smile. "Of course." Yu Wujia quickly retrieved the score from his bosom and respectfully handed it to Jiang Yu. "Indeed, this is a divine composition," Jiang Yu exclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter as he examined the score, then turned to Yu Wujia and asked, "Disciple, is this score your own creation?" "Master, I crafted this after several sleepless nights of effort," Yu Wujia replied, his head bowed. "Excellent, excellent. Truly, my good disciple, not only have you composed such a divine melody, but I have also heard that you solved the riddle of the 2 gates of heaven and earth I said?" Jiang Yu inquired languidly. "Yes, master. It was indeed I who opened the 2 gates of heaven and earth," Yu Wujia said proudly. "After all, as your disciple, I cannot bring you shame." "Indeed, you are a good disciple." Jiang Yu laughed heartily, beckoning Yu Wujia closer. Come, draw nearer, and I shall impart my teachings to you." Yu Wujia, overwhelmed with excitement, took a few steps closer to Jiang Yu, his face alight with fervor. "Now, let us begin your instruction." Jiang Yu's hand gently descended upon Yu Wujia's head, his eyes narrowing suddenly. Chapter 208. It is not you at all, however. Just as everyone gazed enviously at Yu Wujia receiving the inheritance of the martial saint, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A piercing scream suddenly erupted from Yu Wujia's mouth. Simultaneously, his entire visage contorted, clearly engulfed in immense agony. "What is this? This is not an inheritance. This is possession." Among the crowd, someone discerned the truth and shouted out, "What? It is actually possession?" The spectators widened their eyes in disbelief. And simultaneously, a chilling realization dawned upon them. The entire Jiang Yu tomb was a colossal ruse. This Jiang Yu was not in search of a successor, but rather a vessel for possession. A wave of dread surged within the hearts of the onlookers. Thankfully, they were not the so-called inheritors. Otherwise, they would surely be the ones facing possession now. The abruptness of the turn of events took everyone by surprise. "Saintess, we must leave this place immediately. Jiang Yu is treacherous. There may be other hidden dangers," urged Chang Jiankong. Indeed, Peng Xiener nodded and prepared to depart with Chang Jiankong. Fifth Chang Kong and other experts shared the same sentiment and readied themselves to leave. As for Yu Wujia, he was beyond anyone's control at this moment. Yet, to their astonishment, Jiang Yu suddenly waved his hand, and an invisible barrier enveloped the grave, halting everyone's advance. "Ha! Since you have come, why do you wish to leave?" Jiang Yu sneered as he continued to seize Yu Wujia. "This trap has been set for millennia, all to achieve today's outcome. I merely require a bit more sustenance for my ascension, and you shall serve as the fertilizer for my path to supremacy." As his voice echoed, he extended his palm toward an elder from the Tianjin sect. The elder screamed, instantly drawn into Jiang Yu's grasp. Before the horrified gazes of the crowd, the elder aged visibly, ultimately crumbling into a lifeless husk, which was then discarded onto the ground. What? Witnessing this scene left everyone in a state of sheer terror, their scalps tingling with fear. A martial venerable, reduced to a desiccated corpse in an instant. Peng Xiener and her companions were particularly affected, their eyes bloodshot as they helplessly watched their sect elder meet such a grim fate. "Although my power may be somewhat diminished, it shall suffice for a while." Do not fret. Soon it will be your turn, Jiang Yu coldly chuckled, his gaze sweeping over the remaining martial venerables present. Instantly, they felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat trickling down their brows. At that moment, each individual became like a frightened bird, their formidable prowess transforming into a death knell, praying fervently that they possessed the weakest strength among them. Witnessing Jiang Yu's ease in dispatching a martial venerable, they entirely lost the will to resist, reduced to mere lambs awaiting slaughter. What? In the distance, the few individuals at the Cloud Immortal Pavilion, who were vigilantly observing the cemetery, suddenly widened their eyes in disbelief. A change had truly occurred. Particularly, Yang Mu and his companions were overwhelmed with shock and fear. Simultaneously, they felt a profound sense of gratitude. Had they ventured forth, they would have met the same fate as those unfortunate souls, becoming mere prey on Jiang Yu's chopping block. Miss, Lu Qingshan was indeed right again, Yang Mu exclaimed after a lengthy pause, still haunted by the near miss. Indeed, he was correct once more, Yun Xianke replied, filled with emotion. Miss, I apologize for our previous distrust. Fortunately, you stopped us, otherwise. As they gazed at the unfolding scene in the cemetery, Yang Mu and his companion could not help but express their sentiments. You are all my kin. How could I possibly stand by and watch you fall into danger? Yun Xianke remarked with a smile. What intrigues me even more is the identity of the great figure Lu Qingshan mentioned. Who could it be? Indeed, he had already unraveled Jiang Yu's schemes, indicating his unfathomable strength. Yang Mu reflected. Alas, Lu Qingshan warned me against recklessly probing into the elder's affairs. I fear we may never know. Yun Xianke shook her head, a sense of loss washing over her. The greater the accuracy of that elder's predictions, the more terrifying his power seemed. Thus, she felt compelled to heed Lu Qingshan's counsel even more. What shall we do now, miss? Are we to merely watch them perish? Yang Sun inquired anxiously. The elders of the Heavenly Sword sect are being swiftly eliminated. What can we do? We should promptly disseminate this news, ideally informing Lu Qingshan first. If he seeks that elder, there may yet be a glimmer of hope, Yun Xianke proposed. Yang Mu and his companion nodded in agreement, and soon, they hastened towards the Qingshan sect. Another source of nourishment, a splendid catch indeed. Following the elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, another elder from the Blowing Snow Mountain Manor had also met a similar fate. What are we to do? We must devise a plan. Indeed, I do not wish to die. I came here to seek treasure, not to become a dried corpse. Anguished cries echoed among the crowd, their faces etched with despair. We must gather together to strategize. Otherwise, our demise is inevitable. Fifth Chong Kong urged anxiously. That is futile. Fifth Zhun replied, his face ashen. His ambition is to ascend to supremacy. Although we do not know in what form he currently exists, at this moment, he stands invincible beneath the martial emperor. Not only us, but even the martial saints may lack the strength to resist. Upon hearing this, despair deepened among the crowd. It was nearly time to select another source of nourishment. Who would be next? As Jiang Yu seized control of Wujie, his gaze swept across the remaining martial sovereigns in the arena. At last, it settled upon Shu Qinhua, the foremost talent of the younger generation in Nansha. Surely, you will not disappoint me. As Shu Qinhua's complexion dramatically shifted, she found herself powerless to resist as Jiang Yu's palm raised, bringing her before him. The lethal hand loomed ominously above her head. In an instant, Shu Qinhua sensed her entire cultivation and vitality swiftly draining away. Was she destined for death? Her expression was filled with reluctance. No, something was amiss. Suddenly, an incredulous shout erupted from Jiang Yu's lips, and the seemingly doomed Shu Qinhua was flung aside. At the same moment, Jiang Yu seized his possession of Yu Wujie, frantically exclaiming, No, no, this isn't right. How could this happen? As he roared, he fixated his gaze on Yu Wujie, seizing him by the neck and tremblingly inquiring, Tell me, are you truly the one who composed the music score? Crying uncontrollably, Yu Wujie finally found his voice after the possession ended, desperately pleading, Spare me. I beg you. I am asking you a question. Jiang Yu bellowed, his eyes aflame. I am not. I did not compose the score. In a frantic attempt to preserve his life, Yu Wujie divulged, Not only did I not write the score, but even the so-called heavenly gate and earthly gate are beyond my control. They opened on their own. I was forcibly brought here. It has nothing to do with me. Please, spare me, spare me. In a state of utter panic, he became incoherent, having lost all composure. What? He had not written the score? He had not opened the gates? The crowd was struck with disbelief upon hearing Yu Wujia's voice. Initially thinking they had misjudged, they realized he was but a worthless fool. Indeed, you are nothing. Jiang Yu, emanating a formidable aura, seized Yu Wujia while his foot pressed down on the imperial music platform, commanding, "Take me to him." Yes, yes. Yu Wujia, tears streaming down his face, dared not question further and readily complied. Instantly, Jiang Yu, standing upon the imperial music platform, soared towards Pingjiang City with an overwhelming presence. Once he departed, the constraints binding the others dissipated, causing numerous experts to flee in a frenzy. Observing Jiang Yu's destination, Shu Qinhua swallowed a medicinal pill and followed suit. Let us also take a look. If we maintain our distance, we should be safe. Fifth Zhang grasped Fifth Changkong and similarly soared towards Pingjiang City. Peng Xiener exchanged a glance with Chang Jiankong, then followed the throng of experts. Chapter 209. This person is truly annoying, brother. Is it safe to bury it here? In a remote corner of Pingjiang City, a figure clad in a black cloak wielded a shovel, accompanied by a dog digging a hole. Rest assured, this place is seldom visited, the cloaked man replied with confidence. Then, we must be wealthy now, right? The dog, using its paws to assist in the excavation, inquired of the cloaked figure. Of course, we are indeed affluent, capable of indulging the entire city's maidens. The cloaked man chuckled merrily. Actually, brother, I have been harboring a question. The dog scratched its head with its paw and asked, "What question?" I was pondering how you managed things when you visited the Yihang courtyard. Tailbone. Toe. The cloaked figure abruptly halted his task. Ching. He exclaimed. Huh. Are you aware that revealing someone's shortcomings might lead to them having a son without any? The cloaked man imparted solemnly. Moreover, am I such a mundane individual? What I desire is the sensation of being surrounded by maidens. Do you comprehend that feeling? I think I grasp a bit of it. The dog nodded, scratching its head in confusion. Let us hasten the digging, brother. I still need to seek that feeling later. The cloaked man urged. All right, brother. The duo, one man and one dog, resumed their labor. Alas, I cannot catch up. In midair, Peng Xiener and Chang Jiankong floated, their brows furrowing as they gazed at the now elusive Jiang Yu. His speed was astonishingly swift, compounded by their momentary delay, rendering him completely invisible. Below, there appears to be a person, seemingly a cultivator, accompanied by a demon wolf. Should we inquire? Chang Jiankong suggested, observing the cloaked figure and the wolf beneath. Peng Xiener nodded, and the two descended, hovering at a height of 3 zhang. Hey, I ask you, did you notice anything unusual just now? Chang Jiankong inquired from above. Brother, someone is speaking to you, the dog whispered. Oh, the cloaked man nodded and continued. Ching. I am contemplating how much money I should carry on me at all times. Well, I believe it depends on your needs. The dog replied. My needs are quite significant, yet I fear carrying too much might alert my master. The cloaked man expressed his dilemma. That indeed poses a challenge. The dog too found itself in a quandary. Watching the seemingly unimpressive pair of man and wolf engrossed in their conversation, completely disregarding him, Chang Jiankong's expression darkened, and he raised his voice. I am speaking to both of you. Did you not hear me? However, brother, I think you can prepay for a month at the Yihang courtyard, allowing you to visit daily without needing to carry any money, the dog suddenly suggested. Ah, Ching, you truly are insightful. What a splendid idea. The figure cloaked in black suddenly voiced his admiration. What is there to be surprised about? After all, you are so exceptional, and how could I, who stand by your side, not possess a few tricks of my own? The dog-like companion chuckled, showering compliments extravagantly. Indeed, it is a matter of affinity. Remarkable individuals inevitably congregate. The man in black declared with a sense of pride. However, the swordsman, Chang Jiankong, seethed with fury beside them. Did these two truly lack awareness of their own insignificance, gloating about their trivialities while completely disregarding him? Was his status as a martial sovereign devoid of any intimidation? Unable to contain himself, his aura erupted forth, radiating a hint of murderous intent as he declared, Do you two wish to court death? Ching, do you not find this person somewhat bothersome? The man in black inquired. Indeed, a bit. The dog-like companion nodded in agreement. Let us send him away. The man in black set aside his shovel, clapped his hands, and directed his gaze toward Chang Jiankong. A cold smirk crept across Chang Jiankong's face. As expected, people often show disrespect. Unless one demonstrates their worth, they are rarely taken seriously. Now, with his martial sovereign aura revealed, they would have no choice but to comply. Just as he was about to speak, a white fist emerged from beneath the black cloak. Such excessive chatter, the voice echoed, and in an instant, Chang Jiankong was sent flying, crashing out of Pingjiang City. You. Upon witnessing this, Peng Xiener's expression changed dramatically, but before she could succumb to fear, the figure in black turned toward her. You as well. Leave. With another punch, Peng Xiener followed in Chang Jiankong's footsteps. Brother, did you not say that no one would come here? Look at those two who just got sent flying. The dog-like companion remarked. That money isn't safe here. Oh, right. The man in black suddenly realized. What shall we do then? How about we dig a pit in the martial arts hall and bury it? The dog-like companion suggested with a spark of inspiration. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Brilliant. Let us go. The two carried the money bags and stealthily returned to the martial arts hall. Inside, Yifeng and Lu Qingshan sat across from each other, engaged in a game of Go. You have lost, Yifeng declared, placing the white stone with a satisfied smile. Indeed, Master is truly formidable. I have lost once more. Lu Qingshan confessed, his face filled with shame. It is no fault of yours. After all, you are still a novice, Yifeng replied with a smile. Understanding that to enhance one's skills, one must not always engage in the same style of play, he had transitioned from chess to Go. However, playing against Lu Qingshan, who was still inexperienced, lacked challenge. Reclining in his chair, he took out a half-finished wooden carving. With other tasks still looming, he utilized the moments of leisure to refine his sculpting skills. Though his carvings had yet to reach perfection, his proficiency had certainly improved. Master, have you heard about the events outside Pingjiang City? Lu Qingshan sat beside, softly remarking, you were indeed correct about that graveyard. All the treasures have already been claimed. And this graveyard is nothing but a ruse. Jiang Yu is not in search of a successor. Rather, he seeks to usurp souls. Many cultivators have fallen into his snare. Such matters should not overly trouble you, old man. Yifeng replied with a gentle smile. One must understand that righteousness will ultimately triumph over evil. No matter how nefarious a person may be, there will always be justice to hold them accountable, perhaps today, or perhaps tomorrow. Lu Qingshan's pupils constricted, and he sensed a deeper meaning in Yifeng's words. Could it be that the master intends to take action? He glanced at Yifeng, who was engrossed in his sculpting. Before long, the Desert Eagle pistol from his previous life was meticulously carved to perfection, appearing lifelike in his hands. After inspecting it with satisfaction, he instinctively cast his gaze upon the crumpled paper on the table, furrowing his brow. This paper had been hastily drawn with a grid due to the absence of a chessboard, and after several rounds of play, it had become quite wrinkled. Old man, you are more familiar with Pingjiang City than I am. If you happen to encounter a nice wooden or stone table, do bring one to me, Yifeng said with a smile. What does the master require it for? Lu Qingshan inquired eagerly. Oh, to carve a Go board. It is hardly reasonable to keep using paper as a substitute. Yifeng replied with a hint of exasperation. A Go board? Lu Qingshan was taken aback, his expression turning somewhat troubled. After all, the knife the master used was a holy artifact, and the hoe was likewise a holy item. The Go table, then, must be at least of holy quality, if not something even more extraordinary. Where could he, Lu Qingshan, possibly procure such a thing? Thus, he awkwardly stated, Master, this item may be quite difficult to acquire. Do not worry, it will eventually come to pass, Yifeng said with a smile. It will eventually come to pass? Lu Qingshan scratched his head, feeling that Yifeng's words held significant depth, yet his ignorance left him unable to grasp their true meaning at that moment. Chapter 210. A strike. Jiang Yu stood upon the majestic imperial Qingtai, exuding an overwhelming aura as he soared through the skies above Pingjiang City. His grand presence stirred the winds, causing a tumultuous stir among the city's populace, who hastily retreated into their homes, securing their doors tightly. Quickly tell me, where is he? Jiang Yu demanded urgently, gripping Yu Wujie tightly. Over there, in that martial arts hall. Yu Wujie exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes, propelled by a formidable force as he swiftly approached the indicated martial arts hall. Not far behind, Shu Qinhua and the others, sensing Jiang Yu's energy, followed closely yet dared not approach, halting at a distance. That must be the hall of the composer, Fifth Chong Kong remarked. But what exactly does Jiang Yu intend to do? He continued. He aims to possess the composer, Fifth Jun elucidated. But why must he possess the composer? Fifth Jun inquired further. Because we, who cultivate through music, differ from traditional methods, Shu Qinhua explained. Those capable of composing such melodies typically possess unparalleled talent, a gift far more crucial to us than ordinary cultivation skills. By seizing this opportunity, one could inherit the original owner's talent. What a pity for the composer. She lamented, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the modest martial arts hall, her expression tinged with sorrow. I see now. Fifth Chong Kong nodded in realization. At that moment, Jiang Yu was already close to the martial arts hall. This is it. Please, let me go. I am but a useless fool. It has nothing to do with me. Yu Wu Jie cried out in desperation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu fixed his gaze upon the martial arts hall, his aura intensifying to its zenith, stirring the winds and clouds in the heavens above. Boom! With a resounding thunderclap, torrential rain began to pour from the sky. Jiang Yu's eyes gleamed with determination as he charged towards the hall. What is happening? Lu Qingshan, engaged in conversation with Yi Feng, suddenly changed countenance. Sensing a formidable presence approaching the hall, the aura was not benign. As he prepared to rise, Yi Feng, casually toying with a desert eagle, remarked, What's the rush? What good would it do for you to go out now? Sir? Lu Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Feng shook his head, muttering, This old man truly is something else. Only now, in such heavy rain, does he think to act. It's as if he waits until the mess has been made before considering to pull up his trousers. He shot him a sidelong glance, disregarding him as he continued to fiddle with the intricately carved pistol. Observing Yi Feng's calm demeanor amidst the impending threat, Lu Qingshan felt a surge of admiration. Truly, a master remains unperturbed in the face of adversity. Reflecting on the matter, one must acknowledge that the master effortlessly elevated him from the realm of a mere novice to the esteemed half-respect level. Thus, how could he fear such an adversary? In truth, he had overthought the situation. As the master aptly stated, his current prowess would serve little purpose even if he ventured forth. Yet, one cannot help but wonder how the master intends to deal with the impending threat. This appears to be the first instance of witnessing the master's intervention, which indeed stirs anticipation. As Jiang Yu approached the entrance, the urgency in his gaze was palpable. He was resolute in his intention to breach the martial arts hall without delay. However, at that critical moment, several formidable presences suddenly emerged around the hall. The newcomers halted, declaring that any who dared to intrude upon the martial arts hall would meet their demise. It was none other than Wu Yonghong and his two companions, their martial sovereign auras unabashedly radiating forth, positioning themselves before Jiang Yu and delivering a stern warning. What? 3 martial sovereigns? In the distance, Shu Qinhua and others observing the unfolding scene were struck with disbelief. How could such a small town as Pingjiang suddenly boast 3 martial sovereigns? The Fifth Chong Kong gasped in astonishment, noting that they had not encountered these individuals at the graveyard previously. Indeed, what was even more astonishing was that each of them wielded a sacred artifact. The Fifth Jun echoed his shock. It appeared they were there to protect the martial arts hall, Shu Qinhua remarked. Clearly, this martial sovereign was no ordinary figure. Regrettably, in the face of Jiang Yu, even 3 martial sovereigns would prove futile, sighed the Fifth Jun. Jiang Yu's expression darkened as he regarded the 3 martial sovereigns that had unexpectedly appeared. Humph! How dare these 3 weaklings obstruct my path? Begone! With a sweeping gesture, Jiang Yu caused the faces of Wu Yonghong and his companions to pale dramatically, as they collectively spat blood and were sent flying. Yet, to Jiang Yu's astonishment, as he prepared to advance, the 3 individuals who had been repelled suddenly returned, placing themselves resolutely in his way. Seeking death, are we? The power of his near-emperor-level cultivation surged forth, and he struck towards Wu Yonghong and his companions with a mighty palm. Under this force, the 3 felt their souls tremble, even before the strike landed. They were coughing up blood under the oppressive aura. Despite knowing they could not withstand the onslaught, they remained steadfastly in front of the martial arts hall, their resolve unwavering. In that critical moment, a pair of dung buckets fell from the sky, releasing a torrent of excrement that cascaded towards Jiang Yu. His expression shifted as he hesitated, ultimately retracting his hand and retreating to avoid the deluge. This fortuitously spared Wu Yonghong and his companions from certain doom. Simultaneously, Lu Dasheng leapt forth, taking his place alongside Wu Yonghong and his companions. "Thank you for the timely intervention." The three men expressed their gratitude towards Lu Dasheng. He nodded in acknowledgement, and the four stood united, resolutely guarding the martial arts hall. Another martial sovereign. In the distance, Shikinhua and the others were left in utter disbelief. Indeed, this martial arts dojo is far from the simplicity we had imagined. Under normal circumstances, we would hesitate to offend the two sects, yet in the presence of Jiangyu, Fifth Formation sighed with an air of lamentation. It is evident that even a multitude of martial masters is of no consequence when one is on the brink of reaching the martial emperor. Cursed be it. A few insignificant ants obstructing the path, let them perish. Jiangyu was thoroughly provoked by Wu Yonghong and his three companions. With a mere gesture, he conjured a towering phantom, akin to a pillar of heaven, which then bore down upon Lu Dasheng and his comrades. Beneath that singular finger, the four felt their scalps tingle, unable to summon even a trace of their vital energy, left to await their doom. What a terrifying strike! In the distance, Shu Qin and others were likewise stricken with dread. "Brother, there's quite a commotion outside," Dogsy remarked softly, glancing back at the tumult. "Oh, just a little trash causing a ruckus. Ignore him. Let us continue digging," Skull replied nonchalantly. "All right, brother." Dogsy resumed his task. Meanwhile, the overwhelming aura outside unsettled Lu Qingshan, who anxiously cast his gaze toward Yifeng. "Why do you keep staring at me, old man?" Yifeng shot him a sidelong glance, increasingly satisfied with the carving in his hands. Feeling a surge of youthful exuberance, he grasped the sand eagle, grinning widely as he closed one eye. "Baiyu," he exclaimed, mimicking the sound as he aimed it at the window. Chapter 211. The Martial Hall houses extraordinary masters. What? Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Qingshan abruptly opened his eyes. He had just clearly observed an invisible force emanating from the peculiar object in Yifeng's hand, piercing through the window and soaring outside. "Excuse me. I must take my leave." Lu Qingshan bowed to Yifeng and hastily exited the martial hall. As he reached the entrance, he was confronted with a moment he would never forget. With the emergence of that intangible energy, the formidable towering finger, once seemingly invincible, instantly dissipated. What? In the distance, Shu Qinhua, Di Wu, and Di Changkong, who were closely monitoring the scene, gasped in disbelief, their voices nearly synchronized. In an instant, the three of them drew in sharp breaths, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. What kind of attack was that? In mere moments, it had shattered an attack so fearsome? Yet, the subsequent events resonated in their minds like a thunderclap. For after the energy dismantled that finger, it did not dissipate. Instead, it continued its trajectory, hurtling towards Jiangyu. The once manic Jiangyu, caught off guard by the destruction of his finger, was abruptly struck by an unseen force, which obliterated one of his legs. Whoosh! This strike rendered his leg into nothingness. Within the golden form, the once indomitable Jiangyu emitted a piercing scream, his eyes wide with terror. Simultaneously, the Imperial-grade Qin platform beneath him crashed to the ground, and the weapon in his hand, Yu Wujia, was flung aside. However, what Jiangyu could never have anticipated was that the energy which had just shattered his leg did not dissipate. It reversed course and charged back towards him. A chill coursed through Jiangyu's veins. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with the matter of seizing a body. He unleashed an unprecedented speed, desperately fleeing into the sky. Yet, no matter how swift he was, he could not escape this strike. Onlookers beheld as the fleeing Jiangyu was struck, his once mighty golden form suddenly twisting grotesquely, as if shattered by an unseen force, scattering like smoke. It then transformed into countless specks, gradually fading from existence. Ashes to ashes, the entire sky fell into tranquility. The torrential rain that had been pouring ceased abruptly, restoring clarity. Those who witnessed this scene remained in stunned silence, gasping in shock, feeling a chill permeate their beings. A martial sage? No, a half-emperor, infinitely close to becoming a martial emperor. Just like that, reduced to ashes? Were it not for witnessing it with their own eyes, they would scarcely believe such a phenomenon could occur. Even having seen it, the reality felt surreal. Masters, this martial hall harbors extraordinary prowess. Regaining their senses, Di Changkong pointed towards the distant martial hall, exclaiming incoherently. Xu Qinhua and Di Wu simultaneously shot him a glance of exasperation. Did it require your declaration? Meanwhile, Lu Qingshan stood at the steps, gasping for breath. He witnessed firsthand how Yifeng executed that strike, and the sheer shock of the experience left him utterly unsettled. He had initially anticipated that the master would personally confront the individual. However, to his astonishment, the master merely raised a hand from within the dojo, and the demigod was obliterated in an instant. Indeed, the master's first move was as terrifying as he had imagined. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he peered through the window and saw Yifeng reclining in a chair, leisurely toying with a carved artifact. How astonishing! After vanquishing a demigod, the master remained so composed. It seemed that even such a formidable opponent as a demigod did not warrant the master's concern. He pondered how someone of Lu Qingshan's meager cultivation had managed to hitch a ride on such a grand vessel. Surely, the master did not judge his companions by their cultivation levels, for regardless of strength, none could rival the master. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the fallen imperial-grade Qin platform on the ground, and he felt his breath quicken. It was square and made of stone. A realization struck him as he recalled Yifeng's earlier words. No wonder the master had expected him to procure a chessboard. How could Lu Qingshan, with his paltry abilities, have provided Yifeng with such a thing? It became clear that the master had foreseen the events that had just transpired, exhibiting an uncanny prescience. He gasped and hurried back to the dojo to report to Yifeng. Master, Jiang Yu from the ancient tomb outside Pingjiang City has been. It was evident that he had deduced that the individual he had seen was Jiang Yu from the tomb, but before he could finish, Yifeng shot him a glare. Why are you discussing such matters with me? I am merely a mortal, uninterested in cultivation or ancient tombs, Yifeng replied irritably, his expression clouded with annoyance. This fellow seemed determined to bring up topics that vexed him. For years, he had been troubled by his inability to cultivate and the burdensome system he had been given. The old man frequently broached these subjects, which pierced his heart like a dagger. At this, Lu Qingshan recoiled and promptly closed his mouth. He remembered that the master had chosen to live in seclusion to appreciate the simplicity of ordinary life, preferring not to involve himself in matters of cultivation. This confrontation had been thrust upon him only because Jiang Yu had provoked the situation. Reflecting on this, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Recently, he had frequently broken his vows. Fortunately, the master had not truly lost his temper. Yet, the master's admonitions served as a wake-up call. He needed to be cautious in the future. By the way, Master, I will retrieve the chessboard you requested without delay, Lu Qingshan added. Hearing this, Yifeng lifted his head and smiled at Lu Qingshan. He had not expected the old man to work so swiftly, despite his earlier claims of inability. Then I shall trouble you to move it to the backyard, Yifeng said, rising to hand Lu Qingshan several gold coins. Aware that Yifeng was offering him a reward from the mortal realm, Lu Qingshan accepted them with understanding and exited the door with a spring in his step. Good sir, was it truly you who intervened just now? Wu Yonghong and his companions, still in shock from the earlier events, whispered as Lu Qingshan emerged. Indeed, it was I who took action. Are you all unharmed? Lu Qingshan inquired of Wu Yonghong and the others. The prowess of the master is truly remarkable, they exclaimed in admiration. However, dear friends, let us refrain from discussing the ancient tomb. The master desires a life of simplicity, and his recent engagement was solely due to an unforeseen provocation. Moreover, I inadvertently breached etiquette earlier, which has left the master somewhat displeased, Lu Qingshan cautioned. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in understanding. Come, lend me a hand in bringing this imperial-grade stone platform indoors. The master intends to transform it into a chessboard. Lu Qingshan called out. The others eagerly assisted. They were hardly surprised at Yifeng's intent to repurpose Jiang Yu's imperial-grade Qin platform for chess, considering even the tools he casually offered them were of saintly quality. What matter was it for an imperial-grade platform to serve as a chessboard? Just as the five of them lifted the platform, they noticed Xu Qin and her companions appearing at the entrance of the martial arts hall. What is this? Fifth Chong Kong exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 212. The long-awaited meeting. The individuals lifting the table cast a fleeting glance at Fifth Chong Kong and his companions. 2 martial sovereigns and 1 martial master. A formidable assembly indeed. In the past, encountering such esteemed ranks would have elicited smiles and cordial greetings. Yet now, they paid them no heed whatsoever. Their discourteous demeanor was one thing, but their arrogance was quite another. It was as if they were desperate for the world to recognize their status as martial sovereigns, entirely lacking in decorum. What of martial sovereigns? They were not unfamiliar to him. With his master's prowess, even the arrival of a few immortals at the martial arts school would not have elicited surprise. In comparison, assisting his master with the relocation of items took precedence. Realizing he had been disregarded, Fifth Chong Kong quickly recognized his earlier rudeness and clasped his fists in a respectful gesture, saying, "Greetings, esteemed seniors. I am Fifth Chong Kong, the young master of the Blowing Snow Mountain Manor. This is Elder Fifth Jin from our manor, and this lady is Shu Qinhua, the holy maiden of the Demon Sound sect. It is an honor to meet you all." With Fifth Chong Kong's introduction, Fifth Jun and Shu Qinhua appropriately cupped their fists in greeting. Noticing the improvement in the other's attitude, they nodded in acknowledgement, though their enthusiasm remained muted. "May I inquire, esteemed seniors, what brings you here?" At that moment, Shu Qinhua gazed at the imperial-grade Qin table, unable to restrain her curiosity. Although she too was a martial sovereign, her choice of words underscored her respect. "Master intends to transform this Qin table into a chessboard. We plan to carry it inside," Lu Qingshan responded to Shu Qinhua. "What? This imperial-grade Qin table, to be a chessboard?" Shu Qinhua gasped, her delicate face filled with disbelief. Fifth Chong Kong and Fifth Jun beside her mirrored her astonishment, their mouths agape in shock. Observing their expressions, Lu Qingshan and the others shook their heads. It was evident they had never witnessed such grandeur. What was the matter with using an imperial-grade Qin table as a chessboard? They were more concerned about whether it was suitable for such a purpose. One could only imagine the expressions on these sheltered individuals' faces upon discovering the casually discarded calligraphy, sacred artifacts, and numerous treasures within. "May I ask, esteemed seniors, is the master you refer to the one who made that remarkable display earlier?" Fifth Jun, after recovering from his surprise, could not help but inquire. "Indeed, who else could possess such elegance apart from the master?" Wu Yonghong replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Upon receiving confirmation, the others instinctively adopted a more respectful demeanor. After all, in the presence of such unparalleled prowess, they dared not exhibit any arrogance. "By the way, esteemed seniors, may I be so bold as to inquire whether the legendary Qin score was composed by the master?" Shu Qinhua pressed eagerly. "Of course," Lu Qingshan replied. As a local force, although they had not participated in the ancient tomb expedition, they were well aware of the details surrounding it. Upon hearing this, Shu Qinhua's expression shifted dramatically, filled with anticipation. In truth, when Jiang Yu revealed that the Qin score was not composed by Yu Wujie, she was not surprised. From the outset, she had harbored doubts that someone like Yu Wujie could possibly compose such a divine melody. At the very least, they exuded an air of elegance and charm. However, one couldn't help but wonder about the identity and age of the individual among them. Just then, 3 beams of light swiftly approached. They were none other than the trio from Yunxian, Quebec. Having witnessed the awe-inspiring scene above the martial arts hall moments ago, they arrived with curious expressions. "What brings you here?" Yang Mu inquired, having just landed. Wu Yonghong and the others exchanged glances, clearly regarding these newcomers as naive. "Have we met?" Yunxian K inquired first, performing a courteous bow. In her mind, there were matters far more pressing than the imperial-grade Qin platform. She quickly turned to Lu Qingshan and asked, "Senior Lu, could it be that you are referring to that esteemed individual?" "Indeed," Lu Qingshan replied with a nod. Yunxian K trembled with excitement. Was she finally about to meet the prophet that Lu Qingshan had spoken of? Simultaneously, Yunxian K, Shu Qin, Hua, and the Fifth Chong Kong bowed respectfully, stating, "We wish to pay our respects to that esteemed gentleman. Would it be possible for you to inform him?" Lu Qingshan regarded them with a knowing gaze, not surprised by their request. While their desire to pay their respects was of no concern to him, he felt compelled to ensure they understood proper decorum. With a serious demeanor, he reminded them, "It is your prerogative to pay your respects, yet I must advise you on certain matters." The group turned their attention to Lu Qingshan as he continued, "The gentleman is a transcendent master, with cultivation and understanding that far exceed your comprehension. His presence here is a pursuit of simplicity, engaging in the life of ordinary people. He involves himself in all matters personally and refrains from interfering with the cultivation of others." The recent display of power was prompted only by Jiang Yu's lack of awareness. Therefore, when you meet him, it is advisable to adhere to his customs and refrain from discussing matters of cultivation. The group immediately cast grateful glances towards Lu Qingshan, not perceiving his words as alarmist. After witnessing the devastating force that obliterated Jiangyu, they understood the gravity of the situation. Please wait here, Lu Qingshan instructed before gesturing for Wu Yonghong and the others to continue moving the stone platform inside. Ah, quite good, Yifeng remarked, rising with a smile as he directed them to place the stone platform beneath the locust tree in the backyard. Esteemed sir, we shall begin our tasks now. Wu Yonghong and the others respectfully acknowledged Yifeng before departing to attend to their duties. Remaining behind, Lu Qingshan addressed Yifeng with respect. Esteemed sir, some visitors have arrived, expressing a desire to meet you. They appear to have come seeking you. To visit me? Very well. I shall just find some clothing and step out to receive them, Yifeng replied with a yawn, somewhat taken aback, before searching for attire. Lu Qingshan then proceeded to step outside. Upon witnessing this, Shu Qin, Hua, and others immediately cast their hopeful gazes towards Lu Qingshan. You are fortunate. Please wait here for a moment. The gentleman will be out shortly, Lu Qingshan advised. Upon hearing this, the group was filled with excitement. At last, they were to meet the renowned prophet. Yun Xinchue's cheeks flushed with anticipation, as this figure had indirectly bestowed upon them a life-saving grace. Yet, one could not help but wonder what the composer looked like. Shu Qin bit her crimson lip, her face a portrait of anxiety. Finally, they would behold the unparalleled master who had obliterated Jiangyu. Fifth Chongkong similarly rubbed his hands together. In that moment, each person's thoughts diverged, yet all their faces radiated a profound sense of expectation. Chapter 213. The inevitable retribution at long last. The sound of footsteps echoed in the air, prompting everyone to look up in unison. A figure draped in white emerged, radiating a gentle smile as he approached. He exuded an ethereal charm, his demeanor extraordinary, graceful and unrestrained, with captivating, clear eyes. His subtle smile emanated an irresistible warmth, creating an aura of comfort around him. Could this be the composer they had envisioned? Shu Qinhua gazed at the young man in a daze, her lips slightly parted. Before Yifeng's appearance, she had conjured countless images of the composer in her mind, and the individual before her perfectly matched the ideal she had constructed. Such a divine melody could only be birthed from someone of his caliber. Fifth Chongkong and Yun Xianke were equally astonished. They had anticipated this unparalleled master to be an elderly figure, yet they were taken aback by his youthfulness. Moreover, they sensed no trace of cultivation from him, as if he were an ordinary mortal. Naturally, no one was naive enough to truly believe he was an ordinary person, given that he had effortlessly obliterated Jiangyu. Rather, his cultivation was so well concealed that they could not perceive it at all. This corroborated Lu Qingshan's prior warning. Indeed, he had returned to simplicity, immersing himself in the appreciation of mundane life. Greetings, sir, the group acknowledged in tacit understanding, bowing respectfully. Oh, you are too kind, Yifeng replied with a warm smile, having initially expected a farmer or a butcher from the street to seek him out. Upon seeing the handsome man and the charming woman, along with the distinguished attire of the elderly gentleman, it was evident that they hailed from affluent families. He pondered their purpose in seeking him out, especially with such courtesy. Esteemed sir, I am Shu Qinhua. I have come to seek you after hearing of the melodies you have composed, Shu Qinhua said respectfully. Yes, we have come drawn by your music. The others chimed in, recalling Lu Qingshan's counsel and echoing Shu Qinhua's sentiments. Oh, I see now. Please, come in and take a seat. Yifeng responded with a realization, amused that his daily performances at the door had attracted such distinguished visitors. Indeed, remarkable individuals cannot remain inconspicuous. The group followed Yifeng into the martial arts hall, their faces aglow with excitement. Meanwhile, not far from the entrance, a shadow stood frozen in disbelief. This young man, actually, it was Yu Wujia, who had narrowly escaped a perilous situation. In that moment, he felt as though he could scarcely breathe. He had overheard every word exchanged at the entrance. To his utter astonishment, the so-called useless childhood friend of Peng Ying turned out to be an extraordinary master who could not be overlooked. Was it he who had so effortlessly vanquished Jiangyu? Even the likes of Yun Xianke and Fifth Chongkong, paragons of excellence, were reduced to mere respect in his presence. Moreover, The venerable ancestor of the Qingshan sect also evoked memories of that fearsome kitchen knife, seemingly acquired from a master who opened a martial arts school. Upon this recollection, could it be this very individual? What to do? Yu Wujie was on the verge of tears. He had clashed with this person on numerous occasions. In retrospect, he had once acted arrogantly before the king of hell himself. It was all over. He needed to flee swiftly from this place. With a woeful expression, he prepared to escape, rolling and scrambling. For if this individual sought retribution, wouldn't he be crushed like an insignificant insect? However, just as he had taken a few steps, a furious figure intercepted him. It was Lu Qingshan, who had hurriedly taken leave from Yifeng. His hasty departure was motivated solely by Yu Wujie. How could he, well-informed as he was, remain unaware that it was Yu Wujie who had eavesdropped on the music score from the master and brought it to the ancient tomb, consequently disrupting Yifeng's secluded life? Ancestor Yu. Yu Wujie barely managed to call out when Lu Qingshan raised his palm and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Ah, ancestor, what is the meaning of this? I am Yu Wujie. You must have mistaken me. There must be some misunderstanding. I am a distinguished disciple of the Qingshan sect. Yu Wujie lamented, clutching his swollen face. Distinguished disciple? For what reason? Lu Qingshan, in a fit of rage, raised his hand again for another strike. Ah! Yu Wujie emitted a wretched cry, collapsing to the ground. You squandered your chance. The last time you offended the master. I spared your life out of respect for the third elder. Yet, here you are, blind to the consequences, daring to steal the master's music score and bringing trouble to him. How could anyone endure such audacity? As he spoke, Lu Qingshan placed his foot upon Yu Wujie's chest. Crack! The sound of shattered ribs echoed. Oh! Yu Wujie howled in agony, pleading, Ancestor, I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me. Grant me one chance. I will go to Yifeng. No, to Master Yifeng to plead for forgiveness. I will serve him for the rest of my life. I promise. Serve him for redemption? You? You worthless wretch. What audacity grants you the right to utter such words? Enraged, Lu Qingshan seized Yu Wujie and unleashed a flurry of slaps. This relentless barrage transformed Yu Wujie into a grotesque figure, blood pouring from his mouth, consciousness fading. Yet he still remembered to plead, Spare me, ancestor. I have grown under your watchful eye, and over the years, I have contributed much to the Qingshan sect. I am a distinguished disciple, if not by merit, then by hardship. Umph! Lu Qingshan's expression was filled with disdain as he gravely stated, You, a piece of refuse, do not deserve to exist in this world. Go to hell and repent. With that, Lu Qingshan grasped Yu Wujie's neck, slowly tightening his grip. The voice of Yu Wujie abruptly ceased, leaving him lifeless on the ground. With a disdainful kick, Lu Qingshan sent Yu Wujie's body tumbling into the nearby sewage ditch. Finally at ease, he cast a glance at the martial arts hall not far away and took a deep breath, bowing respectfully. He understood that the master was already aware of the situation, refraining from voicing it to grant Lu Qingshan the opportunity to handle it himself. Within the martial arts hall, Shu Qin, Hua, and others were rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the plethora of treasures that dazzled their senses. The magnitude of such an extraordinary figure was simply unprecedented. Subsequently, at Yifeng's invitation, they took their seats with a degree of restraint. Fortunately, Yifeng's ever-present warm smile and the affability in his speech eased their tension considerably. It was difficult to reconcile this demeanor with the fact that he had effortlessly defeated Jiang Yu, who was so close to entering the martial emperor realm. At that moment, Yifeng furrowed his brow and instinctively straightened his posture. Miss Yin, could you fetch me a piece of paper from behind you? Yifeng's voice carried an air of awkwardness. Upon hearing this, Yun Xianke glanced back and, indeed, noticed a stack of rice paper atop a nearby cabinet. Following his instructions, she picked up a sheet, her eyes widening in astonishment. The others, noticing her reaction, turned their gazes toward her, feeling a sudden rush of breathlessness. On the modest sheet of rice paper was a vividly lifelike depiction of a Qilin. As their eyes fell upon it, the Qilin's piercing gaze seemed to emanate an overwhelming pressure, sending shivers through their very souls. This painting of the Qilin appeared to possess consciousness, even life. The crowd was left in a daze, realizing that the value of this single artwork likely eclipsed that of imperial-grade treasures. Yun Xianke felt her hands tremble as she solemnly handed the rice paper to Yifeng. I apologize, but I'm feeling a bit unwell in my stomach. so I must excuse myself for a moment. Please feel free to browse, Yifeng said, as he tore the rice paper in two before crumpling it into a ball, all while under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, and proceeded toward the restroom. Chapter 214. Erasing the legacy of a sect with a single gesture. The crowd stood in stunned silence, particularly as they beheld the torn and crumpled piece of rice paper in Yifeng's hand. Their hearts ached profusely. This exquisite painting of a Qilin possessed a value comparable to that of an imperial treasure, and if it were to circulate, countless cultivators would vie desperately for it. Yet, this invaluable artwork was reduced to tatters by a single individual, utterly destroyed. The motive behind such an act? Merely a discomfort in his stomach, as he had chosen to employ it as toilet paper. To put it more bluntly, he had used a divine painting of imperial caliber for the most ignoble of purposes. Such wanton waste was utterly appalling. After a prolonged moment of disbelief, the crowd gradually regained their senses, only to discover a substantial stack of similar rice paper nearby. May we take a look? Fifth Chong Kong stammered. Surely, we can, Yun Xian Ke replied nervously. The esteemed one mentioned we could examine it freely. As soon as his words faded, the crowd surged toward the rice paper. They picked up a sheet that depicted a landscape, instantly captivated, as if transported into the very scene itself. Even more astonishing was the powerful aura embedded within the painting. A single glance seemed to impart profound insights, and if one were to ponder it daily at home, the benefits would be unimaginable. They lifted another sheet, revealing a depiction of a Xuanwu divine beast. Just one glance was enough to instill a sense of overwhelming pressure, another masterpiece rivaling the Qilin painting. They took up yet another sheet, inscribed with 4 grand lines. With the sun and moon in hand, I pluck the stars. In this world, there is none like me. Stepping upon the firmament, I shatter the cosmos. For eternity, I stand alone. Upon reading these lines, the crowd gasped in unison, as if witnessing the invincible demeanor of the author, gazing down upon the world with disdain. Could this be a true reflection of the individual? Each piece of paper they examined bore a value that was undeniably staggering. None were inferior to the previous Qilin painting. Wow! The crowd exchanged astonished glances, each interpreting the shock mirrored in the eyes of the others. In this treasure-laden martial arts hall, they, hailing from prestigious sects, felt akin to country bumpkins entering the city. Their horizons broadened immensely. In contrast, the treasures they typically prided themselves on paled in significance within this martial arts sanctuary. Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience. Amidst their astonishment, Yifeng, freshly washed hands in tow, approached with a smile. To their utter disbelief, he nonchalantly picked up another sheet of paper to dry his hands. As he discarded the used paper into a nearby wastebasket, the crowd's hearts raced, their spirits sinking. Sir, what about that paper? Shu Qinhua could no longer contain her curiosity. Oh, this paper? Yifeng replied with a grin. It's merely ordinary rice paper. I used it for practice before. Once I finished, I thought it a waste to throw it away, so I saved it for occasional use in the restroom or to wipe my hands and tables. Upon hearing these words, a chill ran through the hearts of the crowd. In essence, this individual utilized 2 sheets of paper, comparable to imperial treasures, each time he visited the restroom, including hand drying. What kind of extravagant display was this? Even among the foremost sects of Nansha, the total value of their accumulated treasures would barely amount to 1 or 2 sheets of such paper. This implied that each visit to the lavatory effectively consumed the foundational assets of an entire sect. Good grief. The repeated shocks rendered everyone in a daze. Oh, my disciple. Do we still have any spicy strips at home? Please bring me a plate, Yifeng called out. Shortly thereafter, Zhongqing appeared, bearing a small dish of spicy strips. As he emerged, all eyes were immediately drawn to him, for they felt their blood running sluggishly, as if this boy's lineage exerted a natural suppression over them. Simultaneously, he seemed to harbor a tremendous energy within. Though his precise cultivation was indiscernible, it was likely formidable. At the very least, he was a martial saint, if not a martial emperor. I forgot to introduce him. My only disciple, though he appears youthful, is already 16, Yifeng said with a smile. 16? The crowd gasped in astonishment. What did it mean to be merely 16? To possess such cultivation at that age left Fifth Chong Kong and the other so-called prodigies feeling utterly flustered. How could someone so remarkable at 16 render them insignificant in comparison? Indeed, it was no surprise that he was the disciple of such a figure. Come, partake of some food. I have no other delicacies to offer, just these homemade snacks for you to sample. Yifeng extended his hand with a smile. Hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze toward the spicy strips. Initially inclined to decline, given that they had already been fasting, they reconsidered upon realizing it was an invitation from this esteemed individual. Each took one to try. However, upon tasting the spicy strip, everyone shuddered. Clearly, they all felt immense benefits and the latent energy within. This seemingly unremarkable snack proved to be on par with top-tier medicinal herbs. The crowd was left in a stupor, utterly unprepared for the magnitude of this revelation. It was truly a treasure in every sense. Yet, despite their desire to try another, they hesitated, fearing Yifeng would reproach them for greed. Observing their peculiar expressions and their reluctance to take another, Yifeng furrowed his brow. He took a small bite himself and confirmed that, indeed, after some time, the taste had diminished. Apologies for the oversight. These have been sitting for a while, and I should dispose of them, Yifeng said apologetically, lifting the small dish. He then whistled, calling out, Wang Kai, come here. The dog, busy digging a hole, hurried over upon hearing. A celestial devouring demon wolf. Is it still a demon sovereign? The crowd was momentarily stunned. The most astonishing revelation was that the demon lord's celestial devouring wolf was, astonishingly, being kept as a pet by this individual. Chapter 215. The fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon the gentleman, Yifeng scattered the spicy strips onto the ground and affectionately patted the dog's head, chuckling. The dog devoured the treats voraciously before swiftly disappearing from sight. As the remaining spicy strips lay scattered on the ground, consumed by the dog, the onlookers felt a pang of regret, wishing they had indulged in a few more themselves instead of being overly polite. At this moment, Yifeng turned his gaze towards the seated guests and recalled their purpose for visiting. He pinched his nose and offered an awkward smile, saying, You honor me with your esteemed presence, and I should have played a few pieces to express my gratitude. However, regrettably, my instrument has suffered a few broken strings, so I must apologize for not being able to perform. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the guests immediately fell. Although most of them were not adept at playing the instrument, they understood that the essence of his calligraphy and paintings contained profound meaning and martial intent. If they could have heard a piece from him, they would have undoubtedly reaped great benefits. Alas, it seemed that such an opportunity had slipped away. But wait. The group quickly realized that the situation was not so simple. Everything within this gentleman's establishment was a treasure. How could his strings possibly be broken? Indeed, they had rushed in, eager to seize an opportunity from him, yet had not offered any form of gratitude after enjoying the spicy strips and observing his works. This, it seemed, had displeased him. The act of tossing the spicy strips directly to the dog was likely a reflection of this sentiment. Realizing their blunder, Shu Qinhua promptly bowed and said, Sir, I happen to have a strand of celestial silk. If you require it, I shall deliver it to you with utmost speed. Damn, that woman got ahead of them. Seeing Shu Qinhua act first, the others slapped their thighs in frustration, their faces filled with regret. What astonished them further was that she intended to offer their sect's prized possession, the celestial silk. It was known that the celestial demon zither of their ancestor only had a small piece of celestial silk attached to it, and even with that, the zither was nearly unmatched in the entire South Sands. Now, she was willing to offer an entire strand. It was indeed a lavish sacrifice. What infuriated them was that their sect possessed no worthy treasures to compete with Shu Qinhua. They found themselves at a loss, filled with vexation towards her, yet powerless to act. Oh, Yifeng's face lit up with a delighted smile upon hearing her words. He had indeed been troubled by the broken strings and had been searching for replacements. He had anticipated that this young lady would have one. Since that was the case, he decided to be direct and said with a smile, Thank you, Miss Shu. Of course, I shall not take it without offering something in return. At this juncture, Yifeng hesitated slightly. He had initially intended to offer money, but upon observing her attire and realizing that she had come seeking him due to his music, he surmised that she was an artist herself. To offer her money would seem rather vulgar. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng spoke. Miss Shu, I noticed you were admiring my calligraphy and paintings earlier. Surely, apart from your proficiency in the guqin, you must have some knowledge of these arts as well? Indeed, I have dabbled in them, though I do not yet feel confident enough to compare myself in front of a master, replied Shu Qinhua, rising hastily. Yifeng chuckled softly, not perceiving any flattery in her words. Although this cumbersome system had its drawbacks, it endowed him with an array of miscellaneous skills that were undeniably impressive. When it came to calligraphy and painting, he truly had no inferiority complex. Thus, I shall gift you a piece of calligraphy or a painting as a token of my gratitude, Yifeng said with a smile. Feel free to request anything you desire. Really? Thank you, kind sir, Xu Qinhua exclaimed, her body trembling with joy as she rose to express her heartfelt appreciation. Her intention in offering the Tianshan silk was merely to cultivate a good relationship with him and to reciprocate for the spicy strips and rice paper she had received earlier. She never dared to imagine he would bestow upon her a piece of his art. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers, including Fifth Chong Kong, felt a surge of envy and resentment towards Xu Qinhua. Had they known such an opportunity awaited, they would have sacrificed anything to ensure she did not seize this moment first. But now, aside from feelings of envy and bitterness, what could they do? Sir, I shall take my leave for now. Allow me to fetch the Tianshan silk to ensure your satisfaction, and I shall return to humbly request your calligraphy or painting, Xu Qinhua said, knowing when to retreat gracefully, bowing to Yifeng as she prepared to depart. Very well, I appreciate your consideration, Yifeng replied, rising to see her off, reflecting on her kindness and beauty. Making a friend like her seemed quite pleasant. The others, their faces flushed, recognized that staying any longer would serve no purpose, and they too began to take their leave after Xu Qinhua, now only able to seek another opportunity for fortune. After bidding farewell to a few, Yifeng stretched and returned to the backyard to inspect the stone platform once more. Both its height and dimensions indeed aligned with his desires. He had to admit that the old man Xingshan was quite reliable in his work. He would need to find an occasion to carve the chessboard soon. Suddenly, Yifeng heard a faint rustling sound emanating from the storage room. He leaned in closer. But the noise ceased. Shaking his head, he prepared to leave, yet before he could exit the courtyard, the rustling returned. Curiosity piqued, he approached the storage room again. As he neared, the sound vanished once more. Standing still, he narrowed his eyes, pretended to stride away, then stealthily returned to the door, and with a swift kick, he forced open the locked entrance. To his astonishment, he found that wretched skull, with its backside protruding, digging a hole. The door he had kicked flung against its rear, startling it into a jump, as it cursed, "Which scoundrel dares to ambush me?" Fuming, it turned its head only to meet Yifeng's intimidating visage. The skull stood frozen for a moment, then, regaining composure, shifted its body to shield the burlap sack behind it. "Step aside," Yifeng stated with unwavering authority. "Abba Abba." The skull's face displayed a strangely human-like grin as it clacked its jaw, producing a sound. However, scarcely had the echo of its voice faded when a fist came crashing down upon its head. Chapter 216. The early bird catches the worm in the courtyard. Yifeng wore a stern expression as he dragged out several bags of gold coins from the storage room. These hefty sacks contained, perhaps, tens of thousands of coins. Beside him, a skeleton was bound to a locust tree, its mouth stuffed with a shoe, emitting muffled sounds, while a trembling dog stood nearby, unsure of what to do. Where did the money come from? Yifeng inquired, wielding a bamboo stick he had casually picked up from the kitchen. He approached the skeleton and asked in a low voice. "MMM." The muffled sounds escaped from the skeleton's gagged mouth. Yifeng removed the shoe from its mouth, continuing to fix his questioning gaze upon it. "Ark, speak human language, quickly." Yifeng raised the bamboo stick again, pressing for an answer. I found it," the skeleton stammered, trembling in fear. "Are you certain it wasn't stolen?" Yifeng pressed further, his tone deepening. "Truly, it wasn't," the skeleton hastily replied. "Woof woof." The dog seemed to chime in, echoing the skeleton's words. Yifeng glanced at the dog, realizing that this creature, having spent all its time with the skeleton, was clearly trying to support its companion's claim that the gold was indeed not stolen. Upon reflection, Yifeng considered that while the skeleton had certainly caused its fair share of trouble, it had never engaged in petty theft. "All right, I shall let you off this time. But regarding these gold coins," Yifeng's words drew the anxious attention of both the dog and the skeleton, their gazes filled with hope. Seeing their expressions, Yifeng reassured them, "Do not worry, I will set aside a portion for you." At this, both the skeleton and the dog breathed a sigh of relief. After dragging several bags into his room and hiding them away, Yifeng reemerged. The skeleton and dog again turned their expectant eyes towards him. Yifeng shook his head, exasperated, and said, "Fine, fine, I will give you some now." The skeleton eagerly opened its palms. "Take this carefully, use it wisely, and do not cause me any trouble," Yifeng advised earnestly, placing a single gold coin into the skeleton's outstretched hand. "Ugh, just one?" The skeleton's voice quivered, tears threatening to spill as it gazed at the solitary coin. "What's wrong? Is it too little?" Yifeng raised an eyebrow instinctively. "And no objections, ugh, ugh." Clutching the coin with both hands, the skeleton shuffled dejectedly to a corner, curling up on the ground. It looked up at the vast blue sky above, murmuring, "It's so blue." Meanwhile, Fifth Chong Kong and Yun Xianke, having departed from the martial arts hall, had not ventured far. The more they contemplated the immense fortune that Shu Qinhua had acquired, the more discontent they felt. "Elder, shall we not settle down in a house around the gentleman's martial arts hall? We could become his neighbors, and in time, we might seize a fortuitous opportunity from him." Fifth Chong spoke with a glimmer of inspiration, addressing Fifth Jun. "That is indeed a splendid idea. Proximity to the source of fortune often yields the sweetest rewards." Fifth Jun responded with admiration towards Fifth Chong. Observing this exchange, Yun Xianke and Yang Mu's expressions brightened with intrigue. Evidently, this approach held great promise. The group, eager to grasp Yifeng's opportunity, swiftly reached a consensus to acquire a residence in the vicinity of the martial arts hall. "We are but mere mortals. If we offer them double the price, we are certain to secure a house adjacent to the hall," Fifth Jun declared. The others nodded in agreement, and after careful consideration, they discovered that the house belonging to Old Wang met their criteria perfectly in terms of location and various aspects. A knock echoed through the air. Old Wang, leaning on his cane, opened the door and regarded the men and women at his doorstep with a knowing gaze, inquiring flatly, "What brings you to seek out this old man?" "Greetings, esteemed elder. We have taken a liking to your house and wish to purchase it. Feel free to propose any price, and we shall accommodate you," Fifth Jun stated directly. "Purchase my house?" Old Wang exclaimed, taken aback. "What merit does this old man's residence hold? It is dark and dreary, ill-suited for the likes of you refined young lords and ladies. Dear elder, you underestimate the value of your abode. Its orientation and other attributes are indeed exceptional. As I mentioned, please name your price, and we shall accept it," Fifth Jun insisted. "Alas, let it be. I am already well into my twilight years. Wealth holds little significance for me now. After so many years in this place, I have developed a profound attachment. I wish only to live out my days here. You would do better to seek elsewhere," Old Wang replied with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Fifth Jun and his companions shifted subtly. However, they were not easily deterred. After exchanging glances, they subtly revealed their aura as cultivators and spoke earnestly. "To be candid, we are practitioners. Since you have no desire for riches, we can offer you a promise. We can provide you with longevity elixirs that will ensure you live for several more decades. Furthermore, we will procure for you the finest house in Pingjiang City. What do you think?" "Enough, enough. I require none of that, and this house, which has been my home for decades, holds too much sentiment for me to leave," Old Wang gently declined. The group wore serious expressions, taken aback by the old man's steadfastness, especially as he was merely an ordinary mortal, showing no inclination to yield to their status as cultivators. Fifth Jun's tone grew firmer as he pressed, "What if we insist on purchasing this house?" "Alas, you should take your leave," Old Wang replied, shaking his head, and prepared to turn away. "Very well, old man. Since you are impervious to both persuasion and coercion, we have no choice but to ask you to leave." Yang Mu could no longer restrain himself. He stepped into the room, his hand extending to rest upon Grandpa Wang's shoulder. However, the frail, stooped figure remained utterly unmoved. The elder merely turned his head slightly and remarked, "Though I am advanced in years, I still possess a modicum of strength. I did not anticipate that you, old man, would conceal such depth." Yang Mu's expression shifted, and he summoned his inner energy, increasing the pressure of his grip. Chapter 217. The esteemed elder. What was unexpected was that no matter how forcefully Yang Mu exerted himself, he was met only with the light and airy voice of Elder Wang. To bully an elder is hardly commendable. As soon as his words fell, the murky gaze suddenly shifted, and from the frail and stooped figure, an overwhelming aura erupted. Yang Mu, caught off guard, felt a sharp pain in his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, he was beset by a pressure akin to divine wrath. Crack! His legs buckled, and despite his status as a martial sovereign, he could not withstand such oppressive force, collapsing to the ground. Those behind him, including Yun Xianke and the fifth Chong Kong, were no exception. They too felt a chill run down their spines and were compelled to prostrate themselves in the face of such formidable might. Cold sweat dripped from the foreheads of the prostrated individuals. They had never anticipated that this elder Wang had concealed his true power so deeply. The pressure that had just been unleashed was not in the slightest inferior to that of Jiang Yu, who was but a step away from becoming a martial emperor. The figure before them, indeed, possessed a realm that could be summoned at will. Gasp! They felt as though they could hardly breathe. This legendary figure they were witnessing for the first time in reality. Having effortlessly subdued the group, Elder Wang resumed his original demeanor. Leaning on his cane as he slowly seated himself at the table, he poured a cup of hot water, steeped a pot of tea, and savored it leisurely. Indeed, the esteemed elder remained just that. With the elder's silence, the group remained trembling on the ground, too fearful to utter a sound. What to do? Cold sweat trickled down their brows as the fifth Chong Kong conveyed a thought to the others. Do not act impulsively, judging by the elder's demeanor. It seems he does not intend to harm us. Otherwise, we would not have lived to this moment. Fifth Zhun discreetly scrutinized the elder sipping tea and conveyed to the group, Elder Chong Kong is correct. As long as we maintain a sincere attitude, he should let us off the hook. Yang Mu added, however, our desire to purchase this house may very well have to end here. Not necessarily, Fifth Zhun replied. It's merely our misfortune to have encountered a formidable obstacle. Worst case, we can seek another place. Fifth Elder concurred, as far as I know. The pork cellar diagonally opposite, Pork Rome, also has a suitable property. I've heard that his family is struggling. If we offer him sufficient compensation, he might be willing to sell. Yun Xianke analyzed. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. Once the elder releases us, we shall approach Pork Rome. The group resolved unanimously. Just then, a knock echoed from behind them. Who is it? Elder Wang set down his teapot, leaned on his cane, and slowly approached the door. Oh, it's you, Pork Rome. Come in and sit. Upon seeing the visitor, Elder Wang smiled and returned to the table, pouring a cup of tea for the newcomer. However, Yun Xianke and the others felt a sudden shock within their hearts. This is truly a sight to behold. Here comes Zhu Rong. The crowd turned their attention. And there stood Zhu Rong, his face adorned with a rugged beard, and his imposing figure clad only in a coarse vest, exposing a profusion of chest hair despite the biting winter chill. In one hand, he grasped a hefty string of ribs, and in the other, a butcher's knife, emanating a bloodthirsty aura that weighed heavily upon Yun Xianke and the others. What horrified them most was undoubtedly the butcher's knife in Zhu Rong's grasp, its menacing presence sending shivers down their spines. It was an object of at least sacred quality. We may have miscalculated again. Upon witnessing Zhu Rong's formidable appearance, the fifth formation revealed a bitter and fearful smile. Indeed, judging by his demeanor, he appeared even more formidable than the esteemed elder himself. Yun Xianke's expression mirrored the same bitter sentiment. In an instant, the atmosphere was thick with concern. Such powerful beings gathering in this small Pingjiang city was beyond comprehension. Any one of them could unleash chaos in Nansha with merely a whisper. What brings you here today? Elder Wang inquired with a smile. Isn't it you, old man, who expressed a craving for ribs? I brought the leftover ribs from today for you, Zhu Rong replied with a hearty laugh, tossing the string of ribs onto the table. Old man, fetch me a cutting board. I shall chop them for you. Thank you for your effort, Elder Wang said, rising to retrieve a cutting board, which he presented to Zhu Rong. As Zhu Rong chopped the ribs, he turned his gaze toward Yun Xianke and the others, asking, by the way, old man, what are these people doing? Oh, these folks are taking advantage of my old age, bullying me, Elder Wang sighed. Oh, a surge of ferocity emanated from Zhu Rong, his tiger-like eyes narrowing upon Yun Xianke and the others. These little brats dare to bully an elder? That cannot be tolerated. As he spoke, he continued to chop the ribs with a fervor. Witnessing this, the kneeling fifth Chong Kong and his companions turned pale, particularly as they beheld the butcher's knife descending with each chop. Fear gripped them, and their eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Fifth Chong Kong, trembling in terror, cried out, Senior, Senior. Esteemed seniors, we were wrong. We have been blind. Please spare us. Spare you? When you bullied an elder, did you think of sparing him? Zhu Rong slammed the ribs onto the cutting board, advancing toward Fifth Chong Kong, seizing him and pressing the cold blade against his neck, pulling it back and forth ominously. "Ah, I am done for. I am done for. I was wrong. Ah." Fifth Chong Kong quivered uncontrollably, his voice breaking in despair. "Enough, enough. They are merely a bunch of children. Just throw them out." Elder Wang, unable to endure the cacophony, set down his teacup and waved his hand dismissively. "Get lost." Zhu Rong glared fiercely, his voice resounding with authority. Upon encountering the presence of Fifth Chong Kong and his companions, a profound sense of relief washed over them, prompting a hasty retreat, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. Once they had narrowly escaped, a moment of uncertainty enveloped the group as they pondered their next course of action. "What shall we do next? Shall we return?" Yun Xian Ke inquired, furrowing his brow. "We must go forward, without a doubt," Fifth Chong Kong declared, his face flushed with indignation as he bellowed. "Those butchers and that old man are clearly akin to us, having merely arrived earlier. They too must have been blessed by the master to possess such prowess. Come, there's a beef noodle shop nearby. I shall engage in negotiations." With that, he strode into the establishment behind the beef stall. Chapter 218. You will miss the opportunity outside. Others awaited in silence for an extended period. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness of the cold night, followed by the figure of a man in a white robe crashing through the window and landing at their feet. "What is this?" The crowd looked down at the disheveled figure in white, murmuring in confusion. "Ah, it's me. Ouch, that hurts." The man in white, Fifth Chong Kong, lamented, cradling his misshapen face while exhaling cold breaths. Upon witnessing this, the crowd instantly cast sympathetic glances towards him. What on earth has he encountered? "Shall we continue?" Yun Xian Ke inquired cautiously. "Continue? You may go if you wish." "I certainly shall not," sobbed Fifth Chong Kong. "This dreadful noodle vendor is even more terrifying than that pig slaughterer. What kind of person is this?" Targeting faces. The crowd exchanged glances, speechless. Under the cover of night, they departed from Pingjiang City in a dejected manner. "Master, trust me." In a certain part of Pingjiang City, Shu Qinhua held a communication jade slip, contacting the leader of the Moin sect, Shui Qinju. "Disciple, I have received news regarding the events in Pingjiang City. The individual who could slay Jiang Yu with a single strike indeed indicates he is a martial sage, perhaps even a martial emperor. However, is it not rather presumptuous to promise him the Tianshan silk?" Shui Qinju's tone carried a hint of reproach. "Master, it is not as it seems. This gentleman is undoubtedly more than a mere martial emperor," Shu Qinhua fervently explained. "The creations he casually produces embody profound martial intent and artistic conception, feats unattainable by a martial emperor, and his influence is vast, reaching the heavens." "Vast to the heavens?" Shui Qinju questioned, intrigued. "What do you mean by vast to the heavens?" Shu Qinhua bit her lip, recalling the scene she witnessed at the Martial Arts Academy, and solemnly remarked, "The calligraphy and paintings he created on rice paper rival imperial treasures. Yet, he uses such precious items as mere toilet paper." "Toilet paper?" Shui Qinju frowned, struggling to comprehend. To put it plainly, it's used for wiping, you know?" Shu Qinhua hesitated, finding it difficult to articulate such crude terminology, likely for the first time in her life. Haha. However, Shui Qinju laughed heartily. "Disciple, I understand your eagerness to win the favor of this formidable expert, and indeed, you are considering the interests of our Moin sect. Nevertheless, the Tianshan silk is of immense significance and value. I believe we should deliberate this matter further." Evidently, Shui Qinju was skeptical of Shu Qinhua's assertions. Hearing this, Shu Qinhua's expression turned anxious, and she earnestly explained, "Master, I am truly not lying, and I have already promised that esteemed elder. He has assured me that if I provide him with the Tianshan silk, he will fulfill our request to create a painting. Trust me, master." "Disciple, it is not that your master lacks understanding, but the methods you speak of are indeed rather fantastical. Without first-hand experience, I find it difficult to believe, let alone to present our sect's treasured artifact, the celestial silken toad." Shui Qinju declined. "Master, this is a rare opportunity. Should you let it slip away, you will surely regret it immensely." Shu Qinhua exclaimed anxiously. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman seated atop the mountain peak, Shui Qinju, fell silent. Though the matter seemed so implausible that it was hard for her to accept, she understood her disciple's character, knowing he would never speak without purpose. He had never before expressed such sentiments to her. With a sigh, she reconsidered and said, "If that is the case, once I finish my current affairs, I shall take the celestial silken toad to Pingjiang City and see if what you claim holds true before making further plans. Master, if we wait, it will be too late. Trust me this time. You must believe in me. Opportunities do not linger for long," Shu Qinhua implored, nearly in tears. "Alas, I shall set forth tomorrow," Xue Qinju sighed, feeling she had no other choice. Upon hearing this, Shu Qinhua finally felt relief and settled into a place in Pingjiang City, awaiting Xue Qinju's arrival. Although Nansha was quite distant from Pingjiang City, Xue Qinju's cultivation would allow her to arrive swiftly. 2 days later, when Shu Qinhua finally beheld the extraordinary woman who had single-handedly elevated the magic sound sect to brilliance, she exhaled in relief. "Greetings, Master." Shu Qinhua bowed respectfully. "How is your recovery from the harm inflicted by that rascal Jiang Yu?" Xue Qinju inquired, a gentle smile gracing her features upon seeing her beloved disciple. "Thank you for your concern, Master. I recovered from my injuries the very day I encountered that esteemed elder," Shu Qinhua replied. "You speak of this individual with such reverence. I must see for myself if he is truly as remarkable as you claim," Xue Qinju said, her tone teasing yet serious. Lowering her head, Shu Qinhua suddenly remembered something and asked, "Master, did you bring the celestial silken toad?" "Alas, my disciple, the celestial silken toad is a treasured possession of our sect. How could I carry it carelessly?" Xue Qinju shook her head. "First, let me meet this so-called expert. If he truly possesses the abilities you describe, then it would be prudent to present the celestial silken toad to him." "What? Master, you?" Shu Qinhua's expression changed dramatically, her face filled with reproach. "I promised that esteemed elder I would deliver the celestial silken toad with utmost speed, and you did not bring it? Fear not, nothing will go amiss. Furthermore, if he truly desires our magic sound sect's celestial silken toad, it will not come so easily. I must first ascertain his true capabilities," Xue Qinju replied nonchalantly. The scholar, though proficient in the arts, bore a pallid countenance. After a prolonged silence, he raised his head and solemnly declared, "Master, you are gravely mistaken regarding this matter. We, the Demon Sound Sect, may forfeit a monumental opportunity. Child, how could you address your master in such a manner? Do you truly believe that withholding the celestial silkworm silk would lead to the annihilation of our sect? Furthermore, let us not forget that the celestial silkworm silk is a treasure of near-imperial quality. What opportunity could possibly surpass the intrinsic value of the silk itself?" Yet, Xue Qinju remained unfazed. Although she recognized that the individual in question might be a martial sage or even a martial emperor, and she understood the advantages of befriending such a figure, she did not believe that the benefits of such an alliance could eclipse the inherent worth of the celestial silkworm silk itself. Chapter 219. The Scoundrel Skeleton Way. Alas, when will this desolate existence come to an end? Beneath the shadowy steps, a centipede lamented within its heart. During this time, it truly questioned the purpose of its life. The terror and astonishment that this martial arts school had inflicted upon it seemed to perpetually surpass its limits. At this rate, it feared it might never escape the crevice of these steps. In its sorrow, a sudden jolt of realization struck as it noticed a large, pale hand reaching out towards it. In the face of impending doom, the night-wind centipede instinctively bit down. Crack! Yet, it was as though its mandibles had clashed against iron. The hand remained unscathed, while its pincers shattered into pieces. "Ah, my pincers!" The night-wind centipede bellowed internally. But in the next moment, it was seized by that very hand. The skeleton sat upon the steps, toying with the captured centipede, dangling it in the air while absent-mindedly flicking its fingers against the creature's abdomen. "Qing, do you think centipedes have genders?" the skeleton inquired, glancing at the nearby dog, while its fingers continued to fidget. "They must have, right?" Ao Qing replied uncertainly. "Sigh, to think that I, the illustrious scoundrel Wei, who cannot even attract women, have sunk so low as to play with a centipede. Truly, a penny can bring even a skeleton to its knees." The skeleton shook its head, donning a visage of disillusionment. "Brother, it's all my fault. I take the blame," Ao Qing lamented upon witnessing his brother's despondency. "Ah, why speak of such things? It is fate." The skeleton sighed deeply. "Brother, do not lose heart. You are so handsome, dashing, charming, unmatched in the universe, like a celestial being descended to earth. captivating and enchanting, a sight to behold. And besides, you are the foremost scoundrel in the world. Surely wealth will come your way. Ao Qing encouraged fervently. Qing, those with culture are indeed different. Your flattery is exquisite, and conversing with you is a delight. The skeleton placed a hand upon Ao Qing's shoulder, then recalled something and inquired. However, regarding what you mentioned earlier, I grasped that it was meant as praise, but do enlighten me. What does scoundrel truly signify? I am uncertain of its origins, but I often hear the laborers in the fields refer to the master as a scoundrel. It seems to be a term of endearment, akin to handsome man. Ao Qing scratched his head and explained. I see. I quite like this name. The skeleton mused contentedly. From this day forth, I shall be known as Scoundrel Wei. Congratulations, brother. Ao Qing consoled. So, brother, we possess capital and need not worry about wealth, right? If all else fails, we can simply seek new avenues to earn. Indeed. Well said, the skeleton exclaimed, rising with newfound vigor. Qing, your words have restored my confidence. Let us venture forth once more to amass riches. Yes, onward to wealth. Let us go. The dog raised its paw, cheering with exuberance. For a moment, both the bone and the dog brimmed with hope for the future, and they promptly set out with a single gold coin in hand. Meanwhile, the centipede, Skull Ben Wei, instinctively followed suit. As these two departed from the martial arts hall, Yifeng, reclining on a lounge chair, cast a casual glance their way, yet paid them no mind. Relishing his leisure. Sir, are you there? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from the entrance. Yifeng stood up and walked outside, smiling gently. Ah, it is you. What brings you here today? I specifically came to pay a visit to you, sir. The visitor was none other than Yun Xianke, who simultaneously cradled an exquisite box in her arms. You're too polite. Please, come in and take a seat. Yifeng welcomed her with a smile, inviting Yun Xianke into the hall. Even though it was her second visit to this martial arts academy, the treasures within still left her in awe. After indulging in some light conversation, Yun Xianke respectfully stood and said, Sir, I recall you mentioned last time that your string had broken. I've returned with this Hongtu silk. It may not measure up to the Tianchan silk that Miss Shuqin Hua spoke of, and I am unsure if it meets your expectations, but it is a token of my sincerity, and I hope you will accept it. With that, she reverently extended the box toward him. However, she felt quite anxious, fearing that Yifeng might dismiss the Hongtu silk. This action was taken with considerable trepidation. Despite its quality, it was merely a religious-grade item, and in light of Yifeng's profound background, it likely paled in comparison to his standards. Nevertheless, this was the best she could procure in such a short time, utilizing the vast resources of Fengyun Valley. To Yun Xianke, it was worth the effort. Even if she did not seek any grand opportunity from Yifeng, earning even a modicum of goodwill from him would be a significant achievement. Oh, Yifeng was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young lady would be so thoughtful, not only remembering his previous words, but also personally delivering a gift. Deeply moved, he set aside any concerns regarding the silk's quality. Given her earnestness, he found it unreasonable to refuse her offering. Miss Yun, you are truly too kind. I accept your thoughtful gift. Yifeng, eschewing formality, received the box she presented. Ah, really, sir? It is wonderful that you do not find it lacking. Upon realizing Yifeng did not disdain her offering, Yun Xianke was taken aback and burst into joyous exclamations, her happiness reminiscent of a child. This girl, could it be that she has taken a liking to me? Her demeanor reminded him of a certain roommate from his past life, akin to a lovesick admirer whose gifts were accepted by a goddess. He couldn't help but glance at his reflection in a nearby mirror. Indeed, he was somewhat handsome. Thank you, sir. I shall take my leave now. With a rosy complexion, elated by the exchange, Yun Xianke prepared to depart, bouncing with joy. Wait a moment. Gazing upon the visage of the young lady, Yifeng felt a certain pressure. Is there anything else, sir? Yun Xianke could not help but inquire. Last time you visited, it seemed you had a fondness for calligraphy and paintings. I happen to possess a fine piece of artwork. Allow me to gift it to you. With that, Yifeng turned and retrieved a painting from the room. In Yifeng's view, regardless of whether the young lady harbored feelings for him, the principle of reciprocity remained ever valid. Observing the painting in Yifeng's hands, Yun Xianke covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had come with no expectation of receiving any fortune from Yifeng, yet she was taken aback by his magnanimity. She understood the significance of Yi Feng's gift, a remarkable opportunity. Thank you, sir. In that moment, tears of excitement streamed down Yun Xinchue's face as she bowed deeply, solemnly accepting the artwork before taking her leave. After bidding farewell to Yun Xianke, Yifeng opened the box to examine the Hongtu silk. To his surprise, this material would serve excellently as guitar strings. Promptly, he retrieved his guitar and set about changing the strings himself. At that moment, two figures appeared at the entrance of the martial arts hall, none other than Xue Qinju, the leader of the Demon Sound sect, accompanied by the intricately expressioned Xu Qinhua. Chapter 220. No exaggeration, master. We did not bring the celestial silk. It truly would be ill-advised to visit unannounced. At the entrance, Xu Qinhua expressed her concerns. What if we incite displeasure in this venerable elder? That would be grave indeed. My dear child, we are not here to cause a ruckus. How could we offend him? Xue Qinju responded with a note of admonishment. Moreover, if I do not pay my respects first, how can I decide whether to present the celestial silk to him? Alas, master, you should trust me. We ought to have brought the celestial silk directly. Xu Qinhua shook her head, her expression troubled. Xue Qinju remained unconvinced. Though she could discern from the martial intent emanating from the plaque above that the owner of this place was indeed a formidable expert, it did not warrant the immediate offering of their treasured possession. Furthermore, despite the other party's great strength, her journey as the leader of the Demon Sound sect, coming all this way to pay a visit, was enough to demonstrate her sincerity. Surely, even a master would afford her some measure of courtesy. Let us proceed inside, Xue Qinju declared. Xu Qinhua, still hesitant, shook her head in uncertainty, but ultimately steeled herself to move forward. Xu Qinhua, visiting the esteemed sir. May I inquire if he is present? In the backyard, having just completed his tasks, Yifeng hurried to the front door without even washing his hands. Finally, he arrived at the entrance, where he beheld the graceful and refined Xu Qinhua alongside a strikingly elegant woman. At that moment, Xue Qinju too cast her gaze upon Yifeng, scrutinizing the extraordinary figure her disciple had spoken of. However, she felt a twinge of disappointment. For apart from his distinguished demeanor and gentle, scholarly air, he appeared to lack any remarkable traits and was surprisingly youthful. Greetings, sir, Xu Qinhua said respectfully, quickly signaling to Xue Qinju. Greetings, sir. In deference to Xu Qinhua, Xue Qinju also offered a salute, though it lacked the reverence she had anticipated. Feeling somewhat awkward, Xu Qinhua hastily introduced, Sir, this is my aunt. She has accompanied me to visit you. Clearly, she had not forgotten the advice Lu Qingshan had imparted at the door, to approach everything with the demeanor of a commoner. Welcome. It is cold outside. Please, come in and sit down. Yifeng smiled warmly, then turned to lead them back into the martial arts hall. Master, why is your demeanor so lacking in respect before this gentleman? Xu Qinhua chided gently. Disciple, are you certain you have not mistaken him for someone else? Xue Qinju retorted, This man hardly seems like a master. Were it not for the impressive plaque of this dojo, I might have turned and left. Master, your inability to perceive the depths of this gentleman is due to his truly profound cultivation. Xu Qinhua quickly defended. Xue Qinju shook her head, evidently unconvinced by Xu Qinhua's assertion. Observing the silhouette of Yifeng, she quickened her pace to follow him. Very well. Let us enter and discern the depths of this individual. Master, upon entering, it is imperative to adjust your mindset and suppress your cultivation, otherwise. Xu Qinhua hurriedly reminded her. You need not elaborate. I am fully aware, Snow White Qinju interjected, dismissively stepping into the martial arts hall. However, the moment she crossed the threshold, her previously unhurried demeanor transformed dramatically. On either side of the walls, 18 paintings of divine weapons radiated an immense oppressive aura, surging toward her and rendering her immobile. Simultaneously, a wave of sweetness rose in her throat, which she forcefully swallowed, retreating with lightning speed. At that instant, her expression had completely altered, and she anxiously turned to Xu Qinhua, inquiring, Disciple, what on earth is happening? Master, I have previously warned you. It is crucial to adjust your mindset and suppress your cultivation upon entry, Xu Qinhua explained, her expression grim. I felt the peril during my last visit. Why did you not heed my warning? How are you faring? I am unscathed, Snow White Qinju replied absent-mindedly, for she had come to realize a far graver issue at hand. This young man before her was indeed as terrifying as her disciple had described. This time, she might have truly underestimated the situation. Disciple, come quickly, let us proceed inside. In stark contrast to her earlier demeanor, Snow White Qinzhu hurried toward the martial arts hall. This time, however, she firmly suppressed her cultivation and adjusted her mindset to the utmost tranquility. Upon re-entering, she found that the previous oppressive force had dissipated. Nevertheless, she still dared not gaze long at the 18 paintings. Yet, even without looking at them, her attention was drawn to the demon-subduing mirror hanging in the front hall. Although she was not a demon, she felt a prickling sensation under the mirror's gaze, as if all her secrets were laid bare. She gasped in astonishment. Just as she passed through the front hall, her unsettled heart experienced further shocks. The umbrella hanging nearby, the rag on the table, the sickle in the corner, the stone table beneath the locust tree, and a myriad of other items, all ranging from royal grade to imperial grade, captivated her senses and left her astounded. Please take a seat. Yifeng finally had the opportunity to wash his hands and beckoned to the two, withdrawing a sheet of rice paper to dry his hands. Upon seeing the landscape painting on the paper, Snow White Qinzhu felt a sense of suffocation, especially when she witnessed Yifeng carelessly wiping his hands on such a priceless work of art before tossing it into the trash without a flicker of his eye. A tempest surged within her. It was at this moment that she fully comprehended the truth behind Xu Qinhua's words. There was not an ounce of exaggeration. She also grasped the profound meaning of the phrase, a brush that reaches the heavens. Observing Snow White Qinzhu's expression, Xu Qinhua's countenance grew complex. Indeed, prior to their arrival, she had anticipated that Xue Qinzhu would present herself in such a manner. In circumstances like these, it is nearly impossible for anyone to maintain their composure. Regret washed over Xue Qinzhu as she realized her folly in disregarding Shikinhua's counsel, lamenting even more for not bringing the Tianshan silk. Thus, she sought to remedy the situation. Her gaze turned towards Shikinhua, and she urgently conveyed through thought, "Disciple, quickly inform this esteemed individual that our visit was rather hasty, and we failed to bring the Tianshan silk. However, I will summon the elders of our sect to deliver it post-haste. Furthermore, should he require anything else that our demon sound sect possesses, we shall provide it as well." Shikinhua nodded, steadying her turbulent emotions, and directed her anxious gaze towards Yifeng, her lips parting slightly. "Sir, our intention was to present the Tianshan silk to you. However, I must apologize for the unforeseen circumstances that prevented its inclusion in our visit. Rest assured, I will ensure its swift delivery. Sir, what do you think?" With that, both Shikinhua and Xue Qinzhu cast their apprehensive glances towards Yifeng. Chapter 221. A world apart, the two of you are exceedingly polite, remarked Yifeng with a gentle smile. "However, I appreciate your goodwill. I have already found a substitute for the strings, so there is no need to trouble you both." "What?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of Xu Qinhua and Xue Qinzhu changed drastically, their hearts filled with sudden panic. "Sir, do you truly not require it any longer?" Xu Qinhua inquired, her face awash with anxiety. Beside her, Xue Qinzhu gazed at Yifeng with a tense countenance. "If you had brought it to me a bit sooner, I would have found it useful," Yifeng replied with a smile. "But now, I genuinely have no need for it. Your kindness is appreciated nonetheless." Yifeng's words plunged both women's hearts into despair, their expressions tinged with bitterness. Despite his gentle demeanor, the implication that had they acted sooner, it would have been beneficial, now rendered it unnecessary. Was it not a clear admonition of their delay in seizing the opportunity? "Very well," Xu Qinhua responded with a dejected tone, her once vibrant face now devoid of color. Xue Qinzhu, too, wore a morose expression, her heart heavy with regret. "Oh, by the way, the gentleman next door is preparing ribs. I must tidy up and join him. If you have no further matters to discuss, perhaps you may visit again next time?" Yifeng glanced at the sky, his tone tinged with mild regret. At this, both women's faces fell even further. Was he effectively issuing an eviction notice? Although Yifeng did not overtly express it, their hesitance had clearly displeased him. He was evidently growing weary of their company. "Then, we shall take our leave," Xu Qinhua said, offering a slight bow to Yifeng, her face betraying her reluctance as she exited the martial arts hall. Once outside, they discovered the heavens had opened, blanketing the ground with a heavy snowfall. A sight of breathtaking beauty. Yet, the coldness in the air was matched only by the chill in their hearts. Xue Qinzhu sighed deeply. Observing the despondent Shu Qinhua beside her, she was filled with regret. Alas, disciple, it is I who have erred. I failed to seize the opportunity. Shaking her head in complex sorrow, her heart twisted in anguish. She recognized that indeed, she had been myopic in her judgment. The folly of believing that this individual's potential was inferior to the value of Tianshan's silk was laughable. And because of her miscalculation, she had squandered a tremendous opportunity. Had she rushed to deliver the Tianshan silk after hearing Shu Qinhua's words, that chance would have been nearly assured. The master and disciple sighed as they departed the hall. Yet, after only a few steps, Xue Qinzhu halted abruptly, her pupils narrowing as she fixed her gaze upon an elderly man with a cane approaching in the distance. This wretched winter truly is discomforting. Yet, what is the master still doing? He is yet to arrive at the appointed time. His slow footsteps crunched upon the thin layer of snow, while he murmured to himself, drawing ever closer to them. Xue Qinzhu and her disciples silently observed the elderly man approach until he brushed past them. At last, Xue Qinzhu recalled who he was, the once-renowned first rogue cultivator of Nansha. Her arch-nemesis for centuries, a rival whose strength had always matched her own. However, he had vanished from sight several years ago, and thus she had allowed her memories of him to fade. To her astonishment, she encountered him once more in this place. His name sprang to her lips, Wang Daotian. She called out. As she did, her semi-saintly aura erupted silently, pressing toward the old man. Indeed, upon hearing her voice, the elderly gentleman, who had been leaning on a cane while making his way to the martial arts academy, momentarily halted. His stooped figure turned slightly, and with hollow eyes, he regarded Xue Qinzhu before saying, Xue Qinzhu, is it truly you? Indeed, it is I, Xue Qinzhu replied with a cold smirk. I never expected our paths would cross again in such a manner. Ah, a bit of a coincidence, indeed, the old man chuckled. However, his expression suddenly shifted, and an overwhelming aura bore down upon Xue Qinzhu. In that instant, her previously fierce, semi-saintly presence was extinguished, and she stumbled back several paces, her mind swirling with disbelief. The martial emperor. How could Wang Daotian have ascended to the realm of martial emperor? A tempest of emotions surged within her, and she trembled violently as she cast another incredulous glance at Wang Daotian. The old man had returned to his previous demeanor, stooping as he carefully ascended the steps to the martial arts academy, muttering to himself, to encounter an old friend at this age is truly rare. Yet I have no time to reminisce. With those words, he continued his ascent, not casting another glance in Xue Qinzhu's direction. Her heart raced uncontrollably. The terrifying pressure Wang Daotian had exuded still haunted her. What was the reason for this? Once, they had been equals. Yet he had now reached a level of reverence as a martial emperor, while she remained stagnant at the semi-saint stage, uncertain if she would ever break through to the saint realm. Moreover, Wang Daotian appeared entirely indifferent to her, as though he held no interest in engaging her in conversation. Her expression darkened. The sensation of being belittled was profoundly unsettling. Instinctively, her gaze shifted back to the martial arts academy. She was no fool. With a moment's reflection, she discerned the reason her former rival had outpaced her so drastically. It was this very martial arts academy. It is that inscrutable youth who has enabled a mere half-saint, in a mere few years, to leap through the dragon gate and ascend to the status of a martial emperor, a being capable of traversing the entire Xinjiang continent with unparalleled authority. Upon this realization, her fury surged, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. She should have been able to seize such an opportunity herself, but her own folly led to its demise. Master, how are you? Although Shu Qin's heart was laden with various emotions, witnessing Xue Qinzhu's current state left her utterly shocked, her complexion paling. I am unscathed. Let us return for now. I wish to retreat to the sect. Sighing deeply, the master and disciple departed in a daze, leaving Pingjiang city behind. Chapter 222. Do you wish to reconcile with me? Old Wang entered the martial arts hall. Hee, Mr. E, I have come to invite you to dine, he chuckled. However, we've changed venues. My pot is not large enough, so I've decided to host at the Pork Honor establishment across from you. That sounds perfect. You go ahead. I'll tidy up and join you shortly, Yifeng replied with a smile. Very well, my friend. I have prepared 2 jars of fine wine awaiting your arrival. Once you arrive, we shall commence the feast. Old Wang chuckled as he leaned on his cane and departed. At that moment, 2 figures swiftly descended from the alley opposite, landing gracefully on the ground. Although their attire suggested nobility, their appearances were far from appealing. The middle-aged man bore a pallid complexion, reminiscent of a grave illness, and he intermittently coughed. The other, a woman with an ethereal veil, concealed a face that was swollen, causing her nose to appear crooked and her eyes to be uneven. These two were Peng Xian-er and Chang Jiankong, who had previously pursued Jiang Yu only to be thwarted by a mysterious figure clad in black. The force of that blow left them reeling, and it took them several days, consuming most of their healing medicine, to stabilize their injuries. Consequently, they had missed witnessing the harrowing events of that day. However, they had gleaned from the Tianjin sect that Jiang Yu had been eliminated by a powerful expert concealed among mortals. Other sources hinted that this calamity occurred in their vicinity. Reports from spies of the Tianjin sect indicated that individuals from Fengyun Valley, Mayan sect, and Shui Mountain Manor had already paid their respects to this extraordinary expert, apparently gaining significant benefits in the process. Indeed, the reports align, Peng Xian-er remarked, her brow furrowed. Yes, Chang Jiankong nodded in agreement. Yet, it is infuriating that these prominent sects are intent on suppressing information. Even our spies have been unable to ascertain the identity of this unparalleled master. A glimmer of cold determination flickered in Peng Xian-er's gaze. The true scoundrel is that mysterious figure in black. His strength is astonishing. Had we not encountered him unexpectedly, we would have reached the scene in time and prevented those inept individuals, Yun Xianke and Fifth Chong Kong, from seizing the opportunity. The saintess speaks truth, Chang Jiankong sighed. However, dwelling on this is futile. We must swiftly devise a means to uncover the identity of that master. We cannot allow other sects to monopolize this chance. Indeed, Peng Xian-er nodded resolutely. After all, Fifth Chong Kong and Yun Xianke had benefited from that master, and it was intolerable for the Tianjin sect to be left out. Thus, the two began their search for clues nearby. A faint, unpleasant odor alerted Peng Xian-er to something amiss. Upon approaching a nearby foul ditch, she discovered a lifeless body lying within. The corpse appeared to have been lifeless for several days. In this frigid weather, despite its features being utterly unrecognizable and covered in decay, the clothing still hinted at its identity. Is this? Long Jiankong exclaimed in shock. Indeed, it is that worthless Yu Wujia. Observing the body, Peng Xian-er displayed a complex expression. Initially, she had thought she had misjudged him, contemplating setting aside her hatred and allowing him to serve as a mere pawn. Yet, she now realized he was unworthy even of such a fate. His current demise was, in her view, well-deserved. Long Jiankong remained silent. He was somewhat aware of the new saintess of the Tianjin sect's past. However, the presence of the corpse here confirmed that they had not erred in their search. The unparalleled master who had slain Jiang Yu must be nearby, Peng Xian-er remarked. As she spoke, her gaze shifted, searching for clues. Accidentally, she noticed a martial arts school not far off. No wonder this vicinity felt familiar. It was indeed this place. Hatred flickered in her eyes as she vividly recalled the humiliation at the banks of Chuanxi Lake. Just then, a figure emerged from the school. One she recognized all too well, and fortuitously, it was approaching her. Before long, they collided face to face. Halt! Peng Xian-er commanded, raising her foot to block the path of the approaching Yifeng. What do you want? Yifeng glanced at the obstructing woman, failing to recognize his former childhood companion. Have you forgotten me? Peng Xian-er smirked enigmatically, saying, do you not remember my voice? Think hard. I don't recall, so who are you? Yifeng scratched his head, inquiring. At this, Peng Xian-er felt a surge of frustration, nearly spitting blood in exasperation. She had anticipated that Yifeng would instantly recognize her and beg for mercy. Yet his response left her feeling as if her fists were striking against cotton. Pengjia Village. Peng Ying, you must remember that. Peng Ying's voice turned icy. Unwilling to dance around the subject any longer, she declared her identity outright. Oh, it's you. Yifeng nodded slightly, responding nonchalantly, given your battered appearance. It seems you haven't fared well. Are you stopping me because? At this point, Yifeng's expression shifted slightly as he instinctively took a step back. You're not trying to reconcile with me, are you? Chapter 223. The prey of two brothers with a slight curl of his lips. Yifeng remarked, how realistic of you. When your fortunes dwindle, you come seeking reconciliation upon seeing my wealth. Let me be clear, I shall not indulge in past mistakes. Observing Yifeng's earnest demeanor, Peng Xian-er was consumed by a murderous intent. She intercepted Yifeng, clearly intending to instigate trouble, yet it was laughable that this mere mortal believed she, a distinguished prodigy of the heavenly sword sect, would seek to rekindle a relationship with someone of his ilk. Unable to suppress her fury, her piercing gaze bore down on Yifeng as she spat. Yifeng, you worthless wretch. Who would wish to reconcile with you? Are you blind to the current circumstances? Oh, so you're not here to rekindle our relationship? That's quite a relief. Yifeng exhaled, patting his chest as if a great weight had been lifted. If that's the case, I shall take my leave. With that, he brushed past her. Peng Xian'er stood frozen, her chest heaving violently, trembling with rage. This mortal. How infuriating. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew her long sword, her eyes glinting with lethal intent, aiming for Yifeng's retreating figure. Cease, holy maiden. At that moment, Chang Jiankong swiftly intervened, blocking Peng Xian'er's path. Elder, what are you doing? Let me rid the world of this detestable insect. Peng Xian'er exclaimed, her face twisted with fury. He is but a mere mortal. Countless individuals could easily eliminate him. Yet, have you forgotten where we are? Chang Jiankong cautioned. A reclusive supreme being resides nearby. Should you act against him and provoke that individual's ire, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing this, Peng Xian'er's expression shifted. Chang Jiankong's words held merit. She had myriad ways to torment Yifeng, but if she inadvertently offended that esteemed figure, it could jeopardize not only her opportunities, but her very freedom as well. With a tight bite of her crimson lips, she reluctantly sheathed her sword, casting a resentful glance at Yifeng as he departed. She resolved to seek another opportunity to deal with him. Meanwhile, Yifeng paid her no mind. Though they had once been childhood friends, that was a distant memory. He soon entered the home of the Rong family, indulging in a hearty meal with old Wang and the others. Meanwhile, Peng Xian'er and her companion continued their search for clues nearby. The ability to swiftly eliminate Jiang Yu indicated at least a martial emperor's prowess. Regardless of whether they could seize an opportunity, forging an alliance would undoubtedly yield countless benefits for the Heavenly Sword sect. It seems that making money is not as effortless as I had imagined. On a nearby step, the downtrodden Lu Benwei lamented to his companion, Dogsy. Sigh. Dogsy sighed heavily, yet seeing Lu Benwei's despondent demeanor, he encouraged, hang in there, brother. There's a grave not far in the desolate area. I'll go investigate. With that, Dogsy hurried off. All right, remember to inform me of any good news promptly. Lu Benwei called after him. As Skull Benwei gazed at the retreating figure of the dog, he remained seated on the steps, calling out. It appeared that he had not discerned any clear clues. Peng Xian'er and her companion approached, and the swordsman Chang Jiankong furrowed his brow. Indeed, Peng Xian'er echoed, also knitting her brows. However, since we are dealing with a reclusive master, their demeanor is bound to differ from that of ordinary folk. It seems prudent to inquire with a nearby individual. Perhaps we might uncover a clue. Chang Jiankong continued. Agreed. Peng Xian'er nodded in affirmation. After taking a few steps, the two spotted a figure clad in black robes seated on the steps not far away. Exchanging glances, they approached and stood behind the cloaked figure, looking down upon him. In a firm tone, Chang Jiankong demanded, Hey, mortal, rise and answer a few questions. The crouched Skull Benwei, engrossed in playing with a centipede, appeared to ignore them, continuing his amusement. The two furrowed their brows in unison, particularly Peng Xian'er, who had recently suffered a setback at Yifeng's hands. She was taken aback that a seemingly simple mortal would disregard her. Do you wish for death? She threatened, drawing her sword to rest against the black-robed man's neck. Her voice icy as it fell. In response, Skull Benwei, still squatting on the steps, turned his head in a daze and met their gaze. With a swift motion, he revealed a vaguely familiar visage, shrouded in obscurity, causing the previously imposing pair to shudder in fright. It was an unexpected encounter with this formidable individual. Simultaneously, Peng Xian'er, as if jolted by an electric shock, withdrew her sword and stammered, Aye, senior, it's a misunderstanding, my apologies. Without further ado, the two turned and fled. Skull Benwei, initially disheartened, suddenly recalled something and shouted, Do not run. Stay here. The two, upon hearing this, felt their souls nearly escape in terror and dared not linger. They expelled a mouthful of vital blood, igniting it to propel themselves with unprecedented speed. Brother, there's nothing at the grave. Meanwhile, the dog returned and reported to Skull Benwei. Excellent. Your timing is impeccable. The grave's importance has diminished. Hurry and help me catch those two, Skull Benway exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the dog understood and unleashed its full aura, swiftly overtaking the fleeing pair and blocking their path. Demon Lord? The two's faces paled drastically as they found themselves cornered, retreating in dread. A sinister smile crept across the faces of the skeletal figure and the dog, as they approached slowly, like a predator closing in on its prey. Chapter 224. Remain calm. What shall we do, Elder? Peng Xiener and Chang Jiankong huddled in a corner, observing as a man and a wolf approached menacingly. In a state of panic, Peng Xiener exclaimed, "It's fine. It's fine. Remain calm. Trust me, there will always be a way." Chang Jiankong pressed his palm reassuringly and whispered comfortingly to her. "That's good. That's good." Peng Xiener nodded fervently, finding solace in Chang Jiankong's words. After all, he was an elder of the Tianjin sect, a formidable warrior. However, in the next moment, she witnessed Chang Jiankong unexpectedly kneel upon the ground, crying out, "Spare me. Great One, spare me." Peng Xiener was taken aback, her expression frozen in disbelief. Was this truly the solution that Chang Jiankong had spoken of? "Why are you still dawdling? Quickly kneel and plead for mercy. One cannot resist such a powerful being. As long as we preserve our lives, we can find another way. Besides, there is no one here to witness our disgrace." Chang Jiankong urged her with fervent gestures, his voice trembling with urgency. With a face full of reluctance, Peng Xiener reflected on the hardships she had endured for her cultivation. Now, having finally grasped an opportunity to rise above, she found herself compelled to kneel. Yet, the terrifying presence of the figure in black shattered her last vestiges of pride. With a heavy heart, she too knelt down, beginning to plead for mercy. A chilling laughter emanated from the man and the wolf, who looked down upon them condescendingly. "You too, hand over all your wealth." The figure in black barked menacingly. "Yes, empty your pockets, or you shall face dire consequences," the wolf added, raising its proud head and threatening them. The words of the man and the wolf sent shivers down Peng Xiener and Chang Jiankong's spines, leaving them breathless and unable to hesitate. Trembling, they reached into their storage rings for their possessions. "My lord, a royal grade elixir." Chang Jiankong fawned, producing a jade vial and presenting it with both hands. "What is this worthless trash?" The man scoffed, taking a glance before angrily smashing the vial to the ground, cursing as he kicked Chang Jiankong. "Spare me. Do not strike," Chang Jiankong implored, trembling as he pulled out another vial from his storage ring. "This time, it's a sect-grade elixir, esteemed lords, please accept it." Yes, I have another vial." Peng Xiener quickly produced a vial from her storage ring, forcing a smile as she handed it over. "Do you think you can toy with us?" the man said, crushing both vials in his hand and slapping both of them across the face. "Do not be hasty. We still have." Noticing their dissatisfaction, Chang Jiankong hastily continued, gritting his teeth in reluctance as he retrieved a large basin. "Esteemed seniors, a divine grade artifact. The heavenly trapping basin, an absolute treasure." Lang Jiankong hurriedly presented the pot of confinement with both hands. However, upon seeing the pot, the formidable skeleton Benway erupted in fury. "You old fool, are you attempting to dismiss me with a filthy basin used for washing your mother's behind? It seems you are courting death." He glared at them menacingly, and the dog beside him growled in agreement. As he raised his enormous fist, poised to strike, Peng Xiener, her face paling, quickly interjected, No, I have something else." At her words, Benway shifted his gaze toward her. Peng Xiener, her expression filled with reluctance, retrieved a Qinghong sword from her storage ring. "This is the exclusive blade of the holy maiden of the Tianjin sect, the Qinghong sword, an existence that approaches the sacred quality. Please, venerable one, take a look." She bit her lip, a pained expression crossing her face. "Oh, quite the ornate piece, isn't it?" Benway remarked, inspecting the sword. "But one wonders about its quality." As he reached out his finger to touch the blade, he flicked it lightly. In that instant, a melodious resonance rang out. Clang! One segment of the Qinghong sword was sent flying, disappearing from sight, while the remaining piece dulled and lost its luster. Gasp! Both Peng Xiener and Lang Jiankong were left dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Was the near-sacred Qinghong sword so easily destroyed? Another pretty but worthless trinket, Benway exclaimed, furiously discarding the remnants of the sword, stomping it into fragments. "Qing, I believe these two are toying with us. Let us take them out. With that, Benway lunged at the two, his demeanor fierce, while the dog brandished its sharp claws, slashing menacingly. Woo-woo. It's over. We truly have no treasures left. They cried in despair. Yes, spare us. We've given you our most valuable Qinghong sword. Please have mercy. They cowered in the corner, battered and bruised. Especially as Ao Qing's massive claws targeted their most vulnerable spots. Their clothing tattered. Peng Xiener's fair thighs were now grotesquely bloodied. Humph, hand it over, Benway commanded, snatching the storage rings from the two, examining them alongside the dog. Brother, these two are truly destitute. There's not a single coin to be found. The dog scoffed, smashing the ring with a paw. How unfortunate, truly unfortunate. I have nothing here either, Benway lamented, crushing his ring in frustration. What shall we do now? The dog asked. Its spirits dimmed. Forget it. Wasting time with these two paupers is pointless. Let us ignore them. With that, the skeleton and the dog unleashed another round of savage blows before swaggering away. Upon returning to the steps, their spirits sank even lower. Alas, when will I, skeleton Benway, ever live a life of luxury? The skeleton sighed dramatically, idly toying with the centipede, plucking its legs one by one. At this moment, the night breeze brings an unbearable pain to the heart of the centipede. It feels as though it has narrowly escaped one calamity only to plunge into another perilous situation. Initially, it had intended to feign death in the grip of this skeletal figure, hoping to slip by unnoticed. However, as it observed its dwindling legs, it could no longer maintain its facade. What had appeared lifeless suddenly began to struggle violently in the grasp of the skeletal being. Spare me, spare me. It cried out in desperation. Chapter 225, Trials of the Mountains. Spare me? The enigmatic skull Benway mused. Don't you rather enjoy feigning death? Why not allow me to help you realize your dreams? Incorrect, incorrect. I was mistaken, Night Wind Centipede stammered, pleading, I implore you, illustrious and formidable one, who possesses unparalleled might and is dreadfully handsome, spare my humble life. Oh. Upon hearing this, Skull Benway raised an eyebrow and exchanged a glance with Ao Qing, leisurely remarking, Qing, I never anticipated encountering another astute creature. As he leaned closer to Night Wind Centipede, he inquired, Am I truly that magnificent? Indeed, indeed. Your perfection is etched upon your visage. The moment I beheld you, I was captivated by your aura. Alas, as a mere centipede, timid and humble, I dared not speak. Yet, I have always held this belief in my heart. Ah, since you are an enlightened being, you may depart. I shall not trouble you any further. Skull Benway waved his hand grandly. At these words, Night Wind Centipede felt a surge of joy. However, as he staggered a few steps forward, he found himself at a loss as to where to go next. All the previous demon emperors he had followed were long deceased and without a patron. As a mere spirit, survival would be exceedingly difficult. Unable to contain himself, he abruptly turned back and ingratiated himself, saying, Brothers, might I accompany you? I am willing to serve you faithfully. You insignificant centipede, what use would you be to us? Off you go, if you linger any longer. Do not blame me for changing my mind. Skull Benway stated impatiently. I am of use, I assure you. Night Wind Centipede quickly explained. I perceive that you two noble brothers are in need of wealth. Acquiring riches is a simple task. I know where to find it and can lead you there. Oh, at this, Bone and Dog exchanged glances. Their interest piqued as they turned their gazes toward Night Wind Centipede. Is this truly the case? Absolutely. I swear it. And there are plenty of treasures to be had. I am quite adept in this regard, Night Wind Centipede hastily replied. Well, I did not expect this little fellow to possess such potential. Skull Benway, shedding his earlier despondency, clapped his thigh and rose to his feet, declaring, Very well. If you can lead us to wealth, I shall permit you to accompany me. Splendid. I am honored to serve, great brother. Night Wind Centipede bowed low, then turned his gaze toward Ao Qing, exclaiming, I also pay my respects to you, esteemed brother Dog. Your presence is equally impressive, truly worthy of being by the side of our great brother. As we serve together, I kindly ask for your guidance. This flattery left Dog feeling quite elated. Initially indifferent toward the little centipede, he now regarded it with newfound appreciation. Thus, the trio, one bone, one dog, and one centipede, quickly agreed and set off in the direction indicated by Night Wind Centipede, which led them toward the imposing Mufa Mountain nestled by Pingjiang City. The weather grew increasingly frigid, as winter enveloped the land in a blanket of white. "Master, I have mastered the 3 forms. What should I practice next?" Zhongqing asked, wiping the sweat from his brow as he turned to Yifeng. "Next, it appears that I must take you to Mufa Mountain for some practical experience." Yifeng pondered momentarily before arriving at this decision. Although he was not a cultivator himself and could only teach Zhongqing martial arts, he was determined to impart his knowledge to the best of his ability, aspiring to cultivate Zhongqing into an exceptional practitioner within the realm of martial arts. "That sounds splendid, master. When shall we depart?" Zhongqing inquired eagerly, his grip tightening around the hilt of his sword, brimming with anticipation. "Tomorrow it shall be." Yifeng calculated the time. "Very well, master. I will first attend to the chores at home and wash the clothes for the next few days." Zhongqing replied before departing energetically to fulfill his tasks. Observing Zhongqing's industrious demeanor, Yifeng let out a soft sigh. This child had an overwhelming number of daily responsibilities aside from his training. Although Yifeng assisted with many of them, he still felt a pang of compassion. Moreover, it seemed rather unbecoming for men of their stature to be engaged in laundry and cooking. It appeared that a woman would need to be sought for the dojo. After their training at Mufa Mountain, perhaps he should consider finding a maid. Chapter 226. A dire situation in the Mufa Mountains. In this present day, few dare to venture into these mountains. Even from the periphery, the tumult and roars of the monstrous beasts within can often be heard. The majority remain oblivious to the events transpiring inside, though a select few are aware that a profound upheaval has rendered this place a veritable hell on earth. The corpses of both humans and beasts litter the undergrowth, ravines, and hollows, saturating the air with a pungent stench of blood that pervades the entire mountain range. Fortunately, a recent rain has alleviated some of this foul odor. However, the overall atmosphere remains chillingly somber. In a particular gorge, the human cultivators stationed here can be identified as members of the Nansha Sword Sect and the Li family. Yet, the morale of the Sword Sect disciples appears dismally low. Their faces smeared with dirt and many bearing injuries. Among them are the higher-ups from both factions, including several martial masters, Li Renhao, Li Jiasen, Su Maju, among others, as well as Yang Tianyu, the leader of the Sword Sect, and Li Shuhua, the patriarch of the Li family. Yang Tianyu stands tall, his sword-like brows exuding an innate authority, while Li Shuhua exudes an air of scholarly elegance. Yet, at this moment, all wear expressions of deep concern and furrowed brows. "All of this is my fault. My lack of discernment and impulsiveness have led to this calamity." In this oppressive atmosphere, Li Renhao is tortured by inner turmoil, her voice choking with regret as tears of sorrow stream down her cheeks. She never anticipated that the casual loss of an incense pouch would culminate in such dire consequences. For an extended period, both the Sword Sect and the Li family have engaged in relentless battles against the monstrous beasts of the Mufa Mountains in pursuit of that very pouch. Although they inflicted significant damage upon the beasts, they too have suffered grievously, with half of their disciples lost in the fray. Complications have also arisen. They had initially recovered the pouch and, upon rigorous examination, discovered that it was far more than a mere sacred artifact. It was of imperial quality, perhaps even of an even higher grade. The excitement among the Li family and the Sword Sect was palpable, nearly overwhelming them with joy. However, just as they prepared to return home, a catastrophic turn of events occurred. The legendary beast, Song Ku, who had long remained hidden from the world, suddenly launched an assault, inflicting severe losses upon both factions and seizing the pouch. In a fit of rage, the leaders of both the Li family and the Sword Sect hastened to reclaim the pouch, recognizing its immense value. After all, possessing such an item could propel their sects beyond Nansha, elevating them to a more prestigious echelon. Thus, subsequent days saw the two factions embroiled in fierce battles against the numerous beasts led by Song Ku, escalating the situation dramatically. Yet, they had gravely underestimated Song Ku, initially believing him to be merely a beast of rank, unaware that he had already ascended to the realm of semi-saint. Even though there were more than 10 demon lords present, and both Li Shuhua and Yang Tianyu were formidable figures at the pinnacle of the martial venerable realm, they still proved inadequate against Song Ku. After inflicting another significant blow upon them, they found themselves cornered in this canyon. Surrounding them was an endless swarm of beastly creatures, the severity of which surpassed everyone's expectations. Now was not the time for regret. The most pressing matter was to devise a strategy swiftly. Yang Tianyu spoke solemnly. Should we not seek assistance from other sects? Inquired Li Jiesin. No, a white-haired youth, holding a sword, interjected. This sachet is of monumental importance. If other sects become involved, they will undoubtedly vie for a share. His identity was also noteworthy. He was Li Chenghao, the elder brother of Li Renhao. Not only the heir of the Li family, but also the foremost talent of the Yujin sect, a true prodigy of the martial sovereign realm. Chenghao's assertion resonated with the others. We have invested so much effort into this sachet. Should we allow other forces to interfere? The ultimate ownership of the sachet would remain uncertain. Li Shuhua, the head of the Li family, concurred. The assembly nodded in agreement. Yet they were at a loss for alternative strategies. Retreat was a consideration, but it represented the worst-case scenario. Withdrawing would render the efforts of the Li family and the Yujin sect futile. However, I am perplexed as to why Song Ke has driven us to this point, yet refrains from striking us, remarked Su Maju contemplatively. If we were to set an ambush nearby, awaiting their approach, our chances of victory would significantly increase. No one could answer Su Maju, for they shared the same doubts, only speculating that Song Ke lacked complete confidence. Head of the Li family, sect master, esteemed lords, trouble is at hand. At that moment, a disciple from the Yujin sect rushed in, breathless with urgency. What is the matter? Yang Tianyu asked. A patrol team from our sect engaged in a minor skirmish with the beasts outside, and from one of the demon kings. We learned that Song Ke is on the verge of breaking through to the sacred realm. What? The disciples' words sent shockwaves through the assembly, their expressions shifting drastically. This sudden turn of events was nearly unbearable. Should Song Ke achieve his breakthrough, their chances of victory would be utterly obliterated. What shall we do? Yang Tianyu asked despondently. Should we retreat? Alas, it appears we have no choice but to do so, came the collective sigh after a prolonged silence, faces marked by resignation. Yet what alternative remained? Once Song Ke transcended to the sacred realm, he would exist on an entirely different plane. To cling to delusions now would likely spell doom for both the Li family and the Yujin sect. Retreat. Yang Tianyu and Li Shuhua exchanged a glance, their hearts heavy with sorrow as they made their decision. Once resolved, a multitude of disciples gathered, beginning their orderly withdrawal from the canyon. Booming. However, just as the disciples of the two doors made their move, the earth suddenly trembled with a deafening roar, akin to an earthquake. Before the astonished gazes of the crowd, a colossal visage formed from countless tree trunks emerged before them. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura surged from the forest, heralding the arrival of over 10 formidable demon lords. We pay homage to the forest ancestor. The demon lords collectively knelt before the enormous face. Song Ke. Upon witnessing this, Li Shuhua and the others' expressions darkened, their hearts plummeting to the depths of despair. What is happening? Wasn't it said that Song Ke was in the midst of a breakthrough? Li Jiesin inquired gravely. This should not be his true form, Yang Tianyu replied solemnly. Song Ke, as an ancient tree spirit who has cultivated for over 100,000 years, possesses formidable power. Every tree in the forest could be transformed into his limbs. The Song Ke before us is likely just a manifestation, a mere distraction created during his breakthrough. The group nodded in agreement, yet their faces remained somber. The terror of Song Ke was palpable. Even a mere avatar instilled a sense of helplessness in them. Only the combined efforts of Li Shuhua and Yang Tianyu might stand a chance against it. Song Ke, that fragrant pouch belongs to you. We shall not contend for it any longer. We will withdraw from the Mufa mountain range, Yang Tianyu stated, stepping forward, his demeanor evidently one of concession. Withdraw? After you have come to the mountains and slain so many of my kin, do you think you can simply retreat? The enormous face revealed a disdainful expression, resonating with a peculiar, thunderous voice. Song Ke, you were the one who initiated the attack on us. Furthermore, this is not even your true form. Do you truly believe we would allow you to impede our departure? Li Shuhua retorted coldly. Then, by all means, give it a try. The colossal visage sneered. Chapter 227. Woohoo! The expressions of the two masters from the sect darkened, filled with intense fury. After exchanging a glance, Yang Tianyu and Li Shuhua issued a direct command. The others obeyed, with the two of them tasked to restrain Song Ke while the esteemed elders would hold off the remaining demon lords, allowing the other disciples to retreat. With a swift motion, Yang Tianyu and Li Shuhua drew their swords, transforming into two streaks of light, that soared towards the heavens in an assault on Song Ku. Meanwhile, over a dozen esteemed elders engaged in fierce combat with the demon lords. Seizing this opportunity, the disciples began their retreat in unison. Humph, Song Ku. We shall avenge this grudge one day, and the fragrant pouch will ultimately be ours, Li Shuhua declared coldly as they battled Song Ku. Do you truly believe you can escape? Song Ku replied with a chilling smile. If your true form were present, we would indeed be unable to flee, but now. As Yang Tianyu and his companion unleashed their sword light, they shattered the towering roots that attacked them into fragments. Although severing these roots did not inflict actual harm on Song Ku, it effectively restrained him, allowing the disciples to withdraw safely, thus achieving their objective. You are overestimating yourselves. The impassive face gazed down with a frigid stare at the fleeing disciples, resembling ants in their desperation. Dealing with you is one matter, but crushing a few ants is trivial. As his voice fell, the ground suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar. Deep, bottomless fissures cracked open, and countless vines emerged, ensnaring the limbs of the fleeing disciples and dragging them into the chasms below. A cacophony of screams filled the air. Seeing this, Li Shuhua and Yang Tianyu were immediately alarmed, urgently shouting, "Retreat! Quickly retreat, back to the camp." The disciples, upon hearing, howled in panic as they turned to flee back to their original encampment. Recognizing the hopelessness of their situation, Li Shuhua, Yang Tianyu, and the others also retreated in haste, their faces grave as they returned to the camp. After surveying their surroundings, they discovered that they had lost 1/5 of their forces in the recent chaos. What shall we do? Yang Tianyu was filled with an overwhelming sense of despair. While the high-ranking fighters might have a chance to escape, the other disciples had no hope of doing so. The entire encampment fell into a heavy silence, the severity of the situation surpassing everyone's expectations. Now you shall remain here and await your demise. The expressionless visage in the sky cast a casual glance at them before closing its eyes once more. The other demon lords evidently had no intention of attacking. It was clear that Song Ke aimed to minimize losses and was not in a hurry to strike, likely waiting to act personally after achieving a breakthrough. For now, it sufficed to keep Li Shuhua and the others from leaving. The situation had devolved into a deadlock for both the Yujian sect and the Li family. The upper echelons were in disarray. We cannot leave. If we wait until Song Ku achieves his breakthrough to the saint level, our chances of escape will dwindle to nothing. Brother, just ahead, right there. At that moment, from the nearby thicket, 3 voices emerged. The night wind centipede perched upon the dog's head, gesturing forward, declared, "That is the treasure site of a demon emperor I once followed. That old fellow had a penchant for collecting such trinkets. There are countless gold coins. Brother, I believe I can also scent the aroma of gold," the dog, Ao Qing, remarked. "Ah ha ha ha. I can feel it too. Let us go, Qing. Charge with me. The glimmering gold coins beckon us." Woohoo. Chapter 228. Who lost my gold coins? Woohoo. Let us take flight. With exhilarated shouts, a skeleton, a dog, and a centipede charged forth. In the tense standoff between the Sword Master sect and the demonic beasts, their exuberant cries pierced through the heavy atmosphere, rendering them strikingly melodious. In an instant, they captured everyone's attention, especially as they barreled toward the very center of the confrontation. A wave of confusion swept over the onlookers. In such a grave situation, how could 3 shouting individuals charge in, seemingly oblivious to the peril surrounding them? In the heavens, the expressionless visage finally opened its eyes, revealing a hint of impatience. With a dismissive wave, a deep voice resonated, "Tiger Demon Lord, deal with them." With that, the face closed its eyes once more. Yes, the Tiger Demon Lord nodded respectfully, and in a flash, he positioned himself near the trio. "Halt," he commanded, looking down upon them, his imposing aura radiating as he intoned. "Who are you to act so brazenly before the forest ancestor?" Expecting the mere presence of his demonic authority to instill fear in a small centipede, a ravenous wolf, and a cloaked human, the Tiger Demon Lord was taken aback when they seemed entirely undeterred by his words, continuing their reckless advance. Seeking death, enraged, the Tiger Demon Lord's murderous intent flared as he prepared to eliminate these blind fools. However, to his astonishment, a colossal claw suddenly appeared above him, descending with a terrifying force. "What foolish creature dares to obstruct my path?" prattling on incessantly, accompanied by a scornful voice. Ao Qing's massive claw swiftly descended upon the tiger demon lord. His expression shifted dramatically. Before he could react, the claw struck, pinning him into the ground. His eyes wide open in shock. Brother Dog is magnificent. Brother Dog is valiant. Witnessing this, the night wind centipede atop Ao Qing began to extol praises, its demeanor transforming into one of spirited exuberance. This was the true alliance they had sought. How dare they impede our pursuit of wealth? Truly blind are they. Qing. Well done, as expected of my esteemed brother, echoed the voice of Ko Benwei, who continued to charge ahead, his expansive black cloak billowing behind him. This spectacle left all onlookers astounded. The tiger demon lord, a paragon among the demonic elite, had been vanquished with a mere swipe from the ravenous wolf. What a revelation! They had presumed these three to be simpletons, yet the ferocity of the ravenous wolf was utterly astonishing. However, this sudden turn of events, while fortuitous for the Sword Master sect and the Li family, did not paint an entirely optimistic picture. After all, with Song Ku standing firm, he was a formidable barrier that loomed large. The demise of the tiger demon lord stirred the vast visage in the sky, which had just closed its eyes, eliciting a gaze that loomed above. However, the trio remained utterly indifferent to the astonished or furious stares directed at them, fixated solely on the small mound indicated by the night wind centipede. This mound was situated precisely between the confronting armies of the sword-controlling sect and Song Ku. Subsequently, amidst all the scrutiny, the trio finally dashed towards the small mound. Yet, upon closer inspection, they discovered a massive fissure had split the mound in two, revealing no treasure as the night wind centipede had claimed. Where's the money? Where's my money? The excitement that had once surged through Skull Benwei dissipated, replaced by a state of bewilderment as he jumped anxiously. He seized the night wind centipede, demanding furiously, "Did you deceive me? Brother, I would never dare to deceive you." There was indeed a hidden chamber beneath this mound, where the old fellow I followed concealed the treasures. Look, the traces of the chamber are still here, and there are even coins left, the night wind centipede fervently explained. Upon hearing this, Skull Benwei approached and began to excavate the soil, discovering the remnants of a hidden chamber as well as a gold coin, thus confirming that the night wind centipede had not lied. However, the more he found, the more frustrated he became. The prize had slipped through his fingers, and he could hardly contain his rage. He bellowed, "Which bastard took my gold? Come out, brother." Given the extent of this fissure, it must be that zombie face in the sky. Ao Qing pointed at the sky, perceiving the situation with clarity. "Oh," Skull Benwei exclaimed, lifting his gaze towards the sky. "So it was you, zombie face, who lost my gold. Come down immediately and compensate me," he shouted, hands on his hips. Consumed by fury, the members of the sword-controlling sect were taken aback, wiping sweat from their brows, astonished that Skull Benwei dared to speak in such a manner towards Song Ku. Although the devouring sky demon wolf was formidable, it seemed trifling in comparison to Song Ku. Indeed, Song Ku's visage contorted with rage as he spoke in a heavy tone. "What are you, to dare address me in such a manner?" With his inquiry, the air shifted, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon Skull Benwei. Under this weight, those behind him from the sword-controlling sect felt the strain, with the weaker ones collapsing to the ground. Yet, Skull Benwei remained unfazed, dismissively retorting, "Stop acting all high and mighty in front of me. Who do you think you are? I can't stand your kind. Come down and speak to me." As he spoke, Skull Benwei flicked a vine into his hand and, with a gentle tug, elicited a look of disdain from the great face in the sky. However, in the next moment, his expression drastically altered, for from the multitude of branches and vines beneath him, one suddenly emanated a force that left him utterly astounded. Under the overwhelming strength of this force, he found himself entirely defenseless, his entire visage being forcefully drawn downwards. At that instant, it was as if a mountain had collapsed, casting a vast shadow upon the ground below. Chapter 229. Urgent compensation. With a resounding crash, Song Ku's entire visage slammed against the ground, the thunderous sound echoing deafeningly, causing the earth to tremble and clouds of dust to billow skyward. Yet, the impact did not cease. Instead, his face scraped along the surface, carving a vast trench hundreds of feet long before finally halting at the feet of the skeletal figure, Lu Benwei. What? How is this possible? What in the world am I witnessing? The members of the Eujian sect and the Li family were rendered utterly speechless, their nerves shattered by the astonishing spectacle. Although this was merely a projection conjured by Song Ku, its power was akin to that of a half-saint, a force that even the combined might of Li Shuhua and Yang Tianyu could not contend with. Nevertheless, the seemingly effortless action of the cloaked figure had brought down the once mighty Song Ku. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Liu Benwei gazed at the colossal face that loomed before him, his black robe billowing as his frail form ascended into the air. Damn it, insignificant human. I shall see you perish. As half of the face remained embedded in the earth, a tremor surged forth, accompanied by a voice filled with rage from beneath the soil. With a monumental upheaval, the entire visage finally lifted, its expression twisted in fury, radiating an overwhelming wrath. Meanwhile, Liu Benwei, suspended in midair, suddenly raised a leg. Compensate me at once, he bellowed. As his foot descended, it landed squarely upon Song Ku's head. This scene struck the onlookers as absurdly comical. Liu Benwei appeared minuscule before the vast face, akin to an ant hovering above an elephant. Yet that single step forcefully pressed Song Ku's head back into the ground, burying much of his countenance. The spectacle left the members of the Yujian sect in shock, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. The dozen or so demon lords accompanying Song Ku were gripped by terror. What manner of creature was this cloaked figure? How could the esteemed Song Ku be so utterly subjugated? Hey, speak. Do you hear me? Compensate me at once. Liu Benwei shouted, grinding his foot. Ah, I will see you dead. The fury of Song Ku erupted from beneath the surface, his voice seething with rage. As his words reverberated, the ground trembled violently, fissures spreading like the onset of an apocalypse. From these crevices surged countless vines, each as long as 1,000 feet, intertwining in the heavens to form an immense net that surged toward Liu Benwei. Instantly, the sky was obscured. Help! Run! Flee far away! Under the influence of this upheaval, numerous disciples from the Swordmaster sect and the Li family found themselves ensnared, their cries echoing in despair. Oh, you scoundrel! Not only do you refuse to compensate, but you also dare to threaten me? Liu Benwei, witnessing this, was instantly enraged. With another forceful stomp, he brought his foot down. Boom! The ground violently collapsed, and Song Ku's entire face was engulfed in the earth, the surrounding soil piled high like a small mountain under the pressure. Simultaneously, the myriad vines in the sky fell silent, retracting as if they had never existed. The demon lords exchanged glances and, without uttering a word, fled without a trace. Alas, this fellow would rather perish than part with his coin, my money. Liu Benwei returned to the ground, squatting despondently as he gazed at the small mound of earth, sighing heavily. Brother, there are still other treasure sites. I can take you there. At that moment, Night Wind Centipede exclaimed. Oh, Liu Benwei abruptly lifted his head, questioning. Is that true? Indeed, brother. Let us hurry. It's just beyond that hill. Night Wind Centipede urged eagerly. Ah, ha ha. Joy has returned to my brother. Let us charge forth. Woohoo. Wait for me, brother. Dog brother, dog brother. I'm coming too. Do not leave me behind. Accompanied by a chorus of jubilant shouts, 3 figures dashed away swiftly, disappearing from the gaze of countless onlookers from the Swordmaster sect and the Li family. Along their path, a beast that had yet to escape was intercepted and promptly crushed underfoot. Soon, a bone, a dog, and a centipede vanished without a trace. Observing the aftermath, the crowd gasped in astonishment. What manner of celestial beings are these? Fools. No, no, no. These must be madmen. Wherever they tread, not a blade of grass survives. Nevertheless, the upheaval brought forth by these 3 celestial beings provided an opportunity for the Swordmaster sect and the Li family. Listen to my command. Mo Zhu and Miss Li Jiasen, Yang Tianyu issued his orders without hesitation. You two shall lead, accompanied by Ruan Hao and Cheng Hao, to assist in guiding the disciples of the Swordmaster sect and the Li family out of the mountains. The remaining martial masters will disperse alongside me and the head of the Li family to secure the perimeter, ensuring the safe withdrawal of all disciples from the mountains. Yes, the group responded, eager to comply, and sprang into action without delay, for they all understood that Song Ku had not perished. The figure crushed by that cloaked man was merely a manifestation of Song Ku's consciousness, projected onto countless trees within the mountains as he approached the brink of sanctity. Thus, their peril had not yet abated. Once Song Ku regained his composure, it was likely he would strike again. Crack! In another grove, Zhongqing leaped and delivered a decisive slash. Subsequently, a wild boar was cleaved in two, collapsing at his feet. Indeed, excellent practice. Behind them, Yifeng expressed his admiration for Zhongqing. Thank you for the compliment, master. Zhongqing replied, scratching his head and grinning foolishly. Well, it seems I must take you deeper. The beasts within are far more ferocious. Are you afraid? Yifeng inquired softly. Not at all. Zhongqing declared resolutely. Good disciple. Let us proceed. After ruffling Zhongqing's hair, the master and his apprentice ventured into the depths of the mountains. Chapter 230. A thorough cleansing. Esteemed sect leader. Master Li, the disciples of the Yujin sect and the Li family have already withdrawn from the mountains, a martial venerable reported to Li Shuhua and Yang Tianyu. Upon hearing this, the group collectively exhaled in relief. The crisis had finally been averted. Although Song Ku, a formidable figure, had claimed dominion over the mountains, he was unlikely to venture to Nansha to wage war against them. Should a great demon like Song Ku dare to wreak havoc in Nansha, it could indeed ignite a devastating conflict between the two clans. What shall we do next? Should we retreat as well? One of the martial venerables inquired. At this, Li Shuhua and Yang Tianyu exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison. Clearly, they were reluctant to depart so easily. The fragrant pouch they sought was an imperial-grade treasure, or perhaps even of a higher caliber. They were unwilling to relinquish it without a fight if any opportunity for reclamation presented itself. Moreover, the remaining members were all martial venerables, and in the event of conflict, their concerns were considerably diminished, making a retreat comparatively simpler. Most importantly, the terrifying figure in black had crushed Song Ku's avatar. While this would not pose a lethal threat to Song Ku himself, it would undoubtedly inflict some damage upon his spirit, likely delaying his ascension to the sacred realm. For them, this period represented a significant opportunity. Onward, with a group of over 10 martial venerables, they soared through the air. Soon, they silently arrived above a gorge. Below, the valley was teeming with towering trees, their dense foliage casting an impenetrable shadow, allowing not even a sliver of sunlight to penetrate. At the heart of this verdant expanse stood an exceptionally grand locust tree, which was, in fact, the true form of Song Ku. Everyone, as Song Ku is currently in the midst of his ascension to the sacred realm, many of his abilities are hindered. We must descend, seize the fragrant pouch, and depart immediately, Li Shuhua instructed, gazing downward. Remember, do not linger in battle, Yang Tianyu added. The group nodded in agreement. However, just as they were about to spring into action, their expressions shifted dramatically. What is happening? Why do I feel my strength waning? Indeed, I am experiencing the same phenomenon. It must be poison. There is toxin within us. Quickly, circulate your vital energy to expel the poison, Li Shuhua urged, immediately channeling his energy to purge the toxins. Although the poison was not fatal and only suppressed their powers by about 30 to 40%. Such an occurrence at this critical juncture was certainly ominous. As the group was engulfed in confusion, one among them suddenly stepped forward, emitting a chilling laugh. Ha ha, I didn't expect you to discover it so soon. The Dark Knight Demon Lord, is that you? They demanded, turning to the one who scoffed. Indeed, it is I. You have placed too much faith in me and unwittingly allowed me to poison you. How utterly ridiculous. The Dark Knight sneered coldly. You shall pay for this. You traitor. Though you are a beast, our Sword Master sect has treated you well over the years, yet you dare to betray us. Yang Tianyu exclaimed in outrage, utterly astonished to have been deceived by one of his own. Despite the fact that the Dark Knight was a demon lord, he had never harbored doubts. After all, the growth of a sect relies heavily on the inclusion of formidable combatants. At the realm of Demon Lord, one could easily assume a human form, indistinguishable from humanity. Moreover, Dark Knight had genuinely pledged loyalty initially, so such strength was not to be dismissed. However, it became evident that humans and demons are fundamentally different. Why waste words? Prepare to meet your end. Dark Knight scoffed, unwilling to engage further, instead kneeling towards the canyon and respectfully addressing, Forest Ancestor, these humans possess only remnants of their strength. I implore you to send forth your minions. A resonant echo reverberated throughout the canyon in response. As soon as his voice fell, a dozen demon lords suddenly soared into the air, transforming into their true forms, their faces etched with murderous intent as they charged towards Yang Tianyu and the others. Retreat. Li Shuhua shouted. The others quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. With their strengths diminished by nearly 30 to 40%, they held no advantage in combat. And under such circumstances, acquiring the incense pouches was utterly impossible. Li Shuhua and his companions fled into the skies. Where do you think you're going? The multitude of demon lords relentlessly pursued them, chasing after Li Shuhua and the others. The situation was dire for Li Shuhua and his companions. Their cultivation levels were nearly on par, yet with their powers suppressed, it did not take long for the demon lords to catch up. In this predicament, Li Shuhua and the others were left with no choice but to engage in battle. In an instant, a fierce clash erupted between a dozen martial lords and demon lords. Initially, Li Shuhua and his companions managed to hold their ground using various tactics and hidden cards, but as time wore on, the effects of the toxins began to take their toll, and they gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Particularly, the combat styles of the demon lords, transformed into their original forms, exerted immense pressure on them. Though these original forms were comparable in size to other beasts of their kind, they displayed remarkable agility and strength, causing the humans to retreat steadily. Alas, at last, one human martial lord was defeated. With this loss, a domino effect ensued. Soon, some human martial lords were forced to face 2 or even 3 adversaries alone, all while their powers were suppressed. Ultimately, after a prolonged struggle lasting the better part of a day, including Li Shuhua and Yang Tianyu, they were all gravely wounded and surrounded by numerous demon lords. Children, you have performed admirably. At that moment, from atop a peculiar plant adorned with towering spikes, a face materialized and spoke. Clearly, this was another manifestation of Song Ku, exerting his consciousness upon the plant. Greetings, forest ancestor. The demon lords bowed in unison. Yes, eradicate these humans completely, commanded the face upon the trunk, shutting its eyes and awaiting the final outcome. Humans, kneel. Perhaps we might spare you an intact corpse. Indeed, if you were to kneel and extend your necks willingly, perhaps your demise would be less agonizing. Otherwise, we shall strip you of your powers and feed them to our progeny. A sinister laughter echoed as the demon lords surrounded Li Shuhua and the others, slowly closing in while mocking them. Do not rejoice too soon, Yang Tianyu shouted, his face ashen. Ha! Even now, you dare to be defiant? Humanity is truly laughable. A lion-like demon lord sneered. To speak frankly, no one can save you today, but at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A small boy suddenly leaped out from behind him. With a swift motion, the sound of a blade slicing through the air resonated. The lion demon lord's expression froze, and in an instant, his body split in two, collapsing to the ground. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, a young man appeared behind the boy, exuberantly pointing at the demon lords and shouting, "Ah, my disciple, an opportunity to practice has arisen. There are still a dozen beasts here. Go on and slay them. It's the master." The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he raised his large blade and struck downwards. Under the astonished gazes of Li Shuhua and the others, the small boy effortlessly dispatched the group of demon lords with remarkable ease. Chapter 231: The Concealed Formation Move. What? This scene left everyone present utterly astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. They stood frozen in collective shock. Was it truly possible for a mere series of nonchalant strikes to fell over a dozen demon lords? What kind of terrifying power was at play here? The spectacle before them was so astonishing that it sent shivers down their spines. Master, there's a face growing from that flower. At that moment, Zhongqing suddenly spotted the plant adorned with massive thorns, exclaiming in surprise. Indeed, Yifeng gazed at the face, an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart. Disciple, may I borrow your knife? Yifeng extended his hand. Of course, master. Zhongqing obediently handed over the knife, and without hesitation, Yifeng swung it towards the thorn plant. The face within revealed a look of sheer terror. Before it could react, the entire thorny plant was severed and fell to the ground. Yifeng suspected that this plant was akin to the carnivorous flowers of his past life, creatures that could claim lives if one wasn't cautious, which was precisely why he had struck it down. Hiss! Li Shuhua and the others gasped in awe. Not only had the young boy casually dispatched over a dozen demon lords, but this youth, referred to as master, had also effortlessly slain Song Ku? My heavens! What on earth is happening in this world? The memory of those three who had previously crushed Song Ku's avatar was still vivid, and now two equally formidable figures had emerged. Everyone was left in a daze. Such enigmatic beings, akin to celestial beings, frequently appeared in these mountains. Remarkably, they seemed utterly unconcerned about eliminating Song Ku, as if they had merely dealt with him while passing by. After resolving the situation, they returned to their own worlds, attending to their own affairs with indifference. Phew. After the initial shock, the crowd remembered to express their gratitude, but like the previous trio, these two had already vanished without a trace. What a stroke of luck. They exchanged glances, realizing they had narrowly escaped yet again. Heaven truly favored our sword sect and the Li family. Yang Tianyu exclaimed. With Song Ku's two avatars destroyed, his spirit must be severely wounded, and the time for his breakthrough will undoubtedly be prolonged. Most importantly, all the demon lords under his command have been slain by those two esteemed figures, making this the perfect opportunity for us to reclaim the incense pouch. At his words, hope flickered in everyone's eyes. They quickly began to cultivate on the spot, and undisturbed, they were able to expel the toxins from their bodies through their cultivation. After consuming some medicinal herbs to mend their injuries, over a dozen martial lords charged towards Song Ku's stronghold. This time, without any unforeseen incidents, they swiftly arrived at the gorge. The incense pouch must be near Song Ku's true body. Let us approach quietly, Li Shuhua instructed. Hearing this, the group stealthily advanced through the dense underbrush towards Song Ku's corporeal form. Disciple, this canyon appears rather ominous. It is likely teeming with wild beasts. Yifeng remarked softly as he peered down into the depths of the gorge. Master, let us proceed. I am not afraid. Zhongqing replied with excitement, tightening his grip on the great sword in his hands. Indeed, you are a fine disciple, Yifeng praised, affectionately ruffling Zhongqing's hair before leading his young apprentice towards the densely wooded canyon. Look, the fragrant pouch is right there. As they stealthily approached Song Ku's main body, the group soon spotted the pouch hanging from a branch of the locust tree. Song Ku appeared oblivious to their approach. The destruction of his two clones had evidently taken a considerable toll on him, leaving him unable to split his focus to confront them. We must swiftly secure the pouch and depart from this place, Yang Tianyu commanded. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes fixed on the fragrant pouch as they prepared to take action. However, in the next moment, the locust tree suddenly erupted with immense pressure, radiating outward in all directions. Under this overwhelming force, even Li Shuhua and the others were forced to stagger backward. When they regained their footing and turned to gaze at Song Ku's main form, their expressions shifted dramatically. Not good. Song Ku has already transcended to the sacred realm. Yang Tianyu exclaimed in a panic, his face a mask of shock. It was utterly unexpected that the demise of his two clones had not affected Song Ku's main form in the slightest. In fact, he had advanced to the sacred realm ahead of schedule. The reason Song Ku had not detected their presence was likely due to his entire focus being consumed by his breakthrough. What should we do? The group cried in alarm. Should we flee while he is still unaware of us? That is not an option. While it is true that Song Ku currently does not perceive us, if we make any move, he will undoubtedly sense us. We may not even escape the mountains before he pursues us in his newly attained state. Li Shuhua stated gravely. What then? Shall we fight? Yang Tianyu gritted his teeth. Do you see that peculiar segment of the trunk beneath his tree? That is the heart of the tree. If we can destroy it while he is unprepared, Song Ku's power will be significantly diminished, and we may still have a chance to fight. Yet, the others wore expressions of despair. The heart of the tree was as vital as the demon cores of other beasts, equivalent to a human's dantian, serving as the central hub of their power. Its importance was self-evident. While it appeared that Song Ku's heart of the tree was within the trunk, destroying it would not be an easy task. This notion was utterly impractical. Very well, Yang Tianyu conceded, realizing his previous suggestion was a desperate measure. He then insisted with urgency, let us devise a plan while Song Ku remains unaware. Once he discovers us, it will be too late to think of a strategy. It seems we have no choice, Li Shuhua replied through gritted teeth, producing a scroll from his possession. This is your family's secret treasure, the concealment array? Yang Tianyu exclaimed in astonishment. Li Shuhua nodded solemnly. The concealment array is regarded as one of the treasures of the Li family, and it was brought forth this time to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Little did they expect it would truly be put to use. The gathered individuals nodded in agreement. At present, escape was not an option, and they were incapable of mounting a defense. Their only recourse was to temporarily seek refuge within the array, akin to being devoid of life. The space within the concealment array is limited, and with so many of us, you must swiftly huddle together in a crouching position so that the space may barely suffice. Li Shuhua urged urgently. Upon hearing his words, the group hastily complied, crouching and drawing closer to him. Concealment array, activate. With a flourish of the scroll in his hand, Li Shuhua summoned a wave of spatial energy that enveloped them, causing a dozen or so individuals to vanish into thin air. The brilliance of the concealment array lay in its ability to create a small, isolated space, impervious to external scrutiny, while allowing them to observe the outside world. Pitiful humans, do you think I am unaware of your hiding place? Foolish tactic of concealment. Let me demonstrate how I shall shatter it with sheer force. Suddenly, a pair of eyes emerged from within the tree trunk, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Yet, in the next instant, an invisible force enveloped the entire space, completely suppressing Song Ku's earlier bravado. What is happening? Song Ku's countenance shifted dramatically as his keen gaze darted around, for this force had rendered his demonic saintly powers utterly ineffective, leaving him unable to exert any influence. Chapter 232. What transpires beneath the watchful gaze of others? How could such an invisible oppression manifest without cause? Song Ku found himself utterly perplexed. At that moment, two figures slowly approached. This eerie place appeared desolate, devoid of any wild beasts. As they walked, Yifeng expressed his disbelief. Indeed, it is rather strange. Zhongqing scratched his head, equally filled with confusion. Well then, let us proceed ahead. There was quite a commotion earlier. Perhaps a formidable beast lurks nearby, Yifeng suggested softly. Upon recognizing the two individuals, a fierce glint flashed in Song Ku's eyes. He had not forgotten that these two had slain all his subordinates and obliterated one of his avatars. Though he yearned to exact revenge, the enigmatic force suppressing his cultivation remained, instilling a profound sense of danger that rendered him cautious. Humans. I shall spare you for now. Once I liberate myself from this oppressive force, I will deal with you appropriately. In silence, Song Ku's gaze shifted, stealthily retreating. Yifeng and Zhongqing circled the area, but found no beast suitable for Zhongqing to hone his skills. Perhaps we should settle for the night here, apprentice. Yifeng remarked, glancing at the sky. Let us find a suitable spot nearby. Yes, master. Zhongqing nodded, suddenly spotting something and exclaimed, Wow, master. There's a magnificent locust tree here. Upon hearing this, Yifeng turned to look and was taken aback. The tree was indeed colossal. It would take dozens of people holding hands to encircle it. This otherworld truly lived up to its name. Such a tree likely did not exist on Earth. Very well, let us rest beneath this tree for the night. Even a torrential downpour would not trouble us. After surveying the surroundings, Yifeng unpacked his belongings and set up a camp at the foot of the locust tree. In the concealed space, Li Shuhua and others, who had been observing the scene, were struck with astonishment. These two were indeed bold and skilled, daring to spend the night beneath Song Ku's very nose. What shocked them further was that the previously menacing Song Ku now lay silent. Did this imply that even the formidable Song Ku feared them? Should we venture out now? Someone inquired. I believe it is best to observe the situation. Not only are we beneath Song Ku's watchful eye, but we also remain uncertain of these two's true identities. Should any conflict arise, it would be beyond our capacity to handle, Yang Tianyu asserted. The group nodded in agreement. Just then, they noticed Yifeng looking toward them from beneath the tree, then rising and walking in their direction. Alarm surged through Li Shuhua and the others. Can he see us? Yang Tianyu exclaimed in shock. No, it is impossible. This method of concealment creates a secluded space, and mere sight cannot penetrate the spatial barrier to perceive us. Li Shuhua explained, shaking his head. Thus, his approach must be mere coincidence. The group collectively exhaled in relief. It seemed, as Li Shuhua suggested, that Yifeng's arrival was indeed fortuitous. However, at that moment, Yifeng unexpectedly called out to them. Ah, it is you again. Are you all squatting here collectively to relieve yourselves? What? The crowd was taken aback, their eyes wide in shock. Li Shuhua's face turned crimson. Clearly, their so-called concealment formation had utterly failed to obscure them from Yifeng's gaze. Since they had been discovered, there was no need to maintain pretense. The group awkwardly prepared to rise, apprehensive that Yifeng might chastise them for lurking suspiciously, hastily muttering explanations. Senior, we. Seeing this, Yifeng waved his hand to interrupt their words, smiling as he said, "No worries. Fate brings us together. There is no need for embarrassment among men. I merely wanted to inquire if you have any paper left, and if I might be able to find a spot as well." The faces of the group flushed with embarrassment. The thoughts of such a formidable individual were indeed difficult to fathom. "Well, it seems you have run out of paper. I shall endure," Yifeng remarked, adjusting his posture and striding back to the camp. Once seated, he called out to them, "After you finish, come sit for a while. What should we do?" The group displayed expressions of trepidation upon hearing his invitation. They dared not disregard Yifeng's request, yet they felt reluctant to approach that location. It seems futile to flee now. Given this senior's prowess, his invitation likely ensures our safety. Li Shuhua gritted his teeth, voicing his thoughts. The others nodded in agreement, steeling themselves to tread cautiously in small steps towards Yifeng. However, despite their speculation regarding Yifeng's guarantee of safety, uncertainty lingered as they moved. The nearer they drew to the base of the tree, the more their steps faltered, and beads of cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. Observing their demeanor, Yifeng chuckled and reminded them, "You should be mindful of how long you squat. Prolonged squatting can not only numb your legs, but also lead to hemorrhoids." Chapter 233. A most impressive sneeze. Despite their ignorance of what Yifeng meant by long hemorrhoids, the crowd nodded in unison, akin to chicks pecking at grain. At last, in a state of trepidation, they approached Yifeng. Fortunately, Song Ku remained silent, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your earlier act of salvation, esteemed senior." The group bowed in gratitude. "There is no need for such formalities. It was merely a coincidence." Yifeng waved his hand dismissively. The incident of rescuing this group, surrounded by wild beasts, held little significance for him. As for being addressed as senior, he did not dwell on it. After all, respect is afforded to the strong, is it not? Given that these individuals could not handle a mere dozen beasts, their deference seemed entirely reasonable. The atmosphere lightened significantly. It appeared that this extraordinary figure was quite amiable. After mutual introductions and some idle chatter, Li Shuhua and the others decided to set up camp alongside Yifeng and his companion, for they dared not venture forth alone. "Ah, this piece of wood is quite peculiar." At that moment, Yifeng suddenly noticed an exceptionally unique section of the locust tree trunk behind him, instantly piquing his curiosity. "Disciple, hand me the knife." "As you command, master." Receiving the knife from Zhongqing, Yifeng strode toward the intriguing wood. However, Li Shuhua and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. That was the heart of Song Ku's tree. What did this formidable figure intend to do? Though the heart appeared unremarkable, any attempt to lay claim to it would surely not be tolerated by Song Ku. Li Shuhua and the others swallowed hard, anxiously watching Yifeng. At this moment, he stood before the tree's heart, tapping it with the knife, which elicited an excited exclamation. "Oh, this wood is indeed a remarkable find. If I were to carve it, the resulting piece would surely be exquisite, perhaps even enhancing my sculpting skills." With that, he turned to Zhongqing and called out, "Disciple, come help me extract this piece of wood." Song Ku, concealed in his hidden state, was utterly astonished. What audacity! This is an affront to the tree. Though he refrained from striking these two humans due to the mysterious pressure he felt, this audacious individual dared to covet the heart of his tree. Such insolence could not be tolerated. As Yifeng turned away, the tree's heart suddenly emanated a glimmering white light, a palpable aura of lethal intent coalescing with immense energy, preparing to launch an attack on Yifeng. Seeing this, Li Shuhua and the others were filled with alarm. They opened their mouths to warn Yifeng, but the power contained within the tree's heart surged toward him. The distance was but a foot, and it was too late to intervene. At such close range, an unprepared individual would likely meet disaster unless they were a martial emperor. Li Shuhua and the others turned pale with fear. In that critical moment, Yifeng, too, turned his gaze back to the heart of the tree. A sudden gust brushed past, sending a chill through the air, and with a twitch Achu, Yifeng erupted into a powerful sneeze. However, this single sneeze sent shockwaves through Li Shuhua and the others, utterly shattering their worldviews. What an astonishing sneeze! The crowd gasped in disbelief, for this singular act had effortlessly dispelled the formidable attack emanating from the heart of the tree, leaving not a trace behind. This astonishing scene left Song Ku utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, the colossal locust tree quivered violently. What on earth was this divine prowess? Song Ke questioned his very existence. Although his cultivation was suppressed by an unseen force, he could still unleash a full-power strike through the heart of the tree. His ultimate strike was that of a demon sage. Yet, it was thwarted by a mere sneeze. In his shock, Song Ke felt a chilling sensation wash over him. He turned to see Yifeng and Zhong Qin wielding blades, having carved away a significant portion of his heart of the tree. As that segment was removed, Song Ke's cultivation swiftly regressed, reverting to the status of a half-saint in the blink of an eye. A tempest of fury surged within Song Ke. He yearned to eliminate these two wretched humans at once. Yet, recalling their terrifying abilities, the flames of his wrath were quickly extinguished. He knew he could not contend with them. Tears of frustration welled in his eyes as he resolved to bide his time, planning for a future retribution. With this artifact in hand, he could return and carve something magnificent. Yifeng gazed at the heart of the tree before stowing it away in his ring. Meanwhile, Li Shuhua and the others were so astonished they struggled to articulate their thoughts, their minds reeling. Not only had a sneeze dismantled Song Ke's demon sage strike, but it had also allowed them to seize the heart of the tree, solely for the purpose of sculpting? What an audacious endeavor! Yet, the more formidable Yifeng became, the more favorable their circumstances appeared. For Yifeng bore them no ill will, and by simply aligning themselves with him, they could ensure their own safety. After a prolonged moment of shock, they finally regained their composure and resumed their seats. But just then, a cacophony of peculiar sounds approached from the distance. The group immediately rose to investigate, and Yifeng was no exception. Howling, "We're taking off, oh. I'm so tired." The familiar cry sent a jolt of alarm through Li Shuhua and the others. Could it be those individuals from before? As the sounds drew nearer, they beheld a figure in black robes rushing towards them, a burlap sack slung over his shoulder, trailed by a fearsome demon wolf dragging another sack, upon which a centipede lay perched. Indeed, it was them. Li Shuhua and the others gasped, hastily stepping aside as the trio approached. After all, they were well aware of the styles of these individuals. Regardless of what lay ahead, they would eliminate any obstacles. However, upon stepping aside, they discovered Yifeng still standing foolishly in place. Their expressions changed to one of alarm, although they recognized Yifeng's formidable strength. The black-cloaked figure had effortlessly subdued Song Ke's doppelganger, demonstrating a power that was equally formidable. Should these two masters clash, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Thus, they urgently called out to Yifeng, "Senior, please do not obstruct them. Step aside and allow them to pass."